Never did I expect that crossing into the primordial chaos, I would become the only golden crow in the world, not only devouring the essence of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai but also attracting the favor of the great Tao, bestowed by heaven and earth with the name Floating Light. From then on, I became the sole surviving primordial sacred being on the Sun Star. However, as the Lord of the Sun, I had no intention of emulating Emperor Jun's rule over the world. Instead, I only sought a Tao companion to live freely and joyfully. As a transmigrator, I was well aware of the dangers of the primordial chaos where a single misstep could lead to schemes and deepening karma, so I had to be steady and cautious. At this moment, I had just taken form, merely at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with weak and humble strength. I only had 3 meager accompanying spiritual treasures, the half-refined Chaos Bell, the River Chart, and the Luo Book. With such feeble power, venturing into the primordial chaos would be unwise. Seclusion was necessary. I had to first consolidate my realm within my comfort zone, the Sun Star's Tao Sanctuary. 3 cosmic epochs later, having gained some insights, I decided to first accomplish a small goal, plotting to attain the merit of creating a writing system. In the current primordial chaos, since its inception, there had yet to emerge a universal script suitable for all living beings. It wasn't until the future prosperity of the demon race, when the demon teacher Kunping created the demon script, and humanity became the protagonists of the world, with Sangjie inventing characters, that the heavenly merit of creating writing was fully divided. So why couldn't the one to create writing be me, Floating Light, the primordial sacred being born from the Sun Star? I visited some races that possessed inherited scripts, then borrowed the Dragon script, Phoenix chapters, and Kirin texts from the 3 primordial races, promising to repay the karmic debt later. Meanwhile, during this period of traveling among the myriad races, I also left behind the reputation of Floating Light, the Taoist of the Sun Star. Riding atop an auspicious cloud, my spirit was clear and bright. I had already mastered 3,000 inherited writing techniques from various races. The Great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, but surpassing them is unnecessary. Now, it was time to deduce a universal script for all beings of the primordial chaos. A streak of brilliance flashed across the heavens as I returned to the Sun Star Dojo and began my seclusion. It must be understood that creating a writing system is no easy task, let alone one that is suitable for both primordial beings and mortal beings. The sheer volume of work involved is staggering. At a certain moment 5 epochs later, success. This Taoist has succeeded. As the voice rang out, the tightly shut gates of the Golden Crow Palace swung open, and I emerged, stepping beneath the Fusang Divine Tree. 3,000 primordial characters and 129,600 derivative characters had been created. Now, all that remained was to forge a spiritual treasure capable of bearing these characters, and I could present my achievement to the heavenly Tao to claim the merit of creating a writing system. I gazed at the Fusang Divine Tree and said with a smile, I shall take a segment of your trunk. Once the merit is attained, I shall repay you with a share. Rustle, rustle, the leaves of the sentient Fusang Divine Tree trembled lightly at my words, and then a segment of its trunk detached itself from the tree, floating before me. Without hesitation, I sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving from my robes a multitude of spiritual woods, bamboos, and other materials, followed by several divine waters. As the sole Great Sun Golden Crow, I embodied an entire lineage, naturally blessed with the vast fortune of the Sun Star since time immemorial. Roaming the primordial world, opportunities naturally abound. Sheets of paper crafted primarily from Fusang Divine Tree pulp, supplemented by various spiritual woods and bamboos, a brush with a shaft of solar immortal golden bristles transformed from my own feathers, and inkstone, dark and gleaming with sentience, and a complete set of printing tools all came into being in my hands. Then, with a solemn expression, I raised my head to the heavens, channeled my magic power, and declared in a clear voice, Heavenly Tao above, I am Fuguang, the spirit of the Sun Star. Observing the myriad beings of the primordial world, I see no universal writing system, no universal tools for writing, hindering the exchange and inheritance of knowledge among all beings. Thus, I have traveled among the races of the primordial world, studied their scripts, and today have created 3,000 primordial characters and 129,600 derivative characters, along with 4 writing tools: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and movable type for printing. Today, my merit is complete, and I hereby report to the heavenly Tao and announce to all beings. Henceforth, inheritance shall be facilitated, benefiting the primordial world. May the heavenly Tao and all beings bear witness. As my words faded, a majestic will descended, sweeping over me and the various tools arrayed beside me. Moments later, the resonant voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, and a mighty force projected my image across the primordial heavens, drawing the attention of countless mighty figures and ordinary beings alike. Now being broadcast live by the heavenly Tao's power, I solemnly picked up the inkstone, poured some divine water into it, and began grinding the ink. Once the ink was ready, I dipped the brush and started writing on the paper. Throughout this process, the detailed methods for crafting paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones were reproduced one by one by the heavenly Tao's power, imprinted into the minds of all beings, ensuring they understood how to make these tools. Simultaneously, the 3,000 primordial characters imbued with great power and the 129,600 derivative characters devoid of any power were disseminated by the heavenly Tao. every stroke, pronunciation, and meaning of each character was precisely and unambiguously imparted to all beings, ensuring flawless comprehension. It didn't take long. All the words were written by me. At the same time, he also showed how to use movable type printing. Up to this point, all the processes of Fu Guang's heavenly merit for this testimony of creating words had been completed. After doing all this, he put down the brush in his hand and bowed his hand towards the heavenly Tao and also towards all beings, to show that his demonstration was complete. Chapter 5. The heaven is not to be blamed for many gifts. Chapter 5. Rumble. 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 The sky dome shook. Immediately afterward, a heavenly auspicious immortal light streaked across the sky, and an extremely huge torrent of heavenly Tao merit descended from the sky. And it instantly diverged. There were 3 extremely tiny heavenly Tao merits that descended from the 9 heavens and directly entered into the text ancestor books of the 3 ascendant races, causing the text ancestor books of the 3 ascendant races to immediately blossom with auspicious light of merits and virtues, filled with divine strangeness. As for the text ancestor books of the other races, they did not have this benefit. The reason was simple. When Fu Guang borrowed it, he had already completed the cutting of karma with them, and the heavenly Tao merit that should have been done on top of their text ancestor books naturally belonged to him. The family of the 3 races of the ascendant was not lacking anything, and for benefits such as Fu Guang's sermon, there was likewise no demand for it. Therefore, that was why Fu Guang didn't even mention the matter of giving compensation on the spot when he went to borrow it. With the wealth of the 3 races of the ancestors, the compensation that he had given himself would probably be too much to take. The division of merits is not yet finished. There were many more channels of heavenly Tao merit streaming down. One of the most massive streams landed directly on top of the paper on which Fu Guang had written the ancestral and diffractive writings, directly dividing the paper into 2 books, the upper book of ancestral writings and the lower book of diffractive writings. When the 2 books were combined together, they transformed into a complete extreme ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure 10,000 character scripture. The second massive stream of heavenly Tao merit fell and entered the brush Fu Guang used to write the text, similarly creating an extreme grade ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure autumn hairbrush. 2 equally massive streams of heavenly Tao merit in virtue fell into the ink ingot and ink stone, creating a top grade Hotian merit in virtue spiritual treasure Wu Wan and ink C respectively. Subsequently, scattered different sizes of heavenly Tao merit fell into various types of tools respectively, all of which were made into merit objects. Even the Fusang divine tree, which had contributed a portion of its own main trunk material, was rewarded with a single heavenly Tao merit. It didn't take long. After all the objects that were related to and contributed to Fu Guang's creation of words had received heavenly Tao's merit, the heavenly Tao still had 60% of the merit that had descended. Boom! The 60% of the heavenly Tao's merit surged and came directly towards Fu Guang. Only, Fu Guang did not absorb this heavenly Tao merit and use it to enhance his cultivation and realm. Instead, he chose to turn this heavenly Tao merit into a golden wheel of merit and condensed it around his body. The auspicious golden light shone universally. Anyone would know that he, Fu Guang, was a beloved pup of the heavenly Tao. I'm not going to do it. Let's see if you can withstand the heavenly Tao's punishment. After everything was over, Fu Guang's face wore a light smile. Afterwards, he arched his hand again in the direction of the heavens. Although it was said that the heavenly Tao had no consciousness and only had the basic procedural will to run the flood, and wouldn't react to such a polite act from him. But as the saying goes, the heavens are not to be blamed for many courtesies. Being an immortal was the same as being a human being slightly humble and steady was always beneficial. The heavenly Tao will departed. All the abnormalities above the heavenly dome disappeared. Only, the minds of the sentient beings in the flood that had spiritual intelligence all had a complete set of methods for making pen, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as learning a new kind of writing. Although the vast majority of innate beings did not care about this new script. However, they were quite interested in ink, paper, and inkstones. There was no other reason. Under the reflection of the greatness of the heavenly Tao, under the Fusang divine tree, the Fuguang Taoist who was writing the 10,000 characters sutra was so relaxed and easygoing that his dashing gesture of waving his pen around was a sight to behold. Moreover, people of knowledge felt the vague intention of a state of mind refining from within the one thing of writing the scripture and writing the words. Therefore, for the current flood, to jade slip retaining information, or a bloodline transmission and other means of the many innate beings, can slightly refine the state of mind, but also a new gadget of the book writing has aroused their interest. For a while, the fashion of writing books and texts began to gradually become popular in the floodplains. What was born with it was a wave of literary chi rising. And most of it eventually converged on Fu Guang above the Sun Star. After a few more Yuan Hui's time, inside the Golden Crow Palace, feeling the literary Dao Chi luck that had converged on himself, and after accumulating a small amount of it, had begun to become no longer worthless, Fu Guang's face wore an expression that was surely so. He opened his mouth and said, As I expected, after creating words and crafting a tool for dissemination, not only do you have merit, but you can also be empowered by the Wen Dao's Qi fortune. This is a good thing. Protecting one's body with merit and virtue allows one to be blessed continuously, and one doesn't have to worry so much about other people's calculations. As for one's own strong qi, it would allow one's cultivation to be smooth, one's luck to be extremely good, and one could even have one's heart's desire come true. Therefore, merit was very important and could be used as one of the means to preserve one's life. Qi luck was likewise very important, and could allow one's own great path to be more secure and smooth. The merit of creating words had arrived. Fu Guang mused in his heart. Next, let's properly retreat in the Sun Star and properly cultivate the Sun Great Tao, striving to obtain the complete recognition of the Sun Star as soon as possible and certify the fruit position of the Sun God. In addition, he would also properly deduce and perfect the scales of years, months, days, and hours, and delineate a detailed timescale for the flood wasteland heaven and earth. This was another huge harvest of heavenly Tao merits. Other than that, Fu Guang also had to wait for another huge chance. After Tao ancestor Hongjun became a saint, the 3 lectures of the Purple Heavenly Palace's chances were not to be missed. In addition, there was also a great matter concerning the second obsession in his heart: marrying a wife and finding multiple Tao lovers. The goddess of the moon, who was also born on the Taiyin star, the supreme star in the flood starry sky, was Fu Guang's first goal. Although steady and prudent, Fu Guang, a single golden crow, had little experience in pursuing a significant other himself, not even in pursuing a mortal woman, let alone experience in pursuing a true goddess. There was something about him that didn't know how to go about it. Plus, nowadays, his strength was low and weak, and he still needed to cultivate diligently before he could do so. Therefore, Luminescence wouldn't have thought about going to the Taiyin star to make contact with those 2 goddesses of the moon. Chapter 6: Hongjun becomes the way. Chapter 6. After having the huge merit of creating words to temporarily protect himself, Fu Guang was a rather homely and subtle cultivator. When he had an epiphany, he would go into seclusion. After a long time in seclusion, he went out of seclusion inside the Golden Crow Palace to take care of some of the spiritual roots that he had gotten from the previous time in the flood. Pick some fruits to make wine. Taste the taste of the innate fire mulberry. This life. Lived a pleasant and solid life. While out of the gate to rest, he also tinkered with many things to use for amusement. Go. Chess, and so on for fun and entertainment. Although no one played with him, he enjoyed playing with himself. In addition, as the ancestor who created words, ink, paper and inkstones, and is considered to have created the way of literature, he also compiled some classic books, and even devoted himself to creating recreational works that included novels, songs and fugues, and so on. Even Fu Guang taught himself the way of music and rhythm for this purpose. He made suona, arrow, chimes, and other ancient musical instruments, and even piano, guitar, saxophone, and many other modern musical instruments before he crossed over. Some of these things appeared, filling the corresponding avenue with a lot of colorful colors. Thus, they attracted some vague heavenly merits, not only making the golden light of merits behind Fu Guang brighter, but also letting these small objects get some creation, turning them into objects of merits. At the time when Fu Guang was leisurely living his own leisurely and dashing days, on top of the flooded earth, after the ripples of the last quantum jinx, after the coldness, it began to bustle again. A respect in this era incarnation out of the world of the innate sacred, one after another out of their own dojo. They traveled through the flood wilderness, making a name for themselves and harvesting spiritual treasures and resources. Among them, the 3 purities that came out of East Kunlun and were transformed by Pangu Yuanshan combined with Qing Qi, known as the Pangu authentic clan, had the most resounding reputation. Flood world as Pangu God opened up, coupled with the strength of the 3 Qing is really strong. The name of Pangu authentic clan is also in the flood completely loud. In addition, Buzhou Mountain's corner walked out of a pair of Dala brother and sister Fuxi Nuwa too, is equally renowned. Fuxi is a master of math. Nuwa's avenue of creation and transformation is pure. If any other Tao Lord Golden Immortal encounters this pair of siblings, they will basically be at a disadvantage. The endless sea of blood. With their feet on the 12 red lotuses of karmic fire and their hands on the 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures of Yuan Tu and Abi, they are capable of killing people without touching their karmic consequences. The old ancestor of the river Styx, who practiced the sea of blood avatar and claimed that the sea of blood would not wither and the river Styx would not die, was in the limelight. Fire Cloud Cave Red Cloud and Wansho Mountain Jin Yuanzi, a pair of good friends, no one dares to mess with. The rapidity of the Kuanpug of the Biming Sea is unrivaled in the flooded world. Taiyin Star Shiha and Shanxi, a pair of moon god sisters, have spread their beautiful name to the flood. For a moment, the vast flood wasteland could be described as 100 schools of thought, with one innate deity appearing on the scene. The excitement was great. The long years passed. The time of the 10 Yuanhui passed amidst such bustle. On this day, Fu Guang, inside the Golden Crow Palace, was writing, recording some of the bizarre ideas in his mind in the form of a casual essay. Suddenly, buzz! The entire flood dome skylight fell into the clouds, purple chi came from the east, and the earth surged with golden lotuses. Creation between heaven and earth was suddenly born and blessed in countless ways. A supreme, peerless, magnificent figure stood across the heavens and earth, causing all beings to look up and then bow down. Afterwards, a voice resounded in the ears of all living beings amidst the exquisite sound of the Tao. I am Hongjun, I have realized the supreme Tao, and today I have attained the ripe fruits of the mixed yuan, and I have become a saint of the Tao. 10,000 years later, in accordance with the fate of heaven, in the 33 heavens outside the sky, chaos purple sky palace for all beings to open the great Tao, those who have the destiny can come to listen. The voice fell. That fell to the flood beings on the saints. Pressure is dispersed, just now the heaven and earth phenomenon is also followed and slowly dissipated. Feeling the saintly pressure dissipate, the beings all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Immediately afterward, they were filled with a look of exhilaration. There was no other reason. The great chance of a saint preaching was just too exciting. For a moment, everywhere in the flood wasteland, there is a figure of auspicious clouds, spiritual treasures, rocking up, straight to the chaos outside the sky to go. These practitioners who eagerly traveled to the outer heavenly chaos to listen to the sermon were both strong and weak. The strong ones were among the great Luo golden immortals. The weak ones even had tiny golden immortals who didn't know the heights of heaven. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang stopped the pen and ink in his hands, and his body carried its own aura of the literary Tao of books and scrolls, which covered up his own two fundamental Tao, the Sun Tao and the Tao of Fire, very well. It made him look like a cultivator who specialized in the way of literature. It didn't seem like an innately domineering innate divine that would be born from above the supreme sun star. Even more so, no one would think that. He, Taoist Fu Guang, even possessed the 99 supreme fate. This is exactly what Fu Guang wants. Is exactly what Fu Guang wants nowadays. As the saying goes, use obscurity to bring out the light. Fu Guang always felt that hiding some more things, more means of protection, until the real need to use, absolutely can play an unexpected effect. After all, it wasn't like he was practicing the way of the Deng Huang Emperor, so naturally he didn't care about any overlord image or anything like that. Not to compare himself to others. Only for what is in his heart. Live a little longer. Marry a daughter-in-law. Live happily. I don't think about anything else. Chapter 7 Living with the Heaven and the World. Chapter 7. Buzz. As in his costume when he first descended into the floodplains. Xianjin Taoist clothes, golden crow long sword, and golden crow duster. Fu Guang set up the auspicious cloud and directly left the sunstar, not hurrying directly toward the chaos outside the sky. The flood starry sky was near the chaos. Outside the flood starry sky, there was a layer that encompassed the entire flood heavenly vault, like a thin film, a natural barrier made from the skin of the great god Pangu, isolating the direct erosion of chaos on the flood heaven and earth. However, this isolation was not a complete isolation. Rather, it is like filtering, after filtering the chaos gas, letting the weak chaos gas that can be transformed into the heaven and earth vital energy that can nourish the floodplains into the interior, through the secondary filtering of the floodplain's starry sky, and then falling into the floodplains, nourishing all things in the heaven and earth, and strengthening the universe. That's why the flood starry sky is very barren and dangerous. The idle great Luo golden immortals are not very willing to come to the flood starry sky. For one thing, this place is simply too dangerous. Secondly, the starry sky has a natural sense of rejection for the beings above the earth. Only Fu Guang, the two Taiyin goddesses Shihe and Shangxi, as well as the ancient times, has fallen moon god Wangshu can use the power of the stars, in the flood starry sky without hindrance. Moon god Wangshu. While heading towards the chaos beyond, Fu Guang glanced at the direction of the Taiyin star, whose light was soft and cool. Fu Guang's gaze was calm. She had attained the fruit position of the only moon god and Taiyin god in all of eternity, yet she still fell in the middle of the quantum revelation. The reason for this? It was because she was too deep into the quantum revelation. Sun star, Taiyin star is the two supreme stars that illuminate the flooded heavens and earth. In addition to being able to slightly touch the violet weather emperor star, there is no star that can be compared to it. After all, these two stars are the two eyes of the great god Pangu. In the flood universe, existences that could have a little bit of actual relationship with the great god Pangu were all extraordinary. What's more, the Sun and Taiyin have been shining on the floodlands for endless years, and the amount of merit and chi accumulated in them can be said to be massive. Based on these 2 points alone, it is not the other stars can be compared, touching the porcelain to get. The status of the two stars can be described as extraordinary. Naturally, two heaven and earth fruit should be born. Taiyin star's heaven and earth fruit of the moon god has been Wangshu god to pick, so today's Shiha and Shangxi is only the spirit of the Taiyin star, can also be called the lord of the Taiyin. But by no means are they moon gods. The moon god fruit position only belongs to the fallen ones, whose true spirit returns to the sea of true spirit, waiting for the infinite amount of kalpas to revert back to the great god Wangshu. And the sun star's heaven and earth fruit position, the sun god, that is, the fruit of the sun god, still remained. At the same time, there was no one more suitable for this fruit position than Fu Guang. Only, Fu Guang's strength and status nowadays is not worthy of the sun god's fruit position. But he is not in a hurry. Virtue not being worthy of the position is a great taboo in the flood world. Before he fell, he would always be the closest innate deity to the sun god position. Therefore, after he breaks through to a higher level of realm, it wouldn't be too late to consider certifying the sun god fruit position. Of course, even if Fu Guang had attained the sun god fruit position, he still couldn't take it lightly. There was no other reason. The quantum revelation was really terrifying. Even moon god Wangshu could fall in the quantum revelation. Sun god Fu Guang could naturally do the same. Don't be rash, don't be arrogant, don't be careless. After admonishing himself in his heart, Fu Guang became even more determined in his Tao. Steadily and cautiously meticulously, he wanted to live the same life as heaven and earth, the same ruler as the world. On top of that, he would seek a mate to double up with him, to be at ease and free. Soon, Fu Guang, who was once again firm in what he wanted, arrived at the edge of the chaos. Taking a look at the terrifying and dangerous chaos outside, Fu Guang didn't chicken out. Not to mention the fact that he had a protective spiritual treasure, just his fleshly body of the great sun golden crow could also enter the chaos. Of course, even if he could enter the chaos with his physical body, Fu Guang didn't have the idea of making himself suffer. Buzz. Raising his hand, he took out the top-grade Heavenly Merit Spiritual Treasure Wu Peninsula, which was the ink ingot that he usually used to study ink when he wrote and drew, and which could be taken and used inexhaustibly. The Wu Peninsula penetrated immortal light. It then easily shielded Fu Guang, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the chaos. It's worth mentioning, although there were innate and acquired spiritual treasures. However, the might of some latter-day spiritual treasures was much more terrifying than that of innate spiritual treasures. The difference between innate and acquired spiritual treasures. There is only one point. Whether or not a spiritual treasure contains innate spiritual light. If it does, it is an innate spiritual treasure. If not, it is an acquired spiritual treasure. As for the power and efficacy of a spiritual treasure, it does not have much to do with innate or acquired. The reason why we feel that the latter are so weak is that innate spiritual treasures had a lower limit of power, and no more than that, they also had a specific role with considerable power. While the latter day is strong and terrible, the weak is hard to see. There are some famous ones amongst the latter-day spiritual treasures. For example, the Heaven and Earth Xianuan Linglong Pagoda, the Heavenly Seal, the Golden Jiao Scissors and so on are all famous later heavenly spiritual treasures. At this moment, although the Wu Penetration Circle in Fu Guang's hand was only a Hotian spiritual treasure, its defense was extremely strong. After adding the Golden Light of Merit, the defensive power was directly after that of an extremely high-quality defensive spiritual treasure. Moreover, the Wu Peninsula Circle, which appeared to be only a small piece, was also quite heavy in weight. And can be big or small, used behind the back to knock the head to smash people, that is also extremely handy. This thing can be called one of Fu Guang's essential treasures for going out. He liked it very much. After mobilizing the Wu Peninsula to protect himself, following the thoughts in his mind, Fu Guang headed towards the depths of the chaos. The flood does not keep track of the years, and the chaos has no years. Following the guidance in his heart, Fu Guang traveled across the chaos. It was time to arrive. The earnest feeling in his heart grew stronger, and Fu Guang's gaze lit up. Buzz. The next moment. Before his eyes, the chaotic menace was smoothed out by a great power, turning it into a peaceful place in the middle of chaos. At the same time, a palace that was ancient, thick, and emanated a saintly Tao rhythm also appeared in front of Fu Guang's eyes. Purple Heavenly Palace had arrived. Seeing this palace, Fu Guang's face revealed a smile. Afterwards, respectfully bowed towards the location of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Thank you for the grace of guidance from the sage. It's the same old saying. Many people are not to be blamed for their manners. Regardless of whether or not the sage cared, his behavior like this would at least not leave a bad impression. But just in case, this kind of polite behavior brought him benefits? There were what-ifs in the flooded heavens and earth. After all, there was the saying. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and one of them is vanished. This what-if is a little extra chance for all beings. Chapter 8 shows you. Chapter 8. It's that one. The Lord of the Sun Star, the ancestor of the way of literature, is a powerful person among the Tao Lords. He looks like he's very nice to talk to. Bad. After we arrived, we forgot to salute the sage. Make up the salute, don't be wicked to the sage. There were already fast-footed cultivators with anxious hearts arriving in front of the gate of the Violet Sky Palace. Upon seeing Fu Guang, they recognized him on the spot. At the same time, also because of Fu Guang's action of saluting towards the Violet Heavenly Palace, each and every one of them came to a realization and their faces changed slightly. When they arrived here, they were all more or less consumed, and the slightly weaker guys were even injured. Rarely finding a peaceful place in the midst of chaos, naturally, they immediately sat cross-legged to recover from their consumption while healing their wounds, so as not to affect the next listen to the sermon. For a moment, I forgot about the issue of etiquette. At this moment, seeing Fu Guang's actions, one by one, they all reacted. Subsequently, all of the people who had already arrived to listen to the great Tao of the saints all bowed respectfully. After saluting, among the previously arrived great Luo golden immortals, some of them clasped their hands to Fu Guang as a way of thanking him for his prompting favor. Fu Guang was not condescending to these people's salute, but responded one by one with goodwill. Of course, there were two sides to everything. There were those who had good feelings towards this kind of observant behavior of Fu Guang, and even more who were indifferent to the fact that he didn't have any opinion about him. There were also a very few great Luo golden immortals who prided themselves on not being weaker than him, who were dissatisfied with this and showed some hostility towards Fu Guang. There was nothing else. When everyone came, they didn't salute, but when Fu Guang came, he made such a scene, making it seem that the great Luo golden immortals who came before them were all offending people who didn't know the etiquette of the world. It's obvious that you've done it. So, naturally, there will be people who are not happy with Fu Guang. Facing these hostile great Luo golden immortals, Fu Guang was not afraid, his face remained calm. He even clasped his fists with a smile on his face towards those great Luo golden immortals who were hostile towards him as well. This was not that Fu Guang was afraid. Rather, it was to be courteous first. Even if there was really a conflict afterward, then Fu Guang was still in the right. He would not have the slightest psychological pressure. There wouldn't be the slightest psychological pressure. The more powerful the cultivation, the more the existence would focus on this point, and would all talk about the potential rule of a master's name. Mixed up exceptions. Why is the sorcerer race, which is not yet famous in this quantum leap, even more unpopular than the demon race? There is no other reason. Even if the demon race is overbearing, after all, they still have to talk about some reasoning and potential rules. But the witch race will not. The people of the witch race, one by one, they all uphold their reasoning. Father God Panga first, they Panga descendants of the witch race is the second, the other are dishes. Let's get back to the topic. After Fu Guang made a salute, he was considered to have said hello to the many great Luo golden immortals present. Afterwards, he then found a quiet location to sit cross-legged. With his magic treasure, he hadn't consumed much from the chaos, but it was better not to be so conspicuous at this moment. As for the limelight brought about by the appearance of a gift in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace, that was another story. Compared to these troubles that he was able to put right. Obviously, it was the Flood Hong Tian Dao collaborator true big boss word Manhjun that was more important, wasn't it? When comparing the two interests, naturally it was the greater. On the whole, Fu Guang's polite behavior only attracted the ill feelings of a few Luo gene immortals who had deep karma and were not good at first glance. Everyone else either felt good about it or had no reaction to it. Retreating lowly behind the many great Luo golden immortals, the inconspicuous Fu Guang silently adjusted his state. In this way, time passed bit by bit, one after another. The 3,000 guests in the Violet Sky Palace also arrived. There were those who came alone and those who came in pairs, such as Koan Pang, the Three Qing, Jin Yuanzi, and Red Cloud. There were those who made high-profile appearances and those who arrived silently, such as the old ancestor of the River Styx who arrived staring at the red lotus of karmic flame and blasted open the chaos, the two Taiyin divine females who came riding on the clear and cold moonlight. In short, Fu Guang, who was silently watching from the back of the crowd, were all fairly familiar with these future notorious innate powers. The other innate powers Fu Guang didn't care about. However, one of them, caused Fu Guang to look slightly sideways. Lord East King. Looking at a majestic, emperor-like Dala golden immortal amongst the crowd of innate powers who were making friends, Fu Guang determined the identity of the other party. It was none other than the Duke of the East King, who practiced both the Supreme Yang and Emperor Dao, and who would be enthroned by the sages after this first lecture, becoming the head of the male immortals and establishing the overseas immortal court. Only, under the original trajectory, the Duke of the East King ultimately failed in his endeavors and perished under the hands of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East, although his true spirit returned after the earthly reincarnation. However, the Dong Wanggong of that time was no longer the Dong Wanggong of today. It was unknown what his fate would be in this life. There was some curiosity in Fu Guang's heart. Anyway, he had no intention of taking the emperor's way, and there was no immortal situation of a great Dao rivalry with the Duke of Dongwang, so he definitely wouldn't make a move against the Duke of Dongwang. Then, what would be the end of the Duke of Dongwang? This point made Fu Guang very curious. Chapter 9, Shi Wangmu, the Top Old Six. Chapter 9. Time was like a shuttle, passing in an instant. After there were quite a few cultivators in front of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace, time was rapidly approaching the time set by the sage for the opening of the lecture. At a certain moment, the Haotian, the drowsy child of the Tao ancestor who had been standing in front of the gate of the Violet Sky Palace, suddenly came to his senses. Afterwards, with a straight face, he said, "The period of 10,000 years has arrived. The old master is about to open the great Tao. Please enter the Purple Heavenly Palace." Hearing Haotian's words, all of the cultivators present got up with fiery faces and looked with burning eyes towards the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace that was slowly opening. Fu Guang was no exception. This was a chance for a saint to open the great Tao. He traveled through the flood. Not only did he not have any system, he was also somewhat burdened with the original destiny of the original Emperor Jun and Tai. The slightest carelessness could lead to a mistake. Fu Guang could not help but grasp all the opportunities, work hard to improve their own cultivation, and then be careful with their words, step by step to walk their own path, for fear of embarking on a similar path. In that case, it would really be an old sin. But there is a problem. While waiting for the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace to completely open, Fu Guang looked towards the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace with some surprise, and there was only one person, the child Haotian. His heart was in disbelief. Tao ancestor only has one child Haotian, then where is Yao Qi? Where did Yao Ji go? Under the original trajectory, together with Haotian became the later lord of the Heavenly Court, there is also a Yao Qi Queen Mother, right? But now, there is no Yao Qi in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace. Could it be that? His eyes narrowed slightly. Fu Guang's eyes glanced at a magnificent De Lama female immortal amongst the crowd of De Lama female immortals. Queen Mother of the West. This female Tao Lord. Despite experiencing ups and downs to a great extent, but all the same, it was also a super fortunate existence that shared the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and the same ruler as the world. More importantly, the Queen Mother of the West, in the myths and legends, is the Queen Mother, Yaoqi Old Mother, Yaoqi Golden Mother, Queen Mother, and so on many other nicknames. Nowadays, the dojo is even in the Yaoqi fairyland in West Kunlun. If the future Queen Mother of Heaven is really the child daughter of the Taoist ancestor, then it can't be that the Taoist ancestor doesn't know the Queen Mother of the West. This one character also doesn't know that her dojo alias has the word Yaoqi, right? The Tao ancestor wasn't that imbecilic. So, there is only one truth. There was nothing wrong with Haotian being the Tao ancestor's child. But the Queen Mother is not. Her real body should be the Shi Wangmu, the one who used to be the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heavenly Palace, and also the future head of the female immortals. The mother of the immortal court is right. This is normal. The Heavenly Court was, after all, the place where the Heavenly Tao managed the Order of the Flood, and for the Tao ancestor, a collaborator, to let one Haotian in was already the limit. The other half. Ironically, it can't also be decided by him. The Western Queen Mother should be one of the Heavenly Court administrators that the Heavenly Tao prefers. After all, she cultivated the Purine Tao, as well as the Tao of Heavenly Punishment, which made her more suitable to become one of the administrators of the Heavenly Court. Thinking about it like this, Fu Guang understood why the Tao ancestor's child was only Haotian. Thoughts were like light, just instantaneous. Clang. Not long after, the originally closed door of the Purple Heavenly Palace was completely opened. The many cultivators who had come to hear the Tao were all walking quickly towards the inside of the Purple Heavenly Palace. No one exerted divine means. There was also no pushing and shoving going on. After all, walking into the Purple Heavenly Palace was equivalent to walking into a classroom set up by a saint for a lesson. Who would dare to be reckless with this group of students of theirs? Heavenly Tao Futon. As soon as they walked into the Purple Heavenly Palace, Fu Guang, like everyone else, saw the 6 Heavenly Tao Futons at the very front. Only, compared to the crowd who were very excited, Fu Guang was very calm. The 6 bushels were already set in stone. The first 3 Heavenly Tao Qins were destined to be the Pango 3 Qings. They were transformed by the Panga Yuanshan, and with the massive merits and achievements of opening up the flooded heavens and earth, it was destined that 3 Heavenly Tao Saints' fruit positions would fall to them. The 4th futon concerns the birth of the human race, the key to awakening the birth of the human will, and is also destined to be Nuwa, who is now the first person of the great Tao of creation in the flooded heaven and earth. As for the remaining 2 positions, it might be possible to fight for them. But Fu Guang was not sure if those 2 positions were used by the saints to pay back the karma of the great wars of the past, which had caused the Western land to fall into disrepair. If not, he would have no problem sitting on them. If it was, he would have broken the saints' arrangement and would definitely be targeted. After a little hesitation, Fu Guang chose to give up. Fear not the worst, fear the worst. Just think about how miserable Red Cloud would be if he sat on one of the seats. Fu Guang had little interest in the remaining 2 positions. Whether it was true or not, they were all set in stone. Anyway, this kind of uncertainty was always treated as the worst-case scenario. Therefore, in Fu Guang's eyes, The 6 heavenly Dao futons were all damn well internalized and could not be touched at all. Taking and giving, taking and giving. When to take, when to give up, is also a great wisdom. After giving up his thoughts on the 6 heavenly Dao futons, Fu Guang immediately felt a slight tug of qi. He followed the tug of qi and quickly found an ancient futon in a forward position. Then, gladly sat on it. At this very moment, sitting on this futon that flowed with the Dao rhythm of the Sun Avenue and perfectly matched the Sun Avenue he himself majored in, Fu Guang had a satisfied smile on his face. In his heart, he couldn't help but lament. There are 3,000 great paths, and they all lead to the same thing. The most eye-catching is not necessarily the best. Only what suits you is the best. Chapter 10, Sage's Business You Care Less About. Chapter 10. It wasn't long after Fu Guang sat down. 2 stunningly beautiful figures took their seats next to him. It wasn't other people. It was none other than the 2 lords of Taiyin that Fu Guang had paid attention to back in front of the gate of the Violet Sky Palace. Shi He and Chang Shi. Seeing this pair of stunning sisters, Fu Guang's eyes brightened a few points. Immediately, he took the initiative to greet them. Sunstar Fu Guang, meet the 2 lords of Taiyin. The poor Taoist is courteous. Just sat down. Shihat and Shinshi, who had heard the Taoist next to them greet their sisters, were not prepared to pay attention. But when they heard the other party's self-introduction, Sunstar Fu Guang, they immediately became interested. Fu Guang created the flood ancestral text, diffractive text, and opened up the Tao of Wendo's ancestor of the Tao of Wendo, and their sisters naturally had heard of this reputation like a thunderclap. Of course. If it was just that, the 2 Taiyin divine females who were so cool would still not be enthusiastic. More importantly, Fu Guang is from the Sun Star, is their neighbor, not to mention, Taiyin Sun is also complementary to each other, naturally have a good feeling towards each other. So, after Fu Guang had greeted them, they had a good feeling about each other. After Fu Guang greeted him, both sisters Shi He and Chang Shi turned their eyes towards him. At the same time, they returned their smiles in a generous manner. Greetings, fellow Taoist Fu Guang. After meeting the salute, Shi He's beautiful eyes carried streams of light. I have long heard of the fame of Taoist friend Fu Guang, but I have not been able to meet him. Today I am fortunate to meet him. Taoist friend Fu Guang is really like the rumors. Outstanding, outstanding. Regardless of the truth or falsehood of this statement, Fu Guang took it all as true to listen. With a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist is being overpraised. Fu Guang and the 2 friends of the Tao are also born in the flood starry sky of the same way, should have visited earlier, but previously are in seclusion, but there is some rude. After listening to the sermon, if you don't mind, you can come to the Sun Star as a guest. Fu Guang issued an invitation. Of course. Just a simple invitation, there were no bad intentions, and did not even think that Shi He and Chang Shi would agree to their invitation. After all, the 2 Taiyin Star Lords were notoriously cool, and unless they were female immortals of the same generation, they were completely colorless towards other cultivators. Honestly speaking, for Shihat and Shinshi to be able to respond to his greeting and even climb into a conversation for a couple of sentences, Fu Guang felt that it was okay. After all, the 2 had a reputation for being cold and icy. What Fu Guang didn't expect was that Shi He actually agreed. Fellow Taoist has kindly invited us, so we sisters will oblige. Shiha's face was colored with anticipation. Hearing the words. On the contrary, Fu Guang had some surprises. But he didn't lose his manners either. This is more than fine. After the initial familiarization, Fu Guang and Shiha, 2 people talked to each other very happily. Next to the not like to talk, Shinshi did not interrupt much, but also did not exclude in Fu Guang exchanges. For a while, the atmosphere between the 3 was so good that the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace had some sideways glances. Sister. Behind Nuwa, who was already sitting on the heavenly Dao futon, Fushi had some surprise. Didn't you say that the 2 lords of Taiyin, with their high and cold temperament, are not very enthusiastic even when communicating with you female immortal friends, and they never show color to male immortals? How to feel, not quite right. Hearing Fushi's doubts, Nuwa was a bit speechless in her heart. You are a godly man who can count, but I specialize in the avenue of creation, I can know? Only, Nuwa was actually quite curious in her heart. After all, she was familiar with the sisters Shiha and Shinshi, and had even been a guest at the Taiyin planet before, so she naturally knew the personalities of these 2. Why was Fu Guang treated differently? Thinking about it, I'm afraid that there was only the reason that both parties were top-tier innate sacred beings that were being nurtured by the flood stardust. Nuwa's speculation was not unreasonable. After all, the Sun and Taiyin are naturally complementary to each other, and the innate gods born from them are simply each other's heavenly partners. Even if Fu Guang and the sisters Shihi and Shangxi were to become Dao couples one day, it wouldn't be unusual. Not to mention that nowadays, they were just chatting. Not surprisingly. This point, the Purple Heaven Palace and the 3,000 guests are also able to think, so after the surprise, also did not pay attention to the chatting Fu Guang 3 people. Instead, they quietly waited for the saint to open the great Dao. Time passes. While Fu Guang chatted with Shihe and Shangxi, he also paid attention to all the changes in the Purple Heavenly Palace. It was just as he remembered. The pair of difficult brothers, Guiding and Junti, were late. Red Cloud gave up his seat and Koan Pang lost his seat, as usual. Subsequently, the moment Junti sat on the 6th Heavenly Dao futon, the Buzhou Dao Father Hongjun, the Heavenly Dao Saint who had not been present all along, appeared on top of the bushel on the high platform. He swept a glance at the crowd below. Opening his mouth, he said, "In the future, the seats are hereby fixed and cannot be changed." "Good guy!" Fu Guang exclaimed, "What a great guy!" Just now, after everyone had taken their seats, the sage didn't show up, and now after Jain and Junti had tricked their way to the Heavenly Dao bushel, the sage directly showed up and then calmly announced that the seats were just settled? It's hard not to let people suspect that this seat is something fishy. This thought only flickered in Fu Guang's mind. He was a great Luo Golden Immortal, with his true spirit perfected and all thoughts returned to one, so as long as he wasn't in the presence of a saint, angrily cursing a saint in his heart for such great disrespect, it wouldn't even cause the saint's heart to sense it. But these things. Don't think much if you can. He was just a weak, pathetic, and helpless little golden crow. At most, he had a little ambition for immortality, and the idea of marrying a wife, with a red flag at home and a colorful flag flying outside. So the things of the saints. Don't bother. Don't even think much about it. Just follow your own steps step by step in peace. Chapter 11 is just seeking peace of mind. Chapter 11. A single word set the seat in the palace. And the sage said no more. Clang. Along with the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace closing, the saint's body released the Taoist rhythm of the infinite great Tao, while his golden mouth opened and Taoist sound filled the entire Purple Heavenly Palace. The sermon. It began. The saint's sermon was naturally extraordinary, and there were all sorts of phenomena such as the sound of the Tao, the weather, the sky falling into the clouds, and so on, and the entire Purple Heavenly Palace was transformed into a sea of great Tao and visions. Fu Guang was also immersed in the state of enlightenment and epiphany. Although Fu Guang's cultivation level was also at the early Dala Golden Immortal stage when he took form, the same as that of Di Jun and Tai Yi after the split, Fu Guang's depth was in fact far more powerful than that of Di Jun and Tai Yi. After all, he was the one and only Great Sun Golden Crow that was transformed by the complete Great Sun Golden Amazement, not the only three-legged Golden Crow in the flood. At this moment, Fu Guang directly entered into the state of epiphany of the Great Tao of the Sun and the Great Tao of Fire, the two fundamental Tao paths that were most suitable for him. In the snap of a finger, 3,000 years of preaching time passed. Inside the Purple Heavenly Palace. Originally was preaching the saint, suddenly came to an abrupt end, the body of the Taoist rhythm convergence, the palace of the vision, the true meaning of the great Tao, etc. are all dissipated, to restore the beginning of the ancient, silent. The 3,000 guests who listened to the sermon also woke up one after another. One by one, they were all full of intention, obviously did not listen to enough. But the saint did not continue to speak, so they naturally had no choice but to regretfully exit the state of listening to the sermon. Fu Guang likewise had some regrets. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit short of the Sun Avenue and the Avenue of Fire, which he had majored in, would have been perfected, and the secondary avenues of time, space, deduction, formation, and so on had each made great progress in their own way. Of course, there was still some distance to perfection. Going back to the Sun Star for a period of time, he should be able to make the major and minor avenues of cultivation complete. Then, prepare for the hybrid golden immortal Dao fruit. Yes. At the critical junction of whether to take the path of the three-corpse beheading paragon or to cultivate the path of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, Fu Guang decided to take the path of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. There was nothing else. It was just a matter of seeking peace of mind. As we all know, there are a total of 3 ways to prove the Tao. One of them is to use one's own great perseverance, great magical power, and great fortune to cultivate a single side of the infinite Tao in order to become a saint. This method of proof of the road to success of the mixed Yuan Daluo Jingxian is the most powerful. Among the representative characters, there is an only one has left the flood of Yang Mei old man. Secondly, chopping 3 corpses to obtain the quasi-saint, and then the 3 corpses are united to prove the Tao. This is a method of proof of the road to success of the mixed Yuan Daluo Jingxian, than the first kind of slightly inferior, but also very powerful. One of the representative characters, there is only the podium Saint Dao Zhu Hongjun one person. Thirdly, merit and virtue to prove the Tao. No matter what kind of merit you have, as long as you reach a massive amount, you can directly use merit to pile up your own cultivation, and certify the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This method of proving the Tao is the weakest of all. But it was only relatively weak. Even the weakest saint is countless times more powerful than the ants below your saint. Nowadays, in the flood, after the Saint Tao Father Hongjun completed his 3 sermons, he was about to transform himself into the spokesman of the Heavenly Tao, and after replenishing the Heavenly Tao, the first path, even if it wasn't blocked, would be much more difficult than it was before. As for the second path, although there was a forerunner in place, But with the precedent of the heavenly Dao futon in place, it's hard not to doubt that the method of chopping 3 corpses will not have a pit-off. Of course, Dao ancestor Hongjun might not have the need to engage in any tricks that would result in no one being able to succeed in proving the Dao by chopping off 3 corpses. But with Fu Guang's cautious character, after sensing that something was wrong, he didn't intend to take the path of chopping 3 corpses. A mixed Yuan golden immortal would be quite good. In the future, even if he wanted to attain the Dao, he would only take the most secure path of merit evidence. That being the case, it doesn't matter if he decapitates these 3 corpses or not, he's going to attain the Dao of merit anyway. When the 3,000 guests had retreated from the state of listening to the Dao and practicing, the sage on top of the high platform didn't say a word, but instead turned his gaze to the 6 people sitting in front of him. Panga Sanqing, Nuwa, Guiding and Jianti. Although the 3,000 guests who listened to the Dao in the Purple Heavenly Palace could all address him as a teacher within this Purple Heavenly Palace, his true disciples were only these 6 before him. Preaching to the 3,000 guests was the task of the Heavenly Dao. The next puzzling then was the chance that belonged solely to his disciples. Seeing this, the 3,000 guests within the Violet Sky Palace were all stunned, and then one by one, they all understood that those 6 special bushels really did have more chances. The face of Red Cloud, who was forced to give up his seat, was very stiff, and the face of Kuan Pang, who was dragged into the situation, was blue, while the gaze that contained hatred was also turned towards Red Cloud. If it wasn't Red Cloud, he, Kuan Pang, would not have been driven down by those 2 outsiders from the west to that position where he could greet the saints at close range. Of course, no one cared about the reactions of Red Cloud and Kuan Pang. At this moment, the 6 people sitting on top of those 6 bushels all had colors of joy spread across their faces. Old man Tai Ching was the first to react, then raised a doubt he had above his cultivation. According to reason, the 3 Pango purities were one and the same. Tai Ching Laozi's question alone represented the problems of the 3 Pango purities. The second question should have been Nuwa's turn to ask. However, Yuqing Yuanshi was obviously unwilling to give up this opportunity to ask a question and directly asked the second question. Seeing his second brother do so, Shanqing Tongtian similarly asked one as well. All 3 Qing's questions were answered by the sage. Then the sage had no intention of continuing to solve the confusion. Nuwa, Jane, and Junti, who were in the back, were not able to ask questions. This situation caused the 3 in the back to frown. There was some inappropriate son of Panga's 3 clearings. The puzzle solving session ended. The sage swept a glance at the 3,000 guests. Opening his mouth, he said, "The first element is restored, and all things are renewed. Today's flood wasteland universe has been revitalized, and the living beings have been flourishing for a long time, and the order is getting chaotic, and the chaos will be revealed. At this time, when there is a great man in power, to calm the chaos, the reasoning of Yin and Yang, in charge of the order." The saint's words directly let 3,000 guests are shocked, and then have stirred up. The meaning of these words was not difficult to understand. The saint wanted to have a great person to rectify the order of the flooded heavens and earth and manage the flooded immortals and beings. This was a heavenly authority. Naturally, there would be many people whose hearts were stirring. Of course, there were those who cared, and there were those who were not moved at all. All of them were just waiting for the saint's next words. Since the saint opened his mouth, it meant that the saint already had a candidate in mind, and all they needed to do was listen. Chapter 12: The Mustache and the Heart of the Duke of Dongwang. Chapter 12. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, therefore those who rule the order should be one yang and one yin, one male and one female. The sage's gaze lifted, first glancing at Fu Guang, who was sitting calmly. Subsequently, he also looked at the Duke of the East King, who was wearing purple and gold robes, showing all the feelings of honor and dignity. Once again, he opened his mouth. Duke of Dongwang, heir is the form of the innate Donghua to the true pure Yang Qi, can be the first of the male immortals in the flood. Give you a dragon head walking stick as a wooden male. In the future, all men in the flood plains who ascend to immortality need to ascend to the purple house, worship the wooden male, into the immortal record. The words fell. An innate spiritual treasure emanating the fluctuation of the extreme level, the dragon head walking stick as well as the purple mansion immortal record, then both fell in front of the Duke of Dongwang. Thank you, sage. Although the Duke of Dongwang's face was still calm, the golden light in his eyes flickered. There was no way to hide the excitement within. Such a performance, falling into the eyes of the vast majority of male immortals amongst the 3,000 guests, could not help but make them frown. At the same time, there were also a good number of male immortals who subconsciously looked towards Fu Guang, who was the first person the sage looked at. Obviously, Fu Guang, the one who was favored by the saint's first glance, should be the best candidate for the head of the male immortals. It was just that for some unknown reason, the saint did not choose Fu Guang in the end. Of course, the saint should have his own reasons for doing so. Only, comparing the Dong Wangong, who was excited and hard to hide, and the Fu Guang, who was sitting calmly on the side, the two of them were immediately judged. Fu Guang was more comfortable than the Duke of Dongwang. Fu Guang was a bit more comfortable. He also created the way of literature, bringing everyone some leisure in refining programs after cultivation. Not to mention, if you look at this humble and dignified posture, it's far from being able to be compared to the Duke of Dongwon, a guy who was ambitious at first glance. The attitude of the 3,000 guests was obvious. It was only a pity that the Duke of Dongwon, who was in a state of ecstasy, obviously didn't pay too much attention to it. Even if he was concerned, he would still express indifference. He was the head of the male immortals appointed by the sages, so who would dare to disobey and who could disobey? Of course. The Duke of the East King didn't act too much either is all. The sage naturally noticed all of this, but he didn't react in any way. He only turned his gaze to look at the Queen Mother of the West amongst the many great Luo female immortals. Queen Mother of the West, you are the form of the innate Shihua to the most wonderful purine gas, can be the first of the female immortals in the floodplains. Give air the western vegetal cloud boundary flag as the Golden Mother, and in the future, any woman in the floodplains who ascends to immortality shall keep her name in the Golden Book and worship the Queen Mother. The saint's words fell. Among the many Dala female immortals, a graceful and luxurious Dala female immortal Western Queen Mother, whose temperament follows the softness, rose to pay her thanks. Thank you, sage. Just different from the Duke of Dongwon's pretense of calmness that could not hide his inner excitement, the Queen Mother of the West, from the time she stood up to pay her thanks to receiving the spiritual treasures in the Golden Book, was very calm and collected, with an elegant and atmospheric demeanor. With the slightly false Duke of the East King in front of her, the Queen Mother of the West at this moment gained a lot of goodwill from the 3,000 guests. Of course. More importantly, there were fewer female immortals than male immortals in the Floodlands, and there were even fewer Delo female immortals. So many of the Delo female immortals were mostly existences that knew each other and even had a good relationship, and the competitive nature was much less than on the male immortal side. And the Queen Mother of the West, as the head of the female immortals, naturally couldn't control the male immortal side. So this was kind of a special reason for her. After arranging the matters of the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, the sage had no more extra things to do. Opening his mouth. After the 3 Yuan sessions, the Purple Palace will open again, so you and others should go. The words fell. The sage's figure had already disappeared. The 3,000 guests in the palace all looked dazed for a while, then they all got up and prepared to leave. Among the crowd, Fu Guang, who had acted as a spectator throughout, also got up and straightened his robes. Afterward, he respectfully bowed towards the high platform where the sage was preaching. Thank you, sage, for preaching. Again. Seeing this unique behavior of Fu Guang, the 3,000 guests who had previously come before him and were put on the spot, all had their mouths twitch. Then they all followed suit and saluted towards the high platform. At Fu Guang's side, the two of them, Shihi and Shangxi, looked at each other in dismay and similarly saluted. Even Sanqing, Nuwa, and the others who had originally already taken a step toward the outside of the Purple Heavenly Palace stopped their steps, then also turned around and saluted. After saluting, the 3,000 guests all looked at Fu Guang with different looks of oddness, surprise, chagrin, and so on. This presentable bag. Most of the 3,000 guests who hadn't realized the problem with the salute in the first place were spitting in their hearts. Especially the 3 Qing. The 3 of them had also received the grace of the sage's explanation, and they were even able to forget to be thankful. More or less, they were a bit restless. Facing the gazes of the 3,000 guests, Fu Guang didn't care in the slightest as he turned to look at Shiha and Changxi who were also beside him with slightly odd looks. Invitation Road. 2 fellow Taoists, why don't you travel with us? Hearing Fu Guang's invitation, Changxi nodded in agreement. Shiha nodded and said, since there is no impossibility. Very quickly. The 3 of them left the Purple Heavenly Palace with a smile and a laugh. Fu Guang sacrificed the top-grade Hotian Meridin Virtue Spiritual Treasure Wu Peninsula, dropping down the protective golden light to cover himself and the 2 Taiyin goddesses, and then directly entered the chaos, returning towards the flood heaven and earth. Among the crowd, watching Fu Guang leave with Shihi and Changxi, the Duke of Dongwang, who was surrounded by a number of De Luo male immortals, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and his brow was slightly furrowed for a moment. The sage was the first to glance at Fu Guang. This Duke of the East King naturally knew. Therefore, even though the Duke of the Eastern Kings had now been enthroned as the head of the male immortals, after being happy, there was still some grudges in his heart. It seemed that the candidate for the head of male immortals didn't have to be him. That Sun Star Fu Guang was also qualified. You should know that. When the sages decided on the head of the female immortals, they didn't look at anyone other than Shi Wangmu. A small thorn was vaguely planted in the heart of the Duke of the East King. Chapter 13 Perfection of the Great Luo Dao Fruit. Chapter 13. All the way back to the floodlands under the escort of Fu Guang. After entering the starry sky, Shihi thanked towards Fu Guang. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Hearing this, Fu Guang's face wore a gentle smile. We are all neighbors, no need to be polite. After a pause, Fu Guang looked at Shihi and Changxi and inquired, fellow Taoists, do you want to go to the Sun Star to sit for a while? The poor Taoist has some immortal brew brewed with the innate fire mulberry some years ago, so I can entertain you two Taoist friends for a while. After hearing Fu Guang's invitation, He and Shang-Shi exchanged a glance, and then they shook their heads. Opening his mouth towards Fu Guang, he said, "Listening to the saint's sermon, I'm sure that you have gained a great deal, and now is the right time to retreat and digest. We sisters are not in a position to disturb you. In the future, we will definitely pay a visit." Not only Fu Guang, but also their sisters in this time to listen to the sermon, is also greatly benefited, just need to go back to the retreat, properly digest, breakthroughs in their own realm. Therefore, Shiha and Shang-Shi do not want to be guests at the Sun Planet for the time being. In this case, poor Taoist will wait for the two Taoist friends in the Sun Star. Fu Guang also did not force the issue, just smiled and said. At the same time, he arched his hand and took his leave. Since this is the case, then the poor Taoist will take his leave. Fellow Taoists, I'll see you later. Hearing. Both Shihi and Shang-Shi owed their bodies slightly. See you again. Without any unwillingness to part with their emotions, the three of them split up and went their separate ways. After spending some time, Fu Guang, who had returned to the Sun Star Golden Crow Palace, directly went into closed-door cultivation. His Sun Avenue and Fire Avenue were about to be perfected, and the many avenues of secondary cultivation were also about to enter the realm of perfection. In this seclusion, he was bound to make his Tao Lord fruit complete before he would come out of seclusion. As for the chance of the innate spiritual treasure gourd in the Buzhou mountain that was originally supposed to have his share, there was no hurry. It wouldn't be too late to take that chance after he completed his breakthrough in strength. Time passed, years flew by. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. Clang! The doors of the Golden Crow Palace slowly opened, and Fu Guang's figure, right out of it, walked out with a satisfied expression on his face. Feeling his perfected Tao Lord fruit. Next, one should properly polish one's magical power, divine ability, and physical body, and only consider breaking through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal after making all the preparations. It is best to listen to the sermon for the second time, to increase a few more points before the breakthrough is better. The content of the first lecture of the Purple Heavenly Palace is that the Dala Golden Immortal level is the main thing, and the level below the Dala Golden Immortal level is the second thing. And the content of the second sermon, no surprise, is to cut three corpses saintly realm as the main, mixed golden immortal as the secondary. After listening to the content of the second sermon before breaking through, Fu Guang could also better check the gaps, so as to avoid any accidents during the breakthrough, leading to their own Tao fruits leaving deficiencies. It was almost time to go there. Fu Guang lamented and raised his hand to count. An expectant smile appeared on his face. Of the 7 precious gourds above the innate gourd vine of the Buzhou mountain, 6 of the ones that were fully developed were extreme grade innate spiritual treasures, and the last one that wasn't fully developed was an upper grade innate spiritual treasure. Even though Fu Guang was only able to obtain one of the immortal beheading gourds, it was still very good. That was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure that could be taken out and used openly. The reputation of the immortal beheading gourd might not be loud enough, but the reputation of the immortal beheading flying dagger was still possible. As long as the immortal beheading gourd was refined with some innate characteristic spirit objects, Fu Guang was completely confident that the power of the future transformed immortal beheading flying dagger could be taken to a higher level. Of course, it wasn't that Fu Guang hadn't thought of taking advantage of other people's unawareness to get the innate gourd vine, the 7 spiritual treasure gourds, and the 9 heavens breathing loam that nurtured the gourd vine all by himself in advance. But as soon as he thought that the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly breath loam were related to the future Nuwa's great event of creating a human being and awakening the will of the human path, Fu Guang extinguished this thought. There was no other reason. Such an approach was not prudent enough. Only God knows if this thing will be watched by the heavenly Tao ancestor Hongjun? And after he got his hands on it, what could he use it for? In the end, it would still have to be given to Nuwa so that she could take it and create people to become saints. At that time, this karma, although not as big as the karma of directly giving away sainthood, was not small either. What if Nuwa after attaining sainthood wasn't going to return the karma and instead chose to get him killed? All in all, getting the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly resting soil ahead of time would inevitably lead to confrontation with the 3 Pangdacheng and Nuwa, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. So Fu Guang still chose to be prudent and cautious. Not in advance. However, if after taking the spiritual treasure, Nuwa gave up the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly breath loam if she didn't know what to do with them, he would still take them. As long as he didn't get his hands on them with a naughty practice like snatching them. With this thought, after Fu Guang felt that the heavenly chance to pull more and more clearly, he also no longer stayed, directly driving the auspicious cloud, with very fast speed towards the pillar of the sky of the Buzhou mountain. At the same time, Pangda 3 Qing sensed that there belongs to their chance is about to come out, is also left their own dojo. Old ancestor Hongjun of the Fire Cloud Cave did likewise. Inside the Finchi Mountain dojo near Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa had also come out of the gate ahead of schedule and left the dojo alone after seeing that her elder brother showed no signs of coming out of the gate. Chapter 14. Does he have too many meritorious spiritual treasures? Chapter 14. In the corner of the great wilderness, there was a mountain that didn't fit, named Buzhou. For all the beings in the flood wilderness, Buzhou Mountain is a place worthy of pilgrimage and veneration, as well as a place with many, many chances. At the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the great god Pango body all things in the flood. In addition to those who cut their own sword, survived the chaos demon god, including many of the innate divine, are considered to have the legacy of Pangu in the body. When all the beings in the flood plains go to Buzhou Mountain, as long as their hearts are sincere and their wills are strong, they will often receive the gifts of Buzhou Mountain. This has long been confirmed over the course of endless years. Being able to climb Buzhou Mountain and receive a bit of the true Buzhou Mountain's gift would have many benefits for one's future path. Approaching Buzhou Mountain. Fu Guang's mind recalled many legends about Buzhou Mountain. There was no mistake. Even for an innate saint like Fu Guang, the existence of Buzhou Mountain had many legends. After fetching the demon beheading gourd, he climbed Buzhou Mountain in the meantime. Looking at Buzhou Mountain, which was already in sight but actually still very far away, Fu Guang's heart had already made a decision. The chances of the Buzhou Mountain still needed to be looked at. What if he was lucky enough to get the unweakly mountain's favor and then give him some benefits and guidance? All in all, it was all just something along the way. Not much longer. Fu Guang, who had come with the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Technique, had already arrived near the Buzhou Mountain. The chance was over here. Following the already clear and obvious heavenly chance of chance, Fu Guang transformed into a golden rainbow and headed towards a certain ridge of the Buzhou Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Somewhere on the ridge of the Buzhou Mountain, a group of great Luo golden immortals with powerful auras converged here. There were quite a few strong ones among them. The old, middle-aged, and young images of the Pango Three Ching. Nuwa, who stood proudly. A red-robed good old red cloud. On top of that, there were some other great Luo golden immortals here as well. All of them were silent, waiting for the 7 gourds of innate light that were born on the ridge of the mountain, glittering with colorful light, to completely mature and come out. There were only 7 treasure gourds. Although one of them was only a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was still a good treasure for those present. Who would mind having more spiritual treasures? Just as the crowd waited in silence. Buzz. A golden rainbow broke through the air. Afterwards, Fu Guang's figure manifested in the air. Taking a look at the scene. The people who had obtained the spiritual treasure gourd from his memories had all arrived, and among them, there were also some great Luo golden immortals whose names he hadn't heard of. It seemed like there might be a big battle later on. Noticing the not-so-friendly atmosphere between the people, Fu Guang pondered slightly in his heart. At the same time, it also greeted towards the crowd. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Facing Fu Guang's politeness, the lone Three Ching didn't respond. The equally aloof Nuwa ignored it, and the crowd of unknown Daluo golden immortals turned a blind eye to it. Only the good old Red Cloud returned a salute towards Fu Guang. To this, Fu Guang didn't care in the slightest. Whether he was polite or not was his own matter, while whether others were polite or not, that was someone else's matter. Looking at the spiritual treasure that was about to mature, it was clear in his heart. Once the spiritual treasure gourd matured, the great battle would break out at the same time. Fu Guang, who was slightly contemplating in his heart, began to make all the preparations for the start of the war at this very moment. Buzz. With a lift of his hand, the top-grade Hotian merit spiritual treasures, Wu Peninsula and Mo Hai, were directly sacrificed by him. The Wu Peninsula dropped a defensive golden light around Fu Guang, and the ink sea poured down oceanic ink, transforming into a mysterious yellow belt, suspended outside the Wu Peninsula's defensive golden light. Fu Guang's action made the crowd that came first all raise their eyebrows, and a good number of them even sacrificed their own magic treasures, looking at him with a face full of nervousness. Seeing this, as if in hindsight, Fu Guang froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, human-animal harmless smile. Fellow Taoists, please don't be nervous yet. The poor Taoist sensed the chance to come here, originally thought that harvesting the chance should be smooth, but did not expect that not only I am the only one who has a destiny with the treasure. Everyone is here, proving that we are all destined to be. I think no one will want to give up. Later on, it is bound to be a fight. Words fell. Floating light once again offered up the extreme Hotian merit spiritual treasure 10,000 character scripture. Those 3,000 ancestral writings and 129,600 diffractive writings leapt out from the 10,000 character scripture and transformed into a precious garment that was directly put on Fu Guang's body. He continued. The poor Taoist is a man of letters and is not good at killing, so I will make some preparations first. At the same time, Fu Guang also took out the extremely high-grade Hotian merit and virtue spiritual treasure autumn hairbrush. I don't have many offensive spiritual treasures, so I've made you all laugh, fellow Taoists. Looking at Fu Guang, who first armed himself to the teeth and then took out the autumn hairbrush that kills without touching karma, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Of course. With just that, the crowd still didn't place Fu Guang in their hearts. There was nothing else. Fu Guang looked really good at bullying. Only in the next moment, the crowd's gazes gradually froze. Holding an autumn brush in his hand, Fu Guang's movements were unceasing. A whole set of merit spiritual treasures chessboard, chess pieces, and chess cup were taken out by him. I've made you all laugh. Hey! Subsequently, another set of chess and chess merit spiritual treasures were sent out again. I have a lot of small toys, so it's good to be prepared. Very quickly, Fu Guang, surrounded by numerous different grades of merit and virtue spiritual treasure, the flickering golden light of merit and virtue, so that all the people present are completely changed face. This guy. Wasn't there too many merit and virtue spiritual treasures? The spiritual treasures that float around him, even a small chess piece, had quite a bit of merit and virtue on it. This Fu Guang. When did he get so much heavenly Tao merit? Chapter 15, The Poor Taoist is Good at Reasoning. Chapter 15. Heavenly Tao merits are very rare. The spiritual treasures of merit and virtue between heaven and earth are known to be counted. But why? Fu Guang guy had so many merit and virtue spiritual treasures? Not to mention those unknown great Luo golden immortals. It was the lone Pango 3 Ching, as well as the condescendingly poised Nuwa, who were all somewhat silent. Not to mention the others. The fact that Fu Guang was able to easily catalyze this pile of merit spirit treasures alone was enough to show his strength. A strong person. And it was still that type of absolute strong person who had great merit and virtue towards heaven and earth. This kind of opponent could be considered extremely tricky. Fight. Not necessarily able to win. If you win in the face of a powerful person with huge heavenly Tao merits, there must not be any good fruit to eat either. Kill? That would be an act of death. As for the silent attitude of the crowd at this moment, it was all within Fu Guang's expectations. Only that his movements hadn't stopped yet. Buzz. Without a word, Fu Guang's thoughts moved, and a huge circle of the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit appeared around him, enveloping his entire person within it. And seeing the heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel that enveloped Fu Guang, everyone present was dumbfounded. Ignoring the crowd's dumbfoundedness, the smile on Fu Guang's face remained warm. In this way, the poor Tao is also considered to be properly prepared. I hope that when each of you will rely on your own means, all of you will be able to give way to poverty road. After all, poor Tao. I am better at reasoning with people. Hearing. A group of great Luo golden immortals all face can't help but twitch. There are merits and spiritual treasures. There was sufficient strength. There was also a spicy circle of the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit. They were too full to fight against Fu Guang. Whether or not they could win the fight was still up for debate, and even if they did, they wouldn't have much to eat. Such a large circle of the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit and virtue was close to directly announcing heaven and earth, I am the heavenly Tao's favorite pup. Such an existence, as long as it wasn't a life and death feud, just standing there alone. They all had to stay away. Lest after accidentally invoking it, their own chi is insufficient and they will be unlucky as a result. Everyone silently excluded Fu Guang from the target. Anyway, there are 7 spiritual treasures in total. Fu Guang was a generous and honest person. He should only take the one spiritual treasure that was destined to be with him, and would definitely not take more. Against him. It's not a good deal. Just as the crowd's minds were fluttering. Buzz. Above the innate gourd vines of the mountain ridge, 6 extremely innate spiritual treasure level spiritual treasure gourds simultaneously bloomed with different immortal lights and dense breaths, clearly having completely matured. Spiritual treasures had come out. The moment they saw the scene, everyone was instantly distraught, and no one took the lead in taking the treasures. Fu Guang was also the same. Although he had made quite a few preparations, his cautious character made him prefer to lay a black cough, preferring to take the lead afterward. Spiritual treasures have spirits. With all of them not making a move to fight for it, the 6 spiritual treasure gourds that fell from the gourd vines all turned into streams of light and flew towards the 3 Pangaching, Nuwa, Red Cloud, and lastly, Fu Guang. In just a split second, the 6 people each got 6 spiritual treasure gourds. At the same time, the last top grade innate spiritual treasure gourd, as if it also knew that it was destined not to mature. Therefore, it also directly fell off from above the gourd vine and turned into a stream of light, coming towards Fu Guang and falling into his hands. Phew! Looking at the top grade innate spiritual treasure level treasure gourd in his hand, Fu Guang had a satisfied look on his face. Surprisingly, there is still one. It seems that the poor Taoist's luck is really good. At the same time, Fu Guang also noticed that the other great Luo golden immortals who hadn't gotten a treasure were all looking at him with burning eyes. Among the people present who had gotten spiritual treasures and actively recognized their masters, Fu Guang was the only one who had gotten 2. It was truly eye-catching. Golden eyes flashed. Fu Guang looked towards the group of great Luo golden immortals. The spiritual treasure automatically recognizes its owner, so the competition for this opportunity should end here. Fellow Taoists staring at the poor Taoist should not have any not-so-friendly thoughts, right? The spiritual treasure of merit and virtue floated around his body, and the soft light released by the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit and virtue became even brighter. Fu Guang looked at the group of great Luo golden immortals with a smile on his face. Speaking truly, if he really wanted to make a move, he might not necessarily not be able to send the true spirits of these great Luo golden immortals, all of them, to the great Tao True Spirit Sea before causing numerous great karmic forces. Moreover, each and every one of these great Luo golden immortals had a not-so-light karma and sins on their bodies. Killing them. Not only would they not burden themselves with karma, they might even be rewarded with merits and virtues. Of course, this kind of merit will not be the heavenly merit is. Instead, it will be something like Yin virtue. But no matter what kind of virtue was obtained, it would just be useful. Just thinking about this, Fu Guang's eyes were a bit eager to try. As the saying goes, when one is armed with a sharp weapon, killing opportunities arise. Ever since he took shape and came out to this day, he had always been cautious and had not yet fought with a strong person of the same level. Today, if he could fight with a group of great Luo golden immortals, it would not be impossible. To the strong he can endure again, but for these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but also full of killing industry minions, that can be completely punched off. Looking at Fu Guang, that some eye-catching merit and virtue spiritual treasures, as well as that round of eye-shattering heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel. The great Luo golden immortals who originally had some thoughts couldn't help but take a step back. Very quickly. Buzz. Some of the great Luo golden immortals who knew in their hearts that they had already lost out on the opportunity and had no way to gain it back, turned into light and left without saying a word. With the first person, there was a second. It wasn't long. The group of great Luo golden immortals who had not obtained the spiritual treasure left successively. Subsequently, the three Pangoching who didn't say a word also turned into three clear lights in a solitary manner and left this place. Two fellow Taoists, the poor Taoist also takes his leave first. Red Cloud, who had harvested the 99 soul-scattering red gourd, had a contented smile on his face, and after arching his hand towards Fu Guang and Nuwa, he also left directly. This place. In an instant, only Fu Guang and Nuwa were left. Chapter 16. Nuwa feels like she'll be held down and hammered. Chapter 16. High in the air. Fu Guang and Nuwa's eyes locked, and both of them fell silent for a while. Nuwa took the initiative to speak. Poverty Road and Shiha and Shangxi are close friends. I've never seen them treat any male immortal with kindness, let alone a peer, and you're the first to do so, Fu Guang. It really makes me a bit curious. Heard. Fu Guang's face showed a sudden realization of color, holding the golden crow duster laughed. To be able to get Shiha, Shangxi, two friends of the Taoist kind words to treat, the poor Taoist is also flattered. I think. This should have poor Tao and two Taoist friends are the same Star Lord Sake. The starry sky is silent, and there are few people of the same path, so it is natural to be closer. Sniffing. Nuwa nodded and did not say anything more. Then she said, "Makes sense. With this matter settled, the poor Taoist will go." The words fell. Nuwa's delicate body transformed into a ray of immortal light, directly heading in the direction of Fengxi Mountain, disappearing far away. Seeing Nuwa leave, Fu Guang, who remained in the same place, raised an eyebrow and pondered in his heart. Forgotten? Or did you think that I wouldn't take it and then come back to get it? Subsequently, Fu Guang, who wasn't entangled at all, raised his hand and waved it, directly taking the innate gourd vine that was still hanging on the ridge, as well as that 9 heavenly resting soil with a wave of his hand. Not even a single speck of dust from the 9 heavenly resting soil was left behind. After receiving these things, Fu Guang leisurely headed towards the higher reaches of the Buzhou mountain. About hundreds of years after Fu Guang left, Nuwa went and returned. Looking at the empty cliff, her brows furrowed, a face full of chagrin colors. Earlier, I left in a hurry. There were still chances that I didn't finish taking, and by the looks of it, it should have been obtained by Taoist Fu Guang. TSK. Thinking that she still had the chance to lose it to herself, Nuwa secretly chastised herself for her carelessness. But now that the chance had been obtained by someone else, it naturally had nothing to do with her. In that case, it was not a good idea to force it. The main thing was, even if she wanted to use forceful means, it was highly likely that she would not be a match for that Fu Guang Taoist. Pulling in her own big brother would be the same. Although Fushi can count, in the deduction of the way has very high attainments, tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck is good at it. But hard power. Nuwa could hold down her big brother and beat him up with one hand. When facing Fu Guang, Nuwa felt that she would be beaten by Fu Guang with one hand. So it was highly likely that she wouldn't be able to beat him. Even though she was upset, Nuwa could only grumble in her mind about her carelessness and missed opportunity. What came quickly for Nuwa also went quickly. Wait 10 years after Nuwa left. Buzz. Fu Guang's figure slowly emerged from the void. Sitting in the void, he stroked his chin. Sure enough, she had returned. And it looks like she accepts the fact that she lost her chance. In that case, then the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens resting loam, I'll be reluctant to accept them. As a prudent person. Although Fu Guang had taken the heavenly gourd vine and the 9 heavenly breath loam, he wouldn't leave straight away. he still felt that he needed to confirm Nuwa's own attitude before deciding whether or not to accept them completely. After all, these two items were both important things. They were enough to make any cultivator in the floodplains fight to the death for them. Now, after confirming Nuwa's attitude of resignation, Fu Guang could safely and boldly accept them. With a flash of his body, Fu Guang was truly leaving this time. The cultivator arrived at the Buzhou mountain. The further up they went, the more clearly one would be able to feel a terrifying pressure of wills. It wasn't the heavenly Tao, nor was it heaven and earth. It was a great will that was unyielding, battling the heavens and the earth, and was the only one that could be honored. So after driving clouds and flying to a certain height, it doesn't matter what realm cultivator you are, you will eventually have to land and climb step by step. At this moment, Fu Guang was using his own feet to climb Buzhou mountain step by step. While climbing, he let go of his breath that was resisting the pressure of the Buzhou mountain's will, and closed his eyes to feel the pressure of the will that fell on him, to sense everything about the Buzhou mountain. How to obtain the feeder inheritance from Buzhou mountain? No one knows. It was because the great powers who had previously obtained gifts had obtained the gifts from the Buzhou mountain in completely different ways. Some just passed by, then were pulled by chance and went to the Buzhou mountain after enlightenment, and then received the gift. Some were devoutly worshipping the mountain, and then received a good gift. Some were making offerings under the mountain for a long time and years, and then received the gift. The ways varied. And the way Fu Guang chose was simple. Go up the mountain. Feel the pressure. To comprehend the Buzhou mountain. As for whether or not he could succeed in obtaining the gift of the Buzhou mountain, Fu Guang wasn't sure. He could only say that he would do his best and listen to the fate of heaven. Along the way up the mountain, Fu Guang's steps were sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and there were even times when he simply sat cross-legged and realized the Tao. In this way, time gradually drained away. 100 years. Thousands of years. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. In the snap of a finger, a yuan hui's time passed. At this moment, on top of Buzhou mountain, sitting cross-legged, Fu Guang floated and sank in countless light clusters, and within each of these light clusters was a side of distinctive, light and strange worlds. The world surrounds. It reflected Fu Guang as if he was a supreme demon god who had opened up 3,000 great worlds. In truth, he was only a great Luo golden immortal. He was merely a tiny innate deity with a perfect Dao Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. After a long time, the divine difference around Fu Guang disappeared, and his entire body regained the low profile and humble feeling he had at the beginning. Opening his golden eyes, with a satisfied expression on his face, Fu Guang stood up. This mountain climb has yielded great rewards. It's also time to go back to retreat for a bit, re-examine the Tao Lord fruit, and also refine the immortal beheading gourd and chaos gourd. I hope to be able to re-examine the great Luo Dao fruit and refine the immortal beheading gourd and chaos gourd before hearing the Tao for the second time. The words fell. Fu Guang's body lit up with a golden light, then transformed into a golden rainbow and headed straight for the sun star. Chapter 17, Fu Guang's Book Depository. The 10,000 races are going to suffer an old sin. Chapter 17. Inside the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, Fu Guang, who was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation futon, had 3 spiritual lights suspended in front of him. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure level chaotic gourd. Innate gourd vine. 9 heavenly resting soil. The 7 gourds above the innate gourd vine were actually all capable of becoming extreme grade innate spiritual treasures. The reason why this last chaotic gourd couldn't become an extreme grade was simply because it wasn't supposed to come out at this time. Nowadays, the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly breath loam were all in Fu Guang's hands, so if he was able to make up for the missing part of the chaos gourd's origin, it might not be impossible for it to grow into an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure again. With the power of the solar star forcibly connecting the 9 heavenly breath loam, the gourd vine, and the chaos gourd, and allowing the chaos gourd to grow again, it should be possible. Fu Guang stroked his chin. The mind pondered. Only this time might take a long time. It might be possible that in the future, when the day of Nuwa's proof of sainthood arrived, it might not even be possible for the chaos gourd to be able to be upgraded to an extreme grade yet. I don't care. Let's make up a little bit if we can. After thinking for a moment, Fu Guang directly merged the 3 in front of him. The gourd vine was replanted, and then the chaos gourd was rehung onto the gourd vine using the grafting method. After doing all this, Fu Guang mobilized the power of the sun star and directly sent the 3 into the sun star, urging the flow of origin between the 3. Sure enough, it worked. After observing for thousands of years and realizing that the chaos gourd had once again begun to grow, Fu Guang couldn't help but feel a burst of satisfaction. To be able to grow once again, then no matter how good it was, he wouldn't lose out. After no longer paying attention to the growth of the chaos gourd vine, Fu Guang took out the already matured immortal beheading gourd again. With a serious face. The next step was to refine the immortal beheading gourd properly. Refining the sun true flame origin inside the gourd would make it even more powerful. Even amongst the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, the power was definitely at the forefront. Raising his hand from the sun star, he recruited a sun true flame origin that was like flowing slurry, and Fu Guang's hand changed his sealing techniques. While refining the innate divine prohibition within the immortal beheading gourd, he continued to refine the sun true flame into the interior of the immortal beheading gourd. Distracted and multi-purpose. While refining the immortal beheading gourd, Fu Guang was also repeatedly examining his Tao Lord fruit, comprehending the great Tao of the sun, the great Tao of fire, and comprehending his own divine abilities. At the same time, he also borrowed the Chaos Bell and the River Diagram and Luo book to comprehend the many great Tao laws that he had supplemented his own cultivation. Under these circumstances, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another Yuan session had passed. Inside this Yuan Hui, Fu Guang did not leave the Golden Crow Palace, never stepping out of the Sun Star. Once again, he lived the life of a house immortal. Closed for a period of time. Out to rest for a period of time. Apart from Fu Guang, there were no other living beings in the Golden Crow Palace. Although Fu Guang would also be able to use the art of transformation to make his Golden Crow Palace produce some more Taoist children, but his own personality liked to be alone, he didn't do so. The Golden Crow Palace had one person of its own. Was already enough. At this time, inside the courtyard of Golden Crow Palace, in his hand, he was writing furiously on top of a bound book. On one side of the desk, there are also many books that Fu Guang has already written. The names of these books could be familiar to any other traveler. The 36 Stratagems. The Art of Harmonization. The Art of War. The Theory of Games. These writings from the small world before Fu Guang crossed over were compiled by him when he had nothing else to do, after adding many of his own understandings to them. In this regard, Fu Guang was always happy to do so. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, a large hall had been vacated. Inside were all the novels, books, operas, comics, and other entertainment books that Fu Guang had compiled in his spare time, as well as books such as Fu Guang on chess, Fu Guang on painting, and so on, which Fu Guang had created himself, about the qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and other aspects of the canonical books. Of course. More still, Fu Guang created all kinds of techniques and spells. The entire hall was not to say that it was all-encompassing, but it was also considered to be a rich collection. This was the reason why Fu Guang didn't have much free time nowadays. Otherwise, he might not be able to create a variety of books that were enough to pile up a side of the world. Of course, Fu Guang writes books depending on his mood. The content of the book, too. The last time he left the gate, Fu Guang even created several dual cultivation novels, such as Immortal Woman by Jia, Male Immortal Aben, and so on, only suitable for the corner of the book. When he had nothing else to do, Fu Guang had also deduced and created several dual cultivation techniques. Back to the main topic. Snapped. Putting down the autumn brush in his hand, Fu Guang glanced at the completed thick and dark science and casually tossed it aside. Stretching his waist. In another 70,000 years, the second lecture of the Purple Heavenly Palace would begin. With a cup of tea in one hand, he savored it. Fu Guang mused in his heart. After the second lecture, the realm of the top powerhouses in the flood wasteland would once again be elevated by one level, and only paragon saints and mixed golden immortals would be able to stand at the top of the pyramid. And the years after the second lecture will be considered to be the real prelude to the quantitative robbery. I don't know when the Duke of Dongwang will establish the immortal court. If we don't do it quickly, I'm afraid that the sorcerer race will come out of nowhere. When I think of the witch race's overbearing behavior, as long as they come out, everything near Buzhou Mountain will be regarded by them as their own, and all the tribes in the flood will be regarded by the sorcerer tribe as food and sustenance, which will surely cause a storm in the entire floodland in heaven. If there was no one to rule over them, then the flood tribes will have to suffer from old age. Thinking of this, Fu Guang shook his head again. It's none of my business. He doesn't intend to go out and take the lead, much less to dominate the flood warrior clans, let alone face the 12 ancestor witches. What about the flood tribe? Has nothing to do with him. Chapter 18, Unify Heaven and Earth? Dogs don't even go there. Chapter 18. It must be bad for the 10,000 tribes of the flood. But all of this had nothing to do with Fu Guang. Quantum revelation. Definitely not able to get involved in a single point. From the moment he crossed over and had his first revival of consciousness, this was how Fu Guang admonished himself. Even though he possessed the 99 supreme faith, it could be said that he was a perfect fit for the position of supreme being who ruled over the flooded heaven and earth. But the problem was, if he wanted to sit in that position, it also meant that he would have to enter the quantum revelation, unify the many races of the flood, and fight with that group of sorcerer Mang. Even if he could live happily for a while, he wouldn't be able to live happily for a lifetime. This was contrary to Fu Guang's obsession of living with heaven and earth and being a ruler with the world. Therefore, Fu Guang would not want to care about the various things that were going to happen next in the floodplains. Of course, as an innate divine, Fu Guang also knew very well that the measurement tribulation was an ordeal for all beings in the flood wilderness, and at the same time, it was also a great opportunity. For those who enter the tribulation, if they pass through it, they will be on their way to greatness. Those who fail to do so will go up in smoke. This point, any cultivator who has a little bit of cultivation in his body in the floodplains is clear. Not to mention, simply the last quantum of the hijacking is extremely horrific, a large number of self-cutting a knife of the chaos demon gods to compete. There are many from the beginning of the opening of the heavens on the floodwaters in the name of the golden immortals of the great god Fel. Including, but not limited to, Jiankuan Old Ancestor, Yin Yang Old Ancestor, Moon God Wang Shu, and other well-known ancient great avatars of the flood. The most famous of them all is the devil's ancestor Luo Shuhu. The most prestigious is the devil ancestor Luo Shuji, holding the innate treasure of regicide gun. Non-four saints cannot break the immortal execution sword formation and the 4 swords, 12 black lotus and so on, a lot of treasures, so it can be said that the first strongest person at that time. But unfortunately, he failed. Even the ancestral veins of the Western Earth are directly bombed, still not able to win the Dao ancestor Hongjun. On the contrary, he let Dao ancestor Hongjun count many times and created a huge killing karma. He was then beheaded by Dao ancestor Hongjun, who called out his friends to find him, completing the achievement of removing a major scourge from the flood and gaining monstrous heavenly Dao merits. Not only did he successfully pass through the quantitative robbery, but he was also able to unite the 3 corpses and become a Taoist. And according to Fu Guang, also remembered the witch and demon quantitative hijacking, the degree of destruction, then, is not inferior to the direct bombing of the Western spiritual veins of the Taoist devil fight. So it's obvious. This time, within the quantum jump, there was also a saintly fruit position that had been birthed. Fu Guang could be certain of this. Likewise, as long as the quantum revelation unfolded, many great avatars could see and understand this. Seeing it was seeing it. The difficulty of wanting to pluck this saintly fruit position in the middle of the quantum revelation was also no less difficult than the unification of the 3 corpses and the proof of merit. In particular, not being able to succeed before the saints of the heavens witnessed the Tao. By the time the saints of the heavens witnessed the Tao, it would be a matter of becoming benevolent. To summarize, unification of heaven and earth, dogs don't even go there. Just as Fu Guang's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, sometimes thinking about the matter of the quantum revelation, sometimes thinking about what he was going to write in his next book, and sometimes thinking about his bright future of peacefully seeking the Tao. Outside the sun star, 2 channels of cool moonlight immortal light came from the direction of the Taiyin star, transforming into 2 divine female figures outside the sun star. The 2 who came were none other than Shiha and Changshi sisters. After manifesting their figures, Shiha stepped forward. Taiyin star Shiha, with her younger sister Changshi, have come to pay a visit to Taoist friend Fu Guang. I wonder if you are here. Swish. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Fu Guang's scattered and relaxed thoughts instantly returned to one. An unexpected smile appeared on his face. They are here? Good, good, good. Getting up directly. With a single step, Fu Guang already appeared outside the solar star. Seeing the sisters Shihi and Changshi standing in the starry sky, with a smile on his face, Fu Guang arched his hand and saluted. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. The poor Taoist is polite. After returning the salute, Shiha opened his mouth and said, I have taken the liberty of coming to intrude, and I hope that I have not misplaced the arrangements of fellow Taoists. He waved his hand. Fu Guang had a disinterested look on his face. Not to mention the fact that the poor Taoist is also resting at leisure. Even if there really are any arrangements, they will have to make way for the arrival of the 2 Taoist friends. While speaking, Fu Guang gave way to his own form and raised his hand in invitation. 2 Taoist friends, inside please. Hearing. After Shihi and Changshi both gave a thank you, they directly followed Fu Guang and headed to the Golden Crow Palace, settling down inside the courtyard. Taking a look at the array of writing tools placed above the desk, as well as the books that had been compiled. Eyebrows raised, Shiha smiled and said, Taoist friendship is elegant. In response, Fu Guang lightly smiled. Fu Guang smiled blandly. After all, the poor Tao is the ancestor of the way of literature, for these things, naturally is more like. Shiha nodded in recognition. Not to mention other things, Fu Guang's body was indeed filled with that gentle Wen Dao atmosphere, giving people the feeling of being filled with the style of a gentleman. Getting along with it was refreshing. On the side, Changshi, who had never spoken much, looked towards the books on top of the desk with her beautiful eyes. Inquiring, Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, can I take a look at these books? Ever since Fu Guang created words and opened up the way of literature. Books. This concept was also already widely spread in the flood world. Nodding his head, Fu Guang said with a casual expression. Naturally. If you like to read books, you can also go to the Poor Taoist Golden Crow Palace's Hall of Collections to have a look. Inside there are novels written by the Poor Taoist, comics drawn, and other entertaining books, as well as some classic works, and some Gongfu, Shintong, and spells books. Gently nodding his head. The clear and cold Changshi picked up Fu Guang's thick and dark science, which he had just finished writing not long ago, and quietly read it. Seeing this, Fu Guang brewed a pot of spiritual tea that could calm the mind and make thoughts ethereal, and casually sent it to Chang Shi's front. Chang Shi, who was already immersed in the state of reading the book, did not pay attention, but just picked up the teacup extremely naturally and took a sip. Chapter 19 Shihi, Poor Taoist Understands. Chapter 19. Fellow Taoist Apologizes. Looking at Chang Shi's natural movements, Shihi's eyes flashed with favor. Then he smiled apologetically towards Fu Guang. My sister's nature is pure, and such behavior is also because she treats you, Taoist, as a close friend, not because she is unaware of etiquette. Nodded his head understandingly. Fu Guang opened his mouth without any concern. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to explain, poor Tao understands everything. Between words, Fu Guang raised his hand and waved his hand, and from the treasury of the Golden Crow Palace, he took out some innate fire mulberries, innate spirit fruits, plus some immortal wine, and set it on the immortal table. Opening his mouth, he said, "This is the first batch of innate fire mulberry born by the Fusang divine tree. Eating one of them can sear and refine the yuanshan, knocking on the heart, and it also has some benefits for the great luodao fruit. There is no need for you to be polite. A spiritual fruit that can refine the spirit and inquire about the heart? Good stuff." Hearing Fu Guang's words, Shihi's eyes lit up, and with a smile on his face, he waved his hand and took out a jar of immortal wine. Smilingly, he said, "This is the laurel brew brewed by plucking the best blooming laurel flowers from the innate laurel tree. I hope that you, Dao friend, won't mind it." Eyebrows gently raised. Fu Guang received this laurel brew with a smile. The immortal brew that is famous amongst all the monks in the flood, the poor Taoist couldn't wait for it, so how could I dislike it? Between words, Fu Guang took out a few wine cups, and then after asking Shiha, he opened them and first poured a cup for Shiha and Changshi, and then filled a cup for himself. Drinking it all in one go. When the wine entered his throat, Fu Guang suddenly had a clear mind, and the whole person entered into a mysterious state of epiphany. Seeing Fu Guang enter the state of epiphany directly after drinking a mouthful of laurel brew, Shiha, who was sitting in front of him, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Good fellow. This fellow Taoist Fu Guang's epiphany is so strong? To be able to have an epiphany after taking a sip of immortal brew, one could only say envy. As well as side verification, Fu Guang's roots of the depth of the foundation should also be in the flood on top of the many great powers. Fu Guang was not the first to drink the laurel brew. Nuwa, Queen Mother of the West, and other great Luo female immortals had already drunk it. The only one who could enter a state of epiphany after drinking a single sip of the wine. Fu Guang was the only one. 100 years of epiphany time had passed. Fu Guang retreated from the state of epiphany, and among the great Tao he had cultivated, there was already an additional Tai in great Tao. The harvest was immense. Satisfied in his heart, Fu Guang bowed his hand towards Shiha, who had been waiting for the end of his epiphany. "Thank you for your friend's laurel brew, the poor Taoist has benefited greatly." Gently nodded. Shiha also did not take credit. "It's all just your own luck. Laurel brew is just a more precious wine." After the two were polite, they began to chat. And the topic quickly shifted to the legends of the flood, to see above. Shiha's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. "Do you still remember that one male immortal's head, the Duke of Dongwen?" Put down the wine cup in his hand. Fu Guang came to a little interest. "Naturally remember. Could it be that you know something about the recent situation of the head of the male immortals?" Nodded. Shiha did not hide anything and spoke directly. "I heard that 1 yuan ago, the Duke of the East King opened his purple mansion and absorbed a lot of golden immortals and Tai golden immortals under his command, and there are even several Dala male immortals who have gone to join him. In addition, the Duke of the East King also ascended to the Western Kunlun twice and went to discuss things with the Queen Mother of the West. Although it was said that up until now, it was quite calm. But it looks like there will be some changes in the floodplains in the near future. The East King's Duke has begun to accept people? That means he's starting to prepare for the immortal court. To prepare for the immortal court, it was extremely normal to contact Shi Wangmu, the head of the female immortals. Most importantly, with only the name of the head of a male immortal, the Duke of Dongwang only occupies half of the great righteousness. If he pulls the Queen Mother of the West with him, then it would be the complete great righteousness of the saints admixture. In this way, he Dong Wanggong raised his arm. The road to unify the flood is also considered to be the master of the name. Fu Guang's complexion was tinged with contemplation. After a while, only then did Shihi ask Fu Guang with some curiosity. "For the East Kingdom's move, I wonder what you have to say." A stare. Fu Guang came back to his senses. "What do you think?" "I don't have an opinion. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West have been appointed as the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, so it's only natural that they want to do something. It has nothing to do with us." His words were decisive. At the same time, there was also a little bit of dominance. Is it possible that he, the Duke of Dongwan, still wants to control the heads of the innate sacred ones such as us? If he really wants to do so, then the position of the head of the male immortals. If he really wants to do that, then the position of the head of the male immortals is not impossible for him. He, Fu Guang, is naturally not interested. But don't forget, there is still a gatekeeper, Hongjun, standing at the entrance of Daozu Hongjun's purple heavenly palace. To be able to become the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court after the quantum revelation of Witch and Demon, that proves that Hao Tian, who is still a Taoist child, more or less has a little bit of an emperor's destiny. Only, he fell into the ears of Shiha, but changed the flavor. The head of the male immortals is not the only one who can't be the Duke of Dongwon? This is true. This is true, because when the saints appointed the head of the male immortals, the first person they looked at was not the Duke of Dongwon, but Fu Guang. Now that Fu Guang has said this, is it a sign that Fu Guang also had an idea about the position of the head of the male immortals? It's just that Sage didn't choose him, so he also suppressed his thoughts for the time being. I thought about it. Seeing that Fu Guang was completely unimpressed by the Duke of Dongwon, and even had some feelings of contempt that he didn't put in his eyes, Shiha instantly felt that her guess should not be wrong. But she also didn't say anything about Fu Guang's inner thoughts that she thought she had already read. Just smiled and said, I see, poor Taoist understands. HM? Hearing these words from Shihi, Fu Guang froze. You understand? What do you understand? On second thought, Fu Guang understood that it should be that Shiha had figured out that innate sacred ones like them did not need to worry about this point of the East King's Duke and the Queen Mother of the West scheming. So he nodded his head and responded, It's fine if you understand, fellow Taoist. Chapter 20, Lecture 2. Fushi is truly able to place. Chapter 20. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang three people get along very harmonious. Shiha and Fu Guang chatted happily at first, but there was always a time when the topic ran out, and after the two of them had less to talk about, Fu Guang took out the small toys he had idly made such as Go, chess, and so on, and invited Shiha to play against each other. At the same time, after discovering that Shiha is interested in music and rhythm, Fu Guang previously built to their usual play a variety of musical instruments, but also came in handy, Shiha learns to have fun. He even compiled quite a few immortal music scores. Shang-Shi, on the other hand, was immersed in the various books compiled by Fu Guang. Even so, occasionally, when Shang-Shi's temperament came to him, he would also put pen to paper and compile some fiction stories, Taoist classics, and even create methods based on the Gongfu moves inside some of the metaphysical novels written by Fu Guang. In this way, tens of thousands of years passed by quietly. On this day, in the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang and Shihi were playing chess, while Shang-Shi on the side was composing a novel story titled Biography of the Moon Maiden. Dang! 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 The sound of three unhurried bells suddenly rang out in the sky above the Golden Crow Palace, causing the one man and two women who were immersed in their playfulness to instantly come back to their senses, their gazes flickering with a refined aura. The time for the second lecture had arrived. Hearing these three bells, Fu Guang put down the chess pieces in his hands and looked toward Shihi as well as Shang-Shi, who had already woken up. Opening his mouth, he invited, This time to listen to the sermon, two fellow Taoists, why don't you travel with us? Hearing Fu Guang's invitation, Shiha smiled and stood up. Since there is no impossibility. Similarly, Shang-Shi, who put down the brush in his hand, also nodded gently. Peer. Seeing that both of them have no opinion, Fu Guang then quickly packed up. The three of them traveled together, out of the Sunstar, all the way towards the chaos outside the sky. In the chaos, the purple heavenly palace stood in the middle of the chaos, suppressing a place of peace and tranquility within the extremely dangerous chaos. This palace was as if it had been here since the beginning of time. The gate of the purple heavenly palace was not opened. As with the first sermon, many cultivators had already come over. This time, even if Fu Guang wasn't the first to come, the cultivators who had arrived had finally remembered to salute. At this moment, the 3,000 guests in front of the gate of the Violet Sky Palace could be said to have each made progress. Compared to before the first sermon, the cultivation levels of the 3,000 guests were generally at the early Dalajingxian realm. As the second sermon was about to begin, the cultivation levels of the 3,000 guests had all broken through by at least one minor realm. The outstanding ones, such as the three pristine ones, Manhwa, and other well-known great powers, were now at the late Dala Golden Immortal realm. It could be said to be very remarkable. Not quite the same as the first sermon. Among the 3,000 guests in front of the door, the Duke of the East King was followed by a dozen or so mid-Daluo Golden Immortal powerhouses, and even a few late Daluo Golden Immortal powerhouses. The Duke of the East King's purple robe flew, and his entire person exuded a feeling of complacency. One could clearly feel his spiritedness. There was no coincidence. By the side of the Western Queen Mother, who was the head of the female immortals, there were also a number of Daluo female immortals gathered around her, and even though the number of them was not as large as that around the Duke of the Eastern King, their quality was slightly higher. These two became the two most conspicuous scenery in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace at this moment. One after another, 3,000 guests continued to cross the chaos and arrived in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Similarly, Fu Guang, Shihe and Shangxi, who were not in a hurry to rush, also arrived not too early and not too late. Arriving in an ordinary manner, they did not flaunt a high profile, nor did they show excessive weakness. Of course. Followed by Shiha and Shangxi, who were at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Even if Fu Guang wanted to show weakness in a low-profile manner, it would be a delusional thing to do. As soon as the two Taiyin goddesses appeared, there were quite a few gazes amongst the 3,000 guests looking towards the three of them. After making the usual salute towards the Violet Sky Palace, Fu Guang then intended to find a corner as he had heard for the first time, lowering his presence. Only things went against his wishes. Before Fu Guang could do anything, Manhwa, who was close friends with Shihe and Shangxi, flickered her gaze slightly. Afterwards, directly took a step towards the trio. Seeing his own sister's movements, Fushi, who had little to say, froze for a moment and also followed Manhwa's footsteps. On the other side, Red Cloud, who had a one-sided relationship with Fu Guang along with a nodding acquaintance the last time they were dividing the treasures at the Buzhou mountain, had his eyes light up. Pulling on Jin Yuanzi. Go! Let's go say hello to Taoist Fu Guang. He is a kind person and is quite good to talk to. I have long wanted to make friends. Jin Yuanzi, who was being dragged by Red Cloud, was speechless. Are you sure Taoist Fu Guang is a kind and talkative character? How come he felt differently? Taoist Fu Guang is by no means a generalized person. Of course, there is no harm in going forward to make friends. After all, to be able to get so much heavenly merit, favored by the heavens generation, absolutely will not be what evil generation. Shiha, Shangxi. Manhwa was the first to lean over and greeted her two best friends, Shiha and Shangxi. She then looked at Fu Guang. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, we meet again. At those words, a bright smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Manhwa, for advancing further in your cultivation. When the Buzhou mountain split the treasure, Manhwa's cultivation was still only in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Now she was already in the late Dala Golden Immortal stage. Moreover, Fu Guang's aura around her has a sense of perfection. The distance to Great Luo Golden Immortal perfection should not be far away. Thinking about how he had worked so hard for so long to bring his Dao Luo Dao fruit to perfection, while Manhwa seemed to be catching up with ease, Fu Guang could only say, worthy of being an established heavenly Dao saint. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Fu Shi, who had the image of a refined middle-aged man, also greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Fu Shi, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. He felt like he was very much in tune with Fu Shi. It was worthy of being an old subordinate who would become one of the four emperors of the demon race under the original trajectory. Moreover, Fu Shi is not like Kuan Pang. Fu Shi is not like Kuanpeng, who didn't betray him until he died in battle. He's a guy who can really get along, and he's also really on when something happens. Chapter 21 Intuition of the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 21. Cultivation was also cultivation of the mind. When one reaches the strongest of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, even the most vegetable of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, that is the only existence of thoughts. It was completely spontaneous. Even though Fu Guang did not intend to compete for that one heaven and earth supreme saintly fruit, did not intend to found the demon race or establish the heavenly court, but for Fushi, this subordinate, there was still the idea of befriending him in his heart. So, Fu Guang took the initiative to talk to Fushi. Fu Guang took the initiative to talk to Fushi. I have long heard that you, Fushi, a hand of innate easy number of infinite mystery, can peep into the heavens, counting without omission. Fu Guang has long wanted to know you a bit. Afterwards, if you have spare time, you must come to the Sun Star to sit down. The poor Taoist will definitely welcome you. After inviting Fushi, Fu Guang's gaze went back to Manhwa. He opened his mouth and said, fellow Taoist Manhwa is the same. Hearing the words, Fushi's face carried an unexpected joy. Good. Poor Dao will definitely go. Fellow Daoist opened up a lineage of the way of literature, which Poverty Road has also studied in depth, and has many insights that no one has been able to exchange. I think there must be a lot of common topics between poor Taoist and fellow Taoist. Ha! Hearing that, Fu Guang also nodded with a smile. It couldn't be better in that case. I won't hide it from you, but in the Golden Crow Palace of the Poor Dao, there are also quite a few books compiled, so if you are interested, you can come and explore them. Arched his hand. Fushi eyes bright. Oh, the poor Taoist will certainly go to worship some. Looking at Fushi, who was chatting happily and had already decided to visit Fu Guang after hearing the sermon, Manhwa couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Fu Guang's invitation just now was mainly aimed at his own untalented elder brother, Fushi, while she, Manhwa, was merely invited in passing. Fellow Taoists, greetings. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The two who came over immediately after, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, bowed their heads and joined in the small talk with a smile. Of course, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi's main object of conversation was Fu Guang and Fushi, two male immortals, but did not participate in the topic of the three De Luo female immortals. For Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi who came over, Fu Guang naturally did not have any unwelcome feelings. On the contrary, adhering to the idea of having more friends, Fu Guang was quite enthusiastic about Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. 3 reasons. 1. Jin Yuanzi would be a proper quasi-saint perfection in the future, a renowned Earth immortal ancestor, a famous and worldly monarch powerhouse. Although it was highly likely that Red Cloud would fall, he who had returned from his reincarnation was also the human Earth Emperor, and was also a powerhouse in the future. Both of these two were qualified to target Fu Guang, who was the same monarch as the world as a friend. Secondly, although Fu Guang was footloose, he also knew that there was no future in fighting alone in the flood. Strong as the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu, he was still beaten to death by a group. So, he also needed some Dao friends. So that in the future, in case there was a scene of a group fight, he wouldn't even have anyone to shake. Fu Guang wanted to not enter the quantum reign and be the same king as the world, yes, but that didn't mean that he didn't need friends. Red Cloud, a rotten good guy, didn't need to be mentioned, and Jin Yuanzi, an honest good guy, was also someone who could be handed over. Thirdly, the most fundamental reason. For the Hongyun will most likely get that one Hongmeng purple chi. Fu Guang is not interested, so does not need to take action against Hongyun. It was not bad to be a friend without being an enemy. Along with Nuan Fushi, Red Cloud, and Jin Yuanzi coming over to communicate, some of the 3,000 guests who had good friendship with them also gradually came over to communicate. Among them were male and female immortals. More importantly, these 3,000 guests who came over to exchange, their bodies were all clean, there was no karma to kill, not to mention, some of them even had some merit and virtue golden light in their bodies. It was only that it was much less than Fu Guang's heavenly Dao merit and virtue golden wheel. A few friends brought their friends over to widen their circle of connections. This should have been an extremely normal thing. Only, the scene of a large number of 3,000 guests converging around Fu Guang's perimeter really did irritate others a bit. Some purists didn't feel anything yet. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, it was more or less eye-catching. Especially the Duke of the East King. After noticing this scene, some displeasure, as well as deep scorn, spread across that majestic face. There was no other reason. The number of Dao Lord Golden Immortals gathered around Fu Guang was much greater than those around him. On his side, even if he added the great Luo female immortals on the Western Queen Mother's side, he was still inferior in terms of numbers. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang inevitably thought back to that day when the sage decided on the candidate for the head of the male immortals. The first thing he looked at was Fu Guang. Doesn't this situation mean that he, the head of the male immortals, was indeed not worthy of his name, and it was Fu Guang who didn't want it before it was his turn? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. It's really too eye-catching. Of course, being an emperor, the Duke of Dongwang wasn't a man with no sense of propriety. Displeasure and scorn only lasted for a moment, and then he returned to his normal state. The Duke of Dongwang understood. Even though Fu Guang has gathered many people around him, he, the Duke of Dongwang, was appointed by the sages as the head of the male immortals. As long as he pulled the Queen Mother of the West along with him, he occupied the title of orthodoxy and great righteousness. This flood world, after all, it can only be governed by him, the Duke of Dongwang, who is the orthodox. Instead, it was Fu Guang who had an unorthodox name and reputation. There weren't many people who noticed the Duke of Dongwang's displeasure and scorn. Queen Mother West, who was the head of the female immortals, was one of them. After noticing the Duke of Dongwang's reaction to the scene on Fu Guang's side, the Queen Mother West instinctively felt bad. For some reason, her intuition was always telling her that Fu Guang was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be, like a Mr. Nice Guy. If you go up against him, it was highly likely that she would have to have bloody bad luck. Originally, she already had some heartfelt desire to cooperate with Lord Dongwang and establish the Immortal Court as a way to manage and unify the flood. However, seeing how the Duke of the East King reacted like this, she was afraid that after establishing the Immortal Court, it was very likely that he would go up against Fu Guang. This didn't seem too sensible to Queen Mother West. It was still necessary to be cautious. The Western Queen Mother murmured in her heart, lest it would be bad if the Duke of the East King got involved with me when he went up against Taoist Fu Guang. Of course. Seeing some of the female immortals using Shiha, Chanxi and Nua's relationship to chat with Fu Guang, Queen Mother West also felt a little uncomfortable. But that was all. People can do whatever they want. Can she really hold the title of the head of the female immortals and not allow other female immortals to make friends with other male immortals? Isn't this a proper death-seeking behavior? Chapter 22 Breakthrough. Mixed Golden Immortal. Chapter 22. The number of people surrounding them was a little too large. At the moment itself was slightly eye-catching. These 2 points, Fu Guang, who had a cautious character, was already aware of as well. At the same time, he had also noticed the displeasure and scorn of the Duke of the East King, as well as a hint of dissatisfaction from the Queen Mother of the West. After all, these 2 people. Fu Guang was very optimistic, able to replace the original into the fate of the robbery, and embarked on the road of deadly confrontation with the Sorcerer clan, the perfect candidate. Naturally, Fu Guang paid a little more attention to them. So even if the East King's Duke and the West King's mother's colorful gestures were hidden, they were easily captured by Fu Guang. There was something high profile about this time. Realizing that he had not been cautious and steady enough this time, Fu Guang reflected on himself in his mind. Next time 10,000 must not be like this. Of course. Fu Guang didn't regret the fact that he had befriended these great Luo golden immortals around him. Everything has its pros and cons. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West might bring some minor troubles to themselves, and these great Luo golden immortals in front of them could also bring a lot of benefits to themselves. A drink and a pack have their own karma. He was still in the middle of the scale, neither standing out nor being excessively low profile. More importantly, when the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West established the immortal court and began to manage the flood, then the sorcerer clan, who defied no one and only honored Pango, would seek them out, and by that time, the dog's brains of both sides would have to be fought out, and would the Duke of the East King still dare to mess with him, a free and powerful man with great strength, heavenly merits, and a large number of friends? Definitely not. As for whether or not the witch race would look down on the immortal court and not come out? Definitely. According to the logic of the sorcerer race's behavior, after seeing the high-profile planning of the immortal court in the flood, they had only one thought in mind. Heaven and earth are created by Pangu, the father god, and the Wu clan is a serious descendant of Pangu. Who else but the Wu clan can manage the floodplains? East King Gong? Queen Mother of the West? The immortal court? The saints in the Tao of Heaven are not even in their eyes. What is your status? You're not worthy? Yuck. That's why. The witch race will definitely come out. With this in mind, although Fu Guang was vigilant in his heart, on the surface, it was as if he didn't see the state of affairs on the side of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, talking happily with the many great Luo golden immortals who were at his side. Not much more time passed. Clang! The tightly closed gate of the purple heavenly palace opened once again. The child Hao Tian who walked out from it spoke aloud. Master is about to deliver a sermon, please enter. A word fell. The many great Luo golden immortals who were originally still chatting and waiting all had their faces straightened. Fu Guang was the same. Fellow Taoists, in the future, if you have any free time, you can come to the Sun Star as a guest. As long as the poor Tao is free, I will definitely entertain you all. Hearing Fu Guang's words of invitation, a group of great Luo golden immortals who had exchanged words with Fu Guang and had a good impression of him, all smiled and agreed. I will definitely come and visit you when I have the time. Thanks to fellow Taoists' invitation, the poor Tao will definitely pay a visit. The same goes for the poor Taoist. The crowd walked into the purple heavenly palace as they spoke. Afterwards, each took a seat on their own futon position. Fu Guang was the same. Only that, just as he sat down, he turned his gaze to Shiha at his side. He asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist has been secretly observing Poverty Road, but is there anything wrong with Poverty Road? Heard. Shiha replied with a big smile. There is nothing wrong. I just did not think that you are also like to make friends character, previously did not think of this at all. The corners of the mouth rose slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fu Guang's color was very calm. I just don't really like to get involved in some unimportant things. But as the saying goes, many friends make more roads. They are all in the same path, so it's okay to make friends. Hearing Fu Guang's reply, Shiha nodded thoughtfully. I see, poor Taoist understands. It seems that, although you have ambitions in your heart and want to achieve great things, you are not the kind of emperor who acts ostentatiously and takes the hegemonic style, but rather an emperor who takes the path of the emperor's way of benevolence and virtue to lead all living beings, and the path of the emperor's way of purity and majesty to convince the four seas and oceans. This kind of existence. It is an ought to do great things. Shiha was very appreciative. Although he didn't know what Shiha understood again, Fu Guang didn't care too much. The exchange between the two ended. A few moments later, at the same time as the door to the purple heavenly palace closed, the sage's figure appeared on top of the high platform, directly opening the sermon. It didn't even care if the crowd below listening to the sermon could keep up. For a moment, inside the purple cloud palace, there were instantly thousands of imagery, transforming into an ocean of 3,000 great Tao, while the 3,000 guests listening to the sermon were the swimming fish in the ocean, constantly seeking their own great Tao within it. Fu Guang had another epiphany within the violet sky palace. 300 short years passed. The Daladao fruit that had already been perfected by Fu Guang suddenly shook, and the bottleneck that had already been as thin as a bubble, the bottleneck of the Dala Golden Immortal Realm to advance to the mixed Golden Immortal Realm, naturally dissolved away. Rumble! The aura on Fu Guang's body began to climb rapidly, stepping into the level of the mixed Golden Immortal in a single step. Breakthrough in the purple heavenly palace. With the presence of a saint, it was naturally impossible for Fu Guang to affect the hearing of others. One step into the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Fu Guang didn't withdraw from the epiphany, instead, he immersed himself even more. Only His cultivation didn't skyrocket, but rather, he continued to solidify his mixed yuan golden immortal Dao fruit. Fu Guang was still checking for gaps in his state of epiphany, and he didn't allow his Dao path to be the slightest bit unreliable. Above the podium. Seeing Fu Guang's first breakthrough, and stepping into the path of the mixed golden immortal, sage Hongjun, who was preaching, was originally calm gaze, flashed a little surprised. But that was all. So what if he became the only mixed golden immortal in this era? Not a saint. After all, they are just ants under the heavenly Tao. Chapter 23, A Saint's Disciple. Chapter 23. The sage didn't care about Fu Guang being the first to make a breakthrough and take the path of the mixed golden immortal. At a realm like his, what he cared about would only be whether or not his path could go farther. What calculations, what schemes. There is only one goal from the beginning: to make one's path smoother. Even more so, the sage's heart still had some expectations for the appearance of Fu Guang, a person with a different destiny. If everything in heaven and earth was within his grasp, then to a sage, heaven and earth would be a pool of stagnant water. At the same time, it is also a shackle, a yoke that encircles his body. Only change in it, can bring life. And the path to further enlightenment is in the midst of change. The saint's heart vaguely expected that this small wave of Fu Guang would be able to create a big wave in the future. For this reason, the sage on the platform, even while giving his 6 disciples a small cooking stove, also gave Fu Guang a small cooking stove, specially instructing him on the path of the golden immortal, how to go, how to cultivate, and what to pay attention to. Through this, Fu Guang, who was in the midst of an epiphany, became even more enlightened. Fu Guang, who was in the midst of his epiphany, combed through his mixed yuan Dao fruit more meticulously. The time for this sermon is still 3,000 years. Once the 3,000 years were up, the Dao sounds, Dao rhythms, and visions in the purple heavenly palace all dispersed. The 3,000 guests who were immersed in the state of enlightenment and cultivation also retreated from their state of cultivation one after another. There were those who were satisfied, regretful, and chagrined. It could be said that there were all sorts of people. After everyone had come to their senses. Above the podium, the sage's gaze turned and landed on the Pango 3 Cheng and Nuwa in front of him. Opening his mouth, he said, "After I have witnessed the Tao, I will establish the Xian sect as the ancestor of the Xian sect. Under my sect, there shall be several disciples." Hiss. A saint accepting disciples? Upon hearing the saint's opening words, the 3,000 guests' complexions were all shaken, their gazes tinged with disbelief as they mistakenly looked towards the 6 figures seated on top of those 6 special bushels. Although the sage had not yet said who he was going to take as a disciple, the gaze of the sage already said everything. Among the 3,000 guests, Fu Guang, who had also made a surprised expression, was not surprised in his heart by this one matter of the saint accepting disciples. It was just that there were some surprises about the timing of the disciple acceptance. Did he accept a disciple in the second lecture? Shouldn't it be after the end of the third lecture, and then only after accepting disciples and dividing the treasure? There were some doubts. But Fu Guang didn't care. The so-called plot of the flood that he remembered in his mind, he didn't know how many versions it was. Although there was no error in the general situation, some details were not credible. Furthermore, even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were outlawed by his Fu Guang. Merely a change in the point in time when the purple heavenly palace accepted disciples was nothing. He didn't seem to be surprised. Shi, who was sitting beside Fu Guang, subconsciously turned his head to look at Fu Guang beside him after being shocked. After all, as long as one became a disciple of a sage, one could almost do whatever they wanted in the flooded heavens and earth. Not to mention, there were bound to be more good chances falling on them afterwards. Just ask. Who wouldn't be envious of the 3,000 guests in the purple heaven palace? The good old Red Cloud, who was forced to give up his position, is all gutted. Koan Pang was even staring at Red Cloud with a face full of hatred. By the looks of it, it was bound to be immortal. Even Shi himself was extremely envious. As a result, as soon as he turned his head to look at Fu Guang, even though he also had a shocked expression on his face, after all, he had been together for tens of thousands of years. With a glance, Shi could tell that this shock of Fu Guang's carried an element of acting. She had also read that miscellaneous book on how an old actor acts compiled by Fu Guang. So, even though Fu Guang was displaying movie star level acting skills at this moment, Shi can still be sure. Fu Guang wasn't really shocked by the fact that saints accepted disciples, nor did he feel any envy towards becoming a disciple of a saint. Even such a great opportunity as becoming a saint's disciple, Fu Guang didn't care. Shi sighed in his heart. This kind of mentality. This is a true hero. Worthy of being Fu Guang. Taking a look at the calm Fu Guang, Shi also glanced at Jieguan and Junti, who had started crying again, requesting the sage to accept them as disciples. She instantly felt a huge sense of difference. One couldn't say that it was bad for Guiding and Junti to be like this, begging bitterly for benefits for themselves. It was all for the sake of their own paths, nothing to scoff at. It's just that in comparison, Shi admired and appreciated Fu Guang even more. The matter of accepting disciples didn't take too much time. The saint took the lead in accepting Pango Sansheng as his personal disciple, then Nuwa as his close disciple, and finally, under the weeping and pleading of Jain and Junti, he accepted 2 more people as his named disciples. Up to this point, saints this time to do things, also all gone. This sermon ended. After accepting his disciples, the sage directly spoke. 10 yuan hui later, on the day of the 3rd sermon, you and others will come again. And go. The words fell. The figure of the sage above the podium had disappeared. From the beginning to the end, the saint had only accepted disciples, and had not bestowed a magic treasure, let alone bestowed the Hongmeng purple chi. The matter of dividing the treasure. There was even less of a shadow. The 3,000 guests got up and after saluting, they all left the purple heavenly palace. On the way, there were quite a few people who went to talk to the 3 Qing and the others who had just become sage disciples. Only the 3 Qing was lonely and arrogant, and did not pay attention to the 3,000 guests' gestures of goodwill. Just after dealing with them perfunctorily, the 3 Qing left directly. Nuwa was slightly better. However, she would not be enthusiastic about the Dala Golden Immortals that she did not know well. On the contrary, it was Jia-in and Jianti who. For the 3,000 guests who came to greet them, they were all very friendly, and did not hold themselves back, being friendly with everyone. Seeing this scene, Fu Guang could not help but feel some emotions in his heart. No wonder Jiayin and Junti can usher in the great prosperity of the West in the future, in the process of their rise. How the means is not to mention, but the spirit of this kind of effort, it is worth recognizing. The 6 saints of heaven. The 3 Pango saints belong to the typical type of gentry. Nuwa has a little bit of a base, and there is the type of people who have eaten the dividends and risen to prominence. Guiding and Junti are just solid grassroots rising up. The West is barren, there are not a lot of good things, and the resources above are inherently inferior to the other continents of the great Luo Golden Immortals by a large margin. Although the 2 are also the top of the innate divine, but the root qualification is not worse than them, or even better, have some good. As a result, they managed to rise up on their own. There was the component of the saints' arrangement, but their own competitiveness was also a big reason. Chapter 24 Fu Guang's Anxiety. Chapter 24. Returning from Chaos. This time, Fu Guang, Shi-He, and Shang-Shi were still together. In the middle of the starry sky, Fu Guang, who had a bland smile on his face, said towards Shi-He and Shang-Shi, I believe that the 2 Taoist friends have gained a lot this time and are in a hurry to close the door to break through the realm, so the poor Taoist will not invite you. When you 2 friends come out of seclusion, you can come to the Sun Star as a guest. Hearing, Shi-He guffawed. Can. But you always let people go to your Sun Star as guests, but why not go to the dojo of fellow Taoists as guests? Fu Guang has extended invitations to many people to visit his sun planet. However, he was not often seen visiting other people's dojo. This behavior, more or less, made Shi-He feel a bit strange. It couldn't be. Fu Guang was so introverted that he was embarrassed to be a guest at other people's dojos, right? This joke wasn't funny at all. Ha! After laughing cheerfully, Fu Guang opened his mouth greatly. Poor Taoist was worried that a hasty visit would offend you all, so in order to avoid such a situation, he had to invite other Taoist friends to come to the Sun Planet as guests and leave the Sun Planet less himself. This reason was quite reasonable. After all, Fu Guang had always acted politely, and it was extremely normal that he would have such concerns. Shiha's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. If fellow Taoist first comes out of the gate, you can come to the Taiyin Star as a guest. Previously in the Sun Star to bother you for a long time, at that time were led as sisters, a landlord's friendship. The Chang Shi, who has never opened her mouth, also opened her mouth directly. Also is directly open. You come. I do osmanthus cake to give you a taste. Speaking at the same time. Chang Shi's pair of cool eyes looked straight at Fu Guang. Even if her face was expressionless and her beautiful eyes were waveless, one could still feel her anticipation for Fu Guang's visit to the Sun Star. In response, Fu Guang smiled calmly. It looks like poor Taoist has gained the goodwill of the 2 Taoist friends. In the future, I will definitely go to the Taiyin Star to visit the 2 fellow Taoists. Receiving Fu Guang's exact answer, Chang Shi nodded, while Shiha had a look of anticipation on her face. Good. Subsequently, after the 3 of them said goodbye to each other, Shi-He and Chang Shi directly evaded towards the Taiyin Star. And Fu Guang stayed in the starry sky for a moment, looking at the direction of the Taiyin Star. The aura of Shi-He and Chang Shi already had the intention of completeness, and this retreat would definitely be able to break through to the Dala perfection realm, and then after settling down, it was estimated that they would be able to chop off 3 corpses to achieve paramount sainthood. The 3rd sermon will be held in 10 days. Then within these 10 sessions, some of the top powers will at least be able to chop off 1 corpse and enter the early stage of the Paraclete realm. In that case, the early stage of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal that he was far ahead of everyone nowadays wouldn't be enough to look at. Especially for saints like Sanqing and Nuwa, who were the personal and close disciples of saints, and were able to be favored by the saint's fortune, their cultivation would only be extremely smooth. I'm afraid it won't be long before they catch up to his current realm. For a moment, Fu Guang had some sense of urgency in his heart. But soon, before he could even wait for this hint of urgency to germinate and grow, Fu Guang instantly came to his senses and, slapping his forehead, hasty. What am I comparing myself to them for? People follow the path of the paramount saints, as long as an epiphany is in place, even if they cut off 3 corpses in a row, instantly achieving the late stage of paramount sainthood is a trivial matter. My path to the golden immortal is to be taken one step at a time. Moreover, Fu Guang's words stopped. And the thoughts in his mind continued. Besides, they are all heaven-defined saints, and I, Fu Guang, am merely seeking a small innate sanctity with the world. The only things I seek are longevity, Taoists, and freedom. It is not to compete with others for strength and weakness. With this thought, Fu Guang instantly felt that his spiritual platform was empty and his heart was much more relaxed. The trace of anxiety of lack of strength that arose because of the saints' acceptance of disciples and the imminent great changes in the flood world and heaven and earth also disappeared in an instant. The entire person had regained the unusual Tao-seeking mentality from the beginning. I'm still not steady enough. The little ripples in his mind subsided, and Fu Guang sighed. Opening his mouth, he said, "This time, when you go back to the retreat, you must examine yourself properly." The reason for the impatience and anxiety. In Fu Guang's opinion, on the one hand, it was because the quantum robbery between heaven and earth would open up again, and it had already begun to affect cultivators who were involved with the quantum robbery. He, Fu Guang, as the only great sun golden crow with the 99 supreme destinies, should have had his own calamity in this quantum calamity, so it was extremely normal to be a little affected. The other aspect was because he had just made a breakthrough. Even though he had long been prepared to repeatedly overhaul his own Tao fruit over and over again. But the mixed golden immortal realm was not the Tao Lord realm after all. Many of the preparations he had made at the Tao Lord realm were bound to not be perfect. Therefore, Fu Guang felt that his current self needed to properly shut down and seriously polish his mixed Yuan golden immortal Tao fruit. The other thing was, try not to go out of the sun star. When he went to chaos to listen to the sermon and came back, he even brought some feelings of anxiety with him, let alone going to the flooded earth for a walk. All in all, it was really too dangerous to go out of the solar star. As long as he stayed inside the sun star, he would definitely be favored by the sun star as its only cub. Then, his safety factor would definitely be much higher. Buzz. The returning Fu Guang, transforming into a golden rainbow, disappeared in an instant and headed towards the sun star. Returning to the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang then directly drilled into the large hall used for practicing, preparing for closed-door cultivation. A few tasks. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Fu Guang's face was serious. Sorting out the things to be done in this seclusion. 1. Precipitate the mixed golden immortal Tao fruit. 2nd, to see the heart and understand nature, and to strengthen his Tao heart. 3rd, continue refining the innate divine prohibition of the chaos bell. 4th, continue to deduce the year, month, and hour. Now that he was already at the cultivation level of the golden immortal of mixed origin, completely capable of completely perfecting the heaven and earth moments of the year, month, and hour, and report it to the heavenly Tao to obtain massive amounts of merit. At the same time, he can also use this to attain the title of Sun God. This was the fruit of heaven and earth that he had been longing to obtain since he came to the flood, with a constant flow of merit and fortune. Chapter 25 Chaos Bell. Will be certified as the Sun God. Chapter 25. It wasn't just Fu Guang who was in seclusion. The 3,000 guests who had returned to the flood from chaos were also all going into seclusion. This second lecture, Sage expounded on the way of the quasi-saint, telling the 3,000 guests what they should do to cut down the 3 corpses with the help of the spiritual treasure, and how they should continue their cultivation after arriving at the quasi-saint realm. It was spoken very clearly and carefully. Therefore, the many cultivators after listening to the sermon were mindful of wanting to behead the 3 corpses and step into a higher level realm. In this world, oversee Xingzhou Purple Mansion, the Duke of the East King returned to the dojo with a group of Dala Golden Immortals under his command. Then he gave the order. All go into seclusion. The day this seat comes out of seclusion will be the day we achieve greatness. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East King, the many great Luo Golden Immortals below him, each and every one of them had fiery gazes, with the color of anticipation on their faces. Saluting, they responded. Here. Very quickly. The crowd of great Luo Golden Immortals were all on fire as they headed towards their cave dwellings. The Duke of the East King looked up at the direction of the sun star, then frowned slightly. There was no more nonsense. He directly turned around and headed towards his cave. The things that happened before and after this hearing of the sermon had a great impact on the Duke of Dongwang, leaving him with a great feeling of anxiety. First was Fu Guang. This one existence that seemed to fight for nothing and had no desires had naturally gathered a good group of cultivators around him. There were male immortals and female immortals in a situation that was even more scenic than him, the head of the male immortals. Such a situation. Let himself walk the emperor's way of the Duke of Dongwang. Heart felt a strong threat. Secondly, it was the saint's acceptance of disciples. The Duke of Dongwang wanted to follow the path of the emperor, to rule over all things in heaven and earth. But even so, let's not even talk about the saints. Now that there are 6 more saint disciples, I'm afraid that they are also going to override him as the head of the male immortals. Although it will not explicitly override him, but the Duke of Dongwang could not give face to the saint disciples. Even if it is the management of all the flood cultivators, saint disciples are still the existence of the saint disciples have to be treated well. This is for the Duke of Dongwang who walks the path of the emperor. It was simply a provocation, even an insult. Of course, this kind of insult was not unavoidable. It was simple. He could just certify his path. As a cultivator who followed the path of an emperor, the Duke of Dongwang had already seen where his path to the Tao lay. It was above the supreme honorary position of ruling over the floodplains and managing the order of heaven and earth. If he can achieve it, he will surely attain the Tao. As long as he succeeds, he can even fight against saints, let alone the disciples of saints. Fu Guang. Lord Dongwang's eyes were very clear. It's just a stepping stone. If he knows what he's doing, he'll be fine. If he doesn't, he'll just be destroyed. My real opponent should be a disciple of a saint. West Kunlun. After returning to her Yaoqi dojo and arranging the affairs inside her dojo, Queen Mother West frowned. She sighed. Changes are coming. If the poverty road is not strong enough, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble for nothing. Closure. Until the fruits of the Tao are perfected, one will never come out of seclusion. As for beheading 3 corpses, the Queen Mother of the West is still very self-aware. Quasi-saint, in the end is stained with a holy word realm, and which is easy to step into. Next, inside the cultivators walking in the floodplain, the great Luo Golden Immortal might not be the top of the pyramid anymore, but it will still be the top. That's why the quasi-saint realm isn't that urgent to break through. The years go by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye. It was the time of a Yuanhui that had passed. The Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star. Dang! A crisp bell chime rang out in the secret room. On top of the futon, Fu Guang's face wore a satisfied smile. Finally, he had refined the 37 innate divine prohibitions. Looking at the chaos bell that hovered around him and revolved around him, Fu Guang was in a happy mood. From the beginning of the opening of the heavens, he had obtained the chaos bell. He had been refining it until today. Only then had he finally refined 37 of the 49 innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell, with only 12 more to go before he could completely refine this innate treasure. As for the other spiritual treasures, even the river map and Luo book, which was an extreme innate spiritual treasure, had already been easily and completely refined by Fu Guang. It's good to get out of the gate and rest for a while. Retrieving the chaos bell with a single thought, Fu Guang got up from the futon, and the door of the seclusion palace naturally opened. With leisurely steps, he walked out from it. After setting up an immortal table in the middle of the courtyard, getting a little bit of fire mulberry and taking out some pastries and snacks that he had no time to make, Fu Guang cozily settled down under the Fusong divine tree. While eating these things, while deducing the heavenly chants. During this period of time in seclusion, did anything big happen in the flood? Cultivators with enough strength were able to understand what had happened in the flood wilderness in the past period of time by intercepting the heavenly chants. However, when Fu Guang was still in the Deluo realm, he was not practicing the innate number of changes, so he wasn't able to deduce many heavenly chances. But now was different. He was already a mixed golden immortal. Even if he was only a minor in an 80 shu, he was still able to easily intercept the heavenly chances and deduce them. Very quickly, Fu Guang stopped his movements of projecting heavenly chances. A color of realization appeared on his face. A very calm Yuanhui, but this calmness was probably a prelude to the upheaval that was to follow. The reason why this Yuan session was calm was because the 3,000 guests were all still digesting what they had learned from listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Now it's been a long time. I think they've already digested almost all of it. It won't be long before the floodplains will definitely ripple. At the same time, Fu Guang did not put his mixed souls in seclusion this time. Although Fu Guang hadn't advanced his mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Dao Fruit one level further, the tasks he had set for himself before the retreat had all been completed. His Dao Fruit had completely settled down, and at any time, he might be able to take a step forward. The renewed clarity of the Dao mind naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The refining project of the Chaos Bell had also taken a huge step forward. And the most important goal, the flood moment deduction of years, months, and hours had likewise been perfected by Fu Guang. Now it was just that some preparations were still lacking. Chapter 26 Bending fast is really fast. Chapter 26. Resting for hundreds of years. The leisurely color on Fu Guang's face was swept away. It was filled with seriousness. Let's start preparing the stuff for certifying the sun god fruit seed and formulating the flood wasteland timetable. As for the changes in the flood wasteland, Fu Guang didn't care. All he had to do was just follow his own plans, his own ideas, walk his own path, and get what merit he could. Do your own thing, walk your own path. This sentence. Many people had said it, but there weren't many people who could really do it. How can I put it? How can life be as good as you want it to be? There weren't many heaven and earth momentary magic treasures that needed to be refined. Fu Guang took out a large amount of materials from his warehouse, while once again reviewing the magic treasures to be refined. Sundial, leakage sculpture, hourglass, and armillary gauge. With this amount of refining, my Golden Crow Palace, which was already not rich, has become even thinner. Afterwards, if there is time, go to the Starry Skywalk, see if you can get some treasures. Inherently like to stay in the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang, now the home base, are the first 2 times under the flood to get. After a few times of consumption, there is really not much. Floodland is too dangerous. Fu Guang does not want to go, but go to the Starry Sky to walk around, in the stars of the week to find some materials, or not much of a problem. Refining weapons was not difficult for Fu Guang. Just as Fu Guang had prepared the materials, he was planning to refine the spiritual treasures he needed to prove his sun god fruitfulness and set the flood. Outside the sun star, a tiny golden immortal with a serious face bowed respectfully and saluted towards the sun star. In a loud voice, he said, "Cultivator of the Violet Mansion of Yingzhou, by order of Lord Mu, has come to seek an audience with Elder Fu Guang." This voice, which fell into Fu Guang's ears, caused his movements of preparing to refine weapons to pause for a moment. Putting down the weapon refining materials in his hands, Fu Guang's golden eyes flooded with light. Buzz. Above the solar star, the terrifying sun true flame suddenly surged and condensed into Fu Guang's appearance. He looked towards this tiny golden immortal of the Yingzhou Purple Mansion. "Fellow Daoist Dong Wangong asked you to come here, what is the reason for this?" The question was asked. But Fu Guang actually knew in his heart that this tiny golden immortal had come over to say something. If nothing else, it was that the 2 of them, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, were joining forces to establish the immortal court. Feeling that terrifying sun true flame, as well as the extremely terrifying aura that was carried above the silhouette, the arriving tiny golden immortal's scalp tingled, his face carried a cold sweat, and his expression grew more and more reverent and respectful. Bowing, he saluted. Returning to Senior's question. Lord Mu will be hosting a banquet in the Purple Mansion of Yingzhou 3,000 years from now to entertain all the immortals of the flood, and he has specially ordered my juniors to send an invitation. While speaking, this tiny golden immortal respectfully presented a copy of the invitation with both hands, not daring to raise his head at all to meet Fu Guang's silhouette. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang raised his hand and that one invitation fell directly into his hands. Casually, he said, "It was hard for you to make the trip. This seat will accept the invitation. You go back and tell fellow Taoist Dong Wangong that poor Taoist will go to the banquet at that time." The words fell. The sun true fire condensed Fu light shadow, instantly disappeared. At the same time that agitation of the sun true fire is also at the same time calmed down, the sun star to restore the ancient calm without waves. "I will leave." This tiny golden immortal couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after feeling the disappearance of that gaze that landed on him with a rather terrifying feeling of pressure. Then, respectfully retired. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, Fu Guang was no longer interested in refining his weapons. Looking at the invitation in his hand, the content was very simple. It said that he, the Duke of Dongwang, would set up a banquet for the group of immortals in 3,000 years, and would announce something above the banquet, inviting Fu Guang to go to the banquet, and at the same time, also to witness something. He casually placed the invitation on the table. The snacks that had just been removed were set out again by Fu Guang. There was naturally no need to say much about what was to be announced. It was just that what Fu Guang did not expect was, this one thing would come so quickly is all. The immortal court was about to come out? Fu Guang pondered in his heart. It looks like the Eastern King's Duke should have already broken through to the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the Western Queen Mother is estimated to be in the same realm as well. As long as the immortal court is established, and the Heavenly Tao recognizes it and sends down the Heavenly Tao merit, it is very likely that these 2 people will use the Heavenly Tao merit to cut out a corpse and enter the quasi-saint realm. They might be the first amongst all the great powers of the flood. They might be the first amongst the many great powers of the floodplains to enter the quasi-saint realm. It would be faster than several sage disciples. It's not impossible. Although the 3 Qing, Nuwa, and Guiding Junni were in good standing, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were at least the lords of the immortal court who had taken on the heavenly mandate, and were themselves top-notch innate sacred roots, so it was only normal to become quasi-saints one step ahead of the others. But as the saying goes, a fast bend in the road is really fast. Although it is very likely that the Eastern King Gong and the Western Queen Mother will be one step ahead of the others to achieve paramount sainthood, but how it will ultimately end up is particularly unknown. The disciples of saints are destined to become saints. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West may not. It can even be said that there is little hope. Let's not refine the artifacts for now. Fu Guang's face took on a leisurely color. 3,000 years of time, it will pass by in a flash. Might as well wait until after the banquet and then prepare properly. While speaking, Fu Guang's entire state of being directly emptied and began to divine travel to the Taishu. 1,000 years later, Fu Guang, who was originally wandering in the void, directly came back to his senses, his gaze carrying a slightly unexpected color as he looked beyond the solar star. At the same time, he stood up. With a single step, his figure appeared outside the solar star, looking at the two immortal lights that were approaching from afar. Smiling, he said, "Congratulations to the two Taoists, their cultivation has advanced even further." Buzz. The cool immortal light approached, and the figures of both Shiha and Changxi stepped out from it. Shihi was wearing a smile. "Long time waiting, Fu Guang Dao friend cannot, poor Taoist and sister to come back to bother. I hope I won't disturb you in your affairs." Hearing, Fu Guang shook his head. "Won't disturb." Poor Taoist had just left the gate not long ago, so he was unable to go to the Taiyin planet as a guest, making the two Taoist friends wait for a long time. "Please also apologize." Between words, Fu Guang moved aside and issued an invitation. Two fellow Taoists chat in detail inside. Together with Fu Guang, Shihi and Shangxi arrived at the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace and sat down. There was business to talk about. So Changxi didn't go to read a book but took a seat together. Chapter 27 Shiha, I understand again. Chapter 27. Both sides were also considered familiar with each other. So after taking their seats, Shihi was very direct and opened the door. 1,000 years ago, the Sisters of the Poor Taoist received an invitation letter from the Queen Mother of the West on the planet Taiyin, and 2,000 years later in the Purple Mansion of Yingzhou, she and the Duke of the East King will host a banquet for the group of immortals, inviting our sisters to go and witness a great event. I think fellow Taoist here should also have received an invitation from the Duke of the East, right? Heard. Fu Guang nodded calmly. Indeed, I have received an invitation. Between words, a gilt-colored invitation was casually placed on top of the table by Fu Guang. Taking a look at this invitation with the Yingzhou Purple Mansion's logo, Shihi's beautiful eyes lifted up. It looked towards Fu Guang. "What kind of opinion do you have about this banquet of the group of immortals, fellow Taoist?" His face remained unchanged. The corners of Fu Guang's mouth rose slightly. The poor Taoist has no opinion. No matter what the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West want to do, it has no effect on the poor Tao. The poor Tao has already made arrangements for his future path, his next cultivation plan, and no one can change that. What can he think? If Lord Dongwang wants to be the Supreme Lord of Heaven and Earth, he can go ahead and do it. Anyway, it's not like Fu Guang is going to steal it from him. If he succeeds, Duke Dongwang would be the proof of the Tao. If it doesn't work out, Lord Dongwang will just die. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Fu Guang. This time, at the banquet of Yingzhou Purple Mansion, there is only one idea for Fu Guang. Fu Guang only had one idea. Be a part of it. Take a seat. After that, he would go back to the Sun Planet and continue with his own business. As for the change in the situation of heaven and earth, this point, Fu Guang was indeed very concerned. After all, he was burdened with the 9-9 supreme fate, and if he didn't pay attention, he might be forced to enter the quantum robbery, so naturally, he had to grasp the changes in the situation between heaven and earth, so that he wouldn't enter the quantum robbery without realizing it at any time. Fu Guang's thoughts were very simple. His words, too, did not hide the deeper meaning of them. Only. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Shihi pondered slightly. In Shiha's eyes, the seemingly easygoing Fu Guang actually had a great ambition in his heart, and would definitely be able to achieve some supreme supremacy in the future. In the future, when Fu Guang starts to plan, he will definitely confront the Duke of the East King who intends to unify the Flood Wilderness and become the Lord of the Flood Wilderness. Therefore, Fu Guang's answer that had no deeper meaning fell into Shiha's ears, then more or less changed its flavor. No opinion? This is the intention of the chest, so do not put the scheming of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West in the eyes of the two. Will not have an impact on itself? This is Fu Guang's confidence in his own strength, even if the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West will be powerful because of the banquet of the immortals, but also still have enough certainty to deal with. There are arrangements for the future? It looks like Fu Guang has already begun to prepare. Now should not be the time for him to really strike. Shihi, whose beautiful eyes flashed, instantly understood. A smile appeared on that flawless face. I see, poor Taoist understands. It looks like it is the poor Tao that has thought too much. Looking at Shiha, the color of worry between her eyebrows disappeared. Although I don't know exactly what she understands, but Fu Guang is not good to ask more questions, and to be able to understand is very good. He smiled and said, "There is nothing in the world, the mediocrity of it. Cultivation or not, dealing with things also, from their own starting point, to be able to see farther, walk more stable. The big picture is important, but examining oneself is even more important." Nodded his head. Cece he had a taut expression on his face. Fellow Daoist has a point. At this time, Chang Shi, who was on the side, spoke. "They should be starting to manage the Order of the Flood, right? Will they want to manage us too? I think that the Duke of the East King is ambitious, and when he is strong and powerful, I'm afraid that he won't be willing to have the immortals outside of his jurisdiction." Shook his head. Fu Guang didn't even have a worried face. Opened his mouth. "Those who gain the way have much help, those who lose the way have little help. If he really overpowers the immortals. Today he feasts on guests, tomorrow he collapses a tall building. If Lord Dongwang really planned to do that, he wouldn't need the sorcerer clan to give him a couple of punches, all the immortals in the flood would have to give him a couple of big smacks. Who can prove the great Luo? Who isn't a person with a firm heart? If they are pushed too hard, the big deal is to martyr themselves and wait for the return of the infinite number of robberies." Hearing Fu Guang's words, Chang Shi nodded and said no more. After sitting for a little while, looking at the two goddesses in front of him, Fu Guang opened his mouth and invited. "In another 2,000 years, the feast of the group immortals will be opened, so the two fellow Taoists should travel together at that time." Nodding his head, Shiha's beautiful eyes blinked. Since the poor sisters have come over, it is natural for them to travel with fellow Taoist. Could it be that fellow Taoist has an appointment with someone else first? This good. Although he was jokingly pricked by Shihi, Fu Guang felt happy. This was not a prick, was it? It was clearly a flirtation with a hint of flirting. "I've made a slip of the tongue, so I'll punish myself with a drink." Fu Guang's smile remained unchanged as he lifted his wine cup and signaled to Shihi and Changshi, then drank it all in one go. In response, Shiha's beautiful eyes contained a smile. Changshi slightly hooked her lips. In fact, all three know very well. If it is intentional, the three are the most suitable candidates for a Dao couple. No matter from what point of view, Fu Guang and Shiha, Changshi sisters, can be described as a perfect match. Therefore, the atmosphere in which the three get along with each other was a different level of good when getting along with other people of the same path. There was a lack of an opportunity. The three could have completely come together and become Dao couples. As for saying that sisters coming together to become Dao couples with Fu Guang, would it not sound too good? Not at all. Today's flood wasteland didn't have anything to say about principles and ethics, and the situation where two cultivators saw eye to eye immediately became Dao couples, and the next moment started dual cultivation wasn't new amongst the flood wasteland cultivators. When Fu Guang was talking with Shihi and Chang Shi in the Yingzhou Purple Mansion located in the East Sea, a large number of immortal elegants and Rexes were busy preparing for the banquet of the group of immortals, and the many immortals who had already joined the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West's command were running around, extensively inviting the many immortals of the flood. It can be described as a flourishing weather. Chapter 28 Immortal Court. The Firstborn White Zephyr. Chapter 28. In the courtyard, the majestic-faced Duke of the East King sat opposite the graceful Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, Duke of the East King's face wore a smile of complacency. The immortal court was established, will be recognized by heaven, then descending merit. You and I can use the merit to cut out the three corpses, one step ahead of all the immortals, the achievement of quasi-saints. After that, we will be able to unify the flooded world, and we will have enough strength and qualification. In addition, the establishment of the immortal court will unite the heaven and earth's fortune, and you and I, as the lord of the immortal court, will be able to obtain the great fortune of the immortal court, and our future cultivation path will definitely be smoother. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East, Queen Mother of the West only nodded her head with a calm face. After a little contemplation, she opened her mouth and said, "However, according to the previous agreement, female immortals who are unwilling to join the immortal court cannot be forced." Nodding her head, the smile on the East King's face remained unchanged. This is natural. In order to be able to get Shi Wangmu, the head of the female immortals, to join himself as the head of the immortal court, the Duke of the East King could be said to have put down heavy costs. After he consolidated his Dala perfection realm, he went up to Western Kunlun for the third time. With the Queen Mother of the West, he was finally able to discuss the plan to establish the immortal court together. Only, Queen Mother of the West's joining had a few conditions. One of them, no female immortal shall be forced to join among the immortal court. 2. Female immortals joining the immortal court shall be under her jurisdiction, and the Duke of Dongwang shall not intervene, and likewise, she will not intervene in the affairs of male immortals. Thirdly, in the immortal court, she, the Queen Mother of the West, will only be in charge of the punishment matters related to the other heavenly punishment Dao that she herself majors in, and will not care about other matters. Fourth, The Queen Mother of the West had many demands. However, they were all within the affordability of the Duke of Dongwon, so he directly agreed to them, and after the two of them made a vow with their hearts of the Tao, the Queen Mother of the West also entered the immortal court in a smooth manner. Of course, in the immortal court, Shi Wangmu's authority wasn't as good as that of the Duke of Dongwon. Her nature was such. At the same time, she also knew that the immortal court was a huge whirlpool, and the more she wanted, the more she would take on. In the middle of the courtyard, the Duke of the East King didn't sit there for long before he directly left, waiting for him to leave. The Queen Mother of the West, who was sitting alone in the courtyard, had an aura of disillusionment in her beautiful eyes. Slightly sighed. What about the future? Let's just take one step at a time. The immortal court. Not only because of the Duke of Dongwon's sincere invitation to Zikanlun, but also because of the Queen Mother of the West's own heart for the immortal court's plans, her heart is moved. On the one hand, establishing the immortal court did have a high chance of obtaining the heavenly Tao's merit and virtue, helping her to at least cut out a corpse and achieve the paramount sage realm. On the other hand, the immortal court could gather a huge amount of humanity's qi, and as the immortal court's lord, she could receive most of the immortal court's qi, and her future cultivation would definitely be smooth. Another part of the reason was that Shi Wangmu's main cultivation of another Tao, the way of heavenly punishment, only in a mega organization like the immortal court, which was recognized by the heavenly Tao, could one make great progress. In order to perfect her own Tao, the Queen Mother of the West chose to enter the game. Among the great Luo cultivators, in addition to a very small number of them, the vast majority of them had the will to hear the Tao and die at night. Western Queen Mother was naturally no exception. The great Tao. I can't tell you what it is, but it is enough to make the vast majority of cultivators in the floodplain go crazy. Time rushes by. 2,000 years, just a snap of the fingers. On this day, on Yingzhou Island in the East China Sea, guests came and went, and a group of immortals gathered. It was said to be an island, but since the Duke of the East chose to use the Yingzhou Purple Mansion as the headquarters of the immortal court, it was enough to prove that Yingzhou was extraordinary. The clouds were steaming and the light of the immortals was bright. The ancient trees are verdant with light, the roots of immortal grasses are bright, and the innate spiritual qi converges into a lake in which rare birds and beasts play. The countless immortal palaces that reflect divine light and are honorable and extraordinary are laid out in various parts of the island with implied reasoning. The jade buildings were in pieces, and the immortal halls were glazed and glowing. The many golden immortals and Tai golden immortals who received the invitation and came over first were all ruthlessly shocked by the light of the Yingzhou Purple Mansion. For a moment, the Tai golden immortals and golden immortal cultivators who had originally guaranteed that they were just coming to take a look were all moved with some thoughts in their hearts. It didn't seem like a bad thing to follow the head of the male immortals, Lord Dongwang. Looking at the weather of this Terra Nova Violet Mansion, not to say whether it could dominate the flood, but there was still no problem in dominating a party and becoming a party hegemon. As the saying goes, it is good to ride under the big tree. Although it is said that the Tai Golden Immortal is already considered to be a strong person, the Golden Immortal Cultivator is also a party master. But afterwards, these Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal Cultivators themselves realized, in this vast heaven and earth, if they did not reach the Great Luo, they were ultimately just ants. At best, they were just stronger grasshoppers, and when they encountered a truly strong person, they would only bounce around a few more times at most. The Terra Nova Violet Mansion was surprisingly so powerful, so it might be a good choice for them to join it. Of course, there were those who wanted to join and those who didn't. At the same time, the smart ones had already realized that they were afraid that there would be some bigger changes that would happen at today's banquet of the group of immortals. As soon as they came in, they began to minimize their presence, so as not to be noticed by the upcoming great avatars whose presence had been. Buzhou, who had only been born a few yuanhui ago and whose cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection realm, was one of the people who tried to minimize his presence. Sitting in his seat, Buzhou's eyes surveyed the Yingzhou Purple Mansion, pondering in his heart. All the way over, there were cultivators at the Xian Immortal and True Immortal realms in all parts of the palace, wearing standardized immortal armor and holding standardized blades to stand guard. This group of immortals feast was definitely not just a simple matter of coming to eat, drink, and discuss the Tao. Something big is going to happen. With this thought, Buzhou's heart felt a sense of urgency. His talent and roots were all of superior quality, but he had come out of the world too late. Nowadays, he was only in the realm of Tai Golden Immortal Perfection, making Buzhou's heart feel very insecure. As for joining the immortal court, Buzhou's fighting skills might be average, but he was also adept at the innate E number, as well as having the innate aptitude to tend to good fortune and avoid disaster. His intuition tells him, if he joined the immortal court, there would be great misfortune. Chapter 29 Looking at the Right Person. Chapter 29. The Golden Immortals come to an end. The Tai Golden Immortals had arrived. The next to make an appearance would naturally be Great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouses. Soon, One after another, the great Luo golden immortals, with their feet on auspicious clouds, their bodies surrounded by the flow of the great Luo Dao rhythm, descended to the Yingzhou purple mansion in 1,000 different ways. The person who greeted them at the door also turned into a great Luo golden immortal who had already joined the Yingzhou violet mansion. The sound of singing salutes resounded continuously. Fellow Taoist Lantern of Yuanju Cave has arrived, presenting a top-grade Hotian spiritual root and 3 middle-grade Hotian spiritual treasures. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud of the Fire Cloud Cave has arrived, presenting 1 lower-grade innate heavenly spiritual treasure and 1 extreme-grade Hotian spiritual root. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi of the Mountain of 10,000 Longevity has arrived, presenting 3 ginseng fruits and 1 superior-grade Hotian spiritual root. Fellow Taoist Nuwa and Fushi from Fengqi Mountain have arrived. Fellow Taoist Taiqing, fellow Taoist Yuqing and fellow Taoist Shangqing from Kunlun Mountain have arrived. One after another, the great Luo golden immortals who were all extremely famous in the flood wilderness arrived. In the beginning, the great Luo golden immortals that arrived were still only the weaker ones in the early and middle stages, slowly turning into the strong ones in the late stage realm. At the later stage, every one of them was a renowned existence in the floodplains, and even more so, they were top-notch great powers of the great Luo perfection. The might of their arrival all caused the Tai golden immortal and golden immortal cultivators who had come over earlier to involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look directly at these existences at all. Only regarding the thoughts and practices of these lower-level cultivators. No one of the arriving great Luo golden immortals would care as all. Right after the many hierarchical Dao Lord cultivators arrived one after another. Outside the banquet site, another announcement came. Fellow Taoist Sun Star Fu Guang, fellow Taoist Taiyin Star Shihi, and fellow Taoist Zhang Shi have arrived. Hearing this announcement, the gazes of the many De Lo cultivators who came first were surprised, but at the same time, their expressions carried the color of no surprise. These 3 people, Great Dao, were symbiotic and compatible, and it was only normal for them to be attracted to each other and get closer and closer. Even if they had announced on the spot that they had become Dao couples, the crowd would not have been surprised. Among the crowd of Dao Lord cultivators, there were also quite a few who had Dao couples. Elder Fu Guang of the Sun Planet? Above the seat where the Tai golden immortals were, Bai Zhe, who was sitting in the corner position, had a hint of curiosity flash through his eyes. He was a cultivator who preferred quietness over movement, preferring planning over force. On weekdays, his favorite pastime was practicing literature and ink. The Tao of literature was also one of Bai Zhe's minor disciplines. It is for this reason that White Zephyr had admiration for the ancestor of the way of literature, Fu Guang, and had long wanted to pay a visit. However, his cultivation level was low, and the Sun Star was located in a dangerous star dome, and he didn't have any good reasons to disturb this senior powerhouse. Therefore, he was only able to make a divine connection in his heart. Today, when he had the opportunity, Bai Zhe still wanted to take a look at the elegance of the senior powerhouse he admired. So Bai Zhe, who had been discreetly lowering his head and reducing his sense of existence, slightly raised his head after hearing Fu Guang's arrival and looked towards Fu Guang. A Taoist robe, wooden hairpin binding his hair, his face was handsome and masculine to the extreme, with a lofty appearance. However, temperament was one that had a sense of peace, indifference, and serenity. In the eyes of the others, Fu Guang's outward appearance was actually similar to that of all the other top Dala perfection profound powers, and there was nothing special about it. Only Fu Guang's appearance fell into Bai Zhe's eyes, but there was a kind of calm and unruffled demeanor, and every move, facial expression, and opening and closing of the eyes seemed to carry a kind of inexplicable feeling that attracted people's admiration and worship. Simply put, he looks at the right person. When Bai Zhe looked at Fu Guang, he felt that Fu Guang was very unusual and had an urge to worship him. Everyone else took one look and retracted their gazes, but only Bai Zhe, this brat, froze for a few breaths of time. So, his gaze was naturally noticed by Fu Guang. A gentle smile flashed in his eyes. Fu Guang looked towards Bai Zhe. At the same time, his heart was slightly amused. Isn't this the original Bai Zhe, one of the demon clan's wise men? Surprisingly, I met it here. With regards to Bai Zhe, Fu Guang's heart was quite favorable. After all, this was a brain. If he were to embark on the road to the flood, Bai Zhe and Fushi would definitely be the most useful right-hand men under his command. After all, the demon race. Not to mention the strength of the battlefield, there are only a few people with brains. Bai Zhe is definitely one of the top think tank level characters. Of course, the premise of all this is Fu Guang will go the 10 death road, White Ze will become his right arm. And now, Bai Zhe, in Fu Guang's eyes, was just a Tai golden immortal latecomer who looked good to his eyes. Taking a look at Bai Zhe, Fu Guang, who didn't care, was ready to withdraw his gaze. And at this time, Bai Zhe also realized that he had been rude. A slight panic appeared on his face, and he was about to get up to apologize. A gentle force fell onto Bai Zhe's body and pressed him in place. At the same time, a gentle voice also sounded in Bai Zhe's ears. There is no need to be polite, this seat does not care. hearing the gentle words in his ears. Buzhou froze for a moment and once again looked at Fu Guang, but he saw that Fu Guang had already withdrawn his golden eyes and stepped into the area where the circle of great powers was located with a carefree face. For a while, Buzhou, who had returned to his senses, was. In his heart, he was certain. Elder Fu Guang will surely achieve greatness. Although there was no reason for it. However, Buzhou's intuition told him that if he had to join a force, follow a certain strong person, and achieve a great cause, Fu Guang was the right person for him. Not caring about this little episode with Buzhou. Led by immortally, Fu Guang, who took his seat, greeted the many Dao friends he had previously met. After glancing at the many Dao Lord cultivators who had arrived. After a slight calculation in Fu Guang's mind, he knew that the banquet should almost begin. Those who should have come, should have already come. Those who hadn't come, wouldn't come afterward. It wasn't long. As the hosts, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, appeared together and thanked the group of immortals for appreciating their presence, and then this group of immortals banquet was officially launched. Chapter 30, Establishment of the Immortal Court. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West who are about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 30. There were musicians playing immortal music. There were immortal girls dancing. The crowd of immortals watched with great interest. Although they were a group of Tao-seeking monks who wouldn't have too much interest in the programs themselves, the entertainment programs in the flood-wild heaven and earth were really a bit scarce. Therefore, even if no one had much interest, it was good that on top of such a feast, the things that should be there, all needed to be there. Furthermore, not all of the great powers are not interested. It is normal for great powers like the three purities and the guiding paramount to be uninterested. But there are also those who are more interested. For example, wearing a blood-red dress, with a demonic general beauty of the image of the youth of the river Styx. This fellow. In the future, when he imitated Nuwa's creation of people and created the Azura race, he created every Azura woman to be beautiful and unrivaled. This will prove that he would also be good at beauty. Then there was Fu Guang. Even though these immortal beauties were not a star's difference compared to innate sacred ones like Shihi and Shangxi. But for this kind of program of immortal music with immortal dances, he watched it with great interest. Good to watch, love to watch, and step up his efforts. It wasn't because Shiha and Shangxi, who could be Dao couples with himself, were also present that Fu Guang pretended not to care and didn't go to watch. Even more so. He even watched it with great interest. There was nothing else. He had a clear conscience. He was just admiring these beautiful fairies, and he wasn't going to do anything to them, so naturally he was watching with a clear conscience. As for Shiha and Shangxi, they will not care. Are not a level of existence, Fu Guang no matter how will not lose their status to go to these immortal girls. In addition, Fu Guang is not their sister's couple. Even if they were, so what? They are a pair of Taiyin sisters whose fame has spread throughout the floodplains, can they still not be as attractive as these immortal ages? But they just like to watch the immortal dance. Let him watch. Afterwards, one of the two sisters will learn the music and the other will learn the dance, and give Fu Guang a private performance, so that Fu Guang will be able to keep his mind on the two sisters from now on. This was the self-confidence of the Lord of Taiyin and the Taiyin goddess. Back to the topic. When the time was almost up. After the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West exchanged glances, they directly stood up from the main seat. After making a bow towards the immortals, he said in a loud voice, "I am grateful to all of you for coming to the banquet today. In addition to meeting and discussing the Tao with all of you, there is another important matter that I want all of you to witness. Here we go. The main event of today's feast is coming soon." The Taiyi Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal cultivators below, each and every one of them were sitting upright, their faces solemn and serious as they focused on Lord Dongwang. The many Dao Lord cultivators at the same table above were serious, pensive, unconcerned, and so on in different attitudes. All of them were waiting for the Duke of the East King's following. There was no nonsense either. The Duke of the East King directly said aloud, "I am honored by the saint's favor and have appointed poor Tao and fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West as the head of all the immortals. Today, we too should also formally take up the responsibility and live up to the saint's expectations." Speaking at the same time, both the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West made a bow in the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens as a sign of etiquette. Seeing the actions of the two, the corners of Fu Guang's mouth turned upwards. By the looks of it, the matter of him leading the salute in the purple heavenly palace in the first place had also been learned by these flood wasteland great powers. Otherwise, with this monkeyish nature of the Duke of the East King, if he didn't directly report to the heavenly Tao, directly set up the heavenly court, and ignore the words of the saints, he, Fu Guang, would have washed his head upside down. Of course, even if the etiquette is in place, it is still of no use. Fu Guang is the first person to focus on etiquette. Saints, even if they really look at this place, will also be polite first person Fu Guang together in the eyes. In the flood plains, the first time for some things was very important. As for this polite behavior of the Duke of Dongwon, would it bring a slight change to his future, or not? To be honest, Fu Guang didn't know either. After all, the future trend in his memory, other than the big trend that could be trusted, the other small trends could no longer be trusted. What was the big trend? The next Flood Warrior contest, which would in turn erupt into a huge quantum robbery that would reshuffle the flood heaven and earth once more, was the great trend. For the 6 paths of reincarnation to be established in the midst of this quantum calamity is the great momentum. For the human race to emerge and for the will of the human way to be awakened, that is the great momentum. For the many saints' fruitions to be settled, that is the great momentum. Under these great tendencies, whether or not the Duke of the East King dies, or whether or not the Queen Mother of the West dies, they are all small potentials. Similarly, with the Sorcerer Clan war is the Demon Clan, or the Immortal Court, are belonged to as relatively small momentum, even in the Demon Clan build-up or not, is also the same relative small momentum. After all, if the demon race is not established, the Immortal Court can maximize the original should be included in the demon race's power, to all into their own power, and then began to fight with the Sorcerer race. Fighting and fighting. In the end, it was the Sorcerer race, and the members of the demon race under the original trajectory, who died. Only the later generations for this one quantum of hijacking called different, but the quantum of hijacking will certainly still burst out. Back to the main story. After some introductory remarks, the Duke of the East King stood side by side with the Queen Mother of the West. Both of them had serious faces and bowed toward the heavens above. In the heavens, I, the Duke of Dongwang Queen Mother of the West, receive the order of the saints and the grace of the heavens, take charge of the order of the heavens and the earth, sort out the yin and yang of the Qiankuan, and take charge of the growth of all things. Now, I have set up the Immortal Court in order to manage the creation of heaven and earth and all living beings, and I hope that the Heavenly Tao will recognize this. The Immortal Court, established. The words of the two men fell. Thud. Dang. Dang. The sound of bells and drums came from the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, the cloudy light fell from the dome of the sky, enveloping the entire Yingzhou Violet Mansion. Boundless auspicious chi came from the east, and vast and enormous heavenly Tao merits gradually converged. In the end, it was like a heavenly river pouring down, directly falling from the dome of the sky. 30% of it fell into the immortals who had already followed the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, and either washed away their karma, or enhanced their cultivation, or was retained as a golden light of merit and virtue to protect themselves. All of them gained a lot of benefits. The remaining 70% was directly divided into 2, falling into the bodies of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West respectively. The 2 of them directly absorbed their respective 30% and a half of the heavenly Tao merit and virtue and used it to enhance their cultivation. Under the irrigation of the heavenly Tao merit, the auras of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West shook violently and began to climb up towards the esoteric realm above the Great Luo. Chapter 31 Immortal Court Growing. The Great Luo Discourse. Chapter 31. Seeing the movements of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, as well as the arcane aura above the Delo that flowed from their bodies, all of the Great Luo Golden Immortals at the banquet had their faces change slightly. Even old man Tai Ching, who had always had little emotional reaction, had his eyelids twitch. There was no other. At this moment, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had already taken the lead in stepping into another realm, exceeding the crowd by a hair's breadth. The visions surrounding both the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West didn't last long. It didn't last long. By the side of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, a Taoist figure that looked 7 times similar to themselves appeared and gradually solidified. After these 2 Taoist figures had completely transformed into entities, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West both opened their eyes and respectively offered up the dragon head cane as well as the vegetable cloud boundary flag. The 2 great saints bestowed superb innate spiritual treasures, and then placed their own 3 corpses on top of the spiritual treasures. Boom! The moment they finished chopping off the corpses, the aura of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West directly skyrocketed, directly overriding the Dala realm, with a somewhat mysterious sage feeling. Since the realm that one stepped into after chopping off 3 corpses was named Quasi-Saint, it naturally had a few mysterious aspects. That's why, when the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, as the first of the 3,000 guests, took the lead in cutting off 3 corpses and stepping into the quasi-saintly realm, the faces of all the Tao Lord cultivators at the immortal feast became very grave. The cultivator who had broken the ceiling of the top tier had appeared at this moment after all. At this moment. Not to mention that portion of the weaker ones in the early and mid Tao Lord stage, even the portion of the strong ones who had already reached the Tao Lord realm's consummation were beginning to be less calm. The only ones who were still able to remain calm. The only ones who were very confident in themselves, believing that it wouldn't be long before they could step into the quasi-saint realm, were the Herculean Tao Lord cultivators. Of course. Regardless of who it was, the Tao Lord cultivators present were all shocked for a moment by the spectacle of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West beheading 3 corpses in situ and achieving the quasi-saint realm. Including the 6 sage disciples, the 3 Chine, Nuwa, and Guiding and Quasi-Ti, it was the same. Only. Many of the top Tao Lord perfections present at this moment all had expressions and looks of enlightenment. Obviously. After witnessing the subtlety of severing 3 corpses with their own eyes, soon they might all be able to successfully sever one of their own 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm. The group of immortals were all shocked. Only Fu Guang was still happily eating and drinking immortal brew, and didn't have much of a reaction to the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. For one thing, Fu Guang had expected this scene. 2. He was on the path of the mixed golden immortal and had already stepped out a long distance in this realm. Even if the 2 paramount saints, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, joined forces, Fu Guang was still unafraid. Of course, Fu Guang also had some curiosity about the mysteries of the quasi-saint realm. Especially the 3 corpses that were chopped out, which were 7 times similar to the original, just like another person's 3 corpses. If I were to form a Dao couple with Shiha and Changshi, Fu Guang thought silently in his heart. After the 2 of them behead their 3 corpses in the future, all 3 corpses will also be real cultivators, etc. So all of a sudden I will have what seems like sextuplets as Dao couples? Adding the 2 of them to the original, that would be 8. Hiss. Fu Guang sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Thinking like this, he felt his heart become pleasurable to the extreme awe. At this moment, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had already completed their breakthrough, and after saying hello to their 3 corpses, they went to put them into their Dao flower. Afterwards, the Duke of the East King, who couldn't hide the joy on his face, casually saluted towards the group of Dao Lord cultivators. Fellow Taoists, I'm sorry to see you. In the face of a joyful Duke of the East and Queen Mother of the West, the Dao Lord cultivators present all understood. In their place, they would have behaved the same way. The truly important matter of establishing the immortal court had been accomplished. The next step was to play music and dance. The many Taiyi golden immortals and golden immortals below were all exchanging words. Having seen the prestige of the immortal court, and having just witnessed the 2 immortal court lords, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, taking the lead over the many de low powerhouses and stepping into the metaphysical and esoteric quasi-saintly realm, many people who originally wanted to join the immortal court had already done so. Many cultivators who had originally wanted to join the immortal court became more and more determined in their thoughts, and some wavering cultivators likewise made up their minds to join. They approached cultivators of the same realm who had long ago joined the immortal court and began to climb up and make their thoughts known. In response, the immortal court naturally came to accept all of them. The immortal court naturally accepted all of them. Only a few still had no thoughts of joining the immortal court. It wasn't just the Taiyi golden immortals and golden immortals below who were restless in their hearts. Among the Dala cultivators above, there were also quite a few whose hearts were stirred. Only, in the end, they were Dao Lords, and even if they wanted to join the immortal court, they still needed a bit of face, and it was impossible to just lick their faces and stick it on. Therefore, the Dao Lord cultivators who were interested in wanting to join all expressed their intentions in a veiled manner. After this, the Lord East Wang would then have someone send them an invitation to join the immortal court. Although it was only a formality, such a formality could not be avoided. With the establishment of the immortal court, the recognition of the heavenly Tao, and the saint's appointment of the 2 immortal court lords, from now on, the immortal court is the only official institution in the floodplains. Naturally need to focus on the procedure, can no longer accept people as they wish. There still needs to be a decent process for it to work. After the songs and dances and the wine and food, as the host, the Western Queen Mother, the Lord of the immortal court, opened her mouth and said, "It's rare that all the Taoist friends are gathered together, why don't we discuss the Tao? What do you think?" Hearing the Queen Mother of the West's proposal, the many Dao Lord cultivators present didn't reject it, but gladly accepted it. Even the 3 Qing, who had originally planned to leave, were not planning to go first. There was no other. Discussing the Tao with 2 paragon powerhouses might be able to help them in their subsequent beheading of the 3 corpses. It was a matter of the Tao, so naturally they couldn't miss it. Poor Taoist will first come and give you all a sample. As the Western Queen Mother's words fell, she directly implicated her own major and minor Tao cultivations. In an instant, the immortal court was flowing with Tao sounds and thousands of visions. Seeing this, the smiling Duke of the East on the side, he similarly invoked his own Tao in the middle of moving his thoughts. The other Dala cultivators also followed suit. Qing Chi celebration clouds flowed from the 3 Qing. Nuwa evolved the mysteries of creation. Guiding and Junti gathered their radiant golden bodies. Jin Yuanzi's body was surrounded by a thick, calm and steady Taoist rhythm. Shiha and Shanxi shared a cool white moon. Behind Fu Guang, an endless sea of fire evolved, and there were also the visions of the mountain of books and the sea of literature, as well as the innate easy number, the way of the sword, and the way of refining artifacts, and so on, at the Deluo perfection level. For a moment, the entire immortal court was filled with 3,000 great avenues, a multitude of visions, golden lotuses, and blossoming Tao flowers. It was quite like the scene in the Purple Heaven Palace when the saints were preaching. Chapter 32 Opportunity for Buzhou. Chapter 32. Above. The Tao Lord cultivators were constantly evolving their own Tao, and stirring Tao sounds filled the air, enveloping the entire immortal court. Below. The crowd of Tai Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal cultivators who were still exchanging words were sitting on the ground, each one of them immersed in the state of listening to the Tao. They were still weak. Even listening to the Tao sounds of a Tao Lord cultivator was a great opportunity for them. Still sitting in his seat, Buzhou's eyes were bright. He knew very well. The fact that a group of Tao Lord cultivators were evolving Tao sounds at the banquet was in itself a chance gifted to the many bottom-level cultivators in the Floodlands, and wouldn't mind if they, the lesser people, took part in it. However, although the chance was good, there was a need to make a trade-off. Opportunities were rare. If all the many Tao Lords' Tao sounds were to be listened to, there would be gains, but there wouldn't be too many gains. For this point, White Zephyr, who was already at the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection realm, was naturally very clear. To listen to the Tao. Listen to the Tao that matches his own Tao. Buzhou's most skillful Tao was the innate easy number. Among the Tao Lord cultivators above, there were two Tao sounds that Buzhou found exceptionally pleasing to his ears, which were precisely the evolution of the Tao of the innate easy number. 1. It was the Tao sound from Fu Shi. He specialized in the heavenly number of predecessors, and his direction of advancement was to project the general trend of heaven and earth, in order to discern the heavenly opportunities, and to follow the changes in heaven and earth. The other is from Fu Guang. Although innate number of changes was not his main Tao, his innate number of changes Tao, which had long been perfected by the great Luo, was also extremely outstanding, and was not weaker than Fu Shi, who specialized in innate number of changes. As for Fu Guang's innate mathematics, he is specialized in deducing heavenly phenomena, evolving the changes of the stars in the weekly sky, and knowing the changes of heaven and earth. Although both are the way of innate numerology, there are many differences in the internal subdivision. But no matter which one it is, for the Buzhou of today, it was all extremely beneficial. Therefore, at that moment, Buzhou directly sank his heart and listened carefully to the Tao sounds of the two innate easy numbers, and corroborated them with his own Tao, constantly perfecting his own Tao. Only when he completely mastered his own Tao, he would be able to open the top 3 Tao flowers and step into the Dala realm. Fu Guan, who had randomly evolved one of his own major avenues and several minor avenues, naturally noticed Buzhou, who was listening intently to his own evolved innate easy number, as well as Fu Shi's evolved innate easy number of the Tao. There was a slight surprise. The eyes were slightly contemplative. Fu Guang's thoughts moved slightly, and he used a little bit of his mind on the innate number of paths, making the sound of the Tao of innate number of paths that he had evolved clearer and brighter, and also more understandable to Buzhou. This change. The many Tao Lords who were immersed in the process of discussing the Tao did not notice it. However, Buzhou, who was concentrating on listening to the two heavenly Tao of easy numbers, was able to sense it. The next moment, he subconsciously opened his eyes. His unexpected eyes looked towards Fu Guang, and then he saw a smiling Fu Guang, nodding slightly towards him. Instantly, he understood. The change in the Tao sound was a creation gifted to him by Senior Fu Guang above. After giving him a look of gratitude, Buzhou once again immersed himself in listening to the Tao. Buzhou once again immersed himself in the state of listening to the Tao. 1,000 years passed. In the immortal court, the spectacle of the many Tao Lords discussing the Tao ended without realizing it. The discourse ended. The three Qing were the first to be unable to sit still, and after getting up and bidding farewell to the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, they left directly. Subsequently, many of the Tao Lord cultivators who had no intention of joining the immortal court also said their farewells and left one after another. Snapping. Putting down the wine cup in his hand. Fu Guang, who was self-conscious that he had already had his fill of cradling at this banquet. He directly stood up. Towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, he casually arched his hand. The banquet is over, the discussion on the Tao has gained something, two Taoist friends. Poor Taoist will take his leave first, thanks for the hospitality. Hearing Fu Guang's words, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West also sent them off with smiling faces. Fellow Taoist, please take your time, I apologize for not seeing you off. As soon as Fu Guang said he was leaving, the two sisters, Shi He and Shang Shi, among the group of Deluo female immortals, also stood up. First, they greeted Fu Guang and waited for a while. Wait a moment, we came together, naturally we will go together. In response, Fu Guang naturally readily accepted good advice. After Shi Hat and Shang Shi greeted the two immortal court lords, the three of them left the immortal court together. The three of them left the immortal court together. Fu Guang had just left. The group of great Luo golden immortals that had previously been talking with Fu Guang in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace had all left one after another. At the same time, Nuwa then greeted Fushi, Red Cloud yelled at Jin Yuanzi, and the four of them also left once again. The four of them also left again. There weren't many people left on top of the originally lively and bustling Deluo seats. And the strongest among them There are even fewer of them. Looking at the large group of Manhwa, Fuxi, Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi and other powerful people who had left immediately after Fu Guang, as well as a number of Luo golden immortals, the smile on the face of the Duke of the East above the main seat faded quite a bit. The Western Queen Mother, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. After all, she had already anticipated this situation. Even after breaking through to the Paramount Sage realm, the Queen Mother of the West still felt that Fu Guang was unpredictable, and definitely wouldn't be as humble and sunny as he appeared to be. It was highly likely that he was hiding a billion point something. Maybe. The cultivation level of Luo perfection that Fu Guang was displaying today was all just confusing. It was possible that he had broken through the Paramount Saint bottleneck even earlier than the two of them. Don't forget, Fu Guang himself also had a huge amount of heavenly Dao merit. Just because he didn't use it before doesn't mean he won't use it to break through the Paramount realm. Anyway, the Queen Mother of the West's opinion of Fu Guang is just one sentence. Not to be messed with lightly. Sure enough, among the group of Tai golden immortals below, Zhe watched as Fu Guang left, and several famous Luo powerhouses and a group of Luo cultivators followed him. In his heart, he secretly mused. An existence like Elder Fu Guang is the one worth following. Zhe could see clearly. Elder Fu Guang had not formed any forces, nor had he gathered any subordinates, and that group of Luo golden immortals should have just wanted to follow him from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of character, heart, strength, and ability would it take to make a group of strong people who had attained the Dao Lord fruit and had a firm heart of the Dao want to follow them from the bottom of their hearts? It was hard for Bai Zhe to imagine. In comparison, the Lord of the Immortal Court, who had not been able to leave many strong people behind after using a number of means, was slightly inferior. Chapter 33 Plotting for the Sun God Fruit Seat. Chapter 33. At this moment, Fu Guang, who had taken the lead and left with sisters Shiha and Shanxi, did not know what had happened in the Immortal Court after he left. If he had known, he wouldn't have cared. One could only say that old boy, the Duke of the East King, was a psychopath. Originally everyone was going to leave. Just because he, Fu Guang, left first and the other great Luo golden immortals left one after another, he thinks those people are following him? Simply ridiculous. After leaving the Immortal Court, Fu Guang wasn't in much of a hurry to return to the Sun Planet. Instead, he traveled with his beauty to the East China Sea. He didn't have many resources left in the Golden Crow Palace, but he also sensed some opportunities and benefits in the East Sea, so naturally he wouldn't miss it. As the saying goes, heaven and its, do not take it, but suffer the chaos. After casually playing 10,000 years of time, a harvest is full of Fu Guang. Toward the equally rewarding Shiha and Shangxi issued an invitation. Two friends of the Dao, please follow the poor Taoist to the Sun Star, there is a great chance to get the heavenly Dao merit, need to discuss with you. If Poverty Road succeeds in this plan. I don't know. There will be 2 more saints in the world. Oh. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Shi's beautiful eyes flickered in thought, and Shangxi's 3 woo-woo's faces also showed surprise. A great chance to obtain the heavenly Dao's merit? And it could also help the 2 sisters to step into the quasi-saint realm together? How could Fu Guang be so confident about the great chance he was talking about? This could not help but make both sisters a little curious. They didn't doubt whether Fu Guang was bragging or not. In the flood wilderness, this kind of words about great chances could not be said easily, and if it could not be realized, it would cause great karma, not to mention the possibility of bad luck. So both Shihi and Shangxi were not skeptical. Shiha opened his mouth and said, "Then, thank you for mentioning it, fellow Daoist." After smiling and stating that there was no need to care, the 3 of them directly transformed into an auspicious light and went straight to the Sun Star. The great chance that Fu Guang spoke of was naturally about the formulation of the flood time calendar. This piece of chance. There was simply no way to avoid Shihi and Shangxi, who were the lords of the Taiyin Star. After all, in order to establish the year, month, day, and time, and to let the floodplains enter into the regular rotation of the sun and moon, and the change of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter, it must be necessary for the sun that illuminates the floodplains in the daytime, and the Taiyin that hangs high above the floodplains at night, to work in cooperation. At the same time, heavenly stems and earthly branches, spring, summer, autumn and winter, the 24 seasons and many other things related to the time and calendar of the flood, all have the shadow of the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star in them. It can be said that, with the identity of the Lord of the Taiyin Star alone, both Shihi and Shangxi could share away 2 layers of heavenly Dao merit in formulating the flood time calendar. And as long as the flood calendar is finalized, the status of the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star in the flood world and the importance of the flood world to all living beings will skyrocket. This means that Sun Star and Taiyin Star's authority between heaven and earth will become even greater. With such feats, it was very likely that it would lead to the merits accumulated over time by the Sun Star and Taiyin Star as they universally illuminate the flood, blessing all living beings, as well as the fruit position belonging to these 2 stars. The moon god's fruit position of the Taiyin Star had already been taken by the ancient great avatar Wang Shu. All that Shiha and Changshi could get was the merits and the control of the Taiyin star. But even so, the 2 layers of heavenly Tao merit for formulating the flood time calendar, plus the Taiyin star's commendation, were enough for the 2 sisters, Shihi and Changshi, to behead the 3 corpses together and step into the quasi-saint realm. So Fu Guang didn't deceive them either. Returning to the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, Fu Guang didn't beat around the bush. He directly opened the door. Fellow Taoists, I haven't been able to visit the Taiyin planet before because I'm in the process of deducing and perfecting this great opportunity. This is a great opportunity for me as the Lord of the Sun, as well as the 2 lords of the Taiyin tailor-made. I have named it Flood Calendar. Facing the 2 lords of Taiyin in front of him, Fu Guang spoke directly and eloquently. As for Shihi and Changshi, as early as when they heard about the flood time calendar, their spiritual platforms cleared and their heartbeats accelerated. As innate sacred, great Luo perfection cultivators, the fact that their sisters had this reaction at the same time was enough to prove that the chance Fu Guang had mentioned was really a chance that was closely related to them. Therefore, the 2 sisters, who were already serious, became even more serious at this moment. In a flash, several years passed. Fu Guang had already made clear the details and minutiae of the importance of how to formulate the flood time calendar, and thus obtain the heavenly Tao's merit and expand the authority of heaven and earth and the sun star and Taiyin star. After taking a sip of the laurel brew, Fu Guang spoke again. The 2 fellow Taoists assisted me in formulating a good flood time calendar and setting the time sequence for heaven and earth, and without any surprises, they can receive 20% of the heavenly Tao merit. This act of expanding the authority of Taiyin star's heaven and earth will definitely get feedback from Taiyin star and get another portion of merit. When the 2 are added together, paramount saints could be expected. Although they hadn't started yet, after hearing Fu Guang's assertion, both Shihi and Changshi nodded. They were not cuties. After a little projection, they knew that Fu Guang wasn't exaggerating. There was a slight pause. Fu Guang continued to speak. The benefits go far beyond that. After the Taiyin star's authority is expanded, it will accumulate heaven and earth's blessings and merits day after day, condensing heaven and earth's chi to feed back to you 2 fellow Taoists, which will make your future cultivation even smoother. It is only a pity that the moon god's fruit position has already been certified by the one from the ancient past, otherwise, the benefits that you 2 fellow Taoists would be able to obtain would be far more than that. Hearing, both Shiha and Changshi nodded, with some regret, but more of an openness to gain and lose. Shiha, who was very open-minded, even more directly said, being able to obtain the heavenly Tao merit is already fortunate. We sisters do not want more. On the contrary, the Taoist friend. This time, I am afraid to congratulate you. Moon god fruit position is no more. But the fruit of the sun god is still here. Not to mention the heavenly merit of formulating the flood calendar and setting the order of time, this merit of expanding the authority of the sun star and the Taiyin star alone, coupled with the fact that Fu Guang himself is the identity of the spirit of the sun star, the extraction of the fruit seed of the sun god is almost a foregone conclusion. Ha! Laughing cheerfully, Fu Guang was slightly modest. It's not too late to congratulate after the dust settles. 2 friends of the Tao, there are still places you don't understand. If so, poor Taoist will answer for you again. If not, why don't you make preparations earlier? Hearing, after Shihi and Changshi looked at each other, they both nodded seriously. In that case, we sisters will return to the Taiyin planet first to make preparations, and we will wait for the movement on your side. There will be no more delays. After saying goodbye, Shihi and Changshi left. Fu Guang, on the other hand, after a little bit of recuperation, began to refine his weapon. Chapter 34, The Immortal Court Actions. One must not be an enemy. Chapter 34. At the same time that Fu Guang was touring the floodplains with Shihi and Changshi, discussing the chances of formulating the time calendar of the floodplains were also gradually changing. The Immortal Court establishment naturally could not just take the heavenly Tao merit without doing anything. 10,000 years of time. It's already enough time for the Eastern King Gong to organize the Immortal Court whose strength has skyrocketed. As for the Western Queen Mother, as promised, she began to take charge of the Heavenly Court's punishment and presided over the affairs of the female immortals, and never interfered with Lord Dong Wang's arrangements for the operation of the Immortal Court. With more and more huge fortune, all the plans of the Immortal Court went very smoothly. Finally, the Immortal Court, which has finished its internal reorganization, finally can't hold back its majestic ambition to dominate the floodplains. Purple Immortal Court. In the large Immortal Palace, there are 2 thrones of the Immortal Palace Lord placed in the high position, the quasi-saint realm of the East King Gong, the West Queen Mother sitting on it. Below, a long breadth of the great Luo Golden Immortals stood in order, a large number of Taiyi Golden Immortals listed. Golden Immortal cultivators are only worthy of standing outside the Immortal Palace. Looking down at his subordinates, the Duke of Dongwang's face wore a spirited smile. Afterwards, said aloud, "This father established the Immortal Court in order to manage order, plan Yin and Yang Qiankuan, and give shelter to all beings. However, Nowadays, the various races in the floodplains are in a constant state of conquest, so that the killing industry between heaven and earth is all over the place, the order is chaotic, and the yin and yang and xian kuan are out of order, and such a state of affairs is contrary to the root of the establishment of the immortal court. This situation, from now on, must be reversed. There was a pause. Rumble. A terrifying aura of the quasi-saint realm directly erupted from Lord Dongwon's body, stirring the entire Terra Nova Violet mansion. He sat on the immortal lord's throne with majesty that could not be offended. Send an order to all the immortal islands and clans in the East Sea that this lord will select talents from all the islands and clans to form an immortal court army, and order them to actively cooperate. If they fail to do so, they will be severely punished. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East King, the crowd of great Luo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals in the Immortal Court all led their orders aloud. I respectfully obey the Emperor's decree. On this day, more than 20 great Luo cultivators, hundreds of Tai Golden Immortals, and nearly 1,000 Golden Immortals led the already sizable and vast Immortal Court army, pouring out of the Yingzhou Purple Mansion and heading towards the vast East Sea. On this day, the East Sea stirred up boundless turmoil. On this day, the Immortal Court began to flail about. On this day, many great powers and many races in the flood wilderness knew that great chaos was coming. Time passed and the years flew by. 10,000 years later, the things that happened above the floodland, in the sun star to concentrate on refining, and do enough to prove that the flood time calendar before the various preparations Fu Guang did not notice the big action of the Immortal Court. Of course. Even if he had noticed, he wouldn't care. These were things that were bound to happen, so what was there to care about? Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Inside a palace, Fu Guang gazed at the hourglass in front of him that emanated the Tao rhythm of time. A smile appeared on his face. It has finally become a reality. 10,000 years. He had finished refining all the spiritual treasures he needed to establish the flood time calendar and set the time sequence of the flood. Anything that was involved, he had refined. It can't be helped. Who would mind having too little heavenly Tao merit? Even if it was just a lower grade ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure, as long as it accumulated less into more, it still had a mysterious effect. After making some adjustments, it was time to begin preparations. Looking at the many spirit treasures placed before him, Fu Guang's face was serious. Afterwards, closing his eyes, he began to meditate. 1,000 years, a snap of the fingers. After thoroughly adjusting his state, Fu Guang stood up from the futon. He casually put away the sundials, hourglasses, calendars, and other spiritual treasures that he had refined, and at the same time raised his hand and summoned 4 lower grade innate spirit flowers, which were orchids, lotus, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms. These 4 lower grade innate spiritual roots were obtained by heavenly chances when Fu Guang traveled the flood with Shihi and Changxi before, and could be used to represent the 4 seasons. These were considered to be the most important things in proving the time calendar of the flood wilderness. After bringing all the things, Fu Guang took one step and appeared directly outside the sun star. Straightened his clothes. He straightened his sleeves and robes. With a solemn face, Fu Guang bowed his hand towards the Tsong heaven. Speaking aloud, he said, "The heavenly Tao is above." His voice was stirred by his own great magical power and spread around the sun star. I, the sun star Fu Light, have a sense of the flood chaos, timing unclear and unclear, in the long run, is not conducive to the flood of all beings to flourish, is not conducive to the flood to adjust the order of the Qiankuan. Therefore, this is the creation of the flood seasonal order, so that the flood world has 4 seasons, 24 seasons flow endlessly. Establishment of 10 heavenly stems. Creation of 12 earthly branches. With a solemn expression, Fu Guang began to narrate the details of the flood time calendar that he had formulated, sentence by sentence, without any omission at all. And after Fu Guang started, the moment he mouthed the word time calendar, thud, dang, dang, the heavenly Tao beat a drum, and the sound shook the flood-wild universe. Immediately after that, the endless greatness of the heavenly Tao directly manifested Fu Guang's figure in every corner of the flood wilderness, allowing all beings to clearly see Fu Guang's figure. In an instant, all the beings in the flood wilderness, as well as the movements of the hands of the many cultivators, all came to a direct halt. Including some of the 2 sides that were fighting were the same. The greatness of the heavenly Tao had descended. Who dared to be reckless? It's not a good idea. A large number of great powers who were in seclusion, wanting to behead 3 corpses to break through to the quasi-saint realm, were all awakened at this moment. Looking at the figure of Fu Guang displayed by the heavenly Tao, each one of them had a different expression. Fengqi Mountain. Nuwa and Fuxi's siblings were both looking at the heavenly Tao projection. With a frown on her willow brows, Nuwa spoke with some envy. This guy has made such a big commotion again only to obtain quite a lot of heavenly Tao merits again. He had quite a bit of heavenly Tao merit in his possession before, and was definitely going to step into the quasi-saint realm earlier than the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West. This time he will come down. I'm only afraid that his strength will become more and more terrifying. The elegant Fu Shi, some admiration flashed in his eyes. Smiling, he said, "Worthy of being a fellow Taoist Fu Guang. He has long felt that Fu Guang is an extraordinary person and will be able to achieve great things in the future. Now it seems that this is the case. Previously, he said that he wanted to pay Fu Guang a visit. Perhaps soon, he can use this excuse to visit and congratulate him." Wu Zhuangguan. Red Cloud, who was not in seclusion in his fire cloud cave, had been here at Jin Yuanzi's for some time. When seeing the heavenly Tao projection of that one, the Red Cloud's face revealed envy. To be able to receive a response from the heavenly Tao and directly project the heavens and earth, fellow Taoist Fu Guang's harvest this time must also be extremely great. On the side, Jin Yuanzi, the honest man of the flood, also nodded his head gently. Enviable. Of course. Jin Yuanzi was only envious. Kunlun Mountain. The three Qing's faces were all different. Laozi's face was expressionless, Yuan Shi's brows were furrowed, and Tong Tian was somewhat curious. Endless Blood Sea. Old Ancestor Styx had a face of annoyance and displeasure, his stern gaze looking at the dome of the sky above, the projection of Fu Guang. In the immortal court, the Queen Mother of the West, who was in seclusion within her own palace and did not participate in the immortal court's war, but only managed the immortal court's punishments and arranged for the affairs of the female immortals, raised her eyebrows and looked at the heavenly Tao's projection with her beautiful eyes. In her heart, she secretly said, "It's this one again. This commotion is much greater than when the immortal court was established. It's really not to be messed with." At this moment, Queen Mother West was more and more certain of one thing in her heart. Fu Guang Daoist must not be an enemy. Chapter 35, Shiha and Shangxi become quasi-saints. Chapter 35. Among the many great powers. If one were to say who was most unwilling to see Fu Guang obtain the heavenly Tao's merits, it was undoubtedly the immortal court emperor, Lord Dongwang. With a displeased gaze, he looked at the heavenly Tao projection of Fu Guang. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang, who was originally in a happy mood listening to the reports of the Tao Lord cultivators under his command on the immortal court's achievements in the last 1,000 years, lost all of his good mood the moment he saw Fu Guang. Along with the immortal court becoming more and more powerful, it gradually became the well-deserved ruler of the Eastern Sea. The Duke of Dongwang's path to empire was also getting smoother and smoother, and at the same time, his entire person had become even more overbearing. A domineering emperor. For someone like Fu Guang, who was able to threaten his own existence, his tolerance naturally wouldn't be too high. Even if the Duke of Dongwang didn't have any conflicts with Fu Guang. Even if Fu Guang did not take the initiative to threaten his position as the Duke of Dongwang. Even if Duke Dongwang's hostility towards Fu Guang had been unwarranted from the beginning. Anyway, regarding Fu Guang, the current Duke of Dongwang was becoming more and more scornful and intolerant. Seeing that Fu Guang had made such a big commotion and was going to get a big chance, he was naturally very unhappy in his heart. On the Taiyin Star. The moment they saw the projection of the heavenly Tao, Shiha and Shangxi, who had already made preparations, glanced at each other, and smiles appeared on the faces of the two sisters. In unison, they said, "Coming." Even Shangxi, who was cool and trippy, couldn't help but leap with excitement and anticipation. After all, this matter concerned both of their sisters' Tao paths. If they succeeded, they would almost certainly be able to cut off 3 corpses and take a step into the paramount realm. Such a chance, how to teach Shiha and Shangxi not to look forward to it. Outside the Sun Star. Fu Guang, with a serious face, orally described the details of the flood calendar, while displaying sundials, hourglasses, funnel carvings, armillary sphere, and other various spiritual treasures used to keep time. At the same time, he guided the orchid, lotus, chrysanthemum, and plum blossom to represent the 4 seasons of the year, and set down the 24 seasonal changes. 10 heavenly stems, such as A, B, C, D, etc. The 12 earthly branches such as Z, Jiao, Yin, Mao. Above the vault of heaven. The heavenly Tao merits and virtues have begun to converge, auspicious phenomena, dense purple chi shrouded the entire starry sky. Every time Fu Guang perfected a little bit of time calendar and time sequence change, the lake formed by the convergence of heavenly Tao merit became 1 point larger. After a display, Fu Guang carried on summarizing the Tao. The sun shines as day, the moon is night. The rotation of the sun and the moon is 1 day, the 30th and 31st day are January, and every December is a year. February special, 28 days of the year is a flat year, every 4 flat years get February 29th a leap year. A year divided into spring, summer, autumn and winter seasons, the 4 seasons have different landscapes, the day of the spring. The first day of spring is the day when the 24 seasons of the year are established. The year, the season, the month, the day, and the hour have been set, and from now on the flood has a time calendar, and the time sequence is clear. The words fell. Buzz. Fu Guang casually raised his hand and directly used his authority as the Sun Star Lord to catalyze the entire Sun Star, causing the Sun Star's light to blossom violently, illuminating every part of the flood wasteland heaven and earth as if it were daytime. At the same time, Taiyin Star, which echoed the Sun Star, similarly released the moonlight in the sky, which was not at all dimmer than the sun. The next moment, both the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, under the urging of their star masters, began to operate according to the rotation rules set by the flood calendar. In a moment, the flood wasteland heaven and earth began to alternate day and night, the seasons rotated, and the seasons changed. This was a validation of the protocols. Under the Heavenly Tao's assisted evolution and projection, the length of the quiz on the flood time calendar lasted for one leap and level year of rotation. In the end, the Heavenly Tao responded to Fu Guang's proof of the flood time calendar and the setting of the time sequence. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, the Heavenly Tao's merit, which had already formed a huge lake, instantly swelled by as much as 2 times again. Subsequently, huge Heavenly Tao merit descended from the sky. First, it fell into the many time sequence spiritual treasures, transforming all of these time sequence spiritual treasures, which ranged from extremely high-grade Hotian spiritual treasures to inferior-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, into Hotian merit spiritual treasures. It wasn't that Fu Guang couldn't refine a full set of extreme-grade Hotian spiritual treasures. It was just that the Heavenly Tao was the most fair, everything was in order, and too much was not enough. There were some time sequence spiritual treasures that had been refined at too high a grade, which would lead to the chances of this time's establishment of the time calendar and time sequence not being perfected, resulting in even greater losses. The grades of all spiritual treasures Fu Guang were all precisely projected, and they were all the best they could be within the allowed range. After a batch of time sequence merit spiritual treasures were formed, all sorts of things that were associated with the 4 seasons of the year and the 24 seasons had gained good creations. Among them, the spring orchid, summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, which represented the 4 seasons of the year, received the most merit from the Heavenly Tao, and the 4 lower grade innate spiritual roots awakened to their spiritual wisdom under the irrigation of the Heavenly Tao's merit, and at the same time managed to transform into the forms of 4 differently styled female immortals, which appeared beside Fu Guang. After making a bow towards the Heavenly Tao, the 4 flowery mortals then worshipped towards Fu Guang. In unison, they said, "Thank you, Senior, for the grace of lifting up the creation." Glancing at the 4 flowery mortals who had the roots and feet of a top-grade innate living spirit, Fu Guang nodded, casually saying, "You all leave for the time being." Hearing this, the 4 flowery mortals that had just transformed into forms worshipped and quickly retreated to the side, their gazes looking at Fu Guang's figure with reverence. After all, the spiritual treasures and things related to the time calendar had all received the equivalent Heavenly Tao merit, that huge lake of Heavenly Tao merit had gone down by a full 30%. Immediately after that, the Heavenly Tao merit in virtue lake divided again, and another 20% of the Heavenly Tao merit in virtue divided from it, directly falling into the bodies of Shiha and Changshi, the 2 Taiyin star lords outside the Taiyin star. At the same time, the Taiyin star gently shook, and 2 more equal and even more massive pillars of merit and virtue emerged, pouring into the bodies of the 2 Taiyin goddesses. The aura of the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shangshi, who had each received 10% of the Heavenly Tao merit and one of the Heavenly Tao merit gifted by the Taiyin star, began to rapidly rise. In just a few short breaths of time, they directly crossed over the realm of De Luo perfection and stepped into the level of quasi-saint. Immediately afterward, beside the 2 sisters, there was a female immortal figure solidifying, which was chopped out by each of them with a supreme innate spiritual treasure. At this point, the 2 sisters, Shiha and Shangshi, who did not have a high level of participation, relied on the 2 shares of Heavenly Tao merit to imbue their bodies and easily succeeded in beheading 3 corpses, stepping into the quasi-saint realm. Completing the breakthrough, Shiha and Changshi opened their eyes and smiled at each other. After looking at each other with a smile, they made a salute towards Fu Guang in the Heavenly Tao projection. "Thank you for the grace of lifting up fellow Taoists." In response to the 2 sisters' gratitude, Fu Guang slightly sensed it. Turning his head, after looking in the direction of the Taiyin star and nodding, his eyes burned towards the remaining 50% of Heavenly Tao merit above the dome of the sky. Joy could not be hidden. After all, the rest of these could all be his. Chapter 36 was covered in golden light. Chapter 36. Under the watchful eyes of the flooded beings, the rumble. That remaining 50% of Heavenly Tao merit was like a torrent that directly fell down towards Fu Guang. Just when everyone thought that Fu Guang would utilize these Heavenly Tao merits to cut out the 3 corpses and enter the Paragon realm. However, they only saw the golden wheel of Heavenly Tao merit light up around Fu Guang. Afterwards, directly incorporated all 50% of this Heavenly Tao merit into that already eye-shattering Heavenly Tao merit golden wheel. Not only that, Buzz, the Sun Star, which had already calmed down, once again released its bright sunlight, and a huge amount of Heavenly Tao merit surged out from within the Sun Star, and together with the Heavenly Tao merit that had descended from the sky, it was directly poured into Fu Guang's golden wheel of merit. Originally, Fu Guang's golden wheel of merit was already as dazzling as a small sun. At this moment, with the addition of the huge Heavenly Tao merit, the golden light of his merit was as bright as a small sun. His golden light of merit and virtue was able to compete with the sun. Just when everyone thought it was going to end. Rumble. The solar star shook once again, and another huge amount of merit and virtue surged out, combining with the star authority, directly evolving an illusory great sun, shrinking while falling down towards Fu Guang. At the same time, the clang around will spirit treasure that was filled with a golden light of merit and virtue and emitted the aura of a supreme innate spirit treasure manifested from within the sun star and directly landed in front of Fu Guang. For a while, after accepting the sun god fruit seed of the sun star and receiving all the authority of the sun star, Fu Guang opened a pair of golden eyes. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Very good. Very good. Very good. Between words, Fu Guang also didn't forget to make a bow towards the heavenly vault, paying homage to the heavenly will that responded to him. In the eyes of those who disliked Fu Guang, there was something claptrap about him acting like this. But Fu Guang did it anyway. It was still the same saying. The heaven is not to be blamed for many courtesies. He was not afraid that the heavenly Tao would not react to his politeness, but he was afraid that the heavenly Tao would react to his lack of politeness. The heavenly Tao greatness gradually dispersed. The projected figure of Fu Guang was framed in the scene where he waved his hand to accept the extreme innate merit spiritual treasure sunwheel. At this moment, although the heavenly Tao projection disappeared. However, this time, the impact of Fu Guang establishing the flood time calendar and setting the time sequence was beginning to deeply affect the entire flood, affecting all living beings. Of course, those who had attained immortality were also affected, but it was drastically reduced. In the end, whether Fu Guang was creating words, or establishing the flood calendar and setting the time sequence this time around, the ones who were affected were the general public and all living beings, not those who had attained immortality. The impact on all beings was not to be mentioned. At this moment, numerous ascended sacred many were silent. Good fellow. They all knew that this time Fu Guang was going to get a very huge chance, but this chance was too big, right? Do the math. I'm afraid that would be enough heavenly Tao merit for a cultivator of Diluo perfection to behead all three corpses without having to say more. The sun god fruit position plus the sun star authority. A superb innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure that kills without touching karma and cause and effect. A large pile of various grades of latter heavenly merit and virtue spiritual treasures that had a relationship with the flood calendar and chronology. What's more, how could the sun god fruit position be obtained without the strength of the quasi-saint realm? In other words, Fu Guang had long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm at an unknown time. A terrifying existence with a golden will of merit and virtue that shone as brightly as the sun, a large pile of merit and virtue spiritual treasures in his hands that killed people without touching karma or cause and effect, and a cultivation level that was at the very least at the early stage of quasi-sainthood, as well as assuming the heavenly and earthly fruit positions. One's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. Fortunately, people in the flood wasteland who were qualified to contact Fu Guang all had a rough impression of him in their hearts. Although Fu Guang was powerful, he was a great avatar who treated people kindly, had a gentle character, and loved to be reasonable. As long as one didn't intentionally offend or provoke, one wouldn't be picked on by him. Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian, who has the most jumpy character and youthful image among the three Chang. After deducing the flood time calendar, a smile appeared on his face. Good Fu Guang. Good flood time calendar. How wonderful, wonderful, wonderful ah. Hearing his unimaginative laughter, the middle-aged image of Yuan sure couldn't help but frown. Yelling and screaming, what kind of behavior is this? Tong Tian, who was scolded, his face stiffened slightly, then he collected his smile and stopped speaking. On the side, Laozi also deduced some time calendar. Touching his beard, he said, indeed remarkable. This Taoist Fu Guang can be so favored by the heavenly Tao, it is also his skill. However, we brothers, not weak. Two younger brothers, it's time for a breakthrough. Hearing Laozi's words, whether it was Yuan Shi or Tong Tian, who was aggrieved and had no place to speak, their faces were all straightened. First, it was the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, and after that, it was Shiha and Changxi of the Taiyin planet, all of whom had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Adding one more. Fu Guang, who was bound to step into the quasi-saint realm before everyone else. This also means that, in today's flood wasteland heaven and earth, the true ceiling was no longer the Diluo perfection. If they, the three purities, didn't make a breakthrough, wouldn't they become a joke? Not only would they be laughed at by the many cultivators, they would also lose their part as the sage's personal disciples and make the sage lose face. With the pride of the three purities, would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Fengqi Mountain. Nua's face was filled with unsurprising colors. Opening her mouth, she said, that Fu Guang did not behead the three corpses, yet he has attained the sun god fruit realm as I expected. He has long since stepped into the quasi-sacred realm. He is the first person under the teacher to step into the quasi-saint realm. It's ridiculous that the Eastern King and the Western Queen Mother didn't even realize this before. Hearing Nua's words, Fushi didn't care. At this moment, he was continuously calculating the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, feeling the subtleties of them. Just casually catering to Nua. Aha, aha. Sister is right. Looking at the mesmerized Fushi, the corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched, and a little bit of annoyance rose in her eyes. Boom! The jade hand raised up and directly punched, and Fushi, who was still in the middle of his deduction, flew backwards into his cave with a black eye on top of his head. There was only time to let out a miserable scream. Ah! Daily punched Fushi. Nuwa let out a breath freely, opened his mouth and said, "Brother, is better to close the door for good. Now that this great chaos in heaven and earth is coming, if you and I, brother and sister, don't break through the current realm, I'm afraid that we'll be in constant trouble afterward." Frowning, Nuwa glanced at the sun star and then in the direction of the East Sea. With some pressure in her heart, she also turned towards her cave to go. It was time to go into seclusion to try and break through by chopping off 3 corpses. This increasingly chaotic flood world. The cultivation level of the Deluo realm was no longer enough to get true freedom. Chapter 37, Serving the 4 Immortals. Rules of the Golden Crow Palace. Chapter 37. Ingzhou Purple Mansion. The smile on the Duke of the East King's face completely disappeared, and there was a slight chill in his disillusioned eyes. In his eyes, Taoist Fu Guang's might was also too great. Continuing like this, the flood world beings were afraid that in their hearts, they would only know of the sun god Fu Guang and not him, the lord of the immortal court, Lord Dongwang. On the other side, the Queen Mother of the West retracted her gaze and continued to do her own thing. How that Taoist Fu Guang was of little concern to her. If the Duke of the East King was to seek out Fu Guang, she would never make a move. There was no other. Queen Mother West did not want to make an enemy of Fu Guang. Golden Crow Palace. In the middle of the courtyard, Fu Guang's face wore a satisfied smile. The Sun God Fruit Position, certified. Heavenly Dao Merit, also arrived. Mixed Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, extracted. From now on, all he needed to do was to stay quietly in his Sun Star Golden Crow Palace and watch the winds and clouds of the flood, and the rise and fall of the audience. With his Fu Guang's contribution to the flood world, the favor of the heavenly Tao, plus the body of the merit and virtue of the golden will that is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, even if the heavenly Tao saints want to count him, all have to weigh it properly. As for cultivation? With the favor of the heavenly Tao, the chi of the Sun Star and the Sun God Fruit Position, the chi of the literary Tao, and the chi merit from the calendar of time and the sequence of time, it was not to say that he would definitely be able to certify the heavenly Tao Sage Fruit Position. But guaranteeing the great perfection of the mixed golden immortal and being the first person under a saint was still no problem at all. Having traveled across the world so far, the positional frame of being the same ruler as the world that he had plotted for himself was considered to be initially in hand. Therefore, at this moment, Fu Guang was releasing a relaxed and cozy mood from the inside out, and even the great thousand worlds within the Sun Star where the Golden Crow Palace was located had a light breeze blowing because of his good mood and relaxed mood. For a while, Fu Guang, who had recovered his mind, raised his eyes to look at the 4 flower immortals who were respectfully in front of him. His expression was gentle. The 4 of you have been blessed with a good fortune, and your root qualifications are quite good. Today, if you practice diligently and properly report the 4 seasons for the Wheel of Flood Beings, you will be blessed with a steady stream of chi, merit and virtue, and the future of the Dala can be expected. Hearing the faces of the 4 flower immortals all wore a look of gratitude. In unison, they said, "Thank you, Senior, for your compliments. Please allow me, Senior. Our 4 sisters have been blessed with the grace of Seniors lifting us up, and we have achieved what we have today. We have no way of repaying this favor, and we are willing to follow Seniors left and right, and we will never regret it. I hope that Senior will be kind enough to take us in." In the middle of his speech, the 4 flower immortals all looked sincere as they knelt down towards Fu Guang, their faces full of pleading. Even though they had only just transformed into forms, the 4 flower fairies were still very smart. All 4 of their sisters knew very well that although they had been blessed with the merits of the heavenly Tao, they had been blessed with the creation, and they were at the early stage of the golden immortal realm when they took form and emerged from the world. But the golden immortal in the vast expanse of the flood world, but also just a mole cricket. If there is no great power behind them, the 4 of them might be in trouble one day in the future. There are still quite a few flood cultivators who dare to kill a golden immortal of merit. The Fu Guang in front of us is undoubtedly a very powerful backer. Plus there was the grace of lifting them up. Therefore, instead of going to the flood wasteland and then begging a great avatar for shelter after they had suffered, it would be better to take advantage of the present and directly follow Elder Fu Guang. Looking at the 4 flower fairies who pleaded with him to allow them to follow, Fu Guang pondered slightly. Regarding the thoughts of the 4 of them, Fu Guang was naturally clear. As for the matter of sheltering the 4 sisters, Fu Guang wasn't worried about inviting trouble for himself. After all, it was just sheltering 4 golden immortals. Moreover, the 4 flower immortals and Fu Guang did have karma and destiny. Instead of letting them go down to the flood to cause many changes, it would be better to accept them and give them their own dojo to take care of. Moreover, the potential of the 4 flower immortals was still good. If nothing goes wrong, they will definitely be able to achieve the Great Luo Dao fruit. As for whether or not they would be able to achieve the quasi-saint realm, it was an unknown. But it doesn't matter. A Great Luo Golden Immortal wouldn't lose face with him, and even more so, he could do many things for him. You 4 sisters are indeed fated to be with this seat. After a little contemplation, Fu Guang made a decision. Since you sincerely want to follow this seat, then you can stay. From today onwards, the 4 of you will be the 4 immortals in my seat's retinue. Hearing this, the 4 flower immortals were filled with joy and bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang. Thank you for accepting me, master. Nodding casually. With a wave of Fu Guang's hand, several spiritual treasures of merit and virtue that were related to the time calendar, time sequence, and 4 seasons were casually thrown in front of the 4 flower immortals by him. Opening his mouth, he said, "These merit spiritual treasures, which are associated with the seasons and time sequences, will be placed under the control of you 4 sisters. The path of seeking the Tao is full of difficulties and dangers. Once you are under my seat, you must remember. Don't kill, don't bully, don't be vicious, don't fight, don't mess up karma, don't kill each other. In the future, you need to remember." A series of Golden Crow Palace rules, Fu Guang as one by one with their own attendant 4 immortals said clearly. If there was any violation, so that any of them, tainted with karma at this level of quantum karma, he, Fu Guang, would certainly cut at the speed of light and would definitely not allow to be dragged down. Never doubt Fu Guang's determination to avoid quantum revelation. The 4 flower immortals listened attentively, memorizing the Golden Crow Palace rules, all of them. They had no complaints. After all, they were the ones who wanted to follow Fu Guang, so they naturally had to abide by Fu Guang's rules. After saying the rules, Fu Guang also began to explain the Golden Crow Palace's benefits to the 4 flower immortals. Following this seat, naturally, you will not be treated poorly. When I have free time, I will give you a lecture on the Tao. There are many great spiritual masters who have friendship with this seat, and when they visit and discuss the Tao with this seat, you can also listen on the sidelines. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, there are spiritual roots, immortal herbs, and other opportunities, and apart from reserving some for brewing wine and making pastries, you can take whatever is useful to you. Just keep in mind that you must not fish to the last penny and must take the path of sustainable development. It didn't take long. Fu Guang made all the benefits clear. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there anything else that is not clear or understood?" If there are rules, there is a circle, and then a little bit of resources and benefits are given. This was Fu Guang's management style for the Golden Crow Palace. Of course. Originally, when Fu Guang was alone, the Golden Crow Palace did not have any management style, and with the 4 attendant immortals, it was still necessary to set up a set of rules. Mainly, Fu Guang was worried that without rules, the 4 flower immortals would ignorantly get involved in the karma of the quantum rain and then drag him down as well. That would not be good. After hearing the benefits, the 4 flower immortals were all very excited. Reporting back to the Lord, all have been heard clearly. In fact, Fu Guang was only able to give out the benefits of the shelter, instruction in cultivation, giving a little of the resources that the Golden Crow Palace has. It may not seem like much, but how? A great avatar's shelter, for the weak how important since needless to say. And guidance for cultivation is even more rare. A single word from a great avatar could potentially allow them, the bottom cultivators, to advance even further. Not to mention, they could also receive frequent sermons and guidance. These benefits. It's simply too good to be true. Chapter 38, The Arrival of the Noble Guests. Chapter 38. Spiritual treasures were given. The rules were established. Fu Guang then, without any commands, waved his hand and let the attendant 4 immortals go into seclusion first to digest what they had gained this time. Shiha, Changshi, they should be closed for a period of time to consolidate their own realm. Sitting alone under the Fusang tree, pouring his own drink, Fu Guang. His face was deep in thought. This time to go to the flood to find Taoist friends is not good. After all, everyone is riveting. Want to cut 3 corpses, go is just disturbing others. In that case, this seat is also closed. Taking advantage of this period of time that is still considered peaceful, refining a few more of the chaos bells innate divine forbidden is also a good thing. As for the supreme innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure sun wheel that I just obtained, this spiritual treasure was the same as the moon wheel that had already disappeared from the flood world and belonged to the sun god's exclusive spiritual treasure. At the same time Fu Guang obtained the sun god fruit seed and became the sun god. The instant the sun will entered his hand, it automatically released the 48 innate divine prohibitions and was instantly refined by him. Therefore, there was no need for Fu Guang to spend extra time refining it. After sitting in the courtyard for 1,000 years, Fu Guang, who had nothing else to do, also got up and stepped into the Golden Crow Palace to go into seclusion. This was how his life was. Cultivate in seclusion. Rest. Engage in a little bit of life's little pleasures to have some fun. And then continue to cultivate in seclusion. Other than that, Fu Guang does not care about anything else. Including the wars and changes in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the flood, Fu Guang did not investigate. Not interested. At the same time, he could also probably tell what the progress of the immortal court would be like. Without the birth of the demon race and the emergence of the demon heavenly court, the path of the Duke of Dongwang's conquest of the floodplains would definitely be very smooth in the early stages, and it would even be much smoother than the progress under the original trajectory. There was nothing to be concerned about. Ever since Fu Guang established the flood time calendar and set the time sequence. Except for the immortal mountains and blessed lands, the Taoist master's dojo, and some special places. Most of the unusual places in the flood wasteland, there is a change of seasons, the flow of festivals. Gradually, the method of timekeeping also changed from the commonly used Huiyuan timekeeping to the use of year, month, day, and hour timekeeping. The general public has also been the sunrises and the moonsets for a day, the cold comes and goes, and the 4 seasons cycle for a year. Idle clouds and pools of shadow day long, things change and stars shift a few degrees of autumn. In the twinkling of an eye. 100,000 years have passed. On this day, in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, who was wearing a long robe and had his long ink-like hair casually draped around him, was holding an autumnal brush and writing on a piece of white paper. Beside him, Xunlan, the eldest sister of the 4 flower fairies, stood quietly and waited. Her complexion was filled with the color of respect. 100,000 years of time was already enough for the 4 flower immortals to familiarize themselves with everything in the Golden Crow Palace. Naturally, the 4 flower immortals had also gone in to read in the Hall of Collected Books, which did not prohibit them from reading. The many canonical books written by Fu Guang inside could be said to be unheard of by the 4 flower fairies, who were still very young, and they marveled at them. Although there were many books that were just storybooks, there were countless secret passages of feats, divine abilities, and spells. They had already benefited from just learning some of them. It could be imagined how powerful as well as astonishingly talented was Elder Fu Guang, who created the heaven-capturing feats, God-crying divine abilities, and subtle and incomparable spells in there. In short, after 100,000 years of service, the 4 flower immortals felt more and more wise about their 4 sisters' choice to follow Fu Guang in the first place. Fellow Taoist Shiha and fellow Taoist Changxi from the Taiyin planet are here. While continuing to write his novel, Fu Guang spoke. They are this seat's honored guests, go greet them. Forget it. You go inside the main hall and prepare 6 banquets, and have the 3 of you, Xiaoyi, Zhouju, and Dongmei, go greet them. In addition to the 2 honored guests of the Taiyin planet, there are a few more honored guests in the back. They must not be neglected. Heard. Xunlan, who was waiting at the side, immediately became serious in her face. Answering the voice. Here. After respectfully retreating, Xunlan quickly conveyed Fu Guang's order to the other 3 young ladies, and at the same time began to seriously prepare the immortal feast. Meticulously. Not daring to be the slightest bit sloppy. There is no other reason. This was the honored guest in Master Fu Guang's mouth. Those 2 Taiyin goddesses of the Taiyin planet, the 4 sisters knew about them, they were actual quasi-saint great avatars. To be able to become a guest of honor with these 2 great avatars, there was only a guest of honor that was also at the level of a great avatar. In other words, the Golden Crow Palace would soon be welcoming 6 quasi-saint powerhouses. How could this make the 4 of them, the 4 tiny golden immortals, dare to be negligent? Outside the sun star. In a single thought of Fu Guang. On top of a trestle that was condensed by the true fire of the sun, the 3 tiny golden immortals among the 4 flower immortals, Summer Lotus, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum, appeared and waited underneath the trestle in a respectful manner. It wasn't long. Buzz. 2 streaks of moonlight immortal light came from the direction of Taiyin Star and landed in front of the 3 sisters. The figures of Shi He and Shang Shi manifested. Seeing the 2 great avatars appear, the 3 flower immortals all met with a salute in place. Summer Lotus, Autumn Chrysanthemum, Winter Plum, meet the Taiyin Star Lord. With a color of surprise in their eyes, Shi-He looks at the 3 flower immortals. So it's you guys. It looks like you guys are practicing under the seat of fellow Taoist Fu Guang? The 4 flower immortals had sacrificed their lives when they set up the flood calendar and set the order of the seasons, and they were the flower deities that represented the 4 seasons. Shiha still remembers them. Hearing Shiha's words, as the second oldest among the 4 flower immortals, Xia, he said with a respectful look. Returning to the questioning of the 2 Taiyin Star Lords. The 4 slave sisters are grateful that your lordship doesn't mind them, and after transforming into their forms, they have followed your lordship as the 4 attendant immortals. Nodded in understanding. Shiha didn't care about these small things, and after glancing at the 3 flower immortals, she had a realization in her heart. Opening his mouth, he inquired. Are there any other Dao friends visiting Taoist Fu Guang today? Hearing. Xia he bowed and replied. Returning to Star Lord's inquiry. Master said that there are indeed other honored guests, only the specific identities, slave girls and others do not know. Nodding lightly. Shiha looked at Shaha and smiled. It seems like we will see some old friends today perhaps. Lead the way in front. Right away. Xiaohe then led Shihe and Changxi, stepping onto the Sun True Flame Trestle, and in a few steps, they had already entered the Great Thousand World where the Golden Crow Palace was situated, heading towards the location of the main hall. As for the two autumn chrysanthemums and winter plums, they continued to wait on top of the trestle. Chapter 39 Duke Dongwang's Invitation. Chapter 39. Inside the Great Hall of the Golden Crow Palace. 7 immortal tables. There were spiritual fruits, pastries, immortal brews, and other snacks that were used to satisfy the cravings of a small party. Fu Guang casually sat on the main seat and was pouring himself a drink, waiting for the arrival of Shihe, Changxi, and the others. Fu Guang did not have to wait long. Sister Shihe and Changxi were already stepping into the main hall, smilingly coming towards Fu Guang. Seeing this pair of stunningly beautiful sisters arrive, Fu Guang looked casual and raised his hand in invitation. The two Taoist friends, the poor Taoist has been waiting for a long time, please take your seats. There was no movement to get up. Given his current relationship with Shihe and Changxi, if he was too polite, he would appear to be a bit pretentious. Likewise, Shihe and Changxi were also not polite, they both casually took a seat at an immortal table and opened their mouths to thank. Thanks a lot. Looking at the stunning sisters who had already made a breakthrough, Fu Guang raised his cup in a gesture. Congratulations to the two fellow Taoists for going one step further and achieving Paragon. Ha! Hearing the words, she has beautiful eyes curved in a smile. This is also to thank you for the kindness of the Taoist friend's promotion, if not, we two sisters are afraid that now are still in seclusion, which can be so fast to break through to today's realm. Nodded. The cool and trippy Changxi looked towards Fu Guang. Thank you. You know. The two sisters were not the ones who had just obtained the merits of the heavenly Tao and chopped out 3 corpses 100,000 years ago. During this 100,000 years of seclusion, Shihe and Changxi not only consolidated their own paramount sage Tao fruits, but also chopped out a second corpse. Although their realm was still at the early stage of paramount sainthood. But chopping off a corpse is not the same concept as chopping off 2 or 3 corpses at the early stage of paramount sainthood. In the Purple Heavenly Palace, the sage himself had explained many of the wonders of the quasi-saint realm. One of the points worth mentioning is, to behead 3 corpses one must enter the quasi-saint realm, but the quasi-saint realm may not be able to behead 3 corpses. There is no direct correlation between whether you are at the early stage, middle stage, late stage, or complete stage of a quasi-saint and how many 3 corpses you have chopped off, and whether or not the 3 corpses are united. Therefore, today's Shihe and Changxi sisters are the early stage of the quasi-saints who have chopped out 2 corpses. Back to the topic. After the 3 of them chatted a little bit, Shihe's face was colored with curiosity. I wonder which 4 friends of the Tao are coming to be guests. There are quite a few Tao Lord cultivators who are friends with Fu Guang, but there shouldn't be many who will come to the Sunstar as guests. Heard. Fu Guang smiled, his eyes looking towards the entrance of the Great Hall. People have already come. Between words, Fu Guang, who was still sitting casually, was already standing up. Towards the direction of the doorway, he raised his hand and saluted. There are friends who have come from afar. Welcome to the 4 Tao friends who have come to the poor Tao Sunstar as guests, please forgive me if I have missed the welcome. His words fell. A cheerful laughter came from the entrance of the Great Hall. Ha! Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. Fuxi and her sister have come to disturb us, I hope you'll forgive me. The words fell. The elegant Fuxi and the arrogant Nuwa, both siblings, walked in from the doorway. After that, Red Cloud with a red robe, and Jin Yuanzi with a thick image, likewise walked in. Red Cloud was full of smiles. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, poor Taoist Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi came here uninvited, so I hope I haven't disturbed fellow Taoist. And the honest Jin Yuanzi also bowed. I apologize for the uninvited visit, fellow Taoist. Looking at the arriving 4, Fu Guang's eyes narrowed slightly. Good guys. All of them had already stepped into the paramount saint realm. They are truly worthy of being the top innate sacred roots of the flood. If it weren't for the differences in chance, fortune, luck, and so on, purely from the qualifications of the roots, almost all of the top innate saints would be in a position to become saints. Fellow Taoists coming to be guests is giving face to poor Tao, how can we say it's a disturbance? Fu Guang's face wore a smile as he spoke while raising his hand as a guide. Waiting for the crowd to take their seats. Only then did he himself sit down again. Smiling, he congratulated. Congratulations to a few fellow Taoists for taking a step further, the great Tao is within reach. Hearing the words, the 4 people who had just arrived all had smiles on their faces. There was nothing more worthwhile to be happy about than furthering one's cultivation. In particular, the recognition from fellow practitioners, it was even more so. Even the condescending Nuwa had a few more smiles on her face. After a good start, on top of the 7 immortal tables set up in the form of round tables, the crowd began to chat. The atmosphere was still very good. It didn't take long. Fu Guang looked at the 4 people who arrived behind him with a casual expression. Inquiring. Today is very coincidental, the four fellow Taoists have come together to pour Taoist the Sun Star as guests, but is it because above that 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, there is something that makes the four fellow Taoists want to see eye to eye and not be bothered by anything that has happened? If that's the case, if it was just Fu Xi and Niwa coming to visit, or if it was just Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi coming to visit, Fu Guang believed that there was no big deal and that they were just visiting. But now, all four of them came together. It couldn't be as simple as saying it was a coincidence. Who among the great avatars of the flood would still not be able to count on their fingers? Especially this guy Fuxi, he is the #1 godly man in the flood, more capable of counting than even Fu Guang. He came to visit, will be with others together? Obviously not. So, it must be that something has happened above the floodland, that's why the four of them came together. In reality, it was also very simple for Fu Guang to want to know, he only needed to slightly intercept the information about the past in the heavenly chants, and then he could know what was happening in the flooded earth. But there was no need to. Looking at it from the heavenly chants, how could it be as rippling as listening to someone else speak about it? Fu Guang's question had just fallen. The four people who arrived behind them were all silent for a while. Snap! Fuxi put down the wine cup in his hand in a nonchalant manner. There was a look of displeasure on his face. When this matter is spoken of, there is fire in the heart of the poor Taoist. That the East King Gong to establish the immortal court, want to unify the flood beings, we only seek the great Tao, this does not intend to dispute with him, and do not want to get involved in these trivial matters inside. But that the East King Gong repeatedly sent people to invite me and my sister into the immortal court. Even though he refused repeatedly, he still kept sending people over, which was really annoying. But he is after all the orthodox immortal court of the Lord, and etiquette also did the right thing, and not good bad language, can only find a place to hide leisure. This is with my sister together, come to visit you. Fuxi spoke at the same time. Along with Nuwa's face is not very good, smile convergence, pretty faces all frost, beautiful eyes and the cold eyes flashing. It was obvious. She was also getting very annoyed with Lord Dongwang's invitation. On the other side, Red Cloud froze for a moment before, opened his mouth and said, fellow Taoist Fuxi and fellow Taoist Nuwa were also interfered with? How dare the immortal court be so bold? Fellow Taoist Nuwa is the shut-in disciple of a sage. He raised an eyebrow. Fu Guang held his wine cup without saying anything, and after taking a sip of immortal brew, he quietly listened to Fuxi, Hongjun, and Jin Yuanzi, an honest man, open their mouths to spit out the Duke of Dongwang's lover's operation. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. This Duke of the East King, actually hold this dead out? Isn't this a clear indication that he's going to offend many great avatars? Or was it that? Doesn't he think that he can really overpower many paragon great avatars and Tao Lord cultivators? Chapter 40, pointing out that the quantum rain is coming. Chapter 40. Soon. In Fuxi, Red Cloud, these two fast-talking guys under the narrative, Fu Guang also roughly understand the immortal court after the establishment of the time, this will be nearly a yuan will be inside the time, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the many things that happened. I have to say, with the orthodox status that was approved by the saints and recognized by the heavenly Tao, the development of the immortal court was still very rapid and easy. Nowadays, the 4 seas are now under the jurisdiction of the immortal court. Once the immortal court's order was issued, the islands of the 4 seas, thousands of races, and countless living beings, no one dared to disobey, and no one dared to disrespect it. After the unification of the 4 seas, not satisfied with the Prince of the East, to the East China Sea as a springboard, has begun towards the East to swallow the momentum, began to push across the past. The East is a great place. There are a large number of great divine masters and great Luo cultivators. This was an extremely large force, and even with the might of the immortal court today, it did not dare to push too hard. Therefore, the Duke of the East has taken certain measures. Pulling some of them together. Suppressing some. Ignoring part of it. Fuxi and Nuwa, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi belong to the part that the Duke of Dongwang was pulling together. The ones who were suppressed were naturally the Deluo cultivators who were not strong enough, not qualified enough, had just broken through, and were unwilling to join the immortal court. As for those who ignored them, they were naturally those similar to the 3 pristine ones, the old ancestor of the river Styx, and Fu Guang, who had no fear of the immortal court, and at the same time wouldn't bow down and submit to other people's existences at all. After this operation, the power of the immortal court today can be described as. The immortal court's power is now unprecedentedly expanding and powerful. This is how it is now. Red Cloud sighed, a look of displeasure on his face. After the Duke of the East King really unifies the flood and the earth, will we still be able to live in peace? Hearing Red Cloud's words, Fuxi frowned and didn't say anything. Jin Yuanzi's face was also worried, and Nuwa's face was cold. On the side, Changxi, who was cool and trippy, was her usual self, not opening her mouth to interject, and didn't have much of a reaction to the topic. On the contrary, it was Shiha who raised an eyebrow and, subconsciously, he turned his gaze to Fu Guang. Fellow Taoist, what is your opinion on this matter? His words immediately made everyone above the banquet table, their gazes were all looking towards Fu Guang. Wanted to hear his opinion on the matter of the immortal court. His face did not change. Fu Guang was still in the same relaxed and cozy posture. He opened his mouth and said, "There is no need to care about him." Hearing his insightful reply, the crowd was all slightly stunned, only Fushi was thoughtful. Willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Cician looked to the very calm look, not the slightest worry about the continued growth of the immortal court. In the future, everyone did not have a peaceful day to live. Fu Guang. His heart murmured. In the face of the powerful immortal court, Fu Guang still has the strength and confidence to deal with it? He's hiding it so deeply. At this moment, Shiha, who originally felt that Fu Guang had a big plan and had hidden a lot of things inside, only felt that his previous estimation of Fu Guang was still a bit too low. Fellow Daoist, can you make it clearer? Red Cloud didn't quite understand, but he wasn't a cultivator who didn't pretend to understand, so he directly opened his mouth and asked for guidance. Hearing, Fu Guang, who had a leisurely face, casually opened his mouth. To unify the flood and harness all living beings, such a great cause, how can it always be smooth? Today's immortal court's rising momentum is indeed very strong, but there is always a limit. The way of heaven is the most righteous. If the immortal court wanted to dominate the floodlands and the heavens, and dominate all beings in the universe, it was bound to undergo tribulations and baptisms over and over again. If one can survive all the tribulations, the Duke of Dongwang will become a success, and the immortal court will be well deserving of its name. If you can't, today's splendor, no matter how good it is just a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Hearing Fu Guang's words, the eyes of Fu Shi, who had been in deep meditation, steepened and his face became grave. Fellow Daoist means. Looking at Fushi, whose face was filled with a grave expression, the faces of the others were puzzled, and Fu Guan was the only one who had some surprises. Afterwards, Fu Guan nodded. As fellow Daoist thought. As the immortal court continues to develop with today's momentum, sooner or later, it will usher in an opponent that the immortal court cannot easily, or even at all, defeat. At that time, the Duke of Dongwang will certainly be too anxious to deal with it, so naturally he won't have time to worry about you. The immortal court, coupled with an opponent that is strong enough to fight against the immortal court. Do you all still not see the point? One word woke up the dreamer. Originally, it was just a feeling that after the immortal court became powerful, it shouldn't be a good thing for people like themselves. After all, the Duke of Dongwang was an extremely overbearing emperor from his current moves, and if he really unified the flood, the cultivators under him would only be afraid that they would not be allowed to have loose immortals. But after Fu Guang said this, the crowd instantly reacted. Yes. They only saw that after the immortal court unified the flood wasteland, it would bring about all sorts of bad changes for them. But they had forgotten. How easy would it be to unify the floodplains? The way of heaven is the most righteous. If the immortal court wanted to achieve that kind of dominance, it would inevitably be put to the test, and that test would definitely not be easy anymore. As Fu Guang said, the immortal court will definitely encounter an extremely powerful opponent, and will break out into a situation where the two powers are competing against each other. The two powers will fight each other. A great war will arise. At that time, there will be bloodshed amongst the powerful, and the living will be devastated. These few conditions were slightly synthesized, and everyone present came to their own conclusions. Hiss. Red Cloud sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A trembling voice said, "Quantum revenge." The honest Jin Yuanzi was nonplussed. The condescending Nua's face froze. Fushi's eyes were like torches. The two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, both had furrowed brows and lowered their complexions. How terrifying is the quantum revelation? If it wasn't for the three races of heaven, the floodplains would have been overrun by those godless and witless beasts in Fey. At the time of the three races' great calamity, the entire flood wilderness was filled with battles between the three races, and there were great battles everywhere. In the last quantum heist where the Tao and the devil fought, the Chen Kun old ancestor, the Yin and Yang old ancestor, the moon god Wang Shu, and so on, many of the famous mixed golden immortals fell, and even the ancestral veins of the western lands were blown up. How long has it been since then? The quantum culpa is about to open up again? For a moment, there was a sense of urgency in everyone's hearts. Although it was said that their strength today was not what it used to be. But how can they say that? Under the quantum sundering, the strength of the paramount saint realm was nothing more than that. Chapter 41, Fushi, he wanted to become an exalted. Chapter 41. Talking about the quantum rain. The people here all fell silent. Flood cultivators. Talking about quantum revelation. This was by no means an empty phrase. Laughing. Fu Guang's face remained calm as he casually opened his mouth to comfort. You don't have to worry so much, even though the quantum robbery is horrible, as long as you cultivate yourselves without fear and don't cause any trouble, you will definitely be able to pass through the quantum robbery unharmed. Why are you so worried? Hearing Fu Guang's comforting words, everyone nodded in recognition. But at the same time, in their hearts, they felt something strange. Although Fu Guang's words weren't wrong, what was wrong with his attitude of a person who had been there before, and his tone as if he had already jumped out of the 3 realms and was not in the quantum rain? Even though the stars were a long way from the 4 seas and 8 deserts, for cultivators at their level, it was just a matter of time. When the time comes. If the Immortal Court really wants to get Fu Guang into the game, it won't be very troublesome. It won't be very troublesome. Can't you see that Shiha, as well as the cool, 3-dimensional Chanshi, are all showing a grave expression on their faces? Fu Guang's gesture is more or less a bit called people surprised awe. It was as if the quantum rain was within his grasp. Deep plowing innate number of easy, for heaven and earth big trend, small trend direction, have some doorway of Fushi, looking at this Fu Guang is not pretend to be relaxed, but really casual posture, secretly pondering Fu Guang's bottom. Could it be that Fu Guang's innate ability to count is far beyond my Fushi? Fushi heart murmured. He has seen more of the major and minor potentials of heaven and earth, and has already made plans long ago, so he is confident that he will be able to successfully cross the quantum leap? It is possible. But it should be more than that. Fellow Daoist Fu Guang's destiny is unparalleled and unattainable. He is a born emperor's destiny. His plan can't be as simple as just passing through the quantum sacrifice, it should be much more massive. It is not known what the plan is, but the result that fellow Taoist Fu Guang wants to plan for is only. Fushi, who is in the process of brainstorming, calculates in his mind the result that Fu Guang's plan seeks. There is no need to mention the proof of the Tao. Flood cultivators, who does not seek to prove the way. Fushi is also a seeker. In his mind, he thought of the Immortal Court, which is now fighting in the floodplains, and the Duke of Dongwang, who acts in an extremely overbearing style and intends to include even the 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace under his own command. Fushi's eyes lit up. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fu Guang's plot is the throne of the heaven and earth supreme? Hiss. It must be so. Regarding his speculation, Fushi was convinced. Because this speculation is very reasonable. The first reasonable thing. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang has the supreme and noble 9-9 supreme destiny, and is himself an innate divine being nurtured by the extremely overbearing sun star, as well as being a sun god. It would be a shame for such an existence not to compete for the throne of heaven and earth supreme. The second rationalization. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang first created the characters and established the way of letters, and his name spread to the flooded heavens and earth, so who doesn't know about it and who doesn't know about it? Later, he established the flood time calendar and set the flood time sequence to further expand his fame. What were these actions doing? Building momentum. He was building up momentum for his own battle for supremacy in the flood wilderness. As the saying goes, if you want to start something, first create momentum, and if you want to accomplish something, first make a name for yourself. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang is now past the stage of building momentum and becoming famous, and will surely have big plans to follow. The third rationalization. This is the result of his Fushi's deduction and judgment. Can there be false? There is no way it can be false. Fu Guang Taoist friend is planning the position of the supreme being of heaven and earth, and surely already have a good grasp of it. I see. After determining Fu Guang's thoughts in his heart, a mysterious smile appeared on Fushi's face. He opened his mouth and said, "Worthy of being fellow Taoist Fu Guang, this time, the poor Taoist has been taught." As he spoke, Fushi raised his hand towards Fu Guang and bowed with a gesture of having been taught. Everyone else, including Yuhua, who was very familiar with her elder brother, froze for a moment. Fu Guang raised an eyebrow. What did I teach him? Whatever. Anyway, Fushi, this person can handle it, no matter what he comprehended on his own, just take it as if I instructed him. And so. Fu Guang nodded slightly and looked at Fushi. It's good that fellow Taoist can understand. Sure enough. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi's face revealed a smile of realization. Looking at the two guys who were playing dumb riddles. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were unsure but didn't ask much. There were some things that it was still good not to know instead. Nuwa frowned, intending to cross-examine her own elder brother when she went back to Fingxi Mountain is all. Shang-Shi didn't care. And Shiha's eyes flickered slightly. After glancing at Fushi, there were some vague guesses in her heart, but she didn't say it. Gentlemen. Fu Guang didn't care and swept the topic away from the Immortal Court and the quantum revelation. With an expectant face, he opened his mouth. Everyone is a friend, it's rare to get together. Earlier in my life, when I had nothing to do, I made some trinkets for amusement. It's rare for all of you Dao friends to come, how about we all play together? While speaking, Fu Guang casually raised his hand and a burst of spatial power dispersed soundlessly. Buzz. The next moment. The crowd that hadn't reacted yet, between their shapes, had already appeared in the Golden Crow Palace, inside the courtyard that Fu Guang usually used to play in. The crowd, who were directly transferred and had no time to react, were all silent for a while. You looked at me and I looked at you, looking at each other. At the same time. Within the eyes that looked at Fu Guang again, they were already taking on the color of gravity. Ah, they were 6 quasi-saint great avatars. Not Deluo cultivators, much less Taiyi golden immortal shrimps or golden immortal ants. What happened? When Fu Guang made his move to move them, not a single one of them even reacted. What did this mean? Fu Guang's strength far exceeded them all. Even though everyone knew in their hearts that Taoist Fu Guang was very powerful, they never expected it to be this powerful. Honestly speaking, it was a bit of a slight shock. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, a deep hide. Fushi quickly came back to his senses and spoke meaningfully. He accepted it very quickly. Without such strength, how would fellow Taoist Fu Guang dare to plot for the throne of heaven and earth supreme? Rather, it would be better to say that this kind of strength is what is normal. HM? Hearing Fushi's words, Fu Guang was a bit stunned, and seeing the looks and eyes of the crowd, he instantly understood that he had just shown his small hand, and I was afraid that he had shaken them up a bit. So smiled and said, "Rather, I've called everyone to laugh at me. As a sun god, it's not surprising that the poor Taoist has some small means of authority within the great thousand worlds within this sun star." These words was said as if it was true, and those present took it as if they were really listening. Chapter 42. Things are like chess, with 1,000 changes. Chapter 42. Let's not talk about these minutiae. Fu Guang waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, this way please. While speaking, Fu Guang had already taken a step towards the place where Go, Xiangqi, and other amusement knickknacks were placed. It wasn't just these things. All these years, while Fu Guang had been comprehending the way of gaming, he had also made mahjong, playing cards, and other gadgets that were related to the way of gaming, while also developing quite a few ways to play. Previously, when Fu Guang couldn't find anyone to play with, the four flowery mortals were also very formal at the table, so naturally they weren't able to enjoy themselves. Nowadays, a group of fellow players are here. It was just the right time to have some fun. It didn't take long. Under Fu Guang's introduction, the crowd instantly understood all of these gadgets that Fu Guang had fiddled with, the rules and how to play them. Without any surprises. The people present, the one that interested them the most was still Go. Weiqi was considered to be the gadget that best exemplified the way of gaming. As the saying goes, the world is like a chessboard, the universe is unpredictable. A chessboard is like heaven and earth, all beings are chess pieces, and the changes of heaven and earth are all in it. Weiqi contains the way of the game, the way of deduction, encompassing the universe. Even if it has not yet begun to formally play chess, the people are able to understand one or two. The way of change is all there is. The proud Nuwa also looked at Go with great interest. She opened her mouth and said, "The Weiqi designed by fellow Taoist is really subtle." Nuwa and Hongjun could be said to be quite familiar with the board, black and white pieces, chess cups, and whatnot. After all, back when they were fighting for the treasures at Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa and Hongjun had seen Fu Guang use them. Only, at that time, they didn't know the many wonderful uses of Go, and only looked at it as Fu Guang's spiritual treasure of merit. After hearing Nuwa's words, Shiha smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist Nuwa is curious, why don't you play a game yourself? Poor Taoist would be happy to play with you." Hearing the words, Nuwa's eyes lit up. "In that case, let's have a game then." Although she specialized in the great Tao of creation, she still had some skills in deduction and calculation. With regards to Go, Nuwa was also truly curious and itchy. So, faced with Shiha's invitation, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Nuwa and Shiha began to play against each other. The few people watching from the side were also hot-eyed, and after the four flower immortals set up the chessboard again, Hongjun couldn't wait to pull on Jin Yuanzi and start playing. And Fushi turned his gaze to Fu Guang. Reaching out his hand, he invited, "Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, do you have the honor?" Looking at Fushi, who was full of expectation and eager to try, Fu Guang, who also had some itchy hands, smiled faintly and directly sat on the opposite side of Fushi. Casually sitting cross-legged, Fu Guang inserted his hands into the cuffs on both sides. Fellow Taoist first dropped the seeds. "After all, you are new to Go, even though you know the rules of the game by heart, but after all, it was invented by the poor Taoist. I should be allowed to go first." Heard. Know the rules, also know the importance of the first move of Fushi, a little hesitation. Then opened his mouth. "Then poor Taoist will shamelessly Taoist friends let first." Between words, Fushi already took a white chess piece and landed on top of the board. Splat. After Fushi made his move, Fu Guang also made his move directly. At first, both of them landed their pieces at an extremely fast speed, with almost no pause. But gradually, the speed at which Fushi landed his pieces became slower and slower. And then, Fu Guang's speed of dropping seeds was similarly slowed down. Even if it was a bit faster than Fushi, it wasn't much better. The first stage of dropping seeds was extremely fast. The middle stage of dropping a sun takes hundreds or thousands of years. In the later stages, landing a sun would take 10,000, or even tens of thousands of years. Fortunately for them, the ascended sacred time was the least valuable thing there was. Nearly 2 yuan sessions time had passed. At this moment, the Golden Crow Palace's courtyard, only Fu Guang and Fushi were still playing against each other, and the chess games between Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi, and Nuwa and Shiha, had long since ended. Snapping. After Fu Guang landed another piece, he raised his eyes to look at Fuxi. Looking at the chessboard, Fuxi pondered for thousands of years, and after his face changed several times, he sighed. Opened his mouth and said, 1,000 mysteries, 10,000 changes. The only dead end is still caught by fellow Taoist. This game. It is the poor Taoist who has lost. Toward the Fu Guang arching a bow, Fuxi chose to admit defeat. In fact, he has long been to lose, but hard by virtue of the powerful algorithmic power, will lose time delay in an attempt to find a ray of hope in the continuation of the process. But unfortunately, although he had succeeded in extending the time of his loss, he had not succeeded in reversing the ending of his loss. It was just a matter of dying for a good period of time. Understood. Fu Guang also had a smile on his face as he spoke. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to be frustrated, winning or losing is just a momentary thing, besides it's just a game of chess. In fact, if it wasn't for your first time playing chess, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your opponent. In terms of deduction ability, you are still better. That's true. Fuxi is an average fighter, and his spiritual treasures are just ordinary. But his hand of innate easy number can be said to be perfect, can be more than he also can count. I'm afraid there are not a few of them. Of course. There is also a reason why Fu Guang is not deeply practiced in the means of the innate counting. Even if you are able to calculate again, in the face of absolute strength crushing, all kinds of calculations are futile. There could only be one reason for a strong person who was able to be counted successfully. That is, not strong enough? The game of chess between the two ended. The others didn't have the intention to play a few more games, so the group chatted idly inside the courtyard. In this way, just another nearly 10,000 years passed. 10,000 years later. Inside the courtyard, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi exchanged glances before taking the lead in getting up to say goodbye. The good old Red Cloud bowed his hand towards Fu Guang and said, I've been bothering you for a long time, so the two poor Taoists won't continue to bother you. Thank you, fellow Taoist Fu Guang, for your hospitality. Following closely behind, the honest Jin Yuanzi also bowed his hand. Many thanks for your hospitality, fellow Taoist. Smiling, he nodded. Fu Guang said with a casual face, Fellow Taoists, take your time, there will be a long time to come, so the poor Taoist won't see you off. Having said that, Fu Guang still directly ordered the four flower immortals to send the Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi away. In fact, Fu Guang had some feelings. If he hadn't traveled across the world, if Red Cloud hadn't come to the Sun Planet as a guest, he would have counted himself lucky not to have fallen at the hands of the two brothers, Di Jun and Tai Yi. This really should be a world affairs like chess. Chapter 43 Manhwa. Fu Guang is an honest and proper immortal. Chapter 43. Once Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi left, Fuxi and Manhwa, who had been guests on the solar planet for a long time, also missed Fingqi Mountain in their hearts and opened their mouths to say goodbye. Before leaving, Fuxi extended an invitation to Fu Guang. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, the next time you come to Mount Fingqi, poor Taoist and my sister will definitely welcome you with open arms. Hearing this, Fu Guang arched his hand to send off. Next time for sure. The two friends of the Taoist are slow to go. Without too many formalities, after saying goodbye, Fuxi and Manhwa directly left the solar planet and headed back towards their siblings' dojo, the Golden Crow Palace. Only the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, were left as guests. Seeing Fu Guang sitting down leisurely, Shiha's face wore a smile. This time, the matter of the four fellow Taoists coming to this Golden Crow Palace of yours as guests will definitely be known by the one in the Immortal Court. In that case, aren't you worried that the Duke of Dongwang will become furious and then strike out at you blatantly? Sniffing, Fu Guang shook his head. Not worried. The Duke of Dongwang will soon be burnt out. Where would he have the spare energy to target me? Moreover, it is he himself who first refused to do anything, causing everyone to have a problem with him, but he also has the nerve to take action against me? Looking at the very confident Fu Guang, after slightly pondering, he asked again, Are you so sure that the opponent that Lord Dongwang has encountered will be able to stifle the immortal court that has become more and more powerful nowadays? A mysterious smile. Fu Guang looked at Shihi. Look down and you will know. There was a pause. Fu Guang opened his mouth to invite. I have nothing to do. The two of you have attained quasi-saint fruits, why don't you come and discuss the Tao? How about it? In fact, Fu Guang also had some curiosity as to what was the difference between the path of the mixed golden immortal that he had taken and the path of the paramount saints that all beings in the floodplains had taken. Hearing Fu Guang invite his sisters to discuss the Tao, Shiha also nodded her head in agreement. Also good. She was also curious. Fu Guang was now in the middle or late stage of paramount sainthood, and how many 3 corpses he had cut out. After all, when Fu Guang had shown his hand, Shi and Shangxi, 2 early-stage paraclete who had chopped off 2 corpses, had not been able to react, which was enough to prove that Fu Guang's strength was definitely not trivial. Buzz. Determining that it was time to discuss the Tao, Fu Guang directly released his own breath and evolved the Sun Tao of his major cultivation. For a moment, the waves of golden light appeared, and the great white sun evolved from behind Fu Guang, illuminating everything, blessing all living beings, and manifesting immeasurable divine might, while at the same time, pulling up the brilliant sound of the great Tao to expound on Fu Guang's Sun Great Tao. At the same time, he was also inquiring to heaven and earth, inquiring to the two fellow practitioners, Shi He and Shang Shi, who were in front of him. Seeing this, Sisters Shi He and Shang Shi also straightened their faces, simultaneously releasing their own Taiyin de Dao, instantly evolving a full moon and a curved moon respectively, pulling the Taiyin de Dao to resonate with their de Dao respectively. Very quickly, the entire Golden Crow Palace was filled with the sound of the great Dao, and at the same time, there were also visions. The many spiritual roots and spiritual plants planted in the Golden Crow Palace were all blessed with creation and grew better. Of course, the ones who got more chances were the four flower immortals who had already transformed into forms and had the cultivation level of golden immortals. While discussing the Tao, Fu Guang, Shi He, and Shang Shi all elaborated on the mysteries of cultivation in the golden immortal realm, allowing them to gain a good harvest. In a short while, should be able to go one step further and step into the middle golden immortal realm. At the same time, Fushi and Nuwa, who had already returned to Fengqi Mountain, didn't go into seclusion either. In the middle of the pavilion, Nuwa and Fushi were drinking tea and chatting. Looking towards her elder brother with beautiful eyes, Nuwa directly opened the door. Inquiring, elder brother previously played a dumb riddle with Taoist Fu Guang. What was it? Can you tell it to my little sister? Hearing, Fushi froze for a moment, then recalled what he had surmised, Fu Guang's vast scheme, and could not help but smile. In Fushi's opinion, he did understand Taoist Fu Guang. And likewise, that Fu Guang Taoist also understood him well. Otherwise, how could he know what was in the mind of Taoist Fu Guang? And how could Taoist Fu Guang know that he knew what was in his heart? There is such a tacit understanding, and they both know each other. What does this mean? The two were confidants. Snap. Seeing that Fushi was slow to respond to himself, instead smiling stupidly, Nuwa frowned slightly. The teacup in her hand was not too gently on top of the immortal table, knocking out a little sound. This little sound made Fushi come back to his senses from the pleasure of getting a confidant. Then seeing his little sister's eyes, he was jolted. Speaking extremely fast, he said, "Fellow Taoist Fu Guang is playing a very big game of chess. That immortal court and that Duke of the East have all been used as pawns by him. Even though I still don't know what exactly Taoist friend Fu Guang has arranged and what he intends to do, I can be certain that Taoist friend Fu Guang's ultimate goal is definitely to become the supreme being of heaven and earth. Sorry about that, fellow Taoist Fu Guang. Your true purpose is going to be made known to the world sooner or later anyway, so it's not a problem for poor Taoist to tell his own aunt first now, right? Since they are confidants, it is bound to be no problem." Fushi thought in his heart. Besides, Nuwa is very tight-lipped. Nuwa's mouth is very strict, this kind of thing that will most likely involve great karma, she will not be able to say much. He wants to become an honored one? After hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa's beautiful eyes flashed with incredible colors. The moment she thought of Fu Guang's image of a good old man, a literate, honest man who was relatively polite to everyone and who didn't seem to be good at fighting, Nuwa felt something incredible. How could this be possible? How could an existence that walked the path of an emperor have that look of an honest and proper cultivator? It shouldn't be. Fushi's gaze was serious as hell. Little sister, let me tell you. Do not underestimate the Fu Guang Taoist friends. My brother a hand to identify the fate. People observe the skills, you know. According to my brother's humble opinion, Fu Guang Taoist friends of the fate of the most noble, is born to the supreme fate. Born with a supreme destiny? Who? The honest immortal Fu Guang? Him? Nuwa was in disbelief. But as Fushi said, his ability to read people's destinies, to observe people's colors, was not small. When my elder brother said that Fu Guang's destiny was the supreme destiny, then it was true. Chapter 44 Fushi, our siblings are designated to be able to quack and kill indiscriminately. Chapter 44. A moment of silence passed. Nuwa's tone carried a bit of surprise. Fu Guang Taoist actually still have such a heart in, but people cannot be recognized. On the side. Fushi also nodded. Who says otherwise? After the two of them sat for a while, Nuwa stood up. Brother, little sister, I'm going to the retreat. You don't want to be idle, go to the retreat to refine their strength. Previously in the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang Taoist's small hand, if it is in the battle, with the strength of you and me siblings, I am afraid that in a moment will be seriously injured. We are still too weak. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi smiled and nodded, speaking. Little sister, go and close the door. Don't worry, I understand. After hearing him say that, Nuwa nodded and then directly turned around and left towards her cave. After sitting alone in the pavilion for 100 years, Fushi took some materials and casually refined a game of Go. He played with himself inside the pavilion. Closed? I have not felt the feeling of breakthrough for the time being, and there is no idea of chopping the second corpse. There is not much effect of shutting down. It is better to refine the chess game. Anyway, with my little sister around, our siblings will be able to kill each other in a chaotic manner. There is no need to rush. Time rushes by, and 100 lifetimes pass by. Inside the years when many great aptitudes and great Luo cultivators who had no intention of joining the immortal court closed their doors and didn't participate in many things in the floodplains, the development of the immortal court's power also became more and more terrifying. When it had just been established, the immortal court only had 2 quasi-saint great avatars, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, as well as dozens of Dao Lord cultivators. Nowadays, in the immortal court, in addition to the 2 quasi-saint great avatars, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, one of the original Dao Lord cultivators had made a breakthrough by decapitating his corpse and achieving the rank of quasi-saint, and 2 more quasi-saint great avatars had also announced that they were joining the immortal court successively after the Duke of the East had personally come to the door to invite them and promise them great benefits. All of a sudden, the immortal court had 5 great avatars in its ranks. In addition to the subsequent Dao Lord cultivators who joined the immortal court, as well as some Dao Lords after the breakthroughs of the Tai Golden Immortals, the number of Dao Lord cultivators in the immortal court had skyrocketed by a factor of 10. As for the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals further down the line, there was even less to say. And along with the growing scope of the immortal court's rule, the number of races that submitted to the immortal court also increased. Nowadays, the immortal court was said to be strong and powerful. With the expansion of its power, even the ambition of the Duke of East began to expand rapidly. Under the orders of the immortal court, races without a great Luo ancestor can only submit or be exterminated. Even for those races that have a great Luo ancestor, there is very little room for negotiation. Under the pressure of the immortal court's army, there is no other way to go but to bow down. A moment in time. Conquest. Killing. The death of the race to extinction. And so on things continue to happen in the land above the floodplains. The might of the immortal court was irresistible. At the same time, the fury of the quantum revenge is also gradually in the process of the immortal court's conquest, gradually thicker and thicker. Many cultivators of the Tao were clearly sensing the ominous baleful aura permeating between heaven and earth, and were closing their mountain gates tightly, lest they would be dragged into the quantum robbery. But how? Without sufficient strength, even if you tightly close the mountain gate, you may not be able to escape. Some of the Dala cultivators who closed their gates were still approached by immortal court emissaries, knocking on their closed gates and delivering invitations from the immortal court. Facing the extremely strong immortal court, this invitation had to be accepted, and it had to be accepted even if it wasn't. On the shores of the East Sea, in the middle of Yunzai's dojo, Bai Zai looked at the invitation from the immortal court that he had received just a short while ago, and his entire being was silent. In the end, could only be a sigh. Alas! The quantitative calamity is like this, how can it be as I want it to be? After avoiding several Yuan Hui, I still can't avoid the immortal court after all. From the very beginning, Bai Zai never intended to join the immortal court. Especially with the immortal court becoming more and more powerful, Bai Zai's instinct to avoid disasters and good fortune, more and more feel the hidden horror of the immortal court's sense of crisis. Therefore, he had always excused himself and dodged invitations from the immortal court in various ways. Even after he had attained the great Luo Dao fruit 3 Yuan Hui years ago, he used the reason of shutting down to stabilize the Dao fruit to delay for another period of years. Finally, the patience of the immortal court was all worn out. Now that the immortal court's messenger had sent a letter called an invitation, which was actually an ultimatum, Bai Zai knew that he no longer had another chance to refuse the immortal court. The immortal court must not be entered. Bai Zai's expression was extremely serious. But the immortal court is so powerful that it must not be avoided. The only way out of this situation is to abandon this place where I was born. The only way out is to abandon this Dao field that nurtured me and go to a great avatar to seek some refuge. And the one who is able and willing to shelter me. Bai Zai directly looked up to the sun star. The only one who has this possibility is Elder Fu Guang. There was no lack of existences above the floodlands that could shelter many cultivators. For example, the 3 pristine ones, Old Man Sticks, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, Fushi and Nuwa, and many other renowned great masters. All of these are not afraid of the authority of the immortal court. It's just a pity that the 3 purities were so high and mighty that they didn't care about the situation of the living beings in the floodlands, nor did they care about the matters between the immortal court and the immortals in the floodlands. Old Man Sticks, who had entered the Dao by killing, was a loner who would not shelter the De Lo ants in his eyes. Fushi and Yuwa's side were mostly Daluo female cultivators, so Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's side could be a good place to go. It's just that. As soon as he thought of going to a great avatar to shelter himself, the first thought in Bai Zai's mind was to go to the Sunstar to pay respects to Elder Fu Guang. Elder Fu Guang had a benevolent heart. Bai Zai looked serious and pondered in his heart. If I'm alone, maybe he won't care, but with more people, it should be possible to make Elder Fu Guang's heart compassionate. It just so happens. Since I have an invitation here that cannot be refused, then the other Dao friends must also have one, so why don't I invite them to visit Senior Fu Guang at the Sun Star together and pray for Senior Fu Guang's acceptance. With this in mind, Bai Zhe, who had already made a decision in his heart, stopped procrastinating. After packing up all the belongings in his dojo, he quickly left the East China Sea by hiding his whereabouts with the innate ease. There was no coincidence. At the time when White Zephyr defected to the Great Avatar, everywhere in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, there were many Dala cultivators and Tai Golden Immortals who left their own dojos with all their belongings, heading towards the dojos of those great avatars who were famous in the floodplains. Going to seek refuge with these great avatars. Not wanting to join the immortal court. Until now. Most of the cultivators who hadn't joined the immortal court yet had a little bit of brains and could see that with the quantum revenge approaching, the immortal court was the center of the vortex of the quantum revenge. In that case, how would they dare to join the immortal court? They couldn't even avoid it. Chapter 45 by Zay and the others as guests of the Sun Star. Chapter 45. Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang, who was using the innate fire mulberry, along with some spirit fruits and immortal herbs to concoct pills, twitched his eyebrows slightly. Another guest? After murmuring a sentence, Fu Guang raised his hand and projected for a moment before an unexpected color appeared on his face. What did this group of guys come over for? In the middle of the projection. At this moment, Bai Zhe was leading a group of Dao Lord cultivators such as Ji Meng, Yingzhua, Shangyang, Ghost Che, and so on, towards the Sun Planet. Obviously the rhythm of having something to ask for. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang put down the pills he was about to put into the furnace and planned to entertain Bai Zhe's group. There was nothing else to do. White Zephyr Fu Guang looked good to his eyes, and the group of Delo cultivators that followed him over, they did have a destiny with Fu Guang, so if they were to follow the old path and establish the demon star, they would have a good time. If they were to take the old path and establish the demon race, the group of Deluo cultivators following Bai Zhe over at this moment could be the mainstay of the demon race, or even the senior staff. Although Fu Guang does not intend to follow the old path and will not establish a demon race, this group of people do have a deep and shallow destiny with him. Otherwise, without Fu Guang's unification, they wouldn't have gradually gotten to know each other, become friends with each other, and come all the way towards the Sun Star. Later on, there will be guests coming over, you guys go and prepare some hospitality things. Walking out of the alchemy hall, Fu Guang looked towards Qiuju who was waiting at the door in turn. He opened his mouth and commanded. Arranging it in the great hall will be fine. Hearing his own master's command, Qiuju bowed and led the order. Here. Very quickly. Under Qiuju's rule, the 4 flower immortals quickly arranged some things for entertaining guests inside the great hall. Of course, the specifications were naturally not as high as before. His lordship had said that. This time it was entertaining guests, not VIPs. The level and hierarchy were different, so the specifications for hospitality naturally differed. At the same time, under Bai Zhe's leadership, Shangyang, Ji Meng, and 7 or 8 other cultivators with Deluo cultivation who had only recently attained the Deluo Dao fruit in the last few yuanhui. In addition, Bai Feng, Chongming, and 16 or 17 other cultivators who were still only at the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection realm were already looking at the Sun Star from afar. The closer they got to the Sun Star, the more nervous the crowd became. Among the crowd, the image of a stunningly beautiful immortal, Shangyang at the early Dala stage, had tension visible to the naked eye on her pretty face. Fellow Taoist Bai Zhe, are you sure that one senior will take us in? Don't fail to accept us at that time and slap all of us to death. Hearing Shangyang's inquiry, the others present all turned their gazes, which had some fear in them, towards Bai Zhe. None of them had ever come into contact with the famous Fu Guang Senior, and the only time they had ever seen his honorable face was at the Immortal Courts Group Immortal Banquet back then. At that time, in addition to Bai Zhe, who was barely able to cross paths with Elder Fu Guang, the others didn't have such good luck. As the saying goes, a person's name is a tree's shadow. What kind of existence is Fu Guang Senior under the reputation? No one has the bottom. Facing the crowd's inquiring eyes, White Zephyr, who also didn't have much of a bottom in his heart, gritted his teeth. There is no need to worry. Even if Elder Fu Guang has no intention of taking us in, it is not so bad that he will kill us all. This point, I, Bai Zhe, will vouch for it with my head. Hearing that, the gazes of the crowd looked towards Bai Zhe's look of conviction, and they said no more. If Elder Fu Guang really didn't take in his own people, there would still be time to find another great avatar to shelter his people. Anyway, he had come, so he might as well go to the Sun Star to have a look before saying anything. Very quickly, a group of more than 20 cultivators of varying strengths and weaknesses arrived outside the Sun Star. Looking at the huge Sun Star, Bai Zhe corrected his clothes, straightened his sleeves and robes, and with a serious face, he was about to go up to Fu Guang to ask for an audience. Buzz. Before he opened his mouth, the Sun True Flame stacks extended from within the Sun Star. Immediately afterward, Xiaoju, who was now in the middle stage of golden immortal cultivation, arrived in front of Bai Zhe and the others. After making a bow without being humble, Xiaoju spoke. Greetings to all the guests. The master already knows that the guests have arrived and has prepared some wine in the palace, so please follow me inside. As he spoke, Xiaoju raised his hand as a guide and took a step along the sun true flame path, walking towards the interior of the sun star. Seeing this, Bai Zhe, who was still a bit dazed, directly greeted the crowd behind him and followed Xiaoju's steps. Although Xiaoju did not introduce herself. But nowadays, the four flower immortals still had a certain popularity among the floodplains. Originally, many people had thought that the four flower immortal should be in some place of deep cultivation, or had already joined the immortal court. However, they never thought that the four flower immortals. The four flower immortal was actually serving under the seat of Elder Fu Guang. However, this was quite normal. After all, the four flower immortals had been created because of Elder Fu Guang, so it was extremely normal for them to serve Elder Fu Guang after taking form. It didn't take long. Bai Zhe and his group were brought to the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace by Xiaoju, and were seated under the arrangement of the four flower immortals. The crowd took their seats. But no one moved about. A pair of curious gazes surveyed the splendid Golden Crow Palace hall, and in the end their gazes were all coincidentally looking towards the master's position again. At this moment, although there were immortal brews, spiritual fruits, and pastries placed above the main seat, there was no one sitting there. What kind of situation is this? Where was Senior Fu Guang? Is he not showing up? Of course. The crowd also knew that their strength was humble and lowly, and that they were not worthy of Fu Guang Senior's hospitality. It's just that if Senior Fu Guang didn't show up, it would be slightly embarrassing for them to be here. The crowd's puzzled gazes looked towards Bai Zhe, who was in the closest position to the main seat. As for Bai Zhe, who was sitting in his seat, he was sitting with a frank and calm face, facing the gazes of the crowd. He only shook his head slightly and did not say anything more. Bai Zhe did not speak. The others naturally didn't communicate, and one by one, they sat obediently and quietly on top of their positions. It was as if they were a group of elementary school students waiting for their teacher. Chapter 46 Bai Zhe, the pressure is storming. Chapter 46. It didn't take long. Buzz. Amidst a burst of golden immortal light, Fu Guang appeared above the main seat in a dress of idleness at home. Seeing this, the White Zephyr and the others waiting here all had their faces straightened and were about to get up and salute. Only, when they wanted to make a move, a gentle but irresistible force pressed down on their figures. At the same time, Fu Guang's voice also sounded. There is no need to salute, sit down. Compared to the state of finding Fuxi and the others and treating them with a reciprocal attitude of communication. When facing Bai Zhe and the others, Fu Guang's posture was much higher. This is normal. How big the bowl, how big the portion of rice. Although Bai Zhe and the others were destined to be with him, they were after all only a group of great Luo golden immortals, and even the great Luo Dao fruit had not yet been able to complete the small afterbirth. For Fu Guang, to be able to entertain them with fine wine and delicious food, and even show up in person himself is already a courtesy in place. Any more than that, there would be some unauthorized behavior. Of course it was not Fu Guang who had overstepped, but rather Bai Zhe and the others who would become the oversteppers. This thing called etiquette, the strong could not care, but the weak could not be out of place. Because the strong have the privilege to act recklessly. Returning to the topic. This gesture of Fu Guang's, sharing did not make the following Bai Zhe and his party feel uncomfortable in their hearts, but instead felt that they deserved it. The crowd just sat in their seats. Toward the upper position of Fu Guang, clasping fists and executing a bow. Speaking aloud, they said, "Greetings to Senior Fu Guang." Nodding his head, Fu Guang casually lifted up a wine cup, and Xiaoju, who was waiting at the side, respectfully filled a cup of wine for him. Taking a sip, a pair of golden eyes that were calm but made Bai Zhe and the others feel oppressive looked at them. "Speak up. What is it that you all have come here to this seat Sunstar from your respective dojos, despite the hardships of the road? Explain directly. This seat does not like the style of bending and guessing. Although Fu Guang does not follow the path of the emperor, after all, he is a 9-9 supreme destiny, and is born with the aura and majestic feeling of a higher power. People in the same path with enough strength still didn't feel obvious. But the fact was, Fu Guang's every move had the oppressive power of a superior for the inferior. At this moment, facing the inquiry of the superior Fu Guang. Even if in Fu Guang's view, he was just flat out too lazy to project, so he wanted them to just explain their intentions. But in the eyes of the Bai Zhe crowd, the subtext of Fu Guang at this moment is, this seat knows what you do, what you think and what you need, so don't use nonsense to beat around the bush. If not, this seat will be unhappy. Once this seat is not happy, you guys are going to have bad luck. Pressure. All of a sudden, it skyrocketed. The crowd did not dare to face Fu Guang directly. A pair of gazes were looking towards Bai Zhe, who was walking in the closest position to the upper seat, obviously handing over the task of opening his mouth to clarify his intentions to Bai Zhe. That is, Bai Zhe was a civilized person. It was also that this group of innate beings were all born and bred existences. Otherwise, Buzhou would definitely be cursing here. You guys are scared, but I, White Zephyr, am not scared? You guys are under a lot of pressure, but I, Buzhou, am not? Bucket. These assholes. When we used to get along, how come I didn't feel that these guys were so skillful when it came to shirking their responsibilities? It was really bad. After a moment of silence, Buzhou. There was nothing to do but stand up. There was no way. Who let him be the one advocating for everyone to come together to the Sun Planet to join Elder Fu Guang and seek Elder Fu Guang's shelter? Elder Fu Guang, please allow me to report to you. With a serious and grave face, Buzhou stood up and bowed with clasped fists. We came to the Sun Star because we want to defect to the Golden Crow Palace and work under Senior's banner, in exchange for Senior's shelter, seeking a place to settle down. Hearing the words, Fu Guang's face did not have any expression, nor did he speak, just casually holding the wine cup in his own hand, waiting for Buzhou's following. After a slight pause, Buzhou spoke again. Everything started because of the recent movements of the Immortal Court. A few yuan hui ago. One by one, Buzhou told Fu Guang all the information about the repeated invitations they had received from the Immortal Court, as well as the invitation they had finally received as an ultimatum. Then, Buzhou requested with a sincere face, please also ask Senior to take us in. At the same time, the other people in the Great Hall also got up one after another and respectfully saluted towards Fu Guang. Pleadingly said, please also ask Senior to be gracious. Honestly speaking, being requested so respectfully by Buzhou and the others, Fu Guang's heart still had some stirring and even some grandeur within it. He almost wanted to accept them with a wave of his hand and a shout of his arm. But the first hint of this had just appeared. Was directly extinguished by Fu Guang. Admitting people was tantamount to establishing power. And with his destiny, once he establishes a force, it will most likely be like an oceanic flood, out of control. Eventually, forced onto the path of hegemony. Don't doubt it. Once a great power begins, it will not be shifted by the will of the individual. Just like the White Zephyr and the others, they wanted to live in peace, but the great power of the Immortal Court forced them to live in peace. They could only give up their own dojo and come to the Sun Planet to seek refuge. So, there are things that really do change a little bit when they are dipped a little bit, and then they form a huge net that cannot be escaped. In the end, unless there is a powerful strength that can tear through this giant net. Otherwise, the ending won't be too good. Especially since he was still a big fish, not a small shrimp that could get out through the holes of the net. After pondering for a moment, Fu Guang raised his hand and gently pressed down, and the crowd felt a force that pressed them back above their positions. Amidst the nervous as well as puzzled gazes of Buzhou and the others, the superior Fu Guang faintly spoke. This seat is nothing more than a loose cultivator who is at ease and single-mindedly seeking the Tao. You have chosen the wrong target for seeking acceptance and shelter. Golden Crow Palace will not accept any disciples or ministries, so you don't have to bother with this seat. Fu Guang directly stated his attitude. He does not accept people. Nor will he go about sheltering anyone easily. As for the 4 flower fairies, the 4 of them are just Fu Guang's attendants. Just kidding. He was the sun god, the ancestor of the Tao of literature, and the strongest of the mixed golden immortals, but he still couldn't have a few maids of honor? The heavenly Tao came and had nothing to say about it. But Buzhou and the others were different. After accepting a group of great Luo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, in the eyes of the beings of the flood wasteland, the significance of what this represented could be completely different. Therefore, this group of people could not be collected. Chapter 47, Elder Fu Guang, there must be a deep meaning. Chapter 47. The sun god was unwilling to open up and take them in. After hearing Fu Guang's words, the eyes of everyone, including Buzhou, were slightly dimmed. Even though when they came, each had already made a mental preparation in their hearts for all the circumstances. But after being refused by Elder Fu Guang to take in himself and the others, it was still inevitable to have some regrets. Taking in the reactions of the crowd, Fu Guang's heart, however, did not fluctuate. After accepting you all, it is very likely that the quantum revelation will accept me. Therefore, I'll die a Taoist friend. Compared to taking my life, it is more appropriate to take your lives. Do you really think that Fu Guang is a good and honest man? If he wasn't worried that he'd be moved into a great deal of this calamity, he'd have killed himself long ago. Fu Guang has long killed the 4 directions. Why not in the sun star door does not open, 2 doors do not go out? After all, although Fu Guang's character is relatively homely, but also not completely do not want to go out to walk around that kind of person. Other than that, there are still a lot of opportunities above the floodplains that are worth searching for. Unlike now, he can only have a piece of starry sky. How poor. Pa. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fu Guang did not care about the lost emotions of the crowd and opened his mouth and said, Even though this seat will not take you in, but you have braved the hardships and dangers to come to the Sun Planet, so you also have some destiny with this seat. In that case, I will not let you return empty-handed. Hearing Fu Guang's words, the faces of the people in the Great Hall all showed a confused expression, but soon they understood what Fu Guang was talking about when he said that he wouldn't return empty-handed. Wow! Great Dao Qi rhythms like waves instantly filled the entire Great Hall, and all sorts of Great Dao visions emerged in the Great Hall. Dao flowers blossomed. Wonderful sounds were heard continuously. There were thousands of floating splendor. At this moment, under the elaboration and traction of Fu Guang, the entire Golden Crow Palace was transformed into a good place for enlightenment and cultivation. Of course, compared to the pomp and circumstance of the saints preaching in the Purple Heavenly Palace, there was still a small gap. After all, Fu Guang was only a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, not a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. However, there was still no problem in recreating a corner of the saint's sermon pomp. The crowd in the Great Hall saw this. They all sank their hearts and began to listen to Fu Guang's sermon. Each and every one of them received an extremely good harvest. In this way, 1,000 years passed with the snap of a finger. Once the 1,000 years were up, the Dao sound inside the Golden Crow Palace disappeared, and at the same time, the various visions also disappeared. White Zephyr and the others in the main hall were also from the state of listening to the Dao, not yet finished waking up. All of them came to their senses. They all bowed and thanked Fu Guang above the main seat. Thank you for the grace of Senior's sermon. Hearing the words, Fu Guang waved his hand, with a slightly sleepy look on his face. He opened his mouth and said, "It's done. The wine has been drunk, the food has been eaten, and the sermon has been heard. You guys can almost leave." There was a slight pause. Fu Guang sighed, seemingly with some intolerance. Once again, he opened his mouth and said, "I will show you a clear path. There are many great avatars in the flood wilderness, and there are not many people who truly have the ability to shelter you. Those 3 in the Kunlun Mountain don't care, and that one jade clear Taoist friend, for the generation of wet-born oviposition is extremely disgusted. The Kunlun Mountain is not a good place to go. The old man of the river Styx to kill into the Tao is not a good place to cast. Although the 2 Western Spirit Mountain welcome you, but the Spirit Mountain is good to go, but not good to go. The Kuanping of the Northern Dinning Sea is selfish and will not take you in." After unknowingly hacking the great spiritual masters who had no interactions with him, Fu Guang opened his mouth to give Bai Zhe and the others a recommendation. Right now there are only 2 places in front of you. Fenqi Mountain's Taoist Fuxi is a person that you can get along with, and for his sake, Taoist Nuo won't have any problem with your defection. On the side of Wuzhuangwan, fellow Taoist Red Cloud and fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi are both warm-hearted and overly strong, so it's not a bad place to go. That's all I have to say. You all go. The words fell. Fu Guang's figure also disappeared above the main seat without a sound, leaving only Bai Zhe and the others, who were still in the middle of the Great Hall contemplating the suggestions he had left behind. For a while, after Bai Zhe, who had regained his senses, led the crowd to pay their respects, he left the solar star under the guidance of the 4 flower immortals. Shortly after leaving the sun star, Bai Zhe then looked at the crowd that had followed him all the way to the sun star. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Elder Fu Guang has shown us 2 places to go. I plan to go to Fengqi Mountain to join Elder Fuxi. What are your plans?" Hearing Bai Zhe's inquiry, after the crowd pondered for a moment, then someone took the lead and stood out. "Fellow Taoist Bai Zhe, I'd better go with you to Fengqi Mountain." "Go with you. I'll do the same." Very quickly, everyone took a stand to follow Bai Zhe to Fengqi Mountain. The reason was also very simple. Although old ancestor Red Cloud and immortal Jin Yuanzi were powerful and fearless of the might of the immortal court, their status was inferior. Within the 2 seniors of Fengqi Mountain, one of them was the shut-in disciple of a sage. This layer of identity. It was clear that Fengqi Mountain was more secure. And more importantly, White Zephyr has a natural ability to avoid misfortune. Follow him, do not dare to say smooth sailing, but the chances of avoiding disasters are also a bit greater. These guys. Without even needing to ask why, Bai Zhe knows that the reason why these guys chose to go to Fengqi Mountain is because they want him to take the lead again. Bai Zhe treated him as a good luck beast. Of course, White Zephyr was a little upset about this, but he didn't reject the idea of the crowd traveling with him. He felt that he needed to bring the big guys along to go to Fengqi Mountain. It was as if it was destined by the heavens that he and the group of guys in front of him deserved to be on the same side. And then there was this. Bai Zhe always felt that Elder Fu Guang was clearly not concerned about the deaths of himself and the others, yet he still preached for himself and the others and pointed out 2 acts that could preserve his own goings-on, that there was something he needed himself and the others to do. At the same time, how is this not another kind of shelter? It was also because of this. White Zephyr's character, which liked to think deeply, would always think more. Elder Fu Guang. While casting his way towards Fengqi Mountain, Bai Zhe's heart was silently certain of his thoughts. There must be a deep meaning. Chapter 48, it doesn't matter what the quantum leap is called. Chapter 48. Buzhou and the others arrived at the solar planet and then left it again. None of it caused any ripples. Even the immortal court side didn't even notice. This situation was also quite normal. After all, in the flood wasteland, Dala cultivators and Taiyi golden immortals who were unwilling to join the immortal court but were unable to resist its might and were looking for a backer abounded. Although Buzhou's group was also quite numerous, it was insignificant compared to the overall. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang intercepted a portion of the past information and checked the speed at which the Duke of the East King had led the immortal court to fight on top of the floodlands during this past period of time. After seeing that the immortal court was already a little bit closer to the Buzhou mountain, a little bit of pleasure flowed out of his eyes. It's almost there. It won't be long. The immortal court will fight its way to Buzhou mountain, and then right there on Buzhou mountain, it will invoke the iron-headed waif-like sorcerer race. After the immortal court takes the lead against the sorcerer race and draws all the hatred there, I won't need to worry so much. The sorcerer race are all a bunch of reckless people. They don't cultivate the Yuanshan, they don't project heavenly chances, they don't respect the heavenly Tao, and they don't respect the saints. With the exception of the great god Pangu, the sorcerer race could be said to be the type that is not afraid of the heavens or the earth. As long as they are provoked, the witch race will definitely fight their opponents to the end. The original track under the quantum jump, why would it be called the witch and demon quantum jump? It's very simple. It is because after the establishment of the demon race after the Emperor Jun, Taiyi, this pair of brothers, the first to provoke on the witch tribe, and with the witch tribe to do a few fights. Then, demon race was then locked up by the sorcerer race. What's more, after the sorcerer clan, who had started the war, suddenly realized that the blood and flesh of the demon clan was really tasty and was also extremely helpful to them in refining their own fleshly bodies, the situation changed. The sorcerer race treated the demon race directly as rations. One side wanted to conquer, and the other side treated their opponents as if they were food. It could be said that the sorcerer race and the demon race were inherently hostile to each other. Nowadays, Fu Guang did not go out to establish the demon race, but rather, the Duke of the East King is uniting the many races in the flood and establishing the immortal court. Then, demon race, which the sorcerer race treats as rations, does it cease to exist? No. After all, demon race is only a general term. Is Di Jun, Tai conquered the many races in the flood, in order to consolidate the qi, and the establishment of a general name of the race of all races. The immortal court now united those flood races, is once Emperor Jun, Tai under the command of the many races united into the demon race. In other words, as long as the sorcerer race came out of the mountains and then discovered that the flesh and blood of the immortal court army composed of various races was tasty and beneficial, the immortal court would be treated as rations as usual. The only change was merely from eating demon race morsels to eating immortal court morsels. Once the immortal court is completely targeted by the sorcerer race, then this time the quantum jump should be changed from the witch demon quantum jump in Fu Guang's memory. It should be changed to the witch immortal calamity. Witch and immortal quantum leap. This is an irreversible trend of the heavenly Tao. As for the name of the quantum jump, it doesn't matter, because the main body of both sides of the quantum jump is still essentially the same, but with a different name and a different expression. This belongs to the minor momentum. It is something that can be changed. And what Fu Guang is waiting for is this small potential that can be changed. Don't underestimate the small potential of changing a name. After changing his name, it means that Fu Guang has already initially jumped out of the destiny that he should have entered the calamity. The one who will fight against the sorcerer race in this quantum robbery has changed from the original Fu Guang to the two immortal court lords, the Eastern King Gong and the Western Queen Mother. The immortal court was in a dead heat with the sorcerer race. The Queen Mother of the West still wants to stay out of it? No way. Since she had joined the immortal court and enjoyed its fortune and resources, she had to take on corresponding responsibilities. Simply being in charge of the immortal court's penal management and enjoying all the benefits of being the immortal court's lord? There is no such thing as a cheap thing. For the time being, there would be no seclusion. Originally, Fu Guang had planned to cultivate in seclusion, but at the moment, he was in less of a hurry. Cultivation could be done at any time. Even if he wanted to have an epiphany, for Fu Guang, it was as simple as eating and drinking. But this was a great show to be staged at an important juncture in his life's transformation. The opportunity to watch it was just this once, not much at all. Therefore, Fu Guang decided not to close the door and dive into cultivation for the time being, but to continue casually refining some pills and spirit treasures, and then slowly wait for the immortal court to run headlong into the iron fists of the recklessness of the sorcerer race. After finding the four flower immortals and instructing them to keep an eye on the speed of the immortal court's advancement and report to him when they were near Buzhou mountain, Fu Guang, who once again drilled into the alchemy room, pulled out quite a few more spirit fruits and herbs for alchemy. Striking out a sun-true flame, he began the leisurely business of alchemy. The green mountains were still there, and the sunset was red several times. above the flooded earth. The immortal court was getting stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, one or several races would submit, and a Dala Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal would commit to the immortal court. Within these few Yuanhui periods of time, as the lord of the immortal court, the Duke of Dongwang, who was honored as the emperor, was in a better mood day by day. For one thing, the immortal court had become powerful, and his fortune had also become extremely large, and with the help of such a large fortune, his cultivation was smooth, soaring all the way up to the middle quasi-saint realm, and he had also chopped out the second corpse. Secondly, the eastern continent's lands other than the dojos of those great avatars were basically going to be in his pocket. Next, just a little bit of nibbling away at the northern continent and the southern continent, and his hegemony would be complete. The western continent? Since the last quantum culpa, the western continent was almost crushed. There is a barren barbaric land, except for the brothers Jain and Junti, who will be rare. The immortal court has become a huge force. The style of action is naturally more and more powerful. The face of some races, go to subdue the time, but where there is hesitation, light is to hit the root of its race, heavy is directly kill the extermination. Finally, such a powerful immortal court army is finally a little bit close to the Buzhou mountain. The noon sun was at its peak. Nearing the foot of Buzhou mountain, Buzz, an immortal court vanguard army of more than 10,000 people, led by a Tai Golden Immortal, holding immortal soldiers in their hands and clad in immortal armor, erected a piece of auspicious clouds and was advancing continuously towards Buzhou mountain. The flood was huge. How many races were in it and how many opportunities were there? I'm afraid that apart from the saints, not many people could say it clearly. That was why the existence of the immortal court vanguard was necessary. For one thing, one could constantly scout the existence of new forces and races first. 2. Rapidly collect the resources in the flood wasteland and grow the immortal court space. In the past, the immortal court's vanguard army could be said to be unbeatable in exploring the flood wilderness. After all, with the power of the immortal court, not many people, races and forces dare to resist the immortal court, and naturally do not dare to compete with the immortal court for the opportunity. But today, the immortal court's vanguard army exploring Buzhou mountain is destined to have bad luck. Chapter 49 The Concerns of Saints. Chapter 49 The Foot of Buzhou mountain. The immortal court's Tai vanguard general methodically commanded the vanguard army under his command and began to explore the Buzhou mountain. The movements were skillful. Actions were swift. It was obvious that such an exploration task was already familiar to both this Tai immortal general and the vanguard army under his command. Just as everyone in the immortal court thought that this exploration would go as smoothly as it had previously, and that no dangers would arise. Thump! 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 A burst of heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, and from the depths of the foot of the Buzhou mountain, a giant figure that topped the sky walked out from the Buzhou mountain. That magnificent and gigantic divine body, thick and terrifyingly monstrous chi and blood, as well as the incomparable baleful aura that was entwined all over his body. It was directly spotted by the immortal court vanguard. The Tai immortal general's face couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this giant figure. What an astonishing aura! I'm afraid it's only a great Luo cultivator. Surprise was surprise. But the Tai immortal sword was not afraid. It was just a great Luo cultivator. Not to say that they abound in the immortal court, but they are definitely not rare either. It directly soared forward. The Tai immortal general's face was serious and unassuming. The immortal court vanguard is here on business, those who come may leave their names. Hearing the Tai immortal general's words, the approaching giant figure did not stop. A disdainful cold laugh resounded between heaven and earth. Immortal court? Ha! After the cold laugh, the giant had no intention of wanting to say more to the mole cricket. Rumble! The huge palm directly struck towards the Tai immortal general, as well as all of the immortal court vanguard under his command, through the air. In a split second, the innate aura of the Buzhou mountain surged and stirred, and that giant's body erupted with an unrivaled chi, blood, and fury, forming a destructive swirling light that directly wiped out immortal General Tai as well as this immortal court vanguard army in just a moment. After the immortal court vanguard army was obliterated, it was only then that the giant's figure slowly dissipated, and the figure of a brash female immortal wearing unknown beastskin clothing, dressed completely differently from the flood immortals and the general public, and exuding wild beauty all over her body, appeared above the celestial dome. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the direction of the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. The unruly female immortal's face was filled with disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that not all of my clan had yet to come out, it would be the turn of the tiny immortal court to act recklessly between heaven and earth. It's almost time. In this flooded heaven and earth, there is no one who can rule except for our clan. No one can become an honored one without our clan's approval. Even the saints and the heavenly Tao can't recognize it. These words were spoken in a grand manner, not caring whether they would be heard by the saints in the chaotic violet heavenly palace, or whether they would cause the heavenly Tao to react. After dropping such a sentence, this unruly female cultivator turned around and walked back within the Buzhou mountain. At the same time as her words fell. Within the chaotic violet sky palace, the saint, who had his eyes closed tightly and was in the process of merging the Tao with his body, slightly opened his eyes, a pair of almost emotionless eyes, and glanced at the direction of Buzhou mountain. After that, the saint silently glanced at the direction of the immortal court and the sun star again before closing his eyes once more. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Inside the alchemy hall, Fu Guang sat in the void, casually throwing various spirit medicines into the furnace. Ta! A light footstep came. Dong Mei, one of the 4 flowery mortals, came to Fu Guang's side. After saluting, she said, "Master, the immortal court has advanced to the Buzhou mountain, and an immortal court vanguard army, in the vicinity of the Buzhou mountain, was annihilated by an unknown powerhouse who raised his hand." Swish! The movements of Fu Guang's hand paused slightly, and then his eyes lit up. Not caring about the pills that were still being refined, directly after dropping the herbs in his hands, Fu Guang instructed towards Dong Mei. "Prepare some things in the Fusan courtyard. This seat will go to the Taiyin Star to invite the 2 Taoist friends, Shiha and Changxi, to come and watch the show." Heard. Dong Mei bowed and led the order. Here. The next moment. Buzz. A wave of spatial power fluctuated. Fu Guang's figure had already disappeared within the sun star, evading towards the Taiyin Star at the other end of the starry sky. To watch a play. And it was also a good play about the great turnaround of his life. If he was the only one to watch it, Fu Guang always felt that there was something unsettling about it. So, simply go to Taiyin Star and invite Shiha and Changxi to watch the play. In the middle of the vast floodplain. To say who Fu Guang had the best relationship with and was the closest to, it was bound to be Shiha and Changxi, who were born to be a pair of sisters. Although the 3 have not yet announced that they have become Dao couples, Fu Guang has already recognized that Shihi and Changxi are his best choice for Dao couples, and Shihi and Changxi over there are likewise interested. Only. Fu Guang was waiting for Niwa to witness the Dao before a saint stepped in to preside over the heavenly marriage, so he didn't say anything about it. And naturally, the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changxi, were not so thick-skinned as to rush up to Fu Guang to be his wife. So, it had also been left unspecified, and everyone stayed close, but not in the middle of a special state of being together. It wasn't difficult for a mixed Yuan golden immortal to cross the stars. Even though the sun star was at this end and the Taiyin Star was at that end, with Fu Guang's strength nowadays, crossing the starry sky was only a matter of moments. If one was properly prepared, one could even arrive in a matter of moments. It didn't take long. Fu Guang's figure appeared directly outside the Taiyin Star. After glancing at the Taiyin Star, he said aloud, "Fu Guang has come to pay a visit. Please show up to see us. 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 Please show up to see us." The voice was not loud, but it was directly transmitted into the interior of Taiyin Star. At this moment, inside the moon god palace of the great thousand worlds birthed within the Taiyin Star, Shihi was playing the zither and Changxi was dancing to the music with an innate sword in her hand. Suddenly, Fu Guang's voice was heard coming. The movements of the 2 sisters' hands both stopped at the same time, their beautiful eyes tinged with surprise and unexpected colors. Shiha got up and smiled and said, "How come this nerd came over to us today? Go and see." Having met many times, their feelings quickly warmed up, and the relationship between the 3 was obvious to anyone with a clear eye, and they themselves were no exception. Fu Guang had intentions, and the goddess had feelings. It was only that they just didn't know why Fu Guang didn't open his mouth and form a Dao couple with the sisters. So, in private, Shihi always loved to call Fu Guang a dullard. Surprisingly, he didn't take the initiative at all. Changxi, who had also put away her sword, had no opinion. Not long after, the 2 sisters arrived together outside the Taiyin Star and saw Fu Guang, who was standing in the starry sky. Before the 2 could greet each other, Fu Guang was the one who lit up before his eyes, then stepped forward to the 2 sisters. He directly opened his mouth and issued an invitation. "2 Taoist friends, quickly follow me." Between words, Fu Guang raised his hand to evolve the space avenue, and very casually opened a spatial channel in the starry sky, then invited Shiha and Changxi to enter it. A slightly anxious look. Chapter 50, Shiha, I'm gradually understanding everything. Chapter 50. Seeing this anxious look of Fu Guang, not even disguising his strength, he directly opened a spatial channel that went straight to the Golden Crow Palace. Not to mention Shihi. It was Changxi, who had always been a triple no, who was slightly showing some colors of misplaced surprise. Very quickly, he came back to his senses and inquired, "What happened?" Hearing, Fu Guang smiled and said, "I'm asking the 2 fellow Taoists to join me and go watch a good show. Go to my Golden Crow Palace. I guess it won't be long before the good show starts." While speaking, Fu Guang raised his hand as a guide and sent out an invitation towards Shiha and Changxi once again. Although he was puzzled as to what kind of good show Fu Guang was going to invite his sisters to watch, Shihi and Changxi, who had nothing to do at the moment, had no intention of refusing. Together, the 2 of them followed Fu Guang and stepped into the spatial passage. It didn't take long before they had arrived at the Golden Crow Palace courtyard. At this time, Dong Mei was already setting up an immortal table with many pastries on it, along with some spirit fruits, snacks, and even the presence of melon seeds and peanuts. These things, spirit fruits, melon seeds, peanuts, and so on, were all fruits from the spirit roots Fu Guang had found. It was not useful for him to raise his cultivation level. The only use for them was to use it for a toothpick, as well as to add some ritual to this time of watching a play. Watching a movie. How could one not have melon seeds and peanuts? As for soft drinks, Fu Guang was not unable to make them, but how can soft drinks be as painful as laurel brew or fire mulberry immortal wine? After the three of them sat down, Shiha took a look at the things on the immortal table, and then her curious eyes looked at Fu Guang, inquiring, "Now it's time to talk about what kind of big show it is, right?" The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fu Guang raised his hand and then offered up a top-grade Hotian merit in virtue spiritual treasure level ephemeral table, directly urging it. Buzz. In a burst of peaceful golden light, not long ago, at the foot of that Buzhou mountain, the scene where the unruly female cultivator overthrew the immortal court's vanguard army was directly played out in the golden light, and also that unruly female cultivator's last words were played out word for word. Seeing such a scene, Shihi's face was very grave. This one fellow Daoist, so arrogant. Even Chang Shi, who had always been a triple no, was recognizing Shihi's assessment. This unruly female cultivator who suddenly appeared is more arrogant than most of the male cultivators in the flood wilderness. Among their female cultivators in the flood wilderness, such an existence had never appeared before. Even the always arrogant Nuwa had never been so arrogant. Killing the immortal court vanguard is certainly a momentary pleasure, but I'm afraid that in the turn of the head, we'll be in big trouble. Is this the kind of show you want us to watch? Lamenting, Shihi's gaze took on a slightly curious hue as he looked towards Fu Guang. Shaking his head, Fu Guang smiled and said, "Of course not. The calendar table is capable of recreating some of the things that happened in the past that weren't deliberately covered up by powerful people with means to conceal the heavenly chance, and at the same time, it can also directly broadcast some of the things that are happening on top of the flooded earth. I invited you here to see the big show afterward. This scene in front of you is just the opening first act of the big show to be watched." His eyes flickered slightly. Thoughts flared in Shiha's mind. The first act of a great drama? What kind of drama can be considered a big drama in Fu Guang's eyes? A quantum culpa. There must only be a great play at the level of quantum culpa to be considered a great, good play in Fu Guang's eyes. And Fu Guang said that this is only the first act before the opening of the great play. In other words, this one matter would definitely not end with the death of this unruly female cultivator. Moreover, daring to say that her race did not recognize that even if a saint in the heavenly Tao recognized it, it would not be able to dominate the floodplains, and no one would be able to become an exalted one, the other party's strength, as well as her race, would definitely have quite a strong backbone. At the very least, there was no fear of the immortal court. That is to say, this unruly female cultivator who had suddenly appeared, as well as the race she spoke of, would be a formidable enemy of the immortal court. The immortal court was one of the main protagonists of the quantum revelation, and a race that could become the immortal court's archenemy would be the other main protagonist of the quantum revelation. So that's how it is. Shihi gradually understood everything. Then this is indeed a very big and beautiful play. After figuring it out, the corners of Shihi's mouth also rose as he opened his mouth. Realizing that Shihi already knew, Fu Guang smiled and said, "It's good that fellow Daoist understands." Ha! Among the three people present, the only one who hadn't reacted much yet was Chang Shi. Only. Not understanding was only because Chang Shi wasn't willing to think too much over this kind of thing. After she sat down, she skillfully grabbed a handful of melon seeds, peeled peanuts, and started eating. After the three of them exchanged a few moments, Fu Guang urged the calendar in his hand, and directly placed the target of viewing on top of Yingzhou in the East China Sea, where the immortal court was located. But after all, there were many great avatars in the dojo there, and the time calendar table, as a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure, even if it was a merit spiritual treasure, could not view the movements within the immortal court of Yingzhou. Only, it wasn't like Fu Guang wanted to see the movements within the immortal court, he just wanted to see the immortal court send out a large army to exterminate the witch race, and then have his head blown off by the 12 ancestral witches who had already taken the lead. Ka-ching! 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 While watching the movements near the Yingzhou Immortal Court live on the time calendar in a good manner, Fu Guang was even leisurely and skillfully getting high on melon seeds. At this moment, his state revealed a relaxed and expectant feeling that even Shihi and Chang Shi could easily sense. Fu Guang felt relaxed. This was something that Shiha didn't quite understand. The quantum robbery is approaching. Under the great power, everyone is in danger. Who can be relaxed? But on the contrary, Fu Guang was relaxed. He was even looking forward to it. Looking forward to what? What can you expect at this time? It must be the real opening of the quantum robbery. Fu Guang was not an evil person, on the contrary, he was very kind and generous, treating his friends and fellow Taoists well. This point, there is no way to disguise it. Such a person must not be the kind of character that likes to see the bloodshed of the powerful and the destruction of the living. Yet he was looking forward to the quantum revelation drawing to a close, to the actual arrival of the quantum revelation. In such a case, that is to say, Fu Guang's grand plan that he had been secretly plotting and calculating would also start along with the commencement of the quantum robbery. There was only this reason. It could only be the great cause that concerned one's own path and plans that would allow someone of Fu Guang's character to look forward to the arrival of the quantum robbery. I see. The corners of Shihi's mouth rose slightly and subconsciously spoke. I have understood. Fu Guang's grand plan is closely related to the quantum revelation. Now that the quantum revelation is about to draw to a close, what Fu Guang is planning will soon unfold as well. Shiha is curious. How exactly is he going to go about obtaining the only honored position between heaven and earth? Chapter 51, Attention from All Sides. Chapter 51. In the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang was waiting for the opening of the big show with his two confidants. Likewise, some of the other mighty dojos were likewise silently focusing on the direction of the Immortal Court. The matter of the Immortal Court's vanguard army being completely annihilated with a slap from a suddenly appearing powerhouse naturally could not be hidden from many of the great powers who were silently paying attention to the changes in the situation in the Flood Wasteland. Kunlun Mountain. The three pristine ones were gathered in the Jade Void Palace. Each of them had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. As for how many corpses had been decapitated, exactly at what level of quasi-saint was an unknown. After reaching such a realm, that cultivator wouldn't choose to hide so many billions of points? There are no fools among the immortals in the floodplains. The first power to rebel against the Immortal Court head-on appeared. Tong Tian had some emotions and opened his mouth. On the side, Yuan Shi, who looked calm, opened his mouth. The test has begun, and chaos is about to break out completely. The expressionless Laozi faintly spat out two words. Measurement of the tribulation. The three brothers are silent, at the same time there is some small tension in their hearts. No other. Although this is not the three brothers have seen the first quantitative hijacking, but now they have a high status in the floodplains, has a hefty reputation, maybe this time the quantitative hijacking will involve them and the body may also say. The three brothers, who are still good to you and good to me, looked at each other. At the same time made a decision. Close the mountain gate tightly, and not ask about the world. The three brothers' thoughts together, the entire Kunlun mountain above, suddenly shrouded layer after layer of clouds. So that people cannot clearly see the situation inside, also cannot enter the Kunlun mountain. Wanshou Mountain. Underneath the ginseng fruit tree in the temple of the five heavenly kings. Red Cloud was playing chess with Jin Yuanzi and the two of them. At the same time, there was also a light shadow beside the two of them, in which the scene of the Immortal Court of Yingzhou was playing. Fellow Daoist Fu Guang said that the rival of the Immortal Court has appeared. Red Cloud's face wore a heavy color as he spoke. Heard. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a grave expression. I just don't know, that Immortal Court's opponent, what kind of existence is it? A great battle, it's inevitable. Previously, there were many powerful races that existed in the floodplains, and both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi had observed them, wanting to see if those powerful races would be the Immortal Court's opponents. But they weren't. After these races saw the power of the Immortal Court, not to mention the fight, the best they did was to fight for themselves after joining the Immortal Court. Even if a race with such an approach had a mixed ancestor in their clan who had survived from the ancient times, it would not be possible for them to become the protagonist of the quantum revelation. If they don't even have the courage to fight a big battle, how can they become the protagonist of the quantum revelation? Is this not a joke? It wasn't that there were no races that fought back. It's just that they don't have enough strength. And the end is obvious. The race will die and become extinct. It's not that there aren't races that can fight against the Immortal Court. For example, nowadays, the three innate races are already very low profile. God knows how many old monsters from the ancient times are still alive inside the Dragon Tomb, Phoenix Cave, and Shilin Cave. Of course, the innate three tribes now cannot be said to be the Flood Wasteland people dislike dog hate, but also no power is willing to accept them. It's okay to accept one or two of them as mounts. Join them? Impossible. If the three races of the Ascendant join them, it means that the monstrous karma that their race carries will be inherited as well. Who can handle that? Not even the Immortal Court. That's why the Yingzhou Immortal Court attacked the Four Seas and conquered the Eastern lands, but it never sent out invitations to the three Ascendant races. If they really wanted to extend an invitation, the three Ascendant clans don't say they will join in, but they will send a lot of potential juniors to join in. This is because the Immortal Court's huge chi luck can suppress the monstrous karma that these juniors are carrying, allowing them to reveal their natural talent and then grow stronger without any problems. Later on, when their service to the immortal court was over, they would return to their respective races to nourish the chi of the three races and suppress the underpinnings of one race. Unfortunately, the immortal court does not care about the three innate races. The immortal court does not care about the three innate races. The many races in the flood, and even the innate three races are not. So much so that since the immortal court had become bigger and stronger, there had not been a situation where an immortal court vanguard army had been directly destroyed by someone. Therefore, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi at this moment had already decided that the immortal court's true opponent has already appeared. What they had to do now was to see how the immortal court would react, and also to see what kind of existence the immortal court's opponent was. Bai Ming-si. Kuan Peng was also watching with cold eyes. He did not have any thoughts of joining the immortal court, nor did he have any thoughts of wanting to oppose the immortal court. He just wanted to quietly cultivate in his Bai Ming-si. There is no coincidence. The old ancestor of the river Styx in the endless sea of blood was also of the same mind as Kuan Peng. Western Spirit Mountain. Guiding and Junti noticed it, but didn't react much, still busy with their own things every day. Teaching Western spirits to cultivate and repairing the tattered earth of the West. At this moment, the closest place to the center of the vortex was undoubtedly the Fengchi Mountain Dojo near Buzhou Mountain. Of course, saying that it was the closest. But in truth, even if a great battle that destroyed the heavens and the earth erupted at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, as long as it wasn't a huge commotion like the collapse of that heavily pillared Buzhou Mountain, this side of Fengchi Mountain wouldn't even be affected. Inside the pavilion, Fuxi and Bai Zhe are playing chess. Even though Bai Zhe was still just a small Deluo cultivator nowadays, the two of them were both practicing the innate way of easy counting and specializing in different directions, so it could be said that they knew each other at first sight. Therefore, even with the huge gap in cultivation, Fuxi was still willing to call Bai Zhe a little friend. And often play chess with Bai Zhe, and occasionally will also point out Bai Zhe cultivation. This was a treatment that other cultivators who came to Fengchi Mountain to seek refuge did not have. As for Nuwa, after more cultivators came to Fengchi Mountain, Nuwa, who had a cold and arrogant nature, was not used to it. Instead, she simply went into seclusion. After all, although she is arrogant and cold, but she is not a stone-hearted being, plus these cultivators' female immortals are rushing to her, and most of the male immortals were taken in by their own brother, so naturally it's not good to drive them away. Nuwa, who is not able to see, will not come out of the closed door. Just waiting for the time of the third sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, she will go to chaos again. The seeds were dropped on one side. Fuxi's face wore a smile. Little friend Bai Zhe, how much manpower do you think the immortal court will send to come and take care of that female immortal who struck out, as well as the race behind her? Sniffing. After Bai Zhe slightly pondered for a moment, opened his mouth and said, "A few Dao Lord cultivators?" After hearing Bai Zhe's judgment, Fuxi smiled mysteriously. Subsequently, he dropped his son. No. It would be a great avatar, as well as several Dao Lord cultivators. Chapter 52. Open your eyes and watch. Chapter 52. Oh. Fuxi's words caused Bai Zhe to raise an eyebrow. Opening his mouth, he said, "With the might of the immortal court nowadays, lightly taking down a party of rebels, there's still a need to make such a big deal out of it?" Hearing Bai Zhe's rhetorical question, Fuxi smiled without saying anything and did not explicitly say anything. Seeing this, White Zephyr, who was already smart in his own right, also pondered slightly and began to think about it in his mind. And very quickly, Bai Zhe knew why. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. The immortal court had been established and developed until now, and it had set off monstrous waves in the four seas and 8 wastelands, causing the fateful chi between heaven and earth to rise, and the momentum of the quantum revenge had already been completely formed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this clearly. That one immortal court emperor, as long as he wasn't a cutie. He knew that he and the immortal court had already been robbed. The existence that dares to go against him now is, unsurprisingly, his opponent in the quantum leap. But wherever that immortal court emperor has a little bit of pussy in his heart, there is no way he can belittle his own opponent. The conflict had already occurred. For the sake of the immortal court's face or not, for the sake of understanding his opponent or not, or for the sake of his own great Tao, it was inevitable that the first match would be fought. And this first fight, not to say that they would go all out, they would never casually send some Dao Lord cultivators over. Therefore, it would only be reasonable and wise for a great avatar to lead the troops and carry the Dao Lord cultivators forward to test the waters. Later generation understands. A knowing smile appeared on Bai Zhe's face, and after opening his mouth, he raised his eyes to look at Fuxi. And Fuxi was also full of smiles. The two old sixes in the floodplains who specialized in innate easy numbers. At this moment, their hearts were in sync. Where all eyes converge. Yingzhou Immortal Court. At this moment, the Immortal Court's true executives and spokespersons, the 5 great avatars, were all gathered together. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were sitting equally above the main seat. Below, A quasi-saint female immortal sat on one side, and 2 quasi-saint male immortals sat on the other side. Sitting on the main seat, the true head of the immortal court, the Duke of the East King, who was in charge of all matters other than punishment, had a very serious face. In a deep voice, he said, "Everyone is clear about what happened at the foot of Buzhou mountain. What this means, I'm sure all of you already have an idea in your hearts." As soon as these words came out, the 5 great avatars present all had slightly grave expressions on their faces. As great avatars, they naturally all knew very well what it meant to have the immortal court vanguard at the foot of the Buzhou mountain completely annihilated for the first time. More importantly, the arrogant words of that unruly female immortal, disrespecting the heavenly Tao and saints, had not attracted heavenly punishment or saintly accountability. This in itself was an extraordinary signal. As long as you are a flood spirit, it doesn't matter if you are a chaotic demon god, an innate saint, or a Hotian griffin. The heavenly Tao is not to be trifled with, and saints are not to be spoken of lightly. This is an iron law that all beings need to abide by. But the fact that neither the heavenly Tao nor the saints reacted after that female immortal spoke those words was enough to show that female immortal and the race behind her were truly unafraid. The Duke of the East King's face was also serious. The immortal court's opponent has already appeared. Next, it was time to let those guys who were paying attention to the immortal court see the true power of the immortal court. Regardless of the identity of that female immortal and her abilities, the immortal court is the seat of our great Tao and cannot afford to fail. Which one of you is willing to lead the army to test the waters? Just as Fu Shi and Bai Zhe expected, the Duke of Dongwang is going to send someone with great powers to the Buzhou mountain to test the waters. Only who will go is a problem. Anyway, it was impossible for the 2 immortal court lords, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, to make a move at this time. Then the only ones who could make a move were the 3 remaining great avatars. The 3 great avatars were all slightly contemplative. All information about the other party was unknown, but just the words of that unruly female immortal were enough to make the 3 of them pay attention. Unknown. It also meant danger. The benefits of making a move were quite a lot, but the risks were also extremely great. So careful consideration was needed. It didn't take long. The quasi-saint immortal among the 3 great avatars raised her head and stood up from her position. Toward the Western Queen Mother and the Eastern King Duke, they saluted. Speaking aloud, they said, "Queen Mother, Emperor Duke. This time, shall I take the shot?" Hearing, the Western Queen Mother's gaze was calm, and a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. Nor did she speak. Just turned her gaze to the Duke of the East King beside her. "Taoist friend, the immortal court external matters, you take the idea is." Originally there was some surprise that this one following the Queen Mother of the West's quasi-saint female immortal would actually make a move. After hearing the Queen Mother of the West's reminder, the Duke of the East gently nodded his head. Opening his mouth, he said, "Since this is the case, it would be good for you, Taoist friend, to make a move and test the waters. However, there is no need to exert yourself, and if you encounter an unbeatable force, you can retreat." This battle wasn't really a duel, but rather to show off the strength of the immortal court and at the same time test out the opponent. So, once there is something wrong, I'll withdraw immediately. In the end, it was the rival of the behemoth that was the immortal court, and with everything unknown, there was no room for sloppiness at all, so naturally, it was better to be cautious. I have been ordered to do so. The paramount saint immortal's face was serious as she received the order. Afterwards, with a long swing of her immortal skirt, she turned around and left. Watching the paramount sacred fairy leave, the Duke of the East looked up. The Duke of the East King raised his head and glanced at the void beyond the Yingzhou immortal court, coldly smiling. "If you want to see it, then you guys can watch it well." At this moment, the gazes of all parties in heaven and earth were converging on the Yingzhou immortal court, and this was something that everyone knew in their hearts. It's just that Lord Dongwang doesn't care. The quantum of the imminent opening of the crisis will soon come. Certainly the danger is unpredictable, but there is also a huge chance of existence. Crisis. There are dangers, and naturally there are also opportunities. This was the first crisis that the immortal court had encountered, and it was also the time for the immortal court to truly show its strength. Lord Dongwang knew that there were many people watching from the sidelines, wanting to see the collapse of his tower, see his jokes, and watch the immortal court's good show. He didn't care. If you want to watch, then you will have to open your eyes and look carefully. In response to the words of the Duke of the East King, the Queen Mother of the West and the other 2 immortal court paragons present didn't say anything more. Even though there was a difference in status within the immortal court between up and down, their strength was not such that they would stoop to the level of the Duke of the East King. Wanting them to do things, it had to be done by negotiation. As long as one had enough strength, they would have the backbone and status. Dang! 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 The sound of war drums suddenly carried out within the immortal court. Immediately after that, the great formation that enveloped the Yingzhou immortal court opened, and one group of immortal court armies after another came out from within the Yingzhou immortal court. Raising huge auspicious clouds that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, one banner formed a piece that covered the sky with a general terror. Celestial Immortal and Xian Immortal Minions. Golden Immortal Commanders. Tai Immortal Generals. Great Luo Immortal Monarchs. A powerful existence methodically stepped out from the immortal court, lining up their troops above the sky dome, forming a vast and terrifying aura that stirred the winds and clouds of the heavens and earth. Chapter 53 Ancestral Witch. Chapter 53. When the immortal court army was completely assembled. Subsequently. The cry of a new bird. The divine bird cried. A huge chariot pulled by 9 Tai golden immortal ranked Luan birds sailed out from within the Yingzhou immortal court in a grand manner. Above the chariot. A saint immortal to be, whose body was surrounded by divine light flowing with the long Taoist rhythm of the great Tao, and whose figure was not clearly visible, was seated at the end of the chariot. As soon as she appeared. Rumble. The terrifying pressure of the paramount saints directly stirred the chi between heaven and earth, combining the terrifying chi brewing in the immortal court army to form a blazing momentum that was vast and majestic. The end was terrifying and extreme. Going out to battle. With divine light in her beautiful eyes, the quasi-saint immortal's face was serious as she gave the order. And along with the order. The next moment. Rumble. The vast immortal court army was then led by this saint immortal to be, as well as 20 great Luo immortal monarchs, many Tai immortal swords, and golden immortal commanders, and formed into a battle formation, turning into a whole piece of immortal light, and heading directly in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. And along with the movement of the immortal court's army, the horizons of the various parties that were paying attention to the Yingzhou immortal court also turned towards the Buzhou mountainside. Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. While getting high on melon seeds and watching the live broadcast, occasionally sipping a cup of wine, Fu Guang watched the actions of the immortal court's army with a leisurely face, seemingly not putting much thought into the next big battle. On the contrary, it was the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, who had a face colored with emotion after seeing the configuration of the immortal court's army. Turning their heads, Shi He's gaze looked towards the leisurely Fu Guang on the side. A great avatar, more than 20 Daolord cultivators immortal court this stroke, but it is not small. What do you think the outcome of the immortal court's army's trip will be? How? Packed to death. Hearing Shi He inquire about himself, Fu Guang spat out a sentence in his heart. But this obviously couldn't be said directly. So, he said it euphemistically. Except for this one paramount sage who might have a chance of survival, everyone else must die. Swish swish. 2 staring gazes fell directly onto Fu Guang's body. Hearing Fu Guang say that other than that paramount sage fairy, the immortal court army would once again be wiped out, even the 3 less Chang Shi was a little stunned and surprised. One must know. This was an army led by a quasi-saint and 20 de Lo cultivators, definitely a powerful force that no one in the floodplains could ignore. How could Fu Guang even think that only a quasi-saint immortal could survive? Are you sure you're not joking? Both Shi He and Chang Shi had some disbelief. However, after seeing Fu Guang's expression that hadn't changed in the slightest as well as his complexion, Shi He, who knew that he wouldn't say anything without a purpose, knew that Fu Guang was telling the truth. Only, what Shiha didn't expect was, the other protagonist of this quantum rain was so terrifying? And after Chang Shi was shocked, he reverted back to his state of 3ness once again. But while watching the live broadcast of the time calendar, he also got serious. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly. The immortal court army was already arriving at the foot of the Buzhou mountain in great numbers. They had just arrived and hadn't even put up a formation yet. The figure of that unruly female immortal appeared above the celestial dome, with a disdainful gaze and a calm demeanor blocking the front of the immortal court's army. It was rather like might of one man holding the pass and 10,000 men not being able to open it. Among the immortal court army, the face of the paramount saint immortal was very grave. It was because she realized that she couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation. She was only able to feel the terrifying heaven-destroying chi and blood contained within the other party's body, as well as the terrifying great Tao laws that were branded into the other party's flesh and blood and were inherent in his life. Stronger. And also practicing with the immortal Tao system practiced by all beings in the floodplains nowadays, completely different from another system of a strong person. She couldn't judge the other party's realm. But she could clearly feel the crisis and threat that the other party had on her body that made her feel very strong. In other words, even if what the other party was practicing was not the immortal Tao system, the strength of that person was not trivial. The thoughts in her heart returned to one in an instant. The quasi-saint immortal's Luan bird chariot directly pressed forward, directly facing the Jiesia female immortal. The person who blocked the road, report your name. Previously, you killed my 100,000 immortal court vanguard army, do an explanation. Not humble. The quasi-saint female immortal did not intend to compete above the rhetoric. In the end, it is still a battle. At this moment, the opening of the mouth is just to have a name, and at the same time want to know the identity of the other party. Heard. The savage-style Jia female immortal sneered. Ha! An account? How can you ask this ancestor witch for an explanation? This ancestral witch has never needed to give an explanation to others. The words fell. Rumble. Terrifying chi and blood erupted from the female ancestral witch's body, and with one step, the sky collapsed and the earth fell, directly killing towards the paragon female immortal. Seeing this, already in the heart of the quasi-saint female immortal, lifted her hand and directly sacrificed an innate spirit sword, evolving an extremely terrifying swordlight, directly met the female ancestor witch to kill the figure. If it was any other cultivator, even if it was a great avatar, they would have to avoid the sharpness of this swordlight. The paramount sacred female immortal was also thinking the same way. After all, who would have the iron head to use their fleshly body to harden themselves against an innate spiritual treasure? That wasn't pure cuteness. Behavior? Even if the opponent in front of them who claimed to be an ancestral witch practiced a system that was completely different from the general public, at least have heard of the power of the innate spirit treasure. The opponent would never to be able to rock hard. The fact that they would think that way was entirely because the paramount sacred fairy. That was entirely because the sage immortal to be, and even the many cultivators in the floodplains, didn't have a basic knowledge of the ancestral witches and the witch race. But it didn't matter. Soon, all the great powers of the flood will see the power of the witch race, especially the 12 ancestor witches. Facing the sword light that came to kill them head-on, destroying the sky and the earth, as well as the innate spirit sword that emitted a terrifying killing aura. The female ancestral witch's complexion did not change, nor did she dodge. Instead, she went forward to meet it. In the split second that the sword light came to her body, she just slapped it over with such an easy and cozy slap. To everyone's dismay, this sword light with a destructive aura instantly shattered under the female ancestor witch's slap, making it difficult to harm the female ancestor witch's physical body in the slightest, let alone causing substantial damage to it. Rumble. The heavenly dome shook slightly as the divine ability was broken open and the resulting impact of the laws erupted. Before the impact could spread, the female ancestor witch backhandedly slapped hard on top of the body of that innate spirit sword. Clang! While the ear-piercing sound waves of gold and iron clashed, the spiritual light on the body of the innate spirit sword dimmed, and with a mournful sword roar, it flew backwards towards the paramount sage immortal. This scene caused all the great spiritual masters who were paying attention to this battle to be caught by surprise. Eyes full of misgivings, they looked at the female ancestral witch who, with 2 slaps, dissolved the attack of a great avatar. One thought appeared in their hearts. So strong. Chapter 54, what are you looking at? Chapter 54. Good and strong. This judgment has 2 meanings. Powerful physical body cultivation system, powerful ancestral witch. At this moment, the great avatars from all sides of the flood wasteland were looking sideways at the strength of the female ancestor witch's fleshly body. At the same time, their hearts couldn't help but ponder. The immortal courts battle, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult. The battle on Buzhou mountain was not yet over. After one move of trial and error, the quasi-saint female immortal is very clear that the female ancestor witch in front of her is still above her own strength, and it is very likely that she will lose in a single fight. But what is this place? A battlefield. What is she doing here today? To promote the prestige. And also to detect the race behind this female ancestor witch, in the end how much weight? Not to come here to fight and fight alone. So, the paramount saint female immortal held the innate spirit sword that flew backward. Raising her hand, she waved it. Formation. The immortal court's army was not just for show. A huge number of Xianxian immortal and heavenly immortal soldiers, golden immortal commanders, Tai immortal generals, as well as 20 Dala immortal monarchs, plus the immortal formation that Duke Dongwang had deduced and developed. Under the unification, the might that erupted was by no means trivial. In addition, the person who was in charge of the formation was an immortal lord. The person who was in charge of the formation was a genuine quasi-saint great avatar. After the immortal formation was formed, the added power it brought about, defeating a female ancestral sorceress, was not just an empty talk. Seeing the movements of the immortal court army, the female ancestral witch laughed instead of being afraid. Too many people bullying too few people? He. The so-called heavenly Tao orthodoxy, Angzhou immortal court, is nothing more than that. A cold light flashed in her eyes. The quasi-saintly female immortal's tone is ice cold. I'm just trying to be clever with my words. Words. The female ancestor witch's body blood is heaving, the fierce aura rolls. A mere formation, Xianmei, don't even put you in my eyes. Rumble. Chi and blood intertwined with the fury and rise, the dome of the sky is dyed with a layer of bloodlight at the same time, a human face, bird body, ears hanging green snake, feet on the feet of the double-headed dragon's huge figure, directly from the bloodlight appeared. At the same time, the 2 great Tao laws of water and ice, which Xianhua had naturally mastered, surged out of the sky like a wave. At that moment, the heavens and earth rained down with a pouring rain that eliminated flesh, and a terrifying cold that could seal the Yuanshan, and under the intertwining of the two great Tao laws, the entire heavens and earth were instantly and completely changed. The only ones unaffected were the immortal court armies that had already completed their formation. Adding to the power of the formation, the paramount immortaless held her sword in her hand while offering a top-grade innate defense spiritual treasure, and one after another, she offered up an offensive and defensive innate spiritual treasure, and a latter-day spiritual treasure. Gazing at Manhwa, who had evolved the true body of an ancestral witch, she didn't talk nonsense and directly killed him. Rumble. The two powerhouses directly fought at the foot of Buzhou mountain. The paramount immortal activated all kinds of spiritual treasures, releasing all kinds of destructive light, raising her hands and feet to evolve her own Tao, and activating all kinds of killing moves. It can be described as dazzling, and the various killing methods were overwhelming. Compared to the frequent means of the paramount sage immortal, Manhwa, who had performed the ancestral witch's true body, was much simpler. Spiritual treasure attack? A punch and a kick all dissolved. The great Tao evolves killing methods? A body of qi, blood and fury, combined with the innate palm holding the power of the great Tao, directly break open. It can be said to be a model of one force breaking all laws. For a moment. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched, with no one being able to help anyone. This scene that did not surprise the many great aptitudes in the floodplains. After reaching such a level of the paramount sage realm, unless the gap in strength between the two sides was really a chasm. Otherwise, a fight in battle, a fight for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years to distinguish the winner, are extremely normal. In accordance with the thoughts of the great avatars of the flood. This battle. At least 1,000 years. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Watching the battle, which was broadcast live on the clock calendar, the Shiha frowned. Both sides are evenly matched by the looks of it. It will be difficult to distinguish between a winner and a loser within 1,000 years. Didn't you say before that the immortal court army would be wiped out on this trip and only one person would have a chance of survival? Now, have you changed your mind? Shook his head. Fu Guang threw a peanut inside his mouth. Casually said, "There is no change." Of course it hasn't changed. How far has this come? Everyone was afraid to think that the race that Xianmei belonged to was the only one as powerful as her. And the truth was? There were 12 ancestral witches. Even if there was a difference in strength between the ancestral witches, the difference would definitely not be that obvious. In other words, I'm afraid that the 12 ancestral witches today all have about the same strength as Manhwa. That is to say, 12 quasi-saint level body refining quasi-saints. This power doesn't even need to be exposed, just one more ancestral witch, the immortal court army will be defeated, and 2 more immortal court armies will be destroyed. All of them? Including the immortal court's paramount saints and immortals. Don't live. Looks like you've done a lot of math. She looked deeply at Fu Guang and spoke with meaning. She was aware that Fu Guang had also practiced the way of innate counting. As to what level he had cultivated to was unknown. Now it seemed that his innate number way, I'm afraid that it was quite remarkable, and should have calculated quite a few unspeakable heavenly chances. Hearing this, Fu Guang smiled calmly and did not answer Shihi's call. Because there is no way to answer. Can't tell Shiha, I know there are 12 ancestral witches, right? So this kind of thing that can't be explained, just show a mysterious smile. Other people will make up their own minds. At this moment, the curiosity of Shiha's curiosity had already been piqued by Fu Guang. Her eyes surveyed the true body of Xianmei's ancestral witch who was in the middle of the battle, curious as to what kind of existence her race was. Beneath the foot of Buzhou mountain, the fierce battle between Xianmei and the immortal court's army was still continuing. The vast majority of the great avatars watching the battle were actually still calm. After all, it had only just begun. There were also those who were unable to keep their composure. For example, the 11 figures in savage-style attire that were currently standing at the entrance of the Pango Divine Hall with an itchy look on their faces, wanting to fight. The muscular man with fiery red hair was filled with a face full of impatience. It's too hard to endure. The immortal court is here to find us, the sorcerer race, so why should Xianmei be the only one to take over such a good thing as a fight? If I were to go up there and burn it all down, I would definitely be able to finish it faster than her. Hearing the red-haired man's words, the strong man who was also covered in muscles but had blue hair sneered, disdainfully said, "TSK. With that little spark from you, Zhu Rong, who can you burn?" Swish. Zhu Rong, who had been taunted to his face, with fire in his eyes, stared at the blue-haired muscular man, with whom he could be said to be very much at odds with Gong Gong. Facing Zhu Rong's smoldering eyes, Gong Gong was not used to him at all. What are you looking at? Chapter 55 Refining in a Moment. Chapter 55. LOL. With a squeeze of his fist, a terrifying blood aura surged up from his body. Zhu Rong took a step forward. What are you looking at? Anger rose in his eyes. Gong Gong was also not a witch who liked nonsense, and in the face of the provocation of Gong Gong, who did not see eye to eye, he simply could not endure a little. Boom! Taking a step forward, his muscles stormed out, his sandbag-sized iron fist directly imprinted on Zhu Rong's big pie face, beating Zhu Rong to the point that his face was distorted, teeth-bared, while his body was also like a fiery red immortal light, shooting towards the big formation listed by the Immortal Court Army. Zhu Rong was sent flying by a punch, but Gong Gong, who was still not relieved, chased after him. Boom! While chasing out, monstrous blood chi erupted, and the power of the great Tao of water surged and surged, directly forming an ocean between heaven and earth. The power of the great Tao set off rolling waves that swept across the sky, sweeping towards the Immortal Court Army, as well as Zhu Rong, who had already landed over there. I will drown you. While urging his own great Tao to launch a killing attack, Gong Gong also roared in anger. Rumble! Zhu Rong, who slammed his physical body on top of the great formation formed by the Immortal Court Army, actually caused the Immortal Court Army's immortal formation to ripple violently. Yoo-hoo! Seeing that he hadn't even shattered this laborious great formation under one collision, Zhu Rong, who still had a fist mark on his face, came to be interested. Only. Before he could make a move to break the formation, the terrifying ocean of great Tao behind him came surging in, causing him to be directly on fire. He was really on fire. Zhu Rong's body burned with extremely terrifying true fire, and his red hair burned like a flame. Between heaven and earth, which had already become terrifying due to Xian Mei and Gong Gong, and the Immortal Court's paramount saints and immortals each exercising their own great Tao, another terrifying true fire of destruction was added, burning everything. You to death! Prompting his ferocious chi and blood, intertwining the true fire, Zhu Rong met Gong Gong's attack with a punch without the slightest fear. At the same time, condensing a giant hand of true fire, he fiercely slapped it and printed it directly on top of the immortal formation. Thud! A dull collision sound rang out, and the impact visible to the naked eye cleansed billions of miles of mountains and rivers, directly causing a terrifying sight of destruction to the earth. Click! Above the immortal formation that was shrouded above the barrier that protected the people of the gathering formation, a visible crack directly appeared. This scene. Everyone in the Immortal Court Army within the immortal formation looked pale to the extreme. So terrifying. The protection of the immortal formation simply couldn't withstand 3 or 2 attacks from this one powerhouse that had suddenly appeared. Before the Immortal Court Army could regain their senses. Rumble! The ocean of great Tao that Gong Gong had raised instantly flooded where the Immortal Court Army was. Ka-ching! The cracks on top of the immortal formation's protective barrier widened in an instant. And then, bang! The entire Immortal Court formation, amidst the successive attacks of the 2 ancestral witches, was like a thin sheet of paper that was easily torn apart. Rumble! The great formation was forcibly broken, and the terrifying explosion of mana, the backlash, instantly landed on all the Immortal Court armies. The ocean of Xian Shui raised by Gong Gong invaded and swallowed, the spiritual treasures in the hands of the many commanders and immortal soldiers rapidly dimmed in light, and finally shattered and dissolved, and then their fleshly bodies in Yuanshan were similarly dissolved in the twinkling of an eye. In an instant, this raging army of the Immortal Court was nearly wiped out. Only a few golden immortal commanders who possessed innate spiritual treasures, as well as Tai immortal generals who had condensed their own Tao laws and had better spiritual treasures, and the 20 great Luo immortal monarchs were still alive. Only. The moment they escaped against the eroding and dissolving power of the Xian Shui ocean, true fire descended from the sky. Standing in the sky, he condensed terrifying true fire. Zhu Rong, who was like a sun god, loudly taunted Gong Gong, who had just made a move. Ha! Rubbish Gong Gong, who can you drown with that little drop of water? It is still up to this ancestral witch's true fire. While speaking, rumble! Zhu Rong directly mobilized the monstrous true fire, directly surrounding the immortal court crowd that had just escaped from life, using his own ferocious chi and blood, and the great Tao of fire to continuously melt everything in it. In a matter of moments, however, there were only some shriveled up innate spiritual treasures left in that true fire, as if they were ordinary mortal artifacts. After refining the Immortal Court's 20 great Luo immortal monarchs, a number of Tai immortal generals, and a very few golden immortal commanders, Zhu Rong's movements did not stop. With his eyes raised, he looked towards Gong Gong on the other side of the room. Although the two of them had cooperated with Gong Gong's acting in order to be able to come out and fight, and then smoothly participated in the battle, he, the ancestral sorcerer of fire, had actually been punched by this little punk, Gong Gong. It was not an ancestral sorcerer to not have this revenge. At the same time, Gong Gong's gaze was also directed towards Zhu Rong. Just now, he had been called a waste by Zhu Rong, a piece of trash. And he couldn't stand the aggravation. In the next instant, boom! The 2 ancestral witches whose faces had completely slaughtered the Immortal Court's army didn't go to help Xin Hua and the female Immortal Court Paragon who were still fighting high in the sky, but instead started to fight each other. Fist to flesh. No mercy. In a moment, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, two people are directly to life fighting posture, as well as that punch and kick, the power displayed, the end is terrifying, incomparable. Not the slightest bit weaker than a quasi-saint grade aptitude. It was even stronger than the average quasi-saint grade avatar. High above the sky. Without the support of the immortal formation unifying the power of all the immortals, the immortal court Paramountus's aura fell a layer, and the original battle situation with Xianhua, which was evenly matched, fell into a disadvantage in an instant. This battle had been lost. Thoughts flashed through the eyes of the immortal court female paramount saint as she greeted Xianhua's blistering, incessant attacks, while continuously retreating. To pull the battle, pulling away from this area. The two ancestral witches that had suddenly appeared below were simply too terrifying. Both of them had only struck out casually, and surprisingly, without even leaving her time to rescue them, they had directly wiped out this immortal court army. If it wasn't for the fact that those two ancestral witches had a problem with their brains, and had even begun to infight and turned their heads to surround her, I'm afraid that at this moment, she would already be seriously injured. Want to run? The immortal court female paragon's mind was not hidden, and Xianhua, who had manifested her true body as an ancestral witch, easily gained insight into it. Rumble. Great Dao Hua light flowed, and Xianmei's attack was once again raised. She coldly laughed. Fall down for this ancestral witch. The two great Dao powers, sweeping in the great momentum of heaven and earth, the fist of the ancestral witch's true body just crushed directly towards the immortal court's female quasi-saint in such a grand manner. That matchless power, stirring the high sky violent turbulence, originally filled the sky, for Tai golden immortal all have a thread of divine fire, wind, and so on everything, all die under the fist. This punch could be said to have shaken the heavens and shaken the earth. Chapter 56 The End of the Tiger's Head and Serpent's Tail. Chapter 56. Punching. Every ancestral witch was extremely good at it. Xianmei, as the only female incarnated ancestral witch amongst the 12 ancestral witches, was even more skillful in boxing. In the face of that volatile punch that shook the 9 heavens, the immortal court female paragon's face changed violently. Afterwards, she didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, lifting her hand to strike out a defensive Dao, and an extremely high-grade ladder heavenly defense spiritual treasure was even directly thrown out by her. Rumble. The fist of the ancestral witch's true body hardened all of the immortal court female paragon's means, destroying them as if they had been destroyed, and finally clashed with the extremely high-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. This collision directly dimmed the light of that piece of defensive spiritual treasure, and a fine line was cracked on top of the spiritual treasure's body. Then, rumble. The spiritual treasure directly exploded. On top of the arm of the Xianmei ancestral witch's true body, the skin and flesh were cracked and bone was visible, blood splattered, and even his body was forced to retreat 1,000,000 miles by the impact of the explosion of the extremely high-quality spiritual treasure. This is the beginning of the battle. The powerful ancestral sorcerer Xianhua, for the first time, had suffered what could be considered a serious injury. Xianhua was injured. Then, as the owner of the spiritual treasure, the immortal court Paramountus was in an equally bad situation. The spiritual treasure exploded, her mind was damaged, and a mouthful of golden immortal blood with a clear fragrance spilled into the air. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Xianhua, who had been shaken back. The immortal court female paramount saint did not hesitate, and between the immortal light glowing on her body, her entire body stood upright without a shadow, having already disappeared far away. She turned around and left, as if she had made some sort of determination, never looking back at Xianhua again. Of course she wouldn't turn her head to look, because she didn't know when the two ancestral witches below who were internally fighting would join forces to kill. Facing 3 ancestral witches that were more powerful than herself, the immortal court paragoness didn't have the slightest doubt that one more glance and she would explode. Ha! Xianmo did not chase after the immortal court female paramount and just sneered. Afterwards, manifested his innate Dao body, turning into the savage-suited female immortal appearance he had at the beginning. Coldly laughing. Running quite fast. While speaking, Xianmei flung his arm, and the skin, flesh foam, and blood that had originally blown apart was completely restored in the blink of an eye as if it was a flow of time. After doing all this, with an untamed face, Xianhua's body was filled with qi and blood like waves. The beautiful eyes toured the circumference of the sky. This ancestral which knows that many of you are watching. So this ancestor which announces one thing. Since today, Buzhou Mountain prohibits all outsiders from entering, and those who trespass will die. If you do not believe in the words of this ancestor witch, you can come and try. After dropping such an extremely domineering sentence, Xianmei withdrew his gaze, his body turned into a stream of light, directly toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As for Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, were still passionately beating each other. That battle and impact broke out, and the damage to that part of the battlefield was much greater than what Xianhua and the immortal court female paramount saint had brought about in their previous encounters. Already falling into the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Xianhua, who had disappeared, his voice once again sounded. If you guys want to fight, roll over to chaos and fight. Hearing Xianmei's voice, Shu Rong and Gong Gong, who are passionately beating each other, do not talk nonsense. While fighting, the body shape rushed all the way up to the 9 heavens outside to go. The two ancestral witches' battlefield changed. At the foot of Buzhou mountain. In addition to leaving a mess after the destruction of the great battle, there is no other movement. But everything that happened within this short period of time silenced all the great aptitudes of the various parties that were paying attention. This opponent of the immortal court had only shown the tip of the iceberg, but it had already proved their strength. The immortal court's army was completely annihilated in an instant. Not even the great Luo cultivators among them were able to escape from the hands of the ancestral witches. The only female immortal court paragon who was alive and hadn't paid too much to leave was still due to the fact that there were two ancestral witches who didn't care about her, but instead began to implode. If those two ancestral witches didn't fight amongst themselves, they would have joined forces with Xianmei to surround and kill that immortal court female paramount. Or even, after the other party retreated, if they directly chased after her, the immortal court female paramount saint would never have gotten out of the battle so easily. Originally, I thought that I would have to watch a good show for 1,000 years. But I didn't expect that it would directly just end like that with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Numerous great avatars were withdrawing their attentive gazes. They no longer looked at the Buzhou mountainside. As for the matter that Xianmei had informed that Buzhou mountain was forbidden for outsiders to enter, no one cared at all. How big is Buzhou mountain? Although you are a powerful ancestral witch, you are only a mere 3 people. Can you see the huge Buzhou mountain? It is simply impossible. Of course. This is also because many of the great powers have calculated that the quantum of karma has to kick off in order to avoid staining the karma of quantum of karma, basically to be closed, naturally, will not go to the Buzhou mountain. And after the quantum karma, if your ancestor witch wins and becomes more powerful, then Buzhou mountain will not go if you fall in the quantum robbery, this so-called ban, it is just nonsense. The many great avatars saw it clearly. But at the same time, it is also very clear. The 3 great ancestral witches had already started to change the situation in the flood. At the very least, the immortal court's unbeatable situation had been completely broken from this point in time now, never to exist again. The numerous immortals and races that had previously been forced to have no time to breathe and were unwilling to join the immortal court could all have a bit of time to catch their breath. The great war of the tiger's head and snake's tail ended. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang still didn't withdraw the live broadcast of the time calendar, but instead, he repositioned the live broadcast of the time calendar and went back to the sky above the Yingzhou Purple Mansion. Seeing his movements, Shiha, who had just regained her senses from the shock of the immortal court army really being completely wiped out, as well as the appearance of 2 more ancestral witches, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Opening his mouth, he said, the great war has already come to an end. You still have to watch the Yingzhou immortal court side? Does this mean that this good show in Fu Guang's mouth hasn't ended completely and utterly? After thinking about it, Shihi suddenly felt it was very possible. After the Duke of the East King had suffered such a huge loss, he naturally couldn't rest easily, and might be about to once again conquer the 3 great ancestral witches. Very quickly, Fu Guang directly spoke up to confirm Shiha's speculation. The Duke of Dongwon's path as an emperor was extremely overbearing, so how could he not say anything after suffering a loss? At most thousands of years. Not even thousands of years, he will definitely gather his army again and head straight for Buzhou mountain. And it is very likely that he will be marching on the imperial court. Speaking of which, the corners of Fu Guang's mouth rose slightly. I'm looking forward to the situation where the Duke of Dongwang is violently beaten by the ancestral witches. At the same time, also looking forward to the sorcerer race coming out completely and then opening up the gourmet flood stage. At that time, the quantum rain would be considered the official opening of the quantum rain. Nowadays, the witch clan only has the 12 ancestor witches out in the world, and most of the clansmen are still gestating inside the Pango Divine Hall. How far have we come? What's next? The Duke of the East King is going to have a good time. Chapter 57, The Immortal Court Strikes Again. Chapter 57. Will the Lord of the East Kingdom go to war himself? Surely he will. Even though the strength displayed by the 3 ancestral witches was already extremely terrifying. However, if they were to give up so easily, the Duke of Dongwon's imperial way would inevitably collapse, and he would never want to take another step forward in the future. Not to mention, there weren't many great avatars in the floodlands that were little darlings. Why didn't the ancestral witches, who clearly already had the upper hand and had an extremely domineering form style, surround and kill the immortal court female paragons? Is it because they are good? Definitely not. If they were really good, would they have just refined the immortal court's army without any worries? There must be some reason why the ancestral witches didn't want to go to war with the immortal court for the time being. At the same time, they are also restraining the ancestral witches from leaving Buzhou mountain too far. This point is the reason why the female immortal court paragons were able to retreat smoothly. As long as they understood this point, the immortal court would definitely not be able to sit still, and would definitely send troops again, and then try to figure out the secrets behind the ancestral witches. Therefore, there would definitely be another big battle over at Buzhou Mountain. The beautiful eyes looked towards Fu Guang. Shihe's face wore a curious look. Do you know what the origins of those three ancestral witches are? It feels like the ancestral witches, as well as the race behind them, are quite extraordinary. Hearing Shihe's inquiring words, Fu Guang did not directly open his mouth to answer. I do know something, but I can't say for sure. But there's no need to rush. After the next great war, the root identity of the ancestral witches, as well as the race behind them, should be completely revealed. Hearing, the corner of Shihe's mouth couldn't help but pout slightly. What you said is the same as not saying anything. Can she not know that the root and foot identities of the ancestral witches, as well as the races behind them, will be revealed after the next great war? This was a certain thing. From the time the Xianmei ancestral witch first stepped out of the Buzhou mountain, it was destined that the ancestral witches, as well as their race, could not possibly remain hidden any longer. But the problem was, couldn't she get a little bit of information in advance if she wanted to? Shihe was certain that Fu Guang, the Riddler who had begun planning long ago and was very good at innate easy math, must know some information about the ancestral witches. Didn't care about Shihe's dissatisfaction. Looking at Fu Guang, who was live on the clock calendar, there were also some feelings in his heart. 12 ancestral witches now appeared. Xianmei, Zhurong, Gonggang 3, there are 9 ancestral witches, because there is no birth? It is absolutely impossible. The 12 ancestral witches either did not appear, or they appeared together. Now the reason why the 12 ancestral witches only appeared 3. Probably hiding their strength. Ancestral witches and the witch race are indeed very emotional, easy to get carried away, and behave very recklessly. But since it can become one of the protagonists of the quantitative robbery, the witch race can't all be reckless, there must also be wise men who exist. They do not cultivate the spirit, do not know how to deduce the sky is right. But this does not mean that the ancestral witches will not hide their strength. Especially in a situation where the clansmen of the witch clan have not yet come out, it is only normal for some ancestral witches to hide their existence. If they were truly one-dimensional, the witch clan wouldn't have become one of the future hegemons of heaven and earth. The war between the ancestral witches and the immortal court would not have ended so hastily. This, great avatars from all parties figured out shortly after seeing the female paragon of the immortal court retreat. And so, the gazes of these great avatars who were concerned about the changes in the situation of heaven and earth, one by one, once again focused on the Yingzhou immortal court, waiting for the immortal court's next reaction. In this way, 3,000 years passed with the snap of a finger. On this day, Yingzhou immortal court. The dome of the heavens was rendered by a sky full of immortal light, a whole piece of auspicious clouds carrying a large number of immortal generals and immortal soldiers. An immortal boat pulled up into the air by hideous and powerful foreign beasts. A chariot, arrayed in a vast array. The entire sky dome was occupied by the immortal court's army, with countless flags covering the sky and the sun, and a gale blowing through, setting off continuous waves of flags that hunted in the long sky. Rumble. A powerful aura erupted from within the immortal court. Immediately after, a Dala immortal monarch of the immortal court with celebratory clouds on their heads and auspicious colors on their feet unabashedly released their own Tao, reflecting the heavenly dome in all its splendor. And then, roar! Several roars of augur dragons rang out. Immediately after that, 4 imperial chariots pulled by 10,000-foot augur dragons of the great Luo golden immortal realm sailed out from the immortal court, with the Duke of the East as the leader, followed by the immortal court's other 3 paragons except for the Queen Mother of the West. The 4 great aptitudes released their own great Tao at the same time. The weather between heaven and earth was suddenly magnificent. Immortal light washed away, the great Tao was dense, the sky fell into splendor, and the earth gave birth to golden lotuses. As soon as the Duke of the East King appeared, billions and billions of immortal court army, a group of great Luo immortal monarchs have saluted. Shouted in unison. See the Emperor! See the Emperor! Greetings, Your Majesty! The sound was heard in the sky, spreading to the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. At this moment, sitting on top of the Emperor's carriage, with immortal light flowing around his body, floating and sinking in the light of thousands of worlds, like the Lord of Heaven and Earth, the Duke of Dawn was in a very happy mood. This was what he wanted, this was his Tao. Of course, Lord Dongwang was not a person who was easily satisfied. Today's might was just the beginning, what he wanted was for the entire flood wasteland to prostrate under his majesty. Even so, even saints, he might not be unable to manage. Saints are powerful. But if he, Lord Dongwang, also becomes a saint, when he is even more powerful than a saint, facing him, the supreme being of heaven and earth, what should a saint do? Wait until the immortal court army had passed through the mountains and seas. Lord Eastwang's eyes lit up with a brilliant divine light. The immortal court follows the heavenly Tao, governs all beings, and guards the order of yin and yang. However, The three ancestral wizards of Buzhou Mountain do not know the number of heaven, do not respect the heavenly Tao, and have acted against the immortal court's law and discipline. They are unforgivable and should be executed. The brilliant voice spread across the heavens and earth, landing in the ears of everyone in the immortal court army. These words were just clarifying a reason for the immortal court to raise an army, although in the eyes of some, it was quite unnecessary and a waste of time. But how? The immortal court of the Duke of Dongwang nowadays was the very existence of the heavens mandate, claiming to be the orthodox administrator of the flood wasteland. There was some reason above consciousness that was still necessary. Even if this reason couldn't stand up to scrutiny, it was all good, it needed to be gotten out. Fortunately, the word Xian Mo once said about not respecting the heavenly Tao and not honoring the saints was a good reason. The big hat of not knowing the number of heaven and not respecting the heavenly Tao was directly snapped off. As an orthodox governing body recognized by the heavenly Tao, it was only logical for the immortal court to send out troops to attack. After declaring the reason for sending troops, Lord Dongwang did not want to waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, the army will march out to follow the heaven to discuss the rebellion. Rumble! 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 With a command, billions and billions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals released a terrifying murderous aura, and when it coalesced into a single strand, the terrifying ferocity directly eclipsed the heavens and the earth, pulling the momentum to press into the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The hearts of all living beings were clouded with a layer of awe. There were even those who had already begun to tremble. Seeing this scene, the many great aptitudes that were paying attention to the immortal court of Yingzhou all had their faces slightly changed. The might of the immortal court. The great power has become awe. Chapter 58 The desperate moment of the immortal court army. Chapter 58 Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Looking at the live broadcast of the time calendar, the images of the Yingzhou immortal court, Cici's beautiful eyes were tinged with emotion. Previously, everyone only knew that the immortal court was powerful and already had the demeanor of a hegemon. But the immortal court is specifically how a powerful law, everyone has not yet a concept of concretization. Now, Duke Dongwang's personal expedition, mobilizing a large portion of the immortal court's power, the power of the immortal court that was displayed, allowed all the great avatars to have an extremely intuitive feeling. 5 great avatars. After 20 dead, there were still hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs, as well as an even greater number of Tai immortal generals. Just this. That's just the forces that have been displayed so far. Who knew if there were other forces hidden within the Yingzhou immortal court? To say that Lord Dongwang had directly brought all of the immortal court's power to the stage in this imperial expedition would be something that no one would believe. At the very least, the other immortal court lord, Queen Mother West, was still sitting firmly in the Yingzhou immortal court and had no intention of showing her face at all. Eyes turned to Fu Guang. He once again inquired. What's the result of Lord Dongwang's expedition this time? You should have calculated it, right? Taking a sip of the laurel brew, Fu Guang said with an extremely casual demeanor. Returned in a great defeat. Swish. Swish. Not to mention Zixi, even Shangxi, who was so cool and three-dimensional, was looking at Fu Guang with some misplaced surprise. This is still a big defeat? In their opinion. In terms of the power and might that the immortal court has shown at this moment, not to say a big victory, but a small victory, it should still not be a big problem. How is it that there is still an ending of a great defeat? Knowing that Shiha and Shangxi had some incredulity about his judgment, but Fu Guang didn't intend to say much, just with a mysterious smile on his face, he continued to look at the picture on the timetable of the immortal court's army heading towards the foot of the Buzhou mountain in great numbers once again. How exactly, one look would tell. Very quickly. Under the attention of all the forces. The vast immortal court army, under the leadership of the Duke of the East King, the one immortal court lord, once again arrived at Buzhou mountain. The aura could be said to be completely different from the previous battle, when only the female immortal court paragon had come over. Dark clouds continued to converge in the sky, and rolling divine thunder vibrated. Woo! The sound of the horn of an army marching out resounded between heaven and earth. Thud! The war drums beat, galvanizing the will of the army. At the same time, the vast immortal light directly tore through the dim heavenly dome, bringing a little bit of light to the already darkened realm of the Buzhou mountain. The Duke of the East King, riding in his imperial carriage, appeared from within the golden light. His powerful aura of a great avatar was unleashed towards heaven and earth in an unbridled manner. Unbridled. The Duke of the East King had just arrived with the immortal court army when Xian Mua's enraged roar resounded between heaven and earth. At the same time, the rumble. A monstrous and terrifying blood aura shot straight up into the sky, sweeping across the entire sky and earth in an immense manner. Thump! 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 The 3 ancestral witches, Shanmei, Chu Rong, and Gong Gong, who had directly manifested their ancestral witches' true bodies, directly stepped out from the unconstructed mountain. The power of the four great Tao paths manifested, and a strong, suffocating pressure directly rivaled the descending might caused by the Duke of the East King and the Immortal Court's army. Stepping out from the mountain of Neverwinter, Shen Mo's face was very ugly. Since all of you have come, then don't leave. What an arrogant ancestral witch. In the face of such a formation from the Immortal Court, are they still unafraid? Not to mention the rest. This is extremely impressive. Hearing Shen Mei's words, the Duke of the East King smiled coldly. Ha! Hubris! Previously, I thought that you ancestral witches were really rampant, and today, when I saw you, it was true. Today, this honored one is here. East Wanggong also want to say some more rehearsal above the words. After all, he is orthodox, occupying the great righteousness. Before the big battle is naturally to say something. Of course. The more important reason is, Lord Dong Wang saw the fighting power of the ancestral witches. If he was able to subdue it and use it for him, why would he worry that the great cause would not be accomplished? As for the claim that the two sides are the protagonists of the quantum revelation and should be incompatible, that's easy. As long as the ancestral witches and their races joined the Immortal Court, they would not be incompatible. But unfortunately, the current Duke of Dongwang obviously hadn't seen the true hegemony of the ancestral witches yet. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him. The words fell. Thump. Bam. Thump. There were three more huge figures that walked out from within the mountain of perimeter. The rolling chi and blood and terrifying fury on their bodies were just like the three great ancestral witches, Shen Mei, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. This scene directly caused the Duke of the East King, who was sitting high in the Emperor's carriage, to have his scalp explode. At the same time, it also caused the female Immortal Court Paragon, as well as the other two Paragon male immortals who had followed him on another expedition, to change their faces drastically. Even the four great avatars were like this. That was not to mention the Daolord Immortal Monarchs, Taiyi Immortal Generals, and the numerous immortal soldiers below. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, without making any nonsense, and without fighting for a bit of face, the Duke of East Wang directly gave the order to retreat. At the same time, decisively sacrificed a shuttle-type spiritual treasure, directly opening a flowing light immortal bridge between heaven and earth. As long as you step on the bridge, one could directly teleport back to the Yingzhou Immortal Court from the battlefield. 6 terrifying great aptitudes with invincible physical bodies that were strong enough to resist any spiritual treasures and take another path were enough to completely bury this large army under his command here. If this were to happen, the Immortal Court would be directly damaged. It was too terrifying. Never in a million years had it occurred to me that the ancestral witches were not the 4 or 5 that the Duke of East Wang had envisioned, but there were a full 6 of them. This battle. There's no way to start it. You want to leave now? Just as Lord Dongwang executed his means and the other 3 Immortal Court Paragons, who were also cooperating with him, were preparing to retreat, another chilling, unfamiliar voice rang out. Immediately after that, the buzz. The scenery of this piece of heaven and earth was slightly distorted, and extremely terrifying spatial fluctuations, like a flamboyant cover, directly shrouded down from above the sky, surprisingly enveloping all of the Immortal Court armies, as well as the 6 ancestral witches. Even the flowing light immortal bridge that the Duke of Dongwang had utilized his means to catalyze was directly cut off. Completely and utterly, the Immortal Court army was besieged between this piece of heaven and earth. Who? This scene caused the Duke of the East King to roar in shock and anger. With such a powerful spatial Dao, the other party was by no means idle. It wasn't that he wasn't able to break the blockade, it was just that those 6 ancestral witches with murderous intent clearly wouldn't give him that chance. Just as the Duke of Dongwang's words fell. A 6-legged, 4-winged, faceless, yellow sack-like shape, but red like Dan fire, the breath of the 6 ancestral witches and the same as the 7th ancestral witches, the figure between the real and the virtual change, from the space came out. Another ancestral witch. At this moment, the Duke of the East King and the rest of the Immortal Court crowd directly had their scalps explode. The faces of the great avatars were blue with disbelief, the Daolord Immortal Monarchs were pale with inner fear, the people below were even filled with despair. At this moment, aside from the 4 great avatars, the rest of the Immortal Court crowd couldn't see any hope of escaping with their lives. Chapter 59: The crowd's feelings towards ancestral witches. Chapter 59. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was blocked by the newly appeared ancestral witches. And the blockade was extremely strong. Even with the strength of the Duke of Dongwang, if he wanted to break the seal in a short period of time, it would be impossible. And the murderous 7 ancestral witches would definitely not be able to give him a chance to break the formation peacefully. Therefore, Duke of Dongwang was caught in a dilemma. Of course, on the battlefield, the situation can be described as rapidly changing. The ancestral witches simply didn't give the Duke of Dongwang time to think of countermeasures. Once the blockade of heaven and earth was complete, Shenmei and the other ancestral witches who had already prepared long ago had monstrous bloodbane chi surging from their bodies. They roared. Kill! There was no more nonsense at all. The 6 ancestral witches simultaneously mobilized their ancestral witch true bodies to kill. The leader, Shenmei, evolved her own Great Dao of Rain and Great Dao of Ice, and was the first to go straight for the Duke of Dongwang. After her, Shu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, and Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water, the 2 ancestral witches who fought and killed each other 3,000 years ago, worked together seamlessly. The Great Dao of water and the Great Dao of fire intermingled with each other, and swept through the Immortal Court's army. Among the 3 ancestral witches that came out from the back, a tiger head and body, with 4 hooves and feet, long elbows, surrounded by terrifying destructive thunder, like a thunder demon god. A 8-headed human face, tiger body 8 tails, around the body scraping wind whistling, all the tangible things, in its power of the avenue, are all reduced to pieces. A human face beast body, ears like a dog, ears hanging green snake, walking, poison diffuse in heaven and earth, everything is even avenue law, aura, and so on everything, are in its poison withered. When the 6 great ancestral witches struck, the entire heaven and earth shook, under the erosion of that horrible poisonous chi and killing machine. The immortal soldiers in the Immortal Court army began to shake, even part of the Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders couldn't withstand it. Just when the Immortal Court army was about to be in chaos, buzz! A vast and terrifying aura of the mid-paragon realm erupted from Lord Dongwang's body, directly resisting the aura that the ancestral witches had joined forces to erupt. The Duke of Dongwang, who had already risen from atop the emperor's carriage. He met Xianhua, who had rushed to the front. 3 fellow Taoists, strike together and do your best to fend off the attacks of the ancestral witches. The blocked heaven and earth will be left to the Queen Mother to break open. At this moment, there was no time for the Duke of Dongwang to be too distracted. But he believed that the Queen Mother of the West, who had been paying attention to this side of the situation, could not possibly sit back and watch as nearly 2/3 of the living forces of the Immortal Court were all buried here, and would definitely make a move. All that needed to be done now was to hold off the attack of the 7 ancestral witches. There was no need for the Duke of the East King to say more. The 3 paragons of the Immortal Court had also already sacrificed their many spiritual treasures, and at the same time, they had also begun to evolve their own Tao, carrying the great momentum of heaven and earth to meet the incoming ancestral witches. At the same time, numerous Dala immortal monarchs and Tai immortal generals are not just watching, and they know very well that they can't intervene in the battle at the upper level. So they simply formed a formation to protect themselves. Lest without waiting for the Queen Mother's rescue to arrive, they and the others would be the first to fall. Rumble! The battle started at the drop of a hat. The Duke of the East King was indeed extremely powerful. He was already in the middle stage of quasi-saint realm. A strength that was much more powerful than all 3 of the Immortal Court's paragon saints. Therefore, as the Duke of the Eastern Kings met Xianhua, he activated his divine abilities and Tao methods, and offered up one piece of innate spiritual treasures, but he also included the 2 ancestral witches, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who followed Xianhua into his opponent's range as well. 1 against 3. Surprisingly, he didn't lose in an instant, but instead, relying on his own strong strength, as well as his many spiritual treasures, he merely fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed. Even then, he wasn't even injured. On the other side, the 2 Immortal Court quasi-saint male immortals met the 3 ancestral witches that came out from the back, only to be directly pressed and violently beaten a few moments into the battle, only having the power to resist, and not having the power to fight back. And previously in Xianmei battle, did not get the benefit of the Immortal Court saint female immortal is also out. At this moment, her head was topped with a cloud pall that blossomed with immortal light, emanating the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and after sheltering herself, she held a sword in her hand, her beautiful eyes locking onto the ancestral witches blocking off the heavens and earth. Although she had not yet made a move. But she didn't dare to be slow in the slightest. The last time she fought with Xianmei, it had already made this paramount immortal very clear about the power of the ancestral witches. Even though this time, she had obtained the Immortal Court's doubled compensation for the extremely high-grade innate defensive spiritual treasure 8 treasures Cloud Pa, but after all, she hadn't refined many innate divine prohibitions, and couldn't bring out her full power. It's unlikely that she'll be a match for the ancestral witch. She still wouldn't be a match for the ancestral witch. Ha! Locked by the paramount immortal, the ancestral witch who had blocked off heaven and earth laughed disdainfully, but didn't make a move. He didn't fight women. The enemy didn't move, I didn't move. The saintess to be immortal didn't go up to the pole to get beaten up either, but she didn't act rashly either. It was right for her to lock down the other party. Likewise, the other party was also directly holding her own Kunlun Mountain, Jade Void Palace. The 3 Qing's brows were furrowed as they looking at the 7 ancestral witches that had appeared. They didn't know why, but they felt a hint of inexplicable threat from these 7 ancestral witches. However, they, the 3 Qing, The three purities discussed it for a while, and none of them came to any conclusion for the time being. Fengqi Mountain. Inside the pavilion. Manhwa, who had already emerged from the customs, sat on top of a stone bench to watch the battle, her pretty face looking grave, her beautiful eyes looking at the 7 ancestral witches that stood atop the sky, feeling a rather strong threat against the ancestral witches. Even as arrogant as Manhwa, she didn't have the certainty of victory. Similarly, Fuxi, who was standing on the side, frowned tightly, as did Buzhou, who was also here. I don't know why. Fuxi's face was full of incomprehension. Opened his mouth and said, Poor Tao actually felt the feelings of an archenemy from that ancestor witch's body. Heard. Manhwa's face froze, then she frowned and inquired. Brother's archenemy? Why don't I have such a feeling? According to reason, she and Fuxi, brother and sister, should be working together. If Fuxi could feel the feelings of an archenemy from the body of an ancestral witch, then she, Manhwa, would likewise feel it as well. Not waiting for Fuxi to reply. On the side of the great Luo golden immortal shrimp of Buzhou, after hesitating for a moment, he also opened his mouth and said, Seniors, I'm not going to lie. Elder also felt the feeling of an enemy-like destiny from the bodies of those several ancestral witches. Hearing these words, both Manhwa and Fuxi turned their gazes to Buzhou. Fuxi was slightly surprised. Little friend Buzhou actually felt it as well? This matter. I'm afraid it's not simple. After his cultivation had reached his current realm, this kind of sort of obvious feeling of an archenemy was absolutely believable, and there wouldn't be any existence of a feeling error. What's more, the white zephyr on the side likewise had this feeling, all the same. In other words, this ancestor which with him and Buzhou belongs to as each other do not see eye, very likely to hostile existence but at this moment, see that ancestral witch strong strength, Fuxi very doubtful that he may not be the ancestral witch's opponent Chapter 60, The Queen Mother Strikes. Chapter 60. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Upon seeing that there were a total of 7 ancestral witches showing up, Shiha's beautiful eyes were slightly wide. There was some blankness in her expression. 7 ancestral witches? Hiss. The faces of Chang Shi Sanwu also had some shocking emotional fluctuations, and her beautiful eyes were constantly flickering. In comparison, Fu Guang, who had long known the details of the ancestral witches and the power of the witch race, instead did not have too many emotional changes. Even his eyes were slightly odd. These ancestral witches were actually still hiding? When the Duke of the East King led 2/3 of the Immortal Court's power, and the Imperial Court marched against the Buzhou mountain, he was not even able to force all 12 ancestral witches to come out. The other party is actually still hiding their power. What a guy! A reckless person like the 12 ancestral witches had started to play with the tactical brain of falsehood. One can imagine how many old sixes existed between this vast flood-wild heaven and earth. At this moment, Fu Guan was incomparably glad that he hadn't been mesmerized and attracted by the throne of the Supreme Lord of Heaven and Earth. Otherwise, the person who was now facing this group of ancestral witches playing with their brains would have changed from the Duke of Dongguang to him, Fu Guang. After this battle, calmly looking at the screen of the live broadcast of the time calendar, Fu Guan lamented. The ancestral witches and the race behind them will become a brand new hegemony in the flood-wild heaven and earth. And judging from the overbearing behavior of these ancestral witches, the beings of heaven and earth will hardly have a day of peace after their race is completely out of the world. Heard. For this battle whose end has already been predetermined, Shiha, who doesn't have too much interest, eyes looked towards Fu Guang. Ancestral witches are indeed overbearing, but as of now, as long as we don't provoke them, we should still be able to live in peace, right? From the situation that Shenmei directly warned all the beings in the floodplains not to trespass on Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral witches are indeed overbearing. But just this point alone, to say that there will be no peace in the flood world, isn't it a bit premature? Heard. Fu Guang smiled. Peaceful? How can there be peace and quiet when the quantum rain falls? The Immortal Court lost 2 battles with the ancestral witches, and the Duke of the East will definitely realize the shortcomings of the Immortal Court. He will definitely expand the strength of the Immortal Court next, and will definitely pull in more Paramount Saints and Downlord practitioners to join the Immortal Court. Therefore, after this battle, the strength of the Immortal Court will once again see a rise. Speaking of this, Fu Guang's eyes looked towards Shihi and Changshi. Perhaps Lord Dongguang will even ask Queen Mother West to extend an invitation to you 2 sisters. If that's the case, how will you 2 sisters respond? Shaking their heads. Shiha's expression remains unchanged. With regards to the Immortal Court, I am not moved. As for Changshi, she didn't answer. With her character, even if she joined inside the Immortal Court, it was unlikely that Changshi would join. She didn't like joining a party. Hearing Shiha's words, Fu Guang smiled while pondering in his heart. For the Immortal Court was not moved. In other words, if there was a force that her heart was moved by, she would not hesitate to join it either? This was quite a sight for Fu Guang. The Queen Mother of the West has made a move. Just as Fu Guang was chatting with Shihi, Changxi's voice rang out without a ripple. Subsequently, the gazes of Fu Guang and Shihi both looked towards the battlefield once more. Buzz. Beyond that heaven and earth that had been blocked by the ancestral witches with the power of the vast great Tao, Shi Wangmu's figure manifested amidst an immortal light. Behind her hung a mirror permeated with the power of time, her jade hand held a dense small flag, and the terrifying aura that had already stepped into the middle stage of paramount sainthood was vastly released, the dome of the heavens releasing haze and light, with many celebratory clouds rising. With the character of the Queen Mother of the West. This battle. She originally did not want to make a move. But the problem was, she was after all the immortal court Queen Mother, and naturally, it was impossible for her to sit back and watch 2/3 of the living forces of the immortal court, all of which had been lost here. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Queen Mother West still decided to make a move. Looking at the blocked heaven and earth, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes were grave as she directly activated her own spiritual treasure. Rumble. Behind her head, the extreme innate spiritual treasure Kunlun mirror that flowed with the power of time, a Tai Miao Shen ripple inspired, the immortal light made a big splash, reflecting everything, and the terrifying spiritual light converged like a cloud-breaking celestial light, and fiercely bombarded on top of the blocked heaven and earth. In an instant, the 9 heavens trembled, the earth began to shake, and violent ripples rose above the spatial barrier that sealed off the heavens and earth. Subsequently, above that spatial barrier, an opening was gradually torn open under the bombardment of the Kunlun mirror. The jade hand pinched a seal, and the spell changed continuously. Eventually, Ka, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, resounded between heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the entire heaven and earth that had been blocked off was completely and utterly broken open in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. Breaking open the heaven and earth that had been sealed by the ancestral witches, the Western Queen Mother's expression was not relaxed. The vegetal-colored cloud boundary flag in her hand blossomed into a dense and strange image, dropping thousands of immortal lights, standing above the immortal court army, sheltering all of the immortal court army. Afterwards, Queen Mother West ordered in a deep voice. Withdraw. The words fell at the same time. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes lifted up, while a golden hairpin was in her hand, directly transforming into a divine sword, which she raised and slashed towards the space in front of her. Clang. From within the space, a huge iron fist blasted out, ruthlessly colliding with the divine sword in the Western Queen Mother's hand. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled with the humongous collision. The terrifying chi and blood, as well as the offensive power of the spiritual treasure, swept across the Qua vault and rushed up to the 9th heaven. The ancestral witches that blocked off the heavens and earth exchanged reality and reality in space, and were about to strike towards Shi Wangmu once again. Unbridled. The immortal court paramount sage fairy who was originally staring at him roared, her head topped with a cloud paw, holding an innate sword in her hand, directly killing towards him, directly protecting the Queen Mother of the West behind herself. Not caring about the immortal court paramount sacred fairy's movements. The ancestral witch who had been stopped did not have any change in his expression, and chose to launch an extremely strong attack towards the immortal court paramount sage immortal, like a raging storm. The Western Queen Mother's gaze looked towards the Eastern King Du, directly lending a helping hand to the Eastern King Du, who was in an absolute disadvantage. With Western Queen Mother sharing the pressure of the battle, Dong Wangon drew out his hand and once again offered up a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure. Buzz. The flowing light immortal bridge between the battlefield and the Yingzhou immortal court once again surfaced between heaven and earth. This time, Immortal Court's army was finally able to quickly step onto the flowing light immortal bridge without any obstacles, and in just a moment's time, the transfer was already complete. The army had just withdrawn. The Duke of the East King and several other Immortal Court's great avatars all erupted without hesitation, and after forcing back the besieging ancestral witches, each of them executed their recluse aptitude, and without hesitation, they took off from the battle and headed away from the Buzhou mountain. As soon as the crowd left, the Western Queen Mother who came to support them, her beautiful eyes glanced at the 7 ancestral witches with a grave look, and the Kunlun mirror behind her then tore open a space-time gap, leapt into it, and also followed the retreat and left. Chapter 61, The Unbearable Three Qing. Chapter 61. As soon as the Western Queen Mother left, the second conquest launched by the Yingzhou Immortal Court against the ancestral witch of Buzhou Mountain ended in failure. This time, the 7 ancestral witches still didn't capitalize on the victory. Xianmei, who had manifested his innate Tao body, glanced at the heavens and earth with his beautiful eyes. Speaking aloud, he said, "From today onwards, Buzhou Mountain is the territory of the authentic witch race, the descendants of Pan Gu, and those who trespass on Buzhou Mountain will die. Do not say anything that is not true." One sentence. Xianmei as well as a group of ancestral witches did not have the idea of hiding, but directly will be their own roots and origins clearly, simply do not care about these words, will be in the world between, how much turmoil caused. After dropping the words that would cause waves in the floodplains, Xianmei and the other 7 ancestral witches walked back to the Buzhou Mountain. With the Immortal Court's 2 disastrous defeats, The next Buzhou mountain would truly become a forbidden area that beings would not be allowed to enter. This impact was neither big nor small. Compared to not being able to enter Buzhou mountain, the significance as well as the impact of the 6 words Pangu descendant authentic was significantly greater. Inside the Golden Crow Palace of the solar planet, Fu Guang had already retrieved the time calendar table back into his spiritual platform. He stretched out a huge waist. He looked relaxed. This battle had come to an end. The quantum revelation had just begun, so the days ahead would not be too boring. Of course. The reason why Fu Guang was so relaxed. There was one more thing. It was still unknown how the Duke of the East in the Immortal Court would react after knowing the roots of the sorcerer race. But what Fu Guang could be sure of was that several ancestral witches would definitely not just let it go. If they were beaten twice and didn't fight back, the ancestral witches wouldn't be ancestral witches, and the witch clan wouldn't be the witch clan anymore. Although it was said that the ancestral witches had not suffered any losses in these 2 battles. But the nature of being hit on the door was different. The reason why they hadn't pursued or taken the initiative to fight back yet was simply because most of the witch clan was still gestating within the Pangu Divine Hall, and only their 12 ancestral witches had materialized out of the world. Descendants of Pangu. Shiha's face took on a slightly dazed hue. I hadn't thought that the ancestral witches would actually be Pangu descendants. No wonder the heavenly Tao in that one didn't react when that Xianmei ancestor which said those words earlier. If one was a descendant of the great god Pangu, one would indeed be qualified to say something like that. Sniffing. Fu Guang smiled. A descendant of Pangu is authentic. Ha! There are people that should have a hard time hearing Fu Guang's words. A hint of a color of understanding flashed in Shiha's eyes. It was obvious. She had already guessed who Fu Guang was talking about, the person who was going to have a hard time. In the Kunlun Mountains, inside the Jade Void Palace. At this moment, the 3 Qing's faces were all a bit ugly, with anger in their gazes. Yuan Shi, who had the most arrogant personality, looked at the direction of Buzhou Mountain with an icy gaze. In a cold voice, he said, Pangu descendant authentic hum. Tong Tian frowned, he also felt very unhappy. Ancestral which Xian Hei's sentence came out, especially the word authentic, as if it was sarcastic that they, the Panga 3 Qing, were not authentic. They, the witch clan, could be called the Pangu authentic, and naturally, our brothers and 3 could be as well. Tong Tian opened his mouth sullenly. Besides, previously, when we walked in the flood, we called ourselves the Pangu authentic clan. That ancestor witches and their witch clan, is the later, do not have to care too much. Heard. Yuan Shi nodded in a rare recognition of Tong Tian's words. As the head of the 3 Qings, Laozi, although he did not say anything, from his old face that was wrinkled to a piece, one could tell that he was also in an extremely unhappy mood. Even if Tong Tian's words had some truth to them. But the 3 brothers also understood. After the appearance of the ancestral witches and the witch race, the situation had still changed irreversibly. At the very least, those who could walk the floodplains with the name of the Pangu Orthodoxy were no longer the only 3 Qing. The floating clouds in the sky look like white clothes, and the shoe changes into a pale dog. In the twinkling of an eye. The Immortal Court's second conquest of the ancestral witches, but failed miserably, has been over for almost one more session. Inside this one Yuan will, Buzhou Mountain completely become the flood beings of the forbidden area, no longer have Xian to go to the Buzhou Mountain to seek opportunities, lest encounter that powerful ancestral witch, as well as has not yet really appeared the witch tribe. And suffered 2 fiasco after the Immortal Court, advancement and development is also directly bypassed the Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, after seeing the power of the ancestral witches, the East King's worker also completely let go of the Yingzhou Immortal Court's treasure trove and began to cultivate a large number of high-end combatants. The wars to conquer the various races of the floodplains and strengthen themselves were also launched more frequently. Moreover, under the tremendous pressure brought by the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race, it was as if the Immortal Court had lost its patience with the recruitment of the great avatars and Downlord cultivators in the flood wasteland. After the great defeat, the Duke of the East King, who was not discouraged, advanced even further in his cultivation and took advantage of the situation to chop out his second corpse. Subsequently, he personally visited some great aptitude practitioners. Either by promising heavy promises, or by suppressing them by force, one after another, he attracted several great avatars to join the Immortal Court. This further strengthened the Immortal Court's foundation as well as its fortunes. Of course, some sure that they cannot pull together the existence of the East Wangdong also did not go to the door to bother more words. For example, Fu Guang, the 3 pristine ones, the Red Cloud and Jinyuanzi, Fu Shi and Niwa, the Sea of Blood and River Styx ancestor, and so on. It was impossible to join the Immortal Court, and the Lord of the East didn't even have any interest in paying a visit to the door. It would be a waste of time to go there. While the strength of the Immortal Court once again ushered in a period of expansion. Inside the Pangu Divine Hall beneath the Buzhou Mountain. Like an endless ocean of blood, a terrifying and extreme ferocious aura converged above it. On this day, Shenmei and the other 12 ancestral witches guarding the side of the Sea of Blood within the Pangu Divine Hall were all looking at the Sea of Blood that had begun to churn with anticipation. The burly man at the head, who was also the elder brother of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestral witch of space, Di Jiang, who had previously made a move to block off heaven and earth during the battle with the immortal court, looked at the Sea of Blood with his gaze. Speaking aloud, he said, "The day of the birth of my witch clan's heir is this day." Di Jiang's words were recognized by the other ancestral witches. The group of ancestral witches spoke up. "It's finally going to be over. Old me has already had to wait for a long time. After the heir of my witch clan is born, I'll use the destruction of the immortal court to make the world aware of my clan's emergence." Just as the 12 ancestral witches were chatting idly. Rumble. While the Sea of Blood within the Pango Divine Hall continued to churn, the grayish, dense, ferocious aura that covered the entire Pango Divine Hall also quickly surged into the Sea of Blood. Immediately after that, the whoosh, clatter, wow. A living being of different sizes and shapes, one could even say that it was oddly shaped, continuously manifested, and was born from the Sea of Blood. The sorcerer race finally came out. Chapter 62 Fushi by Zay visits the Sun Star again. Chapter 62. Batch after batch of witches continued to walk out from within the Pangu Divine Hall. Soon, under the arrangement of the 12 ancestral witches, the billions and billions of witches born from the blood pool within the Pangu Divine Hall, combined with the fierce fury chi, were divided into 12 witch tribes. Taking the Pangu Divine Hall as the central starting point, they continued to spread, develop, multiply, and grow in all directions, along with the development and growth year after year. Gradually, flood races that were not too far away from Buzhou Mountain, as well as some scattered cultivators, came into contact with the sorcerer people. At the same time, they also saw what kind of group of existences the witch race people were. A race with a powerful body, no yuanshin, no cultivation of magical power or divine abilities, only absorbing the demonic energy to cultivate the physical body, and extremely terrifying combat power. If this was all there was to it, the existence of the witch race would not be anything remarkable. The problem was, among the sorcerer clan, other than a portion of the strongest people such as the ancestor witches and great witches, who could absorb the fatal chi, blood chi, and spiritual chi between the heavens and earth to nourish themselves, the vast majority of ordinary sorcerer clan members needed to eat every day to fulfill their bellies. At the same time, this was also a necessary feeding for the witch clan to fulfill their cultivation needs. This also leads to the fact that the sorcerer clan members needed to pick food every single day, not to mention the fact that they also needed to hunt for meat to feed themselves. When one day, a hunting team of the witch race unintentionally killed a cultivator of a certain race and discovered that his innate Tao body after transforming into a mountain-sized beast after his death, not only was the portion full, but the meat was extremely tasty and rich in huge energy, and after eating it to be able to quickly enhance the strength of his sorcerer's true body, the situation began to get out of hand. Almost within a very short period of time, the recipes of the sorcerer race became abundant. From spiritual fruits, wild beasts, relic ferocious beasts, to the thousands of races in the floodplains. While the recipes of the sorcerer clan increased. With an ample source of meat, the overall strength and reproduction speed of the sorcerer clan skyrocketed. It soon arrived at a very appalling number. And at the same time, how slow the reaction of the flood tribes, but also finally found themselves in other various races, and that overbearing and powerful, and to them as food for the witch tribe, there is a completely irreconcilable contradiction. Above the sorcerer race's recipes, all the races of the flood were on top of it. This discovery was enough to make the 10,000 races of the flood wilderness tremble with fear, and at the same time, there was also some outrage. It was normal for one or two races to be hostile and feed on each other's blood. But you, the sorcerer race, are actually using all the races as blood food? This is really too much of a deathless awe. For a moment, above the flooded earth, the conflict between the 10,000 races and the sorcerer race intensified and erupted at an extremely fast speed, and every now and then, things would happen where a certain race would fight the sorcerer race. It's a pity that the 10,000 races are like scattered sands. In terms of fighting alone, how can they be the opponent of the sorcerer race? Even if there were a small number of them that were united together, they would only be slaughtered. Under such circumstances, tens of thousands of years have passed. Inside the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, who was dressed in a lazy outfit, leaned against the Fusang Divine Tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. Since determining that the immortal court had already knocked on the door with the sorcerer clan, Fu Guang, who had a big stone in his heart, could be said to be at ease. This period of years lived that called a free and easy awe. Ha! Fu Guang, who was faking sleep, suddenly raised his eyebrows. There's an honored guest coming. Go and greet them, and by the way, directly bring the two honored guests here. Fu Guang's command only fell. On the side, Chunlan, who was now at the Golden Immortal Perfection realm and already had a few moments of Tai Golden Immortal's aura, bowed and received the order. Here. Chunlan bowed and left. About half a moment. Chunlan, who walked in front to lead the way, followed by Fushi and Baizhe, walked into the courtyard. Seeing this, Fu Guang stood up and cupped his fists towards Fushi. Fushi, fellow Taoist, long time no see, how have you been? Hearing Fu Guang's greeting, Fushi returned the greeting while speaking. Ha! Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, how have you been? Please forgive me for coming to disturb you this time. At the same time, Baizhe, who was following Fushi's side, also bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang. He said in a loud voice, Elder White Zephyr, I have met Elder Fu Guang. Heard. Fu Guang glanced at Baizhe, then nodded. Not bad. In this short period of time, you have actually stepped into the late dollar realm. You're also a kid with a promising future, perhaps in the near future, you'll become a member of the same path as us. Hearing Fu Guang's praise, Baizhe's face was also wearing a smile, but was not complacent. Rather, he said in a slightly self-effacing manner, the grace of receiving guidance from Senior Fushi is not worth mentioning. Nodding his head, Fu Guang did not say more on this topic, but invited both Fushi and Baizhe to sit down. Fetching a set of tea utensils, Fu Guang operated as if it was flowing like a cloud, and began to brew tea on top of the immortal table. The movements were very fancy. It looked pleasing to the eye. Let the side of the Fushi and White Zephyr too or some surprise and curiosity. If the Floodwild group immortals made tea, it was all a matter of a single thought, where would there be so many mundane and meaningless, but comfortable-looking Dao. So, whether it was Fushi or Baizhe, they all felt that the series of operations of Fu Guang's tea brewing was quite interesting. Soon, Fu Guang poured a cup of tea for both Fushi and Baizhe. Both of you, please use the tea. Went on to say. Looking at the tea placed in front of the two of them, Fushi and Baizhe for a moment, all have some solemn up. After all, people Fu Guang is a strong man, engaged in such a set of operations after the pouring of 2 cups of tea, even if the flavor, the effect of what is the same, but the meaning is not quite the same. If he didn't solemnize it, he would be sorry for Fu Guang's performance as a great avatar. Ha! Looking at Fushi and Baizhe's faces full of seriousness and caution, Fu Guang couldn't help but smile. You two don't have to be like this, it's just an ordinary cup of tea. Just now that series of operations is just a small ritual that poor Taoist used to entertain himself. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi and Baizhe were both stunned and then relaxed with a smile. After a cup of tea, Fu Guang picked up a piece of pastry and leaned his entire body against the back of the chair. His eyes looked towards the 2 flood-world charming divine magi in front of him. Nowadays, under this situation, the 2 of you do not stay properly in Fengqi Mountain. Instead, you are not afraid to accidentally come to the poor this Golden Crow Palace. I do not know what for? Fu Guang is not a character who likes to bend the rules. So, in the speculation cannot come out Fushi and White Zephyr to come the reason, he chose to directly open the door to the question. The tactical approach was not very suitable for Fu Guang. Chapter 63, Sage Touting, what are you panicking about? Chapter 63. Fu Guang's straightforward inquiry did not make Fushi and Baizhe feel surprised. They more or less had a certain understanding of Fu Guang. After pondering for a moment, Fushi frowned and spoke. I wonder what kind of opinion you have about that ancestral witch and the witch race. Since the witch race came out, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands have been in constant warfare and killing. The sorcerer race is extremely special, as if it was born to be hostile to the various races in the floodplains. There are some races that have even been eaten up by the sorcerer race, completely and utterly disappearing between heaven and earth. In the long run, I'm afraid that other than the sorcerer race, all other races between heaven and earth will cease to exist. Hearing these worried words from Fushi, Fu Guang's face revealed an expression that seemed to be a smile or not. Opening his mouth, he said, I never thought that fellow Taoist Fushi would still have such a compassionate heart. After teasing a sentence, Fu Guang then continued. The poor Taoist does not have any special views regarding that ancestral witch, as well as that particular witch race. As for how much harm the sorcerer race's practice of feeding on the 10,000 races will bring to the 10,000 races of the Flood Wasteland, it also doesn't have much to do with the Poverty Road. With the Duke of the East King and the Immortal Court in, the sorcerer race's ferocity won't last long. The Immortal Court will definitely be able to contain the development of the sorcerer race, and at the same time, the existence of the sorcerer race will also cause the Immortal Court's steps to unify the floodplains to come to a standstill. Between words, Fu Guang's entire person is a light and relaxed posture. We are nothing more than a casual cultivator. Whether it's the big picture or the quantum robbery, as long as it's not tainted with the cause and effect of it, it naturally has nothing to do with us. In Fu Guang's opinion, if Fushi is really worried about the future situation of the 10,000 races, then it is purely eating carrots and not worrying about it. Whose turn is it? It is not Fushi's turn to worry about this. For one thing, now in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the orthodox ruler is the Immortal Court. With the Immortal Court in, it is not his turn to worry about Fushi. Secondly, Even if there is no immortal court, there will be another force that will eventually come out to fight against the sorcerers. The same does not turn Fuxi worry about this, worry about that. Thirdly, even if the situation reaches the worst moment, there are still saints in the back of the bottom. Saints can still sit back and watch the witch tribe, which does not follow the way of heaven, does not respect the saints, and does not know the number of heaven, grow strong and dominate the floodplains, can't it? It will not be possible. After a moment of silence, Fuxi is also open to the road. I'm not ashamed to say that. In the ancestor witches one after another appear, the witch tribe after the world, poor Tao and White Ze little friend from that ancestor witches in the witch tribe body, feel the aura of arch-enemy general. It's not just the two of us, but many of the younger generations who are guests at Fingqi Mountain nowadays also feel this way. But in favor of Poverty Road's little sister did not have a sense of heart. This should not be so, just the mystery, regardless of whether it is the Poverty Road or little sister, have not been able to realize the slightest. Speaking here, Fuxi's gaze to Fu Guang, with the color of expectation. Taoist friend's easy counting means is not under the poor Tao, whether it is able to count out somewhat? Hearing. Fu Guang did not directly answer Fuxi's question, nor did he pretend to deduce. Just organized his language. The poor Tao does have a few guesses, but is not able to give you this information, to tell you. This is a heavenly opportunity. It must not be divulged. Why would Fuxi, Baize, and even the many people who sought refuge in Fingqi Mountain have feelings of arch-enemy towards the ancestral witches as well as the witch race? Fu Guang understood this reason all too well. Because if he were to embark on the path of hegemony, these people who had feelings would be the backbone of his confrontation with the sorcerer race. Even more so, Fuxi was even going to die at the hands of the ancestral witches during the quantum revelation. Then, during the rise of the human race, he would become the heavenly emperor, one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race. The degree of karmic connection and destiny involved in this can be too great. So much so that Fuxi and the others, after seeing the ancestral witch and knowing of the existence of the witch race, instinctively felt the general aura of an arch-enemy from the witch race, and that was too normal. It would be better to say. It would be strange not to sense it. Knowing is knowing. But Fu Light is not possible to tell this information to Fuxi and Baize, leaking the information to be subjected to the old crime, not to mention, and may even be so hard to have a leg out of the quantum robbery vortex and destiny of him, to directly drag back. This point, Fu Guang was not willing to do so in any way. Is that so? After hearing Fu Guang's words, Fuxi and Baize were both very understanding. After all, they were also capable of calculating, so they naturally knew how great the price to be paid for revealing some heavenly secrets that could not be revealed. Well, Fu Guang directly opened his mouth to end this topic, smiled and said, "This Golden Crow Palace of mine rarely has guests visiting. Today the 2 of you come over, but how about the next 2 games of chess?" Hearing Fu Guang's words, whether it is Fuxi or Baize, both had a twinkle in their eyes. Taoist friends seniors want to invite, there is nothing wrong with it. Both of them are quite fond of the game of Go. Even Fuxi had even written quite a few chess games. Over this period of years, his chess power had improved quite a bit, so it was just time to see if he could achieve a victory from Fu Guang's hands. The last time he was defeated, Fuxi could say that the memory of it was still fresh. It didn't take long. Right in the middle of this courtyard, Fuxi and Baize both took turns playing against Fu Guang. Time also passed little by little in the process. In the flick of a finger, the years pass. With the pressure on the survival of the race brought about by the sorcerer race, the 10,000 races of the floodplains were constantly seeking allies, seeking great aptitudes that could shelter their own races. After choosing again and again, the immortal court, which had become more and more powerful and wouldn't refuse people to join it, became the choice of many of the flood wasteland races. Therefore, after the sorcerer race came out, and showed extremely strong combat power, as well as irreconcilable conflicts with the 10,000 races, the immortal court, instead of losing its strength and majesty because of the 2 defeats, benefited from it and became more and more powerful. Of course, how the immortal court changed, the changes of the 10,000 races and whatnot, didn't have much to do with Fu Guang, who was high above the sun star. He didn't care about these things either. Anyway, as long as the immortal court and the witch race did not provoke his head, and did not drag him into the quantum revelation, then there would be no problem with the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The matter of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses must go. At this moment, Fu Guang was thinking about his life's major event, marrying his wife. Nowadays, he had already sort of stepped out of the whirlpool of the quantum revelation with one leg. It's time for him to properly consider his lifelong matters. After all, one of his obsessions was to take a wife to be with him and stay together for a long time. Of course, the wife was the red flag inside the house. As for whether there were any more colored flags outside, it depended on fate. Now Fu Guang considered one thing. I am now just a loose cultivator, ordinary sun god still able to witness the heavenly marriage and get one of the 3 marriage merits of heaven, earth, and man? The matter is about the heavenly Tao merit. There was also the question of whether or not one was qualified to witness the heavenly marriage, which was kinda important. Chapter 60 for the straightforward flood. Schemes for the heavenly marriage. Chapter 64. Witnessing the heavenly marriage. It wasn't just Fu Guang who had this qualification. The merits of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man were all counted, and there were not many existences that fulfilled the conditions, but it wasn't as if there was no one under the original trajectory. The reason why Di Jun was able to successfully certify the heavenly marriage and obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao was because he was the lord of the demon race and the lord of the heavenly court. His status and position were sufficient, and it was fitting that he had the presence of a demon empress and empress of heaven, so it was logical to witness the heavenly marriage. Now Fu Guang didn't have the identity of the lord of the demon race or the lord of the heavenly court, and he hadn't even stepped into the situation of the quantum revelation, so whether or not he could still succeed in witnessing the heavenly marriage, it really wasn't necessarily the case. No matter. Shaking his head, he pressed his thoughts down. Fu Guang's gaze became firm. Anyway, everything is in accordance with the standards of the heavenly marriage. It's better if it can be accomplished, and if it can't be accomplished, it will be considered as a joyous celebration. Between words, fully dressed Fu Guang turned his head to his attendant 4 flower immortals. Opening his mouth, he commanded. After the seat goes to Taiyin Star as a guest, I still have to go to Chaos to listen to the Tao with 2 fellow Taoists. While this seat has not returned, the 4 of you will be in seclusion in the Golden Crow Palace, striving for an early certification of the fruit of the Tao of Tai. Hearing the 4 attendant flower fairies all bowed and saluted. I honor your lordship's command. Nodded. Fu Guang did not say any more. His feet generated a golden cloud like the blazing sun, carrying him away from the sun star, towards the other side of the starry sky of the Taiyin Star, flying without haste and without slowing down. The 4 flower fairies respectfully send off the master. The 4 flower immortals respectfully saluted towards Fu Guang's departing figure. After Fu Guang left, the 4 flower immortals took care of everything in the Golden Crow Palace and then went into closed-door cultivation. To this day, for flower immortals, Tao fruit was just a little bit short of being able to completely and utterly step into the Tai realm. A Tai golden immortal was barely enough for Fu Guang to do something in his place. Therefore, Fu Guang was still quite excited about the growth of the 4 flower immortals. He went all the way towards the Taiyin Star. When he passed by some stars, Fu Guang would also stop and stop, taking some of the ones that he was destined to be with, the chances that these stars had birthed. In this way, during the journey from the Sun Star to the Taiyin Star, Fu Guang harvested quite a lot. Once again, he came outside the Taiyin Star. Fu Guang's face was straightened. Sunstar Fu Guang has come to visit you 2 fellow Taoists. I don't know if you 2 fellow Taoists are here? Although he had been here before, the Fu Guang of that time had come to find a few hitchhikers for the theater. So, it wasn't that formal. And this time is to formally visit the sisters Shiha and Changxi. Of course, the etiquette should be in place to do so. Fu Guang was not made to wait long. Shiha and Changxi sisters are stepping on the moonlight, came together in front of Fu Guang. With a slight smile on her face, exuding a sense of honor, Shiha, looking at Fu Guang. You came over today, is it that you have another good show that you want to invite our sister children to the Golden Crow Palace to watch? Froze for a moment. Fu Guang opened his mouth with a slight sense of embarrassment. This time, it is to formally come to visit the 2 Taoist friends. Smiling, she gently nodded her head. While Cece he sidestepped her body, she raised her hand as a guide. Please. She naturally knew that Fu Guang was really here as a guest this time, and that sentence just now was just a flirtation. Not long after, under the laurel tree of the Moon God Palace, Fu Guang's 3 people were seated, and all sorts of spirit fruits and pastries were placed up. Just sat down. Just as he was about to pour himself a cup of delicious laurel brew, a piece of cinnamon cake that emitted a clear fragrance was delivered to him by Changxi. The beautiful eyes with few emotions carried a color of anticipation. Changxi looked at Fu Guang. Osmanthus cake, I made it, you taste it. Sniffing. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fu Guang accepted this piece of osmanthus cake with a soft face. Smiling, he said, "Thank you." Earlier in the day, Changxi had said that he should come to Taiyin Star as a guest and make pastries for him to taste with his own hands. This is something that Fu Guang himself does not even remember. After all, it was just a casual remark, but did not think that Changxi actually remembered it. Honestly speaking, Changxi's action was really a poke at the softness of Fu Guang's heart. After seeing Fu Guang eat the osmanthus cake, the satisfied Changxi resumed his usual state of coolness and quietness, sitting quietly on top of his seat. A state of not competing with the world. On the other side, the smile on Shiha's face never disappeared. Opening her mouth, she said, "Little sister has been looking forward to you coming over for a long time." Hearing the words, Fu Guang raised his eyebrows and subconsciously said, "What about you?" The moment these words came out, all of a sudden, Fu Guang felt that there was something not good about it. Why did it feel like he was a scumbag who wanted his sisters to tease him at the same time? Only Shihi and Shang-Shi obviously wouldn't care about such small things. After hearing Fu Guang's rhetorical question, Shihi fell to nodding her head in acknowledgement. Naturally, it was also expected. It was too straightforward. Fu Guang felt that after first being poked by Shang-Shi in the softness of his heart, he was somewhat ruffled by Shiha. After silently reciting the clear heart mantra once in his heart, it was only then that he was able to suppress the slight ups and downs of his heart. Fu Guang realized that if you fall in love in the floodplains, you don't need to prove how much you love in a roundabout way, you just need to directly state the intention of your heart. They were all innate saints, and they were all trying to seek the way, so they didn't have so much time to waste on rah. This was good. After all, Fu Guang didn't like pulling and pulling either. So, Fu Guang, who was after 3 glasses of wine, directly opened the door. Fellow Taoists, I am interested in forming a Tao couple with your sisters. Swish. Swish. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes just directly landed on Fu Guang's face, both containing hidden colors of anticipation. Facing the attention of the 2 goddesses, Fu Guang did not shy away or have any embarrassment. Rather, he continued to speak. Only, in this matter, I have some plans. If we can succeed, we can not only become the envy of others as a Tao couple, there is even the heavenly Tao merit can be obtained. Because there are plans and benefits. That's why I haven't mentioned this matter to you 2 fellow Taoists all alone. Returning to his senses, Shiha's eyes twinkled. Then you bring it up now, could it be because you have already plotted? Nodded. Fu Guang did not deny it. Indeed, I already have some ideas in my mind. But if this matter wants to succeed, there are still too many unknowns. In the end, whether it can be, I cannot be sure. Slight pause. Fu Guang faced serious. This is not my modest words, but really not sure. Hearing. Both Shihi and Shang-Shi nodded gently, indicating that they understood. Fu Guang raised his hand and squeezed. The many notes concerning the heavenly marriage of proof converged into a single immortal light. This immortal light was sent to Shiha and Shang-Shi. The plans for this matter are all within it. The 2 of you might as well take a look at it and then give me an answer. Taking a look at the immortal light in front of them. After Shihi and Shang-Shi looked at each other, they both chose to accept it. Chapter 65, Third Lecture. Chapter 65. In just a few moments, the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shang-Shi, glanced at each other with some feelings of misplaced surprise and incredulity on their faces. Subconsciously, Shihi, who had a face of misplaced astonishment, spat out. Is this okay? Is heavenly Tao merit so easy to obtain? If it really had to be that easy, why would there be so few virtuous cultivators between heaven and earth? That's not right. If this plan was proposed by Fu Guang, even if it was a bit bizarre, it was still very possible. For no other reason. If one were to say who was the top virtuous cultivator in the flood wilderness, it is Fu Guang who was the most virtuous cultivator in the flood. Once created the text, incidentally created the road of the way of the moon, obtained a huge amount of heavenly merit, and harvested a lot of merit spiritual treasures. Once set up the flood time calendar, set the time sequence of heaven and earth, once again received a huge reward of heavenly merit, but also harvested the heaven and earth's only sun god fruit position, but also harvested a superb innate merit in virtue spiritual treasure, a large pile of time sequence merit in virtue spiritual treasure. 2 strikes. Both were enough to prove that Fu Guang's means of scheming for merit was completely fine. Therefore, Fu Guang had just told their sisters that this heavenly Tao merit of the heavenly marriage might still be really obtainable. Of course. If you want to get your hands on it 100%, there are a few conditions that need to be met. The identity of both parties. The identity of the witnesses. With the identity of Fu Guang, the only sun god of heaven and earth, as well as the identity of the 2 sisters Shihi and Shang-Shi, the Taiyin star lords, it should be barely enough to cause a reaction from the heavenly Tao. The problem now was the identity of the master of the marriage must be qualified enough to do so. An existence that could give the heavenly marriage a head start. At the very least, in the opinion of Shiha and Shang-Shi, there was currently no one in the flood who had this qualification. Unless it is that one saint in the purple heaven palace. But wanting that one saint to come out of the purple heavenly palace to witness the marriage to these 2 juniors of theirs didn't seem to be impossible. The moment she thought of this, Hi's pair of beautiful eyes then looked towards Fu Guang. When do you want to start organizing this matter? Because she knew about the heavenly marriage, he didn't feel that Fu Guang was a nerd and didn't understand the situation like before, and had some anxiety inside. On the contrary, became calm. The lifespan of the innate divine was endless, as long as they were not tainted with the karma of quantum karma and fell, being the same king as the world was only idle. So, Shiha didn't mind Fu Guang spending some more years to thoroughly plan this matter. Not in a hurry. Calmly savoring the laurel brew and eating the laurel cake, Fu Guang opened his mouth. If you want to complete the planning of this matter, you still need to wait for a special time. Right now it is not possible. This time, the reason why I'm telling you this matter is because I don't want you sisters to misunderstand my previous attitude. I am not good with words, so I can only tell you the truth. Hearing. Shiha nodded gently. My sister and I, we both know your intentions. Now that we are clear about your attitude, you can rest assured about how to proceed afterward, and if there is any need for help or collaboration, just open your mouth. Nodded. Fu Guang also didn't talk too much about the heavenly marriage. For one thing, Manhwa was still just a small shrimp in the quasi-saint realm, and the red embroidered ball hadn't reached her hands yet, and she, the witness, wasn't even in place yet, so witnessing the heavenly marriage was just a joke. Secondly, if you want to get the heavenly marriage married securely, he still needs to improve his status in the flood world, and the status of Shiha and Changshi sisters also need to be improved a little. This was not difficult. After all, the reputation of the sun god, as well as the two tie-in goddesses, was still relatively loud in the flood world. The so-called status within the flood wasteland universe was actually in an individual's popularity within the flood wasteland universe. What was the significance of the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man? It is very simple. It is to let all beings in the flood wasteland have a concept of program and ethics, morality and propriety. Not to say that there are father and daughter, mother and son, sister and brother, brother and sister, and so on, all kinds of things that are contrary to the rules and ethics. This is for the clarification of the order of yin and yang, for the development and growth of future generations of beings, all have a good role in promoting. Therefore, it is only when a marriage is witnessed that there can be heavenly merits taken. Then the question arises. How can the process of witnessing the marriage be widely remembered by the flood beings? It's very simple. Witnesses to the marriage of the two sides, the guests at the wedding witnesses, are celebrities can be. In layman's terms, it's just a matter of using the celebrity effect. Emperor Jun cannot bother to try to enhance their own status, popularity, can be arranged directly witnesses, because as a demon emperor, the lord of the heavenly court, he himself is a celebrity, identity status are placed there. As the saying goes, what goes up comes down. Demon Emperor, the Lord of the Heavenly Court are rules and regulations to marry you below the people dare to mess around? But they have to follow suit. The ethical rules of marriage, naturally, will gradually be established. But Fu Guang was different. Under his command, there are only 4 flower fairies, and he is not the head of the power, not to mention the head of a clan. That was precisely why Fu Guang can think of a way to increase the possibility of marriage, that is to enhance the celebrity aura of himself and sisters Shihi and Changshi, and use the celebrity effect to drive all beings in heaven and earth to follow suit one by one, so as to increase their chances of success in the marriage. Back to the main topic. After not talking about the matter of witnessing the marriage, the topic of conversation between the 3 people began to become relaxed and daily. Nagging about the many things that had happened above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Talking about what they had gained from comprehending the great Tao over the past few years. Talking about their views on the current situation of heaven and earth. In this way, time passed slowly. On this day, in the quiet Taiyin Star Moon Divine Palace, the sound of a Tao bell suddenly rang out. Dang! 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 Hearing the sound of the Tao bell, Fu Guang and Shiha, who were originally playing the zither, as well as Changshi, who was working on a new novel, Moon God Wangshu, all stopped the movements of their hands. Essence flashed in the eyes of all 3. A glance was exchanged. It was time for the 3rd lecture. Casually putting away the ancient zither, which was also a merit spiritual treasure, Fu Guang stood up, looking towards Shihi and Changshi. Going forward together? Smiling, he nodded. Shiha did not refuse. I would certainly like to do so. As for Changshi, there would be even less of an opinion. Soon, Fu Guang and the 3 of them directly transformed into a golden rainbow and moonflower, and after exiting the Taiyin Star, they headed towards the chaos outside the sky. Compared to the relaxed posture of Shihi and Changshi, at this moment, Fu Guang's complexion, however, implied the colors of gravity and seriousness. This 3rd lecture, there were simply too many things to happen. So much so that Fu Guang himself had some small sense of urgency. After all, this 3rd lecture could be the time to appoint the future saints. Honestly speaking, Fu Guang was also eager to witness the Tao and become a saint. It was just that before he certified the Tao, he still had a life and death crisis in front of him that needed to be resolved immediately. Now that he has broken free from the life and death crisis, he also has some energy left over and can look forward to the beautiful scenery of the Tao. Chapter 66, this is it? How many people want it but haven't had the chance yet? Chapter 66. A smooth and unobstructed journey arrived in front of the chaotic Violet Sky Palace. After performing the rituals, Fu Guang and the 3 of them then found a location to sit cross-legged, quietly waiting for the Violet Sky Palace to open its doors, not caring about anything else. It was as if it was the 2 people, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, who were followed by a great avatar, a great Luo Golden Immortal, by their side. At this moment, these 2 immortal heads' great power had become established, and were at the apex of the flood's power, unrivaled between heaven and earth. It was fitting that they should be arrogant. Now, The time and situation in heaven and earth has changed, and the relationship between the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace is also changing just as silently. There was no longer as much harmony as the first hearing of the sermon and the second hearing of the sermon. The reason for this was still because the immortal court had offended quite a few great avatars during its rise to power. Even there were some great avatars who had even fought with the immortal court. Similarly, the number of 3,000 guests who came to listen to the sermon for this third time also decreased a bit. Some were slaughtered by the rising witch race. Some did not respect the orders of the immortal court and were unwilling to join the immortal court, and thus perished. Overall, everything was drastically changing under the great change of the quantum revelation. It wasn't long after Fu Guang's trio arrived. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, a pair of Fagi Dao couples, and Fushi and Nuwa siblings, also arrived. After arriving, similarly sensing the change in atmosphere between the 3,000 guests, the four of them greeted Fu Guang, Shihi, and Shangxi before not exchanging much and also quietly waiting for the Purple Heavenly Palace to open its doors. Time passed in a hurry. Shortly after the 3,000 guests arrived one after another. Clang! The gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace opened. Child Haotian walked out from within the Purple Heavenly Palace. The period of 10 Yuanhui has arrived, the teacher is about to give a lecture, please enter. After hearing Tongzi Haotian's reminder, the 3,000 guests who arrived were all recovering from their state of false sleep and wandering. Then, one by one, they all quietly walked into the Purple Heavenly Palace and took their seats in their own places, quietly waiting for the saint to show up to open the great Tao. Waiting for the 3,000 guests to take their seats. The sage's figure appeared on top of the high platform lecture without warning. Buzz. Taoist rhythms flowed from his body and he mouthed a loud Taoist sound, instantly turning the entire Purple Heavenly Palace into a sea of endless great Tao and thousands of imagery. The 3,000 guests who had come to listen to the sermon were all instantly stabilized as well, and then began to comprehend the great Tao. The content of this third sermon was very disorganized, and the sage didn't seem to have a clear sermon theme. From time to time, the sage spoke about the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, from time to time, he spoke about the cultivation of the avatar Tao, and from time to time, he orally described the way of the sage's cultivation. It was completely just a matter of speaking on the spur of the moment and preaching wherever he went. This can really make the 3,000 guests listening to the sermon like falling into the sea of smoke. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to get lost in the clouds. If immediately separated. Not long after, the part of the 3,000 guests with the poorest strength and qualifications frowned and showed pain, then were forced to withdraw from the state of listening to the Tao. After they withdrew from the state of listening to the Tao, they were first at a loss for a while, and then they silently unfolded their own Tao flower, and memorized the mysterious, wonderful, hazy great Tao that the saint had spoken about, so that after their strength was raised later on, they would be able to comprehend it again. Of course, even if they were to memorize it, they wouldn't be able to remember much. Time passed little by little. 1,000 years later. Those who were still able to follow the sermon were only the 3,000 guests with superior root qualifications and above. 2,000 years later. Those who had not yet exited the state of listening to the sermon would only be left with the innate saints with top root and foot qualifications. 2,500 years later. Almost all of the top innate saints had successively exited the state of enlightenment, and then opened their own Tao flowers to memorize the great Tao taught by the saints. 3,000 years passed. The saint, who had been speaking happily at his complete whim, finally stopped preaching with an unfulfilled desire. The purple sky palace within the Tao rhyme, visions are also have dissipated. The crowd was also detached from the work of rote memorization of the sage's Tao sound. On top of the sun futon, Fu Guang detached himself from the state of enlightenment with a feeling of unfulfillment in his eyes. This time, the saint's sermon on the great Tao was very enjoyable, and Fu Guang also listened to it very smoothly, even though there were a few places in the middle where he almost didn't turn around and got caught in a bull's eye. But he had horrible root qualifications, and now with the sun god's fruit seed and the ancestor of the way of literature's karma, he had his own chances of refuge, which allowed him to follow the saint's sermon for several times in a row. That's why, the entire Purple Heavenly Palace within the 3,000 guests, he was the only one who listened to the whole of the third sermon. Of course, this Fu Guang himself was clear, the sages on the high platform lectures were clear, and the others didn't know. After all, the 3,000 guests within the Purple Heavenly Palace, who were all seeking the Tao, wouldn't fall their attention to others on the occasion of such a great opportunity as the saint's lecture is. Waiting for the 3,000 guests to recover. Following the practice of the previous 2 times. The sage first answered the doubts of the 3 Qing. Afterwards, with a calm gaze and a pale face, he spoke. I have witnessed the Tao and become a saint, and in obedience to heaven's destiny, I have preached 3 times for all beings in heaven and earth, and now that my merit has been fulfilled, I will merge with the Tao with my body and replenish the entire heavenly Tao. Listen to the sermon. If you don't become a saint, you're all ants. They will all fall in the infinite number of robberies and turn into dust. You must remember to take care of yourself. These words came down. The crowd had not yet recovered from the heavy news that Hongjun was going to merge with the Tao in his body and replenish the entire Tao, and then they were shocked by Hongjun's later words. If you don't become a saint, you'll end up as a mole cricket? In the end, it is difficult to escape the calamity of infinite quantum of calamity and will eventually die in the Tao? How can this be? No one would want to die. As the saying goes, it's enough to die in the evening. That's only if you've heard of the Tao. Now that none of the 3,000 guests had truly heard the Tao, who would want to die? Immediately. The 3,000 guests are all terrified to worship and plead. I implore you, teacher, to show me the way. Even Fu Guang, who had already anticipated all of this in his heart, was once again playing out his own extraordinary acting skills, full of panic and sincerity, pleading towards the saint for guidance. In fact, Fu Guang knew very well. Rather than giving guidance, the saint would rather directly arrange for several of his disciples to become saints. The 3,000 guests within the purple heavenly palace. Except for the 6 disciples of the sage who were set to become saints. No one else had any hope. Did Fu Guang have some regrets in his heart? That's inevitable. Who didn't want to witness the Tao and become a saint? Although there were many claims that after attaining sainthood, one would still have to carry a Hongjun on one's head, as well as accept the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, and it would be even more difficult to transcend in the future. But the problem is, if you don't become a saint, in the future, not only will there be the heavenly Tao and Hongjun on your head, but there will also be the 6 saints as administrators. At that time, not to mention transcendence. Whether or not one could even stay alive was a matter of fact. Therefore, don't say anything about becoming a heavenly Tao saint would be restricted by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. That's all. How many people have tried to enter the restriction circle but have not had much of a chance? Chapter 67 Distributing the Sacred Position. The 100 Phases of Beings. Chapter 67. For the beings of the flood wasteland. Becoming a heavenly Tao saint was not entering the restricted circle. Rather, it was truly entering the final circle. Without becoming a saint, it was dangerous to even observe the chess game of heaven and earth from the side, let alone placing a move in the middle of the game. If you can't even understand this, then this Tao, cultivating it is just an empty game. Fu Guang knew this very well in his heart. Only, it was just too difficult for him to prove the Tao and become a saint. Therefore, that's why he set his goal lower. The same as the world's king. Doesn't this title go well with him, Sun God Fu Guang? Although he will still fall in the infinite number of kalpas, he will earn a kalpa if he can live one more kalpa, and he will earn a day if he can live one more day. Put your mind at ease, and the sky and the earth will be wide open. At this moment, although his face also looked pleading and sorrowful, Fu Guang's heart did not have the slightest ripple. He was only cooperating with the saint right now, acting out all the subsequent scenes of the 3rd lecture. Although he was only a group actor now, he was upholding a professional attitude, as well as the purpose of not being able to make the saint's heart uncomfortable. This play, Fu Guang still had to finish singing. On the high stage lecture, the saint's face remained unruffled in the face of the pleas of the 3,000 guests. Speaking aloud, he said, "Between heaven and earth there shall be 9 saints, and other than me there are still 8 saint fruits." After the saint's words fell, the 3,000 guests all had stony faces. A vast number of beings competing for the position of 8 saints? This competitive pressure could no longer be said to be great. It was simply going to explode. There was no chance given to the 3,000 guests to continue pleading and speaking. The sage's gaze turned and looked directly at the 6 disciples in front of him. This glance directly made 3,000 guests' heart thump, and at the same time, it also made the 6 disciples of the saint sitting on top of the heaven's path bushes overjoyed and full of surprise. Without hanging on to their appetites, the saint directly opened his mouth. "I established the Xian sect to create all living beings, and there should be a saintly legacy under my door. Tai Ching Lao Zi for Panga Yuanshan transform, for the first of the 3 Qing, the body has the merit of the opening of the sky, can become a saint in the future. Give you the innate treasure Taiji map and the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Violet Qi, hope that you will soon prove the way, take up the Xianmen inheritance heavy responsibility." The words fell. Buzz. The saint raised his hand, then directly sent out a dense and spiritual purple Qi, as well as emitting the supreme treasure atmosphere of the Taiji diagram, fell in front of the Tai Ching Lao Zi. Such a chance, even if it has always been calm and indifferent Lao Zi, is also full of excitement, solemn thanks to the saint gift, before receiving the Hongmeng violet gas and the innate treasure of the Taiji map. Seeing Lao Zi's opportunity, the 3,000 guests in the palace of the purple heaven are not read. The foundation of sainthood. The innate treasure. Each one of them individually. Each one of them is enough to make the 3,000 guests go crazy. Especially the Hongmeng purple Qi of the foundation of sainthood is even more incomparably maddening. Who doesn't want to become a saint? Who doesn't want to prove the way? All want to. Only 3,000 guests could only think about it. Laozi was the sage's personal great disciple, and the sage wanted him to bear the burden of the Xianmen sect's inheritance, so naturally, he couldn't possibly watch his things being taken away from him. Therefore, if anyone dared to take advantage of the fact that Laozi had not yet become a saint to make a move against him, not to mention whether or not they would be able to win against the three purities, even if they did, they would still face the saint's wrath. No one would dare to move. After Laozi, the saint once again bestowed the Jade Qing Yuanshi innate supreme treasure Pango banner as well as the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Violet Qi, and also bestowed the Shangqing Tongtian complete set of immortal execution sword formation as well as the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Violet Qi. And after giving Tongtian the 4 immortal execution swords and the immortal execution sword formation, he specially instructed Tongtian. This formation is dangerous, must be used with caution. Although Tongtian answered very well, but whether or not this sentence in the heart, it is not known. The 3 personal disciples have been given spiritual treasures. The sage's gaze went to Nuwa, the shut-in disciple. Nuwa, thou shalt have a great chance in the future and can also become a saint. I bestow upon thee the supreme innate spiritual treasures Mountain River and Jigong diagram, the red embroidery ball and the foundation of sainthood, the Hongmeng purple qi, and I hope that thou wilt prove the way at an early date. Compared to what the personal third disciple received, when it came to Nuwa, it was much worse. It's not that the Mountain River and Jigong diagram as well as the red embroidery ball are inferior. It's just that compared to the 2 innate treasures, as well as the complete set of immortal execution sword formation, which is said to be unbreakable by the 4 saints, the Mountain River and Earth Goddess of Wonders and the red embroidery ball really aren't enough to look at. Fortunately, Nuwa also knew that there was definitely no comparison between her closed disciple and true disciple. She didn't care whether the treasure was good or bad. She accepted the saint's gift with a happy face. Disciple thanks teacher for the gift. It doesn't matter if the treasure is good or not, what matters is the foundation of sainthood. This thing. But it is related to one's future path. The treasure is important. But one's own path is fundamental. To excessively pursue the good or bad of a magic treasure and neglect one's own path is to sacrifice the fundamentals for the end. After granting Nuwa, the close disciple, a magic treasure in Hongmeng Violet Qi, the saint's eyes also looked to Jin and Junti, before the 2 began to cry and wail again, also granted the 2 a spiritual treasure as well as a Hongmeng Violet Qi. So far, the 6 disciples under the sage's door had all been benefited and were already destined to be certified as saints. In other words, the 9 saintly fruits under the flood heavenly Tao, including the saint himself, had already gone to 7. There were only 2 saint fruits left. Were only 2 saintly fruit positions. If one were to say that just now, when there were still 8 fruit positions left, all beings felt the pressure skyrocket under the scramble. At this moment, the hearts of many of the 3,000 guests had actually despaired in their hearts. 2 saints. Then look at how many more top flood powers there were. Eastern King's Duke. Queen Mother of the West. Taoist Fu Guang. Taoist Fu Shi. A whole lot of top innate holiness, all eyeing that remaining 2 saint fruit position. These root qualification is only middle and lower, there is still hope? The 3,000 guests had the appearance of beings. Some were very calm and open, still maintaining their own good mentality and demeanor. Some were red-eyed and full of resentment. Some were filled with sighs, feeling that they had no hope with the saintly fruit. Among these, those who behaved the most extreme were none other than 2 people. One of them, Duke Dongwang, the head of the male immortals. Being the head of the male immortals, he also had an inner ambition to honor heaven and earth, and he also clearly saw where his own Tao lay. Therefore, there was no one more eager to attain sainthood than the Duke of Dongwang. Was more eager to prove the Tao and become a saint. Secondly, because of Red Cloud giving up his seat, it ended up causing him to be joined by Jane and Junti and knocked off the heavenly Tao bushel of Kuanping. At this moment, Kuanping's teeth were all about to be clenched off. The entire person had some nerves as he looked at the heavenly Tao futon that Junti was sitting on. That should have been his position. The identity of a sage disciple, the chance to become a saint in the future, and everything else should have belonged to him. As a result, because of the stinking red cloud, not only did he lose his own chance of sainthood, he even lost his chance of sainthood along with him. As soon as he thought of this, Kuanping's murderous gaze was directed towards Red Cloud, who was still in a state of remorse. Sage disciple see Kuanping is not dare to provoke, but Red Cloud this dog, Kuanping not only dare to provoke, but also dare to kill him. Chapter 68 Sage, Heaven and Earth likes a true emperor. Fu Guang, right. Chapter 68. After distributing the holy positions belonging to his disciples, the saint did not stop moving. Instead, he raised his hand and once again took out a Hongmeng Violet Qi. This one Hongmeng Violet Qi will be left to choose its own master, and anyone with a destiny will be able to obtain it. The words fell. The saint directly released the bondage on the Hongmeng Violet Qi in his hand and let it fly away, just like a naughty child, flying around in the purple heavenly palace, constantly wandering among the 3,000 guests to choose. At this moment, looking at this Hongmeng purple Qi, the hearts of the 3,000 guests were filled with longing, and some of their eyes were glowing red. Of course. There were also those who were more easygoing in their mindset, not revealing the ugly appearance of greed. Very quickly, this Hongmeng violet chi traveled amongst all 3,000 guests. Afterwards, with a dexterous U-turn, it directly rushed towards Hongjun, who was sitting on top of his own futon, and did not hold too much thirst in his heart for this single piece of Hongmeng violet chi, and it directly disappeared into his primordial spirit platform. The foundation of sainthood has chosen me? Sudden surprise, let the red cloud full of wrong face at the same time, is also out of the joy of exclaimed. Only. Before Red Cloud could wait long enough to rejoice, a pair of reddened eyes landed on his body one after another. Envious. Extremely. Greed. As well as killing aura. The 3,000 guests within the purple heavenly palace were not little darlings. The sage had made it clear when he released this Hongmeng purple chi. It is available to all who have a destiny. It doesn't matter if it's a fated person or not. But the 3 words all can get it already said it all. This one Hongmeng purple chi is something that can be fought over and fought for. As long as you have enough strength to snatch and hold on to this foundation of sainthood, then this Hongmeng purple chi belongs to you, and you are the one with the destiny. Although Red Cloud had now obtained this one Hongmeng purple chi, whether he was able to guard this one Hongmeng purple chi was still an unknown quantity. After being startled by the murderous gazes of the many 3,000 guests, Red Cloud, who had just obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, his happy energy instantly disappeared, and his entire being was grave and serious. What other people understood, as the best amongst the great avatars, Red Cloud was naturally able to comprehend thoroughly. This Hongmeng purple chi was a heavenly opportunity that was not wrong, but it likewise brought with it the great crisis of the body's demise. Only, it would be impossible for Red Cloud to simply give up the foundation of sainthood that was in his hands. They were all great adepts, all innate saints, and all of them were very determined regarding their own paths. To give up the foundation of sainthood in one's hands simply because of the hostility of the 3,000 guests, then Red Cloud's Tao would not need to be cultivated. There was no concern for that little bit of commotion between the 3,000 guests. The sage on the high platform lecture spoke once more. Cultivation is not easy, and the calamity is unpredictable. Since you are the fated ones in my purple heaven palace, listening to my way and transmitting my Shinmen method, I will naturally not let you gain nothing at all. Hearing the saint's words, the 3,000 guests who were originally eyeing Red Cloud were all turning back to the sage with a look of surprise. At the same time, they worshipped. Thank you, teacher, for the gift of grace. This address was not offensive. After all, the saint was an existence that preached for the 3,000 guests. Inside the purple heavenly palace, addressing a teacher was completely fine. But outside the purple heavenly palace, in addition to the saint's 6 disciples, the remaining 3,000 guests have to be addressed as saint, or Tao ancestor. After the sage summoned the boy Hao Tian, he spoke towards the 3,000 guests in the purple heaven palace. Separate the treasure cliff, there is my travels in the flood when the spirit of the treasure, you can go with the destiny of the law to take it. After the saint's words fell, the child Hao Tian stepped forward and saluted towards the 3,000 guests. All of you please follow me. While speaking, the crowd of 3,000 guests were all scrambling to follow Hao Tian's figure towards the separation treasure cliff of the purple heavenly palace. Except for Fu Guang. What was the last chance in the Purple Heaven Palace? That would naturally be the chance of dividing treasures at the Cliff of Divided Treasures. From the moment Fu Guang stopped his enlightenment, he was always preparing to go to the treasure dividing cliff to divide the treasures, wanting to get some more treasures and expand his storehouse of magic treasures. Then the question came. Why did Fu Guang, who had such an idea, sit on top of the futon and not move when everyone was scrambling to go to the treasure dividing cliff to divide the treasures? The reason was simple. The sage had left him behind. Fu Guang just wanted to move, a soft but irresistible force of greatness pressed him on top of the futon, preventing him from getting up. In just a few moments, in the great hall of the purple heavenly palace, only Fu Guang and the sage on the high platform were left. After realizing that it was the saint who wanted to leave him behind, although Fu Guang was apprehensive within his heart, he did not resist. There was no need. The saint wants to make him Fu Guang a small golden crow, it is just a matter of waving his hand. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well stay here quietly. Fu Guang also believed that the saint is not so impecunious to do something directly to him. Fu Guang. There should be something to tell him alone. With this thought, Fu Guang's heart became more and more calm. Fu Guang's heart became calmer and calmer, not seeing any panic at all. There was just some pity. There should be quite a few treasures on the treasure dividing cliff that had a destiny with him. If he didn't go, Jade Clear Beginning, that guy who even wanted to take away the treasure dividing cliff, would definitely take away the spiritual treasures that belonged to him as well. Just thinking about it made him feel pity. Just when Fu Guang's thinking was having some small flare-ups, the saint on the high platform lecture turned a pair of slightly rippling gazes towards him. Seeing this, Fu Guang instantly suppressed the many distracting thoughts in his heart and waited respectfully for the sage to speak first. There was no nonsense. The saint was also a very straightforward character. He raised his hand and waved it. Buzz! A stream of light landed in front of Fu Guang, all of which were some innate spiritual treasures of different grades that had a destiny with him. Thank you, sage, for your gift. Watching these innate spiritual treasures appear, Fu Guang's gaze couldn't help but reveal joy, and after giving a thank you, he beautifully accepted the spiritual treasures. The saint nodded slightly. Afterwards, spoke aloud. The witch race has emerged, the killing karma of heaven and earth has increased dramatically, the fury has surged, and the quantum revenge has arrived. However, with the power of the immortal court, the rule of the world is still insufficient, and there is still a lack of a true emperor in heaven and earth who can command all races and rule over heaven and earth. Listening to what the sage said, Fu Guang did not say a word, frowning slightly, his face showing contemplation while also carrying some compassion for the suffering of the living beings in heaven and earth. Although he was reacting in such a way, he did not go to pick up the sage's topic in the slightest. How could he answer this? Saying that the saint is right, the saint's high opinion? This kind of ass-kissing was too diluted. It was not Fu Guang's style. And most importantly, in case he picked up the topic. After the corner of the saint's mouth turned up, he directly arranged for him to. You are the only true emperor of that heaven and earth, go work hard. I'll be at the purple heavenly palace to properly watch you work hard. What can we do then? Go. You'll die 1,000 deaths. If you don't go. What if the saint slaps him to death on the spot? So, it was enough to show this expression of love and helplessness that was displayed by his perfect acting skills. To be unchanged. Chapter 69, Fu Guang, testing old cadres with this? Chapter 69. Fu Guang did not pick up the topic thrown at him. The sage wasn't surprised. He still had a certain understanding of Fu Guang, knowing that he was prudent and calm, only taking chances he was sure of, and only doing his due diligence. With such a heart, how could he be shaken by just one or two words? Fu Guang is not a little cutie. Most of the great avatars could see and understand that the throne of supremacy after the unification of heaven and earth was a saint's position, and naturally, Fu Guang understood that as well. Only the difficulty involved was too great. Heavenly destiny, strength, destiny, intelligence, help, and so on many harsh conditions, not to mention the lack of one. Still have to face the 12 ancestral witches as well as that belligerent and powerful, to the flood beings as food witch tribe. After that, also have to face other perhaps earlier than the saint of heavenly saints. There are many conditions that cannot be met, and all sorts of trials and tribulations that cannot be passed. This saintly position will not fall to the one who plans. In the face of clever people, plotting, scheming, and verbal persuasion were of little use, and the saint didn't care to use dirty tricks like that. Only to see the saint's hand lift, several spiritual treasures that emitted a vast aura fell in front of Fu Guang. One of them, the one with the strongest aura, was a ring ruler, on which there was a flow of light from the great Tao of merit and virtue, and there was also a flow of Hongmeng Shenhuang Qi, which nurtured the supreme power of killing and destroying. It was precisely the latter-day merit and virtue supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. The saint looked at the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven and said, although this treasure has the ultimate offensive power, can also suppress the fortune, but the greater role is to delineate the order of heaven and earth and rules. If you can understand the rules of heaven and earth in it, you can obtain great merit. Hearing the sage's words, Fu Guang's breath couldn't help but stagnate. The great merit and virtue in the saint's mouth, that must not be a small amount. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. Secondly, it was a small cauldron that emanated a subtle creation aura, flowing with the fluctuations of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, glittering with light and infinite creation. It is a creation supreme treasure Qiankuan tripod that has the ability to reverse the innate. The saint spoke again. Qiankuan tripod has the ability to reverse the innate, if you can find the origin set of the latter-day spiritual treasure, can be reversed into the innate spiritual treasure, to help the cultivator to cut off the three corpses. Between heaven and earth is a lot of innate spiritual treasure is true, but innate spiritual treasure is ultimately a number. However, after the Xianmen sect was circulated and opened up, the path of immortal Tao cultivation would be open, and the number of cultivators between heaven and earth would absolutely multiply. In this way, the number of innate spiritual treasures that could allow cultivators to behead corpses would definitely not be enough. With the Qiankuan tripod, it is equivalent to holding the lifeblood of many cultivators who don't have spiritual treasures to behead corpses. Although it was said that one could also enter the realm of paramount saints without beheading a corpse, a paramount saints who beheaded corpses was closer to the great Tao than a paramount saints who did not behead corpses, and his strength was several times or tens of times stronger than a paramount saints who did not behead corpses. Moreover, if you are practicing the way of paramount sainthood, then you must be heading for the shortcut of getting close to the great Tao by chopping off corpses. How could you not think about cutting down corpses? In addition, Nuwa also needs to use the Qiankuan tripod to create man. This is like having a brick in the door that can intervene in Nuwa's chances of becoming a saint. So naturally, there was no need to mention the wonderful benefits of mastering the Qiankuan cauldron. Hiss. Even with Fu Guang's steady mindset, he was starting to breathe heavily at this moment. Thirdly, it is a black and hideous lance that is slightly broken, but still releases a ferocious aura that can bad people Yuan Shinjiao body. However, it was the innate treasure of one of the protagonists of the Great Ancient Tribulation, the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu's god-slaying lance. Although because of the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu's self-explosion, damaged the origin of the god-slaying lance, causing it to fall in grade, from the innate supreme treasure to the very first grade innate spiritual treasure. However, it still could not be underestimated. The saint didn't care what Fu Guang thought. Continuing with the introduction. The Godslayer lance was damaged in the last epoch, and one of the innate divine prohibitions was shattered, falling from the ranks of the innate supreme treasures, but the underpinnings are still there. Your immortal beheading gourd and chaos gourd are both wonderful objects of creation. Refining these two spiritual treasures into the God-slaying lance, repairing its origin, and restoring the innate divine prohibition, will allow the God-slaying lance to return to the ranks of the innate supreme treasures. The words fell. Not waiting for Fu Guang to react more. Buzz. The saint raised his hand once again, and a spiritual Hongmeng violet chi appeared in his hand. After releasing it, this Hongmeng violet chi flew directly towards Fu Guang, then circled around him intimately, waiting for him to take it into his body. The sage added. The position of the supreme being of heaven and earth is a sage fruit position. There are not many cultivators between heaven and earth that match it. You are one of them and the closest one. After speaking, the sage then closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Inside the great hall of the purple heavenly palace, it was so quiet. Looking at the three great spiritual treasures in front of him that were emanating a sense of closeness towards him, as well as that one Hongmeng purple chi that couldn't wait to get into his arms, Fu Guang's entire body was silent. Truly, his mind was incomparably firm, and he was similarly unwavering regarding the path he had chosen. But the problem was, what the saint had given was simply too much. Moreover, the saint hadn't said that he must compete for the position of heavenly earth supreme. Merely bestowed all of these treasures upon him, while also giving him a foundation for becoming a saint. And then it was plainly told him that although he was not the only one who could sit on the heaven and earth supreme, the one who was closest to that position was him, Fu Guang. What is this? It's a conspiracy. It's a nakedly masculine conspiracy. You've been given something. The opportunity is in front of you. It's up to you to make a direct choice. Go and fight for it. Then you will have to enter the heaven and earth to be tested. Don't fight for it. Then you Fu Guang will stay in the sun star slowly grinding this one to become a saint foundation. As for these spiritual treasures to give out the loss? For a saint who is about to become a saint. Unless it is some key spiritual treasures that are related to the quantum jump, otherwise, these spiritual treasures are of no use to him. So there is no question of whether it is a loss or not. Otherwise, Saint wouldn't have directly opened the treasure dividing cliff to divide the treasures. After a moment of silence, Fu Guang raised his hand and gently waved it, directly taking the Hongmeng heavenly ruler, Qiankuan tripod, and God-slaying lance into his spiritual platform. At the same time, it was also directly receiving that one Hongmeng violet chi that was intimate with him. Then he bowed towards the sage. Thank you, teacher, for your gift. Right now he had not made up his mind, but these treasures bestowed by the saint, there was certainly no possibility of taking them back. So Fu Guang didn't refuse either. As for whether or not to fight for the position of heaven and earth supreme being, allow him to go back and think about it. The matter of the quantum revelation was not in a hurry. Now the nostrils of the East Kingdom is exactly the time of expansion. How he is not good, with the immortal court and the sorcerer clan can fight a few rounds, and take a few big sinuses. Collected the things. Feeling his already leaping heart, Fu Guang at this moment also had to sigh with emotion. Saints are worthy of being saints, and the first strike is the segmentation limit off. Secretly counting on you to enter the game to answer the calamity? This tactic is too low level. Directly give you enough small sweetness in the early stage, and then clearly tell you that after entering the game can get more and better. Let you choose whether to enter the game. And whether you enter the game or not, you have to say thank you to him. High to the limit. Chapter 70 Sage Harmonization. Red Cloud seeks help. Chapter 70. The empty silence within the great hall did not last long. The 3,000 guests who had gone to the treasure dividing cliff returned one after another. Each one's harvest was different. Those who had harvested a great deal, such as the disciples of saints like the three clearances in Manhwa, were naturally beaming with joy. Those who harvested less, such as Guiding and Junti and Kunpeng, the famously poor cultivators of the flood, did not have a smile on their faces at all. But no matter what, just as the sages had said, every single one of them had gotten some spiritual treasures of opportunity. The difference was that some were satisfied and some were not. Why don't you go to the cliff of splitting treasure? Returning to her own futon, she then noticed that Fu Guang did not go over to the treasure dividing cliff and unexpectedly inquired. Hearing Fu Guang shook his head and didn't say anything. He naturally couldn't say that he had been left behind by the sages. Therefore, only had to not answer this question from Shiha. Fortunately, Shihi is not a character that likes to get to the bottom of things, and seeing that Fu Guang did not say much, she did not continue to pursue the question. The chance has been obtained, you and so on and go. The crowd returned. The saint on the high platform lecture opened his mouth without any sadness or joy. In the future, the flood, the general trend will not change, Hongjun will not come out. The words fell at the same time. The saint's figure disappeared from above the high platform lecture. The crowd of 3,000 guests saluted and retired. After everyone had left the purple heavenly palace, the sage's voice resounded through the chaos and the flooded heavens and earth. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and one of them has disappeared. I, Hongjun, having attained the perfection of the Tao, should follow the order of heaven and merge the Tao with my body in order to complement the entire heavenly Tao. In the future, Hongjun is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is not Hongjun. Heavenly Tao, merge. The voice fell. Rumble. Chaos in the floodlands and the heavens and earth all shook, and all the great avatars were able to clearly feel that between heaven and earth, in the underworld, some unspeakable changes had occurred. The heavenly Tao was replenished, and all beings were now under the heavenly Tao. Feeling this bit of subtle change, Fu Guang sighed in his heart. The immaculate heavenly Tao was also the immaculate heavenly Tao, wanting to transcend it was difficult. With a single thought, Fu Guang instantly withdrew his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Even the path of the golden immortal is still a little bit short of being complete, the Tao has not even been proven, nor have you been able to take the fruit of a saint, and yet you are thinking about transcendence? Over-ambitiousness doesn't go to such a degree. The distractions in his mind were all gone. Fu Guang turned his head to look at Shihi and Shangxi who were following him. Opening his mouth, he said, "Let's go. Let's go back to the flood." The saints had already merged with the Tao. This empty chaotic purple heavenly palace will soon be hidden in the chaos and will not reappear easily. In addition to feeling the danger of the chaos chi, there is no other benefit to stay here. Fu Guang, Shihi and Shangxi were about to leave together. On the side, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, who looked grave, as well as several paramount great avatars who had befriended Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, came towards the three of them, Fu Guang, fellow Taoist Fu Guang, fellow Taoist Shihi, and fellow Taoist Changxi. As soon as they came over, Red Cloud first arched his hand and saluted. He then directly stated the purpose of his arrival. I am afraid that there will be some calamity on my return journey, so I implore the three Taoist friends to help me, and after the matter is accomplished, I will definitely have a generous reward. His words have just fallen. Honestly, this Xian Jin Yuanzi has also opened his mouth and said, "Three Taoist friends, I implore you to help." Jin Yuanzi also certainly have a generous reward. In reality, in fact, in the Red Cloud to get Hongmeng Violet Chi, Fu Guang knew that this goods want to return to their own dojo in peace. I'm afraid it is not simple. He also wondered if Red Cloud would trust his character and come to ask for his help. After all, that was the foundation of sainthood. Honestly speaking, with Red Cloud's connections, the only ones willing to help him at this moment were Jin Yuanzi, and less than a handful of great spiritual masters, which showed how attractive the foundation of successful sainthood was to the 3,000. As for the great Luo cultivators among the 3,000 guests, this kind of thing, they were no longer qualified to get involved. With a slight smile on his face, Fu Guang looked at Red Cloud and said, I thought that fellow Taoist would not be able to trust Poverty Road's character and wouldn't come to ask for Poverty Road's help. Hearing these words, Red Cloud's face revealed a slight color of shame. Arching his hand, he bowed. It is the poor Taoist who has measured the capacity of the Taoist friend with the heart of a small man. This is the fault of the poor Taoist. It is the fault of the poor Taoist. After this matter, the poor Taoist will definitely offer a gift of reparation. Raised his hand and waved it. The smile on Fu Guang's face remained the same. That's not necessary. After this matter, Taoist Jin Yuanzi will host a banquet, and at that time, you can punish yourself with 3 cups. Hearing this, Red Cloud's face even more guilty color. Fellow Taoist, I admire your magnanimity. Nodding his head, Fu Guang glanced at Jin Yuanzi, as well as the 4 great avatars who had a close relationship with Red Cloud and had let go of the temptation to come to the base of sainthood to help. In his mind, he slightly calculated the various powerhouses that might be involved in the next journey. Then he opened his mouth and said, the number of people is slightly less. But if it is just to escort you back to the 5 vast expanse, it will not be difficult. Let's go. Since he promised to escort, even if the number of people is a little less, Fu Guang will not go back on his word. Originally, with his cautious and stable character, he could not have been involved in this matter. But regardless of whether he made a move or not, Red Cloud would end up returning inside the 5 village goddesses unharmed. Anyway, his death would not be within this period of years. Therefore, this journey might be risky, but the rewards would not be too small either. For one thing, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi's reward aside, after this matter, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi both will owe him a favor in karma. One day in the future, perhaps it can be used. Secondly, if he remained unobtrusive, sooner or later, he would make the stronger flood goddesses feel that he, the god of the day, Fu Guang, was weak, incompetent, and could be bullied. If he wanted to continue to maintain stability, he needed to occasionally show his reasoning so that people would understand that he was not to be messed with. Thirdly, in the previous plan of witnessing the heavenly marriage, the method Fu Guang thought of to increase the success rate was to make himself, Shihe, and Shangxi all famous and increase their popularity. There was no other means of gaining fame in the Flood Wasteland universe that was fiercer and faster than directly striking across a group of great avatars. Of course, there was no denying that the risk of this move was not small. Being scorned even more profoundly by the Duke of the East King. Being tainted with the karma of the great avatars who struck out. Or, there was a certain possibility of being dragged along to be tainted with the karmic consequences of some amount of karma. Only, nowadays, after Fu Guang had been plotted against by the saint, his heart had also rippled to a certain extent, and he was in a situation of impatience, so he also needed to release some of the troubled chi in his heart. To have a battle with the visitor is undoubtedly a good choice. Furthermore, the world knows that he and the Red Cloud friendship, this shot more at a few points of his image of benevolence and righteousness. When Red Cloud's time to die is approaching, if others want to deal a death blow to Red Cloud, they will have to hold him back. At that time, Fu Guang can no longer intervene in the Red Cloud's certain death. And don't talk about sinister plotting or anything, although Fu Guang is not considered heartless, but the premise of everything is to ensure their own interests and safety. So many reasons, under the weighing of pros and cons. Fu Guang decided to help Red Cloud. Chapter 71 Who was so brave? Chapter 71. Fu Guang walked in front. He and Shangxi, who had been inseparable from Fu Guang every time they appeared in a public place since they met in the first lecture, also followed Fu Guang's figure without saying a word. Afterwards, it was Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, and the others who looked grave and serious. All the way from the purple heavenly palace back to the flood world. There were no ripples. There were too many uncertainties in the chaos. Therefore, those who wanted to fight for the Hongmeng Purple Chi were not so foolish as to directly launch an attack on Red Cloud right in the middle of the chaos. Entering within the flood universe, Fu Guang was still leading the way towards the 5 truthful monks. As for Red Cloud's Fire Cloud Cave? Forget it. Although it was also a top-tier dojo, its security was much lower than the 5 Village Guan, which had the Book of Earth in its hand and could borrow the Mountain of Longevity and the Ginseng Fruit Tree to form an unparalleled defensive array. Besides, with the depth of affection between Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, a pair of deadess, Jin Yuanzi would have pulled Red Cloud along to the 5 Village Guan in any case, and Red Cloud obviously wouldn't have refused Jin Yuanzi's invitation either. The crowd followed Fu Guang without a word. Even though it was Red Cloud who had turned to the crowd for help, he was the one who should be the dominant one. But for some unknown reason, the Fu Guang was here. Everyone spontaneously obeyed him and followed his actions. And no one felt anything wrong yet. Following beside Fu Guang, he was calm, her beautiful eyes flickering with faint light, and from time to time, she would look over at Fu Guang, who didn't say a word and was contemplating something in deep thought. She didn't actually have any feelings in her heart for the great war that might break out next, nor was she afraid of it. It was more than being concerned about the great war. He was more curious about what Fu Guang was struggling with and thinking about at the moment. The usual Fu Guang, when getting along, would never come with such a move of not saying a word or communicating with others at this moment. He was still quite talkative. As one of the people who were already very familiar with Fu Guang, he knew very well that at this moment, Fu Guang was definitely agonizing over something very important. So much so that he had no time to care. As for the question of whether or not Fu Guang was war-shy, in this regard, she has said it was impossible. How could a truly strong person like Fu Guang, who had a gully in his heart and a plan in his belly, be afraid of battle? There was no need to doubt that. No one understands the unfathomable depths of the sun god Fu Guang better than he. Just as Fu Guang was contemplating, the crowd was silent as they headed towards the 5 Zhuangguan. Fu Guang, who was originally immersed in refining the 3 Dharma treasures he had obtained, suddenly sensed a hint of a change in chi between heaven and earth. An eyebrow was raised. Directly stopping his body, his sharp golden eyes scanned the heavens and earth before. Casually looked to the side of Red Cloud, who was looking grave. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud, someone has come. Hearing the words, Red Cloud nodded his head in understanding. He also felt it. It was just that it wasn't as fast as Fu Guang perceived it. The others were likewise the same. Red Cloud immediately stepped forward and looked around at the empty sky. Fellow Daoists, since you're here, why don't you show yourselves? The words just fell. Buzz. An immortal light, the body of the murderous Kuan Pang, breath has reached the quasi-saint middle stage of the Kuan Pang, directly from the space out. His eyes were covered in killing intent as he stared at Red Cloud. Red Cloud. Harmed this seat by you, even lost the same position, this karma, I and you, this thief rode immortal. Koan Peng's words fell. Not waiting for Hongjun to react, another figure walked out from the space. Clothed in blood, with a lotus pedestal on his head, holding two terrifyingly ferocious swords in his hands, and with an image of demonic beauty, the blood sea sticks also appeared. His goal was extremely clear. Red Cloud, hand over the Hongmeng purple chi and your life can be spared. Along with Old Man Sticks, he appeared. There was another great avatar who came out of the space one after another. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the Duke of the East, who was wearing an emperor's robe and was surrounded by several great avatars. Red Cloud, hand over the Hongmeng purple chi, and my father will grant you a position of honor in the immortal court. These are only the great avatars who have come out in the open to compete for the violet chi of Hongmeng. On the dark side, there are still some lurking around. Before there was an opportunity, these lurking great avatars would not make a move and would be in a state of watching the show, whereas if there was an opportunity, there was no telling how many of them would choose to make a move. Therefore, these people in the dark were also existences that needed to be watched out for. After waiting until there was no longer anyone showing up from the shadows, only then did Red Cloud open his mouth. All of you have come here, I think it will not be easy to stop. The poor Taoist also does not want to give up the foundation of sainthood. That's the way it is. Then whether you can take away this one Hongmeng violet gas from the hands of the poor Tao depends on the ability of all of you. Originally, Hongjun had planned to say some words of honor. But on second thought, there is no need for this. Many of the great spirits who have come here are clearly going to fight for the violet chi of the divine light, so it is useless to talk more nonsense. In the end, it's still necessary to have a fight before you can do it. Hearing Red Cloud's words, the faces of the group of great avatars that had appeared all turned cold. Unconscionable. The Hongmeng purple breath is given to those who are destined to receive it. Red Cloud, you are destined for the holy position. Seeking death. The crowd shouted angrily. But none of them took the lead. There was no other way. The fighting force assisting Red Cloud's side wasn't weak either. There was no need to say much about Xing Yuanzi, who was a good fighter amongst the great avatars. The two Taiyin goddesses were the earliest to behead corpses and achieve paramount sainthood, and their cultivation had long since reached the middle stage of paramount sainthood. The four Red Cloud's best friends, the great avatars, were not so prestigious, but being able to achieve quasi-sainthood, they were naturally not mediocre. The most important thing was Daoist Fu Guang, who had only made a handful of appearances but whose strength was recognized as extremely strong by many great avatars, was also present. Plus, Daoist Fu Guang had a huge heavenly Dao merit and virtue golden wheel in his body. Against such an existence, losing would be miserable, and winning wouldn't do much good. In short, it was that no one was willing to take on the hot potato that was Daoist Fu Guang. In this battle, as long as Daoist Fu Guang was here, it definitely wouldn't unfold so easily. After all, if the war really started, who would deal with Daoist Fu Guang? After realizing this, the several powerhouses among the great avatars who had led the way over all looked towards Daoist Fu Guang, who was beside Red Cloud and whose complexion was always calm, and their gazes flickered slightly. Old Man Sticks' river was lofty and extraordinary. With the reputation that the sea of blood would not wither and the river Styx would not die, he was most unafraid of Daoist Fu Guang, who everyone was afraid of. But if he could, he didn't really want to fight with such a powerful person and make a huge karma. It was just that when he saw that everyone was so scornful that they didn't dare to make a move. Old Ancestor Sticks, who was holding the dual swords of Abi Yuan too, was about to step forward, wanting to inquire about Fu Guang's attitude. If it was possible, then proceed to dissuade the time. Someone reacted one step faster than Old Ancestor Sticks. Daoist Fu Guang, do you want to participate in this matter and protect this Red Cloud fellow? These words rang out between heaven and earth. It caused everyone to freeze, subconsciously looking for the person who opened his mouth to speak. Who is this? It was actually so courageous. Chapter 72, Old Man Sticks silently retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 72. The eyes of the crowd looked over. It was him. Lord East King. At this moment, the Duke of the East King, who was wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown, with several great avatars arching around him, wore an expression of unruffled authority on his face. His gaze was calm as he looked at Daoist Fu Guang. Daoist Fu Guang, you are no more than a nodding acquaintance with Red Cloud, so I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Live peacefully in your sun star, performing the duties of the sun god. Don't make any mistakes. These words rang out between heaven and earth. In a split second, it directly caused this area, which was enveloped by the auras of the great divine masters, to all fall directly silent. No one spoke. No one reacted. Even the great divine masters who were secretly waiting for an opportunity to move were all the same. There was no other. It seemed as though these two existences were naturally at odds with each other. By the looks of it, it's going to be the first contest here. In the past, in the Purple Heavenly Palace, when the sage decided on the head of the male immortals, he first looked at Taoist Fu Guang before settling on the Duke of the East. This was originally just a small matter. But along with the growing might of the Duke of Dongwang, after his hegemonic imperial path went further and further, what was once a small matter that he himself wouldn't even care about was gradually magnified. So much so that, if he wasn't able to retrieve a sense of superiority from Taoist Fu Guang for once, it would probably be hard for him to let go. Likewise, although Taoist Fu Guang was kind and gentle in nature, but the arrogance in his bones was also practically present. Although he didn't seem to have any intention of competing with Lord Dongwang for anything, he also never seemed to take the multiple identities on Lord Dongwang, such as the head of the male immortals, the lord of the immortal court, and so on, to heart. The two seemed to be born with conflicting destinies, born to be hostile. This feeling that the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heavenly Palace, the great avatars, all felt it. Thus, for this scene happening right now, everyone had a mental expectation. Only one problem was that all of the great avatars had not expected that Lord Dongwang would be so nonchalant. Such a questioning and threatening attitude would be too much for any great avatar to bear. Not to mention Taoist Fu Guang, who was recognized as a powerful person and whose bones were also permeated with pride. Tearing his face off. Lord Dongwang's move was more or less tearing his face off. At this moment, old ancestor Styx, who had originally raised his foot and was ready to go up and ask Fu Guang, silently withdrew his foot that had already been raised. Even so, after retracting his feet, he felt that there was still something wrong, and then took another step back. Someone had stepped forward to target the difficult Fu Guang Daoist. Then it would be fine for him, old man Styx, to retreat behind him. After all, he was only aloof and eccentric, but not a little cutie. How else could he rush up and try to draw the fire of a great divine being for someone else? It was completely impossible. Upon hearing the Duke of the East King's threatening words towards himself, Fu Guang, who was originally just standing relaxedly and had no desire to clamor and steal Red Cloud's thunder, could not help but fall silent for a while. The consistent ease and smile on his face gradually tightened. The golden eyes looked towards the Duke of Dongwang. A casual arch of the hand. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Daoist. However, cultivators of my generation have something to do, but something not to do. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud is a close friend of the poor Taoist. Since he begged the poor Taoist to help, the poor Taoist will naturally not sit back and do nothing. Here, the poor Taoist also advise you all Taoist friends a word. This time the poor Taoist here must protect the Red Cloud friend into the 5 Zhuangguan in order to avoid the peace between you fellow Taoists. Retreat here, peace and quiet one step forward, life and death are hard to predict. Therefore, applause. Fu-like flow in the many present, lurking up the great avatar's eyes turned, fell to the face of the East Guangdong. The face wore a slightly inexplicable smile. Do not say anything. When this last sentence fell, everyone froze for a moment before looking at the Duke of East Wang with odd faces. Back then, after the Duke of the East King's imperial campaign, the battle in which he was beaten and fled, the ancestral witches had used such a sentence to warn the flood beings. Nowadays, being used again by Fu Guang. Everyone was inevitably recalling that joke about the Duke of the East King's personal expedition to Buzhou Mountain. Ha! Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud, but sensing that the occasion wasn't quite right, they stifled their laughter. Taoist Fu Guang was not afraid of the might of the Lord of the Immortal Court, Lord Dongwang, and he still needed to be in awe. Of course. With the first to laugh out loud, the next crowd present, even if they held back their laughter, but the look on their faces could not hide their laughter. Regarding the laughter of the crowd as well as Fu Guang's mockery, the Duke of Dongwang's face was unchanged. After all, he was also a top-tier lord of a party, and this superficial effort was still present. Today, the Duke of the East King took a step forward and spoke aloud. Red Cloud must leave the foundation of sainthood behind. You, Taoist Fu Guang, cannot protect him, my lord said. The words fell. Rumble. On the body of the Duke of the East King, the terrifying aura of the middle stage of paramount sainthood flowed, and the various great Tao and thousands of laws he had cultivated erupted into a vision, instantly evolving the flower of the great Tao and the fruit of the law between heaven and earth, which contained extremely powerful killing and destroying means. At the same time, a spiritual treasure appeared from the flowers of the great Tao and fruits of the laws evolved by Lord East Wang, its spiritual light brilliant and dazzling. As soon as they were launched, Lord East Wang displayed remarkable strength and also demonstrated a profound depth that far exceeded that of ordinary great avatars. One could not help but marvel. Worthy of being the lord of the immortal court, one of the hegemons of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Even Fu Guang, with his eyes showing appreciation. It had to be said that, as a person who had made waves within the original flood trajectory and was able to fight against one of the main protagonists, the demon race, for a period of time, the Lord of the East King still had real skills. In that case, while lamenting in his heart, Fu Guang also opened his mouth again. Fellow Taoists are going to have a fight with us. Since you fellow Taoists won't listen to advice, then the poor Taoist and the others will have no choice but to show their fists. The words fell. Fu Guang no longer hid his many spiritual treasures that had been known for a long time. The 10,000 character sutra evolved into the merit and virtue treasure clothes. The Wu Peninsula and the Sea of Ink sheltered his surroundings. The autumn hairbrush entered his hand in an ordinary manner. The Buzhou spiritual treasure of merit and virtue manifested. The treasures of the time calendar appeared. The immortal beheading gourd hovered uneventfully at his side. Finally, clang! Like a sun, like supreme innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure sunwheel, it evolved like a great sun, emanating the most rigid and masculine sun true intent, as well as the overpowering killing and destructive aura, hovering behind Fu Guang. Just waiting for him to give a thought, this most rigid and masculine, unrivaled killing aura, and not stained with karma, this merit and virtue spiritual treasure would fly out to take the enemy's life. Although Fu Guang did not have many innate spiritual treasures that he had sacrificed. But other than the immortal beheading gourd, the other spiritual treasures, without exception, all of them were spiritual treasures of merit and virtue. This scene made everyone, both in the open and in the dark, twitch at the corners of their mouths. In the past, after the Buzhou mountain divided the gourd vine treasures, they had heard that Fu Guang had a lot of spiritual treasures of merit. But never in a million years had they thought that he had so many merit spiritual treasures, there were so many of them. The corners of the crowd's twitching mouths hadn't calmed down yet. The next moment, the buzz, brightly shining auspicious golden light was suddenly reflected into everyone's eyes, also directly reflecting the heavens and earth, causing everything to be gilded with a layer of golden splendor. Chapter 73 Dong Wanggong, I hit Fu Guan? Hit just hit. Chapter 73. So piercing. Who opened the golden wheel of merit? After adapting, the crowd looked again at Taoist Fu Guang, who was shrouded in the golden wheel of merit and virtue, as if he were a small sun standing under the auspicious golden light of merit and virtue, unable to see his true appearance. Oh. So it was Taoist Fu Guan who opened the golden wheel of merit. Then it's alright. After directly exerting his well-known means, Fu Guan was covered in auspicious light of merit and virtue. He looked towards the Duke of Dongwang and the rest of the crowd. Which Taoist friend would like to go up a round or two with poor Tao? Fu Guang's words had only just fallen. The corners of their mouths twitched. Who the hell wants to fight with you, a little gold man of heavenly Tao merit? Losing is going to be hard. Winning is no good. On the field. After the originally raging crowd of great avatars looked at each other, they all landed their gazes on the Duke of the East, who had just stepped forward and was making a pinch of threats against Taoist Fu Guang, as if he was born to be at odds with him. Silently, all of the great avatars, including such individual powerhouses as Styx and Kunping, stepped back a certain distance. Directly, the Duke of the East King as well as the immortal courts group of great avatars were all revealed. This scene directly caused the Duke of the East King's face to darken. Bastard! What did these guys mean? Were they asking him, the Duke of the East King, to carry a few of the immortal court's great adepts and face Taoist Fu Guang alone? They want him to bear the karma, the heavenly punishment, of striking out against a person of great merit? That's outrageous. Shameless to the extreme. Only. As angry as he was, at this moment, the Duke of the East King was already at the bottom of the list of those who were allowed to enter and not to retreat. He suppressed the anger in his heart. The Duke of Dongwang looked at Fu Guang with his eyes. I am the head of the immortals, the lord of the immortal court, others are afraid of you, Taoist Fu Guang, but this father is not afraid. All of you come together and take them down. The words fell. The Duke of the East King hardened his head and directly struck out boldly towards Fu Guang. Rumble. The paramount sage's means were exerted. At that instant, the divine light slashed through the heavens and earth, dissolving everything. All sorts of Tao methods, thousands of divine abilities, and flowing spiritual treasures simultaneously erupted with terrifying might. They directly struck at Fu Guang, who was surrounded by Tao drowning and floating, displaying an innate divine aura. At the same time, the several great avatars who had already joined the immortal court also followed the Duke of Dongwang and made their moves, making a tremendous sound that shook the 9 heavens. Alas! In the face of the Duke of Dongwang and the others' blatant strikes, Fu Guang remained in the same calm and relaxed posture. Sighed and said, Fellow Taoist, however, is making a self-mistake. The words were said. But the hand is also not slow. A stroke of the brush in his hand, the Tao of literature blossomed, an illusory mountain of books, a sea of ink appeared out of thin air, easily resisting the attack of the Duke of Dongwang and the other immortal court great avatars. The mountain of books was the heavenly moat they needed to cross. The sea of ink and learning was the chasm they needed to get through. The degree of mastery over their own great Tao would determine the speed at which they could break through the means of Fu Guang. However, as long as Fu Guang's mastery of the Tao of literature wasn't as high as much as they broke open their means, Fu Guang would use the power of a more powerful Tao to lay down more heavenly moats and chasms that they needed to break through with all their might. It was true that powerful spirit treasures could also break open these means. But how much power a spirit treasure could exert depended on how strong its master was. If the master's strength was not good, even if the spiritual treasures were numerous and of good quality, it would not help. Just like this moment. The many spiritual treasures that the Duke of Dongwang and the others had sacrificed were suppressed in the sea of books and mountains with a few strokes of the Chiuhao pen in Fu Guang's hand. Only a very few of them were still in the hands of a few people. Watching the Duke of Dongwang and the others fall into the quagmire of their own attacks, Fu Guang didn't stop there. Holding the Wendao treasures in bloom, and the power unleashed by the complete set of merit spiritual treasures was also unrivaled. Catalyzing the Wendao merit and virtue treasures. One book, one world. Please enter my book and swim in it. Buzz. The spiritual light of the Wendao merit and virtue treasure shone brightly, reflecting between the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, 1,000 worlds transformed under the evolution of the Wendao merit and virtue treasures, as well as the supporting light, directly merging from the vault of heaven and the earth. In the twinkling of an eye, the Duke of Dongwang and the other immortal courts group of great aptitudes were directly incorporated into that one side of the great 1,000 worlds. Raising his hand and throwing his feet, he suppressed the Duke of Dongwang and other immortal courts' great spirit masters into the great 1,000 in a book. Fu Guang this strength, so that secretly observed the many great avatars, are directly scalp numb. I know that you, Taoist Fu Guang, are very powerful. But, isn't this too powerful? It felt like the two sides were no longer at the same level of existence. What they cultivated. Is it really the same immortal Tao system? And Lord Dongwang. Isn't this head of the male immortals and lord of the immortal court too weak? The many great avatars who were secretly observing were bewildered and shocked at the same time. The battle had already completely broken out. As Styx River killed towards Red Cloud, he was steadily blocked by Jin Yuanzi holding the Earth Book. The Koan Pang, who was full of murderous intent and resentment towards Red Cloud, rushed towards Red Cloud regardless and fought with him. The rest. On the other hand, the two sisters, Shiha and Chinshi, as well as Red Cloud's other close friends responded, again without making any progress. This battle was counted as the first melee between paramount saints with great aptitude ever in the history of the Flood Wasteland. It was only that. In the end, they had come over to besiege on an impromptu basis, and after seeing Fu Guang, Shiha, and Changshi assisting Red Cloud, many had felt that it was too late to do anything about it. Therefore, among the many great spiritual masters who fought in the battle, with the exception of Koan Pang, who was full of murderous intent and was burning with rage, and was fighting with Red Cloud without regard to anything else, as if he were a madman, the rest of the people, the rest of them, including the old man of the river Styx, all of them did not make every effort to fight. But it was impossible for them to leave. Now the only thing to do is to wait for Koan Pang and Red Cloud, who are really fighting to the death, to win or lose. Otherwise, this battle will never come to an end. Fu Guang did not continue to make any further moves, maintaining the Great 1,000 in the book with one hand, steadily suppressing the immortal Courtsduke of the East and the other group of great avatars within it. At the same time, paying attention to the battlefields of the various parties, his sharp golden eyes, he also patrolled the heavens and earth, taking a look at the directions where the great avatars of the various parties were lurking. Seeing the situation, the great avatars who were originally lurking themselves and had some thoughts all shook their heads and pressed the thoughts in their hearts. They retreated one after another. Things cannot be done, so it is better to return. It is just. This opportunity is not destined to be with the poor Taoist. Today is not a good opportunity, but Taoist Fu Guang cannot protect Red Cloud all the time. There is still a chance after all. Let's go. One after another. The many great aptitudes in the shadows left one after another, and soon almost all of them had left. This naturally couldn't be hidden from the others either. After sensing the departure of the people in the dark, old ancestor Styx, who was fighting with Jin Yuanzi, frowned. After glancing at Koan Pang, who had been unable to take down Red Cloud for a long time, as well as Jin Yuanzi, who was completely capable of slowing down his own Jin Yuanzi, and the Taiyin Divine Feminine sisters, who were easily fending off some of the other great avatars, as well as Fu Guang Taoist, who had easily and comfortably suppressed the Duke of Dongwang and the rest of the immortal courts crowd. In his heart, he silently sighed. After all, it was just a hasty alliance and attack. If Fu Guang and the two Taiyin goddesses hadn't attacked, there would still have been a chance of success. But as it stood now, there was no need to continue. Today, it can't be done. With this thought, the old ancestor of the river Styx's heart had already risen with the intention of retreating. Subsequently, fully utilizing the Abi Yuan two twin swords, he forced Jin Yuanzi back with a single strike. He shouted, "Stop here, the poor Taoist will go." The words only fell. The old man of the river Styx transformed into a bloody light and disappeared without hesitation. The Jin Yuanzi who fought with him froze for a moment. A face of mistake. This is gone? No longer compare and contrast? See, things cannot be, without hesitation to withdraw. It is really worthy of being an extremely life-threatening old man of the river Styx. Chapter 74 Fu Guang Take Death Has a Way. Chapter 74. As soon as old ancestor Styx River, a powerful person, left. Above the battlefield, the remaining great divine masters, one by one, also detached themselves from their opponents and disappeared far away. Not long after, only the Kuan Pang, who was covered in a murderous aura, remained. Only. At this moment, the Kuan Pang had similarly noticed the changes on the battlefield, and in his heart, he knew very well that he would not be able to kill Red Cloud this time. It's a shame. Kuan Pang roared, his face full of murderous anger. Angrily staring at Red Cloud. Red Cloud Pitbull, today you have a big life, so I will let you off first. The words fell. Kuan Pang raised his hands and feet to evolve Yin and Yang, the power of the Great Tao, to form a round of extremely powerful attacks. Hard to shake, the Red Cloud offered defensive spiritual treasure, but even directly under the defensive spiritual treasure of the Red Cloud were repelled. After forcing back the Red Clouds, the cry of a new moon, the Kuan Pang directly transformed into his rockbird body. With a single strike of his wings, he was already hundreds of millions of miles away, and with another strike, it was unknown how far away he had already gone. Only. People left at the same time. Kuan Pang's cruel words are also put down. Poor Taoist will come back. Taoist Fu Guang cannot protect you all the time. Seeing Kuan Pang leave after dropping such a harsh sentence, Red Cloud was slightly silent. Then he also responded. Then, poor Taoist will be waiting for you, Taoist friend, to come back to give us advice. Red Clouds and Kuan Pang. This battle came to an end, also represents the Red Clouds of the crisis, is considered to be smooth through. See this. From the purple heavenly palace back to the flood world, the heart has been very nervous. Red Clouds, finally a sigh of relief. Collected the spiritual treasures and all kinds of Tao magic aptitudes that he had sacrificed. Red Cloud toward this time to help him in the crowd, arching his hand to perform a great salute, a bow. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. Hearing Red Cloud's thanks, the crowd, who had already stopped, all nodded their heads with smiles and responded. Jin Yuanzi also stepped forward with a timely invitation. Fellow Taoists, please also come to Poverty Road's 5 Zhuangguan for a seat, so that Poverty Road and Red Cloud, a landlord's friendship. Hearing these words, several great avatars nodded their heads in response. Good. This is exactly what I want. Jin Yuanzi, friend of the ginseng fruit, but poor Taoist craving for a long time. Very good. After Shi and Chang Shi exchanged a glance, their gazes turned to Fu Guang, who had just withdrawn his many meritorious spiritual treasures, waiting for his decision. Retracting his own means. That side of the Great Thousand in the book that had been evolved was being broken open from the inside out at an extremely fast speed and was disintegrating and dissipating. After taking a look, Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. This is not the place for idle chit-chat, why don't we go first? Fellow Taoists, what do you think? Sniffing. The crowd glanced at the Great Thousand in the book that was crumbling, and subtle expressions appeared on their faces. Afterwards, all of them nodded their heads in recognition of Fu Guang's proposal, and the group of people each displayed their divine means and quickly left this part of the heavens and earth. The crowd had only left a short while ago. Buzz. A pure yang immortal light shone out from within the great world of books, and in just a few moments' time, this side of the great world of books, which had lost its spiritual treasure and was not under the auspices of Fu Guang, was completely and utterly broken open. The East King Duke, who had a blue face, as well as a group of immortal court great avatars with a slight emotion of fear between their expressions, once again appeared between heaven and earth in their forms. Too strong. Before striking out. No one would have thought that one of them, a quasi-saint intermediate stage, and several quasi-saint early stage powerhouses would join hands to battle Taoist Fu Guang, but they would be suppressed by the other party without even moving a single footstep, easily suppressing all of them. This strength had exceeded them by far too much. When the opponent exceeded a little, most people would have the courage to catch up. When the opponent exceeds a lot, most people may still have the courage to catch up. But when one's opponent was already out of sight, the only emotion left in most people's minds was panic. This battle was lost. The Duke of Dongwang and the others knew this very well in their hearts when they came out without seeing the great battle of the group of immortals. Go! After gritting his teeth and giving the order with an ugly face, the Duke of Dongwang turned around and left without hesitation. What's the point of staying here? Letting people see the joke? He, the Duke of Dongwang, was the head of the male immortals and the lord of the immortal court. On one of his personal expeditions, he lost to a group of ancestral witches, and if it wasn't for Shi Wangmu's help at a critical time, the immortal court would have definitely been hit hard that time, and its strength would have been greatly reduced. This time once again to fight for the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Surprisingly, he was suppressed again without any suspense. The Duke of the East King felt that he had not been disgraced, but that someone had used a knife to madly scrape the skin on his face off. It was too ugly. If word of today's events spread, he, Lord East Wan, would definitely be reduced to a joke after dinner for all the beings of the floodplains, and the majesty of the immortal court would be greatly damaged as a result, which would in turn affect his many plans. Stealing a chicken does not work. That's what the Duke of Dongwang said at this moment. This matter. The Duke of the East King was grimacing with hatred in his heart. This is definitely not the end. When he develops the immortal court and brings all the living beings in the flood, except for the witch race, under his immortal court, the huge fortune that will be gathered will definitely help him to break through to the late stage of paramount sainthood with ease. By that time, he would be able to. Then he would take the Hongmeng purple chi from Red Cloud's hand. He would be able to realize the mysteries and prove the Tao in one go. At that time, today's insult will be returned 100-fold to Taoist Fu Guang. Although it was he who took the initiative to surround and kill Red Cloud, it was also he who took the initiative to provoke Taoist Fu Guang. But he is the head of the male immortals appointed by the saints, and recognized by the heavenly Tao as the lord of the immortal court. Who dares to disrespect him? Who dares to disrespect him? That Fu Guang Taoist is just a loose cultivator who dares not give himself face. Simply take the death has the way. Inside the Wushuangguan on the mountain of longevity, Fu Guang and his entourage in Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud's hospitality, in the middle of a courtyard seated, each person's table, are placed in front of the spirit of fruit, immortal brews, pastries. As well as Jin Yuanzi instructed the child to pick to come to the extreme spiritual fruit ginseng fruit. This thing can be eaten directly, can also be used for alchemy. Belongs to the world between the first-class spiritual fruit. If you really want to talk about the value of ginseng fruit is also in Fu Guang's companion spiritual root Fusang divine tree Knots fire mulberry above. The reason for this? It was because of the uniqueness of the spiritual root. The ginseng fruit tree was unique and one of a kind, and it was impossible to cultivate a new ginseng fruit tree. But the Fusang divine tree was able to. The Golden Crow Palace had already cultivated a forest of top grade, middle grade, lower grade, and so on with different qualities of bacchanate fire mulberry. The crowd took their seats. Between the drinking, they also talked happily with each other. After some eating and drinking, Red Cloud raised his wine cup and got up. This time, I was able to return to the 5-village view without any problems, thanks to the help of all of you Taoist friends. I am grateful beyond words. All the thanks are in the wine, I'll drink to that first. The words fell. Red Cloud dried up, and the crowd also gave face by saying that there was no need to say thank you. After a cup, Red Cloud, who was idle and straightforward, did not avoid his other friends. Directly towards Fu Guang's solemn salute. This time, especially rely on the help of the Fu Guang friends, Great Grace Red Cloud remembered in my heart, but in the future, but there is an errand, Fu Guang friends despite the command. Hearing Red Cloud's words, the others did not mind, and even nodded in recognition. The situation before. If Fu Guang and the 2 Taiyin goddesses weren't there, it would have been countless times more dangerous, and they wouldn't have been able to return to the 5 truthful goddesses in one piece. The reason why the 2 Taiyin goddesses had come to their aid was also because Fu Guang was here. Therefore, Red Cloud solemnly thanked Fu Guang, but also made everyone understand. Chapter 75 Red Cloud wait for me to become a saint and cover you up. Chapter 75. For Red Cloud's heartfelt thanks and solemn promise. Fu Guang had a smile on his face. Some small matter is just a small matter, fellow Taoist, there is no need to be like this. The fact that you are safe and sound this time is the result of everyone's efforts together, and is by no means the work of Fu Guang alone. Everyone, raise your glasses. Dry. Some words down, so that the smile on the face of the crowd even more, the mood is also more comfortable. The crowd also gave face to all raise their glasses and drink. Soon. Above the banquet, all the people were pushing cups of wine, and exchanging in a good and happy manner. After chatting freely. After the chatting, all the people also started the necessary items of the gathering of the immortals in the floodplains. Discourse. Despite having listened to the Tao in the Purple Heavenly Palace not long before, this third lecture covered only a very small portion of the quasi-saint realm. It was more about how to cultivate the great Tao of the saints. Even though all of the people had comprehended it, for the time being, they did not have the ability to digest it into their own. On the contrary, discussions between peers were more likely to benefit them a lot. This was especially true when there was also Fu Guang here, the apex among the 3,000 guests. After that battle in front of them. Even though Fu Guang hadn't yet fought with the previously recognized strongest of the group of immortals, Pango Sanxing, he was still vaguely the number 1 person under the saints. Therefore, if I could have a discussion with Fu Guang, it would also be a great fortune. Soon, the entire 5 Zhuangguan was filled with the sound of the Tao, and there were a lot of visions and auspiciousness in the sky. Discussions between great avatars can naturally cause the great Tao to resonate. The scenery remains the same inside the Wanshashan mountain, and the cold comes and goes outside the Wanshashan mountain. More than 1,000 years passed in a flash. After the phenomenon of Taoism and the 5 Zhuangguan gradually dispersed, the people who were guests here also left one after another. Fu Guang, Shihe and Shangxi were the last 3 to leave. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were sent to the outside of the 5 village view. Arching his hand, he said, 3 Taoist friends, take care. Fu Guang clasped his fists and returned the salute. Looked at the Red Cloud said, Taoist friends in the future walking in the flood, remember to be careful. This is just a normal little reminder. Fu Guang also knew that Hongjun could not stay quietly in the 5 Zhuangguan from now on, but as Koan Peng said, he could not always look after Hongjun. Therefore, Red Cloud could only be more careful on his own. Of course. After that failure 1,000 years ago, even if the Flood Immortals wanted to move Red Cloud, they would still plan well. Otherwise, easily it would be impossible to make a move. Fu Guang was even certain that, before the return of the Saints of the Heavens, there might be a crisis for Red Cloud, but it wouldn't be too big. Red Cloud's greatest calamity was not brought about by the group of immortals, nor was it that one Hongmeng purple chi. Rather, it was the terrible karma of the enormous 2 holy positions that the 2 Western saints, Jiayin and Junti, the 2 heaven-defined saints, could not afford to pay back. The Red Cloud was not dead. The 2 of them will have to owe Red Cloud a saint's fruit to the smallest karma, and to a larger extent, it will be 2 saints' fruits. Who can afford this? Sell these 2 brothers can't pay back. Not to mention, the 2 of them were able to become saints, but they made 48 great wishes and borrowed a huge amount of merit from the heavenly Tao to become saints. He himself still owed the heavenly Tao alone, where else would he have the heart to carry the external debt of the karma of 2 more saints? So, Red Cloud is the best choice for the 2 Western saints. The cause and effect of the death of the body will be eliminated. When the Red Cloud is dead, even if his true spirit returns, the huge karma of the 2 saints is also directly eliminated. Back to the topic. Hearing Fu Guang's reminder and admonition, Red Cloud had a straight face. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist understands. Nodded his head. Fu Guang also stopped talking nonsense. Directly generating an auspicious cloud under his feet, he carried himself, Shiha, and Chanxi up into the air. Toward the bottom of the Jinyuanzi, and Red Clouds, after saying goodbye, is turned into a stream of light straight to the Star Dome. Watching the 3 people leave, Red Cloud's face wore a color of emotion. Fu Guang Dao friends 3 people really is inseparable, like Glua. Have they formed a Dao couple? Hearing Red Cloud's inquiry, Jin Yuanzi's hand that was stroking his beard couldn't help but tighten, tugging at his own beard. Speechlessly, he glanced at Red Cloud. If you're so curious, why don't you go and ask those 3 directly about it? Shaking his head, Red Cloud opened his mouth. Do not go. Poor Taoist is afraid of getting beaten up. Although he had a good relationship with Fu Guang, but to rashly ask people about this kind of personal matter, wasn't that purely looking for a beating? Red Cloud is not that stupid. The 2 of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards the interior of the 5 Zhuangguan. When do you think poor Tao will be able to realize this Hongmeng purple chi? I don't know. Ho! Why are you being so dismissive? I see, are you jealous of my luck? No, I'm not. Don't worry. When the poor Taoist realizes the foundation of sainthood, he'll surely cover you, and then you'll be able to walk all over the 4 seas. I thank you. Thank you. Above the auspicious clouds on the return journey, Fu Guang had a slight smile on his face, and was also much more relaxed and at ease, unlike 1,000 years ago when he had the feeling of having a heavy heart. On the side, noticing Fu Guang's state, he smiled slightly. Have you figured out the things that were bothering you before? Hearing the words, Fu Guang froze for a moment and looked at Shihi with a smile. You realized it? Nodded. Shihi did not deny it. I'm not the only one who sensed it. Anyone who is familiar with you should be able to detect it. Right? Sister. Changxi on the other side nodded in recognition of Shihi's words. Opening her mouth, she said, Indeed, I also felt it. To this, the Fu Guang did not care. Indeed, he has figured out some things and made some decisions. Only the specifics of how it is going to be are not able to be revealed. I hope you can understand. Gently nodded his head. Shiha smiled and said, Our sisters are like the kind of character that doesn't know what to do? You can rest assured. Slight pause. Shiha smiled and said, By the way, what do you think about the promise that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi made to you earlier? After pondering for a while, Fu Guang also spoke. Good thing. Previously, the Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi couldn't take out any payment that Fu Guang needed, so they could only make a promise that if Fu Guang had any errands to do in the future, they would definitely not refuse. The promise of 2 great avatars, even if it could only be used twice separately, was an extremely good reward. Even if Red Cloud, according to the current situation, it would be difficult to escape death after all. But for Fu Guang, use this promise before he dies. Or after he died, it would be no problem to have Jin Yuanzi pay back this promise. With Jin Yuanzi's relationship with Red Cloud, I'm sure Jin Yuanzi wouldn't renege on his debt is all. Looking at the frank look on Fu Guang's face, Shihi pondered in his heart. With one simple outburst, he had exchanged the gratitude of both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, as well as a promise. In addition, after that battle 1,000 years ago, Fu Guang's reputation must have spread throughout the flood, coupled with the reputation of benevolence and righteousness that he had broken into before. Combined with today's situation, when he raised his arm and called out, he didn't know how many people would respond. He this time out, really is out of the wonderful awe. This one move and many plans, is really high. It's not that Zixi is making wild guesses. Just from her perspective to see this thing before and after many details, easily can be found from Fu Guang tangible and intangible gains, is too much. No wonder she did not feel so emotional. Chapter 76 calls all of you Taoists to know what it means to be surprised. Chapter 76. Not much longer. The three arrived at the starry sky together. Fu Guang looked towards the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi. Should we go to the Golden Crow Palace to sit down, or should we go back to the Moon God Palace to retreat first? With their close relationship nowadays, there was no need to be polite. So, it's fine to ask directly. A little bit of contemplation. Shihi made a decision. First, go back to the retreat. The 5 zhuangguan on the road, there are some gains, before the chaos of listening to the road also have some understanding, just go back to the retreat. In addition, the words paused for a moment. She has beautiful eyes looked toward Fu Guang. Opened his mouth and said, "Your strength is unfathomable, our sisters. If we do not work hard, I am afraid that we cannot keep up with your footsteps." At those words, she was stunned. Fu Guang looked at Shihi, who looked serious, and Shangxi, who didn't say a word. He had never thought that his own strength had actually brought this pair of sisters under such great pressure. This was more or less, somewhat surprising. Of course, Fu Guang would not say something like "you don't have to work hard, there are words like I'm in front of you," or something like that. Although both sides understand each other's feelings, but for the flood in the great avatar, cultivation is the fundamental pursuit of their own. Regarding Shihi and Shangxi's thoughts, Fu Guang gently nodded his head. "Then I wish you all the best of luck in this retreat, so that you can successfully break through the barrier and cut down another corpse." Nowadays, Shiha and Shangxi are two sisters, both of them are 2 zombie paragon saints, and if they were to cut down one more zombie, they would be 3 zombie paragon saints. At that time, even if there is no breakthrough in their realm, their combat power will be far superior to their own. I'll take your word for it. A smile appeared on Zixihe's face, and after she thanked Fu Guang, the two sisters transformed into 2 channels of moonlight and headed directly towards the Taiyin star. After a slight pause in place, Fu Guang took a step out, and a spatial channel appeared in front of him, easily stepping into it. A moment later, Fu Guang was already back inside the Golden Crow Palace. Inside the Fusong courtyard, Fu Guang, who had just sat down, didn't wait long before Chunlan, who accompanied the 4 flowery mortals, came over. Respectfully saluting towards Fu Guang. "Master, you are back." Raising his head, Fu Guang glanced at the Taiyi golden immortal Dao fruit that Chunlan had already formed. He nodded with satisfaction. Picking the Taiyi golden immortal Dao fruit is not bad. Take your time and accumulate little by little. This seed is looking forward to the day when you all attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Hearing, Chunlan's face revealed a joyful smile. "I will definitely live up to your master's expectations." He waved his hand. Fu Guang asked Chunlan to step back. "You go down first." After resting for a few moments, this seat will also go into seclusion. Things in the palace, everything will continue as usual. Hearing the command, after Chunlan bowed and saluted, he respectfully retreated. With a wave of Fu Guang's hand, a dish of melon seeds, a plate of peanuts, and a serving of immortal brew were placed on the immortal table in front of him. While savoring these things, Fu Guang was running through his next plans and arrangements in his mind. The matters of the sorcerer race, the matters of the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the matters of the immortal court, and so on, did not need to be bothered with for the time being. At this moment, the most important thing is to perfect my mixed golden immortal realm. Now, Fu Guang's golden immortal fruit of mixed elements has reached perfection. In other words, it is the perfect realm of a quasi-saint. This strength, which far exceeded the 3,000 guests and truly stood in the first echelon under the saints, was exactly all the backbone that Fu Guang dared to take a little risk. If he didn't have such strength, he would have been a bit more cautious than he is now. With only 1 step away from completing the Tao of the Golden Immortal, Fu Guang was confident that he would complete it in the next seclusion. As for the path after the perfection of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao fruit, how to go about it, Fu Guang himself hadn't completely figured it out yet. Because of the huge flood, countless strong people throughout the ages, except for that one who had already disappeared into the chaos and did not know where to go, including the saints, do not know how to go after the road after the consummation of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. After all, although the saints have attained the fruits of the great Luo Golden Immortals, however, they had taken the path that they had carved out for themselves, the path of the 3 corpses paramount saints. It was not the path of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Therefore, after consummation, how to cultivate the path of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, it was up to Fu Guang himself to realize and summarize. In addition, after taking a sip of laurel brew, Fu Guang raised his hand. He directly took out the 3 magic treasures that had just arrived. These 3 pieces of magic treasures should be refined as soon as possible. Especially the deicide gun. After this thing is refined, it can be used to target 1 or 2 guys that make me extremely unhappy in the subsequent encounters. And then use the immortal beheading gourd in the chaos gourd to mend it, and then after returning to the grade of an innate supreme treasure, you can then face the enemy, and again, you can eat to the cough, and tell all of you to see what it means to be pleasantly surprised. Imagine this. When the opponents thought that the deicide gun in Fu Guang's hand was still just an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, when he pulled it out again, it was transformed back into an innate supreme treasure. This surprise could really be too much of a surprise. Of course, before encountering a worthy opponent, if the Godslayer gun could not be utilized, Fu Guang would also try not to utilize it. At the very least. At this stage, there was no one who had a grudge against Fu Guang. There wasn't a single person who was worth sacrificing his god-slaying lance for. Buzz. Within a hazy purple light, the Hongmeng purple chi that Fu Guang had obtained was taken out of his body, casually letting go of the bondage on the Hongmeng violet chi. This thing was just like sticking to him, and as soon as he let go of it, it rubbed towards him. Fu Guang didn't doubt that even if he threw this Hongmeng violet chi out of the solar star, it would come back to him. There was no need to rush the refinement of the Hongmeng violet chi for the time being. Fingers kept poking at the Hongmeng violet chi. Fu Guang mused in his mind. If I were to obtain the Dao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element, the Hongmeng violet chi would be able to be refined in a matter of moments, and then I would be able to extract the fruit of the saints. If I ultimately have to rely on merit to prove the Dao, the heavenly Dao's merit infusion will also allow me to refine the Hongmeng violet chi in an instant. Therefore, focusing my mind on comprehending and refining this Hongmeng violet chi is instead an act of putting the cart before the horse. It was different from the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa, Guiding Junti, and the red clouds within the 5 truths Guan, who were thinking of refining and comprehending the Hongmeng purple chi after they had obtained it. Fu Guang simply didn't have the intention of refining the Hongmeng purple chi to the best of his ability. There was nothing else. This thing. As long as he was able to prove the Dao, he could directly refine it, and there was simply no need to waste time and energy refining it now. If he couldn't prove the Dao, it would be useless to refine it, and there was likewise no need to waste time on the Hongmeng purple chi. Other than that, Fu Guang still had one more task that he had to try his best to accomplish. Refining the Chaos Bell. Nowadays, after the chance of the treasure dividing cliff, except for a very few unlucky ones, every single one of the Flood Wasteland's top powerhouses had at least one handful of spiritual treasures in their hands. Originally, Fu Guang was still able to make do with enough spiritual treasures, but he felt that it was no longer quite enough. Therefore, it was still necessary to completely refine the Chaos Bell as soon as possible in order to pocket it. Only a fully refined treasure is a good treasure that can be used with the most peace of mind. P.S. The old man passed away at home, today only 2 more, sorry. Chapter 77, Fushi, by Zhe Hero see the same thing. Chapter 77. Sitting idly for several years. Snap. Fu Guang put down the wine cup in his hand and leisurely stood up. Without haste, he walked towards the Golden Crow Palace, the great hall he used for seclusion. Clang. Accompanied by the door of the retreat hall closing tightly, the Golden Crow Palace once again resumed its tranquil state of an ancient well. At the same time as the Golden Crow Palace quieted down, the storm of that battle 1,000 years ago was also finally circulated widely amongst the many powerful people in the Flood Wasteland. The many strong people who hadn't gone to observe the battle were all slightly side-eyed. Western Spirit Mountain. This was the ancestral vein of the West, and was likewise the dojo of the only 2 great avatars in the West, Guiding and Junti, and was likewise the immortal blessed land that all beings in the West aspired to. Only, nowadays, the master brothers Jain and Junti have not yet opened the mountain gate, and even more so, they have not yet established a religion, so naturally there are not many Western beings who can enter the spiritual mountain to cultivate. Of course, Spirit Mountain periphery still have some in the West, root qualification good cultivator. Although the West is barren, but lower the standard, short inside the pictol, there are always able to have some look past the existence of. At this time, Jieguan and Jianti master brothers gathered together. 2 people not long ago was also aware of the end of the battle 1,000 years ago. Glancing at each other, Junti's brows were furrowed. With that Fu Guang Taoist protecting him, I'm only afraid that the karma between that red cloud and our division brothers will be difficult to eliminate. Yes. The 2 of them, Zhuanti and Jain, from the very beginning did not intend to repay the karma of the red clouds, but wanted to make this monstrous karma, with the fall of the red clouds and eliminate. The face of the still calm Jiayin, but is not in a hurry, just opened his mouth and said, "Elder brother, you are in the wrong place. At this moment, the most important task for you and I, the 2 brothers, is not to eliminate the karma and intervene in the affairs of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, but to refine and understand the Hongmeng purple chi as soon as possible, so that we can be certified as saints as soon as possible." Teacher said, "If you don't become a saint, you're still an ant. As long as you and I, master and brother, are able to attain sainthood, all karma can be repaid and dissolved." Heard the words, Zhuanti came to a sudden realization and nodded with a face of recognition. Senior brother is right. It's me who is obsessed. As long as I can prove the Tao and become a saint, even with that Fuguang Taoist protecting me, the karma between Red Cloud and you and me can definitely be dissolved. Sainthood. The most important thing is that they can deal with everything. Because once they both become saints, under the joint hands of the two, the world can resist how many people? So, now there is no need to rush these things. A thought to this. Junti's heart settled down, and then continued to discuss with Jane, while stepping up efforts to refine the Hongmeng violet gas. Kunlun Mountain. In the middle of the Jade Void Palace. The three Qing, who had already begun to appoint themselves as Pango Jingzone, didn't pay any attention after hearing the incoming news. The three brothers were each in seclusion within their own palaces. They had a lot of things to do. Refining supreme and spiritual treasures. Participate in the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Digesting the proceeds of listening to the Tao in the Purple Heavenly Palace. There was little mind to pay attention to other people's movements. The waves today were nothing. Only witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint was the eternal pursuit of the Pango Three Qing. Fengqi Mountain. After returning from the Purple Heavenly Palace, Nuwa went straight into seclusion. Having obtained the foundation of sainthood, Nuwa, whose heart for the Tao is very firm, couldn't wait to break through the mysteries within the Hongmeng Purple Qi. As for Fushi, he was unable to understand the Tao in the Purple Heavenly Palace for a while, and did not have any strong thoughts of going into seclusion, so he simply let nature take its course and did not go into seclusion. At this moment, after knowing the passage of that battle 1,000 years ago, Fushi frowned. Between not saying a word, Taoist friend Fu Guang has actually gone ahead of all of us. It is truly remarkable. It's just that with his steady character. Even if he were to assist fellow Taoist Red Cloud, he wouldn't easily go up against the Lord of the Orthodox Immortal Courts Lord of the East King to do so. Unless fellow Taoist Fu Guang already had some plans. All of these interpretations are based on Fushi's judgment of Fu Guang's supreme and noble 9999 destiny, which he deduced a long time ago. As a repair innate easy counting avenue, the Flood World Premiere can pinpoint the existence of the calculator, Fushi for fate, karma and so on things, but look at the very heavy. Because of this, he for Fu Guang will become a great cause in the future. This thing never had the slightest doubt. Just when Fushi's thoughts were scattered, Bai Zhe came to Fushi's front. Elder Fushi. Returning to his senses. Fushi's eyes looked towards Bai Zhe before opening his mouth to congratulate him. The great Luo Dao fruit has been perfected, so if you take one step further, you will be able to step into the quasi-saint realm and become a member of the same path. Congratulations, little friend. At this moment, Bai Zhe was surrounded by a perfect Dao, his breath was rounded, and it was clear that he had already entered the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Hearing Fushi's words, Bai Zhe, who also had a joyful look on his face, once again bowed. Thanks to Fushi Senior these years of guidance and teaching, otherwise, I am afraid that seniors still have to waste some years to arrive at today's realm. Raising his hand to greet Bai Zhe to sit down. Fushi also did not deny his help for Bai Zhe, but these are small things. At the moment, Fushi is more concerned about one thing. Little friend Bai Zhe, the reason you came to Fengqi Mountain in the first place was because you received guidance from Taoist Fu Guang in the Sun Star? This question made Bai Zhe a little stunned, but still nodded and answered Fushi's question. Yes. After Senior Fu Guang preached some sermons for us, he pointed out the two places to go, Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain, and we unanimously chose to come to Fengqi Mountain to seek shelter from the two seniors. Hearing, Fushi nodded in understanding. I see, the poor Taoist may have guessed why Taoist Fu Guang has pointed out the way for you guys. A slight color of curiosity appeared on his face. Bai Zhe opened his mouth and asked, please also point out the way, senior. Shaking his head. Fushi did not directly explain, but instead opened his mouth to explain to Bai Zhe about the many things that had happened after the chaotic Purple Heavenly Palace had listened to the Tao. Naturally, it also included the battle 1,000 years ago when many great avatars surrounded and killed Red Cloud. During the process of listening to Fushi's oral presentation, the focus of Bai Zhe's listening was naturally on Elder Fu Guang. After listening to the entire process, his face also revealed a thoughtful coloration. Since Senior Fushi had said so, then Senior Fu Guang should indeed have had a deeper meaning in allowing them to come to Fengqi Mountain. It's just a pity that he was a shallow practitioner and didn't see as thoroughly as Fushi Senior. But in any case, Bai Zhe was not dissatisfied with Fu Guang Senior's arrangement. After thinking for a moment, only then did Bai Zhe open his mouth. Fushi Senior, truth be told, when I first saw Senior Fu Guang, I felt that he was a natural emperor who could achieve greatness. Compared to Fu Guang Senior, the current immortal courts leader, the head of the male immortals who claim to have a heavenly destiny, is really a bit unimpressive. Heavenly destinies clashing, it might not be an accident for Senior Fu Guang to face off against Lord Dongwang. There was a slight pause. Bai Zhe looked towards Fushi, his eyes containing deep meaning. The late generation thinks that Senior Fu Guang is a true heavenly destiny. I wonder what the senior thinks. Hearing Fu Shi smiled. In the past, the poor Taoist had projected the destiny of fellow Taoist Fu Guang, and it was the supreme and noble 9-9 heavenly destiny position frame. Got it. When Elder Fu Shi said this, Bai Zhe was instantly enlightened. Although he didn't say it directly and explicitly, his words were undoubtedly telling Bai Zhe. Heroes see the same thing. Understanding this, after Bai Zhe and Fu Shi looked at each other, they both smiled at each other. Smart people. Everything is in the unspoken words. Chapter 78, The Transformed Immortal Court. Between the Group of Stars. Chapter 78. The Green Mountains remained the same, and the sunset was a few degrees. In the rush of time, just another Yuan session had passed. At this moment, inside the Golden Crow Palace's Fuguang courtyard, Fuguang was leisurely watching the turmoil and waves between the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands using a time calendar. The Fuguang of today. In his free time after his seclusion, he was also living the good life of using the Merit Spiritual Treasure Flood calendar to watch the real-time live broadcasts on the flooded earth. The fight is really tragic. Looking at the floodland, the witch race unrestricted development, all the races were robbed of many wars. Fu Guang also smiled and sighed with emotion. As far as he was concerned, for him, the survival of the 10,000 races did not care so much, the natural selection, the survival of the fittest. It's all just a natural choice. The witch race eats the 10,000 races. And the 10,000 races also kill the sorcerer race to take blood refining treasure. The contradiction between the two sides is simply irreconcilable. Of course. In contrast, despite being belligerent and fewer in number, the sorcerer race, which was internally united and extremely fierce in personal combat, always had the upper hand in this irreconcilable conflict. Even can be said to be the absolute upper hand. The reason for this. The Floodland 10,000 races sounds terrific, but in the final analysis, it's just a scattered sand. Occasionally, they joined forces, but they were also on guard against each other. There were strong enemies outside. Internally, they are all on the rails against each other. In such a state, the 10,000 clans have not yet been completely exterminated by the Sorcerer clan, that is, because the Sorcerer clan's current population has not yet developed to its peak state, and every time the 10,000 clans are hunted, it is only to take the amount of money needed by the clan's population. Really waiting for the witch race's population to develop to a bottleneck, and once again enter the explosive period, the 10,000 race's greater predicament is bound to come. Although the current stage was perilous, it was not yet a desperate situation of life and death. This point was evident from the fact that the great wizards of the various tribes of the witch race were still picking out races with tasty meat and abundant energy to hunt. When it really came to a time when food was in short supply, where would the clansmen of the witch clan have room to pick their food? This old boy, the Duke of the East King, has also improved quite a bit even though he's muffled. After focusing on the situation between the witch clan and the 10,000 clans, Fu Guang's gaze turned to the direction of the Flood Immortal Court. The Fu Guang of today. With his own strength of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, with the help of the fully functional innate treasure chaos bell, he was able to slightly spectate the anger and luck between heaven and earth. The witch race and the immortal court, where the light pillars of chi luck were particularly bright, were naturally extremely noticeable. During this period of time, the Duke of the East King seemed to have been stimulated and changed his high profile from the past. The immortal court quietly began to develop, vigorously cultivating potential cultivators within the immortal court, collecting various races, recruiting great Luo cultivators, make heavy promises to invite great avatars. And it no longer cared about the gains and losses of the territories under its jurisdiction as it did in the beginning, but rather focused more on the accumulation of its own heritage. In this regard, Fu Guang is happy to see. Fu Guang was happy to see this. It seems that after suffering defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches and me, the Duke of Dongwang understands the importance of biding one's time and enduring humiliation. I just don't know. I don't know how much of the credit for the Immortal Court's rapid changes goes to the Eastern Prince, and how much of the credit goes to the senior 6th Queen Mother of the West. Other people might think that this was the result of the Duke of the East Kingdom realizing his shame after several defeats. But Fu Guang did not think so. 6 out of 10 of the changes in the Immortal Court could have been directly or indirectly contributed by Shi Wangmu. With the character of the Duke of Dongwang. Although it is normal to change, it is absolutely impossible to change so easily and completely. He had to think of a way to make Shi Wangmu's bond with the Immortal Court a little deeper. Touching his chin, Fu Guang's face wore a pensive look. The Queen Mother of the West plus the Duke of the East, plus the many great avatars who had successively joined the Immortal Court, should barely be able to stand up to the Sorcerer clan. Perhaps there are still deficiencies. How about dragging that Kuan Pang fellow into the Immortal Court? With the character of the 12 ancestral witches, they would definitely fight with the Immortal Court. As for why they didn't do it now? For one thing, it was probably because they didn't put the Immortal Court in their eyes. Secondly, Nowadays, the witch race is in a state of rapid development. Compared to destroying a small immortal court, the 12 ancestral witches are obviously more concerned about the development of the witch race. A small immortal court can be fought at any time. But their own clan is growing, naturally to be carefully cared for, not to be bullied by outsiders. Facing the witch clan, which obviously also has the old sixth warlord, the immortal court may not be able to do it even if it adds the queen mother of the west to go all out. If we add another Kuan Pang, might have a fighting chance. However, it would be difficult to get Kuan Pang, the old six, to join the immortal court. Convince him? Lord Dong Wang doesn't have the strength. We can only make a big promise. There was no rush for now, this matter could be discussed in the long run. Fu Guang raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. The reason he had the idea of wanting to help the immortal court. There was only one reason. For the bait thrown out by the sage, he was still a little moved. It couldn't be helped. There was nothing wrong with him being a heavenly visitor, but he was also a seeker who had been cultivating in the flood for endless years. The opportunity to witness the Tao was in front of him. The sight of being a heavenly alien made Fu Guang cautious, but the sight of being a seeker made it difficult for him to give up such temptations. Before he could think of a path with a 98% success rate and make up his mind, Lord Dongwang and the immortal court still had to give a little help. To shield him from the storms of the quantum rain, they would be able to do so. I never thought. One day he, Fu Guang, when he still had to worry about his enemies not being strong enough. Splat. Casually putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fu Guang got up and raised his hand to take the flood calendar. This seat goes out for a walk, you guys keep an eye on the affairs of the palace and cultivate well. Turning his head towards Xiaoju who was waiting on the side, Fu Guang commanded. Hearing the words, Xiaoju bowed and saluted. Here. No more nonsense. Fu Guang took a step out and was already leaving the Golden Crow Palace, heading to the pale flood starry sky. After Fu Guang left, Xiaoju bowed respectfully, and then after packing up the wine cups and other things that Fu Guang had left behind, he went to the Four Seasons Hall within the Golden Crow Palace to retreat. The flood world had already gone through several quantum robberies. At the beginning of the opening of the heavens, there was the beast's quantum robbery. The three tribes of the innate heaven have made merits in that beast quantum robbery, gathered merits and fortune, thus the three tribes flourished and gradually embarked on the road of hegemony brought about by the robbery of the three tribes. In the midst of the quantum robbery of the three races, the three tribes were also erupted by the initiated by the former demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, many chaos demon gods rooted in the great powers to compete with the Tao of the devil's competition quantitative hijacking. Several times the main battlefield of the quantum of the robbery, although it is in the flood land above, but to say that the starry sky did not suffer, but it is also impossible thing. As the supreme star of the sun star god, the sun god fruit of the Fu light, is now the flood starry sky the only master. Even the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, could not compare to him in terms of position. After all, there were only two heaven and earth fruit degrees that the flood starry sky had truly birthed. Sun god and moon god. The real moon god Wang Shu had long since fallen in the last quantum culpa, so with Shiha and Shangxi's position as the lord of the Taiyin star at the top of the sky, they were indeed not as orthodox as Fu Guang when it came to ruling over this layer of the flooded starry sky. At this moment, Fu Guang is walking in the starry sky. Fu Guang is walking in the starry sky, while taking the origin of the primary and secondary stars of the heavens and the materials of the stars. At the same time, he was also using the authority of the stars and his own great magical power to repair the broken places in the flood starry sky and repair the messy star signs of ease between the stars. In front of a star, Fu Guang's body was releasing soft golden immortal light, and the gentle power of the great Tao of the sun was constantly flicking the star signs within the star and the surrounding starry sky. Not waiting for Fu Guang to finish the work at hand, two channels of moonlight immortal light came from the direction of the Taiyin star and landed beside Fu Guang. The figures of the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, came out from within the moonlight. Seeing Fu Guang's movements, Shiha, who had a surprised color on her face, opened her mouth and said, "You are restoring the starry sky? Surprisingly, you are so leisurely?" As the Taiyin star lord, the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, naturally knew that many parts of the flood starry sky had been affected by the quantum robbery. Only with their strength, if they wanted to repair the flood starry sky, it would not be easy. Moreover, there were a number of powerful people in the flood wilderness who had the means to pull the power of the starry sky, which would also affect the operation of the starry sky. Their efficiency in mending the starry sky was too low. Perhaps the speed of mending wasn't as fast as destroying, so the two sisters didn't do this kind of thankless thing. It was only logical that Fu Guang was likewise right. It was only when she saw Fu Guang doing this that she felt surprised. Chapter 79 Shiha, sister, the water here is very deep. Chapter 79. Hearing Shihi's inquiry, Fu Guang smiled without saying anything and just looked at the two sisters. You guys came at the right time. Not much nonsense. For the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, whom he had specially summoned for them to come over, Fu Guang directly stated his request. I have a matter that I would like to ask you sisters to do for me. Although this matter is not too troublesome, it is a matter of great importance, so I hope that you sisters can think about it properly. Between words, Fu Guang's face wore a serious and solemn expression that, causing both Shi He and Chang Shi to freeze for a moment. It was the first time the two of them sisters had seen such a serious look on Fu Guang's face. After realizing that this time the matter was not simple, Shiha's face also became serious. Because she understood that Fu Guang had been plotting all along, the supreme fruit position between heaven and earth, even the Duke of Dongwang and even the immortal court that was now biding its time and building up its strength, were all in his calculations. Therefore, the moment he heard Fu Guang say that, Shiha realized that the time of the heavens that this deeply hidden man in front of her had been waiting for should be coming soon. And by telling them at this moment, there is no doubt that he is truly treating them as his own, and is going to bring them together to achieve great things. Only, Shiha herself had already thought long and hard about participating in Fu Guang's great cause, and was only waiting for Fu Guang to extend an invitation to her. As long as he opens his mouth, he can even send people in. But Shiha is worried about her sister Changshi. As we all know, Changshi's character could be described as pure to the extreme. One could even say that she was uninitiated, and for things she wasn't interested in, she could be said to be as pure white as a sheet of white paper. If she rashly stepped into the great cause that Fu Guang was planning, she might encounter a crisis. It was true that the middle stage of a quasi-saint in the realm of the second corpse beheading was very powerful. However, the great cause that Fu Guang was planning involved a quantum jump. In the midst of that heavenly and earthly quantum culpa, it was possible for a saint to get into trouble, let alone a quasi-saint realm. One thought. Shiha took a deep breath and opened his mouth and said, I have no problem. Subsequently, a serious face he looked at Changshi and exhorted in a solemn tone. Sister, the matter is important, you consider clearly. The water here is very deep, sister, your character, perhaps not grasp. Hearing Changshi's calm and wave-free face was slightly serious, and then once again resumed the state of coolness. And then looked to the side of Fu Guang. I can see the situation. For Changshi's character of absolutely not taking half a step back after deciding, he, who knew it very well, also nodded and stopped persuading. Turning his head to look at Fu Guang. With a serious face, Shiha opened her mouth and asked, what kind of things do you want us sisters to help you with? Inquiring, Shihi was actually mentally prepared within her heart. Even if Fu Guang wanted to bring their sisters to attack the immortal court, that would also be no problem. If you want to achieve a great cause, would you be afraid of war? Aha! Looking at Shiha and Changshi, who were full of color, and facing the attitude of the two sisters as if they were about to go to a great battle, Fu Guang was a bit stunned. He always felt that Shiha and Changshi might have misunderstood that he was going to give them something very difficult to do, and that's why they were so serious. Difficult to do. The two sisters didn't say that they wouldn't help him either. Honestly speaking, Fu Guang, who had always been a single noble, was still very flattered and touched in his heart. Only, it was better for this kind of misunderstanding not to continue. And so, Fu Guang smiled and explained. You guys don't have to be nervous, what I want to ask you for is not something difficult, it just takes quite a bit of time. Being so solemn, I am a little embarrassed to ask. Sniffing, Shiha smiled. Even if it is something extremely difficult, since we sisters have agreed, we will not refuse. It's fine if you state it directly. Nodded. Fu Guang also stopped talking nonsense. I need you two lords of Taiyin to go and help me collect the peripheral sky star origin and fetch the gold of the group stars. The main stars of the peripheral sky were given to me, and the rest of the sub-stars, the number of them is just too much. I can't handle it alone, so I have to ask the two of you. Gathering the perihelion star origin and fetching the gold of the swarming stars? This task isn't difficult. But the amount of the task is just too much. The amount of time it will take is definitely starting at Yuanhui. Even though he didn't know why Fu Guang wanted to collect the circumstantial star origin and collect the gold of the swarming stars. But Shiha, who had never been one to ask many questions, directly nodded and agreed. This matter is simple, but it will only take some years. At most 10 Yuanhui's time, my sister and I can finish it. I wonder if it will delay your plan. Shaking his head, Fu Guang casually replied. There will be no delay. After receiving an affirmative answer, He nodded. That's good. Subsequently, after exchanging a glance with Changshi, he spoke directly. There's no time to lose, my sister and I will go fetch these things for you right now. Sniffing, Fu Guang smiled and said, thank you. No more nonsense. After Shihi and Changshi said their goodbyes, they transformed into two beams of moonlight and directly disappeared into the starry sky. After they left, Fu Guang continued his work of repairing the main star's astrological sign of ease. At the same time, the corners of his mouth slightly had some upward movement. Delaying my plan? From the looks of it, Shiha should have gained insight into my plan of trying to repair the starry sky. Truly worthy of being known as an ascended sacred and superpower, there's not a single one of them that's a fool. Ha! Living high up in the starry dome, I don't ask about the world's affairs. The blessings and misfortunes of the living beings and the births and deaths of the races above that vast land cannot affect the star of the week that hangs high above the dome. Repairing the astrological sign of the main star. This job was also extremely huge. Even with Fu Guang's current strength to do it, it would still take a long time before it could be completed. Moreover, relying on strength alone wasn't quite enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Fu Guang still had the Sun God Fruit position, which was an actual group star sovereign position, the time it would take to do all of this would have to increase exponentially. The difficulty would naturally be greater as well. On this day, next to a main star that emanated glittering starlight, Fudan sat with his legs on top of a ball of true sun flame, distracted by two things. On one hand, he was repairing the astrolese. At the same time, with the true flame of the sun, coupled with the Qiankuan cauldron, he used the star essence and the gold of the stars that he had collected as materials to refine spiritual treasures that corresponded to the main star. And refining star spirit treasures was Fu Guang's main job. Whether it was collecting the star origin, the gold of the group stars, or repairing the astrolese between the major main stars, all of it was for the star spiritual treasure that he was in the process of refining. And the existence of the star spiritual treasure. It was for the great formation that he had already begun to comprehend and deduce. The perimeter star formation. Chapter 80, Fuxi and Bai Zai's return. News from Fengqi Mountain. Chapter 80. 1,000 years have passed. Buzz. In the Qiankuan Ding, an immortal light glowed. Immediately afterward, a small flag flowing with the power of the stars, emitting the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, flew out from within the Qiankuan tripod and fell directly into Fu Guang's hands, which he backhanded into his spiritual platform. This was really a boring and time-consuming job. After stretching his waist, Fu Guang spoke with some emotion. With his rather nerdy personality to do this, he felt that the work of repairing the stars and fixing the astrological eclipses was boring and tedious, and under the circumstance of it being time-consuming. It was no wonder that Di Jun and Tai Yi, who were under the original Heaven's Mandate trajectory, didn't go and do this thing. Repairing the Star Vault? Where was the promotion of conquering the 10,000 races of the Flood Wasteland and becoming a Flood Wasteland overlord to come faster? Only. After a short rest, Fu Guang once again began his treasure refining work. It was precisely because this one thing was boring, tedious, time-consuming, and extremely difficult that as long as it was done successfully, the rewards would be enormous. The way of heaven is fair. The greater the effort, the higher the difficulty. After completing this one thing, the greater the harvest. What Fu Guang was scheming for. Fu Guang naturally couldn't just build a successful perimeter star formation. He wanted more. Including but not limited to obtaining heavenly Tao merit. The authority of the heavenly stars. The group star's chief fortune to add to it. An upgraded version of the circumstantial star formation that could be directly activated even by him alone. If he was only going to refine the circumstantial star formation, why would he need to painstakingly repair the star vault and repair the astrolese? It was about 100 years after Fu Guang started his own work once again. Buzz. Two immortal lights came from the distance. When they were about a short distance of 100 million miles away from where Fu Guang was, two figures walked out from the immortal light. The people who came were no one else. It was none other than Taoist Fuxi of Fengqi Mountain, as well as the two white zephyrs who were currently seeking refuge in Fengqi Mountain. From a distance, Fuxi arched his hand and saluted. Fu Guang, Taoist friend, do you have some free time to talk? Bai Zai, on the other hand, bowed and did not speak. Buzz. After Fuxi's words fell, but just a moment's time. A space avenue power directly shrouded the location of Fuxi and Bai Zai. In the moment they are still in a daze, the two have already stood behind Fu Guang not far away position. The movements of his hands did not stop. Fu Guang was still refining the star spiritual treasure with the Qiankuan tripod, and at the same time, he was using great magic power to repair the star signs. With his back to Fuxi and Bai Zai, Fu Guang, who had rarely returned a salute, said without turning his head back. Being in the middle of the starry sky, and the poor Taoist is rather busy at the moment, so I'm not being courteous. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Fuxi and little friend Bai Zai. Hearing. Fuxi's eyes flickered slightly. It is again such spatial means. In the past, Fuxi, who had once seen it in the Golden Crow Palace, couldn't help but feel emotion and spit in his heart. What about the promised privilege of being within the sun star? How is it that in the starry sky far away from the sun star, you Fu Guang Daoran can still and is a quasi-saint middle stage great power person, are completely unable to react to the situation? Will he instantly move hundreds of millions of miles away from the situation? So, at first, in the Golden Crow Palace, he said that this move was only the words of the sun god's authority. Was really just fooling them, wasn't it? The thoughts in his mind turned 100 times, and then instantly retracted as one. Fuxi smiled and said, Where? It is the poor Taoist and little friend Bai Zhe who came uninvited and disturbed fellow Taoist Fu Guang. How dare you blame fellow Taoist? On the side. Bai Zhe bowed respectfully as usual. I have disturbed senior. He didn't look back. Fu Guang said in a casual tone. No harm done. You two don't have to be polite. I don't know if the two of you have come to look for poor Taoist this time, but what is the matter? Hearing Fu Guang's inquiry. Glancing at the figure that always had his back to them, sitting alone in the starry sky. Fuxi had taken in all the changes between the stars and the astrological ideas in front of Fu Guang, the Qian Kuan tripod, which he had no intention of hiding or tucking away, as well as the stars and the astrological ideas. In particular, when he saw the Qian Kuan tripod, Fuxi, who recognized this precious tripod at a glance, his pupils shrunk slightly and some shock rose in his heart. Qian Kuan tripod. This is an extremely famous treasure in the floodplains, a treasure of creation that is capable of reversing the nature of the heavens, and it is actually in the hands of Taoist Fu Guang? Previously. But there was no information at all. Especially in the past, because of Nua's specialization in the great Tao of creation, the two of them had even worked together to find this treasure of creation. It never occurred to them. This treasure of creation would actually be in the hands of Taoist Fu Guang. I have to say, Taoist Fu Guang was really too capable of hiding it. If it wasn't for the fact that he and White Zephyr had coincidentally come over this time, he might not have been able to find out until when. Only, Fuxi doesn't have any other ideas. Firstly, as an avatar who specializes in the innate numbers, Fuxi especially believes in the destiny of heaven. Since the Qian Kuan tripod fell into Fu Guang's hands, it proves that both he and his sister Nua have a destiny with this spiritual treasure. Secondly, he, Fuxi, is not the kind of villain who covets his friend's treasures. Thirdly, anyone who dares to have thoughts about the spiritual treasure in Fu Guang's hands is only afraid that they haven't lived long enough. Fuxi does not doubt that as long as he shows that kind of thought, the last moment is still a friend. In order to Taoist friends to address each other Fu Guang, a slap will be thrown in the face of his Fuxi. Covet other people's treasure. In the flood world. This is the undoubtedly immortal and eternal enmity. One last thing. Fuxi always felt that if he went against Fu Guang, he would more or less have the feeling of committing treason in treason. So, in his heart, he had no idea about the Qian Kuan tripod. After presuming what Fu Guang was doing at the moment, Fuxi's face was also serious and earnest. He opened his mouth to answer Fu Guang's inquiry. I have come here because there are some things that I want to discuss with fellow Taoist Fu Guang. However, the timing is not quite right, so let's consider it as bringing a few messages for fellow Taoist. There was a slight pause. After Fuxi glanced at Bai Zhe beside him, opened his mouth and said, In the past, you once instructed Bai Zhe, as well as a number of juniors, to go to Fingqi Mountain to join the poor Taoist and my sister. Now, White Zephyr has already cultivated the Great Luo Golden Immortal Perfection Tao Fruit, and some of the other descendants, like White Zephyr, have also attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal Perfection Tao Fruit, while the rest have also attained the Great Luo Tao Fruit. In addition, among the many descendants who have sought the protection of the poor Taoist and my sister in Fingqi Mountain, there are quite a few who have attained the Great Luo Tao Fruit. All of them are a group of descendants with promising futures. Hearing this, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Bai Zhe and the others had actually achieved the Great Luo Tao Fruit? In addition to Bai Zhe and the others, there were still a good number of Great Luo Golden Immortals in Fengqi Mountain? This Fengqi Mountain had some remarkable awe. Subconsciously, Fu Guang lamented. Not bad. After hearing Fu Guang's reply, the corners of Fuxi's mouth rose, and Bai Zhe's face showed joy. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The meaning was in the unspoken words. Chapter 81, The Eastern King's Duke Walks Again. Chapter 81. Not caring about the small movements between Fuxi and Bai Zhe. After Fu Guang raised his hand and once again threw in a large amount of gold of the swarming stars into the Qian Kuan tripod, he once again inquired, I don't know what other news you have? Hearing the words, subconsciously, Fuxi directly answered Fu Guang's question. There are still a few things. 1 yuan hui ago. The Wu clan of Buzhou Mountain turned into a whole. From the Wu clan land of Buzhou Mountain, 6 large tribes led by 6 ancestral witches were separated, and with the Wu clan land as the core, they migrated towards the surrounding area of Buzhou Mountain. 80,000 years ago, Duke of the East King broke through to the late stage of the quasi-saint stage, and carried a big gift to the North Underworld Sea, promising the position of the Emperor of the Immortal Court, and inviting the North Underworld Sea Kunping Taoists to join the Immortal Court. 50,000 years ago, there were 3 more great magical beings who joined the Immortal Court. Until now, the number of great avatars in the Immortal Court was already as high as 10. 10,000 years ago, the Immortal Court once again clashed with the sorcerer race, who had completed their migration and had begun to expand beyond the Buzhou Mountain. In one breath, Fuxi directly told Fu Guang about all the breakthroughs above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands since this most recent Yuanhui, through and through. With a look of anticipation on his face, he tentatively inquired. I don't know, fellow Taoist Fu Guang, what are your thoughts on the drastic changes that have occurred since this Yuanhui? When Fuxi inquired. White Zephyr's face was also colored with hidden anticipation. He and Elder Fuxi had long since reached a consensus. It was determined that Elder Fu Guang was the one who could unify the flood world and become the existence of the supreme lord of all living beings. Ancestral witch of the witch race. Indulging the witch race in feeding on all living beings, he cannot sit on the throne of the supreme being. The Eastern King of the Immortal Court? He's not strong enough, but he's arrogant, and he doesn't know who he is, so he's not worthy of it. The only one who deserves it is Fu Guang. His destiny is supreme, and his strength is the best under the saints. Moreover, he created words and created the way of literature. He set the time calendar and established the order of time, and received the most merits from the heavenly Tao, so he can be called the Red Man of the heavenly Tao. Him, Elder Fu Guang, is the one who can sit on the throne of the Supreme Being, the co-lord of heaven and earth. This one. It is only the existence that is worthy of his Baize's following, only the cooperation that is worthy of Elder Fuxi to seek a great cause with. There is no mistake. Before coming over this time, Fuxi and Baize had already reached a consensus. That is, they were going to show their value in order to be able to enter into Elder Fu Guang's scheming. Why should they enter it? It lies in their Tao, the way of the innate number. It was all about deducing heavenly chances and intercepting the future momentum, and how high one's achievement lay in whether or not the cultivator who followed this path was able to see more clearly, calculate more, and seek more thoroughly in different situations such as good and bad. This time, if the two of them were able to take advantage of the opportunity to conspire with Elder Fu Guang to enter into this plotting. At the same time, it is also to enter into this quantum success that has already opened. These two flood god stick patriarchs who walk the same avenue, in different directions, would certainly be able to deduce and plan in the midst of the quantum robbery, and realize more of the wonders of their own avenues. By the time Elder Fu Guang had completed his scheming and sat on the throne of heaven and earth supreme, the two of them would surely be able to walk the great Tao to the level of quasi-saint perfection. At that time, then they could expect to the splendor of witnessing the fruits of the Tao of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element. Then the question arises. Since they were both going to enter the quantum revelation, why must they choose Elder Fu Guang instead of the now vocal Duke of the East? It's simple. White Zhe and Fuxi just want in the quantitative hijacking in the tent, the smooth and negative planning, in order to body into the situation to participate in the cultivation of the innate easy avenue, rather than running to find the dead? As for the ancestral witch, White Zephyr and Fuxi are afraid that they will be slaughtered as rations. Will be slaughtered as rations. Especially by Zhe. Although his body does not know how it tastes, the ancestral witches and great witches of the witch race certainly do not mind having a taste. Back to the topic. After Fuxi finished speaking, Baize and the two of him were waiting for Fu Guang's reply. Not making any movements, not uttering a single word. So as not to disturb Fu Guang's thinking. At this moment, Fu Guang likewise had some surprise at the news brought by Fuxi. The witch tribe has begun their migration. Although only 6 large tribes have migrated, it proves that the number of people of the witch race has reached a critical point. In other words, in the near future, the quantum revelation will once again erupt in a small climax. It's not bad news. And it was expected that the Duke of the East King would achieve the late stage of Paragon. Under the shelter of the Immortal Court's immense fortune, he was no longer a waste of space, but it was time for him to break through to the late stage of paramount sainthood. It could be said that Lord Dongwan wasn't very good, but it couldn't be denied that his root qualifications were at the top of the hierarchy amongst the innate saints. Koan Pang and several great avatars had joined the Immortal Court? This news surprised Fu Guang. As for what kind of price the Duke of the East King had offered, so that Koan Pang would be moved and then willingly join the Immortal Court, Fu Guang could roughly guess some of them. One of them was the spiritual treasure. Who in the Flood Wasteland didn't know that Koan Pang was a poor great avatar, and basically didn't have any handy spiritual treasures in his hands? Even during the division of treasures in the Purple Heavenly Palace, he wasn't able to get many good treasures. The second is Red Cloud. Koan Pang's desire to kill Red Cloud and his desire to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi were both very different. As long as the Duke of the East King promised to help him kill Red Cloud, Koan Pang would be even more moved. As for the Hongmeng Purple Chi as a promise, it was something impossible. The East King Dong was not that willing, nor was he that confident that Koan Pang would not be able to comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Chi. After all, Koan Pang was also someone who had sat on the holy throne. Fear not the 10,000, fear not the 10,000. Although Koan Pang had joined the Immortal Court, it was expected that he would not be completely devoted to the Immortal Court. Fu Guang was multitasking, analyzing the situation of Koan Pang joining the Immortal Court in his mind. waiting for Hongjun to die, and then the moment he competed for the Hongmeng Purple Chi, Kuan Peng would immediately turn against him and compete with the Duke of Dongwang for the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Only. Seeing this scene should not be very likely. The last news brought by Fushi. The Immortal Court and the Sorcerer race have begun to have friction again. Now the Immortal Court has a great deal of luck and talent, not to mention its own strength. Its own strength has also advanced once again. At the same time, the Immortal Court also has 10 great avatars, including Kuan Peng, such as the strongest of the great avatars. East Wanggong, this kid can still hold back his temper, do not want us know a former shame? It was bound to be unable to hold back. The tail that he had just lowered was only about to rise up. Once the Duke of the East King is in a state of euphoria, he is going to go and wipe out his past shame, and he is going to fight the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan. What would greet the Immortal Court? Will definitely be the mountainous iron fists of the ancestral witches and the mountainous counter-attack retaliation of the witch race. The Immortal Court, which has just become strong, will be hit head-on. And the end that awaits the Immortal Court will inevitably be a great defeat, a disastrous defeat, a bloodbath, and a collapse. The East Prince, who has been arrogant for so many years, may be about to meet his end. Chapter 82, The Living and the Dead, Woe to the Living. Chapter 82. After pondering for a moment, Fu Guang then retracted his gradually dispersing thoughts. Afterwards, speaking in a relaxed tone, he said, "The quantum rain has already opened, and with the two males competing against each other, the mountains and rivers will surely be shattered, and above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, there will also surely be living creatures. Woe is me! However, the great momentum of the heavenly Tao is like a rolling wave that cannot be subverted by human power." There was a slight pause. Fu Guang continued to speak. Fellow Taoist asked the poor Taoist what he thought about these changes, but the poor Taoist doesn't really have an opinion. Whether it is the witch race, the 10,000 races, or the Immortal Court, what about it? Even you and I. In the rolling momentum, we are all just pawns. Let's just watch. I'm sure there will be even more drastic changes in the near future. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi and Baizhe both pondered a little, but in just a few words, they couldn't figure it out. Only Fu Guang, who was busy with his own matters, had no intention of entertaining the guests for the time being. So he opened his mouth to politely send off the guests. Do the two of you have anything else? If there is nothing else. At this moment, it is not convenient for the poor Taoist to entertain guests. Afterwards, I will definitely invite you 2 friends to come and be my guests. I don't know what the 2 friends, what do you think? Hearing Fushi and Baizhe, who were still pondering, came back to their senses, and at the same time understood Fu Guang's subtext of sending guests. In this regard, the two were not dissatisfied. By coming over, they were already disturbing Fu Guang. Being able to be received was already enough to give face. What's more, Fu Guang had only politely invited them. Fu Guang had only politely asked them to leave. If they really encountered a bad-tempered person and slapped them off the flood-starry sky, Fushi and Baizhe would not have a temper to lose. To be fair, if they were doing something important and were disturbed by someone, it would be impossible for them to receive them, much less treat them with a good attitude. If they were disturbed severely, it is not impossible to fight directly. Fu Guang this time has been benevolent to the end. If you really want to nitpick, it will be bad for Fu Guang, and it will also seem like you don't know how to advance or retreat. I'm sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist. Fushi's face corrected, arching his hand towards Fu Guang, said in a loud voice. Poor Taoist and little friend Baizhe, this is farewell. On the side, Baizhe also bowed respectfully. Baizhe excuses himself. Hearing Fu Guang nodded. The two of you take your time, I apologize for not seeing you off. After hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi and Baizhe quickly left after they once again apologized. Waiting for these two to leave. Buzz. Fu Guang casually raised his hand, and his special live broadcast Merit and Virtue Spiritual Treasure, the Flood Calendar Table, appeared on the side, and between the flow of immortal light, everything around the Flood Terra Nova Immortal Court was reflected in front of him. With the calendar in place, whenever the Immortal Court made a big move. As long as the Immortal Court made a big move or suffered a huge change, he would be able to notice it. After glancing at the Yingzhou Immortal Court's heaven and earth chi that did not ripple, Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and continued with his hands. Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and continued his hand movements. In his heart, however, he was musing. In the small climax of the quantum revelation that is about to begin, the Duke of Dongwang as well as the Immortal Court will surely suffer a great defeat. Just as I remembered under the Heavenly Tao's trajectory. During the initial battle between the witch and the demon, when the demon race was defeated and nearly exterminated, the sage made a truce agreement that the demon race would control the sky and the witch race would control the earth, giving the demon race a chance to catch its breath and grow stronger. Now, if I don't establish the demon race, naturally there will be no demon existence. On the contrary, The immortal court of the Duke of the East King is doing well, and it won't be any worse than when the witch demon initial battle was fought. The strength of the demon race was not as bad as it was. After a slight pause, Fu Guang's gaze looked up at the chaos beyond the sky, then retracted. There was some curiosity in his heart. Then, will the saints still make a move? This question was crucial. This old kid, the Duke of the East King, had been pulling the tiger skin of the sage's admixture, recruiting a large number of strong people to join amongst the immortal court. Even those who don't join will not dare to mess with the immortal court too harshly because of this tiger skin. A few points of face. If the next big battle between the sorcerer race and the immortal court is to take place, the saints will not make a move. Then the Duke of the East King's fate would definitely not be too good, and even the possibility of his death would be very high. At the same time, the immortal court would naturally lose this huge tiger skin that the sage had handpicked, and the immortal court, which had previously been given a large number of strong people by this tiger skin, would surely lead to a situation where people's hearts would turn away from it. And before to give the saint a few thin face, the great spiritual masters who didn't dare to show their teeth too much to the immortal court will definitely not give face to them anymore. You say you're appointed by the saints? If you call out to a saint, will he say yes? And if a saint were to make a move, immediately, the immortal court's tiger skin of the saint's appointment will be turned into a real umbrella. I'm afraid that other than the sorcerer clan, there will no longer be anyone who dares to defy the immortal court's orders. Even the disciples of several saints would have to give face to the immortal court. At the very least, on the surface, they won't go against the immortal court. It's because their saint teachers are all supporting the immortal court. How can a bunch of you disciples go against your own teachers? And this will make the immortal court a truly untouchable power. Saints come down to be the background. It is so wild, cool, dazzling and heavenly. If the sorcerer race and the immortal court were to have a great battle, and that sage who had merged with the Tao really came down, Fu Guang would have no hesitation in making it a great battle. Fu Guang would not hesitate to cut out all of the thoughts that had already popped up in his mind. Then, he would immediately hide inside the sun star. He would absolutely no longer have any thoughts or ideas of participating in this quantum revelation. After you saints have merged with the Tao, you have all given your position to the Lord of the East. It's hard not to suspect that the heavenly Tao is choosing the immortal court, choosing Lord Dongwang. If that's the case, then why is Fu Guang still playing the game of wealth and riches? Safe and sound to do his day god, mixed food lying flat is. As for the already in the hands of the Hongmeng purple chi, and his future path to enlightenment? Just hard grinding. His hybrid golden immortal fruit has been perfected, and how to repair the road after the completion. Fu Guang heart has also had a little brow. He was not afraid that his path would be completely cut off. And the Hongmeng purple chi could also be used to hard grind a little bit with his own merits, fortune, and strength. Only, whether or not one could completely refine this Hongmeng violet chi before the arrival of the immeasurable measurements, it was just an unknown. At the same time, if this quantum culpa did not certify the Tao, when the six saints of the heavens returned to their positions, Fu Guang, or the many great avatars in the flood-wild heaven and earth, they would have to be careful and low-key in their actions. Even in the future. Self-cultivation in Tao fruits, after being caught up by the disciples of the saints, it would be normal for the situation to occur where one was on par with one's juniors and seniors. Don't say anything about seniority. Strength. It was the strength to speak and do things. If it was possible, who would want to keep their head down and pretend to be a grandson when they see someone? Fu Guang thought with a calm demeanor, his mind retrieved all the thoughts in his mind. No longer think about this one thing. Next, let's see what kind of choice the saint will make. In the purple heavenly palace, the sage gave so many good things and then let Fu Guang make his own choice. But the choice had always been a two-way street. Nowadays, it was also considered that Fu Guang had returned the favor by giving the saint a choice. Whether to protect the male immortals leader, the Duke of Dongwang, who has now become a great power, or he, the sun god Fu Guang, who has accomplished nothing. Depends on whether the saint in the next big war between the witch tribe and the immortal court to make a move. Chapter 83, Fushi, Reckless. Chapter 83. Above the auspicious clouds. It was the two people, Fushi and Buzhou, who had returned from between the stars towards Fengqi Mountain after resigning and bidding farewell to Fu Guang a short while ago. At this moment, Buzhou, who was full of doubts, looked towards Fushi. Arching his hand, he asked for guidance. Fushi Sr., I wonder if you have comprehended how Fu Guang Sr.'s attitude towards the sorcerer race and the immortal court is? Hearing, Fushi, who had the image of a refined middle-aged man, stroked the goatee he had purposely kept, and his eyes were flooded with thoughts. A long time. Only then did Fushi open his mouth. With the poor Taoist and Fu Guang Taoist friend's tacit understanding, confidant degree has indeed understood a few points of Fu Guang Taoist friend's heart thought. In fact, it is not difficult. If it is a little friend you and Fu Guang Taoist friend contact more, to your talent, certainly also be able to understand Fu Guang Taoist friend a few points of the meaning of. Hearing Fushi's words, White Zephyr's eyes showed some admiration. Looking at Fu Shi, he said, "I would also like to ask Senior to show me the way." Nodded his head. A confident smile was on Fu Shi's face. Afterwards, opened his mouth to solve Bai Zai's confusion and said, "In a nutshell, not enough to be feared." Bai Zai's eyes lit up. After a short pause, he began to explain in detail. "Didn't you say, Fu Guan? Whether it's the witch race, the 10,000 races, or the immortal court, it's all just a pawn in the grand scheme of things. In the rolling momentum, are just a pawn. You and I have known for a long time, Fu Guang, friend of the Taoist heart, has a gully. The belly of the heaven and earth strategy has long been in the calculation of some of what, in the planning of the position of the supreme being of heaven and earth. And now the quantum of the robbery has already taken off. Fu Guang Taoist friends can still say out now active parties are just the words of the pawns. This is enough to show that Fu Guang Daelord's plans were not disrupted at all, and that the sorcerer race, the 10,000 races, and the immortal court were not able to affect his great cause in the slightest." At this moment, Fu Shi was old and calm, stroking his beard with a look of certainty. "It is so. This change is just a little bit of a wave for you, Taoist Fu Guang, and is nothing to be afraid of. I think all of this must be in Fu Guang Dao's plan." Speaking of this, Fu Shi's face showed colors of emotion and admiration. Worthy of being born with a 9-9 supreme destiny, even the quantum of the heavens has been calculated in such breadth of mind, such planning, and such magnanimity. When it is really marvelous. After hearing this analysis by Fu Shi Sr., which had a beginning and an end, and was extremely deep and broad, White Zephyr nodded in recognition. At the same time, opening his mouth, he exclaimed in admiration, "Worthy of being Elder Fu Guang." All of this, surprisingly, was within his expectations and plans. No wonder that after Fu Shi Sr. had spoken out the news that made the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, many great aptitudes, and all living beings fearful, he was able to sit alone in the starry sky as if he were at ease, with a light and breezy demeanor. I'm afraid that Fu Guang Sr.'s remark that you and I are both pawns under the great power is a self-effacing remark. Powerful but humble, honorable but gentle, truly supreme. In the end, after Fu Shi and Bai Zai both looked at each other and smiled, there was another burst of emotion. For a while. Finally, Fu Shi, who was back to being serious, also smiled and said, "This time, it was us who were reckless. With the ability of Taoist friend Fu Guang, what happens above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, how can it escape his projection? We have come over here this time, in vain, not to mention disturbing the Fu Guang Taoist friends, but also not at all useful. In the future, we must not be so reckless." Nodded. White Zephyr recognized the words of Fu Shi Sr. In fact, after much deliberation, Bai Zai felt some embarrassment. What were the two of them doing? How could they think that a great avatar who used the quantum summation as a chess game, in which he placed his pieces and plotted, would not be aware of the changes of events in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? This time he came to deliver news. It left Bai Zai with a feeling of disgrace that made him laugh. It's no coincidence that Fu Shi also felt the same way. Fu Shi also felt this way, but he didn't show it. Instead, he spoke with a serious face. "After we go back, urge everyone to cultivate well. If we want to participate in the great cause of fellow Taoist Fu Guang, relying only on today's skills is somewhat insufficient." Heard. Bai Zai nodded with a solemn face. What Senior said is very true. Between words, the two of them discussed their plans for the aftermath while quickly returning towards Fingqi Mountain. After returning to Fingqi Mountain, they directly closed the mountain gate and didn't go out, waiting for the big change between the 3 parties of the sorcerer race, the immortal court, and the 10,000 races to happen. Time rushes by, a white horse passes by. Suddenly, it was the time of a Yuanhui that had passed. During this time of the Yuanhui, the quantitative karmic aura between the flooded heavens and earth was increasing with each passing day. It had already affected every aspect of heaven and earth. The vast majority of cultivators were affected by the heaven and earth's fatal qi, making it difficult for them to enter into meditation, and their cultivation paths were not smooth. All beings were affected by the heavenly qi and gradually became manic. Heavenly chances were confused and blurred. Even the opportunities between heaven and earth began to be obscure. Even the ubiquitous aura of heaven and earth seemed to be contaminated by the baleful qi. In the midst of this quantitative calamity, the cultivators who were still able to remain unaffected, either they were blessed with great fortune, or they possessed the heavenly Tao's merits and virtues, and were able to avoid the effects of the quantum revenge's deadly aura and continue to refine their cultivation realms. As a result, the cultivators who were able to continue their cultivation during the quantum robbery. Among the scattered cultivators who were able to continue their cultivation in the quantum heavens, there were no others except for a very few such as Fu Guang and a few saint disciples. And those cultivators inside the big powers, with the power's great qi luck shelter, naturally did not suffer much. The more powerful the power, the less impact it received. Similar to the immortal court, the sorcerer clan, such a hegemony, were not only not affected, On the contrary, because of the convergence of chi luck and occupying huge resources, the growth rate of the cultivators in them was a bit faster than usual. Strength became stronger and power grew. And with that comes uncontrollable pounds of ambition. Every member of the force tastes the benefits and will want more. And if you want more, you have to fight for it. Letting go is a great wisdom that many people understand, but many can't do. Take for example the great avatars in the immortal court, the great Luo immortal monarchs, and so on, the true top echelons of the immortal court. These powerful people that already understood when they joined the immortal court that they had all entered within the quantum reign. They also saw clearly that under the general trend, they and others were one of the protagonists of the quantum revelation. Naturally, they also wanted to take advantage of their heavenly destiny to plan for more, using the heavenly destiny of the protagonist of the quantum revelation to enhance their own paths to go farther and wider. Coupled with the silent influence of the quantum revelation Fury's moisturizing influence, the possibility of wanting them to stay in a corner and develop quietly did not exist. In particular, the person who led the way with this kind of thinking was still the head of the male immortals of the immortal court, Emperor Duke Dongwang. Naturally, it was an upward trend that was followed by a downward trend. During this period of time, the main war sentiment within the immortal court was growing. It's already on the verge of being suppressed to the point where it can't be suppressed anymore. Chapter 84, Lord Dongwang, to obey me is to obey heaven, to disobey me is to disobey heaven. Chapter 84. Yingzhou Immortal Court. This place. Clouds steamed and aura transformed into mist. It was far more grand and atmospheric than when the Terra Nova Immortal Court was first established, and it was far more golden and radiant. The vast immortal weather rose. The immortal generals and immortal soldiers were on guard. The beautiful and unparalleled fairies are in and out of the palace. The immortal palace even grew, glazed immortal tile reflecting the light of the sky, the atmosphere, and majestic. As far as the eye can see, it's worthy of the name of being the rightful ruler of the immortals. At this time, Yingzhou Immortal Court's main hall. The divine sky is the Zhang and the cloud steps are swaying. 10 great avatars who enjoyed the title of emperors sat on their thrones, their quasi-saintly aura flowing, attracting the resonance of many great Tao paths, their true intentions flowing with a variety of colors. A great Luo immortal monarch stood on the lotus platform below, displaying the great Luo Dao rhyme. Its own side of the elegance, that is, the upper emperors, also did not completely cover up their elegance. Further down, the Taiyi Golden Immortal is the immortal general. The Golden Immortal is the commander of the immortal soldiers. As for the immortal soldiers and immortal pawns under the commander, they were not qualified to come to the main hall of the immortal court of Yingzhou at all. Of course, even if they came to the main hall, immortal generals and commanders were not qualified to participate in the deliberations, and they were only here to pass on the orders of the big shots. At the top of the immortal court, on the throne of the lord of the immortal court, dressed in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown on his head, the Duke of Dongwang unabashedly released his own late-stage quasi-saint aura, towering above the immortal court group of immortals. Next to the Duke of the East King, the West Queen Mother with her graceful and noble posture was calm and her aura was internalized. Even though she was releasing the aura of a great avatar, it didn't let anyone see what level she was at today at all. It seemed that her might was not as strong as that of the Duke of Dongwang, and she had a feeling of being a green leaf that reflected the might of the Duke of Dongwang. In fact, many cultivators in the immortal court didn't put too much emphasis on Shi Wangmu, who was also the immortal court's lord. If it wasn't for the fact that the Queen Mother West was still in charge of the immortal court's penal affairs, as well as managing many female immortals, her presence would have been reduced to a very low level in the immortal court. After all, compared to the light of the Duke of Dongwang, the lord of the immortal court and the group of immortal emperors, was really a bit dazzling. So much so, that the light on Shi Wangmu, who was also the lord of the immortal court, was suppressed. Of course, such a situation. Perhaps this is also what the Western Queen Mother wants all beings to see. The truly knowledgeable people in the immortal court had even more respect for Shi Wangmu than they did for the dazzling Emperor Dongwang Gong. There was no other. Just from the battle with the 7 great ancestral witches at Buzhou Mountain, this immortal court lord who had never had much of a presence had struck out just once, and that was enough to prove her power. Underestimate such a strength, and will also hide their own existence, is to be bad luck. Back to the topic. At this moment, the immortal court's group of immortals gathered, and all eyes were gathered on the body of the immortal court's lord, the imperial Duke of Dongwang. There was no nonsense. The aura of the Emperor's Way flowed from the Duke of Dongwang's body in a majestic manner, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, a divine light shone. He spoke aloud. I have obtained the order of the sages, the heavenly Tao recognized, since the establishment of the immortal court, conscientious, management of the flood of heaven and earth, the order of all living beings, the order wherever it goes, few disobeyed. However, although the power of my immortal court is great, but so far it still has the shame of 2 consecutive defeats. as soon as he opened his mouth. The Duke of Dongwang spoke of his 2 defeats at the hands of the ancestral witches in the past. It made the immortal court's group of immortals all look serious. Even though it was clear in his heart that the emperor had summoned the group of immortals today in order to discuss the matter of attacking the witch race and destroying the ancestral witches, when he really talked about it, he had no idea what he was talking about. But when they really talked about it, there was still some nervousness in the hearts of the group of immortals. It couldn't be helped. The ancestral witches were powerful. The witch race's ferocity. Apart from the 10,000 tribes of the flood, the immortal court's immortals were the ones who felt it most directly. The immortal court has twice lost to the hands of the ancestral witches, so my immortal court's heavenly authority has been lost, morale is wasted, and the great cause has been blocked. The tone of the Duke of Dongwang is cold, seriously flashing with a cold light. Is therefore. Over these years, my father has realized the shame and courage, and he has been trying to cultivate good generals and elite soldiers, and to strengthen the foundation and strength of my immortal court. Now, my immortal court, there are all the emperors, there are hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs, tens of thousands of Tai immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, and there are even billions of elite immortal soldiers. It can be said that a great power has been established. Regardless of whether it was the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan, or those unruly and disobedient 10,000 clans, they were no longer enough to be feared. Hearing these words from the Duke of the East King, it made the great divine masters sitting on their thrones all nod with smiles on their faces. Let the crowd of great Luo immortal monarchs look proud. Making that huge number of Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders all raise their heads in excitement. Afterwards, the group of immortals all saluted and sang praises towards the superior Duke of the East. Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor is wise. The Emperor is wise. Wait until the group of immortals have called out to the sea. Rumble. The Emperor's great Tao on the Duke of the East King's body strengthened, and a domineering aura that overrode everything directly enveloped the entire immortal court. His voice also resounded once more with it. The ancestral witches are to be destroyed and the witch race is to be fought. Not only that. From now on, I want all beings in the flood to honor the orders of the immortal court, and anyone who dares to disobey will raise an army to kill them, and I will not show any mercy. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Lord Dongwang gives the order. Prepare the army for war. There is no need to do any cover-up, to tell all the beings in the flood plainly, to tell all those who do not follow my immortal court. Obedience to me is obedience to heaven, can live against me as against heaven, will be destroyed. Clattering. As Lord Dongwang's words fell, all the Daoluo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, and golden immortal commanders below were all agitated. One by one, they shouted loudly. Shun may live, but adversity will be destroyed. Shun can live, and adversity will be destroyed. Shun can live, against will perish. This neatly organized voice was not blocked by the Terra Nova Immortal Court's great formation, and it just spread out. The sound shook the 9 heavens. It could be heard from far and near. Very quickly. A gaze that was either surprised, astonished, or curious looked over in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. At the same time, the owners of these gazes were also listening to this sentence clearly. The straightforward words that were not difficult to understand instantly made the faces of the many great divine masters not look too good. It also made many races look ugly. The great avatars were fine. The feeling that these words were directed at them wasn't that strong. However, the 10,000 races that had yet to join the immortal court were extremely uncomfortable and upset. Conformity can be lived, but rebellion will be destroyed? The meaning of this targeting was simply not too obvious. And the one who reacted the most violently. There is no one who has reacted more violently than the witch race, which is at the tipping point of the old round of growth at this moment. The great wizards of the various tribes of the witch race cursed and grumbled, and quickly sent the news that the immortal court would have a big action to the Pangu temple in the ancestral land of the witch race at the foot of Buzhou mountain. It landed in the ears of a group of ancestral witches who were practicing within the Pangu divine hall. Chapter 85. This person is too insidious and cunning. At this time, the Pangu divine hall at the foot of the Buzhou mountain. Rumble. A raging and berserk ferocious chi and blood erupted from within the Pangu divine hall, shaking the entire ancestral land of the sorcerer clan. Immediately afterward, all the witch clansmen who hadn't yet divided and migrated and remained within the witch clan's ancestral land heard the Zhu Rong ancestral witch's furious roar. The sound was deafening. Arrogant. Upon hearing Zhu Rong ancestral witch's angry roar, all of the witch clan members were frenzied and then looked in the direction of the Pangu divine hall. Experience had taught them that ancestral witches were enraged. Either the ancestral witches were going to fight amongst themselves, and there was a good show to watch. Either that or there was an ingredient that didn't know how to die and resist it, and they had a fight on their hands. But according to the usual practice, when an ancestral witch is in such a great rage, it's most likely that the ancestral witches are going to fight amongst themselves. As for the outsiders, All of them were nothing more than dirt, a dish on the table of their witch clan. Where could they really enrage the ancestral witches to such an extent? Many great witches were filled with excited exchanges. It's ancestral witch Shu Rong, he's angry again. I don't know which ancestral witch Shu Rong is going to fight with this time. It must be the Gong Gong ancestral witch. I think it'll be the Xianmei ancestral witch. Gong Gong ancestor witch. Xianmei witch. Are you itching? What's wrong with you? You. Grandpa will kill you. Some of the great wizards on Wai Zhu Rong ancestral witch angry, will fight with whom a big battle, no one can convince no one, and finally directly began to move. Very quickly. A real-life messy fight broke out between these individual powerful great wizards that were much more terrifying than even an idle de luo cultivator. Many great wizards who hadn't participated in it originally, after watching for a while and feeling their hands itch, also participated in it. Regarding this scene, the sorcerers were not surprised. This was because their daily lives were like this. Hunting, exercising, and reproducing. As well as looking for people to fight. The small ripples that occurred in the clanland couldn't affect the 12 ancestral witches inside the Pangu Divine Hall. At this moment, the ancestral witch Shu Rong's body was burning with the fire of the Great Tao, manifesting the angry emotions within him at the moment. Angrily, he roared. A small immortal court, a worm like Lord Dongguan, how dare you be so unbridled? This ancestral witch will go and take his head right now. Between words. The ancestral witch Shu Rong then angrily got up from his position and was about to rush out of the Pangu Divine Hall and go to the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Only. He had just made a move, at the head of the position, the elder brother of the 12 ancestral witches. At the same time, Di Jiang, the ancestral sorcerer of space, who was also one of the 12 ancestral witches, one of the 7 ancestral witches known to all beings in the Flood Wasteland, had a pair of sharp gazes that landed directly on Zhu Rong's body. Coldly said, "You give this ancestral witch a good seat. And take back the fire from your body. Who are you shouting and flailing for? For us brothers and sisters?" Hearing his own big brother's words, Zhu Rong's face stiffened, and with a strained neck, he was about to dislike Di Jiang back. But as soon as he looked up, he saw the unkind eyes of the other ancestral witches looking at him. The corners of his mouth twitched. He sat down in a muffled voice. "Just collect. Why are you yelling so loudly?" Between words. Shu Rong has already sat down in his position, and did not make any more out of the ordinary behavior. Although he is short-tempered. At the same time. Also is not willing to be angry character. But for his elder brother, Di Jiang, who was the head of the 12 ancestral witches, he was still very respectful. And it wasn't like he was a little cutie. Seeing the unkind eyes of the other ancestral witches, he knew that if he continued, he would definitely be beaten up by the group. Even if he wasn't a wimp, there was no need to go up to the pole and get beaten up. After Zhu Rong sat down again, Gong Gong, who was opposite him, revealed a mocking smile towards Zhu Rong. Causing Zhu Rong, who was very much at odds with him, to furiously jump with his eyebrows, and finally came to close his eyes, choosing to turn a blind eye to it. What an immortal court! Among the 12 ancestral witches, an ancestral witch with a very rugged look, but a pair of eyes that shone with the light of wisdom that was characteristic of the old six, coldly laughed and opened his mouth to lament. After hearing his words, the gazes of the crowd of ancestral witches all looked towards this one ancestral witch. This one ancestral witch was none other than the wise one among their 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witch of time. Candle Join. All along, all the actions of the witch race had been planned and arranged by Candle Join. Although the witch race did not cultivate Yuanshan, did not know how to deduce, and did not recognize the number of heaven, as the ancestral witch of time, Candle Join could vaguely feel the fortune, as well as see some fragments of the future. And after that, according to the judgment of luck and fortune, as well as seeing a little bit of the future fragments, for the things of the witch race, as well as the development, to make reasonable arrangements. Emperor Zhang's eyes looked towards Candle Join. Opening his mouth, he asked him about his plans. This time, the immortal court is coming on strong, how should we deal with it? Or are the few of us going to make a move? Heard. After Candle Join slightly pondered, he directly spoke. 2 more people will come out. Swish. Upon hearing Candle Join's words, the several ancestral witches that had not yet made a move, much less appeared on top of the floodlands and were not yet known, all had their eyes light up. A pair of fiery and expectant gazes were directed at Candle Join. They also wanted to go out and move around. But for the sake of the witch clan. In order to cope with the real opponents of their 12 ancestral witches, the sorcerer clan, that appeared amongst the waves of the downstream segments of time that Candle Join had seen shortly after their 12 ancestral witches had come out of the world. They again had to obey Candle Join's arrangements. Every time they saw the scenes of Xianmei, Zhu Rong, Di Jiang, and the other 7 siblings, being able to walk brightly outside, manifesting their sainthood in front of people, and overpowering the beings of the flood. The 5 ancestral witches who had been asked to lurk within the Pangu Divine Hall, the other 4 besides Candle Join, could all be suffocating. They wanted to be so as well. Now they finally had the opportunity to walk the flood plainly and openly, going around to show their sainthood in front of people, pressurizing the flood beings, and looking for those high-eyed great aptitudes to fight. Naturally, I am looking forward to it. Ignoring the other 4 ancestral witches' excited eyes, Candle Joeen continued to speak. I heard that the Lord of the Immortal Court's Lord of the East King has already achieved the late quasi-saint realm, and his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, over these years, although our brothers and sisters are getting stronger, and the witch clan is also getting stronger, but the same Immortal Court's power is also getting stronger. Daoist Koan Pang from the Northern Underworld Sea has also joined the Immortal Court. Together with the other great powerhouses of the Immortal Court, as well as the other deeply hidden Immortal Court Lord, the Western Queen Mother, there were also other hidden powerhouses in the Immortal Court. One must also be careful that there are other great avatars hidden in the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that with the power of the 7 of you out there, big brother, I'm afraid that it might not be enough. To be on the safe side, 2 more of our siblings will come out. The remaining 3 should not show up at this stage, so as to prevent someone from plotting against our brothers and sisters, as well as the millions of clansmen behind our back when we are at war with the Immortal Court. There was a slight pause. Candle Joeen's face was full of seriousness as he reminded the group of ancestral witches. Opening his mouth, he said, "Everyone, don't forget. Our brothers and sisters, as well as the sorcerer clan's true opponent, the enemy, has not shown up until now. This opponent is extremely patient, certainly rich in means, simply incomparably sinister and cunning. We must not fail to be on guard." Chapter 86, The Movements of the Parties with the Great War Coming. Hearing Candle Joeen's analysis, the group of ancestral witches all nodded directly. Of course. Nodding was nodding. Whether or not they had heard and understood, whether or not they had listened in, only the ancestral witches themselves would know. What the ancestral witches wanted was simple. It doesn't matter if you listen or not. But if you don't nod your head at this time, you will look like you don't have enough intelligence, and it will be quite. Candle Joeen didn't care if the group of ancestral witches understood. Anyway, he had long since lost all hope in his own siblings' ability to dish it out. As long as they could listen to the arrangements, it would be fine. The matter was settled. As the eldest brother, Di Jian was still able to understand Candle Joeen's words. At the same time, Emperor Zhang's scheming ability was not much, but it wasn't nothing either. He opened his mouth. This time, the Immortal Court is coming in strong, so let them come. The 6 great tribes that have already migrated out will gather their clansmen to meet the battle. After this battle, the 2 people who struck out this time, each will lead another portion of their clansmen to leave their clan lands and spread out to live with the Buzhou mountain as the center. Speaking of this, Di Zhang's gaze went to the 5 ancestral witches that had yet to make a move. Ju Meng, Candle Joeen, Ma Tu, Ho Tu, Chi Chi. Other than Candle 9, the other 4 were all eager to try. Obviously, none of them wanted to continue to be smothered inside the Pangu Divine Hall, only to be able to watch the other ancestral witches manifest their sainthood in front of the people outside, with great prestige. 5 Take 2. It's not a good choice, and it's not good for Di Jiang to favor one over the other. But as the eldest brother of the ancestral witches, he naturally did not do it for nothing. He has his own set of wonderful plans for selecting people. The 5 of you will fight. The loser will continue to stay inside the Pangu temple, and the winner will go out to walk in the flood. In the witch race between the ancestral witches, there's nothing that a fight can't solve. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. It's such a simple truth. I'll be excused. Candle Joeen waved his hand. He opened his mouth and said, "Since I was the one who proposed to hide my strength, naturally, I have to set an example. This time the opportunity to go out and walk. I'll let a few of you have it." At these words, Emperor Zhang nodded and didn't have any comments. Anyway, he only needed to wait for the winner to be decided and give the order. Only. Emperor Jian was fine with it. The remaining 4 ancestral witches were dissatisfied with Candle Joeen's words. "Give it to us? What does that mean? I know that you, Candle Old 6, are indifferent to whether you go out or not. If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat. What are you talking about? I, Jumang Matsuo, Chi Chi, Ho-Tu, still need you, Candle Joeen, to give way? It's a joke." The next moment, rumble. Strong battle fluctuations erupted directly within the Pangu Divine Hall. Ho-Tu and the other 4 ancestral witches made a move together and directly started fighting. But the 4 ancestral witches all had a tacit understanding. The first time they made a move, they directly threw a punch towards Candle Joeen first each, directly beating Candle Joeen to a blue face, their complexion full of confusion. And after the dumbfoundedness, the Candle Joeen was immediately on fire, his body rolling with surging chi and blood. Angrily roared, "It's too much. You guys are really too much. I've already given you this opportunity to walk in the flood, but you still attacked me? It can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated?" Hearing Candle Joeen's words, The 4 great ancestral witches who were originally in the midst of the melee, their hand movements were all lurched, and then one by one, their anger rose. Once again, they swarmed towards Hongjun. At the same time, one by one, they broke into curses. Let me have it? You're out of your mind. This ancestral witch is extremely powerful. Do I need you to let me go? I'm looking for a fight. I'm going to kill you. Come on, let's see what you're capable of, Hongjun, and what you're qualified to say. Get down. Hongjun was under siege, the other ancestral witches couldn't stand it. Then, they all joined in the melee. You guys have gone too far, count me in. Ah, Zhu, you sneak attack? You can't afford to play, you little hot chick. Ha! I'll let you scoff, I'll let you slant your eyes, I'll let you push your luck, see if I beat you up and be done with it. Thanks to the fact that the Pangu Divine Hall was made from the heart of the great god Pangu, which had become almost completely empty after his body had transformed into all things. Its degree of solidity. Even if the flood wild heaven and earth crumbled, it might not be able to damage the Pangu Divine Hall. Otherwise, with respect to the impact brought about by a battle such as the 12 ancestor witches, I'm afraid that the Pangu Divine Hall would have already been crumbled. The years were worthless, and several thousand autumns passed by, accompanied by the immortal court's undisguised military preparations for war. The entire flood wasteland is going into a bizarre calm. Except for the sorcerer race. Anyone knew that the immortal court's primary target was the sorcerer race, who had made the Duke of the East King suffer twice. Even though the 12 ancestral witches were fighting, they still hadn't forgotten about the main event. Therefore, the huge witch clan, which had now reached a critical point in its development, had likewise begun to make preparations before the great battle with great fanfare. The two behemoths have a not day to start the duel posture, directly let the flood in the 10,000 races began to tremble, simply do not dare to come out at this time to do things. Each and every one of them closed their own racial lands tightly and watched the development of events with sorrow and nervousness. Likewise, the crowd of innate saints were also like this. The Tao Lord cultivators who still had not broken through to the quasi-saintly realm until now had left their own dojos to seek refuge from the great aptitudes who had once listened to the teachings in the purple heavenly palace. Even so, some great avatars who were not absolutely confident in their own strength were also heading to their best friends' places, choosing to embrace together. There was no other reason. The might of the immortal court was too powerful. The great avatar with the title of emperor personally controlled the whole situation. Many great Luo immortal monarchs were in charge of the major matters, and the Tai immortal generals led the golden immortal commanders to carry out the specific implementation. The action was very efficient. Deterrence is full. Doing things was also extremely unscrupulous. Anyone would have some chills and fear. As for the witch race, the power of the ancestral witches needs no introduction. The bravery of the people of the witch race has also been known for a long time. What's even more frightening is that the witch race was much more domineering and reckless than the immortal court. When encountering the sorcerer race on top of the floodlands, either you avoid them from afar, or you prepare yourself for an eternity of peace after the confrontation. I don't know how many innate beings have been poisoned and persecuted by the sorcerer race. Even so, some of the innate beings who had escaped from the hands of the sorcerer race and secretly sought refuge in the sorcerer race all trembled with fear at the mention of the sorcerer race. Because they had all experienced such a scene. Walking on the road or squatting in their dojo, they suddenly encountered one or a group of sorcerers, or were approached by the sorcerers. After the other party sizes you up for a few moments, suddenly they grinned and he opens his mouth and says to you, "Brother, you smell good." The fear of such a scene is unspeakable. That's why the area where the witch clan is located is considered a forbidden area for all beings in the flood. When the witch race began to make big movements, these innate beings, races, and even the innate holinesses in flesh and blood, are all afraid to avoid them. Where would they dare to stay inside their own dojo without being stupid? Directly ran away. Can't afford to mess with. Still cannot hide? Anyway, the witch race does not know how to deduce. As long as you find a place to hide away from the witch race, you don't need to live in fear. Chapter 87, The Duke of the East King Who Ushered in the Peak. At this moment, the storm clouds converged on the Yingzhou immortal court in the territory of the sorcerer clan. The gazes of the great powers that had never shifted from these two places. Of course, more people's gazes are still focused on the Yingzhou immortal court. There's no other reason. Compared to the sorcerer clan who treated them as blood food and delicacies, although the immortal court was a bit overbearing, they could at least be reasonable. You go and reason with the sorcerer clan? The sorcerer race will knock you over with a muffled stick. If you have meat, you kill it and eat the meat. If you don't have meat, you directly beat and kill it and discard it at will. Then they'll tell you, who's already gone, the truth. That is, in the witch race, their truth is the truth. In the starry sky, Fu Guang at this moment did not refine the star's spiritual treasure, nor did he repair the stars in the circumference of the sky, combing the astrological signs in easy numbers. Instead, he took melon seeds, peanuts, and immortal brew. With a good face, he looked at the Terra Nova Immortal Court in the flood calendar, which was nearing the end of its military preparations. Taking a sip of the laurel brew, Fu Guang grabbed a handful of melon seeds and got high. His eyes were expectant. Since he had the confidence to go to war, it must be that this time, the Lord of the East King already had a full grasp of how to deal with the 7 ancestral witches. And, having been defeated several times before, no matter how stupid he was, he should have been awakened and would have hidden some cards for himself. It seemed that this battle was enough for the Immortal Court and Lord East Wang to force out the other ancestral witches that were lurking. As for whether or not Lord Dongwang will win? Impossible. Absolutely not. As far as the Immortal Court is concerned, as long as the 12 ancestral witches come out, they can destroy the Immortal Court in a matter of moments. If the saints don't come to the rescue, the Immortal Court will definitely be destroyed after this battle. After this battle, the Immortal Court will definitely be destroyed by the 12 ancestral witches. Such a major quantum jump node. Even if the work of refining the star spirit treasure and attending to the deduction of the circumstantial star formation was important, Fu Guang was willing to stop and take a good look at the drama. At the same time, it also allowed him to take a good look at the strength of the ancestral witch. Fu Guang naturally knew the strength of the ancestral witch. The terrifying ancestral witch's true body was enough to shake the might of the most powerful treasure in a short period of time. But knowing is knowing. But he has never witnessed the extreme strength of an ancestral witch. Fu Guang has no specific concept of the power of an ancestral witch. This battle is also an opportunity for Fu Guang to observe the specific level of fighting power of the 12 ancestral witches. Fu Guang only hoped that Lord Dongwang and the Immortal Court that he had painstakingly managed to grow would be able to give a little more strength and force out more of the 12 ancestral witches' cards. It would be best to force out all of the 12 godly fury formations of the capital heaven. Force the 12 ancestral witches to the point where they even summoned the Pangu incarnation of their true undercard. At that time, he could also intuitively feel how powerful the Pangu incarnation was, so that he could have a base in his heart. After all, Fu Guang was going to enter the calamity, to sit in the position of the heavenly and earthly supreme, the 12 ancestor witches, the Pangu incarnation. He had not been able to find a way to avoid it yet. Only to be able to face the situation, naturally, is to see it in advance. So that he could have a bit of a push in his heart. Don't be foolishly misjudging the strength of the other party after rushing up to be slapped by the incarnation of Pangu, beating a half-crippled. Back to the main story. After hundreds of years of sitting idly in Fu Guang, boom! In the live broadcast screen of the flood calendar, in the Yingzhou Immortal Court, a powerful meteorological phenomenon that penetrated the heavens and rushed up to the 9th heaven suddenly rose up. Immediately after that, the dang, 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 a series of 9 flooding bells that spread throughout the heavens and earth fell. Subsequently, the boundary protector formation that enveloped the Yingzhou Immortal Court suddenly opened. Immediately after that, a single golden immortal commander led the Immortal Court's army out from within the Yingzhou Immortal Court, exercising the power of cloud riding, gathering a huge auspicious cloud above the East Sea that enveloped the entire sky above the East Sea. Countless immortal soldiers and immortal pawns quickly formed up and assembled. The bodies of these Immortal Court soldiers exuded the fierce aura of a great army that was naturally formed after truly experiencing a great battle. The entire sky dome was rendered as gloomy as if it had lost its color. Swish! 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 Countless flags swayed in the wind, and the sound of hunting and clattering formed a peace that reverberated between heaven and earth. If it was said that the previous 2 Immortal Court troopings, one could still use billions and billions to depict the number of Immortal Court armies. This time, the number of the Immortal Court's army could only be described in terms of countless, covering the sky. Subsequently, a Tai Immortal general rode out of the Yingzhou Immortal Court on a dragon mount, arraying himself in front of the Immortal Court army camp on one side, recklessly releasing his Tai golden immortal aura. And then, hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs with the light of the great Tao flowing around their bodies, stepping on lotus platforms, manifested in front of the Immortal Court army. That's not all. With Taoist Kuan-Pang as the leader, there were a total of 8 Immortal Court emperors sitting on the emperor's throne, manifesting in the sky above. The vastness of the paragon's aura evoked the great Tao echo, and the entire skies above the East Sea resounded with a burst of various great Tao's mysterious Tao sounds, manifesting the power and extraordinary nature of the great avatars. After the 8 great avatars appeared, a group of great Luo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, as well as countless immortal court armies that stood in formation in the sky above the East Sea. All bowed and saluted. Said in unison, "Greetings, Emperor. Greetings to the Emperor. Greetings to the Emperor." Roar. The augur dragons roared. 9 great Luo golden immortal level Jiao dragons pulled a golden, brilliant, and dazzling imperial carriage, making their way out from within the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Above the imperial carriage, Dressed in purple gold imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown, surrounded by the supreme golden luminescence of the imperial Great Tao, he was seated in an imperial statue Dharma body silhouette, dignified and majestic. At this moment, the group of immortals bowed their heads and shouted from the mountains, respectfully inviting each other. It could be described as monstrous in power and might. At this moment, it was precisely the time when the head of the male immortals, the lord of the immortal court, Emperor Dongwon, was in his springtime, the most glorious moment since he took shape and appeared in the world. Immortal light is flowing. The group of immortals could not see the unconscious satisfaction and smile on the face of Lord Dongwon. Look! This was the strength of his Lord Dongwang. This was the power of his Lord Dongwang. This is the power of his Lord Dongwang. There are many soldiers and generals. There are many powerful men. There are many strong men. With such power in his hands, why would he worry that his great cause cannot be accomplished? The 10,000 clans? It's just a bunch of people. The witch clan and the ancestral witches. A group of barbarians who have some strength and can be destroyed with just a little bit of seriousness. The powers of the flood? A group of people who are greedy and fearful of death, not worthy of being enemies with him, the Duke of Dongwang. The first person under the saints, the first person on the sun star, Fu Guang Taoist? He's just a dry bone in the grave, a grasshopper in the fall. A disciple of a saint? When he had accomplished great deeds and ascended to the position of supreme being of heaven and earth, he would be able to prove the Tao. At that time, even a saint could not interfere with what he wanted to do, let alone a saint's disciple. At this moment, it was as if the Duke of the East King had already seen a glimpse of his future after he had unified heaven and earth, commanding the floodplains, with no one daring to disobey him, no one daring to disrespect him. He was really heart-surging to the point of no return. Chapter 88 Fu Guang, is he so arrogant in everything he does now? Sitting in the Emperor's carriage, the surging Duke of the East, with his mighty power, patrolled the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands, as if surveying the rivers and mountains that belong to him, and as if he is telling all the great masters who are watching the Yingzhou Immortal Court, who is the absolute center? Who is the real absolute center? He didn't care about how many flood wasteland great avatars he would invariably offend with his behavior at this moment, and how many forces with good strength he would offend. Retracting his gaze that patrolled the heavens, the Duke of the East King said in a deep voice, "The army departs and goes straight for Buzhou. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die." The Duke of the East King's words of command were like thunderous thunder, directly exploding between heaven and earth. The next moment, thud, dong, dang, the fierce chi rolled into the gale, and between the whistles, it made the countless flags hunt, and the sound of war drums, like muffled thunder, shook the 9 heavens above, and swept the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands below. Rumble! The immortal court army that covered the sky and drove the huge clouds that shrouded the sky above the East Sea, started off with great vigor, heading directly towards the Buzhou mountain with a clear goal in mind. Straight ahead. Regardless of whether it was a great avatar's dojo or a strong tribe's clan land in front of you, after ignoring all of them, they directly headed towards Buzhou mountain and towards the territories of the major tribes of the witch race. Can be described as arrogant and domineering. In the starry sky, Fu Guang looked at this reckless and arrogant action of the immortal court's army, and a color of dismay appeared on his face. The movements of the melon seeds in his hand were all for a beat. For a while. Only after regaining his senses did he subconsciously murmur, "The Duke of Dongwang and the immortal court are doing things so arrogantly now? Such a rampage. Arrogantly flying over the dojos of those many great aptitudes in the tribal lands of the 10,000 tribes of the flood wasteland. What was the difference between directly punching these people in the face? After this operation, even if the Duke of Dongwang managed to stay alive in the next battle, the immortal court would still lose a layer of skin because of offending many great avatars and the 10,000 tribes of the flood. It looks like." After murmuring, Fu Guang instead grew more and more expectant. Looking at the East King Gong, who had already gone on to the peak of his career. This old kid, the Duke of the East King, should have hidden a lot of things. This battle is still really worth making me look forward to. Between words, Fu Guang cozily took a small sip of laurel brew, more and more looking forward to the situation where the Duke of Dongwang led the immortal court and forced out the 12 ancestral witches as well as their bottom card, the 12 heavenly divine furies grand formation. Really want to do. Lord Dongwang is also considered a first-class character. Dongzi. Fu Guang's face carried seriousness. Don't let me down. Between heaven and earth. I'm afraid Fu Guang is the only one who has high hopes for the Duke of Dong. The speed at which the army moved. Naturally, it was much slower than the speed of a strong person acting alone. Of course, this was only relative. The immortal court army, under the effect of a group of great Luo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, as well as the formation formed, was like a piece of streaming light, heading straight towards Buzhou mountain. Not long after, under the leadership of the Duke of Dongwon, the immortal court army easily entered the tribal territories of the migrated witch race. According to the past image of the Wu tribe, the immortal court army should have encountered a fierce attack from the sorcerer tribe the moment they entered the sorcerer tribe's territory. Only, this time, the immortal court's army entered the territory of the sorcerer race. They didn't encounter any resistance. The sorcerers, not to mention those powerful sorcerers who are comparable to the great Luo golden immortals, they didn't even see a single ordinary sorcerer. Seeing this situation, a great avatar frowned slightly and it felt like things weren't simple. With the character of the Witch Clan, after knowing that my immortal court army had come to attack, they would actually withdraw without putting up any resistance? That group of barbarians would rather die than give in. It shouldn't be like that. Between words, this great avatar raised his head to look at the Duke of the East King on top of the imperial carriage. In a loud voice, he said, "Emperor, there's something wrong with the situation of the sorcerer race. Do we need to probe carefully?" Hearing the Duke of the East in the Emperor's carriage first frowned, similarly sensing that something was amiss. But the next moment, the Eastern King's Duke had a change of mind. There is no need to care about him. The ancestral witch and the people of the witch race, if they have a little bit of brain, they should understand the power of the immortal court. It's only natural that they would withdraw out of fear. Besides, this battle is to tell all the people in the flood plainly that the power of the immortal court cannot be resisted, and the majesty of the immortal court cannot be desecrated. If you stop here and are afraid to advance, how will you dishonor me? How can we let the immortal court lose face? There was a slight pause. The Duke of the East King continued. There is no need to care about the movements of the witch race. The army presses the border, which tribe this group of barbarians of small movements will be under the army of my immortal court, will be dissipated. Sniffing. This great avatar who gave his opinion instinctively felt that it was more or less inappropriate for the Duke of Dongwang to act in such a hasty manner. But on second thought, the immortal court's army for this expedition is composed of 9 great avatars, hundreds of Daolord immortal monarchs, nearly 10,000 Tai immortal generals, and a huge number of elite armies that had fought in hundreds of battles. It instantly had a strong bottom line. More importantly, the sorcerer race only cultivated the physical body, did not know the number of heaven, and did not know how to deduce. They were all a bunch of barbarians who only knew how to refine their bodies and were full of eating and fighting. What kind of schemes could they not have? And so, this one great avatar also stopped advising the Duke of Dongwang to be more careful. But he still had some doubts in his mind. Would the sorcerer race really be afraid? Very quickly, the sky-shadowing immortal court army completely and thoroughly into the hinterland of the sorcerer tribe's territory. The distance from the Buzhou mountain is still not far and not close to the position. The trip all the way remained strangely calm. This time, not to mention the great avatars. Even a group of great Luo immortal monarchs were keenly aware of a hint of strangeness and unusualness. The Duke of the East King on top of the Emperor's carriage frowned slightly. After sensing some ferocious changes in the chi between heaven and earth, the eyes narrowed. Stop. The order is forbidden. The immortal court army directly stopped advancing. The Duke of the East King's gaze scanned everything between heaven and earth, trying to find something unusual between heaven and earth. Only then. He had only just made a move. Buzz. A vast and boundless terrifying spatial Tao force suddenly erupted between the heavens and earth, instantly distorting the heavenly dome. Immediately after that, from all sides of the immortal court army, one after another terrifying ferocious chi and blood erupted out very abruptly. One after another, the true body of the ancestral witch that stood in the sky directly manifested in the 6 directions around the immortal court army. It was Shenmei and the other 6 ancestral witches that had already appeared and were known by all the beings in the flood wilderness. It wasn't just Shenmei and the other 6 ancestral witches that had appeared. Beside the 6 ancestral witches who had manifested their true forms, every single great witch of the witch race and clan member of the witch race were all showing up with their chi and blood rushing out, manifesting their true bodies of the witch race in different sizes, shapes, and strange shapes. Here, a monstrous and terrifying ferocious chi and blood gathered to form a huge encirclement, directly encircling the immortal court army within it. At the same time, the buzz, the vast and boundless spatial avenue power that permeates the sky and earth distorts the 9 heavens, shaped like a dome that buckles down, directly sealing this piece of heaven and earth and locking it up. This scene, with when the East King Gong first defeated in the hands of the ancestral witch, very similar. The same surrounded. The same heaven and earth blockade means. Only, unlike that time, this time around, the Lord of the East King could be said to be full of energy. Chapter 89 Brother Fu Kuan Pang. The expression remained unchanged. The Duke of the East King sneered as he looked at the space dome that sealed the sky and locked the earth. His eyes looked somewhere in the sky dome. It's such an unseemly tactic again. Is this the only thing you have to play with when you play around? Ancestral Witch Emperor Jiang. Rumble. Emperor Jiang, who appeared in the form of an innate Tao body and had the image of a burly man like an iron tower, stepped out from the space where the Duke of Dongwang had gazed over. Not a word was spoken. He did not respond to the words of Lord Dongwang. In the eyes of the ancestral witches, there had never been a place for the head of the male immortals, Dong Wanggong, who had relied on the saints to be ordained, and then developed on the backs of the saints. Di Jiang scorned the immortal court army and coldly said, "Is this all? It's just enough." There was a slight pause in his tone. Rumble. Emperor Zhang's body flowed profound killing opportunity, horrible ferocious chi and blood surging and stirring. Raising his hand, he pointed at the immortal court army. "Destroy them!" With a command. All of the great sorcerers and clansmen of the witch race, one by one, were filled with exuberance, their eyes glowing. Roaring in anger, they charged towards the immortal court army that was surrounded in the center. Kill! Kill them! Grandpa saw the fat legacy of the great snake, and the simmering soup tasted old and delicious. Mine, mine, all mine. These great witches of the witch clan, the witch clansmen. Each and every one of them wailed and salivated as they stared at the golden immortal commanders, Tai immortal generals, and even the great Luo immortal monarchs and the immortal court army. In the eyes of the sorcerer clan, the immortal court army was not even an army, much less their enemy. Rather, it was a fresh, delicious, door-to-door ingredient of stubbornness. In the face of Di Jiang's disregard for himself, the Duke of the East King's face instantly turned ugly. He roared angrily. Heir at all ancestral witches, not recognizing the number of heaven, shall be executed. Heir at all sorcerers, disobedient to indoctrination, shall be made slaves. A wave of the hand. The Duke of the East King directly gave the order for a great battle. Kill the ancestral witches and suppress the witch race. Kill. The words fell. With a wave of his hand, the Duke of Dongwang directly sacrificed his ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head cane, surrounded by the immense power of the Emperor's Way and the pure Yang de Dao, and manifested his quasi-Saint Dharma phase. He went straight for Emperor Jiang, who was blocking off heaven and earth. "Emperor Jiang, come and fight!" The words of the Duke of the East King sounded like muffled thunder between heaven and earth. In the face of the Duke of the East King's invitation to fight, Emperor Jiang, who hadn't looked at the Duke of the East King with a straight face, didn't make any nonsense at all. Buzz. With a majestic and terrifying ferocious chi and blood surging from his body, he directly met the spiritual treasure that the Duke of the East King had offered up with a punch. Between one punch and one kick, it easily dissolved all of Lord Dongwang's spirit treasure attacks. Afterwards, he bullied his way up, using his fists and feet in a wide-open manner. It only caused the light of Lord Dongwang's spiritual treasure to rapidly dim, and the terrifying imperial Dao power and pure Yang power of the late quasi-saint stage in his body were all shattered and blown up. Crushing without any suspense. At this moment, the Duke of the East King, who had taken the initiative to challenge Emperor Jiang, was no longer majestic and his might was decrepit, manipulating that roiling spiritual treasure and exerting all sorts of late quasi-saint divine means, yet he was still being beaten by Emperor Jiang's fists, holding his head in his hands. Not to mention fighting back. It was even a bit difficult to fight back. This scene directly dumbfounded all of the great avatars of the flood who were watching the battle. What the hell? When the Duke of the East King was facing the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang alone, he was no match at all and was beaten so miserably? This guy is the sage's personally appointed head of the male immortals. How could he be so bad? Good thing. Even if the Duke of the East King wasn't an opponent, as a strong person at the late stage of the Paramount Sage stage, it was impossible for him to be defeated in this way. At most, he would be injured. And then his image was in a sorry state and he looked unimpressive. The great battle between the Duke of the East King and Emperor Jiang unfolded. At the same time, great battle between the immortal court army and the witch race also truly erupted. Rumbling. Battle fluctuations rose and fell, and the heavens and earth shook. At this moment, the dome was floating in blood, and the living were in a state of abundance. Whether it was the immortal court army or the sorcerer clan, they were all falling. Only that, in comparison, the number of casualties of the sorcerer clan was far inferior to the immortal court army. This was because the number of immortal court troops was several times that of the witch race. At the same time, it's also because the fighting strength of the sorcerer giants is so powerful. Often, a sorcerer giant that had manifested its true form was enough to fight 3 or 4 immortal court soldiers with one. A single great sorcerer of the sorcerer race was enough to press down on more than 3 great Luo immortal monarchs and beat them violently. Even though it wasn't a harmless brutal beating, it would be difficult to take advantage of a great Luo immortal monarch that was dealing with a great witch's true body. At this moment, the rumors of the witch clan's prima donna that were prevalent in the flood wasteland were directly materialized in the eyes of everyone who was paying attention to this battle. This was indeed the case. A great sorcerer could hostile more than 3 Dao Lord cultivators at the same time. Ordinary sorcerers could also face enemies several times their size. If this wasn't called primordial combat, what was called primordial combat? Only the battlefield that the great avatars were concerned with was not the primordial battlefield where the most living beings had fallen. Rather, it was the encounter between the immortal court's great avatars and the 6 ancestral witches. The victory or defeat of these top-tier powerhouses was the ultimate factor that would determine the victory or defeat of this great battle. At this moment, as the third strongest person in the immortal court, Koan Pang met ancestral witch Xianhua with a serious face. His head was covered with an innate cauldron, shedding defensive immortal light to protect himself while holding 2 intergenerational yin and yang double-sided innate treasure swords, which were of the very best grade. These 2 yin and yang two-faced treasure swords were extremely compatible with Koan Pang, and he used them with great ease. At the same time, Koan Pang's body was also surrounded by a powerful spiritual treasure light. After entering the immortal court, among the many great aptitudes in the floodplains, Koan Pang, who is considered to be a real pauper, is also living the good life of a handful of innate spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures are great. But the more embarrassing problem is, in the face of the ancestral witch Xian, he's terrifying to the extreme physical body. Koan Pang just got these innate spiritual treasures, can play out the role as really not very big can't hack. Can't cut the ancestral witch Xianmei's real body defense at all. Even if it can hurt Xianmei. But that little bit of injury to Xianmei, it's harmless. It didn't affect her combat power at all. Therefore, it was very unlucky for her. Even though Koan Pang, who had quite a few innate spiritual treasures and was starting to get richer, was still inevitably using its most familiar physical body, punching and kicking methods when facing Xianhua. Even so, the Koan Pang, who had carried an ancestral witch with his own strength and was evenly matched, was still the most eye-catching presence in the battle at the moment. There is no one else. Contrast this with the Duke of Dongwon, who was brutally beaten by Emperor Jiang. Then look at Xianmei evenly matched, even let Xianmei extremely angry, repeatedly roar, but short time and cannot do anything about the Koan Pang. Anyone would think that the Koan Pang was even more eye-catching. Other than the Koan Pang, the remaining 7 immortal court great powers met the other 5 ancestral witches and fought 7 against 5, still not achieving good results. Although they didn't lose immediately, they were being pressed, and it was only a matter of time before they lost. Rumble. 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 In successive collisions, the figure of the Duke of the East King couldn't stop retreating in the heavenly vault. The light of his protective spiritual treasure dimmed, and his robes, the aura around his body, were all in disarray. Even the quasi-Saint Dharma phase was darkened for a moment. He had been beaten up by Emperor Jiang in his old age. The body-protecting spiritual treasure was undoubtedly useful. But in the face of Emperor Jiang's attacks, every time, a portion of the power passed through the defense of the body-protecting spiritual treasure and landed directly on his body. So much so, that Duke of the East King was already injured at this moment. At the same time, entire person was struck dumb. He roared in anger with his eyes wide open. How could this happen? I am an immortal court emperor. A late-stage paramount sage with 2 corpses severed. How could I be no match for a barbarian like you? How could this be? Chapter 90, Emperor Jiang, no hurry, play with him. At this moment, Lord Dongwang's anger was beyond words. This was completely different from the crushing of strength he had imagined. Crushing was indeed crushing. Only that the one being crushed was just him, Lord Eastwang. Under Emperor Jiang's strong crushing and violent beating, the Duke of the East King, who only had the power to fight, was raging and roaring. His anger. The great avatars of the floodplains could clearly feel it. But in addition to feeling it, all of the great avatars were laughing coldly watching the hysterical Lord Dongwang, who was in a miserable state, wounded and hysterical. I told you to be wild. I told you to be arrogant. Now you've been beaten up, you know it hurts, you know you're screaming loudly? At this moment, numerous great avatars looked at the East Wangdong, who was being pressed and violently beaten, and there were cold smiles on their faces. This guy. At this moment, he was truly like a dog that had fallen into the water. If they weren't worried about being involved in the quantum summation and being tainted by the karma of the quantum summation, there might have been some people amongst these great avatars who would have been very willing to beat up the fallen dog. While mocking the Duke of Dongwang, all the great avatars were looking at these 7 ancestral witches with grave gazes. For the first time, the many great avatars of the flood wasteland had an extremely intuitive feeling for the witch race, for the true fighting power of the ancestral witches. Very strong. In the absence of saints, ancestral witches' strength, none of them stood at the apex amongst the many strongest. Throughout the entire flood wasteland universe, those who were able to confront a single ancestral witch head-on would have to be, at the very least, at the same level of strength as Taoist Koan Pang. And the same level with the Koan Pang Taoist, and even to exceed him, the vast flood added up, are only the number of hands. Even so, ancestral witches also have a difference in strength between them. The most powerful is undoubtedly Emperor Jiang, who is beating up the Duke of Dongwang at the moment. At this moment, although the Duke of Dongwang is in a sorry state like a clown. But in all fairness, East Wanggong's strength is also situated in the floodplains among the many great god. In the forefront, few enemies exist. Above the battlefield. Boom! The dragon head cane of the Duke of the East King once again collided with Emperor Zheng's iron fist. In just a split second, a destructive immortal light spread directly towards the 9 heavens and the earth, churning the heavens to pieces and tearing the earth apart. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into flying ash and dissipated in an instant. Buzz! Amidst the golden pure yang immortal light, the disheveled Duke of Dongwang was holding his dragon head walking stick, golden immortal blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Raising his hand, he wiped away the immortal blood from the corner of his mouth. The Duke of the East King's eyes were ablaze with rage, and a terrifying baleful aura rose from his body. With red eyes, he roared. Formation! The words fell. The Duke of East Wang's figure quickly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated above the Immortal Court's army. At the same time, Koanpang and the other Immortal Court great avatars all violently erupted with an overwhelming force, escaping briefly from the hands of the 6 ancestral witches and retreating back behind the Duke of the East King. At the same time, Adala Immortal Monarch and Tai Immortal General also quickly took their positions. Rumble! Along with the Dao Lord Immortal Monarchs and Tai Immortal Generals standing firm one by one in the positions that belonged to them, an overwhelming quasi-saintly mana, from the top down, directly enveloped all the great spirit masters, Dao Lord Immortal Monarchs, and Tai Immortal Generals. The power of the group of immortals converged in one place. A terrifying aura then flowed out from the grand formation, far beyond the late quasi-saint stage, completely arriving at the level of quasi-saint perfection. Even more so, it was also vaguely exceeded. Only, nowadays, in the Flood Wasteland universe, there was not yet a strong person who had attained the perfection of the quasi-saint realm, so no great avatar dared to determine that the power of this formation had vaguely exceeded the perfection of the quasi-saint realm. The only one who dares to determine that the power of this formation exceeds the perfection of the quasi-saint realm. Only in the flood starry sky, quietly watching the show Fu Guang. After all, today's Fu Guang has already begun to walk on the path after the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, gathering the greatness of the group of immortals to add to himself. At this moment, Lord Dongwon only felt that he was already omnipotent. Raising his hand, he waved it. Buzz! Vast and unrivaled power descended onto the battlefield, taking in the many immortal court generals, all of whom were in the grand formation. With the addition of billions and billions of the immortal court's elite army, the power of the gathered group of immortals was even more massive, and the power gathered by the grand formation was even stronger. A little bit of fun. Clasping his hands, Emperor Zheng, who had never made a move to stop the Duke of Dongwang's movements, wore a slightly interested smile on his face. At the same time, Emperor Zhang was also finally taking a slightly proper look at this unorthodox opponent of the Eastern Wanggong. You still have a few skills, but that's about it. Not only Di Jiang, the other 6 ancestral wizards were also commenting on the formation formed by the Immortal Court. They're all commenting on it. The power is still considerable. Barely. What the hell is this? This ancestral witch will break it with one punch. You're not practicing. Try it if you can. I'll try. The Shu Rong, with his body entwined with real fire, beast head and body, and his real body full of red scales, his eyes with a look of eagerness, was about to go up and try the level of the formation formed by the Immortal Court's army. Only the next moment, Shu Rong's movement was stopped by Di Jiang. There is no hurry. Emperor Jiang looked at the Immortal Court formation and he opened his mouth and said, "Play with him." Between words, Emperor Zheng's gaze turned and looked directly in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Let the sons and daughters be smart. He still had a little bit of his cards left in his old home. Hearing Di Jiang's words, a group of ancestral witches were all a little puzzled, but then they put this kind of thing that needed to bother their brains behind them, and each of them looked intently at the Immortal Court grand formation that was still brewing and was constantly building up momentum. Since his own big brother said that he wanted to give the Immortal Court a trick, then it's a good idea to play a game. As for how to play, I don't know. Just listen to your big brother's arrangements. Looking at Di Jiang and the other 7 ancestral witches, they watched as they formed a formation, gathering the power of the immortals and condensing the momentum of the formation. Once again, the Duke of the East King felt that he was being looked down upon, and while his face was blue, also felt grateful. Idiot. Since you know that my father still has his cards, you dare to be so reckless. I don't know what to do with myself, but I'm still watching, and I don't even have this father in my sights. Between words, the Duke of the East King raised his head, his eyes glanced at the space dome that blocked off heaven and earth, and his eyes condensed. Rumble! A matchless immortal light gathered by the vast power of the Emperor's Tao and the power of pure Yang shot straight up into the sky and fiercely blasted on top of the spatial vault that Emperor Jiang had arranged with the power of the spatial Tao. Boom! The Huagai stirred, and the entire sky dome looked as if a huge meteorite had been smashed into the calm water. It caused monstrous ripples. Ka-ching! Bang! Immediately afterward, Emperor Zhang's means of blocking off the heavens and earth broke open at this. Seeing this, the Duke of the East King's face showed his complacency. Afterwards, a pair of reddish eyes looked towards Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches, and just when everyone thought that the Duke of the East King was going to make a move on this, the Duke of the East King's gaze looked in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. The sorcerer race is rampant, the Queen Mother is helping me. Chapter 91 Queen Mother of the West, the vertical sun is not enough to conspire with. As soon as the Duke of the East King opened his mouth, all the powerful people who were paying attention to this place froze for a moment. Subsequently, turned their gazes in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. At the same time, within the Yingzhou Immortal Court, after the Duke of the East King led the majority of the Immortal Court's forces out to battle, the Queen Mother of the West, who had stayed at the Yingzhou Immortal Court to keep the peace, saw that a large formation had been set up and had asked for assistance. Seeing the Duke of the East King who had already set up a large formation and had asked for help, she sighed quietly. Alas! This Duke of the East King is really a waste of time. This Duke of the East King is really a waste. Obviously, he has already formed a great formation. Why didn't he just move towards the ancestral witches? With his own strength. With his own strength, coupled with the added power of the formation, not to say that he could win against the 7 ancestral witches, but it would be no problem to fight against them for a period of time. And within this period of time, she, Queen Mother of the West, could completely find a wonderful opportunity to hit the 7 great ancestral witches hard with one blow, establishing the victory. At the same time, she could also get a glimpse of whether the 7 great ancestral witches were hiding any other powers, so that the Immortal Court would not have any means to deal with any irreversible changes. This is a chance to win many things at once. What happened? When Lord Dongwang opened his mouth, directly drew the gazes of all the powerhouses between heaven and earth, including the 7 great ancestral witches. After this, even if she held back from making a move and wanted to seek an opportunity at the back, it was impossible. The 7 great ancestral witches' battle power was superb by no means to say the least, and they wouldn't be little cuties either. Knowing that there was a powerful underhanded means lurking on her Shi Wangmu's side, how could she not be on guard against Shi Wangmu? Simply stupid. The face of the Queen Mother of the West is slightly ugly, but also from above her throne to rise. Said in a deep voice, delusional heavenly destiny in the body, the vertical sun is not enough to conspire with awe. Queen Mother of the West can see clearly. This guy is not unable to think of this layer of planning, simply because he has been beaten afraid. Dare to fight against the strong enemy's heart, has been beaten to pieces. Previously, for the first time in the hands of the ancestral witches, the East King going to one against many, even if also still very wretched, but after all, it is one against many. It could also barely be said that he was still honored despite his defeat. This time, however, he fought the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang alone. He was directly pressed and beaten. Even with all of his means, he was still completely crushed by the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang. In fact, Ancestor Witch Emperor Jiang didn't even open his most powerful Ancestor Witch true body. This shows the gap between the two sides. Therefore, Lord Eastwan should have been scared. Think about it. Ever since Lord Dongwang was appointed by the sage as the head of the male immortals, the few times he had fought with famous powerhouses in the floodplains, he was crushed and defeated. He was scared of being beaten. This was normal. Don't look at the Duke of the East King who was still strong on the surface at the moment, but anyone with a good mind could see the weakness and fear in his heart. This person, doomed to a great cause, is hard to achieve awe. No matter what. Her eyes flickered slightly. Western Queen Mother had already made up her mind to take action. The Immortal Court cannot lose to the ancestral witches and the witch race again. It can be 1, it can be 2, it can't be 3. If the Immortal Court loses to the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race 3 times, then the Immortal Court's gathered fortune, huge power, and even the heavenly fate of her and the Duke of the East will all fall apart in an instant. Loss of heavenly destiny. Without the Immortal Court's huge fortune and power. The names of the two of them, she and the Duke of Dongwang, as the head of male immortals and the head of female immortals, would also exist in name only. At the same time, there would be no more opportunity to dabble in this great cause of proving the way that was before them. It was a matter of attaining the Tao. Even the Western Queen Mother, who wanted to plan everything before she acted and knew that she had already been involved in the quantum leap too deeply, was not willing to let go easily. What's more, Shi Wangmu also had some backbone. That is the saints. Even if she fails. In the Purple Heaven Palace, the saint who had designated her and the Duke of Dongwang as the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, should not be willing to sit back and watch the two of them fall. As long as that saint is there, even if they have to pay a terrible price, she and the Duke of Dongwang still have the courage to get out of the robberies. That's why, even as calm and prudent as the Queen Mother of the West, she also dared to fight for her own Tao. With this thought, the Queen Mother of the West stepped out. The Queen Mother of the West took a step and appeared in the sky above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Buzz. Xihua supreme immortal light flowed out, accompanied by the power of heavenly punishment and the power of purine manifesting in the dome of the sky. The flower of the great Tao opened brilliantly, and the law celebration clouds connected. Quasi-saint, quasi-saint. After all, it was a realm with the word saint. When one manifests in the present, there are naturally mysteries that follow. Behind him hangs the Kunlun mirror, one hand holds the vegetal cloud boundary flag, one hand holds a single innate sword, and the cloud belt floats around the body. The end is graceful and unrivaled, noble and unclimbable. Queen Mother of the West appeared in Yingzhou immortal court above. She said in a loud voice. Formation. Her words only fell. Buzz. Wow. In the heavens and earth where the Yingzhou immortal court was located, the sounds of the Tao once again arose as a series of 5 early-stage quasi-saint great aptitudes came out from various parts of the Yingzhou immortal court one after another. Another group of great Luo immortal monarchs and Taiyi immortal generals appeared. Although the number was far less than the part that Lord Dongwang had brought to Mount Buzhou, this batch of immortal court forces that had once again stepped out still caused the pupils of the many powerful people in the floodlands who were paying attention to this side of the world to shrink. It was another 5 great divine masters. In the immortal court. There are actually 15 great divine masters in the immortal court. What a terrifying underlying power. Moreover, the immortal court is hiding too much. The immortal court is hiding too deeply. The 5 great avatars that came out from the back had not been heard from before? In other words, if it wasn't for the loss of the battle on the East Prince's side, the Western Queen Mother and the 5 great avatars that appeared behind her would have been hidden by the immortal court. Until immortal court's real crisis of destruction arrives. At that time, the sudden appearance of 5 more great avatars would make any enemy of the immortal court drink a pot of water. At this instant, the eyes of all the powerhouses looking at the Western Queen Mother changed. With the flamboyant, overbearing personality of the Duke of the East King, surely he would not be able to make this kind of arrangement of hiding all 5 great divine masters and not exposing them. The only ones who would do so would be those who existed within the immortal court. It was only Shi Wangmu who did not have a high presence amongst the immortal court, and was even relatively low profile amongst the flood wasteland in heaven, seldom making a move and rarely manifesting herself in front of people. It never occurred to her. In everyone's impression, the gentle, low-key, modest, and even willing to be the green leaf of the Duke of Dongwang, set off the Duke of Dongwang's head of the female fairies of the immortal court Queen Mother of the West would actually be such a person. This was also an extremely wealthy old 6th Ah. At this moment, numerous flood world powerhouses, and even many great avatars, were silently recalling whether they had offended the Queen Mother of the West at any point inadvertently. If so, it would be better to find an opportunity to go to the door and break the karma. There is no way. Not afraid of your Queen Mother of the West is powerful, but afraid of your Queen Mother of the West and powerful, and able to hide Ah. If she comes out of the blue, even the great avatars may not be able to withstand it. Great avatars might not be able to withstand the calculations of such an extremely calculating and sophisticated powerhouse. At the same time, some of the powerhouses who themselves thought that the Western Queen Mother was hiding deeply were silently nodding their heads, secretly marveling at their own cleverness. I told you. For an existence like the Queen Mother of the West, who alone occupied 30% of the immortal court's destiny, enjoyed 30% of the immortal court's resources, and sat on the throne of one of the immortal court's 2 masters without wavering, how could she possibly be a green leaf? Western Queen Mother must have hidden a lot. Maybe. What was revealed at this moment was not all that the Queen Mother of the West had hidden. Chapter 92 Tong Tian, who struggled to gain recognition. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West herself was the eye of the formation. The 5 great avatars stood in the 5 directions, and a considerable number of great Luo immortal monarchs and Tai immortal generals were listed according to their arcane positions. Finally, the entire Yingzhou immortal court below served as the foundation of the great formation. Start the formation. When all the immortals were set up, the vast power of the great Tao around the Queen Mother of the West condensed and echoed with the immortals in the formation, forming a force of unity and inducing the great Tao to resonate. Buzz. It was as terrifying as the might of the heavens, and as powerful as the destruction of the gods. An extremely terrifying aura rose from the Yingzhou immortal court, enveloping the entire East Sea. Rumble. Vast immortal light rose up into the sky, echoing with the Duke of Dongwang, who was forming a formation above the battlefield at this moment. The power of the 2 great formations combined with each other. Pure yin and pure yang, emperor and heavenly punishment. After fusion and enhancement, the late quasi-saint aura that the Queen Mother of the West had originally displayed was also elevated with it, steadily arriving at the quasi-saint perfection level. After echoing with the other great formation, the Eastern King's Duke, who had also attained quasi-saint perfection, breath, went up a level. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was all filled with a vast 2-colored immortal light, and the strong and overwhelming aura of the 2 immortal court lords spanned across the heavens and earth, causing all the powerhouses to look on. This formation. It's quite remarkable. In the middle of the starry sky, Fu Guang, who was calmly watching the show, after seeing the two people, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, joining hands and casting out two great formations. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Yang 996, combined with the power of the immortal quartz immortals, plus the two people's pure Yang de Dao and pure Yin de Dao complementing each other. The power of this formation. This formation's power is quite good. When he saw the Duke of Dongwang forming a formation, Fu Guang thought that the formation he was going to pull out should be the great formation of 10,000 immortals from memory. After all, the 10,000 Immortals formation was said to have been created by the Tongtian sect leader, and it was also said to be the immortal court boundary protecting formation of the Duke of the East King. Between the reference value. Even if it was the Duke of the East King who had pulled out the 10,000 Immortals great formation, Fu Guang did not think it was unusual. But now it seems. Terra Nova Immortal Court's boundary protection formation should be the complete formation formed by the Duke of Dongwang and the Queen Mother of the West. Taken individually, they were both formidable formations. Now that the two formations are echoing each other, as if they have merged into one, their power has become even more terrifying. It looks like. Fu Guang pondered in his heart. Without me establishing the demon race and setting up the demon race heavenly court to compete with Lord Dongwang's immortal court, the immortal court's strength is indeed quite a bit more powerful than what I remember. 15 Quasi-Saints. TSK. This strength is worthy of the immortal court's heavenly order. Although 15 saints are still not enough in front of the 12 ancestor witches, under the Great Formation, it's not something that 7 ancestor witches such as Emperor Jiang can handle. The other ancestral witches. This battle would surely show up as well. At that time, all the beings in the flood wasteland, mainly the 10,000 races, would understand how terrifying the sorcerer race was. Thoroughly interrupt their heart. I can also, we join forces, the witch race may not be able to kill us before, there is still power, and so on and so forth. After that. Waiting for the right time. Once his Fu Guang's banner is set up and the signboard is played out, he will definitely be able to attract a lot of forces to come to rely on him and take refuge in him religiously. At that time, there will be no need to establish the demon race as a race. Without the need to establish the demon race as a race, he, Fu Guang, would be able to obtain a strong base force at his fingertips. After that, he would do some planning and develop this force. The position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme can also be planned for. At this moment, the plan in Fu Guang's mind had gradually taken shape and was very beautiful. As long as the immortal court was strong, and the Duke of the East was strong enough to let the flood world beings see the unprecedented power of the sorcerer race, everything would go smoothly. Kunlun Mountain. Pangdu 3 Qing is also concerned about this battle. For both sides to win or lose, the 3 Qing did not care. Of course. If it was possible to choose. The 3 Qings hoped that the immortal court would win. After all, the 3 Qings were very displeased with the witch race, disliked the savage style of the witch race, and even more so, despised the witch race's lack of understanding of heaven's numbers and the general situation. Look. Laozi in the beginning of the two focus is on the 7 great ancestral which, while Tongtian's eyes are rolling in the east Wangong and west Wangmu formed can be divided into a big formation above. The formation that combines the power of all the immortals is a bit interesting. Tongtian thought in his heart. If I am able to create a great formation like this, I might be able to impress my eldest and second eldest brothers and have them praise me. Nowadays, the 3 purities are still one. The relationship is also very good, really is the same pants feelings. Only, in front of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tongtian is just a little old brother. Not to mention that he does not have much say, and his opinion does not matter at all, and in normal times, because of his temperament, he has not been reprimanded and disciplined by Yuan Shi. And as a big brother Laozi, for this kind of thing did not care, let alone feel bad, blocking the beginning of the discipline Tongtian. It was so. What Tongtian, who is still enduring nowadays, had in his mind was nothing more than impressing his 2 elder brothers. More thoughts. For the time being, it was still not there. Secretly poking and prodding, Tongtian began to deduce the formation formed by the immortal court's immortals, preparing to bring it out in the future on the day it was completed so that Laozi and Yuan Shi would be impressed with him and praise him. Fengqi Mountain. Fushi's face was serious and grave. He was like this after seeing 15 great avatars come out of the immortal court. Even though a good number of these great avatars were still only at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. But this number. Commission was indeed somewhat terrifying. Even though after the saint's sermon in the Violet Heavenly Palace, the great Luo Golden Immortals were no longer the strongest at the top of the pyramid. But because of the quantum revelation, Fushi, who had been staying at Fengqi Mountain and seldom walked around in the floodplains, also really did not expect that the number of great avatars, just like the Dala cultivators, had also sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and kept on popping up very quickly. Fushi began to self-reflect after coming back to his senses. One must not underestimate the beings of heaven and earth. Although there are few great avatars. But in this era, they are not rare. It is bad luck to underestimate the beings of heaven and earth. Subsequently, Fushi calmed his mind and continued to watch the battle. There was no sense of urgency. There were also gaps between great avatars. Some of the gaps were even comparable to a heavenly abyss. And more importantly, Fushi has always believed that the starry sky and the existence of the same heavenly destiny must be able to calculate all of this. After all, that is the Fuguang Taoist friend who has the ability to calculate everything. The reactions of many powerful people varied. At this moment, the two sides that were at the center of heaven and earth had no time to care. Once the great formation was completed, the Queen Mother of the West stood on top of the heavenly dome of Yingzhou Immortal Court, operating the power of the great formation to support and assist the Duke of the East. She opened her mouth in a cool voice to remind the Duke of the East, who was immersed in the power of the great formation. Emperor. The great formation has been completed. If you don't fight now, when will you wait? Chapter 93, The Witch Race's Special. Tong Tian, I will become a great weapon. Above the battlefield. Western Queen Mother's words had only just fallen. At the center of the great formation, enchanting the two great formations, the Duke of the East King, who had never felt the greatness in his body, once again had a confident and open smile on his face. He let out a loud laugh. Ha! With such great power in his body, he can unify the flood and become a saint. As he spoke, rumble. The Duke of East Wan waved his big hand, and the power of the complete immortal court boundary protector formation was applied by him. The volatile pure yang immortal light washed over the heavens and earth, directly dispersing a lot of the ferocious aura formed by the 7 ancestral witches as well as the many witch clansmen who had converged, and the heavens and earth were restored to some clarity. At the same time, the pressure of the perfection of paramount sainthood was spreading out towards the 7 great ancestral sorcerers. Buzz. Pure yang immortal light reflected in the 9 heavens, and the quasi-saint phantom of the Duke of Dongwang was like an emperor inspecting the heavens and earth, looking down on the 7 great ancestral witches with his eyes downcast. The Duke of the East King spoke aloud. Emperor Jiang. I will give you 7 ancestral witches and your witch race one last chance. Submit, or fall here. Hearing these words from the Lord of the East, the 7 great ancestral witches were silent for a while. The many great avatars watching the battle were speechless. Western Queen Mother, who was maintaining the grand formation and assisting the Duke of Dongwang in preparing for the battle against the ancestral witches, had a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She almost couldn't help but curse angrily. Idiot. Arrogant and arrogant people. Once the great formation is open, with great power in your body, what are you wasting words with a bunch of barbarians? Directly start fighting is off. Don't you need resources to maintain the formation? Is the power of the immortals infinite? How long can we all support you with such power? In the middle of a great battle, even an instant can lead to countless changes. Are you still wasting your time to persuade me to surrender? Even if you want to persuade them to surrender, you should persuade them to surrender only after you have defeated them. You, Duke of the East King, who was beaten up like a dog by the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang only a short while ago, are also able to persuade him to surrender successfully at this time. Western Queen Mother's face darkened. Fortunately, the 7 ancestral witches were also the most reckless of a group of reckless people and simply couldn't stand how arrogant the Duke of the East King was. Therefore, in the instant that the Duke of the East King's words fell only moments ago, rumble. The true fire on Zhu Rong's body suddenly skyrocketed, and the aura above the ancestral witch's true body skyrocketed. Angrily, he roared. You're pretty damn rampant. This ancestral witch is here to meet you. The words fell. Zhu Rong's huge ancestral witch body that stood on top of the sky and earth, rolled the sky and earth between the calamity of the gas, combined with their own horrible blood and the power of the great Tao of fire, unstoppable and directly killed the Duke of the East King. And at the same time, the rumble. The water ancestor Witch Gong Gong, who had originally not uttered a single word, similarly catalyzed his own great Tao, forming an endless ocean of true water, and killed out together with Zhu Rong. Gong Gong was also roaring. You! Along with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's strikes, the rest of the ancestral witches were also unable to sit still. One after another, they struck out. Towards the Duke of Dongwang and the immortal court immortals who had already formed a large formation, they surrounded and killed. He. Emperor Jiang smiled coldly, his gaze glancing in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. At this moment, Emperor Jiang could be certain of one thing: all the cards of the Immortal Court had almost come out. Even if there was still something left, it wasn't enough to make him overly vigilant. Click. Moving the joints on his body, Di Zhang's eyes boiled with battle intent, and the qi and blood on his body began to boil. After enduring for so long, this ancestral sorcerer also needs to move his muscles properly. Between words, Di Zhang took a step out. Rumble. A monstrous ferocious qi and blood erupted from his body, charging straight up into the clouds and stirring the heavens. The terrifying true body of an ancestral witch manifested. Emperor Jiang roared in rage as he killed towards the Duke of Dongwang. Kill! In the midst of his roar, Emperor Jiang directly collaborated with Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and the other 6 ancestral witches to encircle the Duke of Dongwang and the Immortal Court's army in the center, urging the power of his own great Tao to continuously wear down all the means that the Duke of Dongwang was exerting at the moment. The perimeter of the battlefield. At this moment, all of the great sorcerers of the witch clan who were unable to participate in the great battle, one by one, their bodies erupted with a strong aura, and between the huge surges of qi and blood, they pulled in a large amount of baleful qi between heaven and earth. All the witch clan members were roaring in anger and cheering for the 7 great ancestral witches. Witch! 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 Rumble! Accompanied by the roars of the witch clan members, as well as the surge of terrifying blood qi that seemed to coalesce into a single strand on their bodies, an inexplicable great momentum gradually rose up between heaven and earth. This particular great momentum. It was as if heaven and earth were responding to the whistling and roaring of the sorcerer clan. More and more of the fury qi surged and converged above the battlefield. At the same time, all the powerful people who were paying attention to this battle were able to clearly feel that along with the convergence of the baleful qi, the aura on the 7 great ancestral witches became more and more powerful and terrifying, and their fighting strength became more and more powerful. This scene stunned all the powerhouses. They were all in awe of the specialness of the witch race. Just by whistling and cheering in unison, they were actually able to induce a little response from the great forces of heaven and earth. This is the gold content of the authentic descendants of Pangu? Even the flood world was opened up by the great god Pangu, so it was only normal for the heavens and earth to respond to the authentic descendants of the great god Pangu. Worthy of being a Pangu authentic descendant. Anyone who saw this scene had to sigh with emotion. After lamenting, numerous powerful great spirit masters were looking at the direction of the Kunlun mountains with teasing gazes. Look at the other people, the sorcerer race. Simply by wailing and cheering in unison, they can induce heaven and earth to respond. And what about you Pangu 3 Ching? Although claiming to be Pangu authentic, but have never seen you 3 Ching, show such as the witch race, can get the heaven and earth to respond to the vision? No, I haven't. Not at all. Although we all know that the Pangu 3 Ching is indeed the Pangu gods' 3 divinities, combined with the opening of the heavenly clear air transformed into the innate divine. Calling a Pangu authentic is indeed something without fault. But everything is afraid of comparison. There is the witch race that can make heaven and earth respond in front of them, and then look at the Pangu 3 Ching. This gap. It's straight out. Pangu 3 Ching is indeed related to Pangu. But to say that they are authentic, it would have to be the sorcerer race that was a little more authentic. At this moment, inside the Jade Void Palace in the Kunlun Mountains, the inactive Lao Zi's brow was furrowed and his eyes looked at the 7 ancestral witches and the witch clan in an unperturbed manner. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could see Lao Zi's strong dissatisfaction with the witch clan. On the side, Yuan Shi, who had always paid attention to his face, had a slightly ugly face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Even without uttering a single word, it was known that at this moment, Yuan Shi was calculating the sorcerer race. Finally, Tong Tian noticed the movements of the witch race, but didn't care. In his opinion, 3 Chang were Pangu, and Pangu was not 3 Chang. Therefore, there was no need to argue about these minor issues. Could it be that just because of the existence of the witch race, the 3 purities of Pangu, were not the 3 purities of Pangu? That's impossible. There is no way that what should be theirs will be less than care about the matter of the witch race. At this moment Tong Tian is excitedly observing the deduction of the Immortal Court's boundary protection array. When he succeeded, he would definitely be able to impress his 2 older brothers and praise them properly. Not as bad as today. Among the 3 Ching, he could only be a younger brother of a younger brother, and even his own opinion would not be cared about by his 2 older brothers. He Tong Tian will become a great man. Chapter 94. This group of reckless people even have a backhand? Immortal light stirred. Divine abilities and spiritual treasures came out in unison. Terrifying qi and blood were entangled with baleful qi. At this moment, above the battlefield, the 7 great ancestral witches were joining hands to attack and kill, while vaguely occupying a special orientation with each other, and the terrifying qi and blood tugging at the fateful qi on the 7 of them seemed as if they were about to merge into one under the special qi. And this kind of qi that had not yet completely risen up, allowed the 7 great ancestral witches to erupt in explosive increments of combat power. Very quickly. It had reached an extreme. At this moment, Duke of the East King, who was facing the 7 great ancestral witches directly, was initially able to cope with the attack by relying on the power of the 2 great formations to augment him. But with time, he was soon once again passive and fell into a disadvantage. This situation that left all the powerhouses watching the battle stunned. Even more so, it left Lord East Wang, his entire being dumbfounded. His face as the Lord of the Immortal Court, the head of the male immortals, and the man of heaven's destiny, for the 3rd time, was ruthlessly rubbed against the ground by the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan, rubbing his face against the ground. Shame. anger, unwillingness, and disbelief. At the moment filled with the heart of the Duke of Dongwang, so that his eyes red, sanity gradually lost, the body gradually flow and burst out of the intention of madness. Unwillingly, he roared and screamed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you ancestral witches are the descendants of the Panga clan, the gap between this ancestor and you is by no means so great. At the same time, the gap between the great divine power could never be this great. Lord East Wang was unwilling to believe it, nor could he believe it. He himself would still be easily crushed when he was facing the siege of the 7 great ancestral sorcerers, with all his cards out. He still wanted to explode, still wanted to fight back. But yet, he could only have the power to fight. And most importantly, every time Duke Dongwang made a move, the power of the 7 great ancestral sorcerers would fall equally from him to all of the immortal court immortals that made up the Great Formation. At this moment, a large number of immortal court soldiers at the lowest level were already unable to withstand the horrifying pressure that was being apportioned down, and one by one, their flesh exploded on the spot, falling on the spot. A roiling mist of blood floated between the heavens and the earth, coloring both the sky and the earth red. At the same time, in the middle of the vast floodplain, an even more terrifying quantum fury chi was brewing. In the sky above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Despite not facing the 7 great ancestral witches directly, Shi Wangmu, who was running a great formation and assisting the Duke of Dongwang, was likewise apportioning the 7 great ancestral witches' attack. The Immortal Court army soldiers above the battlefield suffered heavy losses. Similarly, Yingzhou Immortal Court's side wasn't much better. As blood rained down, the East China Sea was being rapidly dyed red, and the ferocious aura lingered in the sky above the beautiful Immortal Court, directly causing the heaven and earth where the Yingzhou Immortal Court was located to become gloomy and bleak. If this continues, the Duke of Dongwang will undoubtedly be defeated. Zhuangmu's body was flowing with Shihua Supreme Immortal Light. Her face was gloomy as she contemplated. I need to step in. If the Duke of Dong continues to lose this battle, the Immortal Court will be in danger. The thought fell from her mind. Buzz. The Queen Mother of the West's companion spiritual treasure, the Kunlun Mirror, was flowing with arcane immortal light, and an extreme force of time was reflected from the Kunlun Mirror. The Queen Mother of the West, who had activated her spiritual treasure, was about to use the Kunlun Mirror to open a spacetime rift and rush to the battlefield from the Yingzhou Immortal Court. However, her footsteps had just taken a step. Rumble. An extremely terrifying ferocious chi and blood rushed through the sky dome above the Yingzhou Immortal Court, and the power of the spatial Great Tao abruptly erupted, distorting the sky dome at the same time as a gigantic figure stepped out from the space. This giant human body with a snake tail, 7 hands behind his back, 2 hands on his chest, and 2 more hands holding 2 ferocious and hideous giant snakes. The terrifying chi and blood, the giant's true body that stood on top of the sky, and the terrifying fury that was the same as that of the 7 great ancestral witches. Each and every one of them highlighted the identity of the visitor. Ancestral witch. This is definitely an ancestral witch. Among the crowd of cultivators in the flood, other than an ancestral witch, who else could have such terrifying chi and blood, and be covered in a monstrous, terrifying fury chi? The moment this ancestral witch appeared, his body was filled with surging chi and blood, and his body was flowing with a thick, heavy, terrifying earth Tao power, and his fist was like a starry dipper, and like a great mountain, fiercely slamming down towards the Queen Mother of the West, who was preparing to support the Duke of the East. This sudden change happened only in an instant. Before the eyes of the many powerful people watching the battle could shift over from the battlefield between the Duke of Dongwang and the 7 great ancestral witches, a terrifying battle fluctuation erupted in the sky above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Rumble. Several types of great Tao powers were battling each other, and the laws of heaven and earth were resonating. Terrifying to the extreme exchanges. In an instant, it allowed a large number of Immortal Court minor immortals to fall under the great formation presided over by the Queen Mother of the West, turning into a rain of blood that showered down on the gilded seat of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. At the same time, also surrounded the Yingzhou Immortal Court's quantum karmic aura a few more ferocious points. And at this moment, numerous powerful people who were paying attention to this battle were also looking at the Yingzhou Immortal Court with dismayed gazes. Good lord! That group of reckless people from the sorcerer race, they even have a backhand? The Immortal Court's great rear has also been attacked? Hiss! This big show today was really quite exciting. At the same time, there were also a lot of twists and turns. Numerous powerhouses watched with rapt attention, while their faces grew serious. This was the quantum summation. It really is changing every moment. Yingzhou Immortal Court. Huzzah! The stirring purine supreme mysterious immortal light reflected the firmament, and the power of heavenly punishment evolved into roiling divine thunder. At this moment, Western Queen Mother, who had a very ugly face, had a glittering and divine veiled cloud boundary flag suspended beside her. Her protective immortal light was unbreakable and invulnerable to all laws, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared dead on the ancestral witch that had appeared. A deep voice said, "Another ancestral witch. Your witch clan is hiding so deeply. Surprisingly, you have 8 ancestral witches. No. Between words, the Western Queen Mother's complexion dawned, and then said directly with a certainty in her tone. Under the heavenly Tao, 9 is the extreme. If this seed is not wrong, your witch race's ancestral witches are not 7 nor 8, but a full 9. The words fell. Buzz. The Kunlun mirror behind the Queen Mother of the West was suddenly filled with spiritual light, and the mirror turned, directly sweeping across the entire heaven and earth. In the end, the immortal light of the Kunlun mirror was directly fixed at a certain spatial orientation. Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes looked over. Since the 9th ancestral witch is here, why hide? Show yourself. At the same time as the Western Queen Mother's words fell, another ancestral witch with a monstrous chi and blood, ferocious and powerful, walked out from the space. After seeing this ancestral witch walk out, Queen Mother West breathed heavily, and her face became grave as it was visible to the naked eye. 9 ancestral witches. That witch race actually had a full 9 ancestral witches in existence. A single ancestral sorcerer could suppress more than 2 great divine masters. Let alone 9? Damn the sorcerer clan. The Western Queen Mother couldn't help but curse in her heart, and anger flared up. Surprisingly, there were still 2 ancestral witches hidden. This lapse in judgment of information was just too fatal. There was also the fact that, surprisingly, she had not thought about the appearance of this possibility at all previously. This should not have been the case. Now it seemed that, unsurprisingly, she had entered the quantum revelation too deeply, and without realizing it, she had also been affected by the quantum revelation severing chi, to the point that she had lost some of her own prudence in some of the things that she had planned above. Just also good. Although the information that the witch clan hides 9 ancestral witches is indeed exciting and shocking. But she, the Queen Mother of the West, was not without a backhand. Chapter 95, 2 fists dry shatter the dream of the Heavenly Emperor. It was not yet a desperate situation. In the face of the 2 ancestral witches gawking at her, Western Queen Mother's face was serious. As long as Lord Eastwang is able to hold on, I will be able to repel these 2 ancestral witches and then rush to Lord Eastwang's aid. In the worst case scenario, I will be able to make this battle a draw and not lose. Win. That's impossible. All that can be done is to ensure that one side does not lose. With this thought, the Queen Mother of the West directly cut off the Great Formation echo with the Duke of the East side, and collected back the power of the Great Formation on her side. At the same time, the buzz. Amidst the purine to myriad immortal light, the body of the Queen Mother of the West released the aura of a paramount saint that had already been perfected. It did not add to the power of the Great Formation. The Queen Mother of the West herself had already reached the realm of perfection of paramount sainthood, revealing her true cultivation. The Queen Mother of the West, who was no longer hiding her true cultivation, had a monstrous aura on her body, and her perfected quasi-Holy Spirit aura pressurized the earth and sky at the same time. The Queen Mother of the West transmits her voice towards the Duke of the East on the battlefield of the sorcerer race. Emperor Duke, hold on. After I force these 2 ancestral witches to retreat, I will come back to help Emperor Duke. The words resounded between heaven and earth. The next moment, Queen Mother of the West activated the vastness of mana, the hands of the vegetal cloud boundary flag to show gorgeous light. The weather is dense, covering the sky and the sun. The protective immortal light fell, can be said to be the destruction of the evil. All laws do not invade. Directly the Queen Mother of the West's defense was pulled full. At the same time, Kunlun mirror above the power of the avenue of time is even more terrifying. The mirror light of the sky and earth, the time of this area was suddenly out of order, became incomparably chaotic. Being in it, such as plunged into the quagmire within the quagmire, simply cannot act freely. The 2 most powerful magic treasures. Plus, the addition of half of the power of the Great Boundary Protector Formation, directly allowing the Queen Mother of the West's combat power to reach a height that today's flood avatars would find it difficult to reach. Preparations were made. At this moment, Queen Mother of the West was about to forcefully attack the 2 ancestral witches that stood in front of the immortal court of Yingzhou, with the clear intention of stopping her here and not bringing the slightest bit of assistance to the Duke of Dongguan. Because she knew very well, once she didn't force these 2 ancestral witches back first, when the Duke of Dongguan on the other side couldn't hold on, she would have to face the siege of 9 ancestral witches in the blink of an eye. At that point, there was nothing she could do. There would really be nothing that could be done about it. But, just when the Queen Mother of the West was about to make her move, a miserable scream and roar came out. Ah! Queen Mother of the West, you've misjudged me. 2 flowers bloomed, each with its own branch, above the battlefield of the witch race. The changes that happened in Yingzhou Immortal Court were too fast. So much so, that, when the Queen Mother of the West decided that she would temporarily stop assisting the Duke of the East, withdraw half of the power of the Boundary Protector Formation, and go all out to force back the 2 great ancestral witches, the Duke of the East, who was being beaten, had not yet reacted. Then, as the Duke of Dongguan's opponent, Di Jiang had accurately seized the opportunity. Qi and blood surged in Di Zhang's body like a demonic god. He roared. Zhumang and my little sister have already made their move. Your worries have been lifted, so help my brother and kill the Duke of the East King. Heard. Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestral witches all responded. Good. The words fell. Rumble. The 6 ancestral witches stepped on the arcane steps, and between the surges of their terrifyingly ferocious qi and blood, all of them flowed towards Emperor Jiang, who was in the center. In a split second, a barbaric and terrifying aura emerged from Emperor Jiang's body, far exceeding the Duke of the East, who had lost the power of the Great Formation and whose aura had fallen to the level of a perfect quasi-saint. Death. Emperor Jiang, who roared in anger, absorbed all the horrifying baleful qi between heaven and earth and gathered it on top of his own attack. Carrying the power of the great Tao of space, the vastness of qi and blood, and the monstrous power of the fury qi, it ruthlessly wore down the Paragon Duke of the East King's Paragon Dharma phase. At the same time, the numerous innate spiritual treasures that the Duke of Dongwang had offered up were all used to grind out their spiritual light with the quantum bane qi, causing them to dim like scrap and fall back into the Duke of Dongwang's body. Even that extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure Dragon Head Cane was hard to stop Di Zhang's killing spree. Rumble. As this punch went down, the Duke of the East King did his best to fend it off, and it was ultimately blocked. Only that. The price paid was not small. Under one punch, the original uncountable immortal court army was apportioned to a pressure that exceeded their limits, and nearly 80% of their soldiers fell on the spot. Even the golden immortal commanders and Taiyi immortal generals also had a number of them perish without a trace. This punch directly killed half of Yingzhou immortal court soldiers. Even the surviving immortals were all injured. Even the 8 great avatars, including Ku and Pang, did not have any surprises. At the same time, one of the originally strong immortal court boundary protecting formations was also directly shattered. Once the formation was broken, the immortal court immortals who had set up the formation were once again traumatized, and each one of them had a shriveled breath. At the same time, Lord Dongwang, who was the eye of the formation, was more heavily injured than everyone else. His breath withered. He roared in unwillingness. Why did you withdraw the power of the Great Formation? Ah! Queen Mother of the West, you have misjudged me. It was only after the Duke of the East King's screams had fallen. After breaking the formation with a single punch, Emperor Zhang's body was as powerful as a rainbow, and his every move made heaven and earth shake as he moved up. He raised his fist once again. You're not worthy to unify the flood? Death! The words fell. An even more terrifying killing fist than the one he had just thrown fell directly towards Lord Dongwang, whose breath was unsteady due to the heavy injuries he had suffered. This punch caused the Duke of the Eastern King to feel the crisis of death. His eyes were glazed over, but his expression was panicked. He roared. I am the head of the male immortals who were appointed by the sages, sealed by the Tao ancestor, and blessed with heaven's mandate. Emperor Jiang, you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? Hearing, Emperor Jiang didn't answer at all. Nonetheless, he didn't stop because of the Duke of the East King's words of declaring himself as his backer, but he struck even faster and more ferociously. In an instant, the Emperor Zhang's killing iron fist that directly broke all the means of struggle set off by the Duke of the East King, and ruthlessly landed on the Duke of East King's body. Boom! This punch directly shattered Lord Dongwang's physical body, carrying the power of the Great Tao and the quantum killing fury, directly grinding down his Paragon Tao fruit and Yuanshan consciousness. At the same time, it also shattered Lord Dongwang's dreams of witnessing the Tao, claiming hegemony, and being an emperor, altogether. Only a little bit of his true spirit was left behind to return to the Great Tao. Whether or not this little bit of Lord Dongwang's true spirit would still be able to return during the immeasurable measurements of the heavens was an unknown. Rumble. 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 The fall of the Paramount Saint's great aptitudes triggered the Great Tao to resonate with the heavens and earth. A thunderous sound representing grief resounded through the heavens and earth, blood rained down from the sky, and countless living beings were rendered by a sense of sadness, weeping and howling. This scene caused all of the great divine masters who were paying attention to this battle to tremble and chill all over their bodies. Dead? The Duke of the East King had fallen just like that? This was still the first time between the floodlands and heaven and earth. It was the first time a Paragon Great Avatar had fallen. The Emperor River Ancestral Witch, after getting really serious, had crushed the East King Gong, a powerhouse amongst the quasi-saints, with 2 punches, even bringing his great Tao and beautiful dreams with him? Ancestral witches are really fierce. The witch race was also really fierce. At the same time, the many great avatars also realized that it seems like the paramount sage realm may not necessarily be able to keep their lives the thought of attaining enlightenment in the hearts of the many great avatars at this moment became more and more urgent. Chapter 96 I top you up. Puff Boy. Lord of the Immortal Court. Head of the male immortals. Emperor Dong Wanggong has fallen. At this moment, the The vision of heaven and earth sharing the same sorrow caused by the quasi-saints' fall caused all the great aptitudes to be jolted. Woe to them! Now after the saints had merged, the paragon great avatar at the top of the pyramid of the flood wasteland heaven and earth was even able to be killed? Moreover, it was still a late-stage quasi-saint, with the power of the boundary protector formation on one side, and the battle power had reached the quasi-saint perfection, and even exceeded that of a top great avatar. Just like that. Killed by a few ancestral witches? Hiss. Even the Duke of Dongwang had to die when faced with the ancestral witches, so what about them, the great avatars who were even inferior to the Duke of Dongwang? I'm afraid that if they were to fight the ancestral witches head-on, they wouldn't be able to escape death. The moment they thought of this, all of the great avatars seemed to feel a deadly threat. Many people's faces became grave. Fengqi Mountain. Fushi's face was filled with gravity and seriousness, and heavenly chances flowed in his eyes. Upon seeing the fall of the Duke of the East King, his spiritual platform directly signaled an alarm, causing Fushi's vigilance and scorn for the ancestral witches to reach an unprecedented height. This height that was enough to be called a death tribulation. Is it possible that the poor Taoist will also have to fall into the hands of the ancestral witches? Touching his beard, Fushi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that because Poverty Road is going to participate in the great cause of fellow Daoist Fu Guang, he will end up going against the sorcerer race, against the ancestral witches, so when there is a risk of falling, the great tribulation karma is going to fall on the ancestral witches? As soon as this thought came to mind, Fushi's heart, in fact, has been very certain. In other words, next, if he were to continue with his previous plan, it was very likely that he would fall into the hands of these powerful and murderous ancestral witches in the future great power of heaven and earth. After pondering for a moment, a slight smile appeared on Fushi's face. Opening his mouth, he said, "My Tao is in it, how can I retreat from it? If I can transcend from this death calamity, then my Tao will come true. On the contrary, my Tao will also be realized. The great Tao is here. As a quasi-saint cultivator, how can Fushi not take a chance and willingly back off? Not to mention, he is very confident in his innate numerical means, sure that he can be in the future trend of the wind and clouds, to find a ray of hope for this death. The fall of the Duke of Dongwang. Touching his beard, Fushi is at this moment exerting means and heavenly chances to deduce. Causing the immortal court, this battle has already been considered a failure. Even if the Queen Mother of the West is a quasi-saint, she can't undo the fate of the immortal court. Now the immortal court of the immortals, the first thing to consider, is not the unification of the flood destiny, but how to survive in the hands of the ancestral witches and sorcerers. There was a slight pause. Fushi's gaze looked towards the direction of the sun star in the starry sky. Smiling without saying a word. After the Duke of the East King lost his heavenly destiny and fell, where did the heavenly destiny he lost along with the immortal court go? The answer is naturally self-evident. Is this also in your calculations? Fushi had a look of emotion on his face. Worthy of you, fellow Daoist Fu Guang. Without even walking out of the solar star, you have already seen everything above the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses clearly and calculated it to death. Fushi doesn't believe that. The fall of the Duke of the East King was not within Fu Guang's calculations. Even Fushi also suspects that. Fushi also suspects that behind the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, there may not be no push and pull from Fu Guang. After all, a flood cannot accommodate 2 emperors. The existence of the East Kingdom is undoubtedly blocking the road of Fu Guang Taoist to step on the throne of heaven and earth supremacy. Even if he didn't personally count on the Duke of the East King, there was still no problem in pushing for him to fall, right? To all living beings, he is both powerful and virtuous. He was kind to his friends. To his enemies, he is ruthless. Such an existence. He should be the hegemon of heaven and earth. Kunlun Mountain. Inside the Jade Palace. In regards to the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, the reactions of the 3 Pangoqing were all very serious and grave. But what they were thinking was not quite the same. Lao Zi was a little worried that with the strength of the sorcerer race and that ancestral witch, whether they would be able to put up a fight with the Pango 3 pristine ones afterward because of the name of the Pango Orthodox clan. If they were to do so, although they would not be afraid of the 9 ancestral witches, they would be an extremely troublesome opponent after all. Yuanshi was most angry. He wasn't angry at the ancestral witches for their murderous nature and strength. Rather, he was angry at the 9 ancestral witches for not recognizing the number of heaven. How dare they dare! In the East Wanggong shouted out the words of the saint's approval, the heavenly Tao approved words, but still made a strong kill the East Wanggong disrespectful saint, disobedience to the momentum of the heavenly Tao against the behavior of the heaven. Tong Tian also had some anger. Only his anger lies in the fact that the 9 great ancestral witches did not put their own teacher in their eyes at all. This point made the sentimental Tong Tian especially dissatisfied. However, Tong Tian still recognized the powerful strength of the 9 ancestral witches. At the very least, if it was a one-on-one battle, Tong Tian now, the probability is that he will not be the opponent of the 9 great ancestral witches. in the middle of the starry sky. At this moment, the Fu Guang looked at the scene of the Duke of the East King's fall with a dumbfounded look on his face, the melon seeds in his hand. He forgot to throw them inside his mouth. Dead, dead, dead? The dumbfounded Fu Guang had some dumbfounded words. Just like that, was killed in seconds? Said that the war of 1,000 years, forcing all the ancestral witches out? What about the promised extreme battle power of all the ancestral witches? What about the promised pressure on all the ancestral witches to directly use their cards? This is it? Just this? He roared out in anger. The aura on Fu Guang's body suddenly exploded. Boom! The endless overriding terrifying pressure above the perfection of the mixed golden immortal directly shrouded the endless starry sky, stirring the starry sky to flow with great Tao pressure. At the same time, the sun star, which was very far away from Fu Guang, as if it had also sensed the wrath of the sun god, its light steeply shone. Only the next moment, that terrifying great Tao pressure dissipated like an illusion, and the strange movements of the sun star also instantly subsided and returned to the beginning. Between the stars. Boom! Fu Guang, who had collected his own aura, kicked over the immortal table in front of himself, venting angrily. Rubbish! Fool! Third grandson! Melon skin! Incompetent! Rotten ass! Son of a! I'll you up! Punk ass boy! He cursed at the top of his lungs. Not a care in the world for his image. Without this strength, you won't develop? What's the point of pretending? I thought you have a lot of strength and ability, dare to be so unscrupulous and unruly. 15 against 9, but also let others break the formation and kill. You don't even have the strength to hold out until the Queen Mother rescues you. What are you so arrogant about? Being the one who most supported the Duke of Dongwang's great display of power, Fu Guang suddenly realized that himself, who was full of expectations for this old boy, the Duke of the East King, was simply a clown. His plan. After having rehearsed it countless times, it was only after he had slowly finalized all his plans. Because of the Duke of Dong's incompetence, he had to start planning all over again. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had his wits about him, he would have blown up. Chapter 97. Dead and still have to sue for a crime. After venting, Fu Guang raised his hand and waved it. The immortal table that he had kicked over was restored to its original state, and he sat down again. At the same time, Fu Guang, who had already calmed down, had complex emotions flowing in his golden eyes. Lord Dongwang had fallen, and the saint hadn't made a move since the beginning. In other words, the sage has already made his choice. Then, in this game of heaven and earth, it was time for him, Fu Guang, to enter the game with his body. Although the sage had not forced, nor would he force him to make a choice. But the problem was, the benefits given by the saint were so great that Fu Guang, who had originally seen no hope of becoming a saint in the grand scheme of things, had already seen the hope of becoming a saint. In this way, even though he knew that entering the quantum rain was very dangerous, and that he would have to become a saint if he didn't succeed, Fu Guang was still moved by his heart. He was indeed a guest from the heavens. In his mind, he did know a lot about the future. But again, Fu Guang, who had been practicing and working his way upward since the beginning of the heavens and the earth to this day, was doing so firstly because he wanted to break free from his destiny. It was also because Fu Guang was also essentially a seeker of the way. The difference was just that Fu Guang was a steady seeker of the way. Steadiness is not about not competing, not grabbing, completely being a shrunken head turtle. No rabbit, no eagle. There is no benefit, no idea. All things are planned before moving. Cannot make rash decisions. Cannot be rash and rash action. If you want to do it, then go all out. This was what Fu Guang understood to be prudence, and it was also one of his guidelines. Otherwise, with his qualifications, status, and position in this quantum culpa, if he really wanted to be careful, he shouldn't even take the opportunity to preach at the Purple Heavenly Palace. After all, there are too many sayings that saints preach sermons, not good intentions nowadays. Now, after the hope of becoming a saint has been placed in front of him, Fu Guang was naturally eager to do so. Hope. The killing power of these two words is just too great. If you want to be high, you are still high. Fu Guang's tone was filled with a bit of admiration as he opened his mouth and spoke a sentence that no one other than the saints and himself could understand. Afterwards, Fu Guang, who had completely calmed down, turned his gaze once again towards the battlefield, but the thoughts in his heart were constantly fizzing out. Next, he would have to replan. At the same time, above the battlefield of the witch race near Buzhou Mountain, along with the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, the remaining immortal court immortals all had their livers cracked. Even Koan Peng's scalp exploded when he looked at the 7 ancestral witches that were filled with blood and fury. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation. Koan Peng directly made an action that was completely instinctive. A large hand was rolled. After the fall of the Duke of the East King, what he had left behind, all of the spiritual treasures whose innate spiritual light had dimmed to the extreme, directly fell into the hands of the Koan Peng. Buzz. Subsequently, The Koan Pang executed his innate divine ability, transforming into an aurora borealis, and directly disappeared far away. The speed, the decisiveness of his actions. Even the 7 ancestral witches, who were strong and terrifying, were not expected. It is at the moment 6 ancestral witch power added to a body, the strength of the extremely horrible Emperor River, are stunned, and so he reacted to intercept the time, Kuanping but already do not know far away to where to go. Kuanping and escape. The immortal court group of immortals present all reacted. They fled. A great avatar roared in terror. The next moment. Buzz. The heavily injured immortal courts group of immortals also disregarded their own injuries and exerted their own life-preserving skills, as a streak of immortal light suddenly lit up and they were about to flee far away. When they only cast these means. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the spatial dome buckled down, directly shrouding and blocking the heavens and earth. The 7 great ancestral sorcerers, as well as the great sorcerers of the witch race, directly locked onto the immortal court immortals. The sound of Emperor Zhang's cold laughter rang out. This ancestral sorcerer was unaware for a moment, so it's fine if one of you escaped. If I let you all escape as well. This ancestral witch. Would I still have the face to stand in the flood? How can I still call myself the heir of the Father God? All of you will die for this ancestor sorcerer. The words fell. Rumble. Within the blocked heaven and earth, terrifying ferocious chi and blood surged and churned as the 7 ancestor witches and a group of great witches of the witch race made their moves together, attacking and killing the immortal court immortals. In an instant. Within the blocked heaven and earth, the sounds of shouting and killing shook the sky, and the immortal court immortals continued to fall. It wasn't long before the heavenly sadness and cry of the fall of the saints to be rose up one after another between heaven and earth. Anyone would know. These immortal court great avatars, great Luo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, and other immortals, what would happen to them next? The beheaded great avatars were not without friends. Only that. The image of the Duke of Dongwang being powerfully decapitated by the ancestral sorcerer Di Jian was still fresh in their minds. Under such circumstances, who would dare to come to the rescue at this time? Everyone is a seeker and a cultivator. All also understood the horror of the quantum revelation. In this way, they still chose to join the immortal court and participate in the quantum robbery. Then they should be responsible for their own choices. What's more, after joining the immortal court, these immortal court great avatars were already disliked by the great avatars who had originally befriended them. It would be even more unlikely that they would come to the rescue at this time. Therefore, now it had to be dead Taoist friends, not poor Taoists. The battlefield in the hinterland of the sorcerer race on the Buzhou mountainside has already laid the curtain. At this moment, the gazes of all the powerhouses were no longer looking at the witch race hinterland battlefield where no one was destined to survive except for the Kuan Pang who was the first to flee. Instead, their gazes were directed towards the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Next, how would the Yingzhou Immortal Court end up? It made all the great avatars very curious. The Western Queen Mother had hidden many things. But now, with the loss of Heaven's mandate, the non-existence of the sage's backing, as well as the victory of the witch race is set. Whether it's her display of quasi-saintly strength, or the Yingzhou Immortal Court, which still has 30% of its reserves. None of them can undo the doomed destruction of the Immortal Court. Standing in the dome of the sky, the Queen Mother of the West, who was not injured and was still at the peak of her power, had completely lost her will to fight. At this moment, she only felt cold hands and feet. The Duke of the East King had fallen. Moreover, after he shouted out the words of the saint's approval, he was killed by the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang, who directly wiped him out. In the midst of this process, the saint, who was the biggest undercurrent within her, did not show up from the beginning to the end, or even said a word, and the heavenly Tao did not have the slightest ripple. In other words, although the saint appointed the Duke of Dongwang as the head of the male immortals and her as the head of the female immortals, from the beginning to the end, there was no idea of standing up for them. And all along, it was thought that the sage would be the backer for them. The Queen Mother of the West as well as the Prince of the East was really just wishful thinking. Even borrowing the name of the saint's approval. Do a lot of things the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East, not only cannot blame the saint does not stand up for them, but also to thank the saint, did not blame them for pulling the tiger's skin to do things. The Duke of the East King had to apologize to the sage even after his death. He also had to ask the saint to be magnanimous for what he had done previously. With this in mind, Shi Wangmu's original thoughts of thinking that a great cause could be accomplished and the great Tao could be realized dissipated. At the same time, the whole person is cold all over the body. Too deep into the calamity, no backstage, and insufficient strength. She might be finished. Chapter 98 Western Queen Mother's Self-Saving Measures. Self-help. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West had an unusually clear mind. What great cause? What heavenly destiny? What immortal court? Since this defeat had been finalized, it proved that one's great Tao should not be in the immortal court. Therefore, there is only one thing she has to do at this moment: save herself. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation. Nor did she care that there were still two great enemy ancestral witches present. The Queen Mother of the West looked very solemn and serious, and respectfully performed a great ritual, kneeling and bowing in the direction of the chaos in the outer heaven. In a sincere manner, she said aloud. Disciple Queen Mother of the West, holding the identity of the head of the female immortals, privately borrowed the name of the saint, and did a lot of absurd things in the flooded heavens and earth, which undermined the prestige of the saint. Today, I have come to my senses. However, a big mistake has been made. I hope that the Taoist ancestor will forgive me for my unintentional mistake, and for many years I have been working hard to rule the immortal court, without any merit. I implore the saint to be gracious. Between words, the respectful Queen Mother of the West directly bowed 3 times in a row in the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens. Afterwards, Queen Mother of the West then stood up. She didn't kneel for a long time. There was nothing else. She did not dare taking the initiative to open her mouth and admit that she had acted in the name of the sage privately. Even if she took the initiative to take the sage's bad impression of the Duke of Dongwang out of her mind, it was a disguised way of defending the sage's reputation. Not seeking to be able to make the saint feel good about her, or to come out and save her life, but at the very least, it would not make the saint loathe her. It would punish her for what happened before. The saint's punishment. As haughty as the Western Queen Mother, she didn't dare to say that she would be able to carry it. Doing this is the best she can do. Queen Mother West had already done her best. If she did more, for example, if she knelt down for a long time, that would be morally abducting a saint, forcing a saint to speak up for her and save her life. Really? Whether or not it would be enough to make a saint speak out, let's not say for the moment. Even if a saint saves her life at that time, what about afterward? She was just taking her death and would surely die. Therefore, Shi Wanmu's degree of control can be said to be just right. And this move that was likewise something that caused the many great aptitudes that were following the battle to look sideways. Almost in front of the face of the flood wasteland beings, directly kneeling down to admit their faults, and also all the faults, no matter whether they are there or not, are all wrapped up in their own and the Duke of the East King's body. The saint will be completely from all the bad influence out. It must be said that Queen Mother of the West was still very clever. At the same time, she was also a great avatar who was very resolute and had a very strong ability to execute things. After all, if one looked into one's heart, many great avatars felt that if they were in the situation that Shi Wangmu was in now, they would probably choose to fight to the death and return their true spirit to the sea of the great Tao, waiting for a chance to return. Instead, they would kneel down in front of all the beings of the flood wasteland and ask for the forgiveness of the saints. Such behavior, for a good number of great avatars, and even great Luo cultivators, it was disgraceful and disdainful. There are also some who choose to turn a blind eye. They believe that individuals have their own personal paths and choices, and that the Queen Mother of the West's actions are not to be blamed, but are her own choices. There was also a part that carried some good feelings. These powerhouses believed that those who were able to lay down their faces and act only for their own purposes were not existences with great wisdom and perseverance. Queen Mother of the West was worthy of being a top powerhouse at the paramount perfection realm. She had no time to care about the thoughts of the many powerful people and beings of the flood. The Queen Mother of the West was only trying to gain the understanding of the saints and some goodwill. After doing all of this, standing up, the Queen Mother of the West looked towards the 2 ancestral witches who were eyeing her. She opened her mouth and said, "I wonder what the 2 ancestral witches' honorary names are." No longer dare to underestimate. When the Queen Mother of the West realized that the witch race had 9 ancestral witches, all thoughts of underestimating the witch race and the ancestral witches in her heart disappeared. Worthy of being the other protagonist of the quantum revelation. This strength was truly terrifying. She knew it. Wanting to unify the flood world and the heavens and the earth, it definitely could not be as simple as Lord Dongwang thought. The strength of a quasi-saint perfection, coupled with Lord Dongwang's strength at the late quasi-saint stage, as well as the 13 quasi-saints, hundreds of Tao Lord immortal monarchs, nearly 10,000 Tai immortal generals, and so on. It was all still far from enough. Previously, she hadn't thought of so much at all. Now it seems that it should have been affected by the quantum revelation bane, silently, to the point of not noticing it. Only seeing the mighty, not seeing the inadequacies. Returning to the topic. After hearing the Queen Mother of the West's inquiry, the 2 ancestral witches that stood above the East Sea did not answer the Queen Mother of the West's question. Because in the eyes of the 2 ancestral witches, this Queen Mother of the West in front of them was also packaged to die. How could she talk nonsense to someone who was about to die? The 2 of them were waiting for reinforcements. What is the Queen Mother of the West waiting for? She's just waiting to die. After her question was ignored, the Queen Mother of the West wasn't angry either. The condescension of the ancestral witches and the unruly nature of the witch race were well known to all beings in the flood wasteland. The ancestral witches who have never been frustrated, even the saints and the heavenly Tao don't put it in their eyes, let alone your tiny one, the Shi Wangmu who kneels down to the saints and the heavenly Tao. Not the least bit irritated, the Queen Mother of the West. The color of her face is grave. All of you watching friends of the Tao, this honored one will open the immortal court treasury, in which the treasures and resources, at the disposal of all friends of the Tao to take their own. However, the immortal court treasury of the things of the friends of the Taoist, but also need to make a move, shelter the immortal court of the immortals to evacuate Yingzhou Immortal Court. And you only need to shelter the immortals to evacuate Yingzhou Immortal Court. This agreement will be witnessed by the heavenly Tao, and if it is violated, the heavenly beings will be punished together. Western Queen Mother's words fell. Rumble. A heavenly Tao divine thunder's dull roar immediately resounded above the sky. The fall of this heavenly Tao divine thunder. It also meant that this pact made by Queen Mother West was recognized by the heavenly Tao. The moment it was recognized by the heavenly Tao, Queen Mother West's face revealed a smile of relief. In the end, she was still the Queen Mother of the Immortal Court and the head of the female immortals recognized by the heavenly Tao, and this heavenly Tao vow was still able to elicit a response from the heavenly Tao. After smiling, Queen Mother West turned her head to look at the immortals of the Immortal Court. Her complexion was gloomy with a sad color. This is my honored. This is the last way for the immortals to live. Whether or not you can survive depends on your own fate. With a wave of the jade hand, a sublime immortal light struck out. Originally shrouded by a great formation, the Yingzhou Immortal Court, which could only be seen as a cluster of immortal palaces, was completely opened for the first and last time in front of the many powerful people of the floodplains. Buzz. Countless streaks of precious light shot up into the sky, and the sky was filled with gorgeous colors reflecting the heavens. Inside the Immortal Court treasure vault, there were enough heavenly materials and treasures to fill up 1,000 worlds. Batches of various types of latter heavenly spiritual treasures that had been refined. Many innate spiritual treasures were collected. Everything. All of it was presented in front of the many powerful people of the flood. While opening the treasury, Queen Mother of the West's face couldn't help but look serious. Escape. The words fell. The Immortal Court immortals who reacted to the situation immediately exerted their means to escape. At the same time, the vegetal-colored cloud realm flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West blossomed with precious light, and the power of time that flowed from the Kunlun mirror was about to tear open a gap in time and space, and she was about to vanish into it. Only the next moment, the same spatial Tao power filled the air, and the figure of the ancestral witch Di Zheng came across space. He was strongly striking towards the Western Queen Mother. You immortal court this ancestor which will be destroyed, no one will be able to protect you, I said. Chapter 99. A frightening ancestral witch. Emperor Jiang made a move. Even though this strike did not unite the power of the other 6 ancestral witches, it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the 2 ancestral witches, Ho-Tu as well as Jumong, who were guarding the area, likewise struck out. Only the targets of the 2 ancestral witches, Ho-Tu and Jumong, were the other great avatars of the Immortal Court. It is the other great avatars of the Immortal Court. The Western Queen Mother was the target of her own big brother, and the 2 prideful ancestral witches were not yet so proud as to grab heads with their own big brother. Seeing Di Jiang attacking and killing towards himself, the vegetarian cloud boundary flag protects the body. The Queen Mother of the West, whose Kunlun mirror has opened a gap in space and time, is not afraid at all. She is not the Duke of Dongwang who was blinded by power. She only wanted to expand the strength of the Immortal Court, recruit more great adepts, and conquer the flood, putting a lot of energy into trivial matters. With the resources of the Immortal Court and her luck, Shi Wangmu had already entered the perfect sage realm for tens of thousands of years. Together with the vegetable cloud boundary flag and the Kunlun mirror, these 2 great spiritual treasures were among the top-level treasures among the very best innate spiritual treasures. Her strength didn't need to goad the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang at all. Buzz. The power of time flowed above the Kunlun mirror, the light of the mirror reflecting heaven and earth, directly falling towards Emperor Jiang, the terrifying power of the great Tao of time directly shattering the chronology of that part of Emperor Jiang's location. Afterwards, with a lift of his jade hand, the vastness of the most marvelous purine power, dissolving all things in the heavens and earth and grinding down the laws of the great Tao, struck towards Emperor Jiang. Rumble. The attacks of the 2 collided, erupting with destructive power that covered towards the 2. The vegetal cloud boundary flag body protection immortal light bloomed. The weather is dense, all the laws do not invade, firmly protect the Queen Mother of the West, just let her body shape back hundreds of millions of miles. But there was no major harm. Emperor Jiang flung his fist, his body's chi and blood shaking. While blocking the impact out, he detached himself from that chaotic chronology. Just as Emperor Jiang was about to step forward to fight the Queen Mother of the West again, the buzz. A force of the great Tao of time that was far more powerful than the force of the great Tao of time that Shi Wangmu had unleashed by activating the Kunlun mirror appeared out of thin air. Wow! The power of the great Tao of time evolved a vast river of heaven that swept towards Emperor Jiang. This sudden change of events caused Emperor Jiang, who was about to strike out to fight the Queen Mother of the West again, to be both shocked and furious. At the same time, he was shocked and furious. Faced with this sweeping river of time, Emperor Jiang didn't dare to take it lightly. Above this time heavenly river, he felt a strong threat. Rumble. He didn't dare to hold back. His ferocious chi and blood shot straight up into the sky, drawing the vast heaven and earth's ferocious chi into his body. At the same time, Emperor Jiang catalyzed the power of his own spatial avenue, seemingly evolving an infinite and extremely large thousand spaces around himself to block the time heavenly river from approaching. Only while Emperor Jiang was reacting, the time heavenly river turned around and directly swept the piece of heaven and earth he was in into the time heavenly river. Extremely forcefully, the here and now of that part of the heavens and earth were all directly stripped away. It fell into the time rift. Emperor Jiang was taken away by the time heavenly river. The time of this change was too fast. So fast that Ho-Tu and Jumong, who were on the side, had not yet reacted when they saw Emperor Jiang, who had manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, being swept away by the time heavenly river. Big brother! The two siblings were shocked and angry. While on guard, they shouted in a deep voice. Where are the youngsters from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our witch clan? Only while Ho-Tu and Jumong were on guard and shouting coldly, another force of the great Tao of time fell directly into the immortal court treasure vault, dragging a portion of its heavenly treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and latter-day spiritual treasures into the time rift. Immediately afterward, there was no longer any fluctuation of the power of the great Tao of time between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother of the West, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, instantly understood that this was a strong person secretly making a move to help her get out of this battlefield above the East Sea. Without any hesitation, the Queen Mother of the West mobilized the Kunlun mirror, directly tore open a time rift, and directly disappeared without looking back. She had just left. Rumble. A monstrous ferocious blood aura erupted. Emperor Jiang, who had just been taken away by the time heaven river, rushed out of the time rift and once again appeared in the sky above the East Sea. Angrily, he roared. Who? Give this ancestral witch to come out. Rumble. The sound shook the nine skies and pressurized the heavens and earth. This kind of terrifying might shook the hearts of the people. But there was no response. As the saying goes, it's hard to get things started. Before anyone stepped in to help the Western Queen Mother and the other remnants of the immortal court, none of the many great avatars who were watching dared to take the lead. At this moment, after someone was the first to eat the crab, a group of powerful great avatars who prided themselves on not being afraid of the ancestral witches and the witch race could no longer sit still. In the next instant, the buzz. A vast path of various colors of immortal light manifested between the heavens and the earth, and numerous great aptitudes each displayed their divine abilities, rolling up a portion of the heavenly treasures and spiritual treasures in the immortal court's treasury while also instantly taking away a group of the immortal court's remnant immortal congregation. And this scene greatly stimulated the three ancestral witches present. They didn't care about the resources inside the immortal court's treasury, nor did they care about the deaths of the immortal court's remaining immortals. What the three ancestral witches cared about was this move by the many great aptitudes of the flood wasteland was no longer snapping at their faces, but rather, they were taking a knife and scraping meat from their faces. Rumble. The three ancestral witches instantly joined forces and erupted with an extremely terrifying attack, striking across the means of the numerous great divine masters who had made the move. Only these great avatars had no intention of going through the motions with the three ancestral witches. One after another, they sacrificed their divine abilities to block them for a moment, and then instantly took away the treasures with the remaining immortal court immortals. They didn't show up at all. Nor did they engage the three ancestral witches. Of course, it wasn't as if the three of them, Emperor Jiang, Ho-Tu, and Jumong, had not succeeded in intercepting them. There were a good number of great avatars whose means were blocked, while also suffering a stifling loss and gaining nothing. But there were also quite a few existences that got their hands on them. There were too many great divine masters who had struck out. So much so, that, in but a moment's time, the large Yingzhou immortal court was left as an empty shell of an open great formation. The three ancestral witches stood above the East Sea. Each one of them had a ferocious aura. Emperor Jian laughed back in anger. Good. 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 Ever since we were born, we have never suffered such a big loss. You small people who hide their heads and tails, you'd better not show up in the flood world from now on for endless years. Otherwise, you'll all have to die. After roaring angrily, Emperor Jiang let out his anger and ruthlessly struck Yingzhou immortal court. Rumble. Along with a tremor in the heavens and earth, the East China Sea turned into monstrous waves, and the Yingzhou immortal court, which had stood above the East China Sea for a long time and had once pressed down on the flood, turned into flying dust and ceased to exist. In the starry sky, Looking at the Yingzhou immortal court, which was completely destroyed under Emperor Zhang's anger, Fu Guang did not look surprised. At this moment, Fu Guang's eyes were flowing with golden immortal light. Thud! The light-ringing sound of the chaos bell reverberated between Fu Guang's spiritual platform. Before Fu Guang's eyes, a blurry pillar of qi representing all beings in heaven and earth manifested before his eyes. The two major pillars of qi originally representing the immortal court and the sorcerer race, the one belonging to the immortal court had already crumbled and dissipated. That massive qi fortune split and returned to the many races and cultivators who had joined the immortal court above themselves. At the same time, there was also a portion of it that fell into the bodies of the many great aptitudes along with the resources in the immortal court's treasury. For a while, Fu Guang withdrew his eyes and once again looked between the flooded heavens and earth. Upon seeing that which filled the entire world, when he saw the surging quantum revelation fury, his face became even more grave. The immortal court was gone. Touching his chin, Fu Guang's complexion held a pensive look. The top power that could barely resist the sorcerer race was gone. The great tribulation of the 10,000 tribes of the flood wasteland was about to come raging. In this regard, Fu Guang had been looking forward to it for a long time. Chapter 100. How can all beings know the greatness of Taoist Fu Guang? Casually retrieving the flood calendar, Fu Guang stretched his back. Afterwards, leisurely walked towards a star not far away. The curtain had already come down on this great drama of the immortal court's haystack. Next, it's time to go back to work. As for going out to rectify the 10,000 races in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, as well as collecting the remnants of the immortal court, there's no need. It's not time yet. If we don't let those self-important clans and those immortals know the power of the ancestor witches and the dominance of the witch clan, how will they know? How powerful, great and benevolent is Taoist Fu Guang who can save them? How could all beings understand the preciousness of the way of salvation without experiencing suffering? Therefore, whether it was the 10,000 tribes of the flood or the remnants of the immortal court, it was the group of great aptitudes that were moved by him being the first to pick the peach and then couldn't resist the temptation of the immortal court's treasure trove and entered the game. These existences, they had to be ravaged by the sorcerer race. The plain and simple answer is, they haven't died enough. It wasn't enough to make them terrified and panic. And then there's this. Now that the 12 ancestral witches are still hiding their true strength, it's really too much of an old indie. It's just too much. It had to make the ancestral witches incur more troublesome opponents, forcing the 12 ancestral witches to do their best, and also forcing the 12 ancestral witches to reveal all of their undercards. Then, it was time for the beings to realize that they needed a true emperor. Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the witch race at the foot of the Buzhou mountain, inside the Pangu Divine Hall, the 9 ancestral witches who had overthrown the flood immortal court only a short while ago were already returning. The 12 ancestral witches were gathered here. Each one of them looked grave. This battle, even though the ancestral witches had won a great victory, and so had the witch race, destroying the immortal court, the current primary enemy, completely. But likewise, this battle wasn't perfect either. Those great avatars who defended the remaining immortal court immortals. The one who escaped, the Western Queen Mother of the immortal court's Queen Mother, who was the head of the female immortals, and the 5 immortal court avatars. There were also 5 immortal court great avatars who were nowhere to be found. More importantly, the mysterious powerhouse that had first struck out, the one that had catalyzed the power of the Tao of Time and evolved the heavenly river of time. The other party had easily banished Emperor Jiang and the heavens and earth he was in into the time turbulence. Even if it only trapped Emperor Jiang for a very short period of time, don't forget that the other party was only striking in the shadows. This was enough to show that the mysterious powerhouse who had struck in the dark was even more powerful than Emperor Jiang. The depth of his cultivation of the great Tao of Time was even more terrifying than the ancestral sorcerer of time, Candle Join. At the very least, Candle Join couldn't do anything to banish Emperor Jiang into the time rift. Sitting casually in his seat, Emperor Jiang looked towards Candle Join. Old 9, what do you think? Hearing, Candle Join's eyes flowed with the time Tao rhythm, and he was silent. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches didn't disturb Candle Join either, all knowing that he was getting a glimpse of the future. For a while, the divine light in Candle Join's eyes dispersed. Shaking his head, still cannot see who the other party is, even the other party's means, treasures and so on everything, are covered by a layer of dense haze. Cannot see through, cannot spy, no way to see. But also because of this. On the contrary, let me determine one thing. Hearing Candle Join's words, the rest of the ancestral witches were not surprised. After all, long ago, when Candle Join had tried to find out the true archenemy of the witch clan by peering into the future's framed images, that true archenemy was this. Di Jiang slightly appeared to be in a bit of a hurry. Old 9, don't be so abrasive. Determined what? Next, What our brothers and sisters are going to do and how our sons and daughters are going to develop, we have to come up with a charter as soon as possible. The other ancestral witches were also looking at Candle Joine with some disturbing looks, and there was a lot of mischief in their eyes. Candle Joine's character was still too literal compared to the other ancestral witches. So much so, that many times the other ancestral witches were annoyed that this fellow liked to sell his claims. Their ancestor witches, the sons and daughters of the witch clan, which is not to say what they have to say, quick to speak. How come there is such a different kind of Candle Joine? Could it be that the other side of the father god's bloodline is reflected in Candle Joine? Cough. Coughing lightly, Candle Joine also had a serious face and opened his mouth and said, "The person who interception Big Brother, no surprise, is our real enemy. Inside the river of time, the existence that can hide itself, either is the existence that has become a saint, or is the attainment of the way of time is better than my existence. The one who intercepted my brother, his attainments in the way of time should be higher than mine. This person must be my clan's greatest enemy." There was a slight pause. Candle Joine continued to speak. "Next, we need to follow the established plan, once again divided into 2 tribes, towards the 4 seas and 8 deserts to develop the past. After this battle, the fame of our tribe is known to the world, and no race dares to be an enemy of our tribe, so it is a good time to develop. In the process, while cultivating our clan, we will look for this great enemy. In addition, the remaining immortal court immortals should also be exterminated to the best of their ability." His speech was quick, and he immediately spelled out the arrangements he had prepared. It wasn't possible to be fast. If he was any slower, I'm afraid the other brothers and sisters who were acute would have to beat him up. Hearing Candle Joine's arrangement, after a moment of thought, Emperor Jiang directly made a decision. "Alright, just do as old Nine said. Next, vigorously develop our clan, cultivate our sons and daughters to grow up, and at the same time, continue to eliminate the remnants of the immortal court, as well as those races that once joined the immortal court. How dare a group of people who are supposed to be our children's food resist? Then kill them. Kill those races until they are cold, and kill them until all the beings in the floodplains are submissive." Emperor Jiang's arrangement was unanimously agreed upon by the rest of the ancestral witches. Even Candle Joine was no exception. His character was calm and peaceful. It was only in comparison to the other ancestral witches. In fact, as one of the 12 ancestral witches, Candle Joine is also an existence that blows up at the slightest point and is ferocious. "I have a question." Ho-Tu, the only female witch among the 12 witches, spoke with a fierce aura. "What should we do about those great spirits who struck out at Ingzhou Immortal Court this time? Do you want this ancestral witch to swallow this breath?" Heard. Zhimang, who was on the side, had a cold light flashing in his eyes. There was also a cold light flickering in his eyes. He was also very upset. He should know that the Battle of Ingzhou Immortal Court was the first appearance of Zhimang and his little sister, Ho-Tu, who had appeared in the Flood World, and it should have been a scene of suppressing Ingzhou Immortal Court and easily resolving the remaining Immortal Court immortals. But what happened? The remaining immortals of the Ingzhou Immortal Court had escaped with the help of those great avatars who were hiding their heads and tails. It simply made Zhimang and Ho-Tu's debut appearance a mess. Think about Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and a few other ancestral witches, and the strength and success of their initial pre-human manifestation of sainthood. The difference was too great. So much so that the Zhimang and Ho-Tu were quite annoyed within themselves. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people, and it was only the 2 of them that failed to succeed, so naturally, they couldn't help but be furious. Chapter 101, Heaven and Earth in Great Disarray. Shi He and Chang Shi returned. Ho-Tu's words aroused Zhimang's empathy. And so did the other ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches and all the sons and daughters of the witch clan, those were all existences that were heavy-handed internally and just as heavy-handed externally. The ones who felt doubly disgraced were Ho-Tu and Zhimang. But those who felt ashamed, there was also all of them, the 12 ancestral witches. Humph. Xianmei let out a cold snort. He opened his mouth in a murderous manner. These great avatars, one by one, deceived my witch race into not practicing Yuanshan and not being good at deduction, thinking that if they hide their identities and make a move, they will be fine. But do not think. Our brothers and sisters, as well as billions of sons and daughters of the witch race, is not a person who suffered a loss and did not find a way back. After a short pause, Xianhua's eyes are filled with murderous intent. Dig 3 feet into the ground, but also to find the out of the great power, either to kill or enslaved. So that those immortals who think highly of themselves in the floodplains will know. Meddling in the affairs of our ancestral witches, meddling in the affairs of our witch race, this cause and effect is too great for them to bear. Hearing Xianmei's words, on the side, Ho-Tu also recognized with a murderous aura. That's how it's going to be. Zhimang followed closely behind. I am in favor of it. A group of people who are hiding their heads and their tails, who have been instructed by that laborious saint to be able to set foot on the present level, who cannot distinguish between the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, and who dare to disregard us in our eyes. The kill! The words of the 3 ancestral witches fell. Immediately, they were recognized and catered to by the other ancestral witches. One after another opened their mouths in favor. It's over if we do it. It's enough to let this ancestral witch alone. That's not true. You want to take over all the good things by yourself? Foolish. For the 12 witches. Anger or not. Disgraceful or not. None of it was as important as a dry fight. As soon as they heard that they were going to look for those great avatars' trouble, naturally, there was no refusal. One by one, excited to wail, cannot wait to immediately go to fight. There were also those who beat their chests. Ancestral witch Matsui, as well as ancestral witch Shiezi. Because the 2 of them hadn't fought for a place to go out and walk the flood before, they still didn't have any part in this great battle. Candle Join was indifferent. After all, he boasted that he was the military advisor of the witch race and the absolute core soul of the ancestral witches. He was the elegant scholar amongst the ancestral witches. Even if he thought about it in his heart, he wouldn't show it. Very quickly. Amidst the bickering of the 12 ancestral witches, the future development plans of the witch race, as well as the plan to retaliate against a group of flood great avatars, it was formulated so simply and roughly. Once the immortal court was destroyed, the top forces that could barely withstand the great power of the sorcerer race's encroachment on the flood wasteland disappeared. Next, the main force facing the increasingly powerful sorcerer race became the 10,000 races of the flood. However, the 10,000 clans of the floodplains, which were scattered like sand and even tripped and threw stones behind their backs in the course of fighting with the sorcerer clan, could not hold back at all. These races have their own schemes and plans. How can they be the rivals of the sorcerer race, which is united, and under the leadership of the 9 ancestor witches, there are many great sorcerer powerhouses that can even be comparable to some of the weaker great avatars. The Great War. Once again, after the 2 tribes of the witch race came out of the Buzhou mountain, the powerful witch race started the war of conquest against the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. It wasn't exactly a war of conquest. After all, the witch race has never accepted any foreign tribe to submit and join their camp. After all, in the eyes of the sorcerer race, all the races of the flood, all of them are ingredients. The only difference is, some of the ingredients were very tasty, with tasty meat and rich energy, and were highly favored by the sorcerer race. So much so that they are soon eaten to the point of extinction. And there were ingredients that tasted extremely poor and contained very little energy for the race, so they were disliked by the sorcerer race. This part of the race. Instead, they didn't suffer much calamity, and instead were able to live in the midst of the sorcerer race's territory. Of course, the prerequisite was that the sorcerer clan had not been provoked by these. After the destruction of the immortal court, the situation that the 10,000 tribes of the floodplains encountered. At the same time, the 9 ancestor witches led the 9 tribes of the witch race out of Mount Perimeter. Wherever they passed, almost all of the dojos of great aptitudes were approached by these rampaging ancestral witches. The weaker ones, that great avatars who had reached the early stage of paramount sainthood, were already at their limit, invariably fell into the hands of the powerful and vengeful 9 ancestral witches. Those who were able to escape from the hands of a single ancestral witch were already considered to have good strength. There were very few great avatars who were able to withstand a single ancestral witch. It was only that ancestral witch battles were never solo battles. Those who could withstand 1 ancestral witch could not withstand 2, those who could withstand 2 could not withstand 3, 4, or even more and more ancestral witches. That's why, gradually, there were quite a few great avatars who chose to give up their dojos and go far away. Can't afford to provoke. But you can still avoid it. The witches don't know how to deduce. As long as they want to hide, it is possible for some great luo cultivators to escape the search of the witches. In such a situation, the quantitative calamity break gas contained between the flooded heavens and earth is also thicker and thicker. At the same time, heaven and earth visions of great aptitudes falling down also rose up from time to time in the midst of different regions. Gradually, the 10,000 tribes of the flood wasteland gradually realized, facing the powerful ancestral witches and the sorcerer race, a single great avatar and a single powerful race with a powerful ancestor would not be a match. There is absolutely no possibility of coexistence between the 2 sides. The path taken by the witch clan was the path of feeding its single clan with all the beings of the flood. The 10,000 races, who were not willing to live under people, would not be willing to feed the sorcerer race with their own races to grow. Will they fall into the captive feeding material of the sorcerer race? There is absolutely no way that this will be the case. Therefore, the outcome between the 2 sides. Either the sorcerer race would completely decline or perish. Either the 10,000 clans of the flood wasteland will be captive farmed by the sorcerer clan as meat, or the Hope clan will become extinct. With the flood wasteland in a state of chaos, under the state where the quantitative karmic aura is getting thicker and thicker. Almost 9 sessions of time passed in a hurry. On this day, within the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, Fu Guang was entertaining the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, who had returned from the starry sky after collecting countless stardust origins and gold from the stars. He personally served tea. He had prepared a number of immortal dishes in the kitchen. Fu Guang saluted and thanked the two Taiyin goddesses. "Thank you." Hearing, a smile appeared on Shiha's face. "It's not a big deal. With the relationship between us, saying thank you would be a bit of a raw deal." On the side, Chang Shi, who had always not spoken much, had no expression, and had no movement, all nodded in tandem with Shihi. Smiled at the words. Fu Guang also did not make any pretense. Opening his mouth, he said, "The group star origin and the gold of the group stars have already arrived. The 365 main stars have also been combed through by me, and the astrological ease has also been restored. My grand plan has been more than half completed." Hearing this, Shihi's face held some curiosity. This time scheming has something to do with the stars of the week? If it is inconvenient, just pretend that I didn't ask. Shaking his head, Fu Guang smiled and said, "There is nothing inconvenient about it. There is no harm in telling you, and even afterward, this scheming will still require your assistance. I want to completely take charge of this boundless starry sky." Chapter 102 Fu Guang's Network. Completely dominate the flooded starry sky. This was Fu Guang's plan this time. Merely arranging the circumstellar star formation was not enough to satisfy Fu Guang's appetite. Nowadays, since he had decided to enter the game of quantum revelation, he would definitely need to make multiple preparations. If he only deduces and arranges the successful circumstantial star formation, then it would be no different from the underlying operation that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had come up with in his memory. After seeing that ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang could gather the power of the other 6 ancestral sorcerers in himself. At the same time, he could also absorb the quantum sundering fury chi to enhance his battle power. Fu Guang had carefully recalled the description and information of the 12 heavenly divine fury formation. This formation required the 12 ancestral witches to unite and activate it. Only when all 12 ancestral witches were gathered together could the maximum power of this formation be utilized. Without a single ancestral witch, can't utilize the full power of the formation. Key points. Joint activation. Gathering together is the most powerful. All the power anyone with a little bit of brain can understand. The launching condition of the 12 heavenly divine furies grand formation was not that all of the ancestral witches had to be present, but that as long as there were more than 2 ancestral witches united, it could be launched. Only if the 12 ancestral witches were not all together, the power of the 12 heavenly divine fury formation would not be the greatest. A single ancestral witch might have limited combat power. But when 2 ancestral witches appeared, the battle power presented would increase exponentially. More ancestral witches together would be even more terrifying. The 12 ancestral witches gathered together and opened a great formation. Then very well. The strongest generation of the flooded universe. Panga's true body is here. What's more, the ancestral witches are existences born from the essence blood of great god Pango combined with the turbid chi of heaven and earth, and grow by absorbing the fury chi between heaven and earth. The baleful chi in the quantum robbery would certainly make the ancestral witches and the witch clan more and more crazy. But similarly, for the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan, the quantum heaven's fatal chi was also a stimulant that would increase their explosive combat power. This was simply opening up. It was really too bullying. These Fu Guang's guesses are not based on nothing. Rather, it was summarized through the signs shown by the 9 ancestral witches during the battle that destroyed the immortal court in the past. Fu Guang was a person who was good at summarizing. After all, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can win 100 battles. Understanding a little bit more about the ancestral witches and the situation of the witch race is never wrong. Just summarizing these things. Fu Guang's originally cautious and steady mindset towards the ancestral witches and the witch race became even more steady. The sorcerer race was not only powerful, even more so. It also occupied the 3 major elements of heavenly timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. If it weren't for the fact that the witch race was unable to coexist with the 10,000 races of the flood, and even all living beings, the position of the hegemon of heaven and earth would already be destined to be theirs. Therefore, if one merely prepares a circumstellar star formation, that was far from enough. Fu Guang not only wanted to get his hands on the circumstantial star formation, but he also had to plot some merits, as well as completely become the lord of the flood starry sky. The position of the sun god fruit position was very high. But the Lord of the Stars, the sole master of the starry sky. Such an identity and bit rank have to be a bit more secure. Back to the topic. Hearing Fu Guang say that he wants to rule the boundless starry sky, Whether it was Shihi or Changshi, they all froze for a moment. Very quickly, Changshi resumed her three expressionless faces, not caring that Fu Guang was in control of the boundless stars and sky. Her small hands kept on going and her mouth kept on tasting the immortal dishes made by Fu Guang. And on the side, Shiha, who had a sharp mind, considered a very large number of things. Fu Guang wants to be the lord of the stars. Shihi's thoughts were directly dispersed. The mind was filled with thoughts. With his identity fruit of the god of the sun, if he can refine the origin of the stars, communicate with the stars in the circumference of the sky with great mana, and obtain the recognition of the stars, he might really be able to accomplish this. If this plan came to fruition, this vast starry sky would be transformed into Fu Guang's base camp. That's why. Is this boundless starry sky the base camp that Fu Guang has chosen for his great cause? In the beginning, after seeing the destruction of the immortal court, Shiha thought that Fu Guang would make a strong move and intervene in the fight over the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the floodplains. Taking advantage of the opportunity to gather the remaining immortals of the immortal court, as well as the many races that had joined the immortal court. At that time, he could easily gather a huge force. He would be able to compete with the powerful sorcerer race. The 9 ancestral witches are very powerful. The 9 ancestral witches are powerful, but is Fu Guang weak? Let's not talk about anything else. Fu Guang also once lightly suppressed the fallen Duke of Dongwang and other immortal court avatars. If he were to go all out, who knows how powerful he would be. The reputation of being the #1 person under saints was recognized by everyone. The power of the witch race is huge. Is Fu Guang surrounded by fewer people? More than enough. She and her sister, Changshi, were bound to follow Fu Guang. Then there were Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, the top great avatars who were very close to Fu Guang and owed him a not so small amount of karma. Fuxi of Fingqi Mountain also had a good relationship with Fu Guang, and it was not impossible for him to join by giving benefits and making heavy promises. Moreover, Nuwa had a good relationship with their sisters, so it might not be impossible to pull them over to their side. Then there are the remaining immortals of the immortal court. The Western Queen Mother, who was a perfect saint, was also a major fighting force, and was one who would definitely join. Because she has long been in the midst of the quantitative calamity, her karma simply cannot be removed cleanly. If the ancestor witches don't die and the witch race doesn't die, she will always be like a rat in the east. She will always have to hide like a rat. How humiliating was this for a great avatar? As long as Fu Guang invited her, she would definitely join. Then there's Taoist Kuan Peng. This guy from that day, muffled, rolled away already fallen Duke of the East King's posthumous treasure to run away. Character may not be good, but the strength is indisputable. Pulling him into the game is not very difficult. It's just that his grudge with Red Cloud is hard to eliminate. It will be a big problem only. But Shiha believes that Fu Guang can solve this problem. As for the next level down, where did the base power of the Deluo cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals, and so on come from? This level of existence. There are a lot of them among the 10,000 races of the flood. If you really can't feeding them with huge resources, they could all create countless armies out of them. To summarize the above, Shiha thought that if Fu Guang really wanted to intervene in the disputes above the floodlands, he really didn't need to worry too much about the ancestral witches and the witch race. Only, in the end, it was still her Shiha's gaze that couldn't compare to Fu Guang. Only see the floodplains, but ignored their own in the boundless starry sky. Instead of going to the flooded earth to find a witch tribe can easily attack the base camp. It would be better to turn this huge, almost unowned, or Fu Guang's home field of the infinite starry sky, into its own base camp. This is a truly wonderful move. I understand. The beautiful eyes looked towards Fu Guang. With a serious face, Shihi directly spoke. What are you going to do next? How do you need our sisters to cooperate? You can arrange it as you wish. My sister and I, we will fully cooperate with you to reach this plan. Boundless starry sky as the base camp. We'll use it to cover the flooded heavens and earth. This will be the key to Fu Guang's plan. Zixihe doesn't want to let Fu Guang's plan fall through because of herself and her sister Changshi. Good. Seeing how serious Shiha is, Fu Guang is also serious. I will talk to you in detail. In addition, this plan, to me, is crucial, and there is no room for error. Hearing, Shiha nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I understand everything. Vital, can't afford to lose? As she expected. Chapter 103 Shihi, I have a bottom in mind. Refilling a cup of tea for himself. Fu Guang's face was serious. I have deduced a side of a great formation. Its name is Circumstantial Star Guardian Grand Formation. Even though it was also a grand formation that applied the power of the stars of the peripheral sky. However, Fu Guang did not intend to continue calling this side of the grand formation that he had deduced little by little, the perimeter heavenly star grand formation. The reason was simple. The circumstantial star formation was a terrifying killing formation that had evolved the killing power of the circumstantial stars to the extreme. And Fu Guang's enlightenment, deduction, still in the process of perfecting the great formation of the stars of the week, also has the power to kill and destroy that is even better than before. But more importantly, it had the effect of transforming the chaotic power that penetrated into the boundless starry sky and was filtered, turning it into a spiritual chi that could nourish the living beings in the flooded heavens and earth. At the same time, in Fu Guang's conception, the perimeter star guardian formation also needed to have the effect of being able to guard the starry sky of the floodplains, constantly restoring and nourishing the stars, benefiting the starry sky, and sorting out the star signs and numbers before it could be considered a success. Extreme killing power. It was only one of the effects of the perimeter star guardian formation that Fu Guang had deduced. Of course. Even so, this formation is not necessarily called the perimeter star guardian formation. The reason for the addition of the word guardian. It is only Fu Guang for the sake of stability, in line with the idea of being able to fool one is one. After adding the word guardian to the name of the formation, it will subconsciously weaken the vigilance of the cultivators in the floodplains towards this side of the formation. After all, the guardian formation. Even if it had killing power, how powerful could it be? Since it is called a guardian, then the focus of this great formation should be on the role of guarding, and not on the effectiveness of killing. It doesn't matter if it can fool the many great masters in the floodplains. The most important thing is, if the 12 ancestor witches and the people of the witch race could believe it, then it would be the best. Only, after realizing that there was old Six who was very good at hiding within the 12 ancestral witches, Fu Guang wasn't sure if his little tactic would work. However, in the spirit of having dates but not dates, he still added the word guardian. Into it. Returning to the topic, Fu Guang continued to speak. With the sun, Taiyin is the eye of the formation, combined with the 365 main stars of the great weekly heaven, and the 14,800 secondary stars of the small weekly heaven as the main vein of the formation. Combined with the billions and billions of stars, connecting the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky. Forming a party. A guardian formation that could refine the power of chaos, arch over the stars, sort out the star signs in easy numbers, benefit the flood world and the heavens, and be able to guard the boundless starry sky with great benefits. There was a pause. Expectation was written all over Fu Guang's face. He opened his mouth and said, "Once this grand formation is completed, I, as the Sun God, and you two sisters, as the Taiyin Star Lord, will definitely be able to receive awards from the Heavenly Tao. Merit is essential. Even, I should also be able to obtain the true recognition of the stars, completely mastering this masterless starry sky and becoming the Lord of the Stars. At that time, then it will be much easier to do other things." Sniffing. He seriously projected the likelihood of success of this plan of Fu Guang's in his mind. She came to the conclusion that the success rate is very high. If it can succeed, the Heavenly Tao's commendation and falling merit was an inevitable thing. In addition, the chances of getting real recognition from the stars were at least 90%. The rewards of this plan. This plan is quite huge. Moreover, this plan was not to be helped by Fu Guang. Even the sisters could only give Fu Guang a hand. The reason for this is Fu Guang's fruit of the Sun God. As the only two-star fruit positions in the flood world, the Sun God fruit position and the Moon God fruit position, the importance of the stars is self-evident. Although Xiat and Changxi are now the Taiyin Star Lords, the Lunar God fruit position belongs to the ancient great god Wangshu, not them. Therefore, between the heavens and earth today, there is no one more qualified than Fu Guang to obtain this great chance. Then, after understanding what Fu Guang was seeking in this plot, Shiha had a soft smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at Fu Guang, who was strategizing. Before you complete this plan, what do you need as sisters to share for you? In addition, there are other things. Is there anything else that we sisters need to do? The moment these words came out, Changxi, who was eating the pastries, put down the fire mulberry cake in her hands, her beautiful eyes lifted up and looked at Fu Guang without any ripples. She was not good with words, nor was she good at expressing herself. However, if Fu Guang had a need for her help, Changxi would also never push back. I have already completed a large portion of the deduction of the grand formation. Fu Guang nodded and spoke. You sisters only need to catalyze the Taiyin Star and cooperate with me when I act. On the contrary, while I am in seclusion perfecting the grand formation, I have some things that I need you to pay attention to for me. Slightly pondering. Fu Guang's eyes were slightly grave. I would also like to ask you sisters to pay more attention to the movements of Fingqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain within this period of years. If the ancestral witches of the witch race clash with several Taoists, come to their rescue. Heard. Shihan nodded. No problem. At the same time, her words turned. Are Fingqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain the only ones that need attention? What about the others? Hearing Shiha's inquiry, after Fu Guang pondered a little, he casually replied, "The rest, I don't have anything to meddle with." Funchi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain. It's also because fellow Daoist Fushi, fellow Daoist Red Cloud, and fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi are friends with me. Can't watch them encounter trouble. As for the others, if you sisters want to make a move, that's fine. There is no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the witch race. I can afford to take on this bit of karma. Hearing Fu Guang's reply, Shihan nodded gently. That's the way it is. I have a bottom in my heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with thoughts, but she did not continue to ask many things. From the time Fu Guang had begun to reveal some of his own plans, as someone who had known Fu Guang's ambitious plans from the beginning, there was no need to say more. His statement that there was no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the witch clan. He has already shown his attitude. Ancestral witches are certainly powerful, but they are not unbeatable. With such a sentence in place, Shihan knows what he should do next. Moreover, there was no need to worry about ruining Fu Guang's plans and arrangements. After chatting for a long time again, after staying with Fu Guang for nearly 1,000 years, the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, bid farewell and left. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they would have left long ago if they knew that Fu Guang still had important matters to attend to. After staying for nearly 1,000 years, they were already satisfied. Let's close the door. After sending away the two Taiyin goddesses, Fu Guang also had a serious face. Sighing, he said, Time is getting tight. After summoning the attendant four flowery mortals and giving some instructions, Fu Guang directly stepped inside the Golden Crow Palace and blocked off the main hall to go into seclusion. Next, without perfecting the circumstantial Star Guardian formation and refining the Star Spirit treasure that could be considered a massive amount, he wasn't going to come out of seclusion. As for the 12 ancestor witches and the witch race, for the time being, Fu Guang didn't need to worry about it. No matter how unhelpful the 10,000 tribes of the flood, no matter how weak those great avatars were, when they were beaten and hurt, they can still fight back and stop the ancestral witches and the witch race for a period of time. Chapter 104. Out of the gate. The situation in the flood wasteland changed. Time flies like a shuttle, and the years rush by. At a time when the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were in chaos and all beings were in deep water, the boundless starry sky remained peaceful. In the Golden Crow Palace, that is even more a scene of peace and quiet. On this day, the eldest sister of the 4 flower immortals, Chunlan, who has already perfected her Tai Golden Immortal status and is just short of mastering her own Dao, will be able to condense the top flower of the Dao and achieve the Dao fruit of the Dala, quietly waiting at the entrance of the hall where her master is in seclusion. The 4 attendant flower immortals were transformed by Fu Guang's chance to establish the time calendar of the flood and set the time sequence. Its own root qualifications were, in fact, not very outstanding. Only, with the merit of the heavenly Dao and the credit of diligently reporting the changes in the 4 seasons, the constant flow of luck converged, and the upper limit of growth was actually not low. The reason why the rate of progress was not fast. It was also because of Fu Guang's requirements. All of them were gifted by the heavenly Dao, and they were transformed into golden immortals in one step. If they don't properly strengthen their foundation, even if they rely on the heavenly Dao's merits and fortune, they will progress very quickly in the early stages. But the future ceiling. If there is no one to plan for them, they will basically be locked at the level of perfect Deluo Dao fruit. Wanting to glimpse into the realm of quasi-saints was basically impossible. Therefore, under Fu Guang's request, the attendant 4 flower immortals hadn't been in a hurry to break through the realm and pick higher Dao fruits, but rather tamped down their own foundation bit by bit. Now that they had steadily achieved Tai Golden Immortal perfection, it might not be impossible for them to condense a top Dao flower of more than 7 grades. Once a Dao flower of more than 7 grades is condensed, achieving the quasi-saint realm, it might not be impossible. After all, the attendant 4 flower immortals symbolize the 4 seasons in the chronological order, and the fortune and blessings of Qi accumulated over a long period of time were still very good. At this moment, just as Chunlan was guarding the entrance to the grand hall like a statue, clang! The door of the hall, which hadn't been opened for a long number of years, shook. Subsequently, the hall door of the great hall slowly opened. Spring Orchid, who instantly returned to her senses, hurriedly saluted. Greetings to his lordship on his departure. The words fell. Ta! A sound of footsteps rang out, and Fu Guang, who was casually draped in robes and had a head of black hair scattered, stepped out from the middle of the great hall. Glancing at Chunlan, Fu Guang nodded and said, "Be excused. The Tai Dao fruit is complete, the foundation has been solidified, and also comprehended a little bit of the fur of its own Dao. The great Luo can be expected." Not bad. Hearing, Chunlan's face showed joy. It is all because of the master's cultivation and teaching. Our 4 sisters only wish to live up to the master's expectations. Hearing this, after Fu Guang smiled, he walked towards the location of the Fusang courtyard. At the same time, he ordered, "Fetch some immortal brew as well as pastries. This seat has been in seclusion for a long time and needs to take a rest." Chunlan answered and led the way. Not long after, A pot of laurel immortal brew, innate fire mulberry, cinnamon cake, and various other things to satisfy the cravings were placed in front of Fu Guang, who was sitting under the Fusong divine tree. While sipping, Fu Guang intercepted the heavenly opportunity. In a little bit of understanding their own clothes this period of time, the situation of the flood wasteland changes. Everything was as he had expected. Although the ancestral witches were strong, the witch race was also strong enough. But after the 10,000 tribes in the flood wilderness realized that they could not coexist with the witch race and paid a huge and painful price, the resistance of the 10,000 tribes in the flood wilderness came up. Although they were still no match for the sorcerer race, they were at least able to go through the motions. Most importantly, if the sorcerer race is not good at deduction, the ability to hide and avoid the floodlands race is still there. It is not to say that the sorcerer race will definitely not be able to find the flood wild 10,000 races. It is only that the flood warrior clan can finally rely on this approach and have the power to maneuver with the sorcerer clan. From the original situation of being slaughtered unilaterally and being in a lopsided situation, it became possible to maneuver down a little. At the same time, the consequences of the 9 great ancestral witches constantly striking out towards the great divine masters also gradually unfolded. Along with more and more great divine masters embracing the group, the ancestral witches were no longer as devastating as they were in the beginning, causing an avatar to fall every once in a while. Even the great avatars who had begun to hide in the east and west were also the ones who would join forces to retaliate against the strong witch clan. If you can't beat the ancestral witches, can't you beat the people in your witch tribe? Okay. I can't beat this one either. In the big tribes of the witch clan, there are a lot of powerful witches who can deal with the great avatars after combining their strengths. Once by the witch tribe's big witch entangled, a short time cannot get out, will have to face to kill all the ancestral witches. Therefore, these great avatars who were hiding, after having suffered a loss, they began to target small groups of witch clansmen, or some small tribes of witches, killed and disappeared far away. When the furious witch clan cannot find anyone, after a period of time, they will strike again. And so on and so forth. The power of the sorcerer race, after soaring for a period of time, was gradually contained as a result. At the same time, also began to develop in the form of large tribes, no longer continue to divide, travel hunting witch tribe team, also at least by a great witch lead. Under this kind of arrangement, it was only then that those great wizards who were secretly striking out, gradually tightened their grip. Overall, the 9 ancestral witches are still strong in the floodplains, and the momentum of the witch race is still very strong, but it is not as strong as it was just after the destruction of the immortal court. Other than that, the more detailed information. Under the influence of the quantum revelation bane, it would be impossible to deduce in detail. It was fine when it slowed down. After understanding a bit about the general direction of the situation in the flood, a satisfied smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. In this way, he would still be able to delay the time when he would officially face the upper sorcerer race. There was just one thing that Fu Guang was very surprised. The sorcerer race hadn't exactly been at a disadvantage in their development over the years. It had reached such a point. The 3 ancestral witches that are hidden still have no intention of showing up. From this, it can be seen that these 3 old sixes are indeed very capable of hiding. The 3 ancestral witches have not shown up until now. Fu Guang's eyes flashed seriously. The reason is not hard to guess. The 12 ancestral witches must have also realized that their opponent as the protagonists of the quantum revelation was not the Duke of the East King, who had been decapitated by them, and the immortal court, which had been destroyed. Nor was it the Western Queen Mother who was hiding somewhere with the remnants of the immortal court. Instead, it was someone else. By the looks of it, the 12 ancestral witches were reckless in character, but there were also smart people within them. Taking a sip of laurel brew, Fu Guang lethargically leaned against the Fusong divine tree and face became calm. I just don't know if this smart person inside the 12 ancestral witches will guess that I am their archenemy? You are welcome to say. His Fu Guang's name is also very loud between the flood world and the heaven and earth. Creating words to establish the way of literature. Establishing the time calendar to set the time sequence. These 2 things alone are destined to be his Fu Guang Taoist's name in the flood wasteland universe cannot be small. Of course, in this regard, Fu Guang did not feel any regrets. In all things, there are gains and losses. Compared to the risks associated with this fame, he still preferred the full sense of security that the Heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit brought. Moreover, when he first did the 2 things, all he had in mind was just to get the Heavenly Tao merit and virtue added to his body and the Sun God fruit position added to his body, and to seek the great impunity of being the same ruler as the world. And now that, after Fu Guang saw the opportunity to become a saint and go further, his thoughts naturally changed. With regard to the effects of what he had done in the past, he naturally had to accept them in their entirety. Chapter 105 Fu Guang, the Heavenly Tao is above. In the blink of an eye, Thousands of years passed. Beneath the Fusong divine tree. Swish. Fu Guang, who slowly opened a pair of golden eyes, had just exuded a feeling of laziness when he left the gate. The entire person had already returned to its best state. The state has been adjusted to the best. While muttering to himself, Fu Guang got up from the futon. He stretched his waist. It's time. 1,000 years ago. He had spent 10 or 20 Yuanhui's time before and after, finally deducing and perfecting the peripheral star guardian formation he wanted. At the same time, had also refined the ultramarine origin and the gold of the ultramarines into a peripatetic star spiritual treasure. In other words, the plot to turn the entire flood starry sky into his own land and base camp was finally coming to its final hurdle. Today, Fu Guang, who had already adjusted his state, did not want to delay any longer. Time was getting shorter and shorter for him. The sooner he built the perimeter star guardian formation, the sooner he could carry out his next plan. With this thought, Fu Guang took a step out, and in the next moment, his figure directly appeared outside the solar star. There was no rush to testify to the heavenly Tao. With a lift of his hand, rumble. Beside Fu Guang, the sun star, which had only moved a few times since the beginning of time, suddenly trembled slightly, releasing a bright light that shone through the boundless starry sky, heaven and earth, and all rivers. This scene directly caused the beings above the flooded earth to be stunned. Subsequently, they all raised their heads to look in the direction of the sun star. The light released by this solar star, despite being bright, was not blinding, and at the same time did not erupt with a terrifying heat that burned mountains and boiled the sea. Those who were also attracted. There were also powerful people in the flood. Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi and Nuwa, who had already left the gate, were having a small gathering between brother and sister in a small pavilion. When they saw the sun star suddenly erupt with a light that shone through the heavens and earth, the two siblings, touching his beard. Fuxi's face wore a thoughtful color. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang is making another big move, huh? Truly worthy of being fellow Taoist Fu Guang. On the side, hearing his elder brother's praise for Taoist Fu Guang, Nuwa's mouth twitched. Elder brother, you really have fallen under the spell of Taoist friend Fu Guang, ah. At this moment, Nuwa was really helpless. During the years that she was in seclusion, I don't know when, or for what reason, my elder brother became more and more respectful of Taoist Fu Guang, who he hadn't come into contact with a few times. So much so, that, for a long period of time after that, when Nuwa occasionally came out of seclusion and gathered with Fuxi, even if she didn't really want to hear about it, she still kept learning about Taoist Fu Guang from Fuxi's mouth. Her elder brother always said that Taoist Fu Guang had ambitious plans in his heart. But Nuwa really didn't see it. In Nuwa's eyes, isn't Taoist Fu Guang the one who, after obtaining a large amount of heavenly Tao merit twice and then making a few limited appearances, has been catatonic above the solar planet, not asking about the affairs of the world? Such an existence that doesn't leave the house. How can he still have an ambitious plan? And strategizing? And also planning for the entire flood? Is this really reasonable? Is it really reasonable? Anyway, Nuwa is a bit confused. Little sister, you don't understand the ambition of fellow Taoist Fu Guang. Fuxi didn't care about Nuwa's tirade and instead smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll be able to understand later." This trick again? Nuwa's face darkened slightly, no longer paying attention to Fuxi, who had already transformed into Fu Guang Daoran Maximum Blow. Looking at the movement of that solar star, associating it with the previous times when the sun star moved like this, it was the image of Fu Guang obtaining merit. Nuwa had some uncertainty. He wasn't going to obtain heavenly Tao merit again, was he? If heavenly Tao merit was that easy to obtain, wouldn't he, Taoist Fu Guang, be able to merit the Tao? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing his little sister's words, Fuxi opened his mouth after thinking about it. Little sister, it is entirely possible. Whether or not fellow Taoist Fu Guang can certify the Tao with merit, I am not sure, but with this movement of the solar star, it might be true that fellow Taoist Fu Guang is going to obtain the heavenly Tao's merit. Hearing, Nuwa's eyes, ghostly, looked towards her own elder brother. Can't you see that your own sister is envious and jealous? This elder brother doesn't comfort himself, but even wants to praise others? Why don't you? It's better to beat him up. Kunlun Mountain. The three purities who were discussing the Tao stopped, and their thoughtful gazes were turned in the direction of the sun star. Tong Tian had a look of emotion on his face. I'm afraid that this Fu Guang Taoist, he's going to obtain heavenly merits again, isn't he? It's rather a deep blessing. Hearing, Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were on the side, both nodded in recognition. The three Qing's attitude was frank, not having been jealous nor envious. Wanshou Mountain. Inside the 5 Zhuangguan, Hongjun was in closed-door enlightenment of the Hongming purple qi, while Jin Yuanzi was sitting idly under the ginseng fruit tree. Seeing the movement of the sun star, he looked over curiously. Endless sea of blood. Western Spirit Mountain. The gazes of many powerful people looked towards the sun star in unison. At the same time, the two sisters, Shihe and Shangxi, on the Taiyin star, stopped the movements of their hands, looked at each other, and after nodding to each other, the two of them also stepped out of the Taiyin star. The sisters struck out at the same time, catalyzing the Taiyin star authority they possessed, causing the Taiyin star to similarly shine brightly. Buzz. Endless moonlight was released from the Taiyin star. Although it wasn't as domineering as the sun's rays, it similarly reflected the heavens and spilled over the earth. It intertwined with the vast and majestic sunlight, reflecting each other, making the entire floodplains. The sky is clear and the earth is bright and radiant. Very good. Noticing the movements of the Taiyin star, a satisfied smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. Afterwards, a solemn expression as he organized his grooming. At the same time, Buzz. Fu Guang directly released a portion of the light of the heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel on himself. He bowed his hands in a ceremonial arch. The heavenly Tao is above. As soon as he opened his mouth, Fu Guang was reporting to the heavenly Tao. And this also caused all of the powerhouses who had the strength to focus on the sun star at this moment to freeze for a moment. Afterwards, one by one, there was some dawning realization, and envy, jealousy, emotion, and many other emotions rose in their hearts. Taoist Fu Guang was going to obtain heavenly Tao merit again. Looking at this movement, I'm afraid it's not just a little bit of heavenly Tao merit. I'm afraid it's not just a little bit of heavenly Tao merit. I really don't know how this Fu Guang Taoist has so much heavenly Tao blessings when they are both innate sacred beings. It is simply the existence of heaven's favoritism. Fu Guang's words fell. In just a few moments, rumble. A dull sound of heavenly divine thunder rang out. At the same time, the great and boundless will of the heavenly Tao descended into the piece of starry sky where the sun star was located, focusing on the respectful Fu Guang. After ensuring that he was the first to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao by releasing his own heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel, Fu Guang's complexion and mindset were stable. In a loud voice, he said, I, Sun God Fu Guang, traveling through the starry sky, have a feeling that under the erosion of chaos, the destruction of the quantum rain, and the drawing in of all living beings, the stars of the circumference of the sky are broken to varying degrees, and the astrological signs of fortune are changed to varying degrees. In the long run, the starry sky that blocks the chaos will suffer a great disaster, and the stars of the weak will be overburdened. Therefore, I take the origin of the stars, combined with the gold of the stars, refining star treasure. Derivation perfect arch flood starry sky, transform the power of chaos into heaven and earth aura, can repair the stars of the circumference of the sky, can sort out the stars of the stars of the stars of the circumference of the stars of the guardianship of the array. With this array, we can consolidate the starry sky of the flood, guard the heaven and earth of the flood, and benefit all beings in the flood. I hope that the heavenly Tao will recognize it. Chapter 106 Heavenly Tao, I'll see who dares to move. Fu Guang's words fell. The many powerhouses looking towards the sun star froze for a moment. Afterwards, one by one, they stood up and looked incredulously at the neatly dressed, well-mannered, impeccable figure outside the sun star. The shock in their eyes were simply impossible to conceal. Fengqi Mountain. Fu Shi had already stood up from his calmly seated state and took 2 steps outside the pavilion. With a big smile, he looked in the direction of the sun star and said, Ha! Arching over the stars, refining chaos, guarding heaven and earth, blessing all beings, and blessing the flood. What kind of vigor is this? What kind of merit is this? What kind of merit is this? Fu Shi's face was full of excitement, looking towards his own little sister who also got up and walked out of the pavilion in a daze. The color of his face is full of pride. Once again, he opened his mouth. How? Little sister, I told you that you have great talent and will achieve great things, right? In this situation, little sister may be able to see 2 or 3 points of Fu Guang's ambitious style? Hearing this, Manhwa, who walked out of the pavilion, had a complex emotion between her complexion, which finally turned into emotion. Opening her mouth, she said, I have never seen an existence that possesses such vigor as fellow Taoist Fu Guang. Creating a great formation to guard all living beings in the flooded heavens and earth? This kind of grandeur. Anyway, Manhwa has never seen anyone with this kind of ambition, and Taoist Fu Guang is the first. He is indeed very bold. Hearing Manhwa's words of approval, Fu Shi said with honor, Today, you've seen it, little sister. These words caused Manhwa's originally calmed down sulky emotions to rise once more. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Fu Shi, who was completely immersed in admiration for Taoist Fu Guang and did not realize that this younger sister of hers was in a mood. A pair of jade hands under the palace sleeves slightly clenched their fists. At this moment, Taoist Fu Guang was going to benefit all beings in the flooded heavens and earth, attracting the will of heaven to descend, so she didn't dare to act rashly. It would be good to wait a little longer. After Taoist Fu Guang proved to the heavenly Tao that the efficacy of that side of the great formation was over, she, Manhwa, had to think of a way to beat up her own big brother severely. She would use his left foot stepping out of the pavilion first as the reason. Kunlun Mountain. The Pango Three Ching couldn't sit still either. They all walked out of the Jade Void Palace, and the faces of the three brothers were all grave and serious. Tong Tian opened his mouth. If this formation can come to fruition, then Taoist Fuguang is an existence that the many cultivators in the floodplains will have to thank. On the side, Laozi's eyes were deep, stroking his beard, nodding his head in recognition of Tongtian's words, but did not say much. And Yuan Shi's eyes slightly looked a little complicated. Honestly speaking, with his arrogant and frank character, at this moment in his heart, it was inevitable that a bit of jealousy towards Taoist Fuguang had risen. This one merit really is quite big. Western Spirit Mountain. Jane and Junti were so envious that their eyes were red with envy, and while breathing heavily, they also looked at the figure of Taoist Fuguang outside of the Sunstar without taking their eyes off the ground. The mountain of 10,000 longevity. Jin Yuanzi was filled with misgivings and had stood up. Opening his mouth, he lamented. Worthy of being a fellow Taoist Fuguang. This blessed chance really envied him to death. Endless sea of blood. The demonic and handsome old ancestor stick stood in the middle of his own dojo, looking at the fugitive light outside the Sunstar with a thoughtful expression on his face. At this moment, outside the Sunstar, Fuguang naturally knew that this move of his would attract the attention of many powerful people between heaven and earth. But at this moment, he had no time to care about how the many cultivators between heaven and earth would view him at this moment. The heavenly Tao was still here. Where did Fuguang have the heart to think about anything else? A moment later. Rumble. The heavenly Tao's divine thunder gently boomed. Immediately after that, the buzz. Fuguang's figure, directly under the heavenly Tao's great power, manifested itself in every place between the flooded heavens and earth, allowing all beings in heaven and earth to see his masculine and upright, polite, and unyielding figure. After the greatness of the heavenly Tao manifested itself, Fuguang saluted with both hands, bowing towards the heavenly Tao, and also towards the flood-wild heaven and earth and all living beings. Afterward, above his upright figure, he released a vast golden immortal light, and endless mana burst forth. At the same time, the Sunstar beside Fuguang shook violently, and terrifying supreme star greatness surged through the boundless starry sky. Seeing this, on the other side, outside the Taiyin star, the two sisters, Shihe and Shangxi, also combined their efforts and catalyzed the star greatness of the Taiyin star, with the power of the Sunstar on the other side, and the two echoed each other. In a blink of an eye, the 365 main stars and the 14,800 secondary stars were all activated and lit up in an instant, releasing an endless starlight that wasn't as bright as the Sunstar and Taiyin star, but wasn't obscured either. Outside the Sunstar, Fuguang's face was serious and grave. All the treasures of the circumstantial stars. Out. The words fell. Fuguang directly raised his hand. Buzz. Treasure light flew out from Fuguang's hand like shooting stars in the sky. It sprayed like rain. It was like a river of stars. Numerous powerhouses fixed their eyes on it. All of these precious lights were actually. All of these treasures were extremely high grade, top grade, middle grade, lower grade, and other different grades of circumstantial star spirit treasures that flowed with different star power. This scene, even more so, made the many powerful people in the floodplains dumbfounded. This Fuguang Taoist is so rich? That sky full of spiritual treasures. It was about to form a sparkling river in the sky. At this moment, even at the time in the treasure cliff above, got a huge number of spiritual treasures. Pango Three Ching are not calm compared to Fuguang, who has revealed countless spiritual treasures at this moment. Their Three Ching, as the richest rich brother in the original floodplains, had instantly turned into beggars asking for food. This scene, for the many powerful people in the flood wasteland, especially for some great divine masters who didn't even have many spiritual treasures in their hands, it was just too exciting. If it wasn't for the will of the heavenly Tao descending, as well as being afraid of Taoist Fuguang's strength, I'm afraid that there would be some great avatars that would not be able to resist striking out at this moment to snatch these peripatetic star spiritual treasures from Fuguang's hands. That laborious peripatetic star guardian formation was important, but it wasn't very useful to these great avatars of theirs. Whereas, if this peripatetic star treasures that formed a river of stars were to come into their hands, it could actually strengthen their own strength. Of course, those who were able to maintain their sanity were the vast majority, and there were also a very small number of some great avatars who had their thoughts taken over by greed. Unable to help themselves, they could not help but make a move. Only, the moment this thought rose in their hearts, a suffocating spiritual platform warning made that very few greedy great avatars instantly sober up. Chills ran through their bodies, prostrate themselves on the ground, shivering. In this instant, they all came to their senses. At the same time, they also understood that wave of alarm just now was definitely a warning from the heavenly Tao. For a moment, this portion of the great avatars were red-eyed, but they no longer dared to act rashly. Outside the solar star, Fu Guang didn't care in the slightest about his behavior of exposing his wealth in such a manner. He hadn't even refined a single one of these circumstantial star spirit treasures. The reason was simple. Although these spiritual treasures were very numerous and their grades were also very good, they only had the function of communicating with the perihemeral stars. Moreover, these peripatetic star spiritual treasures were used by Fu Guang to prove the peripatetic star guardian grand formation. After proving the efficacy of the grand formation to the heavenly Tao, they must be left in the corresponding stars, anchored and reinforced by the heavenly Tao, and used to manage the peripatetic star guardian grand formation. Simply put, these circumstantial star spiritual treasures were bound to be impossible to be mastered by a certain person. Even if it must be said that there is a master, its master can only be the will of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao's things, you dare to move? It's true. Try and pass away. Chapter 107, The Great Formation Becomes. Enlighten all beings. Chapter 107. Sacrificing all the Zhou Tian star treasures. Fu Guang had a thought in his mind. Go! Between the changes of the spells in his hand, he casually pointed his finger. The perihemeral star treasures that formed a river of stars rushed and flew towards the 365 main stars and the 14,800 secondary stars respectively. After that, the peripheral heavenly star treasures, with another turn, then followed a vein revealed by the peripheral heavenly star symbols, like a great river diverging towards the star corresponding to each group star spiritual treasure as a stream of light. When a star spiritual treasure entered the corresponding star, a star was then lit up. 1. 10,000. Billions. Along with a large number of circumstantial stars being lit up, above the dome of the sky, endless starlight shone, connecting into one sea of stars after another. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a full 2,000 years of light gradually passed amidst the state of the heavens and earth where the sun and moon shone together and the stars shone, accompanied by more and more circumstantial stars being directly lit up. The peripheral sky star guardian formation created by Fu Guang was also gradually awakened and gradually began to operate. At this moment, in the boundless flood starry sky, the circumstantial star guardian grand formation had begun to slowly operate. The endless chaotic power that continuously penetrated from the chaos beyond the heavens and fell into the flood starry sky was gradually refined and transformed by the great power of the grand formation. The chaotic power turns into the most refined and pure spiritual chi. The chaotic power became the most refined and pure spiritual chi, which continuously poured into the flooded heavens and earth, nourishing all beings in the heavens and earth. At the same time, because of the heaven and earth quantum robbery, the formation of quantum robbery fatal chi, all in an invisible way, was diluted by 2 to 3%. At this time, the stars have not yet been incorporated into the formation. So the efficiency of the guardian formation in transforming the power of chaos was still increasing. But that's not the point. The point was that after this 1,000 years of continuous experimentation, no matter if it was the many powerful people of the flood wilderness, or the will of heaven that had been shrouding the starry sky of the flood wilderness, they had all verified all of the efficacies that Fu Guang had spoken of 1,000 years ago with regards to this great formation. All of it was the truth. Even more so, there were some functions that exceeded the predictions of the many powerful people in the flood wilderness. Looking at the heaven and earth anomalies that lasted for 1,000 years, as well as by the great power of the heavenly Tao, directly reflected between heaven and earth, up to 2,000 years long Fu Guang Taoist figure. The crowd of great avatars were all in admiration. Even the heaven and earth visions of the saints who had become Taoists back then were not as long-lasting as the heaven and earth visions created by Taoist Fu Guang. This Taoist Fu Guang deserves to be so favored by the heavenly Tao, so loved by the heavenly Tao. This is a great talent and fortune. It is really not something that these self-proclaimed superior innate saints can be compared to. It was the Panga Three Qing in front of Taoist Fu Guang. If they had not yet attained sainthood, they would all have to be inferior and pale in comparison. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. At this moment, in the starry sky of the flood, the stars of the circumference had been completely lit up. The sun and moon were shining together, and the starry sky was like a sea. A supreme grand formation that constantly transformed the power of chaos into heaven and earth aura that nourished the flood wasteland and blessed all living beings had already been completely formed. Buzz. The boundless starry sky manifested. A great formation power that was vast, expansive, and thick, giving people the feeling of boundlessness and infinity, flowed through the starry sky. At the same time, it also allowed all beings in heaven and earth to be able to feel a sense of guardianship and security from the bottom of their hearts. The perimeter star guardian formation is well deserving of its name. Next to the sun star. The moment the last star spiritual treasure fell into the corresponding star, a smile of relief appeared on Fu Guang's face. Afterwards, both hands were raised, and the spells kept changing. Circumstellar star guardian formation. Rise. The words fell. After the spells in his hands changed repeatedly, Fu Guang pinched his seal and stood in the starry sky, his body's vast and endless terrifying mana surging. In the next instant, the buzz. The sun, moon and stars shone brightly, and the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky materialized, surging endlessly in the starry sky. A moment later, the rumble. The many visions in the boundless starry sky gradually came to an end, the light of the sun star and Taiyin star gradually dimmed, and the endless starlight likewise slowly dissipated. The day and night of the flood-wild heaven and earth were reincarnated. The chronology that had stopped for 3,000 years was also back to normal. It did not take long. The visions between heaven and earth. There was only the Taoist Fu Guang who manifested between heaven and earth under the reflection of the greatness of the heavenly Tao. After repeatedly determining that the perimeter star guardian formation had begun to operate on its own and was in the best condition, only then did Fu Guang withdraw his magic power. The surging aura around his body dissipated. After straightening his robes, Fu Guang bowed respectfully. As of this moment, the circumstellar star guardian formation has been completed. I hope that the heavenly Tao and all living beings will recognize it. Fu Guang's words had just fallen. Dang! 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 The heavenly Tao immediately responded, and the 9 chimes of the flood bells spread throughout the floodplains. Immediately after that, rumble. The 9 heavens sprinkled down immeasurable golden flowers of the great Tao, and a golden lotus of aura rose from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All sorts of true meanings of the great Tao and thousands of precious lights of the laws, rising up in every place between heaven and earth. At this moment, all the beings in the flooded heavens and earth, regardless of whether you are a quasi-saint with great aptitude or an undeveloped spirit, whether you are the spirit of the grass and trees in the mountains or a sinister spirit in the dangerous land, all of them have received different degrees of benefits. Either from the rising true meaning of the great Tao and the precious light of the laws, they gain something, or from the scattered golden flowers of the great Tao and the golden lotus of aura, they gain the creation. All in all, at this time, all beings were blessed and benefited. The heavenly Tao flood bell rang 9 times. Subsequently, there was a rumbling. It was as if an endless amount of heavenly Tao merit and virtue converged directly in the boundless starry sky, and it grew more and more massive and vast. This enormous heavenly Tao merit and virtue directly looked at the many great aptitudes of the flood wasteland, looked at their eyes and wanted to go through it, envious and jealous, seeking but not able to. There were even some extremely jealous great avatars who were even beating their chests, hating the fact that they could not replace Taoist Fu Guang. Outside the Taiyin star. This time, Shihi, who had also put in a lot of effort and had also known that a large amount of heavenly Tao merit would land, and that his sisters would surely obtain very good benefits as well, was also breathing heavily. Even Changshi, who had always been cool and trippy, also had anticipation written all over her face. Sister. Shihe's gaze was fiery, and she subconsciously opened her mouth. The third corpse of our sisters is bound to be able to be chopped out this time. There's no telling. You and I sisters will also be able to complete our own paramount sage Tao fruit in one step. Hearing the words, Changshi, who had some trembling in her heart, did not reply, but nodded heavily, recognizing Shihi's deduction. Such a huge amount of heavenly Tao merit. Even if only a very small portion of it fell onto their sisters, it would be enough for them to behead their third corpses and push their own paramount saint Tao fruits to the level of perfection. Perfection realm of a paramount saint who had chopped off 3 corpses. I'm afraid. Other than Fu Guang, there was only the sisters, right? The moment they thought about it, Shihi and Changshi's increasingly soft and affectionate gazes looked towards Fu Guang, who was reflecting the heavens and earth, as well as the boundless starry sky. All of this was brought to the sisters by Fu Guang. Having a beloved person like this was really a blessing and good fortune for their sisters. Chapter 108 Merit and Virtue. Sun, Moon, and Stars robe, circumstantial star diagram. Next to the sun star. Even with Fu Guang's steady character that had always been unpleasing to the eye, seeing the ocean of merit and virtue that descended from the heavenly Tao at this moment, a contented smile appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the fear of being too rude. At this moment, Fu Guang was about to let out a wild laugh. Very quickly, an ocean of boundless heavenly Tao merit and virtue directly converged in the boundless starry sky. Immediately after that, heavenly Tao's commendations began to fall one by one. Buzz. The ocean of merit and virtue shook, and countless torrents of merit and virtue directly fell towards the stars of the circumference of the sky, as well as into the stars' spiritual treasures within the stars of the circumference of the sky, causing the stars in the sky to burst forth with auspicious merit and virtue golden light. Among them, the Sun Star, the Taiyin Star, and the 365 main stars, and the 14,800 secondary stars shone the brightest. After the stars of the circumference of the heavens and the corresponding stars and treasures had all received the heavenly Tao's merit and virtue. Buzz. Two more torrents of heavenly Tao merit and virtue fell down from within the ocean of merit and virtue, directly toward the sisters Shiha and Changshi outside of the Taiyin star. In contrast to that enormous ocean of heavenly Tao merit and virtue, these two heavenly Tao merit and virtue torrents were only so small. But after the total amount was huge to a certain extent, the little bit that was diverted from it was also extremely huge. Rumble. As the two huge heavenly Tao merit and virtue torrents entered the bodies of the two sisters, Shihi and Changshi, immediately released an extremely powerful great divine master's might. At the same time, beside the two sisters, the female immortal figures that bore a 7-point resemblance to their own bodies transformed into reality. It was precisely the third corpse of Shiha and Changshi. The third corpse manifested. Immediately, it was chopped by the innate spiritual treasures offered by the two sisters, and after resting on the spiritual treasures, it was taken back to be nurtured within its own top Tao flower. At the same time, the heavenly Tao merits that had not yet been absorbed were used by the two sisters to enhance their own Tao fruits. In just a moment, the buzz. Behind the two sisters, Shihi and Changshi, the Tao vision of a round and curved moon evolved, and the perfect level of the quasi-saint Tao fruit manifested in the starry sky, attracting the gazes of many powerful people who were paying attention to the changes in the starry sky. It was unknown how many people were heartily envious within their hearts at this moment. Two Taiyin goddesses who were close to Fu Guang. Having dipped into Fu Guang's blessings twice in a row, they had now completely and utterly ranked among the top tier under the saints' awe. Even though everyone was a great avatar. Compared to the two Taiyin goddesses, they were simply too weak. If they were to fight, I'm afraid that these two would be able to take them down without any effort. The gap between great avatars was much greater than what the beings had imagined. Very quickly, Shiha and Changshi, who had chopped out the third corpse and had already perfected their quasi-saint Tao fruit, both converged their own great Tao visions and breaths. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were looking in the direction of the sun star. They were just the accompaniment to this grand event. Next, it was time for the real protagonists to appear. The stars of the circumference of the heavens, the treasures of the great array, as well as Shiha and Changshi, who had contributed their efforts, had already been rewarded by the heavenly Tao for their merits. Those who have yet to be honored by the heavenly Tao. The only one left was the biggest contributor to this great event. Taoist Fu Guang. Looking at the endless ocean of heavenly Tao merit and virtue that was still 60% left after the successive awards, all the people who were watching the flood starry sky were still looking at the ocean of heavenly Tao merit and virtue. All the powerful people who were paying attention to the flood starry sky were all stuttering in their hearts. After the heavenly Tao's commendation, there was still so much heavenly Tao merit left, which could be called an ocean of heavenly Tao merit. Could Taoist Fu Guang be using this huge amount of heavenly Tao merit to witness the Tao in one step? If that's the case, the flood world is about to usher in the first supreme being to use heavenly Tao merits to prove the Tao, the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element. Not a saint. After all, in the eyes of many great avatars, Fu Guang was not a disciple of the Tao ancestor and had not been bestowed with the great violet breath in his body. And that one Hongjun's Hongmeng purple chi. Although it was possible to snatch it, the world knew that Fu Guang was Red Cloud's closest friend. In the beginning, even at the expense of many great powers as an enemy, but also safe Red Cloud safely sent to the 5 Zhuangguan to go. How could such an honorable, virtuous, and highly respected avatar possibly rob his friend's Hongmeng purple chi for the sake of a saint's position after he had attained the Tao? Instead of saying that Fu Guang would rob Hongyun of his Hongmeng violet chi, it would be better to say that Fu Guang would protect the Tao of this close friend of Hongyun's and help him become a saint. This speculation that numerous great avatars still felt it to be a bit more reliable. Just when everyone thought that Fu Guang would use that huge heavenly Tao merit to witness the Tao in one step and achieve the first mixed great Luo golden immortal. Rumble. The ocean of heavenly Tao merit churned and surged directly towards Fu Guang. Looking at the vastness of the heavenly Tao merit that fell down towards him, Fu Guang let out a loud laugh. Ha! At the same time, Fu Guang directly manifested the heavenly Tao merit golden will he had condensed earlier. Then with a wave of his hand, he directly merged this vast heavenly Tao merit, which was enough for him to become a saint, directly into his heavenly Tao merit golden wheel. Along with this vast heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel, the heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel behind Fu Guang grew larger and brighter. All the way to the end. The peaceful heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden light was like the light of the sun, passing through the 9 heavens, reflecting across the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands, and universally illuminating the multitudes of beings. This act that caused the many great aptitudes in the floodplains to stare in disbelief. Taoist Fu Guang unexpectedly did not intend to use heavenly Tao merit and virtue to prove the Tao? In other words, he's going to take the path of the 3 corpses? That's bold. Worthy of being the number 1 person under saints, Taoist Fu Guang. Of course. At this moment, no one knew that Fu Guang did not take the path of decapitating the 3 corpses, but rather took the path of the mixed golden immortal that many great powers in the past had taken. After all of the heavenly Tao merits were incorporated into the heavenly Tao merit golden wheel, Fu Guang's thoughts moved. The heavenly Tao merit golden wheel, which originally shone universally on all beings in heaven and earth, directly concealed itself and disappeared. The heavenly Tao merit and virtue had been collected. Originally, everyone thought that the great event Fu Guang had created this time was about to end. However, Fu Guang, who was standing next to the sun star, did not thank the heavenly Tao and left. Instead, he turned his gaze. Looked toward the direction of the stars in the sky. Could it be that he still has plans? The many great avatars who had just detached themselves from the shock of Fu Guang not taking the path of merit proofing the Tao saw this and their breathing suddenly stagnated again. Hiss! Is this Taoist Fu Guang never going to stop today? Not only were their gazes overwhelmed, but even their minds had some trouble turning. The heavenly Tao merit accolades had already fallen. It's not even over yet? Taoist Fu Guang was as terrifying as he was. Just as the many great avatars froze, as well as feeling numb. Buzz. The boundless starry sky, which had already subsided, suddenly erupted with a vast and endless amount of starlight, and the stars in the circumference of the heavens once again blossomed with splendor. Even the sun star and the Taiyin star were both releasing their own solar essence and lunar splendor. It continuously fused, converged, and evolved with the endless starlight. In the end, the authority of the stars of the weekly sky, combined with the light of the stars of the weekly sky, condensed and compiled into a robe with the sun, moon, and stars printed on it and put it on Fu Guang's body. It replaced the originally plain and unadorned Tao robe on his body. At the same time, the silhouettes of the sun, moon, and stars manifested behind Fu Guang, and gradually coalesced into a scroll of stars, slowly falling into the body of Fu Guang, who was wearing the Hongmeng sun, moon, and stars robe. Dressed in the divine sun and moon star robe, he harvested the heavenly star picture. A contented smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. Subsequently, collecting his smile, his face was serious as he bowed towards the beings of heaven and earth. This was still the closing ceremony for every time he acquired heavenly Tao merits. Fu Guang still had the same old saying. The heavens are not to be blamed for many rituals. Especially now that the heavenly Tao had been merged by a saint, it was even more impossible to be rude. Chapter 109, The Might of One Man. After Fu Guang's salute, the will of the heavenly Tao, which had shrouded the sun star for 3,000 years, also left with it. Fu Guang's figure, which had been reflected between the flood world and heaven and earth for a full 3,000 years, also disappeared with it. Seeing this scene, all the great avatars were relieved. If Taoist Fu Guang made any other moves, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to calm their minds for some time. The circumstantial stars resumed their usual calm. That boundless starry sky also resumed its solitude without ripples. Only anyone knows. From this moment onwards, the original, as long as the strength is enough, can freely enter and exit the boundless starry sky, has become different. Chaotic into the starry sky. Or even, if one caused damage to the stars of the circumference and disorganization of the astrological ease in it, one would only have to carry a monstrous amount of karma. The heavenly Tao was also bound to drop heavenly punishment. Nowadays, the boundless starry sky was not said to be a forbidden area for a group of cultivators, but it was almost the same. At the same time, East Sea. In the base camp of the immortal court in the past, there was a huge immortal island shrouded by a vast array and covered by heavenly chances, located somewhere in the sea. On top of the island, there were clusters of immortal palaces. Between the clusters of immortal palaces, there were soldiers in immortal armor, holding immortal weapons, and there were even many immortal eyes walking around. Just a little bit of observation. It is not difficult to find. The immortal armor, immortal weapons, and palace dresses worn by these soldiers and immortal eunuchs were the same as the immortal court standard spiritual weapons that had died out a long time ago. At the same time, if an outsider with great aptitude were to take a look at this place, one would be able to easily discover. The races that had submitted to the immortal court in the past and were later directly exterminated by the sorcerer clan were all on top of this immortal island and had racial bloodlines that had continued on. In addition to that, there were also some races that hadn't submitted to the immortal court, but had been eaten extinct by the sorcerer clan because of their own race's delicious blood and energy, also had their racial bloodlines continuing on top of this immortal island. In the center of the immortal island, in the middle of a magnificent immortal palace, the graceful and noble Queen Mother of the West is sitting on the main seat. Below her, the 5 great avatars of the immortal court of the past were also present. Obviously, after the battle that destroyed the immortal court, the Western Queen Mother and the other remnants of the immortal court did not choose to scatter and hide. Instead, they chose to quietly converge together again. Even Queen Mother of the West and the others had also, in secret, preserved many of the racial lineages that were originally supposed to have been exterminated by the sorcerer race. At this moment, the 6 great avatars all withdrew their gazes towards the sun star. There was a great avatar in the middle stage of paragon sainthood that could not help but lament. The sun planet's Taoist Fu Guang is amazing. I'm afraid that his power alone. I'm afraid that he's stronger than we were in the past, when we were in our prime. Enough to shock the flood. These words drew the other great avatars present to nod their heads in approval. The might of Taoist Fuguang had already made the remnants of the immortal court present, who were not only hiding, but also worried about the sorcerer clan coming to their doorsteps at any time, raise their heads in admiration. Sitting on the main seat, Western Queen Mother's complexion did not change in the slightest. Instead, she turned her head to look at the female paragon in the position below her. Have you found fellow Taoist Koan Pang? Hearing the Queen Mother of the West's inquiry, this female paramount saint hurriedly replied. Reporting back to your highness, we have found Taoist Koan Pang. Only. The female quasi-saint didn't finish her words, and at the same time, she was also hesitant to tell the situation directly. Seeing the female paramount saint's hesitation, a cold light flashed in the Western Queen Mother's eyes before she regained her composure. She opened her mouth and said, "No harm done. Just say straight out what kind of attitude fellow Taoist Koan Pang has is all." Nodding her head. After organizing her words, the female paramount opened her mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Koan Pang means." In the past, he joined the immortal court because of the emperor's promise to avenge the loss of his sainthood by the Red Cloud ancestor. Now that the emperor has passed away, we still have to hide between heaven and earth to avoid the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race, and can no longer afford to take on the oath we made with him. Therefore, fellow Taoist Koan Pang and the immortal court have severed their karma, and will not return to the immortal court. Hearing this, the several great divine masters present all frowned and their faces became a little unsightly. Although the female paragon's expression was euphemistic, it was expected that Taoist Koan Pang's attitude and tone would only not be so kind. But at the same time, there was no one who could say anything more. Taoist Koan Pang's choice was unjustifiable in their eyes. If not for the fact that their involvement with the immortal court was too deep and they were no longer able to withdraw from it, there was only one of the few great avatars present who would have chosen to stay. Even the Western Queen Mother was the same. Being in the middle of the quantum revelation, her body was stained with the karma of the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race. There was no escape for several of them. That's why they chose to hold together. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have already scattered. Then let him go for now. The Queen Mother of the West was expressionless and did not feel angry because of Taoist Koan Pang's departure. In these long years, if Taoist Koan Pang had the intention to return to the immortal court, he would have already done so. Nowadays, she had dispatched her men to find Taoist Koan Pang, who was also hiding in the east. She was merely confirming Taoist Koan Pang's attitude. Of course, it was impossible to say that there wasn't a little bit of dissatisfaction in her heart. Only, right now, this group of immortal court remnants can't do anything about Taoist Koan Pang. They can only suppress this karma and wait until the future, after they get out of the quantum leap, then they can settle the score. Empress. A great avatar at the bottom of the room wore a slightly stifled expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he questioned Queen Mother West and said, "What should we do in the future? Could it be that we have to keep living our lives like this, hiding in the east and fearing for our lives? If this is the case, our heavenly and earthly cultivation will not become a mere decoration?" These words was recognized by several other great avatars, who nodded their heads one after another. No one wanted to live a life of hiding, like a rat in the gutter. Not to mention, each and every one of them was a great avatar with a powerful cultivation. Then what do you want? The Queen Mother of the West did not answer this question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Her gaze was calm as she looked towards the several great avatars. Go out and fight to the death against that ancestral witch, the Witch Clan. If a few Taoists have such an idea, my father will not stop them. But you must think clearly. Now the situation in heaven and earth is about to change again. That one with our immortal court is the precursor, the ancestral witches and sorcerers' real enemy. This time the quantitative robbery of the real protagonist may be about to come out of the sky. There are not many great avatars who are little cute. From the east, Hongjun was killed in seconds. After the immortal court was overthrown, this quantitative robbery of the fury still did not dissipate, but more thick. After coming to their senses, the Queen Mother of the West and the others had realized that, no matter if it was the Duke of Dongwang or the Queen Mother of the West, they were all just pawns for the true protagonist of the measurement revelation. The immortal court was merely a precursor for the true protagonist of the quantum revelation, the ancestral witches and the witch race. Angry? Yes. Anger? Normal. But more than that, Western Queen Mother and the other remnants of the immortal court were hoping that one true protagonist of the quantum reign would show up early to resist the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race. In that case, those 9 ancestral witches as well as the huge sorcerer race, their attention would inevitably be drawn to the truly great enemy. At that time, the remnants of the immortal court, would have a place of respite and would no longer need to hide in fear. Chapter 110 Western Queen Mother, because he is good. In the middle of the great hall, The Queen Mother of the West's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a slight color of anticipation. Once again, she opened her mouth. As long as this true protagonist of the quantum revelation comes out of the world, the chance for us to be able to walk the flooded heavens and earth again can be just around the corner. Hearing that, several great avatars nodded their heads in recognition, but their hearts were not much lighter. That being said, but that real quantum robbery protagonist, when will he come out? Whether he can rival the 9 ancestral witches of Pangu's authentic descendants are all still an unknown. Of course, if they are able to live, they naturally will not impulsively go looking for death. Only, having been unable to see any hope, coupled with the influence of the quantum sundering fury, as well as the immortal court in the past years, with the immortal court remnants of the immortal's fortune, can only be barely suppressed by the karma. As a result, the remaining immortal court immortals, including them, were all very upset. Therefore, there were also agitations that occurred from time to time. Now that they heard the Western Queen Mother say this again, the hearts of the group of great avatars were filled with curiosity about the true protagonist of the quantum revelation. Soon after, the people who were closest to the Western Queen Mother, the female quasi-saint who was closest to the Western Queen Mother, raised her eyes to look at her. With a respectful tone, she inquired, "Your Highness, I wonder if you can tell me who the true protagonist of the quantum revelation is that hasn't appeared yet? It would also be good for us to have a bottom line in our hearts." Heard. Queen Mother West shook her head and did not answer directly. Only, her pair of calm beautiful eyes lifted up and looked towards the location of the sun star in the boundless starry sky. The answer to this question was contained in this wordless gesture. Noticing the Western Queen Mother's demeanor, the great avatars present were all shaken. The female paragon was even filled with astonishment. What the Queen Mother means is, the true protagonist of the quantum revelation is this Fuguang Dao Lord who hardly walks in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands and spends all his years in the infinite starry sky, staying at the solar star? This. It shouldn't be. The crowd was puzzled. The reason was also very plain and simple. The world knew that although Taoist Fu Guang was powerful and renowned, he was an actual virtuous and bitter cultivator who could not leave his home. The number of times the other party has appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Even the number of times that the other party has appeared in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands is just a handful. Such a peaceful, virtuous, suffering cultivator. Could he be the main protagonist of this quantum leap, fighting with the 9 ancestral witches and the sorcerer race for the hegemony of the heavens and the earth? Is that a reasonable assumption? Is it reasonable? Not at all. No matter how they imagined it, it was hard to imagine the scene of the always well-mannered, good-natured, sunny and cheerful Fu Guangdao Run, raising his arm and calling out to a group of strong people and thousands of horses. It was even more difficult to imagine the Fu Guang Taoist, the ancestor of the Way of Letters, fighting with a group of coarse, savage ancestral witches. The difference in the picture was simply too great. Looking at a few people's incredulous expressions, Queen Mother West withdrew her gaze. Opening her mouth, she said, "At first, I thought that the Pango 3 Ching of that Kunlun mountain would be the great enemy and rival of the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race. It would be the other protagonist of this quantitative calamity. After all, the self-proclaimed Pangu Authenticity 3 Ching and self-proclaimed Pangu Authenticity descendants of the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race, there should be a Pangu Authenticity dispute between the two. Yet today, it seemed that this was not the case." There was a pause. The Western Queen Mother stated her reasoning. Although the Pangu 3 Ching are disciples of the saints and also appointed themselves as the Pangu Authenticity, but for the attitude of the 9 ancestral wizards, it is indifference. And the attitude towards the calamities brought by the witch race to all living beings is also the same. Such a mentality. Although it is the future saint, it is not possible to enter the quantitative hijacking, do that quantitative hijacking protagonist. And live in the Sun Star, do not leave the house Fu Light Taoist, but with Pangu 3 Ching is different. Hearing, the female paramount saint at the side subconsciously asked, "My lady, how is Taoist Fu Guan different from the Pangu 3 Ching?" After pondering for an instant, the corners of the Western Queen Mother's mouth slightly hooked up in a certain arc and smiled and said, "Because Taoist Fu Guang, he is good." The moment these words came out, the crowd of great avatars present were all stunned, and then a thoughtful color appeared on their faces. Once they recalled the many behaviors of Taoist Fu Guang. For the safety of his best friend, he made enemies with many powerful people and escorted him back, establishing a time calendar and time sequence for the many living beings. He created the flood writings for the latter-day living beings to pass on, and opened up the Way of Letters for cultivation. More importantly, not long ago, Taoist Fu Guang's golden light emitted from the golden wheel of heavenly merit that illuminated the floodplains of heaven and earth. All of them show that he is indeed good. Such a good man. He can't see all the people in the flood suffering from the great calamity of the witch race. For the sake of all living beings to fight against the witch race, it is really not impossible. For a moment, The doubts in the minds of the several great masters were removed, and they couldn't help but approve of Shi Wangmu's judgment. The Heavenly Tao recognized the great goodness of the holy Fu Guang Taoist as the true protagonist of the calamity who could fight against the ancestral witches in the witch race and save all the living beings in the floodplains. After the Queen Mother of the West's reminder, a few of the remaining immortal quartz avatars were very confident. As long as Taoist Fu Guang came out, there would be peace in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All they needed to do now was to hold down their inner agitation and quietly wait for the day when Taoist Fu Guang couldn't stand to watch and strike. This time shouldn't be too late. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the seasons alternate. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed since Fu Guang had set up the circumstellar star guardian formation, the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star. Inside Fu Guang's courtyard, the Hongmeng sun, moon, and star's robe on his body had evolved into a plain, metaphysical, gold-trimmed Taoist robe. Fu Guang leaned against the Fusang divine tree with a leisurely face. His face was full of leisure and relaxation. In front of him were Shihi and Shangxi, who had just arrived at the Sunstar as guests after having consolidated their own Tao fruits and realms. On the side, holding a piece of osmanthus cake in his left hand and eating it, his right hand was holding Fu Guang's Zhouhao pen, recording a Taiyin minor divine ability on a piece of paper, was Changxi. And the one sitting elegantly, showing off her noble demeanor, was Shihi. Lightly sip a mouthful of spirit tea. A pair of beautiful eyes of Shiha with tenderness looked towards the lazy Fu Guang. Next, what kind of arrangement and intention do you have? Hearing Fu Guang's face with a sense of contemplation, opened his mouth and said, the time for some scheming is not yet ripe, so for the time being, I haven't put it on my schedule. After a pause, Fu Guang's pair of golden pupils looked towards Shihi, as well as Changxi, smiled and said, but that one thing we previously discussed, perhaps it can be put on the agenda. Hearing those words, Shiha's beautiful eyes flickered, then brightened up. Expectantly, she looked towards Fu Guang. What do you mean? Nodding his head, Fu Guang smiled and spoke. Yes. I wish to marry your sisters and form a resting, unswerving couple with you sisters, and together we will witness the heavenly marriage to the heavens for the first time. Sure enough, it is this matter. The smile on Shiha's face became even thicker, and the tenderness in her beautiful eyes increased. On the side, Changxi, who was writing something, stopped writing and looked up at Fu Guang. Directly asked, when will the marriage be witnessed? The heart silently projected. Fu Guang smiled and spoke. There is still a need to make arrangements, and there is also a need to ask a few fellow Taoists for help to assist. It will also be in the nearest 1 or 2 yuanhui times. What do you sisters think? Heard. Shihi nodded gently, indicating that she had no opinion. Changxi, on the other hand, lowered her head and continued to write the method of minor divine ability cultivation. Since she didn't open her mouth to object, it meant that she agreed. Seeing that both sisters were agreeing down, Fu Guang's complexion had some emotions. The time to witness the heavenly marriage was finally coming. Once it succeeded, his second hope of being able to marrying a wife, it was about to fall into place. There were inevitably some sentimental emotions in his heart. Chapter 111, Gifting Treasure. By Zay, thank you senior for the reward. Snapping his fingers for thousands of years. Neither of the two sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, went back to the Taiyin Star, but stayed in the Golden Crow Palace to spend time with Fu Guang. When the three of them were together, they didn't feel bored in the slightest. Playing chess and painting. Playing the qin and blowing the shao. Talking about heaven and earth. Discussing the Tao and sealing it. There were simply too many things to do. On this day, Fu Guang played the zither, Shiha drummed, and Shangxi danced with the sword. The three of them worked together seamlessly in the courtyard of Fu Guang and were having a great time. Very quickly, when the song ended, Shangxi's sword dance ended. Fu Guang stopped his hands and a slight smile appeared on his face. There are guests coming. Heard. Shiha's face revealed a look of surprise, and a thoughtful color appeared on her face, but she did not ask Fu Guang who the guest was. Anyway, it would be known soon. As for Changxi, he didn't care at all who was coming. His eyes looked towards the attendant flower fairy Chunlan who was waiting outside the courtyard. Fu Guang opened his mouth and commanded, go prepare a banquet. Afterwards, go and greet this seat's group of honored guests. Hearing the command, Spring Orchid bowed and received the order. Here. Then. As Chunlan left quickly, she also sent a message to the other three sisters who were in seclusion and were not on guard duty. My master said that it was a group of distinguished guests. It meant that the next guests of the Golden Crow Palace were, without any surprises, basically all great divine masters. With such an existence, it was only natural that the 4 flower fairies and their entourage should all come out and wait, so as not to lose their manners and disgrace their own master. Who didn't know that their own master was the most polite? After instructing Chunlan, Fu Guang turned his head to look at Shihi and Shangxi beside him and smiled and said, Within the guests coming over today, there are quite a few acquaintances and some unexpected guests. Important people related to our witnessed marriage are also among them. In addition, the free labor to help us prepare for the many affairs of the marriage certificate may just be these people. So, how about you sisters join me in greeting them at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace later on? Heard. Shiha nodded gently and responded. Since there is no impossibility. On the side, Changshi remained the same. Fu Guang and Shihi were both used to Changshi's character and reaction. Naturally, they would not find anything wrong. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace. A moment later, Chunlan was leading the three figures towards the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace. There was still some distance. The middle-aged, elegant figure of Taoist Fushi at the head of the group raised his hand and saluted. He said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, the two-star masters, it's been a long time, but you still look the same. I've come to disturb you, please forgive me." Between words, Fushi's trio had already walked over. At the same time, Nuwa, who was behind Fushi, also greeted Fu Guang with Shiha and Changshi. Greetings to the three fellow Taoists. The last of the three, Baizhe, who was dressed in a white Taoist robe and the image of an elegant young man, bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang. He said in a loud voice. Baizhe pays his respects to Senior Fu Guang. After worshipping Fu Guang, only then did Baizhe salute again towards Shihi and Changshi. Greetings to the two-star lords. Seeing Baizhe's differentiated salute, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow and a smile appeared on his face. Beside him, Shiha was also slightly surprised. Her beautiful eyes flashed in thought and soon revealed a look of realization. Nodding towards Baizhe, he showed his response. Looking toward Baizhe, Fu Guang's face revealed a smile and he couldn't help but nod his head. Having extracted the Paragon Dao fruit, it's not so bad. This seat sees that your thoughts of good and evil are already very active, but you haven't chopped out the good corpse, so I think that you should be lacking a corpse-chopping spiritual treasure? A long time has passed. At this moment, White Zephyr has already entered the quasi-saint realm. Although he had extracted the fruit of the Tao of quasi-sainthood, he had not carried out the corpse beheading. It's not as if he hasn't touched the wonders of corpse decapitation. From the looks of it, it should be that he lacked a suitable spiritual treasure capable of decapitating 3 corpses, and he was not willing to settle for anything easily, thus creating the special state he was in now. Hearing Fu Guang's words, White Zephyr's face revealed a color of admiration. He opened his mouth and said, I am not hiding it from Senior Fu Guang, it is indeed as you said. I have yet to find a suitable corpse beheading spiritual treasure, so even though I have extracted the quasi-Saint Tao fruit and have gained enlightenment, I still have not been able to behead the good and evil corpses. Nodding his head, Fu Guang pondered slightly. Afterwards, raised his hand and waved it. Buzz! 3 streams of light then directly landed in front of Baizhe, transforming into 3 extremely high-grade spiritual treasures that emitted innate spiritual light, namely a pair of go, a compass, and a mirror. Sacrificing these 3 superb innate spiritual treasures refined in the Qiankuan cauldron, Fu Guang looked casual. These 3 spiritual treasures, which fit with you, will allow you to successfully decapitate the corpse, take it. Seeing this scene, Fushi on the side was first stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. He knew that when he instructed Baizhe and the others to go to Fengqi Mountain or Wanshou Mountain in the past, he was not refusing Baizhe and the others to follow him, but rather to hide himself for the time being. Now, the situation in heaven and earth was about to change once again, and it looked like Taoist friend Fu Guang was about to start planning more. Therefore, Fushi was not the least bit surprised when he gave Baizhe a suitable spiritual treasure for decapitating the 3 corpses. On the contrary, he took it for granted. After all, from the very beginning, Taoist Fu Guang had wanted to use Baizhe and the others in the future. Now was merely the initial start of enabling them. It wasn't worth mentioning. Nuwa was also surprised. She hadn't expected Fu Guang to be so generous, giving away 3 extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures in one go. No. Where did he get so many spirit treasures? When he set up the Star Guardian formation earlier, Fu Guang also waved his hand and spilled out a sky full of stars of various grades of innate spiritual treasures. This is very wrong. With a turn of her head, Nuwa saw her elder brother's expected expression. She instantly realized that Taoist Fu Guang was still hiding a lot of things that she didn't know and her own elder brother already knew. Very well. Her own elder brother was starting to have secrets. By the looks of it, still playing too little. At this moment, there was no one more excited than Baizhe himself. Looking at the 3 spiritual treasures that fell in front of him, Baizhe's eyes widened slightly, his breathing heaved slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated. Just as Fu Guang had said, these 3 spiritual treasures were extremely compatible with the innate path of easy numbering that he followed. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that they were corpse-zapping spirit treasures that were tailor-made for him. There was no refusal. Bai Zai received these three spiritual treasures with a solemn face and respectfully worshipped towards Fu Guang. In a loud voice, he said, "Bai Zai thanks Senior for the reward." It was a reward, not a gift or bestowal. The difference between the two words. The difference between the two words clearly expressed the difference in status between the two parties. Fu Guang was at the top, while Bai Zai was at the bottom. Although he didn't explicitly treat himself as a subordinate, at this moment, Bai Zai had undoubtedly already treated himself as Fu Guang's subordinate within his heart. His position was correct. His attitude was also very good. The few great avatars who were present with delicate minds had already understood the meaning of Bai Zai's actions and words. Subconsciously. Aside from Changxi, who didn't care about this, the gazes of the rest of them all looked towards Fu Guang. Even Fuxi and Shiha, who had always thought that Fu Guang's plans for hegemony were great, were also like this. Fu Guang's next reaction would, to a certain extent, indicate what Fu Guang's general arrangement would be for the next period of time. Will he continue to wait for the right time? Or will he show some of his own plans? Chapter 112. The Western Queen Mother's Visit. Facing the probing gazes of a few intelligent people, Fu Guang smiled bashfully and did not give any response. It only withdrew his gaze from Bai Zai's body. Afterwards, Fuxi and Nuwa raised their hands as a guide. Opening their mouths, they said, "Fellow Taoists, please come inside." Seeing this, a smile of realization appeared on Fuxi's face. Even though Fu Guang did not respond. But there were times when no response was the best response. At this moment, whether it was Fuxi, or Shiha, or Nuwa and Bai Zai, all of them were already aware of Fu Guang's attitude. It's just that he didn't say anything. Even if they have realized it, they are not in a position to break it down and take over their duties. Shiha, who had been standing beside Fu Guang, naturally stepped forward, greeting Fuxi and Nuwa, as well as Bai Zai into the hall. Seeing Fu Guang and Changxi still standing at the entrance of the hall, Fuxi's face was a little surprised. "Fellow Taoist, but there are still guests coming?" Hearing, Shiha nodded gently. The poor Taoist does not know which other Taoist friends are coming. Only, there should still be some fellow Taoists who coincidentally, in the near future, will also be coming over. Hearing Shiha's reply, Fuxi had a look of understanding and didn't pay too much attention as he sat down in the seat arranged for him. Subsequently, Bai Zai and Nuwa also sat down in the same manner. As if he was returning home, Fuxi poured himself a drink, his heart bursting with pleasantness and relaxation, happy and at ease. While beside him, Nuwa was a bit distracted. She had already believed her elder brother's claim that Taoist Fu Guang had great talent and had great plans. But as far as Nuwa was concerned, none of this had much to do with her. After all, it wasn't like she wanted to fight for supremacy in the flood. She only wanted to pursue her own path single-mindedly, and to realize the Hongmeng Violet Chi one day earlier to become a saint. What Taoist Fu Guang wanted to do, what kind of plans he had nothing to do with her. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been in seclusion for many years and had no clue, and was starting to get upset, she wouldn't have even come to this Golden Crow Palace as a guest, but would have continued to be in seclusion at Fingqi Mountain to comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Chi. Just don't know why. After coming to the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa always felt that her mind and spirit were tranquil and her body was relaxed. Could it be that this is the special feature of a virtuous cultivator's dojo? Nuwa had this doubt in her mind. But there was always a feeling that the reason couldn't be so simple. On the other side, Bai Zai's heart was still excited. He had never imagined that. This time, he had only followed Dao brother Fuxi, as well as Dao friend Nuwa, to come to the Golden Crow Palace to pay a visit to Elder Fu Guang, but he would actually be rewarded by Elder Fu Guang with the spiritual treasure that would be used to cut off the 3 corpses of his body. And by the looks of it, these 3 spirit treasures were specially prepared for him. In that case, there should be no mistake in what Taoist brother Fuxi said before he set off. After setting up the circumstantial Star Guardian array, Senior Fu Guang should soon make a move off. And this is also the biggest reason why Bai Zai has been rewarded without merit. Since he had resolved to follow Fu Guang Senior and add bricks and mortar to his ambitious hegemony, he couldn't allow himself to be too weak. Having seen the might of the ancestral witches, having seen the fighting strength of those great wizards of the witch clan, Bai Zai knew very well. With his current quasi-Saint Dao fruit without a corpse, he would only be able to fight with the great witches of the witch race. Wanting to fight an ancestral witch? He wasn't qualified. Therefore, he needed the spiritual treasure of decapitating 3 corpses. Not for himself. Rather, it's for Fu Guang's predecessor's ambitious career. It wasn't long after Fuxi's trio arrived. It was about the same time as before and after. The dusty Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun arrived at the entrance of the main hall under the reception of the attendant 4 flowery mortals. After the 3 of them exchanged greetings, Fu Guang looked towards Hongjun. Smiling, he said, "Fellow Taoist is not small in guts. Knowing that so many people are coveting your Hongmeng Violet Chi, you still dare to leave the 5 Zhuangguan?" Sniffing. Red Cloud let out a bitter smile. This matter is a long story. This time the poor Taoist came over, precisely for the matter of the Hongmeng purple chi. Hearing this, Fu Guang thought for a moment, then nodded. Fellow Taoists, please come inside. Fellow Taoist Fushi, fellow Taoist Niwa, and a little friend Bai Zhe have already come over. However, poor Taoist still has a few guests coming, so the two Taoist friends can go in first and take their seats, waiting for a few moments. Hearing Fu Guang's words, both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi nodded. There was no opinion on this arrangement. On the side, the cool and expressionless Chang Shi stepped forward. Her jade hands served as a guide. Please. As the future half-mistress of the Golden Crow Palace, Chang Shi is just not good at words, not good at expression, not impolite. There is no necessary connection between coolness and upbringing. Very quickly, Red Cloud's and boring gourd like Jin Yuanzi was entertained by Chang Shi, walked into the middle of the great hall, in the Fu Shi and other people laughing and greeting sound, in their own position settled down. At the same time, outside the Sun Star, on top of the stack evolved by the Sun True Flame, Xiaomei Dongmei, who accompanied the four flower immortals, was still waiting here. Not much time had passed. Buzz. A Shihua Supreme Immortal Light manifested noiselessly outside the Sun Star. Afterwards, this Shihua Supreme Myriad Immortal Light opened a spacetime rift. Immediately after, the Western Queen Mother, who was dressed in palace attire and was graceful and elegant, followed by her close friend, that is, the female quasi-saint, walked out slowly from within the spacetime rift. Seeing these two great avatars appear, Dong Mei's face straightened, and she bowed towards the Western Queen Mother and the female paramount saint in an unassuming manner. Opening her mouth, she said, "Slave servant Dong Mei, greetings to Queen Mother, greetings to Senior Xian Nu." Looking at the merits and virtues in front of her, her fortune was strong, and her blessings were long, the little servant girl of Taoist Fu Guang. Queen Mother West's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. This little maid's body of merit, chi fortune, and blessings was much thicker than the vast majority of cultivators in the floodplains. If she didn't accidentally fall, at the very least, she would be able to achieve great Luo golden immortal perfection. Taoist Fu Guang was truly remarkable. Not only were the benefits he received horrifying, but even the maidservant who followed him was able to have such a creation. With a little comparison, the Queen Mother of the West realized that the former immortal court emperor, Lord Dongwang, whom she used to think was quite good, was really too far behind. The two are simply not on the same level. You don't have to be polite, my friend. The Queen Mother of the West did not display a condescending stance, but rather had a very kind attitude. Faces also with a gentle smile. This time, the poor Taoist and Xian Nu have taken the liberty of coming to disturb Taoist friend Fu Guang. I wonder if I can inform and introduce you? On the side. Seeing as a quasi-saint consummate great power person, the Queen Mother of the West this kind of lowered its own posture appearance, Xian Nu looked at cannot help but in the heart side. Time has changed. Nowadays, they, who were not in their splendor and were still caught in the midst of the quantum sabotage and were unable to save themselves, needed to correct their attitudes and treat them with courtesy in the face of Taoist Fu Guang's maidservant. The contrast between this before and after was simply too great. So much so that Xian Nu's heart was in a trance at the moment. Chapter 113 Head of the Crowd, Center of the Powers. The two Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu did not condescend. However, Dong Mei didn't dare to be presumptuous either. These two great avatars in front of them were polite to themselves because they were giving face to their own masters, and if they really wanted to take themselves seriously, then they would be disgracing their own masters. The attendant four flower immortals were all very clear. They were able to be treated gently by the many famous great spiritual masters in the flooded wasteland because of the strength of their own masters. It really wasn't because they were capable. To put it bluntly, now the four flower fairies who are just the perfect Tai Dao fruit have not even touched the threshold of these great avatars. How dare he pretend to be a tiger? Unsubtle, he bowed towards the Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu. Dong Mei's attitude was respectful. Queen Mother, Senior Xian Nu. My master is hosting a banquet for friends and relatives in the palace today, and has already known about the arrival of the two honored guests, so he has ordered his slave to wait here. Please two guests, follow the slave girl inside. Between words, Dong Mei opened her body sideways and raised her hand as a guide. Queen Mother, Xian Nu Senior, this way please. Looking at the Dong Mei who knows respect, knows the etiquette, is not submissive, and does not leave any water behind. Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu's heart is also much better. If it wasn't for the situation, they wouldn't be willing to grovel. It was a good thing that the little maid in front of them was worthy of being the maid of the ancestor of the window, Taoist Fu Guang, and did things that really made the heart feel comfortable. Please also lead the way. The thoughts in the Western Queen Mother's heart instantly converged as one, and the expression on her face remained gentle. Very quickly, under Dong Mei's leading the way, the Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu both stepped into the solar star, and in an instant arrived at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace's main hall. Upon arriving, the two of them saw Fu Guang, who was standing at the entrance of the grand hall, waiting for them. At once, Whether it was the Western Queen Mother or Xian Nu's heart, they both sensed the importance that Taoist Fu Guang placed on the two of them and couldn't help but feel much happier. Without waiting for Fu Guang to open his mouth to greet them first, the Queen Mother of the West greeted Fu Guang from afar with a salute. Immortal Court Queen Mother of the West, uninvited, the presumption to visit you Fu Guang, I hope you forgive me. Hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, after Fu Guang's golden pupils flickered slightly for a moment, with a smile on his face, he raised his hand to return the salute. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar, isn't it? Fellow Taoist is overstating the case. After the Queen Mother of the West, Xian Nu similarly bowed towards Fu Guang and she said in a loud voice, Xian Nu of the Immortal Court, I have seen you, fellow Taoist Fu Guang. Taking a look at Xian Nu. In front of Fu Guang, everything about her was invisible. She had already touched the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. Only, she probably didn't have much of a chance to break through. The karma of the Immortal Court that Xian Nu carries is very heavy. If she didn't receive the heavenly Tao's merit and virtue, her cultivation would be difficult to progress due to the influence of the karma she was carrying, and there was even a great possibility that she would fall during this quantum jump. Of course, Xian Nu's problem. It was also the problem of the remaining Immortal Court immortals. Even the Queen Mother of the West's cultivation was already difficult to survive. And she's too deep into the quantum leap. Under the entanglement of karma, the great Tao has stagnated. The way forward is almost locked. Taking a look, Fu Guang smiled and nodded in response. Then raised his hand as a guide. The two Taoist friends are the last guests of the poor Taoist who came over this time. Inside please. Hearing, Queen Mother of the West nodded gently. Guests will follow the host, please go ahead, fellow Taoist. Fu Guang also did not push back or be polite, directly stepped in front, and walked into the grand hall with the Queen Mother of the West in a joyful conversation. The banquet site. Several immortal tables surrounded a circle, and there is no difference between high and low, inferior and superior, there is just a relatively speaking main seat in the middle of Shiha and Changshi, two sisters, empty. Previously, Fuxi and Nuwa, as well as Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi had already gathered, and their friendship with each other was quite okay. So even though Fu Guang, the host family, was not present, several people were still talking to each other. Ta! The sound of footsteps came. The crowd turned their heads to look at the incoming direction at the entrance of the main hall, and when they saw Fu Guang's back, followed by the two of them, Xi Wangmu and Xian Nu, they all froze for a moment. They all knew that Fu Guang had guests coming. But they never expected that. It would be the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Maiden, these two great avatars of the immortal court of the past. After the frothing and surprise, the crowd all came back to their senses. They all got up from their positions. With the exception of Shiha and Shanxi, who were already considered half-mistresses, the rest of them all bowed towards Fu Guang. There were smiles on their faces. After Fu Guang returned the bow, he raised his hand and pressed it towards the crowd. He signaled the crowd to take their seats. Fellow Taoists, you are welcome. There is no need to be like this. Sit down. Sit down. As he spoke, Fu Guang had already come to the center of the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, and sat down on the seat reserved for him. After Fu Guang himself had taken his seat, the rest of the crowd resumed their seats. Only then did the rest of the crowd sit down again. Having just arrived and greeted each other, Ziwangmu and Xuanmu were also seated. Only, while seated, the Queen Mother of the West took a glance at the attitudes of the people present without a trace. Although it wasn't obvious yet. But there was no doubt that, including Nuwa, a sage disciple, everyone was subconsciously favoring Fu Guang. And this attitude was not because Fu Guang was the master of the Sun Star Golden Crow Palace. Rather, it was the attitude of treating Fu Guang as the center of the crowd, vaguely taking Fu Guang as the leader. Among them, most obvious manifestation was undoubtedly Fu Xi, as well as the unfamiliar face of the great avatar at a table beside Fu Xi. After realizing this, Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but feel greatly assured in her heart. Sure enough, just as she had predicted, although Taoist Fu Guang did not go out to the Sun Star, he still had ambitious plans to dominate the flood. In the Violet Heavenly Palace in the past, the sage was the first to look at Fu Guang. In the Purple Heaven Palace in the past, the saint was the first to look at Fu Guang. I'm afraid that the reason why the saint did not choose Fu Guang. I'm afraid that the reason why the sage didn't choose Fu Guang to be the head of the male immortals, but instead chose the Duke of Dongwang's move, was in itself a kind of scheming. The intention was to make the Duke of Dongwang a pawn, to scout the way for the true protagonist of the quantum reign, Taoist Fu Guang, to become a pawn. Thinking about it this way, she shouldn't have entered the immortal court as a huge whirlpool in the first place, being dragged down by the Duke of Dongwang, and becoming a pathfinder for Taoist Fu Guang's quantum revelation together. At this moment, Western Queen Mother's heart was filled with a lot of resentment. Against anyone. But she wasn't a little cutie. But she was not a cutie, and she didn't show it. On the surface, she still had a kindly attitude, catering to the topic of the crowd, pushing cups and drinking wine together, gossiping about interesting stories of heaven and earth. Of course, with the presence of the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Maiden, no one was out of place. There is no one who was out of place, to mention the current topic of the big hit of the ancestor witches and the witch race, as well as the current 4 seas and 8 wastelands. More and more urgent situation is it. Soon, after 3 glasses of wine, Fu Guang, sitting on the main seat, took the lead and went straight to the point. Today is a good day. All friends of the road coincidentally come to the poor road of the Golden Crow Palace as a guest. It is indeed the honor of the poor road. Slight pause. Not waiting for the crowd to open their mouths to compliment, Fu Guang changed the topic. However, all of you friends come over. You can't be here to eat these snacks, fruits, and immortal brews, right? What is the matter? All of you friends of the Taoist, please tell us. If the poor road can help a little, certainly will not shirk. Let's be polite first. After I Fu Guang help you a little bit, let you run all over heaven and earth for my Fu Guang to witness the heavenly marriage, there is no need to be polite. Chapter 114 Manhwa, after becoming a saint, I'll reclaim everything. Red cloud, I'll give it away. A word has been spoken. It was to open the door. After Fu Guang's words fell, his golden pupils turned and looked directly at both Fu Shi and Bai Zai. Fu Shi as well as Bai Zai, who were being watched by Fu Guang's gaze, both had their faces straightened. For no reason at all. It was in Fu Shi's heart that a trace of nervousness rose. Speaking in a solemn tone, he opened his mouth. I'm not hiding it from you. This time to come to bother, one is to come to congratulate you, guarding the big formation into, you can expect the road off. Congratulations, congratulations. On the side, all the people other than Shiha and Shanxi also opened their mouths to congratulate Fu Guang. Although all of them didn't know how huge the heavenly Dao merit was needed to certify the Dao with heavenly Dao merit, with the massive amount of heavenly Dao merit Fu Guang had received, even if he couldn't succeed in certifying the Dao, he would still arrive at a height that all beings would need to look up to. Fellow Daoists are polite. Fu Guang smiled blandly. In response to Fu Shi's words of congratulations, but also implicitly consulting him on whether or not he would be able to prove the Dao, he implicitly asked a question. No positive affirmation was made, nor was a negative given. Did not get an answer. Originally did not have the luxury of being able to get a definite answer. Fu Shi also did not care. Continue to speak. Secondly, it is for the purpose of seeking a new dojo, or a temporary residence. The moment he said this, Manhwa, who seldom speaks at the side, also said. Manhwa, who rarely spoke at the side, also frowned, with a strong look of displeasure on her face. Noticing Manhwa's small expression, Fu Guang speculated in his heart, but did not open his mouth to interrupt Fu Shi. The gentle color on his face gradually disappeared. Fu Shi also carried a bit of anger between his brows. I'm not going to lie. In this recent period of time, the sorcerer tribe, which originated from Buzhou mountain, has been growing and expanding, with a large population, and the smaller tribes within the larger tribes continue to divide, occupying more and more territory on Buzhou mountain. Now, already to the poor Taoist and Little Sister's dojo nearby, and the witch tribe's hunting ground, has also been more and more close to Fengqi mountain. I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be no more peace on Fengqi mountain. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The dojo of the two siblings, Fu Shi and Manhwa, belonged to a lineage amongst the endless mountain ranges that extended out from the Buzhou mountain, and it wasn't very far away from the Wu clan's main camp of the Buzhou mountain. Nowadays, the sorcerer clan is getting bigger and bigger, and the population is also getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more situations where they need to expand and occupy more and more territories. It is only normal to be close to Fu Shi and Manhwa's dojo. So it turns out. Fu Guang's face revealed a slight smile. It's just that. Don't you siblings intend to fight against that ancestral witch, the witch clan? You're willing to give up your own dojo just like that and leave Mount Fengqi? Speaking of this, Fu Guang's gaze went to Manhwa, who didn't look too good. He said with a meaningful meaning, fellow Taoist, Manhwa is a close disciple of the sage, so she should have no fear of the ancestral witches and the witch race. Suddenly, Fu Guang gave her a nod. Manhwa was stunned. Then she frowned. That being said, the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race are one of the main protagonists of this quantum revelation, and if poor Taoist is unable to defeat the ancestral witches who are joining forces, along with Elder Brother and Bai Zai, Shan Yang, and the others, it will be the same outcome. Teacher is in harmony with the heavenly Tao, and I don't think he will make a move for these trivial matters. Therefore, instead of staying at Fengqi mountain and getting involved in the karma of the protagonists of the quantum reign, it would be better to find a clean place before it's too late. When the poor Taoist is enlightened and refines the Hongming purple qi, he will be certified as a saint. I'll get back the shame of today. Will be recovered. Manhwa's beautiful eyes were filled with fire and determination. Obviously, having been forced to leave the Tao that she had possessed since the birth of her spiritual intelligence, the level of anger in her heart had reached a very high level. After witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint, this arena, she would definitely get it back from the ancestral witches and the witch race. Is that so? Fu Guang nodded with slight regret in her heart and, smiling, he said, then I wish fellow Daoist Nuwa an early attainment of sainthood. It's a pity. If Nuwa had chosen to fight to the end. If Nuwa had chosen to fight to the end, she might have been able to bring down all the saints of the Dao and shake up that group of barbarian ancestral witches and the witch race. But if Nuwa didn't choose to confront the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race, Fu Guang couldn't say anything more. The words turned. Fu Guang's face took on a thoughtful color. As for the several Daoists who want to find a peaceful shelter for the beings of Fengqi Mountain, I'm afraid it won't be that easy or simple. This matter. Let's discuss it later. After hearing Fu Guang's words, Fu Shi nodded. Good. Other than that, there is nothing else for me to do when I come to visit fellow Daoist Fu Guang this time. Hearing this, after Fu Guang nodded, he then turned his gaze towards the pair of good friends, Red Cloud and the honest Jin Yuanzi. Facing Fu Guang's eyes, the honest Jin Yuanzi arched his hand before saying, poor Taoist is here to congratulate fellow Taoist and then to accompany brother Red Cloud. I see. As soon as Jin Yuanzi said this, Fu Guang understood what he meant. Honest Jin Yuanzi's trip. It is to give his own partner, Red Cloud, escort, so that he is not besieged, there is no help. At Jin Yuanzi's side, after taking a sip of the fire mulberry immortal brew, Red Cloud opened his mouth in a slightly helpless manner. I am ashamed to say. The reason why I came here is because I was in the temple of the 5 heavenly kings, and I was so distracted that it was difficult for me to get into a state of tranquility. I came here to ask for a relief. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Seek relief? Red Cloud is here to ask Fu Guang to kill him? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. But then it was cut short. How can this be possible? Red Cloud's relief should be something else. Not waiting for the crowd to ask. Red Cloud as if self-abandonment in general, spitting out bitter. Fellow Taoist, I am not going to tell you the truth. Since obtaining the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the poor Taoist has done his best to refine this foundation of sainthood. However, after this long years past, not only failed to refine the slightest, enlightenment is also clueless, my way fruit is also stagnant for a long time not to step forward again. Speaking of this, Red Cloud tone emotional. The poor Taoist is thinking. In the past, in the palace of the purple heaven, the poor Tao gave up the holy position, perhaps because the poor Tao was not destined to be with the saints' fruit. Therefore, even though the poverty road was later granted the mercy of the saints and graciously gave this foundation for sainthood, it was still unable to refine it in the slightest. Between words, Red Cloud raised his hand from his own spiritual platform, took out the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Violet Qi that he got back then, opened his mouth and said, if it is true that Poverty Road has no destiny with that saintly fruit, then this foundation of sainthood, remaining in the hands of Poverty Road, is only adding to the troubles. How about give this foundation of sainthood to someone who needs it? The words fell. In the midst of the crowd gradually realizing what Red Cloud was planning to do and what kind of relief he was looking for, all of them were stunned. Red Cloud graciously pushed the Hongmeng Purple Qi in his hand towards the main seat above the Fu Guang. Buzz. This one Hongmeng Violet Qi was sent by Hongjun to Fu Guang. He spoke once again. Fellow Daoist, your merits are immeasurable, and you have great benevolence. Now, after setting up the Guardian Array, the proof of the Dao is even more eminent. Therefore, this Hongmeng Purple Qi should be given to you. It's really a gift. At this moment, everyone present was shocked and filled with emotion as they looked towards the sincere and generous old man Red Cloud. This one was known as a good old man amongst the many cultivators. It really was still a friend worth making. There was the foundation for sainthood. He is really giving it away. Chapter 115, the poor Taoist witnesses the way as usual. Forgive Fu Guang for roughly guessing in his heart that Hongjun was going to ask for what kind of liberation in him. But when Hongjun really generous, will belong to his Hongmeng Violet Qi pulled out. He also froze for a moment. It was really too generous. To know. With his Fu Guang steady character, after obtaining this Hongmeng Violet Qi, he had all chosen to take the risk and go to the quantum revelation. The result? Red Cloud was actually able to let go of the Hongmeng Violet Qi and was also going to give it to him? One has to say. This good old man, one could even say rotten Red Cloud, if one were to be a friend, it would indeed be a good choice. Only, this Hongmeng Violet Qi in front of him involved too much karma. According to Fu Guang's memory, there is some information that is not true. It was said that this Hongyun's Aurora Violet Qi would be used to certify the 3 emperors and 5 emperors after the Great Reckoning, when the human race flourished. It was also said that it was used by the saints to punish Red Cloud for giving up his throne. All in all, this Hongmeng Purple Qi was a hot potato. Not to mention that he already had it. Even if he didn't, Fu Guang wouldn't take it. The gazes of all the people were directed towards Fu Guang. Aside from Red Cloud, who had generously given the Hongmeng Violet Qi, and Jin Yuanzi, who knew that he was going to do something, the rest of them were breathing slightly heavier. At the same time, one by one, their gazes looked towards Fu Guang. In their hearts, they all thought that it was impossible for Fu Guang to refuse this piece of Hongmeng Violet Qi. After Fu Guang obtained this Hongmeng Violet Qi, coupled with the massive amount of heavenly Dao merits he had previously obtained, perhaps today, Fu Guang was going to establish himself as a saint? If that's the case, the heavens of the flood will change once again. However, unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Fu Guang raised his hand, and a magic power gently pushed this Hongmeng purple Qi that Hongjun had sent to himself back in front of Hongjun. This move caused everyone present to freeze for a moment. No, man. You're still refusing this? The fact that a red cloud was willing to generously send Hongmeng Violet Qi already made the crowd feel incredible and generous. Now Fu Guang's refusal, even more so, called the crowd dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Not caring how the crowd reacted. After Fu Guang pushed the Hongmeng Violet Qi back in front of Hongjun, he calmly took a sip of wine. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. It's just that a gentleman does not take away a person's favor. So please take back this one Hongmeng Violet Qi. You and I are close friends. How could I take away your foundation for sainthood? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then the eyes that looked at Fu Guang again were filled with incredulity, but at the same time had the color of understanding. At the same time, they only felt that at this moment, Taoist Fu Guang's body was filled with the light of brightness, uprightness and benevolence, great virtue and righteousness. Taoist friend Fu Guang was truly worthy of the heavenly Tao merits and virtues that he couldn't hide at all. With such a character and heart, it's no wonder that he's had a lot of luck and has been rewarded with huge amounts of heavenly Tao merit. This is really what he deserves. Shiha, who was sitting beside Fu Guang, although she didn't say anything, when she looked at Fu Guang with her beautiful eyes, she was filled with admiration and admiration. In the face of the temptation of becoming a saint, Fu Guang could still have a strong heart and uphold his own character. Such a Taoist couple was indeed a good match. Even Shangxi, who didn't have many waves in his heart, felt honored. Bai Sei, who has decided to follow Fu Guang and work for Fu Guang's ambitious hegemony, already has undisguised respect in his eyes. Such a noble and virtuous senior. Fong is a good master. Seeing Fu Guang refusing his gift of Hongmeng Purple Qi, the Hongyun who had given him away instead had some confusion. A face of misplaced astonishment. Ah, this. If fellow Taoist has this Hongmeng Violet Qi, I'm afraid that in just 1 or 2 more yuanhui, you'll be able to become a saint. Do you really not want it? Smiling, he shook his head. Fu Guang's face showed a color of soaring confidence. Without this Hongmeng Violet Qi of yours, poor Taoist can still witness the Tao. The tone of his voice was firm. He looked calm. It was as if proving the Tao was something he could do with just a handful of steps in his mouth. Taoist Fu Guang is really very confident. On the side, Manhwa, who also had the Hongmeng Purple Qi and had refined a small amount of it, looked at Fu Guang, who was speaking lightly about the great cause of proving the Tao, and pursed her lips slightly, wanting to open her mouth to retort. If becoming a saint was that simple, if it was that easy, then she, Manhwa, would be the disciple of a sage. Would she have been stuck for so long without a clue? However, when she thought of Fu Guang's previous situation of constantly obtaining huge heavenly Tao merits, Manhwa ultimately chose not to say anything more. Maybe this guy would really prove the Tao at some point? Taoist friends are bold. Red Cloud said with emotion, then sighed and retracted the Hongmeng Violet Qi back into his spiritual platform. Giving it to his friend Fu Guang, who had been the enemy of many powerful people, as well as his Taoist spouse Xin Yuanzi, Red Cloud was willing to give it up. But the others. Even if it was Taoist Fuxi, who was usually a pleasant person to talk to, Red Cloud was reluctant. Seeing Red Cloud withdraw the Hongmeng Violet Qi, the rest of the crowd were all in a fit of regret. Thought that this Red Cloud fellow would be generous enough to give it away again. But what can they say? They didn't have a deep friendship with Red Cloud, and it was normal for people to be unwilling to give it away. Fu Guang was special after all. Watching Red Cloud retrieve the Hongmeng Violet Qi, Fu Guang opened his mouth. The cause and effect in this world lies in the trade-offs only. Since you have already realized that you have gained nothing from closing your mind and refining the Hongmeng Violet Qi, why don't you let go of the Hongmeng Violet Qi for a while? Why don't you put aside the Hongmeng Violet Qi for the time being and concentrate on practicing your own Tao? Maybe one day when you have an epiphany, you can easily obtain the holy position. There was no need to be presumptuous. There was a pause. Fu Guang continued with a smile. If you really don't want this Hongmeng Violet Qi, why don't you take out this Hongmeng Violet Qi on a suitable occasion so that this foundation of sainthood can be chosen again? Hearing, Red Cloud gently nodded. Fellow Taoist has a point. But since the poor Taoist chose to send out the Hongmeng Violet Qi, he has already had nothing to do with it, and has long since let go of it in his heart. In this way, after a period of time, the poor Taoist invited a group of Taoist friends, so that this Hongmeng Violet Qi to find his own master. If I were to give it to anyone, except for Fu Guang and Xin Yuanzi, Red Cloud would not consider it. But these two. Jin Yuanzi was unwilling to take his foundation for sainthood, and so was Fu Guang. Since this was the case, the Red Cloud was going to directly let this foundation of successful sainthood choose its own master. And only in front of the many great aptitudes of the flood. In this way, only then would he be able to get rid of the trouble brought about by the Hongmeng purple qi and the enmity of many powerful people. Taking the blame for others? Thank you very much. Understanding Red Cloud's thoughts, Fu Guang's brows could not help but raise, and then he smiled and said, "There is no need to be so troublesome. Not long from now, the poor Taoist will be marrying Shihat and Changshi and will then invite the flood immortals. This is a good opportunity. What do you think?" Hearing Fu Guang's words, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards Fu Guang and the three of them, Shihe and Changshi, with some surprise. There was some surprise, but at the same time, it was taken for granted. After all, who didn't know that the sun god Fu Guang, Taiyan goddess Shihe, and Changshi, who were bound to follow each other on their travels, had a close relationship? That they would become Tao couples was something that many cultivators in the floodplains were well aware of. This was evident from the fact that Fu Guang had taken Shihe and Changshi with him on both occasions when he acquired heavenly Tao merits. Nowadays, it was just a matter of officially telling everyone. Chapter 116, I dropped the heavenly Tao. Facing the surprised gazes of the crowd, He wore a generous and elegant smile on her face and didn't feel any embarrassment. On the side, Changshi, who didn't have any emotional changes at all, was her usual self. Seeing the two Taiyan goddesses was such a reaction. The crowd knew that. The three of them were afraid that they had already discussed this a long time ago. Sitting on the main seat, Fu Guang spoke once more. The words have been said here. Then poor Taoist will have to ask a few fellow Taoists for something. Since it came to the matter of the heavenly wedding, Fu Guang also went along with the trend to continue this topic. And hearing that Fu Guang had requested himself and the others, Fuxi and Baizhe, Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi all had their faces straightened. All of them arched their hands and saluted. I don't know what it is that I need our help with. Please speak clearly, we will certainly do our best to get it done for you, fellow Taoist. These four people. Two of them wanted to follow Fu Guang to do great things, while the other two owed Fu Guang karma, and at the same time, the relationship between the two parties was really in place. Therefore, for the matter Fu Guang was going to entrust, they would definitely go all out. On one side, the two of them, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu, who didn't have much to intervene, both looked at Fu Guang with upwardly curious gazes. The only person who didn't really want to help was Nuwa. She also wanted to find a temporary dwelling place earlier, close the door faster, and continue refining and comprehending the Hongmeng violet qi, in order to witness the Tao at an early date. And then retrieve her own field from the hands of the ancestral witches and the witch race. But at this time, she naturally wouldn't go about sweeping away Taoist Fu Guang's face. The matter that the poor Taoist wishes to entrust to you all is not difficult, but it is extremely tedious. After Fu Guang took a sip of the immortal brew, he said with a casual expression, but if it's accomplished, everyone involved in this time will be able to obtain some heavenly Tao merit. It won't be much. However, I don't think that all of you Taoists will mind the heavenly Tao merit, right? Swish. As soon as these words came out, Nuwa, who hadn't been too concerned, as well as Ziwangmu and Xuanmu, who didn't intend to get involved, all looked at Fu Guang with serious faces and burning gazes. Especially the Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu. They didn't mind the heavenly Tao merits at all. The karma accumulated by the immortal court in the past had haunted them, and the remaining immortals of the immortal court were all shackled by the heavenly Tao, as if they had been shackled by a layer of shackles. Cultivation, Taoist behavior cannot be often also upset, difficult to calm down. If they could obtain the heavenly Tao's merit, even if it was only a little bit, washing away the karma on their bodies could make it a little easier for them. At this moment, the two no longer wanted to escape Fu Guang's arrangement. Rather, they wanted to actively participate in it. As for the Fuxi and Hongyun people, they also froze for a moment, but didn't care too much. After all, without heavenly Tao merit, they were also going to do their best to help Fu Guang. I'll just arrange it directly. After saying the benefits first and mobilizing the crowd's motivation, Fu Guang smiled and said, first of all, Fuxi Taoist friend, and White Zephyr little friend, the two of you are specialized in the innate way of easy counting, and you can count. I would like to trouble you two to project a good day for the poor road. In the process of this plan, the two nodes of the marriage and the engagement need the best time. Moreover, as one of the main characters, it is not good for the poor Taoist to take action, so I can only leave it to you. In addition, go to the floodplains to get the root and the bird for my plan. Very quickly, Fu Guang explained to Fuxi and Baizhe all the detailed items he needed for his heavenly marriage, as well as the things he needed Fuxi and Baizhe to do. After keeping all these arrangements in mind, the originally seated Fuxi and Baizhe looked at each other and both stood up. Towards Fu Guang, they arched their hands and received orders. Here. This gesture caused Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi on the other side, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, to freeze for a moment. Did it need to be so solemn? This wasn't like the etiquette of peers, asking each other for things. It was more like a superior, a command for the inferior, and then as a subordinate person, the feeling of receiving orders. Seeing this, the corners of Nua's mouth twitched slightly. Twisting her head to not look at the image of her own big brother worshipping the mountain. Although she had known this for a long time, she still found it hard to accept. At the same time, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu both, without a trace, glanced at each other, both seeing out a trace of shock in each other's eyes. They had expected that Taoist Fu Guan was the protagonist of the quantum revelation, and that he would be followed by strong people. But never thought. The renowned Taoist Fuxi, the elder brother of the sage's shut-in disciple Nuwa, was even in a posture of following Taoist Fu Guang. This news was truly a bit shocking. You must know that when the immortal court was in its prime, the late immortal Emperor Lord Dongwang had invited him many times, but he had not been able to persuade Taoist Fuxi to come out and join the immortal court. And now, Fuxi Taoist even willingly to Fu Guang Taoist to perform the ritual of subordinates, and bowed his head to receive orders. The gap between the two is really a bit big. On the other side, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi looked at each other in dismay. Do they need to be so grand? I'm only afraid that the matter is not that simple. The problem is, if Fuxi and Bai Zhe were like this, then shouldn't the two of them be like this when they accepted Fu Guang's arrangement? At this instant, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi had considered many things, but had not been able to make a decision. Seeing Fuxi and Bai Zhe's move, Fu Guang was also surprised. Fu Guang was also a little surprised, but not too surprised. Neither did he refuse the same obeisance made by Fuxi. Since he had already decided to enter the quantum leap for Fuxi's move, naturally, he was able to deal with it openly. Casually raised his hand towards the two pressed. Hard work. And sit down. Words. Fuxi and Bai Zhe, after a salute, once again sat down. Turning his head, Fu Guang's gaze went to Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Opening his mouth, he said, Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, I would like to ask the two of you to make a trip to the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Karen Clan for Poor Tao. The Poor Road Big Day, want 9 dragons pull sedan chair, group Phoenix follow, unicorn offer auspicious. What's more, I want you to use your magic powers to make a path of auspicious and festive clouds that continues from the Sun Star to the Taiyin Star. You can tell the 3 races of the ancestors that if this matter comes to fruition, they too can receive heavenly merits, and that there may be a steady stream of the chi of the togetherness of marriage falling upon them in the future. Please. Hearing the errand that fell on their 2 heads. Originally, the Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were still confused about whether or not to stand up and perform a great ritual like Fuxi and Bai Zhe. In a flash, are subconsciously and coincidentally from their position to get up, as Fuxi and Bai Zhe's general solemn. Toward the Fu light to salute to receive orders. Here. Swish. At this instant, not only the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, but also Nuwa, who was sitting quietly on the side, all stared at Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi with wide eyes. Nuwa was confused in her mind. No. When did Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi get involved with Fu Guang? The Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu saw 2 more renowned great avatars, who were bowing to Fu Guang as subordinates. Their hearts were even more shocked. At the same time, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu looked at Nuwa without a trace. Could it be that this one is also a follower of Taoist Fu Guang? The heavenly Tao. Is this the gold content of a true quantum revelation protagonist? It's really too terrifying. Chapter 117, Seeing the Sun Wheel is like seeing the poverty road. Looking at the actions of Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, Fu Guang had some surprises in his heart. However, just as he was able to openly accept Fuxi's gift of being a subordinate and received his own commission for the 2 of them, Fu Guang likewise accepted this worship from Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi as it was. After nodding with a smile, Fu Guang raised his hand towards the 2 men and gestured for them to sit down as well. Thank you. Sit down. After thanking Fu Guang, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, who had been a bit stunned, also sat down. They themselves were a bit surprised by their own behavior just now. Without realizing it, they had just stood up and saluted Fu Guang, and were not the least bit offended in their hearts, and even felt that this was not bad. This was really strange. Golden Pupil looked at Red Cloud. Fu Guang pondered slightly. Afterward, Buzz, with a casual flip of his large hand, symbolizing the status of Fu Guang's sun god fruit position, the extreme innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure sun will appeared in his hand. It was casually sent by Fu Guang to Red Cloud. Waiting until Red Cloud turned his puzzled gaze towards himself. Only then did Fu Guang say with a smile, Since you, fellow Taoist, are doing things for poor Tao and will be traveling among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the poor Taoist naturally wants to ensure the personal safety of fellow Taoist. The Sun Will is temporarily lent to you to protect your body. During the time that you do things for the poor Taoist, if you encounter obstacles or want to be unfavorable to you, you can sacrifice the sun wheel during the karma by the poor Taoist for you to undertake. See the sun wheel as see poor Tao. At the same time, Fu Guang also turned his head to look at Fu Xi and Bai Zhe. At the same time, he opened his mouth to the four. This great joyous event is vital for the poor Dao, for Shiha and Changxi. If you encounter brash and unreasonable obstruction of the generation, there is no need to force, and write down, come back to the Golden Crow Palace to inform the poor Tao. The poor Tao will personally go to find these people theory. I believe that under the poor Taoist reasoning, all Taoist friends should be convenient. Hearing these words from Fu Guang, whether it was Fuxi or Bai Zhe, or Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, they all smiled. They repeatedly said yes. Afterwards, Red Cloud once again bowed towards Fu Guang. Thank you for lending your treasures to protect me. After saying that, Red Cloud did not push back, simply accepted the sun wheel that Fu Guang temporarily lent him. This old boy also knows that his own strength has fallen behind the same level of great spirit person too much, but also very clear that his situation today is not good. So, if this is still polite, it is irresponsible for his own life. After arranging for the four people of Fu Xi and Hongjun, Fu Guang's gaze turned, it landed on the two Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu. After a slight contemplation, he directly opened the door and said, fellow Daoist Queen Mother of the West is the Lord of the Immortal Court and the head of the female immortals, and fellow Daoist Maiden of Xian Nu is also in the position of the Immortal Court Emperor. It is not a good idea to trouble the two fellow Daoists with this private matter of the poor Dao. When everything is settled, I will order someone to personally hold an invitation to invite the immortals of the Immortal Court. Ah, this? Hearing Fu Guang's words, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu both froze for a moment. This matter of merit and virtue, are the two of us being directly set aside? After realizing this, the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu were greatly disappointed. They had originally planned to participate in Fu Guang's scheme this time around, to receive some heavenly Dao merits from it, and to alleviate their own karmic shackles. As a result, it never occurred to them that Fu Guang actually did not include them in his plan. And give out the reason, really is the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu two people cannot refute. So, even though they had a lot of regrets in their hearts, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu had to wear generous smiles on their faces, recognizing Fu Guang's arrangement. Replying, I will definitely come at that time. Xian Nu also answered, will definitely come to congratulate. Fu Guang could be said to be well aware of the regrets in the hearts of the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Maiden. Only, he did not intend to change his plans. These two women didn't even put themselves in the right position to begin with. Immortal Court Queen Mother? Immortal Court Xian Maiden? In the past, the Immortal Court's base camp was exploded by the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Zhang's fist. Now it's just a lingering struggle, and even if you do not come out of the mountain, the Queen Mother of the West and others sooner or later will not be able to escape the end of the fall. This time, he came as a guest. Originally, Fu Guang thought that the Queen Mother of the West was a smart person, and that she would have a high opinion after her arrival. Therefore, he even stood at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace's main hall to greet both. As a result, the moment she opened her mouth, she was presenting herself as the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Emperor of the Immortal Court. Is trying to do what? To tell him that the Lord of the Supporting Stars, Heaven's favored sacred and virtuous great cultivator day sacred and virtuous great cultivator day sacred and virtuous great cultivator day the first person under the light of man, that the Immortal Court was orthodox, and that he wanted to come and ask him to go and support the Immortal Court's resurgence in his capacity as the Immortal Court's Lord, wasn't it? Simply idiotic. Even the current situation cannot see clearly. Even his own identity cannot be correctly placed. Under such circumstances, Fu Guang was no longer interested in all of Shi Wangmu's purposes for coming over this time. Being able to smile and allow them to come in as guests was already the end of Fu Guang's benevolence. Wanting to gain benefits from him? Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu were no longer qualified for that. At the very least, the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, who still regarded themselves as the Immortal Court, did not have this qualification. They didn't care about the regrets and thoughts within the Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu's heart. In the end, Fu Guang's eyes looked towards Nuwa. In this plot, fellow Daoist Nuwa is crucial. Therefore, I would like to solemnly invite you, fellow Daoist Nuwa, to participate in this plan. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. A light smile appeared on the waiting Nuwa's face. Responding towards Fu Guang, she said, since it is fellow Daoist who has asked, Nuwa will naturally not excuse herself. I don't know what I need from you? Please tell me, and I will certainly do my best. Of course I will do my best. After all, with the heavenly Dao merit to be had, who would have a problem with heavenly Dao merit? Fu Guang didn't care about Nuwa's change in attitude from being careless to being very enthusiastic. Ever since he became a disciple of a saint and obtained the foundation of sainthood. After knowing that he would definitely become a saint in the future. whether it was the three Chang or not. Manhwa. The two saints named disciples, Jie and Junti, all had varying degrees of expansion. All of them have different degrees of expansion. This is a natural and human thing to do. When one becomes a heavenly Tao saint, one stands above all beings. In other words, don't look at the fact that right now, the numerous great avatars could still address each other as Tao friends with Sanqing, Manhwa, and guiding Junti. But after they become saints, besides each other, there will be no one with whom they can address each other as Tao friends. Who wouldn't be able to address them as saintly lords? In that case, it is only normal to be arrogant, but not arrogant, there is something not normal. At this moment, there is no need to care about Manhwa's attitude. There was no need to care about Manhwa's attitude. After she has been certified, she will be counted by the saints of the heavens. Even the two named disciples, Jane and Junti, were pressuring Manhwa, and even when she addressed Manhwa as her senior sister, she was unable to resist. Manhwa would have become well behaved. Chapter 118 The Torn Manhwa. Looking at Manhwa, Fu Guang didn't sell the story either. He directly opened the door. In the hands of fellow Daoist Manhwa, there is a spiritual treasure of marriage bestowed by the sage. The red embroidered ball. In the way of marriage, there are three marriages: heavenly, earthly, and human. Those who witness the three marriages, the two parties witnessing the marriage, the celebrant holding the red embroidered ball, and those who participate and contribute to the witnessing of the marriage can all be rewarded by the heavenly Tao for their merits and virtues. The poor Taoists' plan this time is on top of this heavenly marriage. Hearing Fu Guang's explanation, everyone present was stunned, and then a sudden realization appeared on their faces. Especially Manhwa. At this instant, the red embroidered ball within her body shook slightly, flowing out information about the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man that was known to her. And it was exactly the same as what Fu Guang had said. At the thought of this, a surprised and unexpected smile appeared on Manhwa's face. She then arched her hand towards Fu Guang in gratitude. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for pointing out the way. The heavenly Tao merit of witnessing the three marriages might not be as much as Fu Guang's establishment of the flood time calendar and the heaven and earth time sequence. But it should not be less than Fu Guang's creation of words and the establishment of the way of literature. More importantly, after certifying the three marriages, the great Tao of marriage would definitely be in her hands, and with the convergence of one's fortune on her body, it would be of much benefit. Moreover, this fortune was not a one-time thing. In the future, all beings between heaven and earth, including cultivators, but all sentient beings together, can be considered to add to the avenue of marriage, adding a little bit of luck. A little goes a long way. Manhwa had already seen quite a sizable income of chi fortune. After realizing this point, Manhwa, in her excitement, couldn't help but look at Fu Guang, who had a gentle smile on his face, with emotion. Being friends with Daoist Fu Guang is really a good thing. If fellow Daoist Fu Guang has merits, chances, and benefits, he will really point them out and bring you along to progress. Without further ado, all of the matters of the heavenly marriage of witnesses, in fact, my own elder brother, Bai Zhe, Hongjun, and Jin Yuanzi simply couldn't intervene. With fellow Daoist Fu Guang's own skills, it wouldn't take much time at all to prepare all the preparations for the heavenly wedding. And in this way, the heavenly Tao merits that Daoist friend Fu Guang himself would be able to obtain would be even greater. There was simply no need to be redundant and share it out to others. However, fellow Daoist Fu Guang still brought everyone together to plot this matter. What is this? Distributing this portion of heavenly Tao merit from the preparation stage. In the flood world, would anyone still dislike the amount of heavenly Tao merits they can receive? Who would be so generous as to give away heavenly Tao merits to others? Thinking about it, there was only the great virtue cultivator, the high-minded and righteous Daoist friend Fu Guang, who was very righteous to his friends. He's really too kind. Back to the topic. Fu Guang accepted Manhwa's thanks openly. At the same time, opened his mouth and reminded. The various details of the three marriages have all been worked out clearly by the poor Taoist. There is only one more problem. At this moment, Manhwa, who knew that this matter was closely related to her own chances, was already serious. When she heard Fu Guang say this, she asked in a hurry, "What is the problem? Is it possible that even with your ability, you can't solve it?" Shaking his head, Fu Guang's gaze went to Manhwa. This problem doesn't lie with the poor Tao, nor does it lie with the fellow Taoists, nor does it lie with the details of the arrangement. Rather, it lies with fellow Taoist Manhwa. Hearing the words, she was stunned. Manhwa's face was tinged with doubt. On the poor Taoist? What makes you say that? Please also enlighten me. Sighing, Fu Guang's face carried a slight sigh. Opening his mouth, he said, "Fellow Taoist Manhwa, and all of you. When witnessing three marriages, especially this heavenly marriage, the two parties witnessing the marriage have certain requirements in terms of strength and status, so it is reasonable to have requirements in terms of strength and status for the celebrant as well, isn't it? That's all there is to it." Fu Guang didn't make it too clear, giving Manhwa a bit of face. However, all the smart people present were clear in their minds. What he meant was, as witnesses to the marriage, Fu Guang, Xia, and Shang-Chi are all strong enough, but Nuwa, who holds the red embroidered ball and assumes the responsibility of officiating the marriage, is not as strong as she should be. Nowadays, Nuwa. She's still a powerful avatar. She is a late-stage paramount saint who has cut down 2 corpses. Honestly speaking. To be honest, she is a lot stronger than Red Cloud, who also possesses the Hongmeng Purple Chi, and belongs to the first echelon of the many great avatars in the floodplains. But it depends on who you compare it with. Not to mention the unfathomable Fu Guang, who has the reputation of being the first person under the saints. Even Shiha, Chanxi, and even Ziwangmu, who is a perfected paraclete who has cut down 2 corpses, all of them are better than the current Nuwa. The current Nuwa is really not that strong amongst the top innate saints anymore. After understanding Fu Guang's meaning, the crowd was silent for a while. No one who couldn't read the eyes turned their gaze towards Nuwa. The strength of a saint's disciple, in front of Taoist Fu Guang, was something that couldn't be put on a pedestal. This was indeed a very humiliating thing. However, as we were all friends, it wasn't good to make Nuwa look too bad at the moment, so they simply fell silent. And Nuwa's face was similarly a bit ugly. She was a proud innate saint, and especially after becoming a sage's shut-in disciple and obtaining the foundation of sainthood, knowing that she was destined for sainthood, this pride grew with each passing day. Now, being directly pointed out by Fu Guang that her strength was lacking, it had more or less torn Nuwa's mask of pride all alone. She had to face the fact that she was already too far behind. There was a long moment of silence. Nuwa quickly calmed herself down and regained her normalcy after. Opening her mouth, she said, "Poor Taoist understands. It's just that in doing so, wouldn't it be delaying the good deeds of the 3 fellow Taoists?" Between words, Nuwa looked towards Fu Guang with a pensive color in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this highly emotional rhetorical question, Fu Guang smiled. Low EQ, old mother is low in strength, but doesn't intend to give up this chance, so think of something. High EQ, isn't this going to delay you? There's no need to be in a hurry. Fu Guang remained very calm. Since the poor Tao has brought up this issue, it naturally has a solution as well. Hearing this, Nuwa's face showed a look of realization. It's true. Since this guy brought up this issue, he must have a solution to the problem. After all, he's the one that my big brother is following to achieve some domination, and he's got big plans. How is it possible not to plan and then move? I'd like to hear more about it. Nuwa's face was filled with anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Fu Guang. At this moment, Nuwa looked at Taoist Fu Guang with a normal mindset after being torn through the false pride she had been harboring. She suddenly began to understand why her own elder brother, as well as the others, seemed to be possessed by Taoist Fu Guang's magic. They worshipped and admired Taoist Fu Guang very much. This Taoist Fu Guang, there was indeed a layer of very attractive charisma. She even had some sideways glances. Chapter 119, Nuwa, Fu Guang, I want you to help me cultivate. Taking a sip of wine. There was a smile on Fu Guang's face. Opening his mouth, he said, "Honestly, I'm not hiding anything. In my spare time, the poor Taoist has also practiced the great Tao of creation with the help of a supreme treasure. Although my attainments aren't too high, I think it's not a big problem for me to discuss the Tao with Tao Lord Manhwa and help you cultivate it. As long as you are able to advance furthering your Tao, I can guarantee you that this will be a great success. I can guarantee that the marriage to heaven will be a sure thing. Although the safest thing is for Nuwa to do this after she becomes a saint. But the problem is, will Fu Guang help Nuwa become a saint? It's definitely not possible. The karma is too great. Even if the current Fu Guang could afford it, he wouldn't be willing to take it on. Therefore, he only intended to help Nuwa achieve quasi-saint perfection. The Lord marry her quasi-saint perfection. Shihat and Shangxi were likewise quasi-saint perfection. He, Fu Guang, didn't need to say much either. Even if it was a little bit worse. But Fu Guang felt that with his identity as heaven's most beloved pup, the Lord of the Stars, and the Sun God, he would still be able to gain heaven's approval. Therefore, Nuwa, a quasi-saint perfection, was barely qualified. If it wasn't enough, there was still him, Fu Guang, to carry the flight. The problem wasn't too big. At this moment, hearing Fu Guang's words, everyone was stunned, and Nuwa even frowned. A further step in the Tao? Doesn't that mean, for her, Nuwa, to reach the paragon perfection realm? This wasn't something that's simple. After all, Nuwa knew her own family's business. She didn't feel any breakthrough at all. If she had practiced normally, she would have needed at least a dozen more sessions before she was able to perfect her quasi-saintly Tao. This Fu Guang Taoist is so confident that he can help himself to complete his own paramount sacred Tao fruit? Isn't he a bit too arrogant? Or is he just having fun with Nuwa? Thinking about this, Nuwa couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. Fellow Taoist is joking. She doesn't believe it. If this Taoist Fu Guang really had this ability, wouldn't he have been able to attain the Tao by now? Would he still be at the level of a great avatar? Ha! Hearing Nuwa's words, Fu Guang wasn't annoyed and let out a laugh. His eyes turned to the people in the hall. He opened his mouth and said, "It's not too late to talk about the matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage after this. Today, it's rare for all of you Taoists to gather together, so why don't we discuss the Tao and verify it with each other?" The words fell. Buzz. Fu Guang didn't engage in too much talk with Nuwa. Directly releasing himself over the years, he, with the help of the great Tao of Creation's supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Cauldron, as well as the enlightenment he gained from refining a huge amount of heavenly star spiritual treasures and reversing the innate nature, he had already comprehended the great Tao of Creation, which had already reached the ultimate level of perfection of the mixed golden immortal. The top Tao flower blossomed. Incomparably subtle, the infinite Qi of creation was released. At the same time, Fu Guang directly attracted the resonance of the great Tao of creation, and a golden flower of the great Tao of creation blossomed within the Golden Crow Palace, and a piece of the great Tao vision of the 10,000 souls and all beings was strewn across the various places of the Golden Crow Palace. This scene directly caused the crowd in the great hall to be filled with astonishment. At the same time, their own paramount Saint Tao fruit was tugged by the Qi and involuntarily released. Behind Red Cloud, a Red Tao celebration cloud evolved, releasing auspicious light and containing the endless mysteries of cause and effect. Next to the Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi's top Taoist flower flows thick, calm and true meaning, with endless mountains, rivers, veins of the earth's scenery emerges. Fuxi evolved the situation of heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, the wind rises and the clouds surge, between the change of the great situation of heaven and earth in a thought. White Zephyr's body around the blessing and disaster of the gas constantly rising, a drink and a pack, tend to blessing and avoiding disaster, dialing the Qi of all beings. Queen Mother of the West's body, Shi Hua to the wonderful Purine Avenue flow, but also has the way of heavenly punishment surging, both sacred and pure and majestic inviolable. Behind the Shen Nu evolved the killing Qi of weapons, rising up with a monstrous fierce Qi of weapons. Shihan and Shangxi, on the other hand, manifested the full moon and the curved moon of the Taiyin Tao. Among all the great aptitudes present, the only one who was dumbfounded was Nuwa. There was no one else. At this moment, the light of the great Tao of creation displayed on her body was completely crushed by the true meaning of creation and the infinite and mysterious visions of creation invoked by Fu Guang. This feeling. It was as if a yellow-haired girl with a bit of something had met a tall, rich, and handsome top-quality mature uncle. Before the great Tao of creation evolved by Fu Guang, Nuwa's great Tao of creation belonged to the category of being completely taken down. At this moment, another layer of Nuwa's pride was viciously torn away by Fu Guang. After a long period of silence, Nuwa finally recognized the truth. She was inferior to Fu Guang. Whether it was in terms of her strength, her position, or her attainments in the great Tao of creation, she had been completely crushed. The veneer of pride that she had been holding on to all this time was completely crushed by Fu Guang in this very short period of time. After being torn apart by Fu Guang in a very short period of time, Nuwa had to face her naked inner self. Therefore, she began to look at her inner self more directly and seriously. It turned out that she, Nuwa, had been abandoned by the times and weakened to such an extent? Not to mention Fu Guang. Not to mention Shiha, Changxi, and Ziwanmu, the three former best friends who had achieved perfection in their quasi-saintly fruits. It was Jin Yuanzi, an honest person, who was stronger than her. Even White Zephyr, the younger generation, may also be able to surpass her in strength after using the spiritual treasure Fu Guang rewarded him with to decapitate his body. Even her own elder brother. He was actually stronger than her as well. Phew! After exhaling a long breath of depressed turbid air, Nuwa's face finally became serious. Nuwa's face finally became serious. It is the poor Taoist who is complacent. In the future, will never be like this again. In the past, she, Nuwa, was the topmost powerhouse amongst a group of cultivators because she was indeed outstanding in strength and deserved to be proud of herself. And now, because of her obsession with the Hongmeng purple Qi, she had instead neglected her own Tao fruit as well as her strength. Cloaked in the trappings of a saint's disciple and a future heavenly Tao saint, what exactly did she, Nuwa, have to be proud of? She had yet to become a saint. As long as she hadn't become a saint, her pride would have no foundation, just like rootless duckweed in dreams and bubbles, and would be easily pierced. Just like now. With just a few words and a few actions, Taoist Fu Guang had stripped her, Nuwa, naked. It was really too wrong. After realizing this, Nuwa directly stood up from her position. With a serious face, she arched her hand towards Fu Guang in worship and requested, "Please, fellow Taoist, help me with my cultivation." Sensing that Nuwa's inner impatience and arrogance had been removed, she had finally come to her senses. A satisfied smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. Nodding his head, he said, "Knowing shame is a great good. Congratulations to you, you have found your heart, and your future path will surely be smooth sailing. You're just at the perfection of paramount sainthood realm. Sit down. I'll help you." Hearing Fu Guang's words, Nuo once again bowed to Fu Guang. Nuo once again bowed to Fu Guang. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After Nuo sat down, Fu Guang didn't waste any time. Fu Guang didn't waste any time and made a thought in his mind. Buzz. Around Fu Guang's body, all sorts of perfection-level great Tao constantly emerged. For a moment, all sorts of Tao flowers bloomed within the Golden Crow Palace, and an endless variety of true meanings of the great Tao continuously flowed. Everyone present was able to gain something. Being able to echo the Taiyin de Dao of the two sisters, Shihe and Shangxi, the Fu Guang Association. The way of the innate easy numbers, which could resonate with Fuxi and Baizhe, Fu Guang also knew. Xian Nu's art of war formation. Western Queen Mother's heavenly punishment. Red clouds cause and effect. Jing Yuanzi's mountains, rivers, and earth. Nu's great Tao of creation. And even for seasons, weather, and time of the attendant four flower immortals who served in the Golden Crow Palace's main hall. Fu Guang knew them all. Feeling this seemingly all-encompassing, all sorts of perfection great Tao's true meaning, the crowd of great avatars inside the great hall froze. For a while, a pair of gazes with shocking and inexplicable colors all looked towards the gentle smile on their faces. It was as if Fu Guang had done a small, insignificant thing. Was this the tip of the iceberg of strength possessed by the number one person under the saints? The crowd hadn't forgotten one thing. Taoist Fu Guang's fundamental Tao was several other Tao including the Sun Tao. What he was displaying at this moment was merely his secondary cultivation paths. The secondary cultivation paths were already so numerous and terrifying. Then what level is his major avenue, his fundamental avenue? I don't dare to think. I don't dare to think at all. Chapter 120 Unwise Western Queen Mother. Inside the Great Hall. The crowd quickly came back to their senses and silently lamented. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang was truly unfathomable. Subsequently, everyone was collecting their minds. They began to evolve and expound on their own Tao, while at the same time, they were also constantly asking others about the Tao. Of course, the main thing was still to draw nourishment from the great Tao that Fu Guang had displayed, that could echo their own great Tao, to tamp down themselves. And the outermost. The attendant four flower immortals were naturally not qualified to participate in this level of discussion. But this does not prevent the attendant four flower fairies, are grasping their own master to give them the evolution of the four seasons, time, and so on with their many avenues of opportunity, seriously began to enlightenment cultivation up. The Golden Crow Palace was soon transformed into a place filled with the great Tao. Quiet. In this way, 1,000 years rushed by. 1,000 years later, the discourse session of the group of great divine masters was over. The two of them, Fuxi and Baizhe, had been given more important tasks by Fu Guang, and time was also tense. Therefore, chose to retire first. The two stood up. They both bowed towards Fu Guang. Fuxi spoke. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, the matter of your big day with the two Taiyin Taoists is of great importance, so the poor Taoist and little friend Baizhe will set off on their errands. In addition, I'm sure that you still need a lot of manpower to help with this matter. Fenqi Mountain Xiangyang and the others, as well as the many juniors who have sought refuge in the past, can be driven by you. The two of us will go back to Fenqi Mountain first, so that all of them can come to Golden Crow Palace and be at your disposal. What do you think? As he spoke, Fuxi's face carried a sense of solicitation as he looked at Fu Guang. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang nodded slightly. This time, we do need some manpower, so let them come to the Golden Crow Palace to wait for the time being. Swish. Hearing Fu Guang's permission, Fuxi and Baizhe's eyes both lit up. Accepted. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang Elder Fu Guang had accepted. Accepting people also meant that his hegemony was about to gradually unfold. And the two of them's Tao was in the midst of this true hegemony of heaven and earth. Therefore, Fuxi and Baizhe, who confirmed this, were both overjoyed. Of course. At the same time, the two did not forget their own identity. Once again, they bowed with the salute of a subordinate. Here. Without too much nonsense. After saying things, Fuxi and Baizhe are the two people toward the other people to say goodbye, and then quickly left the Golden Crow Palace. Not long after Fuxi and Baizhe left, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, two good friends, looked at each other after, also at the same time to get up. They arched their hands in worship towards Fu Guang. As fellow Taoist Fuxi said just now, the great joy of the Taoist friend, the matter is important, poor Taoist and Jin Yuanzi Taoist brother, this will go to the three tribes of the innate. In addition, poor Tao also want to notify a few good friends, for the poor Tao to widely publicized, about the foundation of sainthood to choose the master again. Therefore, the two of us will also leave first. Red Cloud's words fell. Jin Yuanzi, who was honest and obedient at the side, then said. Then spoke. After the poor rode back to the five Zhuangguan, we'll also consult the five Zhuangguan and the guests of the road friends, a group of friends, if there is willing to come here to wait for you to send, the poor road will also let them come. I don't know whether it is possible? After hearing the words of the two, Fu Guang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A slight smile appeared on his face. Isn't it a pleasure to have friends come from afar? For Poverty Road's big celebration, naturally, friends from all sides are welcome to come over as guests and help Poverty Road do some things to make this Golden Crow Palace lively. Only, Portao's Golden Crow Palace has many rules, and Portao himself is the ancestor of the way of literature, so the world knows that Portao pays attention to etiquette. So when you notify the Taoist friends to explain. If you can abide by the rules and have the patience, come over. If you can't do that, don't make the trip in vain. Fu Guang has taken all the men and horses from Fengqi Mountain. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? It's just that unlike the group of immortals from Fengqi Mountain, who would have been his subordinates and capable generals in the original flood situation, the 5 village Guan centaurs are not in the same position as the ones from Fengqi Mountain. Wu Zhuangguan's people were not part of Fu Guang's original plan. Therefore, a greeting in advance was still necessary. Those who obey will come. Those who don't listen, get lost. Those who want to come again, but don't want to listen, then we can only let them understand their own reasoning. This was natural. Jin Yuanzi bowed and responded to Fu Guang's instructions. Not long after, the two of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, also left directly. Inside the Great Hall, the only person who remained here, there was only Fu Guang, the master of the Golden Crow Palace. The sisters Shiha and Shangxi, who were both considered future mistresses, were Manhwa, who would be staying temporarily in the Golden Crow Palace, seeking Fu Guang's help while practicing and preparing for the heavenly marriage. As well as, the situation slightly seemed a bit awkward. To leave, but the purpose of this visit had not been accomplished, and to stay, there was no reason for the two Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu to continue to stay. Sitting on the main seat, Fu Guang's pair of golden pupils turned to the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu. Indifferently opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoists, this time, you have come to Portao's Golden Crow Palace to be guests and discuss the Tao. I wonder if there are any areas where the hospitality is not good?" Hearing Fu Guang's words, Queen Mother of the West gently shook her head. Smiling, she said, "There is naturally no inadequacy in the hospitality of fellow Taoists. This time. But the two poor Taoists, they have bothered me a lot." On the side, Xian Nu also smiled and nodded her head, recognizing the words of the Queen Mother of the West. Hearing the Western Queen Mother's words, Fu Guang smiled and said, "It's good that there's no hospitality. Otherwise, poor Tao would have been rude." There was one sentence without another. Fu Guang began to chat with Queen Mother West. But every time the Queen Mother of the West wanted to talk about the purpose of this trip, Fu Guang changed the topic and easily blocked it back. A few times down the line, among those present, except for Changxi, who didn't care about all sorts of complicated things, Manhwa and Shiha were all in the room. Manhwa and Shiha were both able to sense Fu Guang's subtle attitude towards the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu. Only, Shiha had Fu Guang as her main concern, while Manhwa had a request from Fu Guang. Neither would open their mouths to help create an opportunity for the Queen Mother of the West. After chatting for a few more moments, after several attempts, Queen Mother of the West could sort of see that Fu Guang wasn't going to listen to her about the business she had come here for today. And so, then she also opened her mouth to say goodbye and said, "I have come here to disturb you for a long time, but I shouldn't have. I've gained something from my discussion, so I should go back to my retreat. Fellow Taoists, I'll take my leave first." Between words, Queen Mother of the West had already stood up, and towards Fu Guang and the others, they all bowed. Likewise, as the Western Queen Mother's close confidant, Xian Nu also rose to take her leave. Seeing this, Fu Guang stood up and returned the Western Queen Mother's salute. "Since this is the case, I won't keep you two fellow Taoists here. I hope that the two fellow Taoists will go back to their seclusion and be able to go further this time." Between words, Fu Guang turned his head to look at the 4 flower immortals waiting on the side. "You guys, on behalf of this seat, send off the 2 Taoist friends, don't be slow." On the side, the attendant 4 flower immortals all stepped forward and answered. A few moments later, under the escort of the attendant 4 flower immortals, the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu both left the solar star with full of regrets. When the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu left, Shiha, who was sitting beside Fu Guang, only then did she ask Fu Guang, "You interrupted what the Queen Mother of the West was going to say several times. Could it be that you already know what she was going to say?" Heard. Fu Guang smiled. He opened his mouth and said, "She came in the capacity of the Lord of the Immortal Court." Hearing these words, Shihi's good-looking eyebrows couldn't help but raise their face in realization. "I see. Then I understand. The identity of the Lord of the Immortal Court? Ridiculous. Stupid. Foolish. Uneducated." Chapter 121 White Zephyr decapitates corpses. Fengqi Mountain was attacked. Inside the Sun Palace, none of the 4 Fu Guang people cared about the Queen Mother of the West as well as the Xian Lady duo. After several more years had passed, the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, also bid farewell towards Fu Guang. sending his 2 future wives to the outside of the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang's face wore a gentle smile. The process of witnessing the heavenly marriage is already clear to you 2 sisters, so I won't say any more. With this departure, you'll just have a good time waiting for the arrival of the big day in Taiyin Star. Hearing Fu Guang's words, the corners of Shiha's mouth rose slightly. Good. My sister and I will be at the Taiyin Star. You prepare for the heavenly wedding. There is no need to rush, just take your time. On the side, Changshi came straight to the point. I will wait for you properly. Sniffing. A smile appeared on Fu Guang's face. Nodding his head, he said. Good. There wasn't any clinging scene. After agreeing on these things, the 2 sisters, Shihi and Changshi, transformed into a clear and cold moonlight and headed towards the Taiyin Star. After seeing the 2 sisters leave, only then did Fu Guang turn around and walk back into the Golden Crow Palace, coming inside the Fusang courtyard. At this moment, Nuwa was sitting beside the immortal table under the Fusang courtyard, pouring her own drink and exuding a sense of tranquility and holiness. Seeing that Fu Guang had returned, Nuwa, who had a peaceful and serene expression, took the initiative to speak. Sent the 2 Taoist friends, Shihi and Changshi, away? Casually nodded her head. Fu Guang also took a seat in his place. The golden pupil looked towards Nuwa. There's nothing happening right now, so I'll discuss the Dao with Dao friend for a while so that Dao friend can pick the Paragon Perfection Dao fruit as soon as possible. Hearing, Nuwa's beautiful eyes looked towards Fu Guang, whose body was vaguely flowing with golden light of merit and virtue. Once again, she lamented Fu Guang's marvelousness. Afterward, Nuwa, who had a serious face, spoke. Please, fellow Taoist Fu Guang. Smiling, pouring himself a cup of laurel brew. Fu Guang's face was filled with an unimpressed smile. No need to be polite. The words fell. Buzz. Fu Guang let go of his top Dao flower and only evolved the great Dao of creation that he had supplemented himself with. At that instant, in the middle of Fu Guang's courtyard, the heavenly voice of creation was clear and pleasing to the ears, fascinating. A golden flower of the great Dao and a golden lotus of the great Dao bloomed, and the subtle true intent of creation permeated the air. Great avatars preaching and discussing the Dao did not speak with their lips. Rather, they evolved and demonstrated their own understanding of the great Dao they cultivated. At the same time, one could perceive the sound of the other's great Dao, the true meaning of the great Dao that they evolved, and seek to obtain the subtleties that complemented one's own great Dao, verifying each other and progressing with each other. As the saying goes, the great Dao is unspeakable. How can the true great Dao be easily told and verified with words so strong? Feeling the wonderful meaning of creation that Fu Guang had evolved and displayed, Nuwa was shocked in her heart. In the previous Millennium Discourse, Fu Guang had not only displayed the great Dao of creation, but with all the supplementary great Dao shining brightly, the depth of the great Dao of creation did not stand out. At this moment, Fu Guang was concentrating on evolving the great Dao of creation. Without the other supplementary avenues competing for glory, Nuwa could more clearly feel the vastness, expansiveness, depth, and specialty of Fu Guang's creation avenue. 1,000 years ago, she had already felt shocked when she glimpsed the tip of Fu Guang's attainments in the great Dao of creation. 1,000 years later, when she saw Fu Guang's evolution of the great Dao of creation again, she only felt that she had stepped into another heaven and earth that was generally vast. Autumn waves flowed slightly in her beautiful eyes. Nuwa sat cross-legged. Buzz. Releasing her own late-stage quasi-Saint Dao fruit, she evolved her own great Dao to Fu Guang, a senior on the cultivation path, and at the same time, she was also asking Fu Guang questions and seeking explanations. And after sensing the great Dao of creation evolved by Nuwa, the direction of Fu Guang's evolution and display changed. The sound of the great Dao resonated in a woozy manner. It was giving Nuwa guidance, illuminating the path ahead of her on the great Dao of creation, leading Nuwa to progress little by little. Inside the Fusang courtyard, the scenery and atmosphere was serene and peaceful, and a glance at it made one feel that the years were still. In such a state, time passed quietly once again. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years passed. Fengqi Mountain. After returning from the Sun Star, Fuxi projected the locations of the many spirit roots, spirit birds, and spirit treasures needed to witness the heavenly marriage, as arranged by Fu Guang. At the same time, he was also projecting the great day Fu Guang had requested. Bai Zhe, on the other hand, was scrambling to go into seclusion. Inside the pavilion, Fuxi had a serious face when he projected the best day to witness the heavenly marriage. Ta! A sound of footsteps came. Immediately after that, the Bai Zhe, who was as elegant as Fuxi's temperament, except that he was the image of a young scholar, walked towards Fuxi with an unconcealable joy on his face. From a long distance, he began to greet. Fuxi Taoist brother, the poor Taoist has successfully left the gate. Stopping his hand movements, Fuxi stood up with an unexpected smile on his face. Toward Bai Zhe responded. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for cutting 2 corpses in a row and successfully stepping into the late stage of Paragon. Between the two of them speaking, Bai Zhe was already inside the pavilion and familiarly sat down on the seat in front of Fu Shi. After sitting down, with a face of emotion, Bai Zhe said in a respectful tone, "Originally, I thought that refining the spiritual treasure and cutting 2 corpses in a row would not go too smoothly. But the spiritual treasure that Senior Fu Guan rewarded Poverty Road with is really too compatible with Poverty Road. Whether it's refining, or the process of beheading the corpses, it's all incredibly smooth. Even on the occasion of beheading 2 corpses. I had a little realization in my heart, and I also had a smooth epiphany and entered the late stage of Paramount Sage Realm. It is both Fu Guang Senior's grace and Poverty Road's good fortune. In 20,000 years, Bai Zhe not only successfully refined the 3 spiritual treasures that seemed to be tailor-made for him, but also directly chopped out the good corpses and evil corpses that could have been chopped out a long time ago. What's more, by chance, he had an epiphany and successfully crossed the bottleneck of the middle stage of Paramount Sainthood. Will their own fruits of the Tao advance to the late realm? Looking at Bai Zhe, Fu Shi smiled and said, "With the ability of fellow Taoist Fu Guang, whether it is you, Shang Yang, 9 infants, Ji Meng and other little friends, the realm as well as the spiritual treasures needed, he is afraid that he is already prepared. I just don't know when the other little friends, when they can get the recognition of the Fu Guang Taoist friends, have to give spiritual treasures." Between words, Fu Shi raised a pot of tea in his hand and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Bai Zhe. And Bai Zhe also frankly accepted Fu Shi pouring tea for him. Getting along for a long time. Regardless of whether it was Fu Shi or Bai Zhe, both had already treated each other as confidants and close friends, fellow Taoist couples. Naturally, there is no such obvious difference between high and low at the beginning. There is no hurry. Bai Zhe's expression was calm. Since Fu Guang Sr. has already accepted your friends to follow, then sooner or later, your friends will be able to make a merit Fu Guang Sr.'s recognition, granting spiritual treasures. Hearing, Fu Shi smiled and nodded. It is this reasoning. After the two chatted for a while longer, Bai Zhe's face became serious. Opening his mouth, he asked, "I wonder if the many matters of relocation have been prepared?" Nodding his head, Fu Shi smiled and opened his mouth. "It's already been prepared. Now that you've come out of the gate, let's follow the previous plan. You lead everyone, take the treasure trove of Fengqi Mountain, and go to the Sun Star. And the poor Taoist will set off to find the spiritual roots and spiritual treasures needed to witness the heavenly marriage. When you return from the Sun Star, you will go directly to look for spirit birds and spirit beasts. The 2 good days needed. Poor Tao has already projected the day of the wedding. As for the day of the great wedding is really important. After that you and I will work together to project. How? For such a long-planned arrangement. White Zephyr naturally has no opinion. I'm not sure how to do it. The 2 of them to determine the next arrangement after. But after sitting for a little while, they got up one after another, ready to act according to the plan. And just at this time, rumble. The innate grand formation that enveloped the entire Fengqi Mountain shook violently, and the guardian immortal light of the grand formation was directly passively activated by an extreme ferocious attack. Chapter 122 Bai Zhe, Heaven's Destiny. 2 flowers bloomed, each with its own branch. Just a short while ago, outside of Fengqi Mountain, several great wizards from the Gong tribe of the Wu tribe gathered here, and behind them were quite a number of Wu warriors who had come out to hunt. Looked at the immortal mist, the internal fairy auspicious weather rising, the spirit beasts play, spirit birds fly dance Fengqi Mountain. Leader of the Gong tribe which Xiang Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ouch I go. I didn't think that inside this Fengqi Mountain, there are still so many wild flavors. This great witch declares. For the next period of time, the sons and daughters will hunt in this Fengqi Mountain, which is so big, enough for everyone to eat for a period of time. Ha! Hearing Xiang Lu's words, the several other great wizards beside him also responded with a bright and loud laugh, and a pair of fiery gazes were all staring at the many spirit beasts and spirit birds inside the Fengqi Mountain. These could all be delicacies. Only, there were also great wizards who raised some concerns. I've heard that this Fengqi Mountain is the dojo of the 2 siblings, Fushi Daoran and Nuwa Daoran, who are renowned in the floodplains. And it seems that the woman called Nuwa is also the close disciple of the sage of the heavenly Tao. With just the few of us, are we able to mess with them? Hearing the words of this great sorcerer, the leader, Shangliu, spoke with disdain. Then what? Great avatar? It's nothing more than that. It's not like we've never killed a so-called great avatar before. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Between words, Shangliu turned to look at the many sorcerer warriors behind himself. Smiling broadly, he said, "There are so many of us, can we still not handle a mere 2 great avatars? Together, we will be able to kill them in a chaotic manner. Don't worry, the advantage is in me." Speaking here, Sagittarius dug his nostrils with one hand, revealing a look of contempt. Looking at the great sorcerer who opened his mouth just now with some concern. Or is it? You kid wimped out? The previous words were all indifferent. But this last look of contempt from Shangliu, as well as that sentence of "you wimped out," brought the psychological damage to the Great Witch, no less than a few slaps from Quarto. The words had just fallen. The great sorcerer who had spoken earlier instantly reddened his eyes. Rumble. The terrifying chi and blood on his body exploded, and his hair stood upside down, incomparably ferocious. This great sorcerer roared angrily. What? Who doesn't know that this great witch is brave and fierce and kills without blinking an eye? Xiang Lu, your kid's words have hurt this great witch. You wait. After taking Fingqi Mountain, this great witch will definitely beat the out of you and then beat you into the... The words fell. Buzz. On the body of this great witch was bursting with terrifying chi and blood that shot straight up into the clouds, and amidst the shouts of applause from the many warriors of the witch race, it revealed a tens of thousands of feet of great witch's true body. Looking at the great sorcerer who had manifested his true body, Xiang Lu didn't care about the other party just now. Xiang Lu did not care about the other party's harsh words just now. Even opened his mouth to provoke. Just you? This great witch is afraid that you will fall down before I can exert myself. This great sorcerer does not push too much with Shangliu. The witch tribe has always been able to do it, never more nonsense. After that, it's just a fight. A pair of red eyes, looking in the direction of Fingqi Mountain. Roar! The great sorcerer roared up to the sky. The fury between heaven and earth converged towards him. After condensing into his body, the great wizard directly took a step and raised his hand to strike an extremely ferocious and terrifying attack. He roared. This great witch is playing the lead, those who are not cowards, follow this great witch. Roaring. The terrifying attack that the great witch struck out, with extreme speed, ruthlessly fell down towards Fingqi Mountain. The moment it neared the sky above Fingqi Mountain, the directly passively activated the mountain protector innate formation of Fingqi Mountain, then ruthlessly collided with it. Rumble. The heavens and earth roared, Fingqi Mountain trembled, and that powerful innate mountain protector formation stabilized again after the immortal light shook for a while. At this moment, in the middle of Fingqi Mountain, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, who were just about to move off and go to do an errand for the Fuguang Taoist friend Fuguang Sr. they were following, both had their faces changed slightly. One after another, they turned their heads to look outside of Fingqi Mountain. Upon seeing the tens of thousands of feet tall true body great sorcerer, and the many sorcerer warriors that wailed after it, Fu Shi's face instantly became somewhat ugly. Afterwards, he sighed. The sorcerer race has come after all. Beside Fu Shi, Bai Zhe could not help but frown. Opening his mouth, he said, 6 great sorcerers, and a host of sorcerer warriors, it looks like a huge team of pioneering hunters. The hunt came to this side of Mount Fingqi. It's also the fate of heaven, ah. There was a slight pause. Bai Zhe looked towards Fu Shi and inquired, Taoist brother, what should we do this time? Frowning, Fu Shi raised one hand to stroke his beard and, I think a little bit, said, After today, you and I have to search for treasures in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for Taoist friend Fuguang, so there may be some things that are in the territory of the witch race, so it's not good to tear ourselves apart directly with these barbarians. With this analysis, Bai Zhe nodded in recognition. Subsequently, he proposed, avoid their front first? Heard. Fu Shi directly nodded. Can. Fellow Taoist, you lead everyone to leave first. Poor Taoist will take over the big formation at this moment, will intercept these big witches for a period of time. When you and others, will Fingqi Mountain all the resources are taken away, Poor Road will release the big formation, far away from the flood to do business. Hearing Fu Shi's arrangement, Bai Zhe nodded with a smile. Great goodness. After the two agreed on a plan, they went straight into action. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, vast mana surged and instantly took over this innate mountain protection formation that had already been refined by him as well as Nuwa. With the person who was the main formation taking over. Originally, the innate formation was only passively activated, but it immediately blossomed with immortal light that reflected the sky. A burst of dense spiritual mist rose up in all parts of Fingqi Mountain, directly blocking the vision of a group of great wizards, as well as those warriors of the witch race who were looking towards the interior of Fingqi Mountain. Seeing this situation, the great wizards leading the group all had excited faces one by one. Wooing and wailing, they manifested their true bodies. Ha! The great formation is changed, that Taoist Fu Shi and Taoist Nuwa should be coming out soon, right? I heard that they were able to fight the ancestral witches? It's all a lie. Our ancestral witches are the strongest, and these avatars are just a slap in the face. When they come out, we'll fight them side by side. Sons, let's cheer. The next moment, behind the great sorcerers, they also manifested themselves in strange shapes and forms, but they were all fierce and ferocious sorcerer warriors without exception. One by one, patting their chests, neatly let out a loud roar. Witch! 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 Rumble! The dome of the sky was churning with wind and clouds, the sunlight gradually dimmed, and thick and dull clouds, in concert with an increasingly terrifying baleful aura, gradually shrouded the area between this part of the heaven and earth where Fingqi Mountain was located. At the same time, above the earth was also surging out a stream of turbid chi towards a group of great wizards and witch clan warriors constantly converging. For a moment, Fengqi Mountain seemed to have entered a stormy doomsday. Seeing this scene, after taking over the innate formation, Fu Shi, whose face was written with the color of emotion, opening his mouth, he said, "The witch race is truly blessed with natural resources." What he had practiced was the innate easy number that projected the momentum of heaven and earth. Naturally, he can see. The current witch race was still highly favored by the flood world. They can easily trigger the great momentum of heaven and earth, and gather the power of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. This point, in the current sorcerer race, even ordinary sorcerer warriors can do this. Not to mention the great wizards who are strong in battle, as well as the ancestral wizards who are above the great wizards. To conquer and defeat such a witch race, the difficulty would be unimaginable. However, precisely because of this, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe would not hesitate to enter the game. As long as they can help Fu Guang really pry the sorcerer race, defeat the sorcerer race, and conquer the sorcerer race, their respective Dao paths would definitely be able to progress ruthlessly. Chapter 123, Xiang Lu, I have a plan. The group of great witches had been preparing for a long time. However, they did not see Taoist Fuxi or Taoist Nuwa appear. Couldn't help but have some doubts. What's going on? Why didn't Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Nuwa show up? Could it be that they are afraid of us and don't dare to come out with the formation open? It's very possible. They want to avoid the battle. What should they do? Oh, it's not up to them. The great wizards were arrogant to the extreme. Seeing that Taoist Fuxi and Nuwa didn't show up, they didn't say anything. All of them directly joined forces to forcibly break open this side of the innate formation and assign Fengqi Mountain as the territory of the witch race. As for the courtesy of first come first served, what kind of rules are these? As long as their witch clan came, everything between this flooded heaven and earth is considered a legacy left by Pango Father God for their witch clan to inherit. Now, the sorcerer tribe is interested in Phoenix Hill. That is an inseparable part of the territory of the sorcerer clan since the beginning of the heavens. So, it's not them, the sorcerer clan, who are grabbing the territory. Rather, it's Taoist Fuxi and Nuwa who have claimed this place as their own without the permission of the ancestral witches and the children of the witch clan. 6 great witches. Hundreds of thousands of witch warriors. The terrifying might that was formed by gathering power together, condensing the fury chi, releasing and gradually fusing the collective chi and blood, was also extremely terrifying. Rumble. The piece of heaven and earth where Fengqi Mountain was located was enveloped by the terrifying chi and blood of the sorcerer race, the coalesced fiendish chi, and the turbid chi of the earth that rose up. The extreme ferocious aura. It made Fu Shi, who was presiding over the grand formation at the moment, raise an eyebrow. This might should not be underestimated. It was already no weaker than an ordinary paragon great avatar. If it wasn't for the fact that the time these great wizards could last after forming a formation and fusing their chi and blood wasn't very long, it would not be possible. A few great witches together could directly rival a not-so-weak great avatar, or even directly make it fall. Strong was strong. Watching the actions of the 6 great sorcerers as well as the hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors, Fu Shi calmly stroked his beard. Only, want to break the formation. But it is not enough to look at. His words just fell. As if to verify the truthfulness of Fu Shi's words in general. Rumble. The joint attack of a group of great wizards landed directly on top of the innate formation of Fengqi Mountain. The might of this strike could completely rival some great avatars. It was only a pity that, falling on top of the innate formation presided over by Fu Shi, it failed to even stir up a single ripple of the innate formation's immortal light, let alone break through the formation. A hit is not. Then again. Rumble. 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 So on and so forth, after sending out hundreds of strikes one after another, the innate great formation motionless. And launched to break the formation attack Xiang Lu and other great wizards, but there are some consumed. Have to. Xiang Lu and other big witches, as well as the witch warriors behind them, gave up the momentum of the combined attack. Each and every one of them were gritting their teeth and looking at the innate great formation that had directly enveloped and sheltered Fengqi Mountain. This grand formation was surprisingly so accomplished. After resting for a while, Xiang Lu looked at the innate great formation that was still standing. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to forcefully break the formation, I am afraid that you will have to ask the ancestral witches to take action." Hearing Xiang Lu's words, a great sorcerer on the side was full of displeasure. "For such a small matter, you have to go to the Pangu temple to invite the ancestral witches to come over? I see that you, Xiang Lu, are afraid that you don't want to be brutally beaten up by the ancestral witches." As soon as these words came out, Sagittarius' mind subconsciously recalled the image of himself in the past years because he had made the Gong Gong ancestral witch feel unhappy, and then he was slapped into the depths of the earth by a big mouth, and then he could not rise again. In an instant, The idea of going to the Pangu Divine Hall to invite the ancestral witch was thrown out of Sagittarius' mind. He didn't want to be slapped into the depths of the earth again and nurse his wounds for 100,000 years. Although it was unimportant whether one recuperated or not. But during the recovery period, he couldn't beat the other great wizards. At that time, when he encountered a provocation, after the head, the fight was purely to be beaten. At this moment, Shangliu, who still had his senses, still made a wise choice. Not to invite the ancestral witch. With a wave of his hand, Shangliu said in a loud voice, "This great witch has another plan." These words directly caused the great wizards present, the many warriors of the witch race, to all turn their shocked gazes towards Xiang Lu. "This great witch of yours is afraid that there is some impurity in his bloodline, right? We, the witch clan. Apart from the ancestral witches that everyone honors, who isn't a brainless fool anymore? And you say you have a plan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is it?" A great sorcerer gave Xiang Lu a face and took over his topic. There was just something not quite right about the wording. But no matter if it was Xiang Lu or any other great sorcerer or sorcerer warrior, none of them felt that there was anything out of place. Scheming. They were commonly called plots and tricks in the witch clan. Scolding them. Sagittarius had a mysterious and unpredictable smile on his face. Opening his mouth, he said, "According to this great witch's observation, these cultivators, the stronger they are and the higher their status, the more they pay attention to their face. This Taoist Fushi's reputation is very loud between the flooded heavens and earth. His sister, Taoist Nuwa, is even the close disciple of that laborious heavenly Tao sage. He must be very concerned about face. As long as we all scold that Fushi Taoist and Nuwa Taoist together, and keep scolding them, we will definitely be able to make them furious and come out of the big formation to fight with us." Hearing Xiang Lu's plan, the eyes of the crowd of great wizards as well as the warriors of the witch race all lit up, and each of their faces were filled with excitement. Each and every one of them gave a thumbs up towards Xiang Lu. What a sinister scheme. Too bad, but this great witch likes it. Simply insidious to the extreme. Then let's start cursing. Curse as much as you like, and curse out the Taoist Fushi and Taoist Nuwa. I'll go first. A great sorcerer stepped forward. He looked at the Phoenix Hills heavenly formation, opened his mouth and cursed. "Fushi, you gutless rat. Come out and fight with this great sorcerer." The other great wizards and the many wizards followed. They all cursed towards Fingqi Mountain. "Fushi my son, come out and die. Fushi my son, come out to see your father. Nuwa, you old, come out and show yourself. You're afraid to come out because you're too ugly to be seen? Nuwa, you little." For a moment, the voices of the shouts and curses of several great sorcerers as well as the many warriors of the sorcerer race were like rolling thunder, one wave after another, constantly resounding between this part of the heavens and earth where Fingqi Mountain was located. It didn't take long to curse. Rumble. Inside the Fingqi Mountain, a strong late-stage quasi-saint aura steeply erupted, shaking the 9 heavens and dispersing quite a lot of baleful and blood aura that had converged in the heavens and earth. Obviously, Xiang Lu's ploy of shouting curses had really worked. Feeling that strong quasi-saint aura, the group of great wizards and witch warriors who were cursing happily suddenly became even more energized. "I'm not afraid that you'll react. I'm afraid that you don't have a reaction. Angry? That would be great." At this moment, Ayagi's face was wearing a smug smile. "Ha! Fushi and Nuwa are furious, so this great witch's plan has come to fruition. Now it seems I have the potential to become a great strategist of our clan." Sagittarius is feeling very inflated. Chapter 124 Phoenix Perch Mountain Crowd Strikes. Inside Fingqi Mountain, Fushi, who was presiding over the grand formation, had an obvious anger on his face. Regarding the words of a group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors abusing him, Fushi himself did not put much in his heart. But scolding his own sister, there is really some excessive awe. His own little sister is ugly? Fart. Within this world, between heaven and earth, who does not know that his own sister is holy and elegant, supreme immortal posture champion of the flood female immortals? His aura surged around him. Fushi's eyes flashed with anger and cold light. Originally, he had planned to wait until Buzhou and the others had left, open this innate formation, and then directly leave himself. Now, then, Fushi planned to teach the group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors outside Fingqi Mountain some lessons. On the other side, after having already brought people to pack up the household goods of Fingqi Mountain, Buzhou also heard the insults of the group of great wizards outside Fingqi Mountain. He immediately frowned. Insolent people. While speaking, Buzhou turned his head to look at Xiangyang, Jimeng, Qin Yuan, and the others behind him. The group of people who had followed him from the Sunstar to Fingqi Mountain in the past had long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm during these long years, they just hadn't beheaded their corpses yet. The combined fighting strength of the crowd was already extremely strong. Looking at the crowd, Buzhou directly spoke. In the past years, We were instructed by Elder Fuguang and came to Fingqi Mountain to join Fushi Daobu and Nuwa Daobu in order to seek refuge. Such a favor must not be forgotten. Now, those witches are full of obscenities, insulting brother Fushi and fellow Daoist Nuwa. This is intolerable. If there is anyone who does not forget the favor of Fushi and Nuwa's shelter, then follow the poor Taoist and go to meet these sorcerers. The words fell. Baizé also stopped talking nonsense, his body moved, transformed into a ray of immortal light, and directly headed towards the location where Fushi was. Seeing Baizé acted. On the side, Shan Yang, Qin Yuan, and the others all looked at each other and glanced at each other. Afterwards, Qin Yuan, a stunningly beautiful female immortal dressed in colorful immortal clothes, moved with lotus steps. Let's go. Go together to meet the great sorcerers of the Witch Clan. We owe a karmic favor to Elder Fushi and Elder Nuwa. This time we have traveled to the Sun Planet to take orders in Elder Fuguang's palace, and we will certainly have to deal with the witch race in the future. Today, the witch race outside has no ancestral witches present. It was just the right time to try out the caliber of the great witches of the witch race. There was a lurch in his footsteps. Qin Yuan turned his head to look at the crowd and spoke again. Don't forget that. White Zephyr's words to us from time to time. The words fell. Qin Yuan's figure was also heading towards where Baizé and Fushi were. Shan Yang, Kei Meng, and the others were stunned. Then they recalled what Baizé often said to them. In this quantum revelation, the sorcerer race is brutal and unkind, using all living beings as food. They don't know the number of heaven and don't cultivate virtue. Even though they are the descendants of Pan Gu and have the blessings of heaven and earth upon them, it is still difficult to escape decline and even extinction. However, the person who can counterbalance the ancestral witches in the Witch Clan and return a clear sky to all beings in heaven and earth is not a person with great merits, outstanding strength, ambition, and great talent, and can be recognized by all beings as a great magician. Between heaven and earth, only Elder Fuguang can take on this important task. Only Elder Fuguang is a clear master. Thinking about Baizé's words, everyone thought back to the past deeds of Elder Fuguang. With that body of merit, strong strength, and lofty status, they only felt admiration and respect in their hearts. If they wanted to do something in the heavens and earth, without harboring any weakness or fear, it seemed like the only existence they could follow was Elder Fuguang on the Sunstar. And they were supposed to join Baizé and go to worship Elder Fuguang's Golden Crow Palace and take orders under his seat. More importantly, Elder Fuguang had been generous, and Baizé, this fellow, had only gone to the Sunstar a couple of times, and had obtained 3 corpse-decimating spiritual treasures bestowed by Elder Fuguang. Nowadays, Baizé, this fellow, can already call each other friends with Fushi Senior and Nuwa Senior. According to the rules, these people had to address Baizé as a senior as well in order to not overstep their bounds. It really made them red and envious. The moment they thought about it, Shan Yang and the others were all in a state of mind. Shan Yang and the others were all determined, and one by one, they followed Baizé and Qin Yuan's figure. It's just a battle against the sorcerer race. The opponents weren't those invincible ancestral witches, so what did they have to fear? Maintaining the grand formation. When Fushi saw Baizé come to his side, and also saw Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and Ji Meng arrive one after another, he instantly understood what they meant. The original bad mood because of his little sister being scolded as an ugly female immortal by a group of ugly sorcerer barbarians was also slightly soothed. There was also no nonsense. Fushi smiled and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, and all the little friends for your help." Heard. Baizé had a smile on his face. Thanks to Brother Dao and fellow Taoist Nuwa for sheltering us as we grow up. If we see Brother Dao and fellow Taoist Nuwa being humiliated today, but we still leave, wouldn't that be ungrateful? If we do that, I'm afraid Elder Fuguang would not like it either. It's just a group of witches and a few warriors of the witch race. We may not be afraid of them. Baizé's words fell. After him, Qin Yuan, Shan Yang and a dozen other paramount saints also spoke up. Not bad. Please open the formation, we will go out to fight. First try a hand of these which tribe's color. The family belongings in Fingqi Mountain have already been organized. After the battle, we will head straight to the Sun Planet. The sorcerers have been rampaging for a long time, it's time to teach them a lesson. Exactly. The crowd's wariness was high, and each of their faces were excited, their gazes like torches. As the saying goes, when one carries a heavy weapon, the killing heart arises on its own. Kei Meng, Ghost Cheer, 9 infants, and so on, were not good people themselves. After stepping into the quasi-saint realm, even if they hadn't been able to behead a corpse who wasn't proud of themselves. A long time ago, they had wanted to have a big battle with someone and go on a killing spree. At this moment, it was precisely an opportunity. After glancing at the crowd, Fushi did not refuse, and after nodding his head, he instructed. Give some lessons, just hit hard, do not kill. Now in the middle of the quantum of karma, committed a great killing, there will be trouble. Hearing Fushi's nod, a crowd of people responded seriously. Please rest assured, Senior. No more nonsense. Fushi's eyes were filled with renewed anger, and he turned his head to look at the group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors outside the innate formation, who were cursing more and more vigorously. His hands changed. Buzz. The immortal light of the innate formation fluctuated, and then it slowly opened. Seeing this turtle shell-like innate formation open, outside, Xiang Lu and the other great wizards who were cursing vigorously, all of their eyes lit up. Excitedly yelled out. Fushi, my son, Nuwa's ugly daughter has come out. Attack together. Beat them to death. Rumble. The 6 great sorcerers were united in their efforts, and hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors came to their aid. Originally in a state of readiness for battle, the moment they made their move, the wind rose up, ferocious chi and blood swept through the heavens and the earth, drawing the ferocious chi and turbid chi into themselves, and combining their efforts to erupt an extreme ferocious attack towards Fengqi Mountain. Only. It took the combined strike of a group of great sorcerers and hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors to strike out. Buzz. Inside the Fengqi Mountain, steeply rose up various colors of vast immortal light, forming a variety of powerful divine means to meet this fierce fury attack. Chapter 125. Fu Guang was ready. Many divine abilities collided with the fierce fury attack. Rumble. The divine abilities were worn down in power by the fierce fury attacks, and the fierce fury attacks were worn down in power by the divine abilities. Between the disillusionment of the immeasurable immortal light and the endless blood light, the two attacks gradually wore each other down. Seeing this, Xiang Lu and the other group of great wizards froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that this powerful move they had joined forces with would be blocked so easily. Subconsciously, Xiang Lu was about to open his mouth to force a few words. Only that. Before Xiang Lu finished his words, he didn't wait for the crowd of great wizards and sorcerer warriors to continue bickering. Buzz. Immortal light streaked across the sky. Fushi, who was emanating monstrous fury and a powerful aura of a late-stage quasi-saint, had already appeared outside of Fengqi Mountain. Right after him, Buzhou, who had the power of the great Tao flowing around him, Qin Yuan, Shangyang, Ji Meng, and more than a dozen other great aptitudes that resonated their own great Tao. As well as nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, thousands of Tai golden immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortals flew out directly from within Phoenix Perch Mountain. Immortal light filled the sky and flowed endlessly. It washed away the baleful aura and bloodlight that had converged from the crowd of great sorcerers and sorcerer warriors. This scene directly caused the 6 great wizards who were the leaders of this time's sorcerer race's pioneering hunting party to instantly freeze in their faces before they could react. The next moment, Fushi didn't say much nonsense and directly struck out blatantly. One by one, your mouths are full of foul language. Poor Tao will teach you what respect and etiquette are. Mana surging. Around the power of the great Tao flow, Fushi hand magic trick change, directly involved in this side of heaven and earth of the momentum, convergence of huge heaven and earth force, evolution of mountains and rivers, directly toward the phase willow, and all the great wizards fell down. And at the same time, White Zephyr, Qin Yuan, Shangyang, and other great aptitudes, as well as the Fengqi Mountain immortals have struck, facing the attacks of the crowd. At this moment, Xiang Lu and the other witch clansmen, who only had 6 great witches present, would definitely not be an opponent. But, so what if they are no match? The witch clan has never been afraid of anyone since their birth. There were only witches who died in battle, not those who retreated. At this moment, after seeing that Taoist Fushi was not only not letting out of Fengqi Mountain at this moment, but also had the audacity to lead his people out and strike at their sorcerer clan warriors. Regardless of whether it was a great sorcerer such as Xiang Lu, or any other ordinary sorcerer warrior, all of them were all on top of their heads in a flash of anger. One by one, with red eyes, the manifested their true bodies of the sorcerer race. How dare you make a move? How dare you? Kill them! Kill them! Kill! Kill! Under the leadership of Xiang Lu and the other great wizards, all the sorcerer warriors were howling and directly fought with the Fengqi Mountain immortals. Only. In the past, such a large force led by 6 great wizards and hundreds of thousands of witch race warriors tangled together could be said to be unbeatable. But today, they ran into a tough opponent that they couldn't handle. Fushi and Buzhou, the 2 late-stage paramount saints, struck at the same time, and with a wave of their hands, their spiritual treasures and divine abilities came out, directly trapping the 6 great wizards. And without the great wizard as an opponent after the Qin Yuan and other great aptitudes, have shot hard on a large number of witch warriors. Even though the sorcerer warriors were all known for their strong physical bodies. But at this moment, in the face of more than a dozen great avatars, a large number of Dala golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and golden immortal cultivators attacked. Unsurprisingly, they fell into a disadvantage. In only a moment's time, hundreds of thousands of sorcerer clan warriors were already down, having been heavily injured. Instead, not a single sorcerer warrior died. After all, with Fushi's reminder, nowadays, the sorcerer race is still a race that is loved by heaven and earth, so if you kill too many people, the karma that will fall on you is not half a star. At this moment, The lopsided situation of the sorcerer race made by Zhe, who had directly stepped in and trapped the 6 great sorcerers, as well as Fuxi, both of whom were silently nodding their heads. The situation was good. Even though it was a group of great avatars against hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors, it could be said that they were bullying the small with the big. But how could it be said? This was still considered the first time that the sorcerer race had suffered a head-on attack when facing a party of forces in battle. Bullying the small with the big is bullying the small. It wasn't shameless. Not to mention hitting the sorcerer race. One must know that when the sorcerer clan conquered the Flood Wasteland, even though the individuals were very powerful, they were extremely good at bullying the few with the many. Nowadays, it was also considered to be a case of doing the same thing to others. At the same time, inside the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Planet, in the courtyard of Fu Guang, a leisurely Fu Guang, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, watched the live broadcast of the Flood Calendar Watch about the great battle outside of Finchi Mountain. What do you mean by surprise? The power that Fuxi and Bai Zhe brought out at this moment was called a surprise. More than a dozen great avatars, nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, thousands of Tai E immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortals. This force was truly out of Fu Guang's expectations. Originally, the Fu Guang's prediction was that the force coming out of Finchi Mountain would be good if it was less than 50%. But what he never expected was there were actually so many. This was considered the first bucket of gold for his Heaven and Earth Supreme career. It was already not bad. Just as Fu Guang was feeling pleasurable inside. To the side, there came a voice full of anger, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Well played! Well played! This group of barbarians from the sorcerer race should be taught a hard lesson." Hearing the words, Fu Guang turned his head and looked towards Nuwa, who was a bit furious at the moment and was so angry that she kept taking deep breaths and her mountains kept rising and falling, shaking people's eyes. Just now, Nuwa, who was originally in seclusion, suddenly came out of the gate, saying that the innate formation of Finchi Mountain had been activated by an attack. Fu Guang then used the flood calendar to check up on the situation over at Finchi Mountain. Then, Nuwa, who was watching with him, saw the scene of Shangliu and the other great wizards abusing Fuxi, as well as herself. On the spot, Nuwa, who was originally calm and relaxed and in an extremely peaceful state of mind, directly exploded. She was called an ugly woman by a group of ugly and weirdly shaped witches. If Fu Guang hadn't stopped her, and Fuxi had also gone out to fight, Nuwa would have gone straight to the battlefield by now. Nuwa would have gone straight to Finchi Mountain by now. When the time comes. First, she would beat up this group of foul-mouthed great sorcerers and sorcerer clansmen, and then she would beat up her own elder brother, who sat back and watched her being scolded without reacting. Regarding Nuwa's rage and Fuxi's angry outburst, Fu Guang understood. After all, who among the great avatars in the flood wilderness, with the exception of very few, did not pay attention to their own face? But he also had some senselessness. After all, these witches back and forth insults so a few sentences in Fu Guang seems to really be like a breeze on the face of the general feeling. As he watched the live broadcast, the pieces and pieces of sorcerer warriors were so badly injured that they could not climb up. Fu Guang's face also gradually became serious. Snapping. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fu Guang stretched his back. Big trouble is about to come to the door. Adjusted his state. From the time Fuxi and the others walked out of Finchi Mountain, Fu Guang was already ready to strike. Nowadays, in the floodplains, many great avatars, cultivators, and various races, although they also knew that the sorcerer race was powerful in battle and very brutal and unreasonable. But to be honest, they still knew too little about the sorcerer race. No one knew better than Fu Guang how crazy the red-eyed and headstrong sorcerer race would be. Would be crazy. Chapter 126, Nuwa, the Riddler rolls out of the flooded heaven and earth. Inside Fu Guang's courtyard. Fu Guang, whose state was still relaxed but whose complexion had become serious, had only dropped his words. To the side. Nuwa then directly cast a puzzled gaze. Big trouble? What kind of big trouble? At this moment, Nuwa's willow brows were furrowed, and although there was still anger on her face, she was already serious in her heart. A big trouble that could come out of Fu Guang's mouth would definitely be a big trouble. Then it would definitely be big trouble. If she didn't figure it out, it would be difficult for Nuwa to settle down in her heart. After all, her own elder brother was still giving himself a hard time at the moment. Hearing Nuwa's inquiry, Fu Guang smiled without saying anything. A pair of golden eyes just looked at the images playing in the flood calendar. Seeing this, the corner of Nuwa's mouth twitched. This guy. Half speaking, isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Well, he's really not afraid of being beaten. He really isn't afraid of getting punched. But, Riddler, get out of the flooded heaven and earth. Nuwa was only able to suppress the doubts and worries in her heart and continue to watch. She was also reacting. Her own elder brother had already worshipped Fu Guang's mountain, so this guy, there was absolutely no way he could let anything happen to his own elder brother. At most, Fushi would just be a little bit injured. Since this is the case, then there was no need to care about him. Outside of Fengqi Mountain, pieces and pieces of the sorcerer race warriors were heavily injured and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Even though they had been dry-humped on the ground and heavily injured, these sorcerer warriors were still red-eyed and staring at the immortals coming out of Fengqi Mountain. They hated not being able to get up again and fight with the immortals again. On the other hand, the 6 great sorcerers who were trapped by Buzhou and Fushi were also unable to break free from the heaven and earth formation set up by these 2 great magi, and the entangled forces of heaven and earth made it difficult for them to break free as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Shangliu roared repeatedly. "Fushi, my son, is that all you can do? What kind of skill is it to play such underhanded tricks? If you have the guts, come and fight with this great witch head on." Several other great wizards are even worse than Shangliu, but their mouths are so sharp. They roared. "Fushi dog thing, I nim father. And you, little white boy, son of a, if you have the ability to let this great witch punch you, you come over ah." The great wizards were enraged, focusing their firepower to continually insult Fushi and Buzhou, frantically provoking the limits of their patience. Unsurprisingly, Fushi, who was already furious, became even more furious. White Zephyr, who was also abused, even more directly shot out in anger. Buzz. The power of the great Tao evolved a vast pure white immortal light. White Zephyr sacrificed another spiritual treasure of his own, a move containing a terrifying killing opportunity, ruthlessly falling towards the struggling Xiang Lu and other great wizards. This terrifying strike fell. Not only did Xiang Lu and the other great wizards not fear it, their bodies even erupted with an extremely terrifying ferocious aura, and they brazenly made a move to deal with it. The next moment, rumble. The attacks of both sides collided, and Buzhou's rage-containing strike was dissolved, and that one spiritual treasure flew backward and landed in front of him. At the same time, Shangliu and the other 6 great wizards, the 10,000 feet of true body could not stop retreating backwards, and there was even great wizard essence blood containing a rich baleful aura that spilled onto the earth. One move. Although Buzhou did not try his best, but after all, it was a wrathful strike of the late quasi-saint stage, Xiang Lu and the other 6 great wizards still resisted. They didn't even lose their strength. It was enough to see how powerful the fleshly bodies of the witch race were. Seeing the tragic state of the 6 great wizards, and taking a look at the directly suppressed warriors of the witch race, Buzhou let out a long breath of depressed air from being insulted. Afterwards, turned his head to look at Fushi. "Dao brother, to such an extent, it's already enough, isn't it?" Sniffing. Fushi, who looked at the miserable state of the witch race, also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The color of his face regained its calmness. "It is already enough. We should leave. The movement here is not small, the distance from the ancestral land of the witch race is not far. Wait until the ancestral witches come over, the trouble will be big. Just take a breath of fresh air. Fushi is not a bunch of barbarians who will go to the head of the witch tribe. Didn't see him let everyone don't kill, hit hard out of gas on it? Now, Fu Guang is about to start his ambitious career, and must not make any trouble. If it affects fellow Taoist Fu Guang's plans, then he, Fushi, is afraid that he will be unable to eat and walk around. Being worn small shoes by one's own great leader, that feeling would never be good." Between words, Fushi and Buzhou are planning to greet the immortals of Fengqi Mountain and leave. And right at this moment, a great sorcerer who had been injured by Buzhou looked hysterical, red-eyed, with a feeling of complete madness on his body. He roared. "After injuring this great sorcerer as well as the sons and daughters of my sorcerer clan, you still want to leave? No way!" While roaring angrily, Buzz. A terrifying destructive aura directly erupted from this great sorcerer's body, and that powerful and ferocious chi and blood also began to crazily storm out at this moment. Thump! The moment the sound of treading on the ground sounded, this great witch was directly like a madman, fearlessly rushing towards Buzhou and Fushi. Seeing this scene, whether it was Fushi or Buzhou, or the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, all of their faces changed drastically. Fushi subconsciously shot out. "He is going to blow himself up, all of you retreat behind the poor Taoist." The words fell. Fushi raised his hand, directly sacrificed a tortoise-shell spiritual treasure of the latter-day extreme level, catalyzed between, evolved a body protection immortal light with strong defensive power, will itself and Fengqi Mountain immortals, are sheltered. The next moment, the great wizard who was going to blow himself up roared angrily and crashed into Fushi's spiritual treasure. "All give master to die." Immediately after, rumble. A terrifying impact swept through the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Although the great Dao Xian, the destructive power contained in it annihilated everything, turning it into slag and nothingness. It wasn't over yet. The impact of this great sorcerer's self-destruction hadn't completely passed yet. Destructive fluctuations erupted from the bodies of those heavily injured sorcerer warriors, one after another, as bloodlight continued to rise up. Immediately afterward, rumble, rumble, rumble. Pieces of self-explosion impacts rose up directly outside of Fengqi Mountain. The self-explosion of one or two sorcerer race warriors was just child's play. But when hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors exploded together, in addition to the several great witches that rushed up again, they were covered in bloodlight. Under a series of self-detonations. The lethality caused is shocking. At this moment, the clouds above the 9 heavens were instantly shattered, and the heavens above were as if they had been torn apart. The earth was overturned by the explosive impact, the spiritual veins were broken and shattered, including Fengqi Mountain, a top-level immortal blessed land. Everything was completely destroyed in the wave after wave of self-explosion impacts of the sorcerer race. Being in the center of this round of self-explosion impact, Fu Shi's tortoiseshell spirit treasure had already shattered, and he had long since sacrificed one spirit treasure after another. On the side, White Zephyr and others similarly did not sit dry. There is no one foolishly waiting for Fu Shi to save them. All sorts of means came out, doing their best to shelter themselves in the midst of the onslaught of the sorcerer race's self-detonation. All give master to die. The most serious injuries were inflicted by Bai Zhe, and Xiang Lu, who was one step behind several great witches and many witch warriors, has also lost his mind at this moment. Red eyes, against the impact of many self-detonation, covered with bloodlight, towards the Fengqi Mountain immortals like a flatboat in the ocean. At this moment, Fengqi Mountain immortals had already reached their limit in the self-explosion impact, only need the intensity of the self-explosion impact, a little bit more up, will break the weak protective immortal light, directly hit the Fengqi Mountain immortals. At that time, among the immortals, only a very small portion of them will be able to survive. I'm afraid that only a very small number of them would survive. Just at the moment when Xiang Lu went completely crazy and was about to blow himself up. Buzz! An extremely powerful spatial force surged around Xiang Lu. Immediately afterward, a 10,000-foot giant hand lifted up Xiang Lu's great sorcerer true body as if it was picking up a small chicken. At the same time, terrifying and frightening ferocious qi and blood directly and brutally rushed into Xiang Lu's body, directly interrupting his self-destruction. Just as Fu Shi and the others were shocked at this sudden change of events. Rumble! Another 10,000 feet giant hand punched out from the middle of space with a terrifying force that directly washed away the impact of the self-detonation of the many great wizards and sorcerer warriors. It fiercely and incomparably struck directly towards Fu Shi and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Seeing this attack, among the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, many of their faces turned pale. Such a huge instinctive true body. Such terrifying physical strength. Such a strong spatial avenue. Other than the ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang, the head of the sorcerer clan's ancestral sorcerers. There was no one else. My life is over. In the hearts of many of the immortals on Fengqi Mountain who were too late to react, such a thought rose. Even the two, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, were pale at this moment. They all knew that the ancestral witch was very powerful. But it was only after truly facing the ancestral witch directly that they realized that the ancestral witch was far more terrifying than what they had imagined. This punch. It was not true that it directly killed them. But it would definitely hit them hard. Once they were seriously injured, the next situation would be incredibly dangerous. Just when Fu Shi and Bai Zhe were about to make a remedial reaction in a flash of thought. Buzz! Another terrifying spatial Dao power surged forth. In a split second, the entire piece of space where Fu Shi and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were located was directly taken away as if they were plucking leaves. Rumble! The entire piece of space where Fu Shi and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals were located was taken away, and the giant hand of the ancestral witch that had struck out from the space landed in the void, pouring out its power and breaking out of the void to land within the floodplains and destroy the heavens and the earth. Who? Emperor Jiang, who had manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, stepped out from within space and roared in anger at the same time. Buzz! A strong spatial avenue force was about to repeat its old trick of sealing the heavens and locking the earth again. Only, this time around, Emperor Jiang's means of sealing off the heavens and earth had only just been used when it was worn down by another spatial Dao force that wasn't inferior to it by the slightest bit, rendering his masterstroke useless. Buzz! Golden immortal light reflected the broken heaven and earth, auspicious qi naturally converged, eliminating quite a bit of the fury between heaven and earth. Clothed in Hongmeng sun, moon and stars robe, surrounded by the flow of endless space avenue power, floating and sinking the infinite emptiness of the great thousand. Fu Guan walked out from a golden immortal light, his gaze leveled at Emperor Jiang, who was standing on top of the sky. A gentle smile on his face. Raising his hand, he saluted. Emperor Jiang, ancestral sorcerer, the poor Taoist bowed. P.S. 3,000 words big chapter is presented. Thank you dear readers' support. Chapter 127, Greetings to the Palace Master. Already raised to the ground, Fengqi Mountain. Between heaven and earth. Di Jiang, who had manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, confronted Fu Guan, who was emanating a golden light of merit and virtue. After seeing clearly the identity of the person who had struck Emperor Jiang, who was originally steaming with murderous anger, his body's terrifying qi and blood surging around him, instantly calmed down. A voice rang out like muffled thunder. Sun god Fu Guang Taoist. Cautious. Grave. Serious. This was an emotion that everyone could clearly feel from the tone of the always arrogant and domineering, the head of the ancestral witch clan patriarch Di Jiang. Hearing Di Jiang's words, Fu Guang's face was still wearing a gentle smile like a spring breeze. I never thought that the name of the poor Taoist would have the honor of being known by ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang. It is really flattering to the poor Taoist. While Fu Guang was conversing with Emperor Jiang, behind him, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, Qin Yuan and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain stood peacefully on top of the auspicious clouds. At this moment, only then did they come back to their senses from their dazed state. After seeing the figure of Fu Guang Daoyu elder Fu Guang who had his back to himself and the others, there was no hesitation. The two of them, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, made a bow on the right of subordinates. Fu Shi Bai Zhe, greetings to the palace master. Both of them had a tacit understanding. Both directly addressed Fu Guang as the palace master, because they both knew very well that since Lord Palace Master had taken the initiative to bring them out of danger, it already indicated that Lord Palace Master had accepted their following. At this moment here and now, in this situation where everyone was watching, it was obviously not appropriate to still address Lord Palace Master as Dao friend or senior. Palace Master. This title would be very appropriate. Both emphasized the dominant position of the Palace Lord above them. At the same time, it doesn't reveal their ambitions. Who in the flood knows that the Palace Master has a golden crow palace on the Sun Planet? Addressing the Palace Lord is a matter of course. On the side, after Fu Shi and Bai Zhe worshipped Fu Guang in the presence of their deacon subordinates, Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, Ke Meng, and a host of other Fengqi Mountain immortals were all respectful and bowed and made great obeisance. We pay our respects to the Palace Master. At this moment, the hearts of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain are filled with the happiness of having survived the disaster. At the same time, they were also shocked. Just now they experienced that hundreds of thousands of witches and great witches together self-detonation scene, the destructive power of the horror of the moment not to mention. More importantly, that huge number of witches self-detonation burst out of the ferocious blood, directly detonated between the heavens and the earth's quantitative disaster of the deadly chi, but also detonated the Fengqi Mountain is located in this piece of heaven and earth between the spiritual veins, coupled with the eruption of the earth's turbid chi. The power of the chain reaction caused one's heart to palpitate. Only that. What everyone did not expect was that, in the face of such a terrifying impact, the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang was still able to save Shangliu from it, and even ignored it and directly attacked the crowd. What was even more shocking to everyone was that Lord Palace Master had not yet appeared, and easily saved them all from ancestor witch Emperor River's hands before they could react, easily resisting all of ancestral sorcerer Emperor Zhang's means. This kind of strength was something that Qin Yuan, Ke Meng, Shan Yang, and the rest of the crowd of great avatars would not even dare to think about. Not to mention, crowd of immortals from Fengqi Mountain who were not even as good as them. For a moment, Qin Yuan and the other great avatars, the hearts of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were filled with awe for the Palace Lord. Back to the topic. After hearing Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, as well as all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain address and worship themselves, Fu Guang did not even turn his head back. He only nodded in response. Aha! Retire. Finished speaking. Fu Guang also no longer paid attention to Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the others. Raised his eyes to Di Jiang, smiled and said, "The name of the ancestral which is heard throughout the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, even if the poor Taoist is far away from the Sun Star, I still heard about it. Now I can see it face to face. It's better to meet in person than in person. In my opinion, the style of the Emperor River ancestor which is far better than the legend." Fu Guang, who had a gentle smile on his face, came up with a fierce praise. Let the original heart is very heavy, secretly on guard Emperor River, cannot help but speechless. Emperor Jiang was silent for a while. He was a little confused at the moment, and even more so, he was a little dazed. At the same time, in his heart, there was also an unavoidable feeling of pleasure. See? He, Emperor Jiang, is still very famous and remarkable. Even a powerful person like Taoist Fu Guang was so polite to him. It's true. He, Emperor Jiang, is awesome. Only, pleasure was pleasure. Emperor Jiang didn't relax his vigilance one bit in his heart. He looked at Fu Guang Dao. Fu Guang Taoist is also famous in heaven and earth. But today you even dare to interfere in the affairs of my tribe. If you do not give this ancestral witch an explanation, then today's matter, absolutely no end. Hearing the words of Emperor Jiang, Fu Guang's color did not change at all. From the moment he had decided to enter the tribulation, he had been destined to have no end with the ancestral witch and the witch clan. This little threat was as gentle as a spring breeze. Fu Guang's tone remained calm. Regarding this matter, the poor Taoist has prepared 2 ways to give an account. The first way. I know a little bit about the art of heavenly chi deduction, and I can intercept the heavenly chi of the causes and consequences of this matter, so that the rights and wrongs will be clear at a glance. This way does not hurt the peace and is good for everyone. The second way. That is to use all the ancestral witches, the best way of reasoning to debate a bit. Between words. Fu Guang's golden eyes swept across the many directions between heaven and earth. I don't know which way will Emperor Jiang Ancestral Witch and all the ancestral witches choose? The words had just fallen. Buzz. A spatial Dao power flowed silently, and that piece of space collapsed under the sweep of Fu Guang's golden eyes. Immediately after that, the remaining 8 ancestral witches walking in the flooded heavens and earth walked out from the void. The moment the 8 ancestral witches walked out, the already huge baleful aura between the heavens and earth instantly skyrocketed. The baleful aura charged into the sky, and bloodlight filled the sky. A total of 9 gigantic figures that topped the sky stood between the heavens and the earth, directly causing people to feel oppressed. Seeing the bloodlight and the fury chi filling the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to change color, Fu Guang instinctively disliked such a ferocious scene. Buzz. A thought moved in his heart. Above the dome of the sky, which was originally obscured by the bloodlight and baleful aura, there were 10,000 gentle rays of sunlight that instantly passed through the bloodlight and baleful aura and shone on top of the messy earth. In an instant, the gentle sunlight melted away. The gentle light of the sun dissolved half of the sky's bloodlight and fury, as if it had split the heaven and earth into two, illuminating half of the heaven and earth. At this moment, the heavens and earth were polarized. On one side, fatal chi filled the sky with bloodlight, as if it wanted to contaminate and sink everything in it. 9 giants stood in the midst of it, imposing. On the other side, warm sunlight melted the ferocious aura, making the sky clear and bright, bringing creation and vitality to the earth. The Taoist man, whose auspicious light was hard to hide, stood under the sunlight, warm and gentle. This scene. The great magician who could do this might not be the only one who could do it, Fu Guang. But others to come. Yet it would not be taken so for granted. For a moment, Fuxi, Bai Zhe, and all the others who had stepped back some distance, after taking a glance at Fu Guang's figure, without exception, all of them naturally lowered their heads, their gazes slightly moving downwards. They did not dare to look directly at the figure that emitted the auspicious light of merit. At this moment, Lord Palace Master was so magnificent that he was slightly eye-catching. Chapter 128, Ancestral Witches Plan. A single stroke opens the Great Thousand. The monstrous ferociousness and gentle heavenly light bisected heaven and earth. Fu Guang looked at the remaining 8 ancestral witches that he had invited out of the void with a calm demeanor. Raising his hand, he saluted. Greetings to all the ancestral witches. In the face of Fu Guang's polite greeting, Xin Hua, Xu Rong, and the other ancestral witches that he had invited out from the void all had very ugly faces. Their eyes flickered with ferocious light, and their bodies were churning with fury chi. Nor did they care about the rudeness of the 8 ancestral witches. If the ancestral witches could learn to be polite, the huge witch clan wouldn't be the brutal and overbearing, rampant and unchecked it is today. Among the 9 ancestral witches, the water ancestral witch Gong Gong stepped forward, his body's killing machine and fierce aura surging. He angrily looked at Fu Guang and said, Sun God Fu Guang, this ancestral sorcerer remembers that it is not easy for you to cultivate and that you have contributed to the heaven and earth left behind by Father God. I am willing to grant you a chance. Leave here, and this ancestral sorcerer will not look for trouble from you. An eyebrow was raised. Fu Guang looked at Gong Gong, who had crossed the crowd, and his golden eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. He really was so arrogant. But it was no wonder. After all, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong too counted among the 12 ancestral witches, the existence of the most hot-tempered. Otherwise, this guy cannot do out of anger, since the explosion of the Buzhou mountain near all the earth veins causes the heavenly pillar not Zhou mountain lost the earth spirit vein of the name, thus in the great war in the broken. Really wanna let Gong Gong to take the body to hit the Buzhou mountain, put him tired to death, body smash, are not likely to knock down the Buzhou mountain. Not caring about Gong Gong's arrogant use of words. Rather, it was the attitude displayed by Gong Gong that caused Fu Guang to have some surprises. The meaning expressed by the 9 ancestral witches should be that they wanted him to leave and were unwilling to be his enemy? That's not right. It shouldn't be that simple. While others did not understand the character of the 12 ancestral witches, Fu Guang knew it very well. So, the reason why Gong Gong said that was definitely not because the 12 ancestral witches were afraid of him. Rather, they had other plans, right? A thought turned in his mind. Fu Guang instantly realized what the 12 ancestral witches were thinking. His golden eyes flashed with realization. It looks like the 12 ancestral witches have already determined that I am their opponent for the quantum revelation. That's true, as the situation has almost been laid out on the table, it would be meaningless not to be able to guess it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fu Guang looked at the 9 ancestral witches with a meaningful gaze. In his heart, he secretly murmured. So Gong Gong's words were intended to first trick me away and stabilize me before killing Fuxi, Bai Zhe, and the other Fengqi mountain immortals. In this way, it is considered to have cut off my right arm and left arm, and at the same time, it also extinguished the first bucket of gold of my business. If this matter is spread out again, I'm afraid that in the future, no one will be willing to genuinely follow me in the floodplains. This way, even if I am placed in a state of isolation, for the 12 ancestral witches as well as the power of the thread of the witch race, also substantially weakened off. After all, today I can give up Fushi and the other Phoenix Hill immortals, and tomorrow I can give up the others. In that case, who else would follow Fu Guang to do great things? One thought. Fu Guang's heart was suddenly as clear as a mirror. At the same time, he also admired the old Inbi ancestral witch and the 12 ancestral witches. This kind of calculation, with the brains of the 12 ancestral witches, it was also very good. But it's a pity. Fu Guang had also read the script, and even though many of the details of that script could not stand up to scrutiny, the general idea was that there was no room for error. Gong Gong ancestral witch. After realizing the intentions of the 12 ancestral witches in his mind, Fu Guang looked at Gong Gong, smiled and said, "This grudge, this is the witch race is wrong in the first place. Fushi they are only punished, did not kill, in any case, this time cannot be blamed on Fushi their body. However, the 5 great sorcerers of the witch race and hundreds of thousands of witch race warriors blew themselves up and died, but it is also a fact. Although the fault does not lie with Fushi and the others, for the people of the witch race who blew themselves up and died, on behalf of the Golden Crow Palace, I would like to send my sincere greetings and care. I also ask that all the ancestral witches. Condolences." There was a slight pause. Fu Guang's face became slightly more serious. It is better to resolve the grievances than to tie them up. Since the fault does not lie with Fushi and the others, this karma will naturally not fall on their heads, this matter should end here. Please all ancestral witches, give poor Tao a face. A word fell. All the ancestral witches present froze for a moment. Afterwards, all of them reacted to Fu Guang's meaning. Fu Guang had said so much that they didn't quite understand, but there was one thing that a group of ancestral witches still understood. That was, regarding Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengxi Mountain, he, Fu Guang, had guaranteed them. After realizing that Fu Guang would not be fooled into retreating, Gong Gong exploded on the spot. Rumble. The churning baleful qi coalesced, and the power of the great Tao evolved into an endless ocean. Gong Gong struck out brazenly. Roared. "Giving you face? Talking nicely to you, you really think you have face? Fall down for this ancestral witch." As soon as Gong Gong made his move, the rest of the ancestral witches likewise struck out boldly. Rumble. Shu Rong raised a sea of fire. "Sun God? Let this ancestral witch see your fire." The 2 female ancestral witches, Shenmei and Ho-Tu, followed closely behind. Their strong bodies coalesced with their fierce aura, and their natural power of the great Tao resonated with each other. The 2 female ancestral witches' true bodies are terrifying. Compared to other ancestor witches, the aura is not the slightest bit better, the aura is surging and surging. "Killing several great witches of my clan, hundreds of thousands of warriors, you flat-furred beast, you also want to keep them? You don't care about us at all. Kill. Here. I told you not to reason with the witch clan." It's obvious that the sorcerers blew themselves up and died, but in the mouths of Ho-Tu and Shenmei, they were killed. How can you be reasonable when you're so overbearing? 9 ancestral witches attacked together. The power is horrifying, in a moment is the heavens and the earth-like movement. Although the action was quick, and the fight started directly after a single word. But with Fu Guang's strength, he was still calmly facing the 9 ancestral witches that came towards him. The other party's attacks were full of killing. It looked like, having failed in their ploy, they wanted to see if they could pour out their best efforts to completely exterminate him, their 12 ancestral witches as well as the sorcerer clan's true archenemy, at this point in time. "Gentlemen." While opening his mouth to speak, the power of the great Tao surged around Fu Guang. In a loud voice, he said, "Why be so impulsive? This move is a bit unseemly." The words fell. Buzz. Infinite golden immortal light reflected the heavens, illuminating the 10,000 rivers, and the vast and endless power of the great Tao evolved all sorts of powerful means. Facing Gong Gong, who was the first to kill him, Fu Guang raised his hand and transformed the endless sun true flame. When the sun true fire was surging, it evolved and transformed from fire to water to become an ocean, directly blocking the Gong Gong's great Tao power, but also making his own body sink in the ocean, suffering from the true water evolved by the sun true fire to erode, burn, and steam. Eyes raised. Looking towards the ancestral sorcerer of fire Zhu Rong, the sea of fire he had raised was like a glowing fire in Fu Guang's eyes, and with a finger of his hand, the endless true fire of the sun encroached on it, setting the sea of fire raised by Zhu Rong on fire directly ablaze. The serious, but casual Fu Guang, facing the siege of a group of ancestral witches. Facing directly and calmly. The way of Taiyin coped with Xianmei. The Tao of earth and gold responded to Ho-Tu. The great Tao of creation shook the Jumong. The spatial great Tao rivaled Di Jiang. To deal with the 9 ancestral witches who did not join forces with one person, Fu Guang also took out some of his real skills. Under a round of attacks, no results were achieved. Di Zhan's face became very serious. He finally realized why his own old nine, time and time again, had urged them to be careful of Taoist Fu Guang. Just as the ancestral witch was to the great witch that fault level of power, the Fu Guang Taoist in front of him was similarly fault level powerful compared to the other great divine masters. With this thought, Emperor Jiang instantly gave the order. Don't play around. Form a formation. Combine our efforts to dry out this flat-furred beast. Hearing Emperor Zhang's roar, realizing that the point is solid, the other ancestral witches, their body aura once again raised, absorbing the huge heaven and earth's deadly chi to help, shaking away Fu Guang's means. Between the staggered figures, the auras of the 9 ancestral witches instantly merged, and the massive heaven and earth fury chi crazily converged towards the 9 ancestral witches. At the same time, the earth rose up with a vast turbid chi that surged into the 9 ancestral witches' bodies. A reckless aura gradually emanated from between the 9 ancestral witches. At this moment, the strength of the 9 ancestral witches has seen an unprecedented surge. Are they getting serious? Watching the actions of the 9 ancestral witches and feeling the reckless aura that was vaguely emanating from them, Fu Guang's face became serious. With a wave of his large hand, Buzz. 10,000 character sutra, autumn hairbrush, circumstantial chessboard, and other spiritual treasures appeared behind Fu Guang. The vast mana in Fu Guang's body urged these spiritual treasures together. At once, this side of the heavens and earth suddenly shook, and an incomparably large thousand-world shadow directly enveloped the heavens and earth. Fu Guang raised his hand and held the autumn hairbrush. He looked towards the 9 ancestral witches. Please, all of you, enter the great thousand world of the poor Tao. The words fell. Fu Guang lifted his hand and made a stroke towards the sky. Buzz. A great force that merged the power of time, space, the way of letters, the 5 elements, and many other great paths, as well as the endless power of the heavens and the earth, fell, forming a solid thousand world in an instant. It encompassed the 9 ancestral witches as well as Fu Guang himself. At the same time, Time Heavenly River appeared outside the evolved Great Thousand World, and under one roll, it was about to drag this Great Thousand World into the Time Rift. But before the Thousand Worlds fell into the Time Rift, a 10,000-foot giant hand reached out from another Time Rift. Gathering the powerful power of the Great Tao of Time, it wiped out the Heavenly River of Time, preventing the Great World from falling into the Time Rift. Immediately afterward, a giant figure with a human head and a dragon body, reddish in color, with monstrous chi and blood, and incomparably ferocious, struggled to lift up the Great Thousand Worlds with both hands and pushed it out of the Time Rift. The appearance of this giant figure caused Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the others who remained in their original places to be stupefied and dumbfounded. After coming back to their senses, Fu Shi could not help but lose his voice. Another ancestral witch? The witch clan actually has 10 ancestral witches. His self-talk only fell. A calm and subdued voice rang out from the side. Wrong. It's not 10 ancestral witches, but 12 ancestral witches. After hearing this voice, Fu Shi and the others' faces stagnated again and they turned their heads to the side. Only to see Fu Guang, who looked calm and collected, was currently standing on top of an auspicious cloud. Chapter 129. He is frighteningly strong. At this moment, steeply hearing the pungent secrets coming out of the mouth of his own palace master's adults, Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the others all had their faces frozen and lost their voices in shock. 12 ancestral witches? Lord Palace Master, is this true? Fu Guang did not answer the doubts of Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the others. Instead, he looked at the huge body that had pushed back that side of the evolved thousand worlds from the time rift. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Finally not hiding anymore? The poor Taoist thought that the several ancestral witches were going to stay out of the house and lurk until the heavens were barren and the earth was old. A pair of huge eyes looked at the auspicious clouds above the Fu Guang. Candle Join, who was preparing to break open the great thousand worlds and release the 9 ancestral witches, froze for a moment. Afterwards, eyes narrowed. Taoist Fu Guang, why are you still here? Smiling at his words, Fu Guang asked Candle Nine Dao rhetorically. Ancestral witch is joking, the poor Taoist has always been here, if not here, then where should the poor Taoist be? You should be in the great thousand worlds in the hands of this ancestral witch. Candle Join mused in his heart. Just now, when Fu Guang had catalyzed that huge number of merit and virtue spiritual treasures, directly evolving the great thousand worlds that he was holding at the moment, and including Di Jiang, Xian He and the others into it, it was clear that even he, himself, had entered it together. This point, Candle Join could be certain. There was no way he could have misread it. After all, this was also a part of the plan, waiting until the 9 people of his own big brother teamed up to drag Fu Guang down, then the 3 of them who were hidden would strike together and forcefully kill Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. In this way, they were also able to cut off Taoist Fu Guang, their true enemy, their opponent's right-hand man, and an important fighting force under his command in the quantum revelation. But I never thought that. Fu Guang Daorun, who had clearly been dragged down by his own big brother's 9 people, along with himself, into the Great Thousand Worlds, was actually still here. How could this be possible? Unless Taoist Fu Guang had a divine ability that the world did not know about, which could allow him to simultaneously exist within the flood-wild heaven and earth, as well as the Great Thousand Worlds. Of course. This question was not important. The most important thing right now is that Taoist Fu Guang was so sure that there were 12 ancestral witches, not the 9 or 10 that the world knew about. What does this mean? It means that Taoist Fu Guang had grasped the information of their 12 ancestral witches a long time ago. As the wise man among the 12 ancestral witches, Candle Join's mind spun fast. It quickly established the fact that Taoist Fu Guang knew all about their 12 ancestral witches, as well as the witch race. Miscalculation. Candle Join's face was serious. In a deep voice, he said, "This ancestral witch should have thought of this, since you, Taoist Fu Guang, are the true quantum reign rival of our 12 ancestral witches, and also the one who stepped in to save the immortal court's Western Queen Mother in the past. With just one hand, it is impossible for the Tao of Time to fail to see the corner of the future. I'm afraid that you, Fu Guang Taoist, already knew about the existence of our 12 ancestral witches and could have predicted today's situation, right? In that case, Shang Liu and the others came to Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi, Baizhe and the others struck out, and my brother struck out. The more I think about it, the more I think about it." Candle Join's face also became more and more gloomy, and his mind became more and more chaotic. Swish! Finally, Candle Join raised his eyes in shock and looked at Fu Guang and roared. "Could it be that all of this today, this battle, is also in your plan? Taoist Fu Guang." Candle Join's succession of words caused Fu Guang's Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain standing beside him to be dumbfounded. For a while, Fuxi finally came back to his senses, his eyes shining with admiration. Looking towards his own palace lord who was still standing calmly and unafraid, the gentle smile on his face unchanged. Tone respectfully said, "Worthy of being the palace master lord Ah." On the side of Fuxi, Baizhe was also filled with a look of realization. Echoing Fuxi's sentiment. Worthy of being the palace lord. Further on, Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, Ji Meng and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were also in a daze. Candle Join's words had been stated and analyzed very clearly. In a nutshell, everything that happened here was within the plans of the palace lord that they and the others had just followed up. They didn't understand it very well, but they were greatly shocked. What kind of brilliant planning was this? What kind of foresight was this? What kind of scheming means is this? It's too powerful. The selfsame palace lord was simply too powerful. Everyone subconsciously stole a glance at their own palace lord, only to see that at this moment, the palace lord had his hands behind his back, his expression relaxed and his posture casual. Just by looking at the slight curve of the corners of his own palace lord's mouth, one could tell that he was frighteningly strong. At this moment, the Fengqi Mountain's immortals' hearts, their awe for their own palace lord's heart, became even thicker. Who counted on me? And who did I count on? Fu Guang, who didn't have any waves on the surface, also had some confusion in his heart after hearing Candle Join's words. In the next instant, Fu Guang's such bewildered thoughts were cut off by him, and his pair of golden eyes calmly looked at Candle Join. "What you say is what you say. But it's just some wild guesses. There are times when the more a smart person thinks, the more cracks they will reveal." Smiled and invited. "Please also ask the other 2 ancestral witches to show themselves as well." Between words, Fu Guang's golden eyes, as before from the space will Shenmei, Xu Rong and other 8 ancestral witches invited out in general. Between a surge of the power of the great Tao of Time, 2 more heavenly ancestral witches were invited out by Fu Guang from within the time rift. Seeing that his 2 brothers were directly and forcefully invited out from the time rift by Fu Guang, Candle Join was instantly silenced. He realized that Taoist Fu Guang, whom he had always overestimated as much as possible, was still underestimated by him. With the strength of his 3 brothers at this moment, even if they were to combine their efforts, they would definitely not be a match for Taoist Fu Guang. Therefore, the most important thing at this moment was to breaking open the Great Thousand Worlds to release his brothers and sisters. The 12 ancestral witches were all together, and only then would they be able to counteract Taoist Fu Guang. There was a moment of silence. Candle Join's eyes moved, and without a trace, he made eye contact with the other 2 ancestral witches for a moment. Immediately afterward, the rumble. The ferocious chi and blood on Candle Join's body abruptly erupted, and the terrifying power of the great Tao of Time, between surges, rushed towards the Great Thousand Worlds he was holding. At the same time, Candle Join roared, "Move your hands." The other 2 ancestral witches acted in near synchronization, striking out together. Their ferocious might was monstrous as they joined with Candle Join, sending out extreme attacks towards that side of the Great Thousand World. They didn't care if the impact of blowing up 1,000 world would affect Emperor Jiang and the others inside. Their ancestral witches had thick skin and flesh. Not to mention the explosion of an incomplete Great Millennium World. Even if they were to take a complete Great Millennium World and paste their faces with it, there wouldn't be any problems. Now, they couldn't care less. Breaking open the Great Millennium World first was the most important thing. Only Candle Join's trio had just made their move, and Fu Guang had similarly made his move. The three giant figures that topped the sky and earth. Even the slightest little movement would be magnified thousands of times. Candle Join thought that his movements were very careful, but he never thought that his huge real body directly made his small movements easily detected by Fu Guang, Fushi, Baizhe, and the rest of the group. Or rather, as long as one wasn't blind, all of them could take in everything. Seeing the Candle Join trio make a move. Between Fu Guang's rising thoughts, the great Tao flowed around him. Wow! A long river of time evolved around the great thousand worlds. Afterwards, unstoppable and terrifying spatial avenue power engulfed the great thousand world held by Candle Join. At the same time, time and space were turned upside down, moving the three people's attacks directly onto Candle Join's three people themselves. Boom! Bang! Boom! The three ancestral witches all took a hard hit from each other's attacks, and their fleshly bodies couldn't stop retreating backward while emitting dull striking sounds. At the same time, the great thousand world that was originally held up by Candle Join was directly engulfed by that river of time and space vortex, falling into the space-time rift that was suddenly torn open. Chapter 130. Look well and learn well. The great thousand worlds that had trapped their siblings were taken away. And it was also casually thrown into the space-time rift. This scene that greatly irritated Candle Join. Thump! He violently stood still. With eyes wide with rage, he roared. Good guts! Rumble! At the same time as the roar sounded, Candle Join's mind moved with a thought, and his innate Tao of time was in full operation. In an instant, time in this place suddenly stopped, and immediately afterward, it was about to start flowing backwards. Only before Candle Join succeeded in reversing the flow of time. Buzz! Amidst the soft chants of the heavens and earth, the power of time flowed silently, taking over the time sequence of the heavens and earth that Candle Join had disrupted. The next moment, the originally stagnant time flowed again. Only the speed of the flow was extremely fast. Between the flow of light and light, this side of the world had already spent several Yuanhui's time. Not only that, at the same time that the power of the great Tao of time was flowing, the power of the great Tao of space was also reverberating in heaven and earth. Everything in the heavens and earth was being cut by the power of the spatial great Tao. The power of the spatial great Tao was like an ocean, and the slightest wave that was created a different level of illusory worlds that were born and destroyed. At this moment, everything became upside down, illusory, floating, and inscrutable under the effects of the time avenue and space avenue. In this heaven and earth, the only ones who could not be affected by the disordered space-time were Fu Guang himself, who had executed such horrifying means, and Fushi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain, who had been directly anchored in a piece of space-time and protected by him. It was the three Candle Join brothers who had already fallen into the chaotic space-time. Only, with such a small means, trapping the three ancestral witches would not be a problem. But if one wanted to injure them, it still wasn't quite enough. Between thoughts, to disrupt the space-time of a piece of heaven and earth, evolving endless space-time and a whole piece of heaven and earth within it. This kind of skill, Fushi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain who were protected by Fu Guang were dumbfounded and shocked, as if they were wooden chickens standing still. He didn't care about the crowd's shocked emotions. Fu Guang's golden eyes swept across the three directions in the disordered space-time. Afterwards, turned his head to look at Fushi, Baizhe, and the rest of the Fengqi Mountain immortals. Watch this. How the ancestral witches are going to fight, how the witch race is going to fight. This seat will only teach this once. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi, Baizhe, and the rest of the Fengqi Mountain immortals were all shaken. They hurriedly bowed and saluted. Now, casually nodded his head. Fu Guang moved his thoughts. Buzz! The greatest treasure of the Tao of creation, the Qiankuan tripod, flew out, flowing with the immortal light of creation, protecting Fu Guang's surroundings. The moment they saw their own palace master lord sacrificing the Qiankuan tripod, apart from the two people, Fushi and Baizhe, who had already known about it, Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, and the rest of the Fengqi Mountain immortals, all of them were shocked. Qiankuan tripod. Surprisingly, it is a supreme treasure of creation that can reverse the innate nature, the Qiankuan tripod. This precious tripod. Surprisingly, it was in the hands of their own palace master lord. After more than a dozen paramount saints were shocked, each one of them reacted successively, and a pair of gazes with some understanding looked at Baizhe. No wonder Baizhe had gone to the solar planet and obtained three spiritual treasures that were extremely compatible with himself and were capable of decapitating corpses. It turned out to be so. His own palace master had the Qiankuan tripod in his hand, so it wasn't impossible for him to use some effort to refine a set of reverse innate decimator spiritual treasures for Baizhe. I thought about it. There is still no suitable spiritual treasure to behead the corpse of Fengqi Mountain, a group of saints, are all eyes hot up. White Zephyr could get a suitable set of corpse decapitating spiritual treasures. Then, they naturally had a chance as well. It was important to know that. The gap between an avatar who had decapitated a corpse and an avatar who had not been able to decapitate a corpse was likewise like a heavenly rift. Let's take a simple example. They were also great avatars, and their realms were the same. However, before the decapitation, Buzhou had to address Fuxi and Nuwa as seniors, whereas after the decapitation, Buzhou could address Fuxi and Nuwa as Dao brothers and Dao friends. This was the difference between before the decapitation and after the decapitation. Sacrificing the Qiankuan tripod out. Fu Guang didn't care if this piece of heavy treasure, exposed to public view, would attract covetousness. This was because such a worry would have been nonsense. It was not polite to say that. After this battle, he would just throw the Qiankuan tripod on the floodplains, and apart from the witch race, there would not be many people who would dare to make a move on the Qiankuan tripod. To protect his body with the Qiankuan tripod. Fu Guang still felt that it was not enough. The flood calendar unfolded like a scroll, encircling Fu Guang in a circle. The star map manifested, evolving a starry sky around Fu Guang's body, sheltering him within it. An innate spirit sail emerged. A shield rotated around his body. After making full preparations for his own safety and security, Fu Guang raised his hand and clenched it. Buzz. The Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, which emitted a peaceful and heaven-opening merit and virtue aura and flowed with Xianhuang immortal light, appeared in Fu Guang's hand. Seeing the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler that appeared in Fu Guang's hand, Fuxi, Buzhou, and the others were stunned again. This aura of merit, this Xianhuang immortal light, and this magic treasure shape, there was absolutely no mistaking it. It must be that one piece of supreme treasure that the flood was famous for, but no one had ever found it, nor had it ever been seen, and it almost had to exist in legends. The Hotian merit supreme treasure. Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Never thought that this treasure is not a legend, but even more so, never thought that this treasure is in the hands of his own palace master. What kind of treasure master is this? The surprises given by his own palace master lord were really one after another, too exciting. With this master, why worry about the great cause? Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Fu Guang, fully armed, took a step out and walked directly into the disordered and endless space and time. At the same time, in the anchored spacetime, Fuxi, Buzhou, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain also saw the three ancestral witches in the disordered endless spacetime, still standing on top of the sky, with their ferocious qi and blood staining the endless spacetime. Their power was not restrained. The terrifying ferocious qi and blood directly wiped out the constantly evolving spacetime and Earth. At the same time, the three ancestral witches were also unusually furious at the moment, constantly howling. Taoist Fu Guang, come out! Flat-haired beast, worm-like thing, using these dirty tricks, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability to confront this ancestral sorcerer head-on. The anger of the three ancestral witches was beyond words. Only. Just as the candle Joeen among the three ancestral witches kept cursing angrily with a high mouth. Buzz. A heavenly river that fused time and space directly poured down towards candle Joeen. Swish. Candle Joeen, who noticed this change, had a look of surprise erupt on his face. Good timing. Rumble. In an instant, the qi and blood that had infested the endless space and time suddenly gathered back and surged into Candle Joeen's body, and his ancestral witch's true body flooded with bloodlight. A terrifying attack that condensed the ferocious qi and blood of his body and the power of his own time avenue was struck by Candle Joeen. This strike was terrifying. It directly collapsed one piece of spacetime heaven and earth after another that surrounded Candle Joeen. Then, Candle Joeen, who was facing the long river of time and space hard, was viciously filled up by this long river of time and space. Chapter 131 Fu Guang, Good Treasure. Rumble. Candle Joeen's ancestral witch true body was swept away by the raging long river of spacetime. The tremendous impact caused its gigantic divine body to shatter pieces of spacetime. At the same time, endless power of the time great Tao continuously wore down his will, and endless power of the space great Tao scraped and grinded fiercely on top of Candle Joeen's physical body. If it wasn't for the fact that Candle Joeen was ruling the great Tao of time, and the fleshly body of an ancestral which was indeed extremely terrifying. At this moment, Candle Joeen would have already shed a layer of skin. Of course. Even if he wasn't turned into a little cutie by the river of time and space. At this moment, Candle Joeen was still struggling. Candle Joeen was roaring and roaring. His mind directly exploded. Even though he was very powerful and fierce, he could casually hammer away at many great divine masters. But at this moment, it could be said that the offense and defense were changing shape. He had become someone who was casually hammered and exploded. Not true. He wasn't hammered. Nor was he defeated. It's just that. It was because the sinister Fu Guang Taoist, his methods were simply too many, too sinister, despicable, shameless, and nasty. cannot break his ancestral which true body defense, then use such dirty means to trap him. It was really a loss of poise for a strong man. Daoist Fu Guang is just a false name. Despicable and shameless, sinister and nasty Fu Guang Taoist have the ability to come out and compete with your grandpa ancestral which physical body. The furious Candle Join cursed. What kind of hero is it to use these dirty tricks? These words. There was no problem in the logic of the ancestral witches. After all, although they were born with a great Tao, they favored the sharpening and refining of the physical body. For the level of using one's own great Tao. Although they are also at the top of their game, they do not reach the realm of their heart's desire. Ancestral witches and the witch race both prefer to fight with their fists. Therefore, Candle Juin's words were fine in the eyes of the ancestral witches and the witch race. The reason was simple. They were good at fist-to-flesh battles. Only. These words fell into the eyes of Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. The world knows that ancestor witches have extremely terrifying physical bodies, and that shaking an innate spiritual treasure is a minor problem. Who would use their own shortcomings to attack their strengths? Use their own best means. In the eyes of these ancestral witches, it has become a dirty means? Ridiculous. In the midst of endless space and time, the ancestral witches are joking. Fu Guang's voice rang out. He said in a loud voice. The world knows that the fleshly bodies of the witch race are invincible, and the fleshly bodies of all the ancestral witches are even more so than the very best innate spiritual treasures. Poor Tao is just a Xiantao cultivator. How can I be qualified to compete with all the ancestral witches in terms of physical body? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. In the endless space and time, there was a golden flower of the great Tao, the golden lotus of the laws blossomed, and all kinds of power of the great Tao surged towards Candle Join in a vast and endless manner. There were no splendid means. It was just a simple and unadorned way of activating the most fundamental power of the great Tao, little by little grinding, scraping, and cutting the true body of the ancestral sorcerer. And on the contrary, this kind of means is extremely terrifying. It's okay to hold on. If it couldn't hold up, it would be worn down by that fundamental great Tao force in an instant, and not even the slightest trace would remain. Ah! Candle Join became even more furious and berserk, roaring repeatedly. However, in the face of all the layers and layers of the power of the great Tao wearing away, he couldn't do anything. There was no supreme strength and power. There is only stronger. If the other ancestral witches were here, a group of brothers joined forces, with the ferocious blood of Qi, it was completely possible to 1 force to 10, directly breaking through these salacious means of the Fu Guang Daoist. But now there was only Candle Join alone. He was really powerless. Ancestral witch, please pay attention. Daoist Fu Guang's voice resounded again in the middle of endless space and time. The poor Taoist is going to rise. The words fell. Clang. Endless spacetime was suddenly broken open by a terrifying Xianhuan blade, filled with the ultimate killing aura of the Xianhuan blade, straight towards the struggling Candle Join. The moment he saw this Xianyang front, the Candle Join, who was originally in a state of fury, was suddenly broken open. Candle Join, who was originally in a state of fury, had his scalp violently explode. Dangerous! 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 This Xianhuan blade that broke through everything and attacked to the extreme brought Candle Join an extreme feeling of danger. It was as if it was able to break through his ancestral witch's true body. He didn't dare to hesitate. Candle Join, who chose to trust his intuition, extremely urged his own terrifying qi and blood towards the Xianhuan sharpness that he simply couldn't avoid. He blocked it. Stop for this ancestral witch. The next moment, the Xianhuan blade landed on Candle Join's body. Rumble. The Xianhuan blade was blocked by Candle Join's ferocious qi and blood for a moment, and a terrifying impact rolled out. However, Candle Join's resistance was only for an instant. Puffing, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart. To date, the ancestral witch's true body, which had never been forcefully broken open by anyone, was forcefully broken open for the first time in this instant, in the hands of Daoist Fu Guang. Humph. With a dull hum, Candle Join's ancestral witch true body was torn open with a huge wound. Rolls of ancestral witch blood, like rain scattering, drifted down into the endless space and time, coloring patches of space and time heaven and earth red before crumbling. At the same time, Candle Join's gigantic ancestral witch true body was also swept away by that one long river of spacetime. It fell into an even more chaotic spacetime. Along with Candle Join, there were also 2 other ancestral witches. On their bodies, there were similarly horrifying wounds, also spilling blood within the heavens and earth where the endless spacetime was located. Walking through the endless spacetime, Fu Guang didn't even look at the 3 Candle Join brothers who had been seriously injured by himself. Heavy damage was already the limit. Killing was impossible now. Nowadays, the Sorcerer clan was still the favorite of heaven and earth, and Panga's legacy favored them. Even ordinary witch clan members who killed too many would have to carry monstrous karma. Not to mention the 12 ancestral witches. Even saints weren't able to directly make a move to grind down the witch race, let alone Fu Guang, who hadn't yet witnessed the Tao. Kill. Definitely cannot be killed. But to beat them up. It's still not a big problem. Buzz. Raising his hand, he made a move. The Shenhuang blade that had broken through the defense of the three ancestral witches' true bodies one after the other, and heavily damaged them, landed in Fu Guang's hands and transformed into the plain and unadorned appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of the heavens. Good treasure. Looking at the Hongmeng heavenly ruler in his hand, Fu Guang was satisfied for a while. The power of offense. There was no need to say more at this moment. More importantly, the Hongmeng heavenly ruler had 10% of the heavenly virtue and endless Shin Huang Qi, so it could be used to kill without any karma, and it would not give Fu Guang any karmic aura. It can be called the best magic weapon to deal with ancestral witches. It was even better than the Chaos Bell. After all, although the Chaos Bell is more powerful, it will be tainted with karma and bring the aura of calamity. And this was also the reason why Fu Guang chose to use the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler in this battle, instead of using the Chaos Bell. Of course, when the time comes to use the Chaos Bell. If it was time to use the Chaos Bell, it was still necessary to use it. After glancing at the heavenly measuring ruler of Hongmeng, Fu Guang's golden eyes turned. Afterwards, directly through the Hongmeng heavenly ruler as well as the Qiankuan tripod in his hand into the spacetime rift opened by Yixian. Chapter 132 Fushi, No More He. At this moment, inside the endless spacetime turbulence, by the many meritorious spiritual treasures, as well as Fu Guang's own great Tao, evolved and then thrown into the great thousand worlds of the spacetime rift. Rumble. Holding an autumn hairbrush in his hand, clad in the 10,000 character sutra, and surrounded by numerous spiritual treasures of merit and virtue, Fu Guang's expression was serious, but his posture was casual. Between his hands and feet, all kinds of great Tao transformed into thousands of visions, floating and sinking. Responding to the fusion of qi and blood of the 9 ancestral witches such as Di Jiang, they were far beyond the killing fury of the perfection realm of the mixed golden immortal. At this moment within the great thousand worlds, heaven and earth were repeating the process of collapse and evolution, with all sorts of great Tao powers flowing, Tao and reason intertwining, and laws and rules evolving, constantly resisting the combined killing efforts of the 9 ancestral witches. Fu Guang responded calmly, appearing to be at ease. On the other hand, the 9 ancestral witches on the opposite side, faced with Fu Guang's endless array of Tao means, although they were constantly parrying, they likewise couldn't come up with many effective attacks. The longer they stood there, one by one, they became more and more suffocated, feeling unbearable to the extreme. Soon enough, they began to growl and roar continuously. One after another, they cursed towards Fu Guang. Flat-haired beast, I am Nim's father. If you have the guts to touch a fist. Little Fu Guang, you don't even dare to throw a punch at me? You're an asshole. Fu Guang, god of the sun? Fumitsu, the god of. You're only good for licking the soles of my feet. Listening to the insults of the 9 ancestral witches, all sorts of obscenities. Fu Guang's face was unchanged, and his emotions didn't even fluctuate much. This is it? You ancestral witches are still educated in higher etiquette, aren't you? The curses were so gentle. Not angry Fu Guang catalyzed the spirit treasure between thoughts to evolve their own various perfect Tao, hand more and more heavy up. Both sides are at a stalemate for the time being. This battle. In this endless time and space turbulence, I don't know how long it lasted. Until one day. Boom! After evolving the power of a perfect Tao, wearing out yet another joint attack from the ancestral witches, Fu Guang raised his eyebrows slightly. Afterwards, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Is it coming? His words had just fallen. 2 streams of light came directly across the turbulence of space and time, falling within the great thousand worlds and arriving in front of Fu Guang. It was none other than the Hongmeng heavenly ruler and Qiankuan tripod. Raising his hand, he handed down the Hongmeng heavenly ruler and the Qiankuan tripod. A warm smile appeared on Fu Guang's face as he looked towards the 9 ancestral witches who had already gotten tired of cursing and were frantically besieging towards him. He said in a gentle tone, "Ancestral witches, please be careful." Hearing Fu Guang's words, Di Jiang and the other 9 ancestral witches, who were still energetic and in good condition after fighting for endless years, all froze for a moment. Of course, the hands of the attack is not the slightest bit slow. Who are you trying to scare? Emperor Jiang stared at Fu Guang with red eyes, as if he was crazy, and roared. No reply. Fu Guang just smiled. Buzz. All kinds of perfect Tao paths around his body swirled, and endless mana surged, endlessly pouring into the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler and Qiankuan tripod, as well as the many merit and virtue spiritual treasures he had previously sacrificed. At once, the many spiritual treasures were releasing extreme treasure light that reflected the great thousand worlds, even illuminating the space-time turbulence outside the great thousand worlds. This kind of precious light erupted, directly causing Di Jiang and the other 9 ancestral witches to subconsciously raise their hands to block. It was at the instant they raised their hands. Clang! The Hongmeng heavenly ruler once again transformed into an extremely offensive Shanawang blade, and with the power and speed of destroying space and time, it cut straight toward the 9 ancestral witches. At the same time, the 10,000 character sutra unfolded, evolving the visions of the literary Tao. With a stroke of the autumn hairbrush, the great thousand worlds instantly divided. Numerous meritorious spiritual treasures also evolved all sorts of perfect Tao powers, attacking the 9 ancestral witches separately and holding them all in check. Puffing. Accompanied by a sound of flesh tearing, a huge wound appeared above the true body of Emperor Jiang, the head of the ancestral witches, and ancestral witch blood emanating a ferocious aura continued to spray. At the same time, his gigantic true body couldn't stop retreating, and with one foot in the air, he fell into the endless space-time turbulence. This sudden change caused the other 8 ancestral witches to tremble. When they looked at the location where Emperor Jiang had fallen into the chaos of space and time, where was the figure of Emperor Jiang? The 8 ancestral witches were shocked. Brother! Brother! Scratch that! Big brother! Not waiting for them to make a move to find Emperor Jiang. Clang! The Shanawang sharpness transformed by the Hongmeng measuring ruler traveled through space and time, unstoppably chopping at the group of ancestral witches one after another. It was only a momentary fong. Gong Gong was nearly chopped at the waist. Xu Rong's head was cut open. Xuanmei's thigh was pierced through. Ho Tu's chest was torn open to the bone. Within a few breaths of time though, ancestral witches, one after another, spilled their blood into the Great Thousand and fell into the space-time turbulence with serious injuries. Buzz. After severely injuring the 9 ancestral witches and knocking them down into the space-time turbulence, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Shenkuan tripod, 10,000 characters sutra, and many other spiritual treasures released a vast immortal light, and all of them disappeared into the space-time turbulence. At the same time, this side of the Great Thousand World, which had lost the support of its spiritual treasures and the power of the Great Tao, also began to collapse. And within the Great Thousand World, Fu Guang's illusory figure transformed into a golden immortal light and disappeared into the space-time turbulence along with the Great Thousand World. The Fengqi mountain that was divided by the endless space-time. Buzz. A golden immortal light swept through the disordered endless space-time, as if smoothing out the folds of a shirt. The gentle golden immortal light smoothed out the space-time of this heaven and earth. At the same time, the gentle golden immortal light brought about endless creation and vitality, causing the earth, which had already been saturated with radiance by the hundreds of thousands of sorcerers blowing themselves up, as well as the appearance of the ancestral witches and the others, to gradually recover its vitality. Watched the battle. Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain who were not injured, one by one, they all looked at this general movement of heaven and earth with a calm mood after the shock. This scene, compared to the battle we saw just now, this could only be considered a little bit of a small meaning ah. Just when they were still dumbfounded. Buzz. Fu Guang's figure walked out directly from the middle of space and time. Seeing Fu Guang appear, Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain also came back to their senses. One by one, they respectfully bowed towards Fu Guang. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Glancing at the crowd, Fu Guang nodded slightly. This matter, for the time being, has come to an end. If you guys were planning to do something before, you can go and do it. After casually informing a sentence, Fu Guang also did not talk nonsense. His body transformed into a ray of golden light and had already disappeared in front of Fuxi, Baizhe, and other Fengqi Mountain immortals. After Fu Guang had left, it was only then that the masses of immortals on Fengqi Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Even Fuxi and Baizhe were no exceptions. There was no other. After this battle, anyone would be able to feel a great deal of pressure when they went to face their own palace lord again. Especially Fuxi. He finally felt the huge gap between the two sides. Previously, he hadn't seen his own palace master's scenes of killing people in all directions, so he still dared to smile and address his own palace master as a Taoist friend. Now, if he was given another dare, he wouldn't dare anymore, and he wasn't smiling and laughing anymore. Chapter 133, One Qi transforming 3000. After slowing down his vigor, Fuxi turned his head and looked towards Fengqi Mountain, which had become a wasteland and even the earth's spirit veins had been blown up. If it wasn't for the fact that his own palace master lord had slightly stepped in and restored the vitality and creation of this heaven and earth, Fengqi Mountain had already turned into a treacherous and desperate land that had been destroyed by the fateful Qi. One thought. The home that he and his little sister had been living in had been blown up by the sorcerer clan. Fuxi's brain hurts at the same time. His heart is also rising not small anger. Before, he did intend to go with his little sister to find another dojo to live in temporarily, waiting for the dust to settle from this quantum culpa. But he hadn't thought of abandoning Fengqi Mountain as his old home. As a result, when the witch race came, they directly gave him his old home. Directly blew up his old home. This group of barbarians simply bully too much. Fuxi is now very angry. On the side, White Zephyr stepped forward and looked at Fuxi and comforted him. Dao brother need not be annoyed. I will definitely get it back in the future. Will definitely be recovered in the future. That's for sure. Since we have already fought with the witch race and won, the karma with the witch race has been settled. Waiting for the return of the 12 ancestral witches that the palace master himself had banished into the spacetime turbulence. There was definitely going to be another battle. The 12 ancestor witches as well as the witch clan were not the kind of character that held back, much less the kind of character that was cautious and stable. The 12 ancestral witches after their return would, at best, be able to endure until their injuries had all recovered. Therefore, just now, the palace master said that this matter temporarily ended, rather than directly tell the crowd this matter. Because the follow-up must be another big battle. At that time. Then, we will get back today's karma. Buzhou spoke with a serious face. Nowadays, it is still the palace lord's big celebration that is important. I'm afraid you and I will have to eat a lot of food. I'm afraid that you and I will have to take it all in our stride. His own palace master had first arranged for himself and others to be delayed in their errands. Buzhou didn't even dare to imagine how he would be punished. Even though his own palace master seemed to be very kind and talkative. But one who claimed to be an ancestor and was able to achieve greatness could not be a purely rotten person. Hearing that, Fushi nodded with a serious face. Makes sense. One thought of the self-palace master lord just will be 3 ancestor witches, as if it is a sandbag in the endless space and time, chaotic beat, and easy to hit the scene. Fushi, who was shivering all over his body. His face instantly became serious. Fellow Taoist Buzhou, all of you little friends, you should go to the Sun Star and pay your respects to the palace lord. The poor Taoist will go and complete the task arranged by the palace master. Hearing Fushi's words, Buzhou also nodded with a serious face. Good. Subsequently, Fushi transformed into an immortal light and left without looking back. Time is short, the task is heavy. After seeing the terrifying strength of his own palace master, Fushi is also a little wimpy. I'd like to send off my brother. Buzhou, who saw Fushi leaving, arched his hand to send him off with a salute. Behind him, Qin Yuan, Shang Yang and other Fengqi mountain immortals also did the same. Respectfully send off senior. After sending off Fushi, Buzhou turned his head to look at the Fengqi mountain immortals behind him. There was also some urgency. Fellow Taoists and young friends, follow the poor Taoist to the Sun Star and pay your respects to the palace lord. What there is to say and what you need to pay attention to, the poor Taoist will make it clear to you in the middle of the road. Between words, Buzhou whisked his sleeve to condense a cloud and led the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, heading straight to the Sun Star. At the same time, along the way, he was also explaining the situation in the Golden Crow Palace nowadays to the Fengqi Mountains crowd of immortals, telling them about his own palace master's good friend. More importantly, to let the Fengqi Mountains immortals have a little bit of number in their hearts. Previously, when they were at Fengqi Mountain, Daoyu Nuwa didn't like to care or take care of them, and Daoyu Fushi was also a spontaneous person, and likewise didn't constrain the crowd of immortals too much. Plus, the time before that. Although the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were gathered together, they were not a unified organization, so the management was loose, and it didn't matter if the immortals behaved in a scattered manner. But it was different now. Worshipping the Golden Crow Palace and taking orders under the seat of their own Lord Palace Master. This was the formal establishment of an organization. Any more looseness like before would definitely not be allowed. After giving some instructions, Buzhou looked at the Fengqi Mountain immortals in a serious manner. Remember one thing. Lord Palace Master is the ancestor of the way of literature and emphasizes on etiquette and virtue, so don't act recklessly in the future. Wicked Lord of the Palace, what will happen? Do not need to pour road to remind, right? After memorizing all the precautions that Buzhou had said, the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were also serious and earnest. Understood. Seeing that the Fengqi Mountain immortals were all clear, White Zephyr was also relieved, and with a serious expression on his face, he accelerated his journey to the solar planet. Sun Star. Inside the Fengqi Mountain courtyard inside the Golden Crow Palace. Nuwa, who was sitting next to the immortal table. At this moment, was looking with shocked eyes at Fu Guang, who was relaxing on the side. The heavenly measuring ruler and the Qian Kuan tripod. These 2 spiritual treasures are actually in your hands, fellow Taoist Fu Guang? No wonder the poor Taoist and my elder brother had no luck no matter how they searched for them in the past. Slight pause. After looking at Fu Guang with envy in her eyes, Nuwa once again lamented. You are really lucky. Hearing this, Fu Guang smiled and didn't reply to that. Good luck? You, Nuwa, don't even know how hot this Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler and the Qian Kuan tripod, as well as the Godslayer gun and the Hongmeng purple chi felt when he got them from the saints. These treasures. Are they good? Only. These things were obtained from the hands of saints, and Fu Guang couldn't say it directly, so he just laughed and ignored the topic. Nuwa also didn't talk too much about spiritual treasures. It was enough to mention it a little and lament about it. If she said more, there would be some suspicion of coveting other people's spiritual treasures, and with her relationship with Fu Guang getting better and better nowadays, it would seem a bit presumptuous to ask more questions. Compared to the matter of spiritual treasures, Nuwa was more curious about Fu Guang's great battle just now. Nuwa was more curious about the means Fu Guang used in the battle just now. Because Fu Guang himself has always been in this Fusang courtyard without leaving. But on the contrary, above the battlefield of Fengqi Mountain, Fu Guang first showed up to fight Di Jiang and the other 9 ancestral witches, pulling them into the Great Thousand Worlds and finally falling into the space-time turbulence. Afterward, appeared on the battlefield of Fengqi Mountain again, blocking the other 3 great ancestral witches that had newly appeared. Nuwa was certain that it wasn't the second of Fu Guang's 3 corpses. After all, although the 3 corpses were of the same lineage and origin as the main body, it was by no means possible that their breath, magic treasures, and divine abilities were all exactly the same. Inside Fu Guang's courtyard, in the Great Thousand Worlds, on the Fengshui battlefield, the 3 Fu Guang that appeared at the same time. The breath was of the same origin, the magical treasures were of the same origin, and the divine abilities were of the same level. All were instants of existence. Or perhaps, none of them are instants? What kind of means is this? Nuwa was curious at the moment. Therefore, she then directly opened her mouth to inquire about her curiosity. Fellow Taoist Fu Guang, I don't know what kind of divine ability you used to fight against the 9 ancestral witches and protect your elder brother and the others? Since Fu Guang used it, he should not be afraid to tell others. That's why. Nuwa was slightly presumptuous enough to ask. It was just as Nuwa thought. After using it, Fu Guang had no intention of hiding it. He opened his mouth to clear up Nuwa's confusion. 1 chi transforms 3,000. It's considered a relatively impressive divine ability, so I've made you laugh. Chapter 134, Nuwa and Fu Guang have long been in a relationship of indiscretions. After hearing Fu Guang's explanation, Nuwa automatically ignored words like Fu Guang's modest take on it. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. 1 chi transforms 3,000? Good divine ability. To be able to split into real bodies that have the same cultivation, aptitude, and other means as one's own body, the increase in strength that comes with it is horrifying. Don't you see? With Fu Guang's strength, with just 2 avatars. With just 2 avatars, Fu Guang was able to easily break the 12 ancestral witches by dividing them into 2 avatars. You know. To know, easily overthrow the immortal court, killed the Duke of the East King and other immortal court, many great magical powers of the ancestral witches, the strength of the undoubted. And this level of ancestral witches, but still lost to Fu Guang's 2 incarnations. This divine ability was so strong that it was terrifying. Taoist Fu Guang was also terrifyingly strong. After sitting for a while longer, Fu Guang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upwards. Bai Zhe and the others are here. Do you want to go with the poor Taoist to meet the immortals of Fengqi Mountain? After all, previously, Fengqi Mountain's many immortals were under the shelter of Taoist friend and your elder brother, Fu Shi. Hearing Nuwa, who was still thinking about Fu Guang's divine ability to transform 3,000 in one breath, came back to her senses. Then she shook her head. Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly. I still can't. Poor Taoist prefers purity, and this kind of scene is not something she likes to deal with. Moreover, I don't really like dealing with it. The fact that all the immortals have come to pay homage to you is a great event for you, so I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for me to go over there. While speaking, Nuwa's beautiful eyes were looking at Fu Guang with a slightly straight face. In her heart, she felt some emotions. Today, Bai Zhe brought all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain to pay respect to Fu Guang, which also signifies that Fu Guang will from now on be the lord of a party's power. This Golden Crow Palace. This Golden Crow Palace will definitely not be as cold and quiet as it is now. With this first batch of subordinates, there are also Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud to send over the Wanshaoshan immortals, as the second batch of Fu Guang's subordinates. Together with his own brother, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, Bai Zhe, and many other quasi-saint great aptitudes. This high-end combat power was already crushing the peak of the immortal court of yesteryear when it was destroyed. Nuwa didn't even dare to think that such a force gathered in the Golden Crow Palace, and Fu Guang, who had ambitious ambitions and grand plans, would have such a huge power and say within the universe. My elder brother is right. Fu Guang is indeed a heavenly being who was born to achieve greatness. How inconvenient. Hearing Nuwa say this, Fu Guang smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist is too worried. How inconvenient can it be? You, Nuwa, will be residing in his Golden Crow Palace from now on, no surprise. The word will get out. Will the other cultivators not consider you Nuwa as part of his command? Yes, they will. That's the point. Fu Guang believed that Nuwa could also see it. But in everything there is a gain and a loss. Right now, Nuwa is bent on improving her Tao, her strength, and Fu Guang is the only one who can help her quickly perfect her Tao of creation. Did she have a choice? There was no choice at all. Therefore, Nuwa would inevitably remain in the Golden Crow Palace until the end of the heavenly wedding. The longer she stayed in the Golden Crow Palace, the deeper the entanglement between the two would become. Coupled with this, Nuwa already owed karma for wanting Fuguang to help her go further. Her elder brother, little old brother Fushi, was now also worshipping Fuguang's mountain. Under the many karmic entanglements, Nuwa has long been in love with Fuguang. Nuwa has long been in a relationship with Fuguang. The current attitude is nothing more than self-deception. Let's get back to the topic. After hearing Fuguang's words, Nuwa shook her head after pursing her lips. Opening her mouth, she said, "The poor Taoist was awakened earlier and left the gate. Now that this matter has come to an end, it's time for me to continue my seclusion. Fellow Taoist, I'll leave you for now." While speaking, Nuwa had already stood up and bowed towards Fuguang. She got up and returned the salute. Fuguang didn't say anything more and only blessed Nuwa. "I wish you, fellow Taoist, to step into perfection as soon as possible." After nodding lightly, Nuwa then drifted away and went straight into seclusion. After Nuwa left, Fuguang turned his head to look at the courtyard. Fuguang turned his head to look at the attendant four-flower immortal Xiaohe, who was waiting at the side of the courtyard. "Go introduce Bai Zhe and the others into the Golden Crow Hall. In addition, organize the treasures, spirit roots, and other resources in the palace and deposit them in the inner treasury. In the future, find another place to store the resources collected by the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace. Don't get confused." Hearing Fuguang's command, Xiaohe saluted and received the order. "Here." Afterwards, he went down to carry out Fuguang's orders. Fuguang said generous, also generous, said stingy, also stingy. The previous Golden Crow Palace, only he alone, plus the attendant four-flower fairy only. Naturally, there was no need to meticulously divide the property. Now the Golden Crow Palace is no longer only one person, and transformed to become a dominant level of power. It is natural to distinguish between public and private. The things in the inner treasury is Fuguang's own family, other people cannot be divided, also cannot be moved. In the future, the Golden Crow Palace treasury is his Fuguang's, but the same can also be everyone's. This point still had to be made clear before it could be done. It did not take long. Under Xiaohe's guidance and Bai Zhe's leadership, all the immortals from Fengqi Mountain, one by one, entered the Golden Crow Palace with awe and trepidation, arriving at the grand hall that was golden and bright and appeared to be grand and atmospheric. The grand hall easily accommodated the masses of immortals from Fengqi Mountain. It was also very spacious. Although the Golden Crow Palace was named after the palace, its essence was a large and complete world nurtured by the Sun Star. Compared to the former Yingzhou Immortal Court, it's not even close. Not to mention accommodating the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, even adding the 10,000 tribes of the flood would not be a big problem. After guiding Bai Zhe and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals into the Great Hall, Xiaohe bowed to Bai Zhe and the others without being overbearing. Opening his mouth, he said, "Please wait here for a few moments, the old master is about to come over." At those words, Bai Zhe and the others all smiled kindly towards Xiaohe. "Thanks a lot." With the strength of Bai Zhe and the others, as well as their status after worshipping the mountain now, there was no need to be so polite to the attendant four-flower immortals. But what to say? The palace master emphasizes on etiquette, and no one wants to be mean to the palace master. Furthermore, the four-flower fairies had followed the palace master for a long time, and were actually his personal servants. White Zephyr and the others couldn't be slow. Of course, there wasn't too much enthusiasm either. Xiaohe retreated to stand next to the main seat of the hall and quietly waited. The immortals of Fengqi Mountain were likewise very well behaved and quiet as they waited. And while Bai Zhe waited, he was also surveying the Great Hall. It was different from when he came earlier. At this moment, a high platform appeared in the main hall. And on top of that high platform, a throne was placed. The appearance of the throne on the high platform, it also signified that, after today's audience, they were finally subordinates of their own Lord Palace Master. Chapter 135, Bai Zhe, "Oh exempt, I'm going to kill it." The immortals of Fengqi Mountain waited for a few moments. Buzz. A soft golden immortal light bloomed on the main seat. Immediately after that, he was wearing the Hongmeng sun, moon, and stars robe, his black hair was scattered behind him, and a heavenly Tao imperial pattern was manifested on his brow, his face was handsome and masculine, and his temperament was warm and sunny without losing his dignity. Surrounded by the flow of auspicious merits and virtues of the golden light of Fuguang, he appeared above the main seat. When the immortals in the Great Hall saw their own palace master lord appear, each one of them had a serious, earnest, and reverent face, and hurriedly straightened themselves out. Then, one by one, they silently retreated behind Bai Zhe, and a pair of eyes were fixed on Bai Zhe. They were afraid that they might fail to be polite and offend their own palace lord. Therefore, only being able to push Bai Zhe, the leader who had had many contacts with his own palace master lord and had been rewarded, forward, following Bai Zhe's example would definitely not be wrong. Not buddy. You guys are doing this again? Seeing that all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were taking a step back, each staring at their every move, it was clear that they wanted to imitate his behavior. Rarely, with Bai Zai's refined and easygoing nature. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse. The others were fine. Xin Yuan, Xiang Yang, and Ji Meng, you guys are all pitbulls. When you came to the Golden Crow Palace, you've done this whole thing before, and now you're still here? Shameless. It's really too shameless. Originally, Bai Zai was actually not nervous at all. After all, he had already said goodbye to his own palace lord before bringing people over. He was just going through the motions. But this tacit agreement of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain to retreat has made Bai Zai nervous again. The pressure in Bai Zai's heart at the moment is going to start to grow again. In his heart, he directly cursed. Pressure is big, Bai Zai, do not dare to hesitate, immediately and respectfully directly towards the Fu Guang bowing, arching, salute. Said in a loud voice. Subordinate Bai Zai, I pay my respects to the palace master. Seeing Bai Zai's actions. After him. Xin Yuan, Xiang Yang, Ji Meng and other Fengqi Mountain immortals, everyone up and down was respectfully moving towards Fu Guang on the main seat of the high platform. The executives of their subordinates made a great salute of obeisance. We pay our respects to the palace master. Sitting on the main seat. Looking down at the Fengqi Mountain immortals below to pay their respects, his face still wore a gentle, easygoing smile. Casually said. Exempt from salute. There is no need to perform such a big salute in the future, this seat is generally very easygoing. Hearing. The Fengqi Mountain immortals looked at Bai Zai again and followed his movements, still giving a respectful salute. Thank you, palace master. Seeing this. Fu Guang's eyebrows raised, a warm smile on his face. The golden eyes casually looked towards Bai Zai. Ha! It seems that you are deeply popular amongst the immortals. Bai Zai. Bai Zai, who had just finished saluting, coldly heard this sentence from his own palace lord. The entire person froze for a moment. After freezing. Bai Zai's clever brain instantly spun around quickly, and soon figured out the deeper meaning of his own palace master's sentence. Then. The entire person was like falling into an ice cave, instantly starting to break out in a cold sweat all over his body. Oh. The end of the line. He is going to be finished. White Zephyr felt like he was going to die. What is this place? The Golden Crow Palace. What are they doing here? To meet with their Lord Palace Master, to serve him as their master, to take orders from their Lord Palace Master. Then what happened just now? Xin Yuan, Xiang Yang, K Meng, and a host of other great aptitudes, Dao Lord cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals from Fengqi Mountain, all of them were directing their entire gazes towards him, following him in every move. This scene. How much did it mean when it fell into the eyes of his own palace lord? All the immortals from Fengqi Mountain who came here listened to him, Bai Zai. In other words, they were all loyal to him, not to the palace master. As for the status that Lord Self Palace Master sitting up there had become? Puppet Palace Master. So like a joke only. Thinking about this point, Bai Zai instantly revealed a deathly gray color on his face, and in fear, without hesitation, he was about to bow again to ask for forgiveness. He said in a trembling voice, Palace Master, subordinate. The next moment, Bai Zai, who was about to make a big bow to ask for forgiveness, felt an irresistible force that steadily stopped his movements. At the same time, Fu Guang's gentle voice with some helplessness and amusement in it also rang out. What are you nervous about? This seat just casually said, there is no other deeper meaning, you do not need to be so panicked. At the same time he spoke. Fu Guang is also to withdraw their magic power, Golden Eyes gentle still look at straighten up, still have some fear of White Z. Kindly said. This seed knows your heart, regards you as the right arm and left arm, you can be deeply popular among the immortals, this is a great thing. This is a great thing. This seed is able to rest assured that some things will be handed over to you to arrange. Fu Guang is generous, bluntly saying what he thinks in his heart. At the same time, with encouraging eyes, he looked towards Bai Zai and said, if you really have the ability, this seat allows you to be under me, above the 10,000 immortals, total authority over everything. Don't let me down. Does Fu Guang mind if Bai Zai has too much prestige and too much power? Just kidding. Not at all. What is this place? It's the flood. Under the influence of many factors such as strength, position, heavenly destiny, and so on, Fu Guang didn't need to worry about betrayal at all. On the contrary. He was more worried about his subordinates, all of them being mediocre, without any ability or excellence. Because then, managing his subordinates, managing the Golden Crow Palace today, and managing the many things in the Heavenly Court in the future, would take away part of his time, affecting his cultivation, not to mention making him live like a laborer. How would Fu Guang be willing to do that? He wanted to be a big boss and a hand holder. Not really wanting to be miserable and support a big power by himself. That idea of worrying about his authority being divided up was too narrow and stupid. As long as he succeeded in proving the Tao, He would become the only supreme being, and as long as he was there, all the authority would be taken away and put away at the drop of a hat. At that time, Fu Guang would be eager to reduce his own burden, so where would he go back to centralizing power? If he fails, then everything will be over, and whether he can exist in heaven and earth is unknown. What's the use of centralizing power? It's just a futile attempt at grafting. So, as Fu Guang said, he really didn't mind Bai Zai's popularity, nor did he care how big or small his prestige was. If his ability was really enough, Fu Guang was really happy to lighten his load and let Bai Zai pick up a little more of the burden. Oh, right. There's also this guy Fushi. Smiling all day long. Although his combat power wasn't great, his ability to deal with various matters was above par. Again, we need to add some burden to him. Fushi, Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi, Bai Zai, and other great aptitudes who are willing to follow him. Fu Guang. These can be the top cattle and horses cough, can be his Fu Guang Taoists close friends, brothers How can Fu Guang not give up that little bit of authority? All give. Trust them fiercely, and then arrange for them to work hard to get ahead, work hard to get ahead only. Chapter 136 Bai Zai, I didn't pass away. And got a promotion. After calming the nervous Bai Zai, Fu Guang's gaze looked towards Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, Ji Meng, and more than a dozen other great divine masters, and also swept a glance at the many latter-day immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Everyone's cultivation and virtues were all visible in Fu Guang's eyes. After taking a glance, the Fu Guang nodded in satisfaction. You are all good. Although some of you also have karma in your bodies, fortunately the karma is at a normal level. There aren't any villains with deep karma and sins. In the end, it was the immortals that came out of the dojo of Fushi and Nuwa, the brother and sister pair. Not to say that they were all virtuous cultivators, but above their character, they were still able to pass. After taking a look, Fu Guang's gaze turned and fell back onto Bai Zai's body. Since the people were brought here by you, then they will be left to you to arrange. This seat has only one command for you. Prepare everything for the heavenly wedding. Fu Guang's tone was serious, and his demeanor was grave, with no attitude of joking with Bai Zai at all. This was one of the obsessions that Fu Guang, had been harboring for a long time. Naturally, he wouldn't allow any half-assed mistakes to occur. Hearing the repeated exhortations and commands of the superior palace master, White Zephyr, who was originally still terrified, instantly bowed to receive the order. As you wish, palace master. Please rest assured, my subordinates and the others will not let the palace master down. Hearing this, Fu Guang nodded in satisfaction. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Bai Zai and said, this seat has always been true to its word. From today onwards, appoint Bai Zai as the Golden Crow Palace's Grand Master. All of my Golden Crow Palace's cultivators shall follow the Grand Master's arrangements and shall not disobey. Do you have any comments? If you have different ideas, you can raise them. Between words, Fu Guang's pair of golden eyes directly swept over the Fengqi Mountains crowd of immortals. Even though it did not reveal any pressure, but also really carried the color of inquiry, it still made the Fengqi Mountains crowd of immortals tremble. Without hesitation, they directly saluted. Responded in unison. My subordinates do not have any opinions. Hearing the reply of the crowd, after Fu Guang nodded his head in satisfaction, his face wore a color of warmth and anticipation. Looking at Bai Zai. Power, this seat has already given it to you. To what extent you are able to achieve, it is up to you, Bai Zai. Likewise, any of you who are not convinced by Bai Zai, or who think that they can do better than Bai Zai, can also bring it up. This seat is willing to give all of you a chance. Hearing this promise, the eyes of all the immortals on Fengqi Mountain lit up. This was especially true for Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and the other group of great avatars. The more power they had, the more responsibility they had, and the more merit they had. After more merits, the higher the possibility that they would be able to obtain a tailor-made corpse beheading spiritual treasure, the higher it would be. This opportunity. There was no one who didn't want to grasp it. Of course, no one was stupid enough to directly recommend themselves at this time. How can one make a little achievement before being able to bring up the idea of taking on more responsibility? The little thoughts of the crowd were all in the eyes. Fu Guang's surface has no waves, but inwardly he is satisfied. It was to be like this, one by one, all rolled up and worked hard, one person sharing a little bit of the affairs, and he became more and more relaxed. At the same time, the Golden Crow Palace immortals' own burdens would likewise become easier and easier. Each in their own way was a good start. Fu Guang's golden eyes turned. He looked towards Xia He, who was waiting at the side. The immortals have just arrived at the Golden Crow Palace. They are not very familiar with this place, so the attendant four flower immortals will lead the immortals to familiarize themselves with it. Hearing his lord's command, Xia He stepped forward and saluted. I honor your lordship's decree. Nodded his head. Fu Guang also did not say anything more. Buzz. Between the flow of golden immortal light, Fu Guang's figure disappeared above the main seat of the hall. Buzhou and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals left behind subconsciously let out a sigh of relief after Fu Guan left. There was no way. Having seen the scene of the battle between their own palace master and the 12 ancestral witches, whoever came to have an audience in this great hall would feel nervous. Phew! Buzhou, who was under the most pressure not to mention being terrorized by his own boss, let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, with a grimace, he turned his head to look at the Fengqi Mountain immortals behind him. You guys! Not waiting for Buzhou to get angry. All the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, including Xiaohe who was on the side, all bowed towards Buzhou. In unison, they said, "We have met the Grand Master. One action. One worship. One sentence." Directly let the words that Buzhou was ready to swear out of his mouth were hardened and held back. He could only bite his teeth and respond. You guys are really a bunch of good Dao friends. Wait for it. Do not give you guys wear a small shoes. He Buzhou will be ashamed of his current top of the Golden Crow Palace big supervisor position. Very quickly. Buzhou quickly calmed down. Right now, the first order of business was to familiarize himself with the Golden Crow Palace, and then deploy the Fengqi Mountain immortals and arrange all the affairs within the Golden Crow Palace. At the same time, there was also a need to inform Taoist brother Fuxi. He had originally just brought everyone here to have an audience with his own boss, and then he would go to the floodplains and work with Fuxi. But he never thought that. He had changed into the Golden Crow Palace's chief executive. The burden on his body became much heavier all of a sudden. So, for the time being, he is unable to leave the Golden Crow Palace, and can only send others to assist brother Fuxi. With this in mind, Buzhou turned to look at Xiaohe who was at the side. Little friend Xiaohe, please lead us to understand the Golden Crow Palace, and please explain to us what we need to pay attention to in the Golden Crow Palace. Hearing Buzhou's words, Xiaohe naturally did not refuse. This was originally the order of his own master not to mention. The reasonable request of Buzhou and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain, so many great avatars, so many great Luo Golden immortals, Xiaohe was naturally not able to refuse. Very quickly. Under the leadership of Xiaohe and the 3 flower immortals that arrived behind him, Buzhou and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain all quickly learned everything about the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, inside the palace that Fu Guan used for seclusion, infinite Dao rhythms flowed, a golden flower of the great Dao loomed, and all sorts of great Dao visions floated and sank. In the middle of the great hall, Fu Guang sat with his legs on top of the exotic treasure sun futon that he had brought back directly from the purple heavenly palace after the third sermon there had ended. In front of him, in the Qiankuan tripod with dense precious light, 12 clusters of blood that appeared to be very small, but after releasing the restrictions, could evolve into an ocean-sized blood cluster, constantly releasing a horrifying ferocious aura. These 12 groups of blood. It is the previous battle, Fu Guang's biggest harvest. The essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches. He exposed the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler, then revealed the 1 Qi transforming 3,000, as well as some of his own hidden means, to severely injure the 12 ancestral witches. Letting them take blood oaths in the midst of endless space and time, great thousand worlds, and temporal turbulence. Naturally, it couldn't be for the purpose of manifesting his own power. Fu Guang had always been unprofitable. If he made a move, he would definitely have something in mind. Chapter 137 Fu Guang, I'll ing directly copy your patent. Looking at the Qiankuan tripod, Fu Guang raised his hand to invoke the Sun True Flame origin and casually threw it into the interior of the Qiankuan tripod. At the same time, buzz. A burst of space power surged, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Fu Guang needed were dumped down from the space. Beginning. There was an unspeakable color of excitement in his eyes. Fu Guang waved his hand. When you all return from the temporal turbulence, the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation will no longer be exclusive to your 12 ancestral witches. The battle at Fengqi Mountain. There were several reasons why Fu Guang would choose to make his move. 1. Since he had decided to enter the game, he didn't want to continue hiding himself. 2. Saving Fuxi and the others. The third point. The same and most important point was, capture the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches and refine the 12 Duotian divine fury great flags. At that time, using the 12 capital heavenly god-shattering great flags to set up a formation, Fu Guang was also certain that he would be able to activate the 12 capital heavenly god-shattering great formation and summon the true body of Pangu for a battle. Perhaps compared to the 12 ancestral witches' 12 heavenly deities in Fury's great formation, Fu Guang's great formation with the 12 heavenly deities in Fury's great flag might be a little less powerful. But Fu Guang himself was powerful enough. When the time comes, he may not be able to compete with the 12 ancestors. May not be able to touch with the 12 ancestral witches' 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. It doesn't matter if he can't. Fu Guang still has a hand of insurance. Back to the topic. After fetching a large number of heavenly materials, Fu Guang directly began the refining of the heavenly goddess's flag. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang refined spiritual treasures, Manhwa practiced in seclusion, and Bai Zhe took over all affairs, arranging everything properly. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle at Fingqi Mountain was also gradually spread throughout the Flood Wasteland. The news that there were 12 ancestral witches shocked all the surviving races in the Flood Wilderness, as well as many great avatars. What was even more shocking was, the first time all 12 ancestral witches appeared in the Flood Wasteland, they unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat. By that high living in the Sun Star, do not ask the world, do not enter the 4 seas and 8 deserts of the Lord of the Stars, the Sun God Fu Guang Taoist, with his own strength to seriously hurt, banished to the endless spacetime turbulence within. It was unknown when he would be able to return again. Meanwhile, a portion of the great divine masters and the races within the flood also noticed one thing. Fuxi Taoist, who originally resided in Fingqi Mountain, was running around in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, searching for something for that one Lord of the Stars. As for the group of immortals from Fingqi Mountain who were originally sheltered by Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Manhwa, all of them had worshipped in the Golden Crow Palace, and one could often see Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, Ji Meng, and other great magi going in and out of the Sun Star. Although Taoist Manhwa has never appeared. But the news of her temporary residence on the Sun Planet was inadvertently revealed when Taoist Fuxi met some of his friends and chatted with them as he traveled around the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The spreading of this news caused the great avatars who knew about it to be staggered. Afterwards, these great avatars all realized something one after another. One by one, their thoughtful gazes were directed towards the solar star. Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Manhwa were suspected to have joined the Golden Crow Palace. The ripples caused by this bit of news had not yet subsided in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Another piece of news shocked all the cultivators in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses once again. In the past years in the Purple Heavenly Palace, got the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng Purple Chi Old Red Clouds, out of the 5 Zhuangguan. Calling for friends and family, he told the many monks in the floodplains that he would soon give up the foundation of sainthood so that the Hongmeng Violet Gas once again choose their own masters. If you are interested in obtaining the Violet Chi, please wait for his invitation. The foundation of sainthood. As soon as this thing was mentioned, all the flood cultivators were directly agitated. The great avatars who did not obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi in the past were all eager to try it out. Coming out of the world late, did not get the opportunity to listen to the Tao of the Purple Palace, but the cultivation level has been raised up, confident that they can compete with the later generations looking forward. Previously, there were not many people who dared to rob by force. After all, everyone knows that the Red Cloud Ancestor is the Lord of the Stars Fu Guang Taoist's best friend, who dares to rob, not to mention whether you can get it, even if you get it. Whether or not they can escape this great karma from the Lord of the Stars is an unknown. All of the Flood Wilderness great aptitude is recognized as the first person under the saints, and is not a name for nothing? Can't you see that saint disciples such as Sanqing, Manhwa, Guiding and Junti, and even strong people like Old Man Sticks, have never come out to refute it? Moreover, in the past, when the Lord of the Stars raised his hand to suppress the head of the male immortals, the Duke of Dongwang, as well as a group of fallen immortal court's great spirit masters, everyone still remembers it very clearly. Going against the Lord of the Stars? That's the way to die. The immortal court hidden on the overseas immortal islands. After receiving the news about the 12 ancestral witches and Taoist Fu Guang thwarting the 12 ancestral witches alone, Queen Mother of the West could not help but fall silent. For a long time, sitting underneath the main plant of the extreme innate spiritual root Nanshu peach, Queen Mother West let out a long sigh. Alas! Now it seems that the great immortal court that Lord Dong Wang and I have established is just an insignificant but self-righteous clown in the midst of this quantitative calamity. On the side, Shen Nu, who brought the news for the Queen Mother of the West, after hearing her words, her mouth opened, but she didn't know what words of comfort to say. Ever since knowing that there were 12 ancestral witches, Shen Nu knew that the immortal court, which had been destroyed by the appearance of only 9 ancestral witches, had really been a joke in its former glory. Since the immortal court was already a joke, how could one comfort Shi Wangmu? After gathering her emotions for a while, after the Queen Mother of the West's mind returned to normal, her eyes were like torches. Other things can be left alone for now. This time, after the battle between the Lord of the Stars and the 12 ancestor witches, it means that the Lord of the Stars has already entered the quantum revelation. Regardless of what he is planning to do as good, into the quantum of the calamity, want to get rid of, cannot be so simple things. This is good news for us. The Lord of the Stars has entered the quantum culpa, and the appearance of this true rival of the witch race and the 12 ancestral witches will definitely attract the attention of the 12 ancestral witches and the witch race. Taking advantage of this, the Western Queen Mother and the other remaining immortal court immortals would be able to breathe a little sigh of relief. There was no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan every day, worrying about when they would come to the door. Regarding this idea of Queen Mother West, Xian Nu nodded in recognition. She then looked at Western Queen Mother. Your Highness, then after this, where should we go from here? Slightly contemplating, Queen Mother West's eyes carried a determined color. First step. Dissolve the immortal court. Since this was only a joke in the first place, there is no need to hold on to this name and add to the joke. Previously going to the Golden Crow Palace. The attitude of the Lord of the Stars towards you and my arrival has changed before and after, and all along I have not been able to figure out why the other party would go from a warm welcome to a nonchalant attitude. Did not even give me the opportunity to speak about the matter. Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes lifted up and looked in the direction of the sun star. There was a helplessness on her face. Now it seems that the Lord of the Stars is not too happy with the status of the immortal court where I went with you as a guest. So much so that, for the serious matter we are going to talk about, they are not even interested in listening to it. Hearing. The Xian Nu was dazed for a moment. Is that actually the case? Previously, she hadn't thought about it at all. Now, after being enlightened by the Western Queen Mother, Xian Nu suddenly realized. It turns out that without her realizing it, the status of Emperor of the Immortal Court, which used to be a great honor and a great responsibility, has become a great constraint. Chapter 138, Old Man of the River Styx is good at doing things for himself. Dissolving the Immortal Court. After hearing this decision of Queen Mother West, Xian Nu was overwhelmed with a burst of emotions while also having some worries in her heart. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Your Highness, after the dissolution of the Immortal Court, the karma and cause and effect previously accumulated during the quantum revelation that fell on us will lose its chi suppression. In this way, karma explodes out. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to withstand it. This is a very important issue. Nowadays, the remaining immortals of the Immortal Court are relying on the remaining chi of the Immortal Court, and are only barely able to suppress the karma they are carrying. That's all. Usually, they would still have irritable moods and waves in their Tao hearts from time to time. If the Immortal Court was disbanded and lost its fortune to suppress that terrifying karma, it would only take a short time before someone would meet a bad fate and fall. Hearing. Queen Mother West smiled and said, "This is something that I naturally know. The Immortal Court must be disbanded, otherwise, the Lord of the Stars would not accept our defection. It's just that it's not directly disbanded right now, but rather, the Immortal Court will only be disbanded after obtaining the patronage of the Lord of the Stars." Xian Nu was afraid that without the shelter of her chi, her karma would explode and cause her to suffer a violent death. Similarly, Shi Wangmu was also worried. As the head of the Immortal Court. As the head of the Court of Immortals, she carried the most karma. The Duke of the East King had committed so many sins, and once he died, these accounts would have to be settled on the head of the Immortal Court. Then, most of them would fall on her, the still living Lord of the Immortal Court. That's why the Western Queen Mother was actively seeking survival, seeking refuge from the Lord of the Stars. Because with less shelter, that massive karma backfired on itself, and the probability of her encountering a transverse disaster was equally high. Very quickly, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu were the two who deliberated repeatedly, and gradually finalized the plans for the future Immortal Court. In the middle of an undersea dojo in the northern underworld sea, a huge palace was located here. In the palace, the grim-faced Koan Pang had anger on his face. Red Cloud. Not long ago, a great avatar who had some friendship with Koan Pang had specially come to the northern underworld sea to bring Koan Pang the news that Red Cloud would be giving up the foundation of sainthood and letting the Hongmeng Purple Chi choose its own master. This news, instead of making Koan Pang feel joyful, it also filled his heart with anger and resentment. Because in Koan Pang's opinion, Red Cloud had obtained that one Hongmeng Violet Chi that should have belonged to him in the first place. At the time when the Purple Heavenly Palace had fought for those holy positions, if it wasn't for Red Cloud giving way to those two in the west, he wouldn't have been targeted and thus robbed of his holy position. That one Hongmeng Purple Chi should be his. Because that foundation of sainthood was what Red Cloud's little child owed him. Daring to walk in the floodplains, and still alone. Koan Pang, who had a gloomy look on his face. Killing intent surged within his heart. Jin Yuanzi is not here, neither is Taoist Fu Guan. Your time to die has come, little Red Cloud. The words fell. In the palace, the Tao of the innate easy number of the Tao is flowing. In order to be able to find an opportunity to kill the Red Cloud child, Koan Pang these years has been hard work, hard to study the way of the innate easy to count, and in the search for people and objects this piece is incomparably superb. The Taoist friend who brought the news to Koan Pang explicitly said, Red Cloud child this time is a person in the 4 seas and 8 deserts walking, without a helper at the side. Such a great opportunity, how could Koan Pang let it go? He wasn't even going to call anyone. With Red Cloud's strength. Once when he didn't have many spiritual treasures, he was able to suppress them, and now he was in possession of 2 extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures, as well as many innate spiritual treasures of various grades and Hotian spiritual treasures. It was not difficult to kill Red Cloud. The depths of the endless blood sea. Old ancestor Styx, in the image of a demonic youth, was currently hard at work deducing a formation. In the past, the The scene in which the Lord of the Stars completed the circumstantial star guardian formation gave old ancestor Styx some inspiration. If he could deduce a supreme formation that could absorb, refine, and transform the heaven and earth's fatal chi, he would be able to. If he could deduce a supreme formation that could absorb, refine, and convert the fatal chi of heaven and earth, and set it up in the place where the fatal chi of heaven and earth gathered, the endless sea of blood, wouldn't he also be able to obtain that huge amount of heavenly Tao merit? The more he thought about it in his mind, the more he thought it was possible. Old ancestor Styx had been working on it for a long time. Is Red Cloud going to give up the Hongmeng purple chi? Old ancestor Styx's face took on a slightly skeptical hue. He is also willing to give it up? Judging himself. Anyway, old ancestor Styx felt that if he had obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, he would definitely not be willing to give it up. Only. This news also made old ancestor Styx come alive inside. His eyes flickered. If the old ancestor I got this one Hongmeng violet chi, after a little more merit, may not be able to merit to become a saint. And surprisingly, Red Cloud is giving up the foundation for sainthood. If I were to get it, I wouldn't need to go up against the Lord of the Stars. Although I don't want to admit it. Old man Styx still has something to say. He didn't dare to face the Lord of the Stars directly and avoided it if he could. Otherwise, he would most likely have to stay in the endless blood sea for the rest of his life. There's no way out. There was nothing to hide under the sun, moon, and stars. The old man of the river Styx, who was good at judging others by himself, after the formation was formed, boldly speculated. That perimeter star guardian formation should not only have the function of transforming the power of chaos into heaven and earth's aura, guarding the boundless starry sky, and guarding the living beings in the flooded heaven and earth. There must be other functions as well. For example, the supreme killing power. Because the grand formation that old ancestor Styx himself wanted to deduce to purify the heaven and earth of killing chi, he wanted to have both offense and defense. It could both refine the killing chi. It could also be transformed into a grand formation with supreme killing power on one side. Although old ancestor Styx didn't have much friendship with the Lord of the Stars, and hadn't even spoken to him properly, he felt a sense of kindred spirits from the Lord of the Stars. It wasn't that there was a connection with the feet. Rather, it was the character of both parties. That gentle, well-meaning Lord of the Stars, who made people feel like spring breeze, might not be a sinister person at heart, but he definitely wasn't as righteous as all beings imagined him to be either. Let's wait for news from Red Cloud. After meditating a little, old man Styx dropped all of his concentration onto the grand formation that was being deduced. The matter of the Hongmeng purple chi had not yet come to a head, but this side of his great formation could already see the day of success. Time was in a hurry, and the years flew by like a shuttle. In the flick of a finger, a yuan session had passed. On this day, an auspicious cloud flew unhurriedly. On top of the auspicious cloud, a red-clothed Hongjun had a relaxed look on his face. Since obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi, he had held it for a long period of time in the 5 Zhuangguan, and had never paraded through the floodplains so freely, helping the palace master prepare for the heavenly wedding. Sitting on top of the auspicious clouds, Red Cloud's face was filled with emotion. This is really a beautiful job. Doing things in the name of the Lord of the Stars. Basically all the way to the green light. At the very least. Until now, Red Cloud had not encountered a cultivator who did not give him a convenient opportunity after he announced his name as the Lord of the Stars. Just as Red Cloud was in a relaxed mood, he also slightly let his guard down for a moment. Buzz. The environment around him abruptly changed as endless killing machines densely covered the heavens and earth, and rolling black clouds directly surrounded Red Cloud. Chapter 139, Red Cloud, it feels great to have a backer. Rumble. Endless killing machines densely spread between heaven and earth, and dull pitch-black divine thunder rushed. A ferocious killing formation on one side that directly blocked off the entire heaven and earth and spacetime. Above the auspicious clouds, Red Cloud, who originally had a relaxed face, at this moment, his face became heavy with concentration. Although he could no longer keep up with the footsteps of the top-tier great avatars, in the end, he was also a strong person and was naturally able to feel the power of this party's killing formation. It was very strong. At this moment, he was unprepared to fall into the formation's great thousand, and if he was not careful, he might die. Of course, Red Cloud wasn't scared either. He was just a rotten person, but not a cowardly one. With a grave face, Red Cloud raised his hand. Arching his hand towards the great thousand in the formation, he saluted. I don't know which Taoist friend is the one who has set up such a great salute for the poor Taoist here. Please show yourself? Red Cloud's words fell. Rumble. In the array of the great thousand killing machines manifested, the power of the great array carrying endless killing power, directly toward the Red Cloud fell down. Facing this terrifying killing force, Red Cloud's face was solemn. Buzz. He raised his hand and waved it. The power of the great Tao evolved a sea of terrifying fire that was crimson like a cloud, burning everything, and the divine ability was limitless as he did his best to block the killing power of the great formation. Rumble. Although the Red Cloud blocked the killing power of the grand formation, But the next moment, in the midst of the churning black clouds and divine thunder, an inconspicuous spiritual light, like a swimming fish, directly attacked and killed towards Red Cloud. Red Cloud, who noticed this spiritual light, moved with a thought. His own spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-scattering red gourd, hovered above Red Cloud's head, and when the gourd's mouth opened, an endless amount of red sand poured out from the gourd. The soul-scattering red sand, which was capable of eliminating one's divine sense and scraping a cultivator's Yuanshun, met that inconspicuous spiritual light. Rumble! The might of the two great spiritual treasures collided with each other, and they were at odds. Red Cloud looked towards the spiritual light. It was an extremely high-grade innate treasure sword. His eyes condensed. Fellow Taoist Koan Pang, since you've come, why do you need to hide it? This very high-quality innate sword was one of the benefits that Koan Pang received after joining the Immortal Court. Although there are many innate swords, there are not many that are of the highest quality. Although Koan Pang was not poor now. However, there were only a few magic treasures. There were only a few of them. It was only natural for Hongjun to recognize it at a glance. Only. Even after being called out by Red Cloud, the Koan Pang hidden in the Great Formation still had no intention of opening his mouth to respond to Red Cloud. Rumble! The power of the Great Formation was fully activated. At the same time, several more spiritual treasures came towards Hongjun from various directions to kill him. Dragon Head Cane. An innate sword. An innate water spirit pearl. There was also a huge traveling palace. After this large number of magic treasures were sacrificed, even though Red Cloud also fought back with numerous spiritual treasures, he fell into a disadvantage in just a few hundred years' time. Alas! After realizing that he was definitely not a match for the current Koan Pang, Red Cloud sighed with emotion. Subsequently, rumble! The power of the great Tao around his body shook, forcing back all the attacks. Immediately afterward, Red Cloud's face was solemn as he arched his hand and bowed in the direction of the Sun Star. Red Cloud is not good enough, I have a request for the Palace Master. The words fell. Buzz. From behind Red Cloud, a brilliant sun shone out, golden immortal light dissolved all the killing opportunities of the Great Thousand in the array. At the same time, with a gentle and irresistible force, it directly forced back all of the magic treasures, such as that sword, walking stick, traveling palace, and so on. Subsequently, between the brilliant sun evolving, a Dharma phase that exuded supreme dignity and nobility manifested between heaven and earth. A pair of golden eyes of the Dharma phase slightly flowed, and it was directly looking through the Great Formation, looking outside the Great Thousand in the formation. The person who originally maintained the killing formation had already fled far away. Only a winged rockbird was left behind. Seeing that the person in the main formation had already left, the Dharma phase did not go out to chase after him, and gently raised his hand and wiped out this side of the killing formation. After doing this, the Dharma phase dissipated, and the brilliant sun fell back into Hongyun's body, no longer making any movement. Phew! Red Cloud, whose body-killing crisis had thus dissipated into nothingness, let out a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, respectfully bowed towards the sun star hanging high in the sky. Red Cloud thanked the Palace Master for his kindness. After the salute, Red Cloud slightly cleaned up his messy breath. Following his original journey, he directly left. He also had some spit in his eye. Since the poor Taoist said that he would give up the Hongmeng Violet Chi, why should fellow Taoist Koan Pang be in a hurry? Look, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? How can the poor Tao not know his own situation? Surprisingly, the poor Tao dares to travel in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Naturally, there is a fearless bottom. Lamented. Red Cloud leisurely left. I don't know how. He suddenly felt the joy of having a powerful backer. Sun Star. The Golden Crow Palace, which was already bustling with activity, within the hall where Fu Guan was in seclusion. At this moment, Fu Guan, who was sitting on top of the sun futon and was in the process of giving the 12 Dutian Divine Fury flags, which were flooded with a terrifyingly ferocious aura, to reverse the innate nature, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. This old brat Koan Pang's killing intent towards Red Cloud is really huge. Well, that's normal. After all, in Koan Pang's eyes, Red Cloud was the one who had indirectly caused him to lose his saintly disciple status and his holy position. What kind of revenge was this? The hatred of obstructing the Tao. Immortality was the norm now. Only, Fu Guang did not intend to let Hongyun fall so easily and simply. He wasn't going to die to protect Red Cloud. Red Cloud could go to reincarnation, but definitely not at this stage. Nowadays, Red Cloud was not only his friend, but had also joined his Golden Crow Palace and was his subordinate. It was better for Red Cloud to be alive now than for him to die. Therefore, it was only possible to condescend to the Koan Pang. Of course, Fu Guang didn't want to kill Koan Pang directly. This guy's blessings were still quite deep, and his strength was also quite good, and he still had karma with the Witch Clan. Keeping him. Maybe it could even bring him some unexpected benefits in the process of fighting with the Sorcerer Clan. retracted his gaze. No longer focusing on red clouds matter, Fu Guang's face wore a color of anticipation. He looked towards the Qianquan tripod. After the success of the capital heavenly goddess flag reversing the innate heaven, the 12th capital heavenly goddess formation would be considered a success. This is a means that can be displayed to counteract the sorcerer clan. In this way, the other things could then be hidden for a bit longer. He wanted to fight for the position of Supreme Lord of Heaven and Earth. The pressure to be encountered, if one did some careful math, would also have to include the future heavenly Dao saints. Nuwa is alright. His relationship with Nuwa was getting better and better. Moreover, after becoming a saint in the future, Nuwa, who didn't establish a religion, rarely got involved in the affairs of the flood. Even if they don't deal with each other. Nuwa alone is also good for bullying. The main problem is the saints of the great religion who set up the great religion. These great religion saints were not satisfied with the power of indoctrination and would split the heavenly court authority in the future for the sake of more humanity's chi. Since they had already decided to follow the path of heaven and earth supremacy. How could Fu Guang tolerate such a thing? Even though today he hadn't even completely gone through the current quantum revelation, he was also already certain that he could pass through it according to his established plan. Therefore, his calculations also began to gradually look into the many subsequent quantum robberies. Those who don't plan for the ages, don't plan for a moment. Those who don't plan for the whole situation, don't plan for a region. Fu Guang began to look even further ahead. Chapter 140 Nuwa, it's so marvelous that he still dares to laugh. 50,000 years later. Buzz. A mysterious, miraculous, and unendingly vast true intent of creation spread out from within one of the Golden Crow Palace's retreat palaces, enveloping the entire Great Thousand World where the Golden Crow Palace was located. Numerous golden flowers of the great Tao and golden lotuses of creation were born everywhere. Causing everyone within the Golden Crow Palace to freeze for a moment, they all turned their gazes in the direction of the retreat palace. The numerous immortals in the Golden Crow Palace, at this moment, were all filled with a look of surprise. It was the Empress Great Tao of creation that had been perfected. Congratulations to the Empress, congratulations to the Empress. It's wonderful. With this, our Golden Crow Palace will have another perfected great avatar. All the immortals within the Golden Crow Palace felt joy as well as happiness. To be able to achieve something on the immortal path, that was bound to be no cutie pie. Nowadays, the Golden Crow Palace was in full bloom, with many powerful people, and had already become one of the most dominant powers between heaven and earth in the short span of a few yuanhui. And it is now in the period of quantum robbery. As the only boundless starry sky power, one of the strongest overlords within the universe, the Golden Crow Palace was bound to enter the quantum sundering. In particular, the Lord of the Stars had already formed a karmic consequence from his battle with the 12 ancestral witches in the past. This is precisely why. Nowadays, all the immortals in the Golden Crow Palace were basically very clear that they and others had also stepped into the quantum robbery. At this time, as a saint's disciple, the famous Nuwan Ionia's great Tao was perfected, breaking through to the peak of the associate saints, which was definitely a great piece of good news. After all, if the Golden Crow Palace's underpinnings were 1 point stronger, they would have 1 more point of safety and security. What? You're saying that Nuwa hasn't announced that she's joining the Golden Crow Palace? You fart. Without ever joining the Golden Crow Palace, would a haughty, proud sage disciple like Nuwa stay in the Golden Crow Palace all the time? There's more. Nuwa's elder brother, Grand Elder Fushi, has already joined the Golden Crow Palace. With the relationship between the two siblings, as well as the close relationship between Nuwa Nianjiang and her own palace master, would she still not join? It would be impossible. After the immortals rejoiced, they began to continue their own affairs. The Golden Crow Palace was very powerful. The immortals lived here safely and comfortably. But likewise, the Golden Crow Palace had many rules, and the punishment for violating the palace rules was quite severe. Therefore, none of the immortals wanted to violate the palace rules. Inside the Fusong courtyard, feeling the aura of Nuwa consummating her own Dao fruit, Fu Guang, who was here to sip a few cups, had a satisfied smile on his face. The timing was just right. Previously, Fushi, who had already projected the date of the wedding and marriage, had sent Fu Guang the perfect day. There were still 30,000 years to go, and it would be the day of the wedding. Nuwa was further along at this time, and the timing could be said to be just right. After the next higher 90,000 years. It's the day of the welcome of the meritocracy. In other words, in less than 1 yuanhui before and after, Fu Guang is going to marry his wife. Stretching his waist, Fu Guang leisurely leaned on top of the Fusan divine tree and leisurely spoke. Poor Taoist is finally going to marry a wife, and it will be 2 wives at once. Ha! In the future, if you are really able to transform your true spirit into a form, I will also give you a wife? Sa! As Fu Guang's words fell, the Fusang divine tree that he was leaning against shook gently. It conveyed an emotion of resistance. After feeling it, Fu Guang smiled and said no more. Previously, when creating words, the Fusang divine tree had paid a cut of its main trunk and gained a share of the heavenly Tao's merit, as well as a share of the window's chi luck to add to it. Gradually, in the Fusang divine tree, which originally had no possibility of spiritual enlightenment, there was the birth of an ignorant true spirit. It already had the conditions to transform into a spirit. Only, there is still a long, long time to go before the Fusang divine tree. There is still a long, long time to go. Of course. Fu Guang believed that he would always be able to wait for the day when his old friend, who had been with him since he came to the flood world, would take shape. Closing his eyes, the leisurely Fu Guang leaned against the Fusang divine tree and fell asleep. Time rushed by. 30,000 years passed in the snap of a finger. On this day, in the middle of the Golden Crow Palace's grand hall, below the throne that belonged solely to Fu Guang, a few more layers of steps were added. On the layer of steps below Fu Guang, Golden Crow Palace's Grand Elder Fu Shi, Golden Crow Palace's Second Elder Jing Yuanzi, and Golden Crow Palace's Third Elder Hongjun, the three of them sat on top of the throne. Further down, headed by Bai Zhe, the Golden Crow Palace's Grand Chief, more than 20 great avatar deacons, one by one, sat cross-legged in the air on the Dao platform. Continuing down, hundreds of immortals who had attained the great Luo Dao fruit were at the front, followed by nearly 10,000 Tai golden immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortals at the end. As for the golden immortals below, rather, they were not qualified to appear in this great hall. These are the mainstays of the Golden Crow Palace today. In the Golden Crow Palace of this batch of mainstay, no matter whether it is the breath realm or combat power, are higher than everyone else's. The most special existence in the Golden Crow Palace. The most special existence in the Golden Crow Palace. Empress Nuwa. Her position was on the same level as the Palace Master's throne, but she was not in the center, but on one side. Even though she was only on one side, it was enough to show how high Nuwa's position was in the Golden Crow Palace. None of the immortals felt that this was wrong. After all, Nuwa is very powerful and has a special status, so she is qualified to sit at the side of her own Palace Master. Alas! Above the throne, Nuwa's willow brows were slightly furrowed, and a look of helplessness flashed across her face. Poor Tao has also entered the game. Today is the day to go to Taiyin Star to place the offer. It is the biggest event since the Golden Crow Palace became the dominating force. Because of this, at this moment, all the immortals who have joined the Golden Crow Palace are gathered in this great hall. When Nuwa came over, she was invited to this position by her own brother, the Golden Crow Palace Grand Elder Fu Shi, smilingly. She was not willing to sit up. Nor did she want to interfere in the Palace Master's ambitious endeavors. But she is also very clear. Living in the Golden Crow Palace for a long time, being instructed by the Palace Master to cultivate, earlier on, she even owed the karma of pointing out the chance of the three marriages, coupled with the relationship between the two sides getting better and better. At the same time, her own elder brother was also directly invited. In this way, Nuwa, who already had one foot in the Golden Crow Palace, didn't have much resistance and entered with some willingness. Of course, Nuwa was still a bit depressed and upset. It wasn't about the matter of joining the Golden Crow Palace, nor was she upset about Fu Guang's grandiose young conspiracy to get her into the game. What Fu Guang had given was all just and honorable, and Nuwa couldn't refuse the favors. She had willingly accepted them. Nuwa's displeasure was directed at her own elder brother's displeasure. This elder brother. First, in the midst of the exchanges between many Taoists, he inadvertently revealed that she was in the Golden Crow Palace. Later on, he even directly treated her with the attitude of one of the Golden Crow Palace's own, not shying away from the important arrangements of the Golden Crow Palace. And then, it was today, as soon as she came, she directly brought her to sit on this throne. The thought was unpleasant. Nuwa's beautiful eyes contained a bit of fierce light, and she narrowed her eyes to the bottom, smiling her own elder brother. Too wonderful. After pitting his own sister into the situation, he was even giggling? Very good. Very spirited. What a share. Nuwa made a decision in her mind. When she finished the Palace Master's big event, she would find a chance to beat it up. Meanwhile, looking at the huge power of the Golden Crow Palace today, Fu Shi, who was the Grand Elder and was full of joy, suddenly shivered and felt a hint of a chill that was going to be a great disaster. He was instantly startled. Someone is counting on the poor Taoist? How dare you? I do not know that the poor Tao is the Golden Crow Palace Grand Elder? Chapter 141, The Dowry Prepared by Shihi. Not waiting for Fu Shi to project. The next moment. Buzz. Bright, hallowed and warm golden immortal light bloomed in the middle of the great hall. Fu Guang, who had the same image as always, appeared on the Palace Master's throne. After seeing their own Palace Master appear, all the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace, including Nuwa, those who were sitting got up and those who were standing bent down. One after another, they saluted and bowed towards Fu Guang. We pay our respects to the Palace Master. Sitting on the throne. Fu Guang nodded, his expression casual. All are exempt from salute. The words fell. The crowd once again bowed. Thank you, Palace Master. After those who could sit were seated and those who were standing stood, Fu Guang's gaze turned and looked towards Nuwa, who was in the position to his side. Ha! It looks like you've finally made up your mind. At those words, the corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched slightly and her beautiful eyes glared without trace at Fushi below, who was raising his hand to project the heavenly chances. In a slightly helpless tone, she replied to Fu Guang. You helped me to cultivate, pointed out my 3 marriage opportunities, pushed your heart towards me, and treated my elder brother and the immortals from Fingqi Mountain well. You are so sincere. If I still can't make up my mind, wouldn't I be an ungrateful villain? As I spoke, Nuwa's face also showed a slight smile. Afterwards, solemnly bowed towards Fu Guang. Nuwa pays her respects to the palace master. With a casual lift of his hand, a gentle magic power lifted up the saluting Nuwa. With a smile on his face, Fu Guang spoke. Good. 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 The Golden Crow Palace is lucky to have you as a member, and it is also my good fortune. While speaking, Fu Guang's golden eyes turned to the immortals below, his face serious. Said aloud. From today onwards, fellow Daoist Nuwa is the deputy palace master of my Golden Crow Palace, and all the immortals in the palace must treat fellow Daoist Nuwa with the courtesy of the palace master when they see her. Anyone who trespasses and offends will be punished without mercy. Upon hearing Fu Guang's appointment, all the immortals in the Golden Crow Palace below were asked to treat Nuwa with the same respect. All the immortals in the Golden Crow Palace below were stunned. Afterwards, all of them bowed towards Nuwa. We pay our respects to the deputy palace master. Seeing this, Nuwa, who accepted her fate of entering the game and also accepted Fu Guang's enthronement, raised her jade hand. In a clear voice, she said, all immortals are excused from saluting. After all the immortals had saluted, Nuwa raised an eyebrow. After Fu Guang's appointment and her own personal acknowledgement of the Golden Crow Palace's deputy palace master status, she immediately felt her spiritual platform becoming clearer and clearer, and her understanding of the great Tao of creation continued to well up in her mind. If it weren't for the fact that she had important things to do later, she couldn't help but go into closed-door cultivation right now. This was. Feeling the changes in herself, Nuwa understood the reason after a little thought. Looking to the side, Fu Guang. The benefits of the great Qi luck enhancement? She hadn't even felt this way before. But the moment she became the vice palace master of the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa felt the benefits on the ground. Such a situation. There was no other reason for it other than it being the benefit of receiving the Golden Crow Palace's Qi enhancement. Seeing Nuwa inquiring of herself, Fu Guang directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. Yes. This seat's Golden Crow Palace, although it doesn't shelter many immortals, it's still not bad. Naturally, it has gradually gathered more and more huge amounts of Qi. Now, with your strength, identity, sit on the deputy palace master position, naturally can get not bad luck to support. In the future, your cultivation will definitely be smooth and your strength will increase greatly. And these are just one of the most basic benefits. Hearing this, Nuwa's face was clear. The other benefits Fu Guang didn't mention, but it wasn't hard to guess. For example, cultivation resources. In the past, when the Immortal Court was destroyed, the resources in the unfolding Immortal Court treasury that filled one side of the Great Thousand Worlds was shocking. Of course, at Nuwa's current level of cultivation, she could not afford to look at ordinary resources. Instead, it was the most basic benefit of having good fortune and smooth cultivation that Nuwa cared about the most. After all, she still had to refine and comprehend the Hongmeng Purple Qi and then become a saint. Now that she had the Golden Crow Palace's great Qi fortune to boost her cultivation, it should be able to go even more smoothly. With this thought in mind, Nuwa was very optimistic about joining the Golden Crow Palace. Nuwa's slightest bit of mustiness and displeasure about her joining the Golden Crow Palace had all but dissipated. When she looked at her elder brother again, she was instantly much more agreeable. I won't beat up my elder brother after this. Nuwa thought with a smile at the corner of her mouth, in a happy mood. Meanwhile, Fushi, who was calculating who was trying to harm him below, felt the chill go away and immediately realized that the crisis that had just enveloped him had silently dissipated. This time, Fushi, who was well versed in the Tao of innate numbers, was confused. Heartface is very confused. Who the hell is this? A moment to count this seat, a moment, and then do not count? This seat's strength is not good, cannot count you, but this seat has the palace lord. Think here. Fushi did not hesitate. He raised his head and looked at his own palace master on the high platform. Please, Lord Palace Master. He can't figure it out, but his own palace master can certainly do it. Only. When Fushi looked up, he met the gaze of his own little sister looking at him approvingly, and then his heart sensed, and he realized that he was blessed with a clear understanding. It's not wrong. Just now let himself feel the crisis, must be my own little sister. Because only his own little sister would be so temperamental, wanting to beat him up every now and then feeling that he was okay as a brother. Retracting his gaze, Fuxi forgot about what just happened straight away. Above the throne, Nuwa was appointed as the deputy palace master. Fu Guang's gaze then fell on the numerous immortals in the palace. The matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage, I'm sure that all the immortals are already clear in their minds. Today is the best day for the bride price as projected by the Grand Elder. The bride price is ready? After hearing Fu Guang's inquiry, Buzhou, who was the chief administrator, stood out and bowed towards Fu Guang. Reporting back to the palace master, all the bride price has been prepared according to the specifications previously set by the palace master. Nodded. Fu Guang did not ask about the specific number of bride price, this matter was handed over to Buzhou to do, he was still very assured. Although there are many powerful people in the Golden Crow Palace today, even the honest immortal Jin Yuanzi were pulled by the red clouds to join the Golden Crow Palace. However, Fu Guang still favored Buzhou as his subordinate. Because he is really smart and capable, able to carry the banner. Now that the bride price had been prepared, everything was ready. Fu Guang continued. Then I'd like to thank the deputy palace master, all the elders and stewards, as well as the immortals who have worked hard on the marriage. After the heavenly wedding is completed, this seat will give a 1,000-year sermon to all the immortals as a reward. So, then, please, all of you. His words had just fallen. Nuwa, Fuxi, Buzhou, and everyone else all bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang. In a loud voice, they said, I respectfully follow the palace lord's decree, please don't worry, palace lord. Nodding his head. Fu Guang also no longer instructed, then directly let the matchmaker Nuwa, as well as the understudy Buzhou and other Golden Crow Palace immortals, vastly and directly out of the Sun Planet, towards the Taiyin planet and went. This movement was not concealed. Not only that. After going out of the Sun Star, Buzhou and other Golden Crow Palace immortals directly exerted great magic power, gathered a piece of immortal light, auspicious clouds, pulling the avenue of golden flowers, festive visions spread in the boundless starry sky. It attracted the attention of quite a few great aptitudes. A powerful person looked into the boundless starry sky and saw the undisguised actions of Nuwa, Buzhou, and the other immortals of the Golden Crow Palace. Endless sea of blood. Old ancestor Styx, who was still deducing the grand formation, looked at the movements in the boundless starry sky. A puzzled face. The Lord of the Stars is having a new plot to obtain heavenly Dao merits? I wonder if I will be able to learn from this time scheme, old ancestor? Anticipation in his heart. Subsequently, old ancestor Styx worked even harder to deduce the grand formation. It was almost finished. Northern Underworld Sea. The Koan Peng, who had changed to live at the bottom of the sea, looked at the Sun Star with a face full of stifled frustration. East Sea Immortal Island. The Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu knew that the heavenly marriage plot between the Lord of the Stars and the Goddess of Taiyin had already begun. At this moment, among the Taiyin stars, Shihat and Changshi sisters, who had long since received the message of the wedding day and had also made sufficient preparations, saw the wedding procession that had come all the way from the Sun Star with all the festivities. Look at each other a smile. Shihi's beautiful eyes flowed, looking toward the Moon God Palace's hall. Inside the hall, there were more than a dozen quasi-saint female immortals, as well as more than 100 Deluo female immortals in existence. These female immortals, all of them came to the Moon God Palace on their own initiative when the Immortal Court was still in existence, facing the invitation from the Immortal Court as well as the threat from the sorcerer race, or were saved by Shihat and Changshi secretly. Other than these female immortals, inside the main hall of the Moon God Palace at the moment, there were also the patriarchs of many races that had already disappeared from the 4 seas and 8 deserts, and were considered to have died out and become extinct. These races. They were also the races that Shihat and Changshi, and even the immortals who sought refuge in the Moon God Palace later on, had come out to save. The next hiring team came over. Shiha spoke in a clear voice. Fellow Taoists and young friends, I'd like to thank you for greeting them. On the side, Changshi also spoke in a rare voice. Please. Hearing the words of the two sisters, the crowd of Moon God Palace immortals all responded. Please rest assured, 2-star lords. We have long since made our preparations. Congratulations to the 2-star masters, it's finally a happy ending. Congratulations to the 2-star masters. The Moon Palace was very lively. After all the fairies had made sufficient preparations, it didn't take long. The next hiring team from the Sun Star had already arrived in a grand manner. Greeting. Passed through the ceremony. Please enter the palace. After an organized and smooth procedure, a banquet was set up in the Moon God's palace. Sitting on top of her seat, Nuwa glanced at the more than 3,000 guests in the Moon God's palace, as well as the many latecomers, and the many racial patriarchs who accompanied the guests. A somewhat meaningful smile appeared on her face. Looking toward Shiha. Fellow Taoist, this Taiyin star of yours is quite capable of hiding. More than a dozen great avatars, hundreds of Dala descendants, and those extinct racial flames from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. These dowries of the two sisters, Shihat and Changshi, were not something that could be put together within 1 or 2 yuan councils. I'm only afraid that the two Taiyin Star Lords had already begun their preparations a long time ago. It looks like Palace Master and the two Palace Master's wives were really a natural pair, both so capable of hiding things. Chapter 142, it's all just his mission. Inside the Moon God Palace's main hall. After hearing Nuwa's words, Changshi did not make any response. Shiha, on the other hand, had the corners of her lips raised. These are all just tasks that he arranged for the Poverty Road sisters. Hearing the words, Nuwa's beautiful eyes stared slightly. Palace Master's tasks? In that case, fellow Daoist, like Poverty Road's elder brother, you have also known about the Palace Master's great schemes for a long time? Undeniably, she nodded. He had a smile on his face. Not bad. Even though Poverty Road and my sister have not been involved in his scheming for a long time, they have always been clear about the great deeds he wants to do. He has never hidden anything from the Poverty Road sisters. Speaking here, CCE's face showed undisguised joy, as well as strong affection and adoration. The whole person was just like the feeling of a pregnant girl. On the side, Changshi, who had never spoken much, also had the corners of her lips slightly raised, but only for a moment, and then she once again resumed her original expression of being as cold as ice. At this moment, looking at Shiha, who was full of love and affection for her own palace master, and Changshi, who had no emotional fluctuations but was also able to sense her feelings, Nuwa couldn't help but feel some emotions. How can I put it? She personally didn't care about the attitude of her Taoists. It's just that, looking at the two Taiyin goddesses who were a perfect match for her palace master, even with Nuwa's mindset, she was curious about what it would be like to be in love. If in the future, she could meet a Taoist friend who was on good terms with her and was extremely charismatic and could make her appreciate her, she might as well give it a try. Wait a minute. As her thoughts dispersed here, Nuwa's mind naturally revealed the figure of her own palace master. In terms of how good or bad the relationship was, the three pristine ones, who were also disciples of saints, were not as close to her as her own palace master. In terms of charisma, the palace master, who was the first person under the saints, a great merit cultivator, the Lord of the Stars, the God of the Sun, and many other titles, was undoubtedly the most charismatic male immortal in the Flood Wasteland universe. In terms of one's attitude of appreciation, it seems that her own palace master is also the only male immortal she admires within the flooded universe. Even the three elder brothers of Sanqing, Nuwa doesn't like them much. Palace master? Nuwa pondered slightly in her heart. Afterward, cut away some of the thoughts that had sprung up within her heart. This kind of thing would not be too late to talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the heavenly marriage of the palace master. Previously, when he was out of the gate, Fu Guang gave Nuwa a sermon. While Fu Guang was preaching to Nuwa, he also had a casual conversation. He had once revealed that if the heavenly marriage was successful, the heavenly Dao merit gained would be enough for her, Nuwa, to behead the third self-corpse. Once successful, then Nuwa would be one of the many great avatars in the floodplains. Only a handful of great avatars who had severed three corpses and had perfected their quasi-Saint Dao fruit. At that time, it is very likely that she will be ahead of her own cheaper senior brothers, the three pristine ones, and several steps behind them at the same level. And Nuwa, who was several steps behind the same level at the beginning, would have caught up with those people's cultivation levels head-on. She would return to the peak. With this thought, Nuwa, after 3 glasses of wine had been consumed, took on the role of matchmaker and formally began to woo the pair of Taiyin goddesses, Shiha and Changshi, for her own palace master. After both parties had finished their discussions, they also directly left the date for the reception of the marriage. When all the processes were finished, the Sun Star immortals who had come to place their bets also returned directly towards the Sun Star. After Nuwa and the others left, Shiha's beautiful eyes looked towards the Sun Star with affection. In another 90,000 years, it will be time to marry. Between words, she turned her head to look at her sister Changshi by her side. Sister, are you ready? Sniffing. At the side, Changshi silently nodded her head. Aha! While speaking, Changshi raised her hand and a book hovered in front of her. Rarely, she opened her mouth and said, Sister, you need to take a good look at these books and learn before you can do so. Otherwise, you might not be able to keep up on the night of the big wedding. These words made CCE freeze. Although her eyes fell to the top of the book that Changshi had sent to her, the handwriting on it was Fu Guang's. And it was clearly written on it. Yin and Yang Communion. The 36 hands of the goddess. The 72 sitting lotus techniques. And so on. There were some decent and some immodest book titles, causing Shiha to not be able to help but purse the corners of her mouth slightly. Afterwards, nodded seriously. It was time for some good study. Seeing Shiha agree, Changshi, who was on the side, flashed some faint light in her eyes. It is good that sister accepts it. Not in vain she from the Golden Crow Palace hidden book hall of the hidden book cabinet specially selected these top quality good books, the effort spent. Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace's Fusong courtyard. Next to the round table. Nuwa and Baizhe, who had returned from the offer of marriage, as well as Fushi, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongjun, who had stayed behind in the palace, along with Fu Guang himself, a total of 6 people were seated around the table. The bride price had already been placed. With a wine cup in his hand, Fu Guang's face was satisfied. The next step was to prepare for the wedding banquet, as well as inviting the various Dao friends to come. All matters have been prepared, right? Hearing Fu Guang's inquiry, Grand Master Baizhe nodded his head repeatedly and responded. Reporting back to you, Palace Master. According to your instructions, the invitations to the floodplain's great aptitudes and great clans, as well as the accompanying gifts, have all been prepared. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Kirin Clan who came to help with the heavenly wedding have all been waiting for orders in the palace. In addition to that, the 3 clans had come over this time. They had also gifted quite a few spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and heavenly materials. There was a slight pause. After White Zephyr glanced at Red Cloud. Once again, he spoke. Considering that Elder Red Cloud will cause the Hongmeng Purple Chi to choose a new master after the Palace Master's wedding this time, I'm afraid that the number of guests that will come at that time will be very large. Therefore, my subordinate did not refuse the many materials gifted by the 3 tribes of the innate heaven. Hearing Baizhe say this, Red Cloud had a somewhat embarrassed smile, but didn't say anything more is all. Sitting calmly, Fu Guang didn't care about Baizhe accepting the gifts from the 3 races of the innate heaven. Testifying to the heavenly marriage and bringing the 3 tribes of the innate into the game was a chance he had given to the 3 tribes of the innate, and it was only natural for the 3 tribes to give him various resource benefits in return. Likewise, with the witnessing of the heavenly marriage as the beginning, the subsequent earth marriage and human marriage would still have the participation of the 3 races of the innate sky, if no surprises were to be expected. The merit and chi luck in this was not a small amount. Not to mention sending some resources now. Even if Fu Guang felt that it wasn't enough and asked the 3 races of the innate heaven to give out some more resources, they would still smile and take them out. There was no one who was more eager for heavenly Dao merits and chi luck than the 3 races of the innate heaven. From time to time, Fu Guang would pay attention to the chi luck. The light pillars of chi fortune of the 3 races of the innate heavens were all about to turn into black pillars of chi fortune. Any little thing that could alleviate their race's karma and sins would be eagerly sought after. There was no need to worry about the karma of the innate 3 races. Fu Guang spoke with a calm demeanor. If there are insufficient resources in the palace during this heavenly marriage-proof matter, you can have the 3 races of the innate heaven send another batch over. Let the 3 ancestral races send gifts. Not only will they not be dissatisfied, they will also have to say thank you to us. Chapter 143 Under the Sun, Moon and Stars, this seed is everywhere. After chatting in detail about the next welcome and many other matters, Fu Guang had a smile on his face. His eyes looked towards the crowd. This one thing, I'll ask all of you. In the process of preparing for the wedding banquet, sending invitations and inviting guests, if you encounter any difficulties, you can call out to this seat. You can call out to this seat. Under the sun, moon, and stars. No matter where you are, this seat can help. Hearing the words of their own palace master, everyone here froze for a moment. Under the sun, moon, and stars, all can be rescued? If someone else had said that, they would have only replied back with what a big mouth. Only that. Since these words came from the mouth of their own palace master, this one lord of the stars, the truthfulness was only real. The crowd returned to their senses. They all bowed their hands towards Fu Guang. I respectfully obey the palace lord's decree. It did not take long. The 4 people with their own tasks, Fushi, Baizhe, Hongyun, and Jin Yuanzi, left. Within the Fusong courtyard, only Fu Guang and Nuwa were left. I'll go and close my eyes as well. After sitting for a while, Nuwa then spoke directly. After the chi luck enhancement, I happen to have some epiphanies, so I can slightly consolidate my realm today. At those words, Fu Guang looked towards Nuwa. Now that your Dao fruit has been perfected, I'm afraid that the heavenly Dao merit gained from the heavenly marriage thereafter will be able to assist you in cutting out the last corpse. So I'm sure you'll work even harder to refine and comprehend the Hongmeng violet chi, right? These words caused Nuwa, who had been planning to go into seclusion for a while, to pause in her movements. With her beautiful eyes, she looked at Fu Guang and she replied undeniably. Exactly. Is there anything wrong with this? After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang stroked his chin. Fu Guang stroked his chin. Not really. It's just that I think your great Dao of creation can still be refined, so perhaps it's not necessary to focus all your thoughts on refining the Hongmeng violet chi. Refining your Dao a little more might yield even more unexpected gains. Hearing this, Nuwa mused for a while, her face wearing a thoughtful color. You have a point. After a bit of pondering, Nuwa got up and said. Nuwa got up directly. Then I'll go and close the door. After reminding Nuwa, Fu Guang nodded with a smile. I wish you further progress. nodding lightly. Nuwa then turned around with a relaxed gait and headed towards the grand hall she resided in at the Golden Crow Palace. After Nuwa left, Fu Guang, who was sitting alone under the Fusang tree, also transformed his figure into a ray of golden immortal light and disappeared. The Golden Crow Palace's immortals were very busy. For the high-profile heavenly wedding feast, the immortal brews, spirit fruits, and other things that needed to be prepared in advance. At the same time, there was also the need to send an invitation with prepared gifts to all cultivators above the Tai Golden Immortals in the floodplains, as well as the famous 10,000 races. The amount of work involved was quite huge. 90,000 years. Not much to say. Saying less wasn't too much. Preparing for the heavenly wedding feast before and after was not overly abundant. In the busyness of the Golden Crow Palace's immortals, 80,000 years passed. The last 10,000 years. A great avatar walked out of the Golden Crow Palace, bringing with him the highest specification invitations and accompanying gifts, and headed towards the location of the many great avatars in the floodplains. Endless sea of blood. Old ancestor Styx, who had already completed the deduction of the Great Formation and was preparing the spiritual treasures needed to set up the Great Formation, stopped his work. In his hand, he was holding the invitation that was sent over by the Golden Crow Palace's steward, 9 infants, as well as a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. His face was full of thought. Testify to the heavenly marriage? This was the plot of the Lord of the Stars? The main purpose was to form a Dao couple with the 2 Tai-yin goddesses? Is this considered scheming? Not really. Even if he, the Lord of the Stars, was a virtuous cultivator who was favored by the heavenly Dao, it wouldn't be possible for him to marry 2 Dao couples and still have the heavenly Dao's merits to take, would it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Originally, the old man of the river Styx was still thinking about whether he could follow suit. However, once he saw that the Lord of the Stars had made such a big spectacle just to marry his Taoist couple, he lost interest. The old man of the river Styx lost interest. Although he also liked to look at beautiful female immortals, he had no idea about finding a Taoist couple for himself. Old ancestor Styx, who was bent on proving the Tao, had no desire in this regard. After glancing at the invitation, he also glanced at the accompanying gifts presented by the Golden Crow Palace. This was too generous. Old ancestor Styx had some headaches. This moment. It was impossible not to prepare a big gift. What's more, in the invitation, it is clearly stated that after the wedding, the 3rd elder of the Golden Crow Palace will take out the Hongming Purple Qi, so that this foundation of sainthood can choose a new master. The gift is here. And gifts. Even more chance. Even if the Styx River old ancestor is stingy, he still has to prepare a good congratulatory gift before he can do so. North Underworld Sea. At the bottom of the sea, in the palace. Koan Pang looked at the invitation that had been delivered to him, as well as a top-grade spiritual treasure, and slightly had a green face. He wasn't rich in the first place. Nowadays, Golden Crow Palace had made such a generous offer, and when the time came to go to the banquet, if he sent it too shabbily, his Koan Pang's face would have to be scraped hard in front of all the beings in the flood wasteland. But he could not go without going. Whether it was the face of the Lord of the Stars, or the chance of that one Hongmeng Purple Qi, all made it impossible for Koan Pang to refuse. Kunlun Mountain. In the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pristine ones looked at the invitations and accompanying gifts in their hands. Laozi's face was expressionless, without any waves. Tong Tian looked casual and didn't care too much. Yuan Shi, who emphasized on etiquette and face, had a satisfied smile on his face. There was no other reason. Because the one who came to present the invitation and the accompanying gift to the 3 Qing was Jin Yuanzi, the 2nd elder of the Golden Crow Palace, and also a fellow Taoist friend of the same generation. Regardless of whether it was from strength or from status, it was giving enough face to the 3 Qing. Western Spirit Mountain. Just sent away the red clouds that came to send invitations and accompanying gifts, the original smiling Jain and Junti 2 people, suddenly it is difficult to get up. Their brothers were originally poorer. This moment. I'm afraid it's not going to hemorrhage. At this moment. On top of the island in the East China Sea where the remaining immortals of the Immortal Court are hiding. The Queen Mother of the West graciously entertained Fuxi, who had come to deliver the invitations and accompanying gifts, with great courtesy. Fuxi. Sitting across from Fuxi, the Queen Mother of the West's face is full of goodwill. It's hard to come all the way here. If the hospitality is not good, please do not blame. Hearing. The elegant and easy-going Fuxi smilingly spoke. How could it be bad hospitality? To be able to get the Immortal Court Lord's personal hospitality, is the poor road has some flattered is. Hearing Fuxi's words, Queen Mother of the West froze. Then shook her head and smiled bitterly. What do you mean by Lord of the Immortal Court? Since the 12 ancestral witches came out of the sky, the past Immortal Court or, now Poor Road and other Immortal Court remnants also are nothing but a joke. Why do you need to flatter fellow Taoist Fuxi? Heard. Fuxi's face smile remains unchanged, did not say anything more. Under the hands of his own palace master, there has been a period of years. he, Fushi, was still very clear about some things. For example, his own palace master did not treat Shi Wangmu, who had the status of the immortal courts lord, well. The so-called top line is followed by the bottom line. Because his own palace master did not like the immortal court, Fushi was naturally the same. And because of this, he came over this time. Apart from the matter of inviting the Queen Mother of the West and the others to participate in the heavenly marriage, he also had other purposes.